This kid always dreamed of life becoming a video game, but now that it actually happened, it absolutely sucks. Take his best friend standing right next to him. A floating title reveals his name is Sun In, from the prestigious Chunbu Mun clan. And get this, he is already a level 25 player, but looking in the mirror, our main character Jihan is stuck at a pathetic level 4. All thanks to his bizarre awakened ability, literally called the Gamer. This absolute joke of a power turns his entire reality into a literal quest log. Even something as lame as buying tofu for his mom triggers a system alert. Annoying holographic windows pop up every single day. And honestly, Jihan still cannot wrap his head around this glitch in reality. He has zero clue how the world broke, or why fate suddenly turned him into a real-life game character. No matter how hard he racks his brain, the answers just do not exist. But one thing is absolutely certain: he possesses a totally unique, game-breaking power. Lost in these wild thoughts, he finally secures the legendary tofu. Everything feels like a massive fever dream. Honestly, half the time Jihan wonders if he just completely lost his mind. But realistically, this chaotic new life does have a few hilarious perks. The funniest part of this whole mess? The absolute absurdity of grinding experience points. In a normal role-playing game, you would be out there slaughtering goblins for experience. But for Jihan, it is totally different. For some stupid reason, he gains experience points just by surviving daily life, way safer than hunting bloodthirsty monsters, right? He literally levels up just by doing push-ups or surviving a math test. However, escaping the beginner zone is insanely hard. Why? Because these boring daily quests hand out embarrassingly low experience points. It has been forever since his weird awakening. But after an eternity of grinding, he finally leveled up and scored those sweet stat points. And like an absolute idiot, he dumped every single point straight into strength, a rookie mistake that haunts him to this day. Because let us be real, in the modern era, is not intelligence infinitely more overpowered than brute muscle? He totally should have hoarded those precious points for a massive brain upgrade instead. Returning to his base of operations, Jihan heads to the kitchen to deliver the quest item. His mom, Han Dong-suk, might be in her 40s, but her anti-aging skincare game is so legendary, she seriously looks like she is barely 20. What freaks him out though? Her level is literally just terrifying question marks. Clearly, the final boss of the house hides dark secrets her own son cannot even scan. Shaking it off, he helps prep dinner. And of course, washing dishes is mandatory. Does he want to do these awful chores? Heck no. But experience points are experience points, so the grind never stops. Honestly, if you asked him about his life, he would say it is trapped in an endless, exhausting tutorial loop. And the nightmare gets worse. Every single afternoon, he faces an absolute mountain of brutal homework. But the second that final boss is defeated, he feels the euphoric rush of true freedom. It is not like he has bad grades or is secretly a giant nerd. Heck, he does not even know if this torture improves his scores. He only survives the study grind because the system demands it. Turning in this quest to his teacher tomorrow guarantees another tiny drop of sweet experience. So he keeps farming these pathetic beginner tasks. Sure, it beats risking his life in a dungeon. But this endless cycle of boring repetition? It is literally driving him insane. Fast forward to today, homework demolished. He boots up his computer for some real gaming. Suddenly, a blinding system alert pops up. Reward unlocked. Hardcore studying just permanently boosted his intelligence by 1 point. They say everyone has a hidden potential waiting to awaken. It is all about grasping that power. But tragically, our boy Jihan is nowhere near protagonist level yet, which brings us to the current absolute disaster. Caught in a terrifying life-or-death crossfire, Jihan is fully convinced he is about to face a game over. Up on the roof ahead, a menacing figure stands beside a massive, bloodthirsty three-headed wolf. Across from him, a fierce red-haired woman glaring with absolute killing intent. Jihan desperately prays to every god out there, please, no combat quests. If the system drags him into this nightmare, he is getting sent straight to the afterlife. Wait, was not he just celebrating an intelligence boost from studying? He desperately tries to formulate a genius escape plan, but his mind draws a complete blank. His terrified eyes lock back onto the rooftop showdown. That woman is Kwon Shinjun, the legendary Fire Fist. Level 32, meaning she could instantly obliterate 8 Jihans without breaking a sweat. But her opponent across the roof? The man with the Hellhound is pure nightmare fuel. Known as the Summoner, Kwon Shinjun is an earth-shattering level 46. Suffocating bloodlust floods the entire block. Jihan is literally paralyzed, too terrified to even breathe. Forget analyzing their power levels. The real mission is sneaking away before he gets vaporized. Activating a dash skill he grinded since childhood, he silently prepares to sprint for his life. Suddenly, Shinjun breaks the terrifying silence. Fire Fist, an art that burns enemies from the inside out. I hear the recoil is devastating, but the destructive power is absolute. However, I highly doubt those pathetic flames can even singe my demonic beast. Cut the garbage. Why the hell did you ambush me? Shinjun roars back, flames dancing in her furious eyes. Why? Sungan echoes with a twisted smirk, slowly raising his hand. The answer is quite simple. I am merely preparing the stage for the inevitable chaos to come. Consider this a fatal pop quiz to test your limits. Tension skyrockets as Shinjun violently clenches her fiery fists. His cryptic warning makes zero sense. But one thing is crystal clear. This lunatic is out for blood, and diplomacy has officially left the chat. It is time for pure, unadulterated violence. The Dark Summoner unleashes his grip. Without a second of hesitation, the three-headed monstrosity lunges straight for Shinjun. Aura erupts around the fierce warrior as she violently braces for impact, ready to crush the beast and claim absolute dominance. Before that ugly mutant beast could even get close, Shinjun blasted straight into the sky. She unleashed some dangerously sick flaming punches, and honestly, I completely stopped running just to watch the fireworks. Seeing this insane superhero movie play out live totally felt like some wild adrenaline-fueled fever dream. But reality check. Hanging around meant getting squashed, so I desperately needed to bolt like yesterday. I whipped right around and hit the absolute gas, ready to sprint out of this nightmare. 2 steps in, squelch, my sneakers sank right into this super gross, sticky black demonic sludge. It yanked my ankle and catapulted my entire body into the sky. Just my trash luck, it dumped me right between that three-headed freak and Shinjun. Dangling upside down like an absolute idiot, I helplessly watched Shinjun and that mutant wolf crash land back to Earth. That creepy Sungan dude sneered at us. Fire Fist Shinjun, planning a pathetic little escape route? Try it, and I will rip this random street rat into a million pieces. Cue my total internal panic attack. Seriously? I am just a guy minding his own business. Why am I suddenly the hostage in their edgy villain drama? But wait, something was totally sketchy. That weird demonic sludge started pooling right under the villain dude's fancy boots. It was the exact same gunk grabbing me, but it was not attacking him at all. That psycho was actually controlling the slime. I had zero clue what his evil master plan was, but I could not look away. Then boom, a shiny new system skill randomly popped up from my hardcore staring contest. Skill unlocked. Observation. Stare hard enough, and enemy stats are revealed. Still hanging upside down like a bat, I squinted at the glowing blue text. The heck is this? A new power right now? Cool, but seriously, system? I am literally about to die. Give me something useful. Like, I do not know. A super punch? Whatever. Beggars cannot be choosers. I crunched my abs up, glaring daggers at the black sludge to scan it. System alert. Level 15 break slime, 1200 HP, and 500 MP. Basically, a stretchy demonic booger straight from the underworld. Sungan smirked, bragging that while Shinjun could handle it, my weak self was totally doomed. Our fiery redhead did not like that one bit. You absolute coward! Using a random civilian as bait, her fist sparked with blazing righteous fury. Relax. Go all out. The kid will survive. And hey, this idiot stumbled into my trap himself. I did not invite him. Sungan totally deflected the blame. Naturally, Shinjun bought 0% of that garbage excuse. But honestly, why would the villain lie? Sungan was actually super tripped out. How did some powerless high schooler wander into his ultra-secret pocket dimension? Whatever, nerd mysteries could wait. That edgy psycho snapped his focus back to his main boss battle, extinguishing the fiery girl. Trash talk over, he commanded his mutated beast to strike. But Shinjun? She did not flinch. 3 ugly dog heads just meant 3 times the fiery beatdown. Honestly, her blazing martial arts combos were totally outscaling that fleabag. After a sick, high-speed brawl, Shinjun channeled all her raw aura into one ultimate strike. Bam! The mutant wolf went flying, but no victory dance yet. Sungan sent his creepy slime slithering right for her blind spot. Ugh, what a tryhard. Shinjun yelled, totally fed up with this guy's cheap tricks. She slapped her hands together, flashing a complex magic seal. Fire Art First Form, Flame Soul. The moment her aura spiked, that demonic slime swallowed her whole, trapping our fiery hero in a nasty black cocoon. I freaked out, screaming for her to dodge. But the gross slime dome snapped shut before she even heard my warning. Panic mode activated. Was she actually done for? But suddenly, that pitch-black slime trap started bubbling like a toxic volcano. Kaboom! The trap exploded into a million gooey pieces, and standing right there in the epicenter, Shinjun, looking completely flawless. That flame soul buff was no joke. Sungan just clapped sarcastically, totally unfazed. Not bad, sweetheart. Give me a real show. But spoiler alert, this psycho was not even close to done yet. He rolled up his sleeves, flashing some wicked magical gear. Cue the sinister metallic chimes as a massive, glowing, dark summon circle ignited above his head. Oh, we are so cooked! This edgy dude practically screamed evil dark summoner, and he was definitely about to drop another nightmare monster on us. Survival instincts fully kicking in. I desperately needed to snap out of this gooey hostage situation, but breaking this demonic slime was practically impossible. It was literally tougher than solid industrial rubber. I struggled like a fish on a hook. Hello? I invested 5 whole system points into my strength stat. What gives? Refusing to be utterly useless, I flexed every single muscle in my body, yanking desperately at the cursed bindings. But nope, the slime did not even budge a single inch. Just as I was about to dramatically accept my doom, ding! The glowing blue system screen flashed right in my face. Notification alert, repeated desperate actions unlocked a brand new skill. Active skill acquired, Tear. Level 1 granted an insane 30% boost to pure ripping power. Time to literally rip and tear through this mess. Way better than that lame observation skill. Jihan fired it up, and boom, immediate results. He actually ripped that freaky invincible slime to absolute shreds. Man, that felt insanely satisfying. But right after shredding it, reality hit him hard. Dude was literally floating in midair. Breaking free from that slimy grip meant one thing: total freefall. Game over! Jihan slammed on his back, and his spine basically screamed in pure agony. Hey, plot armor exists. A main character does not just die from a little fall. Surviving is winning. Suddenly, something violently erupted from the pavement. Instincts kicked in, and Jihan instantly dodged away. Getting a good look, it was another freaking slime. These nasty blobs were insanely persistent. It just kept chasing him relentlessly. Running was not an option anymore. It was absolutely do or die. Jihan felt his legs shake uncontrollably. That monstrous blob was shattering solid asphalt like brittle crackers. One hit would instantly delete him. Plus, that wicked beast targeting Shinjun finally crashed the party. He caught a glimpse of some giant mutant mantis. No time to stare though, sprinting for his absolute life. Mid-sprint, it suddenly clicked. This monster moved with a predictable system, the game literally changing right now. A wickedly rebellious smirk crossed his face. Figuring that out just leveled up his observation skill. The system notification confirmed it. Cracking the enemy attack pattern triggered an instant skill evolution. Time for a quick test drive. Jihan instantly locked his leveled-up gaze onto that creepy slime. The hidden stats violently popped up, revealing a massive new piece of tactical intel. The slime moved slower than a human, but its close-range lunge was terrifyingly fast. Plus, that freaky blob was missing exactly 100 hit points. His tearing attack actually dealt massive damage. Perfect! Just 11 more hits and this thing is totally dead meat, though pulling that off would not be easy. Strangely, unstoppable confidence surged through his veins. Once this slime was history, he was definitely bailing out. Problem was, he had zero clue where he was. Glasses guy claimed this was his illusion barrier. So weird, right? Shinjun and that summoned beast were completely wrecking the place, yet not a single bystander peeked outside. Like they were totally alone in this world. The illusion barrier was actually real. Escaping normally absolutely would not work now. His brain was totally blanking on a solid escape plan. No time to stress over that anyway. First, he had to feed this slime 11 brutal combos, 11 hits to delete it from existence, while one hit would instantly send him straight to the afterlife. A real hardcore survival mode. He was terrified, but cornered prey fights back. Going all out, stance ready. The slime violently launched its assault, aggressively stretching its gross body, spawning multiple arms for a massive barrage. Luckily, its ranged speed was absolute trash compared to humans. Jihan barely danced past the deadly strikes, then he noticed the lag. It needed time to recharge its form. He had to verify that golden opening. Jihan slyly closed the distance. Bingo! The slime struck again. By keeping perfect spacing, Jihan easily sidestepped the fatal blow. The blob aggressively retracted, churning just like dough, rebuilding its slimy form. Theory perfectly confirmed. A wickedly rebellious grin hijacked his face. He swaggered toward the monster, cackling. Rest in peace, you ugly blob. He unleashed a devastating tear, then instantly dashed back. Hit-and-run tactics were absolutely shredding its health. The creature trembled pathetically. Jihan felt his ego explode with absolute power. Get ready for doom. This main character is taking you down. With that first flawless execution, fear completely vanished. He masterfully exploited his speed against its pathetic lag time. A relentless barrage of strikes. Zero room to breathe. 11 back-to-back tearing combinations. The impossible boss was finally slaughtered. The adrenaline rush was completely intoxicating. Jackpot, 1,290 experience points secured. A phenomenal double level-up flash. Total gamer satisfaction achieved. Grinding those lame daily quests gave absolutely zero gains compared to this. 2 massive levels from one boss fight. Forget daily chores. Hunting elite freaks was the real path to godhood. While Jihan bathed in his glorious victory, an earth-shattering boom abruptly erupted from behind. Oh snap, he completely forgot there were actually other players crashing this chaotic battlefield. Whipping his head around, he caught Shinjun literally tearing Sungon's summoned beast apart with a single, devastating punch. Her face was completely deadpan, but that strike packed insane, monster-shredding power. Jihan swallowed hard, his throat suddenly incredibly dry from the sheer, suffocating tension rolling off her. There was absolutely no denying it. This girl was terrifyingly overpowered. He seriously wondered, if he ever grinded his way to level 30, would he become an absolute menace like her? But then another glaring, problematic issue slapped him in the face. That shady dude rocking the dark shades had completely vanished into thin air. He frantically scanned left and right, confirming the guy was totally miraculously gone. This whole vanishing act left our hero scratching his confused head. Sungon's combat level definitely crushed Shinjun's stats, so why on earth did he chicken out? Whatever, not my circus, not my monkeys. Brushing it off, Jihan turned back around, only to immediately slam into Shinjun's icy, dead-eyed stare. She was way too close. Jihan stumbled backward in pure panic, his heart doing terrified backflips right out of his chest. He kept frantically backing up, but she matched his every step, radiating an invisible, bone-crushing pressure. A freezing sweat completely drenched his trembling body. No clue what this powerhouse wanted with his life, but every alarm bell screamed pure danger. This awkward little tango continued until she finally snapped and aggressively broke the silence. What the heck are you exactly? An ordinary, pathetic human could never, ever take down that bizarre monstrosity. How did you manage to crush it? It instantly clicked in his panicked brain. She was definitely talking about that nasty slime he had just utterly obliterated. Talk about a massive, dangerous trap question. Obviously, he couldn't just casually confess that his insane gamer system powers were the epic reason he pulled off that flawless win. And even if he spilled the secret beans, this brutal brawler would never believe him. One guy summons beasts, while this crazy girl throws literal fiery death punches. Honestly, if he possessed some crazy, hidden mutant power like this chaotic duo, it wouldn't even be the absolute strangest thing happening today. Still, spilling his biggest survival secret to an intimidating stranger was a massive rookie mistake. So, our brilliant hero boldly decided to deflect the entire conversation. Hey! Jihan aggressively thrust an accusatory, trembling finger right toward her intimidating face, firing back with sudden rebellious attitude. Why the heck are you ruthlessly interrogating a poor guy who practically just knocked on heaven's door? Funny you ask, because I actually have my own burning questions for you. How about we play a little game and take turns answering? Shinjun fiercely scowled, but her total silence meant this terrifying negotiator had actually accepted his rebellious terms. Naturally, the absolute powerhouse gets to blast the very first question. Locking eyes, she dropped her ultimate demand. Just who exactly are you? Nailed it. Way easier than the last nightmare question. Jihan cockily declared himself as Han Jihan, an 18-year-old high schooler rocking some mildly special quirks. Shinjun's frown severely deepened, brutally judging him with utter, crushing skepticism. A clueless, goofy-looking scrub like you actually possesses a hidden, magical talent? Yeah, right. Critical hit. Jihan's fragile teenage ego shattered into a million pathetic pieces as her ruthless, public disrespect absolutely roasted his entire soul. But picking a fatal fight was pure suicide against her monstrous stats. Meeting his completely defeated silence, Shinjun simply gave a curt nod and dropped her final verdict. Fair enough. I have permanently locked your goofy face and name into my memory. Without another word, she spun around and completely vanished into the swirling, empty air. Wait a hot, miserable second. He totally got played. That slick brawler bailed before answering a single question. She fought dirty, leaving our boy absolutely scammed out of his rightful turn. Her imposing, terrifying figure was completely gone, leaving him totally stranded without a single clue about what the heck this crazy, nightmarish illusion barrier even was. Dropping to the dirt in total, dramatic despair, Jihan clutched his head, practically sobbing. His brain throbbed trying to figure out an epic escape route from this trap. Suddenly, a deafening crack violently shattered the sky above. Snapping his head upward, Jihan watched in total awe as massive, spiderweb fractures ruthlessly ripped through the very fabric of space. The cursed illusion barrier was finally collapsing, shattering like cheap glass. Instantly, the vibrant, noisy symphony of the real world flooded his ears, including annoying birds chirping on power lines. He even spotted some random lady casually power walking down the street in her neon tracksuits. Hallelujah, he was definitely, finally back in the boring, beautiful reality. Reborn into the real world, our main character launched into a desperate life-or-death sprint straight to high school. He survived magical monsters, only to face his teacher's terrifying wrath for being incredibly late. He didn't even get half a second to passionately explain getting brutally kidnapped by a magical barrier. and his absolutely ruthless teacher clearly didn't care about his epic fantasy excuses. Instead, whack! The man delivered a merciless, soul-crushing smack right to Jihan's backside. Our hero squealed in spectacular agony. "Quit your pathetic whining, you dramatic little punk. What are you screaming for? Am I passionately smacking you because you are naturally foolish, or because you actively choose to perform absolutely idiotic stunts on my watch? How can you consistently fail the absolute easiest, most basic quests I assign you?" Jihan could only dramatically sigh at his instructor's blazing fury. This guy was a permanent rage monster. This terrifying classroom executioner was Jo Ji-hun, a 42-year-old menace who unfortunately reigned as his dictatorial homeroom teacher. The student body legendarily feared him as the brutal enforcer of justice. Ji-hun commanded only one absolute law from his terrified victims: just don't do stupid, forbidden garbage. Simple as that. Sounds like an absolute cakewalk in theory, but surviving his iron-fisted rule was a completely different sweaty nightmare. Cross that sacred line, and he would instantly detonate into pure wrath, serving up painful beatdowns to rebellious punks, exactly like Jihan casually strolling into class unacceptably late today. Thanks to his legendary brutality, even the toughest teenage delinquents instantly morphed into terrified, silent kittens around Mr. Ji-hun. The man literally feared zero souls because his combat stats were absurdly maxed out. Rumor has it, a gang of reckless punks once tried to mercilessly jump him for revenge. Plot twist: the entire squad woke up in the emergency room, utterly dismantled and wrapped in humiliating bandages. Mr. Ji-hoon's current overwhelming power level sat at an intimidating 15. Compared to standard, weakling students hovering between levels 3 and 6, this absolute beast was casually 3 times deadlier. With a massive, terrifying level gap like that, the entire classroom lived in constant, sweating fear of this absolute tyrant. "Are you seriously spacing out on me again, you rebellious little punk?" The teacher's brutal shout shattered Jihan's thoughts. Suddenly, the wooden ruler slashed through the air. Smack! A merciless second strike instantly demolished his rear end. Tears streamed down his face, but then, a digital system window flashed right before him. System alert: a brand new skill unlocked from a special action. The requirement: enduring pure physical agony and bodily trauma. Physical endurance acquired. Unlocking a passive skill sounds epic, right? Nope. Jihan was absolutely furious, mostly because his butt cheeks were currently on fire. Still, it was completely insane. He had rapidly learned several new skills in such a short time. Things were finally looking up compared to before. But first, the teacher delivered 5 agonizing whacks before finally letting Jihan return to his seat. Physical endurance just gained 15.78% experience at level 1. It literally reduced all physical attack damage by 3%. Jihan clutched his stinging backside, limping awkwardly all the way back to his desk. Wait, does that mean every time he gets brutally beaten, this physical endurance proficiency will keep leveling up? He totally hated it. What an absolute joke of a masochistic gamer skill. After finishing Jihan's punishment, the teacher dropped a massive bombshell on the classroom. It was news that brought both thrilling excitement and crushing anxiety. In just a few short days, the glorious summer vacation would finally begin. Anyone dreaming of a top-tier university seriously needed to grind their studying stats. Those giving up on college should just find some dead-end job. With that harsh reality check, the homeroom session ended and the teacher stormed out. Jihan slumped into his chair, sighing heavily. Why was his luck so ridiculously cursed today? First, dodging literal mutants on the way to school, then getting his butt whooped, all for just running a little late. Suddenly, a familiar hand slapped his shoulder. "Looks painful, dude. Is your rear end surviving?" Without even looking up, Jihan knew it was his buddy, Sunil. Jihan angrily swatted the hand away. "Of course it hurts, you idiot," Sunil chuckled loudly. "Why were you late anyway? You know how that teacher is. I had my reasons, man." Jihan shot back, staring at the glowing level 25 floating above Sunil's head. Honestly, even after leveling up and gaining power, Jihan never truly believed this crazy reality. Life turning into a video game seemed impossible. But today, everything completely changed. After barely surviving a real battle, his level skyrocketed to 6, unlocking 3 epic skills. He never expected to gain new powers, but now he wielded Observe, Bash, and Physical Endurance. This wasn't just some crazy daydream anymore. Triggering special actions definitely unlocked new abilities. Seeing these stats in actual combat, Jihan finally accepted that this insane game system was absolutely real. And if reality had truly morphed into a gaming universe, that meant Sunil's massive level 25 status was totally legit. Holy crap, his best friend was an awakened mutant too. He might not rival those terrifying monsters Jihan faced earlier, but level 25 was still an overwhelmingly intimidating powerhouse. "What are you staring at, weirdo?" Sunil teased, noticing his friend intensely glaring at the air above him. "Nothing, man." Jihan sighed heavily. When would he ever reach his friend's legendary mutant tier? Right on cue, the loud school bell pierced the air. Jihan quickly shooed Sun Il away, blaming the start of first period. But honestly, he had absolutely zero motivation for boring teenage schoolwork today. From this moment on, Jihan swore to avoid those deadly illusion barriers. He needed to seriously investigate his own ridiculous gaming powers right now. Looking back, he had recklessly ignored his own strange abilities. He just blindly accepted the automatic level-up alerts and random skill pop-ups without ever questioning the magic behind them. But here was the ultimate glitch. How could he actively check his skill menu? Games always had a controller button, but this was cold, hard reality. Jihan's gamer brain started calculating. Wait, voice commands! During that chaotic slime battle, he definitely activated the bash skill just by screaming its name. He had done it entirely on sheer instinct. To test his theory, he sneakily hid behind a textbook and whispered, "Status window." Instantly, a glowing holographic screen materialized. Talk about a lucky critical hit. The very first thing Jihan inspected was his personal dimensional inventory system, just as he expected. The digital grid was completely empty. He looked from the void to his pen. A wild, rebellious thought crossed his mind. Could he actually stash physical, real-world objects inside this virtual space? Time for a science experiment. Jihan pushed the pen toward the glowing panel. Flash! The pen vanished from his fingers, instantly reappearing as a rendered item icon inside the inventory. Jihan gasped in pure shock. His awakened ability was insanely overpowered. It wasn't just basic quests and leveling. This system manipulated reality itself. His eyes widened like saucers in total disbelief. Whack! A devastating knuckle sandwich from the teacher shattered his focus. Jihan, what kind of nonsense are you pulling during my class? What a totally cursed day. For spacing out again, the teacher ruthlessly sentenced him to 5 brutal strikes across the palms. His backside was already ruined, and now both hands were practically on fire. Jihan wanted to howl like a kicked puppy. With every vicious strike, his physical endurance leached more experience, eventually soaring up another level. But Jihan just gritted his teeth, secretly cursing this utterly masochistic trash-tier skill. And so, our hilariously unlucky hero survived a pointless school day, learning zero academic knowledge. Seriously, skipping class to grind his new gaming skills would be way more productive, right? However, despite taking 10 brutal beatings, Jihan discovered some crucial cheat codes. First, spamming a specific action definitely unlocks hidden skills. Second, the real grind had just begun. Jihan's current body was literally glitching like a video game protagonist. He still had totally hidden skills. He figured out the first clue through those crazy abilities he unlocked during his daily high school hell. But that second clue? It was a total brain breaker. Honestly, Jihan was totally clueless about his own freakish new anatomy. When he ripped himself free from that nasty slime and crash-landed hard, any normal dude would be drinking through a straw with shattered bones. But Jihan, he barely even felt a sting. He totally ignored it then, but his wounds instantly regenerated. It was exactly like today, when those 2 sadistic teachers completely wrecked him. Taking those hits hurt like actual garbage, but the agony faded in seconds, leaving 0 bruises behind. Not even a single red mark. This crazy glitch convinced him he was living as a literal RPG character now. Taking a brutal beating just drained his HP bar. But with a full health potion, all that pain and damage would instantly vanish. But the real mind-blower was his skill window. Opening it for the very first time, Jihan freaked out seeing 5 entire abilities, not just the 3 new ones from today. 2 were mysterious hidden stats. 1 was straight up called Gamer's Mind. Completely maxed out, this busted passive skill kept him terrifyingly chill. Cold logic, zero panic, totally immune to any psychological mind games or mental breakdowns. The second maxed out passive was Gamer's Body. This was the absolute game changer, turning his pathetic mortal flesh into an indestructible virtual avatar. Seeing those stats, it all clicked. It explained his ice-cold nerves against that gross slime monster, and why he didn't wet his pants chatting with a terrifying mutant like Shinjun. He should have realized this way sooner. If reality was a hardcore virtual reality RPG, he was the main protagonist. Those 2 epic passive skills were literally driving his entire rebellious existence. Stepping back to look at the big picture, Jihan was a walking cheat code in the real world. Fatal wounds? Whatever. He could just chug a health potion and instantly heal, flexing a god-tier power nobody else possessed. Sure, being a freak of nature was kind of messed up, but Jihan had to admit, the universe totally blessed him with this absolutely epic superpower, especially useful for surviving deadly accidents. However, there was still a massive, annoying headache to deal with. How the heck could he avoid getting sucked into another illusion barrier? And even if he dodged that trap, what would he do against insane mutants like Sungon or Shinjun? As a literal walking video game character, how could he totally abuse these glitchy powers to completely wreck his enemies? Sunday morning rolled around, but Jihan was already up, ripping his room apart. Digging through the absolute mess, he grabbed a slick baseball bat. Firing up his observation skill, he easily scanned its core stats. Solid aluminum, way lighter, yet brutally stronger than wood. Even the brand name popped up. Jihan took a few aggressive practice swings. The weight felt perfectly deadly in his grip. But wait. Normally, epic weapons show their attack damage numbers. This bat displayed absolute zero stats. How was he supposed to gauge its destructive power? Was it because this was still reality, meaning normal objects weren't coded like sick video game loot? Whatever. He chucked the bat into his magical inventory and went hunting for more useful real-world loot. Target locked. The family medicine cabinet. He found a tube of healing ointment, basically designed to patch up hardcore cuts, severe burns, and nasty bleeding. But the system scanned it as absolute garbage. Plus 5 HP? Are you kidding me? Jihan was super disappointed, even though he totally saw it coming. A so-called vitality booster giving only 5 pathetic health points? Would he need to drag around a literal barrel of this stuff to heal? That was insanely impractical. Besides, Jihan had already hit level 6. His max HP was pushing 200. A measly 5-point heal was like spitting on a raging forest fire. Completely useless. He threw it in his bag for now. But moving forward, he desperately needed to find some god-tier healing items to replace this trash. Then, a crazy idea sparked in his brain. True gamers craft their own epic gear. It was a legendary survival skill, right alongside grinding mobs and looting drops. Since spamming weird actions unlocked his new powers, he could absolutely grind out a blacksmithing skill from scratch. It was totally foolproof. Well, maybe unlocking that was a bit too hardcore for now. He shoved that crazy plan on the back burner. Right now, prioritizing brutal attack skills was the absolute move. Marching straight into the suburban woods, Jihan started viciously beating a tree trunk with his bat. After relentlessly spamming the same aggressive strike, boom, a shiny new skill unlocked. Smash! This absolute beast of a skill stacked 15% extra damage and boosted base attack by 50%. But wait, there was more. He triggered a second skill called Blunt Weapon Master. This beauty granted instant mastery over heavy-hitting crushers like hammers and maces, plus a sweet 10-point attack buff and 5 extra speed points. Jihan practically screamed with hype. Dragging himself out here to grind was totally worth it. Unlocking 2 epic active skills at once? Absolute main character energy. Now that he had the power, it was time to grind that proficiency meter to the max. Fueled by sheer teenage adrenaline, he gripped his bat and went back to mercilessly destroying that tree for sweet experience points. He swung like an absolute maniac. Exactly 30 brutal strikes later, his smash skill officially leveled up. The leveling speed was insanely fast. Hooked on the grind, he decided to push for a few more levels before heading home. However, as he raised the bat for another epic strike, his entire body suddenly shut down. His arms dropped like wet noodles. Panicking, he flashed open his status window. Just as he suspected, his health bar was totally full, but his MP bar had flatlined to 0. Running on empty mana meant absolute paralysis. But hey, silver lining. Jihan just calculated his max mana output, 30 consecutive smash attacks. Now the only question left was, how agonizingly slow was his mana regeneration? Like any self-respecting gamer knows, tossing out epic skills means burning through your mana pool. But who could have predicted this absolute garbage regeneration rate? 1 pathetic mana point per minute. Jihan stared at his 100-point mana gauge. Recharging this thing would take an agonizing hour and a half. This was a complete disaster. He desperately needed a mana regeneration buff. Otherwise, he was stuck spamming basic passive attacks. To survive in this twisted new reality, Jihan had to level up and become an absolute beast. Soon, a breathtaking sunset painted the evening sky. He slammed his heavy baseball bat against the unforgiving concrete. Gasping for air, Jihan let out a breathless scoff. My arms feel like I have been swinging this thing for centuries. Is my body actually reacting like a video game character now? I can swing until my bones ache, but 30 minutes of rest resets my stamina. A wicked, thrilled smirk crept across his face. That cheat-like stamina let him grind his weapon mastery like a madman. Right now, his power strike hit level 3, and his blunt weapon mastery reached level 5 at a ridiculously satisfying pace. However, the system rewards did not just stop there. The real jackpot was unlocking 2 insane passive skills after mastering his blunt weapon. A massive 30% attack boost for strength-based gear, plus a 10% speed buff. Power strike damage skyrocketed by 150% at level 3, with a juicy 17% critical hit rate. Strolling through the trees, he was absolutely lost in the intoxicating math of his new powers. But the best part? If his base attack stat was 10, the mastery buff pushed his damage to 13, and triggering power strike added that glorious 150% multiplier, 32.5 total damage. He felt utterly invincible. Stacking all these buffs together literally doubled his base power. Absolutely broken. Right now, Jihan wore the cocky grin of a top-tier boss monster, and that was without distributing his unused stat points. Dumping everything into strength would turn him into a complete wrecking ball. Despite his giddy excitement, a sharp frown suddenly broke his arrogant expression. He had to strategize his other build paths. With barely 100 mana, he could swing maybe 30 power strikes before running dry. And here was the agonizing reality. Sure, he recharged in 30 minutes, but his total stamina pool was laughably tiny. What if monsters swarmed him in a mob? What if there was zero time to rest? If an enemy was too fast, should he dump his points into agility instead? Having zero real-world combat experience was truly terrifying. Jihan exhaled a heavy, frustrated sigh. There were way too many fatal variables. Better hoard those stat points for now and not do anything stupid. Under the flickering, dreamlike streetlights, his mind drifted to a far more dangerous boss battle. Mom is going to interrogate me about disappearing all day. What kind of epic excuse can I even invent? His heavy footsteps echoed eerily across the dead concrete. Suddenly, as if sensing a fatal trap, Jihan froze dead in his tracks. Raw tension paralyzed his entire body as a sharp gasp escaped his throat. A suffocating, unnatural silence had swallowed the entire neighborhood. This was completely wrong. Sure, it was late, but this absolute, deathly quiet was impossible. A chill crawled down his spine as he scanned the street. Every single house window was pitch black. No way. The horrifying reality finally crashed over him like a tidal wave. Damn it, do not tell me I stepped into another illusion barrier. Gamer instincts hijacked his nervous system, instantly summoning his iron bat from the inventory. His battle aura flared up, ready for a brutal fight to the death. Gripping the icy steel with white knuckles, he took a defensive stance against the freezing air. Cold sweat instantly drenched his newly dried shirt. I should have just stayed locked in my room. Swinging a bat at home would have been safer, even if Mom thought I was losing my mind. He gripped his newly summoned weapon tight because a spine-chilling groan suddenly tore through the silence. The blood completely drained from Jihan's face, pure dread replacing his gamer confidence. Swallowing his rising panic, he exhaled sharply and whipped his head around. And right there in the shadows, the dragging, heavy footsteps crept closer and closer. Finally, the nightmarish figure stepped directly under the flickering glow of the street lamp. At that exact moment, Jihan braced himself, his fierce eyes locked dead onto the approaching threat. Then, his pupils violently contracted at the terrifying horror before him. All hope shattered instantly. The grotesque, decaying humanoid made him scream out in pure shock. A literal zombie. Its rotting flesh, combined with echoing growls from every single direction, made the mentally prepared gamer jump completely out of his skin. Out of absolutely nowhere, an overwhelming horde of monsters began to surround him. My luck is absolute garbage today, stuck dealing with a massive zombie wave. Thankfully, his almighty gamer's mind passive kicked in, forcing his frantic heart to immediately calm down amidst the deadly chaos. His brain switched into tactical combat mode. How do I slaughter this mob? First things first. A brilliant strategy suddenly flashed through his mind like a lightning bolt. In the next fraction of a second, he triggered his core skill. Observe. The system interface glowed, revealing a level 8 zombie, 800 max health and 500 mana. They despised the living and devoured human flesh. Pathetically slow, but boasting twice the physical strength of a normal human, Jihan instantly analyzed every single weakness of his enemy. This scouting ability was seriously an overpowered cheat code. Unlike his last chaotic encounter, he actually had a lethal weapon equipped. If only he had some health and mana potions in his inventory right now. His current health regeneration was a miserable 5 points per minute. With a max health pool of 200, healing naturally would take 40 minutes, and if one of those zombies grabbed him, he would lose way more than 5 points. While his brain ran endless tactical simulations, the monster horde multiplied. Deafening growls and heavy footsteps closed in from all sides. He forced his gamer brain to overdrive its processing speed. What is the winning move here? Wait! His eyes widened as a sudden realization hit him. Ah, well then. Jihan's hardcore gamer instincts totally kicked in. Pro tip, always find a narrow choke point to spam your skills. Despite his legendary bad luck, our boy spotted the perfect escape route. Bingo! Channeling everything into his legs, he bolted like a literal rocket. There is a classic gaming strat called corner camping. Monsters cannot jump you if your back is to a wall. But talk about rotten timing. Just as Jihan slid into position, he bumped into a stray zombie. No more running, no more backing down. He gripped his baseball bat with a white-hot intensity. In the next split second, he unleashed a sky-shattering strike using his newly upgraded level 3 skill. Smash! Boom! The monster's 800 HP bar instantly vanished by half. Jihan's jaw dropped to the floor. Wait, one hit dealt 400 damage? Oh heck yeah, time to loot this trash. Real gamers never hesitate. While the zombie was totally dazed, he rained down a merciless combo. The loot goblin inside him awakened, his mind buzzing with chaotic glee as he swung that baseball bat like a total pro. Is this all thanks to my new skill? Whatever, no time to overthink this madness. After a grueling brawl, Jihan successfully sent that freak packing to the afterlife. But since he was still a total rookie, he was left panting like a dog. Then, the system chimed with sweet music. You gained 350 experience points. But Jihan knew the stakes were way too high. This was no time to celebrate. He busted his gut and sprinted toward his chosen safe zone. He thought he could finally catch a break, but fate had a twisted sense of humor. Waiting inside was a whole new squad of brain-dead freaks. His loud footsteps instantly dragged their creepy gazes toward him. Ice-cold sweat dripped from Jihan's hair as pure panic set in. 3 zombies! Not a single ounce of hesitation. He ruthlessly swung his baseball bat right at their ugly mugs. Smash! He totally headshot the first one with a brutal crack, ripping away 400 HP in an instant. But a true survivor never stands still. Cocking his arms back for round 2, he roared, "Smash!" He delivered a devastating follow-up to the monster's crumbling body, ensuring it was utterly wiped from existence. Like a boss, Jihan relentlessly spammed his skills on the alleyway creepers. Smash! Smash! The final zombie did not even get to groan before it was pulverized into dust. It probably cried in its final moments. Bro, I got mugged. Surviving that chaotic mess, he finally let out a massive sigh of relief. Done, time to catch my breath. But no matter how many he crushed, that bone-chilling moaning from the horde behind him just kept creeping closer. Ugh, creepy groans. Watching those shadowy freaks shamble into his trap, he stood in eerie silence, waiting for the perfect moment. He gathered every ounce of his teenage rebellion for one epic battle cry. Holy crap! Come get some! Daddy needs that sweet XP. His mind was spiraling at the absolute horror show before him and his own exhausted body. Damn it. Looking at my mana bar, I guess I am stuck spamming basic attacks. Refusing to be a sitting duck for those rotting biters, Jihan gritted his teeth and charged straight into the madness. He raised his weapon without a shred of fear. Even with 0 mana blocking his smash skill, he bit down hard and absolutely home run swung the zombie in his face. Naturally, he followed up with a ruthless finisher, pinning it flat against the cold, hard concrete. But another freak instantly lunged from the shadows, either looking for a midnight snack or avenging its fallen bro. Luckily, Jihan's gamer reflexes were totally cracked. Creating distance in a flash, he delivered a savage blow right to the back of its neck. Clean, brutal, and perfectly executed. He effortlessly clapped 2 zombies without even relying on his system skills. In the very next heartbeat, they crumbled into ash and scattered into the dark wind. Seizing the brief pause, Jihan wiped the cascading waterfall of sweat from his forehead. Okay, chopped up the trash mobs. What is the next play? Right now, the eerie silence meant no more zombies were creeping up on him. Though a random jump scare bite wouldn't even surprise him at this point. Jihan had not leveled up yet, but doing the XP math, he only needed to frag 1 more mob. Regardless, survival was priority number 1. First things first, do not die. Moving with desperate agility, his newly upgraded stats made vaulting the fence a bit clunky. But hey, nothing could stop the unstoppable momentum of a fired-up rebellious teen. But then, his pupils violently shrank as he witnessed the absolute nightmare unfolding before him. This was on a whole different level. His previous fights were just a joke compared to the massive sea of monsters roaming the pitch-black night. Pale as a ghost, Jihan could only scream internally. Are you kidding me? With that ridiculous swarm, it is absolutely game over. And the madness did not stop there. High above, the moon had morphed into a terrifying, blood-drenched crimson sphere. But the real horror struck a second later. Something incredibly eerie was floating his way, leaving Jihan furrowing his brows in utter confusion. Hello? I need an admin to explain this. The bizarre energy radiating from that floating anomaly sent raging alarm bells ringing through his brain. Man, this gives me the absolute creeps. As he stared intently, the soul return eye suddenly crackled with intense purple lightning and teeth-gritting zaps. Looking frantically around, Jihan had 0 clue where this weird orb came from. Just seeing it completely paralyzed him. What the heck is that demonic thing? Suddenly, the eerie eye fired down beams of incredibly ominous red light. They moved like they had a terrifying mind of their own, locking purely onto the wandering zombies. Before the monsters even realized what hit them, their bodies were aggressively consumed like acid eating through paper. In mere seconds, they melted into gross liquid and shot straight into the floating orb. Witnessing this nightmare firsthand, Jihan turned completely pale. Is it literally farming the zombies? The cursed eye relentlessly sucked up the horde like they were just cheap fertilizer. It didn't leave a single scrap of flesh behind. His gamer's sixth sense screamed at him to bail immediately. I don't know what that glitchy nonsense is, but it spells bad news. But just then, an even worse anomaly triggered. Down below, The surviving zombies started sprinting chaotically. Every single one shrieked with ear-piercing, blood-curdling screams. Hiding behind the wall, he cautiously formed a wild theory. Are they totally losing their minds because of that spooky orb? As if hearing his inner monologue, the horde snapped their heads toward him and sprinted fiercely in his direction, flailing in pure panic from the surprise ambush. Holy mother of fudge! Talk about terrible luck! He wildly snatched up his steel baseball bat for self-defense. Trying desperately to calm his racing heart, he boldly swung his weapon to assert dominance. By now, the ravenous zombies were already crawling up onto the roof. Jihan suddenly realized one was right at his feet. Without a second thought, he planted a fierce strike directly onto its skull. The zombie's head twisted sickeningly to the side. But seconds later, it violently snapped back into place like it was nothing. It even let out a gleeful, bone-chilling cackle that caused goosebumps. Seeing this insane glitch, Jihan raised his bat high for a fiery, devastating swing. Smash! This time, the bat landed perfectly, exploding its head into a burst of dark, scattering bone fragments. With one monster finally dealt with, Jihan spun around, heavily gearing up to brawl with the next freak crawling over the wall. Right at that epic moment, the system's pale blue LED screen popped up. You have leveled up. But amidst this chaotic crisis, he mentally shoved the notification aside. I will check my stats later. Jihan braced himself to thrash these monsters. But suddenly, the guy ahead was engulfed in a familiar, blood-red glow. He glanced down. The entire undead horde was caught in the exact same creepy phenomenon. Jihan instinctively looked up. The crimson orb had grown massively. Was it absorbing the zombies? Meanwhile, on a nearby rooftop, Sungan watched silently. Everything was going perfectly. Spotting him, Jihan quickly ducked behind a wall. Wait, that guy. It was that creep from before. He hasn't noticed me yet. The red eye drained the horde's energy completely. Then, it shrank down and shot through the air. Sungan, acting all cool with one hand pocketed, caught it effortlessly. He gripped the glowing core. His face was deadpan, but his voice betrayed a twisted excitement. Perfect! Sungan simply waved his hand. Spiderweb cracks instantly fractured the air. The sheer force shattered space into countless glittering shards. That crazy move destroyed the illusion. Jihan was slammed straight back into reality. A stray cat hissed, annoyed at the intrusion. He ignored the cat, letting out a massive sigh of relief. Holy crap, I actually made it back alive! But his relief was short-lived. He snapped his head toward the roof. Sungan had vanished into thin air. He was left completely clueless. What the hell was that shady summoner actually trying to do? Seriously, what is my life right now? He mentally reviewed the insane anomalies. He was swimming in incredibly dangerous waters. One thing was crystal clear. That psycho was dropping illusion barriers everywhere. Inside those domains was a pure death trap. First, those freaky martial artists. Then, a literal zombie apocalypse. I need a survival plan for this horrible luck, and I know exactly who to ask. Jihan spotted his buddy walking into class. Simple solution, just interrogate Sun In. His friend waved energetically. Hey bro, is the sky falling? Since when do you show up to school this early? Jihan ignored the banter. He was too focused on the glowing text hovering above his buddy's head. Heavenly Will Sect, level 28, Sun In. Looking at that goofy grin made Jihan boil with envy. He was literally level 25 just days ago. Did this punk eat an experience boost? Jihan played it cool. Got business today. Come to the cafeteria with me first. Clueless as always, Sun In dropped his bag. Oh, buying me breakfast? I am totally down. But his buddy radar started pinging. The cheapest guy I know is actually paying. What kind of scheme are you plotting? Jihan looked away. Just shut up and walk. Inwardly, his resolve hardened. We have been best friends since elementary school. He never once mentioned being the heir to some crazy martial arts sect, but he is still my ride or die. He is the only one I can trust right now. Later, on the sunny campus steps, Sun In happily held a warm pastry. He probed one last time. All right, what is the million-dollar question? Spit it out already. That carefree attitude made Jihan curse internally. You arrogant punk. Let's see you act tough after this. He leaned in seriously. I need to ask you something. Sun In chewed happily. Yeah. Shoot, my man. Jihan didn't beat around the bush and went straight for the kill. How exactly do you escape an illusion barrier? Hearing that, Sun In answered instinctively. To break an illusion barrier, you just channel your aura and focus on. He stopped mid-sentence, his eyes narrowed dangerously. Wait a second. Sun In's hand shot out like lightning, grabbing Jihan by the throat. The goofy friend was gone, replaced by a stone-cold killer. What have you done to my friend? His grip was an iron vice. Jihan choked, completely unable to force a single word out. Holy crap, never knew this idiot was so terrifying. Fighting for air, he forced out a classic insult. I am your daddy. Jihan desperately jabbed Sun In's ribs to prove it was him. Incredibly, that stupid inside joke worked. Sun In immediately released his death grip. He casually dusted off his hands without a shred of guilt. Okay, it is definitely you. Still talking like a total psycho. Jihan rubbed his neck, cursing up a storm. You crazy bastard. You trying to murder your best bro? Damn it. That freaking hurt. Despite his angry rant, he felt a strange warmth. He really went berserk trying to protect me. It is kind of touching, honestly. I hate that he kept secrets, but he clearly has his reasons. The two finally sat down peacefully. Panic suddenly struck Sun In's face. Wait a damn minute. Why the hell are you asking about that stuff? How could you even know about barriers? That was exactly what Jihan needed to confess. Honestly, I did not know jack about this world, until a few days ago. And just like that, the hidden truth was finally out. I even know your secret identity. Sun Il froze in absolute stunned silence for a second. Jihan's next words dropped an absolute bombshell. Sun Il, eldest son of the Heavenly Will clan. Ignoring his best buddy's completely lightning-struck expression, our guy just kept dropping those massive truth bombs. Outside, clueless students were already swarming the schoolyard, completely oblivious to the epic drama unfolding. But hidden in a dark, shady corner, Sun Il's voice echoed out, dripping with total disbelief. So, you can actually see gaming levels and learn brand new skills? Jihan smirked with absolute confidence. Yep. He instantly popped open his system interface just to show off his crazy new powers. Here, watch the master work, he bragged, magically pulling out his trusty, battered old baseball bat. Jihan shoved the bat right into Sun Il's face to prove his insane story was totally legit. His buddy blankly categorized this ridiculous gaming power as some kind of high-tier spatial magic. Is that your freaking game inventory? Annoyed, Jihan shoved the weapon back into the void, grumbling with an overly dramatic pout. Man, I have zero clue how this happened, but my luck is completely trashed. Thanks to that stupid illusion barrier, I almost completely died. Unexpectedly, hearing this crazy rant, Sun Il just face-palmed hard and let out a massive sigh. Wow, who would have thought? You actually became a natural ability user. Jihan just blinked, his face completely covered in giant, floating question marks. Sun Il awkwardly scrambled for the right words. Explaining this insane hidden world was going to be complicated. Jihan smirked dangerously. I have got plenty of time. Internally, he knew his actual life depended on this lore dump. School could wait. Gaming survival was priority number one. Knowing his stubborn friend would not budge, Sun Il reluctantly spilled the tea. Fine, I will spell it out for you. Have you ever heard of the living Earth theory? Jihan's eyes went wide. The Gaia theory? Then, the massive infodump officially began. The Gaia theory claims the Earth is a living, breathing organism with its own absolute will. Despite having zero actual scientific proof backing it up, this wild concept is usually just used in fantasy novels or video games, basically pure pseudoscience. Sun Il dropped a massive bombshell. You game 24/7, so you definitely know it. What if that crazy theory was actually real? Jihan's jaw literally hit the floor. Knowing this truth was absolutely mind-blowing. His buddy carefully broke down every single word to explain. Simply put, this world possesses a supreme consciousness. Some call it destiny, others call it absolute law. Some say it is the ultimate truth, the root of all things, or a transcendent will. Jihan dramatically scrunched his face. Man, that sounds exactly like a crazy cult. Sun Il helplessly continued. Just listen, idiot. Everyone names it differently, but one word sums it up perfectly. God. Those heavy words completely shattered Jihan's teenage worldview. Wait, God? Like, right here? You are pulling my leg, right? Sun Il just shrugged, ruthlessly peeling back the curtain on this hidden magical reality. I have no idea if God is actually real, but some kind of transcendent will definitely controls the earth. Oh, and ghosts totally exist too. Obviously, you already know that. This reality check hit so hard that Jihan just stood there, completely speechless with his mouth wide open. Sun Il patiently waited for his brain to reboot before continuing. Then there are the superpowered ability users. The most famous psychic trick is basically bending spoons. It is a classic form of telekinesis. Telekinesis is literally just using your mind to toss heavy objects around. Beyond basic telekinesis, there are crazy mental powers like instant teleportation and shooting deadly fire. People born with these insane superpowers are officially called natural ability users, simply because they got those epic stats right from birth. Jihan's gamer brain finally caught up to the massive lore dump as he stroked his chin in awe. Whoa. Sun Il summarized everything, circling right back to the main quest. Now, let us get back to our original topic, the Gaia theory. Natural ability users are essentially empowered by Gaia herself. You could totally call them the chosen ones. Those epic words sent serious shivers down Jihan's spine. Chosen by God? Or in other words, Gaia. This very planet gifted us these superpowers. Jihan squished his face like an angry dumpling, mentally screaming. Then why the heck did I get such a totally embarrassing trash tier ability? Sun Il also fell into a brief, brooding silence for a few seconds. He carefully organized his thoughts before explaining how these legendary natural-born powers were actually handed out by Gaia. Usually, it directly depends on whatever the person is most deeply obsessed with. That absolute obsession literally shapes their unique power. For example, someone who almost tragically drowned might suddenly awaken the epic power to completely manipulate water. Jihan confidently nodded, totally acting like his galaxy brain had grasped everything. Then, his eyes bugged out in pure, unadulterated horror. Wait a freaking minute, does that mean? Sun Il shook his head in absolute pitying despair at his childhood buddy. Yeah, dude, you are such a hardcore, hopeless game addict that you literally manifested a video game ability. He let out a soul-crushing sigh. Have I not told you a million times to stop gaming so much? Totally busted. Jihan violently choked on his own words. Shut up, man! Basically, Gaia handing out superpowers is totally random, directly matching whatever you value the absolute most. The brutal truth hit hard. Jihan was literally a real-life role-playing character purely because he was a massive, incurable gaming nerd. That hilariously savage truth completely shattered Jihan's teenage ego. What the actual heck is this? He groaned, desperately trying to shut his smirking friend up in sheer blazing embarrassment. Fine, whatever. I get why my stats are like this now. He frantically pivoted to save his dying pride. So, what the heck is an illusion barrier anyway? Sun Il instantly locked onto the new question. It is a hidden magical dimension specifically created for brutal combat. This lore gets ridiculously complicated, so you better listen up closely. Remember that natural power Gaia gifted us? Well, newsflash, it has its limits. These random cryptic words mashed together left Jihan completely dumbfounded. Limits? Then, Sun Il casually dropped a brand new mind-bending terminology into the mix. He called it the law of intervention. If your crazy superpower boldly defies basic physics and causes massive chaos in the real world, Gaia will ruthlessly track down and eliminate the user. Hearing this, Jihan's face instantly tightened in absolute panic. The law of intervention? Eliminate? Seeing his buddy totally spaced out, Sun Il sighed and tried to break it down into idiot-proof terms. Look at it like this. Imagine you rigged the lottery jackpot using your crazy abilities. From that exact moment on, your luck totally tanks and your life is basically over. For example, you could get struck by lightning on a sunny day, or suffer some cursed tragedy, like getting smashed by a freaking truck. Jihan grimaced, entirely unable to digest this brutal reality. What the heck? That is terrifying! Completely ignoring his massive freakout, his friend kept lecturing. This basically means that if you recklessly use your powers to mess with the real world or normal humans, you are dead meat. It is totally out of our hands. Because the very world you live in will sentence you to doom. Terrified, Jihan could only sputter out, "That is freaking insane." Sun Il beamed with a ridiculously bright smile and replied, "Exactly, so try your absolute hardest not to mess with reality's balance. I heard some guy enchanted ocean currents, making his seafood sell like absolute hotcakes." Jihan jumped up, totally shocked. "And he didn't get punished for that?" Sun Il answered casually, "Nope, because that minor trick barely affected the grand scheme." The definition of interference is super vague, but basically, you cross the line when normal people witness something undeniably supernatural and freak out. Slumping against the wall in defeat, Jihan whined, "Dude, that is way too vague. It is an artificial space where we can unleash magic and superpowers without any annoying limits. Because no matter what crazy stuff you pull in there, reality remains completely untouched." Honestly, setting that up is the absolute most basic skill for awakened ability users. This unbelievable revelation made Jihan's eyes widen in sheer, absolute shock. He quickly shot up straight, intensely questioning the logic. "Wait, why is that?" Sun Il smiled brightly and explained, "Because Gaia actually creates these illusion barriers." The more he heard, the more his teenage brain spun. What the heck does that even mean? The painful feeling of information overload became brutally real. Why do I feel like I am about to cram a ridiculous mountain of lore into my poor brain? Sun Il finally stood up, deciding that flashy actions spoke louder than boring words. "Let me just show you. Since you are an awakened user too, you can freely create or destroy these illusion barriers with total ease. Watch closely. I will manifest one right now." Overjoyed, Jihan screamed out loud. "Wait, what? Seriously, dude?" He stretched his eyes wide to witness this epic practical lesson. "You are going to summon an illusion barrier?" His friend smugly waved his hand, signaling him to focus. "Watch this carefully. I am bringing one out right now." The unbelievable truth finally smashed into Jihan's mind. Hold up, so people can just casually summon or shatter these illusion barriers? This cruel reality made him pity his own existence. Why the hell have I been suffering like a stray dog? Sun Il flashed a sly, wicked grin. Well, now that you know, you better start learning immediately. Watch this. He abruptly thrust his arm skyward, his palm instantly radiating a mystical, faint blue aura. Instantly, all of Jihan's heightened senses detected a massive, bizarre shift in the atmosphere. The mundane scenery seemed totally identical, but only the two of them knew they had crossed into a completely alternate dimension. Jihan froze slightly, intensely feeling out his eerie, isolated surroundings. All the background noise has completely vanished. We are already inside the illusion barrier. Sunil stretched his hand forward, delivering his magical instructions. You can forge one by channeling raw energy through your hands while fiercely focusing your entire mind on constructing a solid barrier. Want to escape? Just do the exact opposite. Jihan nervously stuttered, hopelessly repeating those cryptic instructions. Escape, you said? His friend nodded with absolute certainty. Just think about breaking out while blasting energy from your hands. Give it a shot. Seconds later, Jihan embarrassingly turned around for a hint. How do I even blast energy? Sunil aggressively face-palmed, completely and utterly exhausted by his friend's stupidity. Despite the heavy sigh, he still spoon-fed the instructions. Damn it, do I seriously have to hold your hand through everything? Try channeling your strength into your arm, then mentally chant, "Power bursts from my hands, power bursts from my hands." Understand? Frowning slightly, Jihan muttered, "Fine, I got it." He then decisively swung his arm toward the sky, relentlessly chanting in his head, "Power bursts from my hands! Power bursts from my hands!" Right at that epic moment, several system notifications suddenly popped up in midair. New skill acquired. Direct mana usage. Active energy bolt. A skill that fires raw mana to attack enemies, with a lethal range of 10 meters. Jihan's teenage attention span was instantly derailed. Whoa, I actually scored another awesome ability. Annoyed, Sunil hurriedly barked at him. Hurry up, what the heck are you doing? Jihan mumbled his lame excuse. I just unlocked a sick new skill, but I will bench it for now. Retracting his wandering thoughts, Jihan channeled his intense focus entirely into his palms. He squeezed his eyes shut, diving deep into his own consciousness. I want to escape. Answering his fierce desire to break free, the deafening, cracking sound of spatial fractures began echoing loudly all around them. Moments later, the massive illusion successfully shattered into millions of dazzling glass-like fragments, and the glowing system triumphantly announced its presence once again. You have acquired a brand new skill, Illusion Barrier Dungeon Escape ability unlocked. Active Dungeon Escape technique has reached level 1. Jihan stared blankly at the glowing message window. Escaping a farming zone actually counts as a freaking skill? Not giving him a single second to rest, Sunil barked his next command. Now try creating one yourself. Left with no choice, Jihan prepared to cast his newly acquired ability. Manifest right now, you epic illusion barrier. Come on, show yourself, illusion barrier. His hand ignited with a blinding flash. A streak of pure light sliced through the air. Jihan felt the entire world shift on its axis. Wait, did I just spawn an illusion barrier? Suddenly, a wild discovery appeared. A shiny new system prompt slammed into his vision. Ding! New skill acquired. Skill unlocked. Illusion barrier creation. Active monster spawner. The power level of these mob spawns completely scales with your current rank. Jihan blinked at the clunky name. An illusion monster zone? What the heck? He instantly turned to his overpowered bro for answers. Hey, are there different flavors of these illusion barriers? Sun In gave a cool nod. Yeah, why are you asking? Bro, I literally just unlocked a mob spawner skill. Sun In completely lost his cool and burst out laughing. He snickered with total sarcasm. A mob spawner? Man, that screams your name. Jihan seriously wanted to punch his smug face but swallowed his raging pride. Whatever, man. Thanks for teaching me how to glitch through dimensions. Sun In dropped the joke, his vibe turning dead serious. No sweat. But what is your next move here? Like, do you even have a survival plan? Seeing Jihan completely clueless, he started his lecture. I told you about natural aura users, right? Sun In smirked, his fist sparking with crackling blue energy. If there are innate talents, then there are the self-made beasts, awakened who grinded through literal hell to gain superhuman abilities. I am one of them. Suddenly, he threw a devastating punch, blasting a massive crater straight through the solid concrete wall. Jihan turned ghost white at that terrifying display of raw power. Sun In calmly pulled his fist out from the thick rubble. He revealed the truth behind his insane stats. I am not just a purely trained superhuman. I was born with an overpowered key sensitivity. I just grinded to sharpen it further. You noticed I jumped from level 25 to 28, right? You were absolutely dead on with that. I cleared a brutal special training arc last weekend, leveling up my stats. Jihan was still sweating from the shockwave. For real? His mind was completely shaking at his best friend's monstrous potential. This dude just casually obliterated concrete barehanded. He literally exists in a totally different dimension than me. Am I just a useless NPC in his epic storyline? His spiraling thoughts were snapped by Sun In's voice. Are you terrified? Jihan snapped his head up to see a warm smile. Yet those sharp eyes betrayed a deep, gnawing anxiety. His heart skipped a beat. Wait a second. I am literally his only friend. That is actually kind of bizarre. He is an awesome guy, but since day one, he only ever hung out with me. Jihan suddenly grinned with that classic teen arrogance. Scared? Hell no. I am gonna grind my levels and leave you in the dust. The heavy tension instantly melted from Sun In's face. Damn right. But first, you still need to answer my actual question. He threw the heavy interrogative back onto the table. What is your endgame here? You realize the techniques I showed you are just beginner tutorials, right? Jihan completely blue-screened for a second. Wait, seriously? Sun In ripped the band-aid off, revealing the brutal, pitch-black truth of this hidden society. Let me drop some hardcore lore on you. Awakened users, both innate and trained, abuse their powers for all sorts of crazy agendas. And honestly, almost all of it is highly illegal. Since you have awakened the system, those shady syndicate freaks will definitely target you. You already tasted this nightmare. You literally got trapped inside that dark summoner's death trap. Jihan frantically nodded like a terrified bobblehead. Sun In's gaze turned ice cold, delivering his final grim warning. If you actually want a normal life, completely abandon your system right now. But if you choose the path of power, steal your soul, or you will be slaughtered. This was the ultimate survival law of the Abyss. Jihan burned every single word into his very core. Having dropped that heavy reality check, Sun In violently shattered the illusion dimension. He turned his back, leaving behind a chillingly badass promise. Stay inside tonight. That rogue dark summoner is about to get completely erased. Pure, terrifying bloodlust radiated from those words. Jihan instantly panicked. He tried to stop his crazy friend, but Sun In just waved back casually. Catch you tomorrow at school, man. Jihan stood absolutely frozen in shock. Massive regret slammed into his very core. Hey, I seriously should have kept my mouth shut. Ominous shadows blanketed the quiet rooftops. Back home, Jihan just sat there, totally blanking out at his monitor. He let out a massively depressing sigh, whispering the cursed name. The Abyss. Still, Jihan's eyes stayed glued to the monitor. He stared intensely, as if trying to burn a hole right through the screen. Sure, that is the dictionary definition, Jihan mused, leaning back with his hands behind his head. But the Abyss could also mean hell, the forbidden zone, or a world of total chaos. That Abyss Sun Il mentioned. It must be a hidden world built by ability users. Is that jerk actually worried about me? Maybe he is terrified I will get shredded in a place where people fight to the death. Honestly, I want absolutely zero part of that mess. I love my peaceful, boring life way too much. But whatever, I still need to wake up and grind my levels. Even if I get dragged into the abyss, leveling up is my cheat code to success. Jihan clicked his tongue in frustration. Stepping toward the window, he whispered to the pale moon outside. I just hope that idiot does not do anything too reckless. But for some reason, his gut was screaming. A heavy, sickening wave of anxiety washed over him. Meanwhile, high above the city on a desolate rooftop, another figure bathed in moonlight broke the deafening silence. Sung Gan began to speak, his tone dangerously calm. Did you know? He murmured. Aside from Seoul, not many capitals in this world are completely surrounded by mountains. From the pitch-black shadows, a sharp, youthful voice bluntly cut him off. No, I do not. Sungan finally turned around, unleashing a heavy, suffocating aura as he locked on to the boy. Ignorance is bliss, I suppose. So, what exactly brings you here tonight? Is this territory not under the absolute control of the Chunbumun? Stepping out of the darkness, Sun Il glared with piercing eyes. You are exactly right. Consider this very ground our front yard. Yet, Sungan did not flinch at the fierce provocation. He simply pushed up his glasses, a cold glint flashing in the lenses. Slowly, he broke down the fragile balance of power between the factions. The Spirit Guild, the Heavenly Will Clan, and the Life Eaters, we all share this land. Therefore, the overlapping zones are strictly neutral territory. Am I wrong? Sun Il furrowed his brow in rage as he issued a dark warning. Correct. But we will not let rogue outsiders run wild. Sungan smirked, completely unfazed by the threat. I already secured permission from the Life Eaters, or rather, the irregular sorcerer himself. So, what exactly is the issue here? The young martial artist's voice dropped to a deadly register. If you truly believe that old man's word guarantees your safety, then you have made a fatal miscalculation. Sung Gan let out a mockingly arrogant chuckle. Oh, really now? I could not care less either way, because a little brat like you cannot even leave a scratch on me. Sun Il refused to crumble under that crushing arrogance. Whoever said I came here alone? The moment the words left his lips, two massive shadows materialized behind him. Bolstered by his fierce comrades, Sun Il laid down the ultimate trump card. My two senior brothers, the Wind Demon and the Rain Demon, have joined the hunt. Hearing those legendary titles, Sungan instantly calculated their combat power. Wind and rain demon, you say? I heard the Heavenly Will Master of Chunboomin ranks his disciples into 4 distinct tiers based on pure strength. Human, phantom, demon, and divine. Looks like they sent 2 demon-class beasts to face me. The wind demon aggressively jabbed a finger toward the dark summoner. Let me ask you straight. Are you Kwon Shinjun? The sinister man nodded without a shred of hesitation. That would be me. The wind demon immediately unleashed his blazing battle aura. I heard you have been dabbling in the dark arts of summoning, but let me give you a fair warning, amateur. If you cross us today, there is absolutely no escape. Suddenly, Sunil cut his hot-headed senior off. Senior brother, I was not finished talking to him yet. The wind demon snapped his fierce gaze to his junior. What the hell is there left to talk about? Can you not see this rat creeping around our sacred grounds? Sunil shot him a glare sharper than a freshly forged blade, silently warning him. Senior, please. The towering wind demon grumbled, clicking his tongue as he reluctantly backed down. Sunil then locked his razor-sharp focus back on their enemy. Kwon Shinjun, I will say this exactly one last time. Reveal your true intentions right now. Back away from this madness, and we will let you walk out of here alive. They expected a tense negotiation, but instead, the dark summoner hunched over, bursting into a fit of maniacal laughter. His completely unhinged reaction left the Chunboomun trio frozen in stunned silence. The laughter abruptly died, replaced by a dead, hollow stare. Out of nowhere, he posed a chilling question. Tell me, what would you do if you found a purpose far more valuable than your own pathetic life? Sunil narrowed his eyes, his guard instantly skyrocketing. What kind of twisted game are you playing? But the sinister man refused to drop his morbid interrogation. Answer me, he growled. If something in this wretched world mattered more than your very breathing, and you had to throw your life away to protect it, what would you do? Met with heavy silence, Sungun answered his own deadly riddle. There is only one logical conclusion, is there not? You risk absolutely everything. The instant he spoke, the concrete shattered. Horrifying waves of pitch-black mist exploded from beneath his feet. Sungun flashed a sinister, blood-chilling smirk. Bring it on, you naive brats. Fools of your caliber could never force me to retreat. In a flash, a new day dawned over the city. Jihan dragged his feet away from the school gates, heading straight for his cram classes. His legs moved on autopilot, but his mind was racing, completely consumed by his morning chat with Mr. Jihoon. Wait, seriously? Sunil actually skipped school today? The teacher claimed he caught a bad flu. But Jihan knew that was the most pathetic excuse ever. There is just no freaking way. How could a literal superhuman ability user, the direct heir to the Heavenly Will clan, ever catch a common cold? That is statistically impossible. Jihan could not help but curse under his breath. That absolute reckless idiot. You totally went and picked a death match with that crazy dark summoner, did you not? The more the puzzle pieces clicked, the harder his heart pounded in sheer panic. Sunil's combat level is glaringly lower than that monster, Kwon Shinjun. Messing with the Heavenly Bow clan? Hard pass. They've got to have high-tier masters backing them up. But since he bailed on school today, Jihan stopped dead, making a total boss move. Time for a house call. But first, he whipped out his phone for the mandatory check-in. Back home, his mom's phone shattered the silence. The second she picked up, Jihan fired away. Hey, Mom! Her voice dripped with instant suspicion over this totally random midday call. Jihan? What's going on? He dropped his most innocent tone. I'm skipping cram school today. The phone speaker nearly blew out. Excuse me? Say that again. Do you have any idea how much your tuition bleeds me dry? Jihan hit back with brutal honesty. Nope, but his excuse stopped her cold. Sun In is super sick, he missed class. Instantly, her terrifying aura vanished. Oh, Sun In? Jihan played the good boy card perfectly. Yeah, so I'm heading over there right now. A quick back and forth later, the mission was cleared. Fine. Thanks, Mom. Click. Then, a wild realization hit him about his mom's hidden stats. Her title was completely blocked by question marks, too. Something was definitely off. She was hiding some insane secret. All this crazy system glitching was seriously messing with his head. What if his entire boring, normal reality was nothing but a massive, fabricated lie? Shaking off the Matrix-level paranoia, he arrived at Sun In's massive traditional estate. He slammed the old-school buzzer. Ding dong! Dead silence. Not a single peep. He hovered his finger to spam the button again. Place is basically a castle. Better give it a sec. Seriously. This compound was ridiculously massive. Oh, wait! 5 years ago, they didn't even have electricity here. Flashback to middle school days. Sun In was the only kid completely surviving without a gaming PC. I literally had to teach the guy how to game. Back then, their anti-tech vibe made zero sense. Until right now. 3 epic words flashed in his brain. Heavenly Bow Guild, whatever that actually meant. It totally screamed secret clan setup, just like those overpowered Esper factions in web novels. A literal guild, an underground society grinding out special abilities and lethal martial arts. Basically a hardcore martial arts sect. That explained the total tech blackout. Guild stuff aside, his family was led by a literal grandmaster, a master teaching Taekyon, the brutal ancient Korean fighting style, plus the top Taekwondo dojo nationwide. 5 absolute champions trained here, including his dad. Naturally, Sun In swept the high school nationals too. The sheer legacy gave Jihan chills. Any thief breaking in here? Instant death wish. This bloodline was ridiculously overpowered. Suddenly, a familiar female voice cracked through the intercom. Who's there? He leaned in quickly. Hey, Seyun, it's Jihan. Is your bro around? She instantly switched to fake casual mode. Oh, hey kiddo. Sun In is super sick right now, so Jihan cut the act immediately. He got wrecked by Hwan Sunggon, didn't he? Just let me in. I already know everything. Total, absolute silence from the speaker. Finally, the massive wooden gates groaned open. Get in here. Jihan strolled inside. Disciples were sweating bullets, grinding their martial arts under the blazing sun. He followed the stone path cutting through the vibrant lawn. Near the courtyard, Seyun was already standing there, waiting like a boss. Rocking a casual tracksuit, Sun In's sister was no joke, an Olympic Taekwondo champion, boasting a level 32 Heavenly Bow Phantom aura. He jogged over. Long time no see. His gamer senses instantly scanned her stats. Level 32, slightly higher level than Sun In, she smirked back. Yeah, been about 2 months, right? He immediately shifted to his best bro. Pretty much. Where's the idiot hiding? She spun around with zero hesitation. Follow me. He blindly trailed behind her. Looking up, her athletic, weapon-like legs were right in his face, still rocking those insanely short athletic shorts. Total distraction mode. He violently shook the thirsty thoughts away. Focus up, man. But the second his foot hit the floorboards, ping, ping, system alerts exploded. Warning. You have entered a monster area. Welcome to the Heavenly Will Sect's Cloud and Rain Peak. All stats reduced by 30%. Wind God magic is missing. Cloud and rain magic buffs are gone too. Jihan stared at the system windows, absolutely paralyzed with shock. What? What in the world is this? Did I just accidentally stumble straight into an illusion barrier again? This feels completely different. The 3 Emperors zone of the Heavenly Will Sect? He swallowed his rising panic, venturing deeper into the cloud peak. But with every step, the atmosphere grew terrifyingly dark, making his gamer legs turn to jelly. But it was not over. Pitch black clouds suddenly swallowed the sky. In mere seconds, a torrential downpour left him completely drenched like a drowned rat. Suddenly, Sejan's sharp voice cut through the rain. Han Jihan is just a clueless, game-addicted teenage loser. Yet you dared to mention Hwan Sunggon. She glared down at the boy below, her eyes burning with lethal suspicion. You are incredibly suspicious, aren't you? Jihan's survival instinct screamed that his fragile little life was about to be snuffed out. This crazy lady acts first and thinks never. Is she seriously going to murder me without letting me explain? He desperately waved his hands to protest, but she ruthlessly cut him off. Shut your mouth. Sejan flashed a chilling, absolutely deadly smirk down at him. Let us find out who you really are first. That terrifying expression made his inner voice scream in sheer terror. Please do not smile while saying such scary things. Ignoring his desperate pleas, she raised her hands and summoned a massive storm. Dark clouds, gather now. Jihan trembled like a leaf, frantically stumbling backward. Somebody please save me. Answering her divine call, storm clouds rolled in like a conquering army, completely devouring the entire sky. Mysteriously, the heavy downpour slowly began to ease up. Jihan clearly sensed this bizarre supernatural phenomenon. The rain actually stopped. He looked up and realized the center of the massive clouds was rapidly splitting off in all directions, revealing Sejan's imposing, godlike silhouette standing majestically amidst the swirling fog. But soon her lower half vanished into the dark mist, like some forbidden occult magic. Suddenly, system alerts flashed, catching his frantic eyes. Movement speed decreased by 50%. You are afflicted with the slow status effect. He dismissed the glowing window, cursing his own terrible gamer luck. A slow debuff? Any smart player would keep debuff potions handy just for this exact situation. But what the heck do I know about magic? Meanwhile, the pitch-black fog slowly slithered around him. Trapped without an exit and completely blinded, he spiraled into a total panic attack. What do I do now? He blindly reached out to feel his way, only to hopelessly realize his vision was cut to less than an arm's length. In this desperate crisis, a genius gamer idea sparked in his brain. That is it, I have to do that. Remembering a freshly learned skill, he threw his hand to the sky and screamed, "Escape dungeon!" But the system heavily outsmarted the player. A massive error window popped up. Cannot escape this zone. His confident face instantly deflated like a sad, popped balloon. Wait, what? Refusing to accept this glitch, he bolted for his life. But after just 2 steps, an invisible, crushing force violently smashed directly into his back. He was mercilessly kicked through the air, his body flying several feet forward. Ah! Jihan face planted hard into the dirt, groaning in pure agony, entirely unable to stand up. The system relentlessly chimed again. You took 150 damage. Physical endurance skill proficiency has increased. This devastating news made him cry absolute rivers of tears. I can literally hear my health bar draining to zero. But surviving that brutal attack only proved Sejan's deadly theory right. You are definitely not the real Han Jihan. He pathetically crawled up from the dirt, desperately trying to clear his name. I really am, sis. But she completely ignored his crying, taking a bone-shattering strike and walking away without a scratch. Jihan felt incredibly wronged and absolutely miserable. I just recently leveled up my body, I swear. Sejan's piercing eyes glowed in the darkness, locking onto the boy with killer intent. She followed up with an iron-willed roar. Shut your trap. Where is the real Jihan? Are you one of Hwan Sunggon's lackeys? Being constantly denied his own identity ignited his rebellious gamer spirit. I refuse to get player killed like a totally helpless noob. He roared loudly. Inventory open. He quickly calculated his odds. This bread restores 10 health points. He decisively reached into the void. Bread, spawn right now. Jihan furiously chomped down on the bread, panic healing like a madman. His gamer brain rapidly did the math. If I chug some milk, my health will bump up by 50 points. One bite of crusty bread, followed by a massive gulp of milk. A chug of milk, then another desperate bite. Just like that, his health spiked. Plus 10, plus 10. Sejan blankly watched this pathetic, totally unappetizing mukbang unfold. She did not even try to interrupt, curious about what stupid trick he was planning. After stuffing his face to restore half his health, Jihan turned around with peak confidence. I will prove to you right now that I am the real Han Jihan. His suspiciously cocky, totally punchable grin made the hidden warrior sweat drop with utter confusion. Under her silent, extremely judgmental gaze, Jihan took a massive, exaggerated breath, puffing his cheeks out like a bullfrog. Lungs filled to the absolute brim, he suicidally screamed out her most guarded secret. Sejan has been wearing black silk underwear since her sophomore year, but before the echo even faded, she instantly assassinated him with a brutal chop to the neck. Her voice dripped with demonic, hellish fury. Han Jihan, how many times did I warn you to keep your big mouth shut? She smiled sweetly, but terrifying veins bulged wildly on her forehead. You absolute pervert. Ever since you snooped through my room, I swore. Jihan turned as pale as a ghost, frantically waving a mental white flag. Please calm down, sis. Well, at least you know I am the real deal now. Her iron grip crushed his trembling shoulders. Yeah, looks like you actually are. So, let me give you a little reward. Jihan instantly panicked, stammering out. Wait, hold on a second, ma'am. I know my stats leveled up recently, but her freezing glare violently cut him off. Shut your mouth. You can enter this zone, but you cannot ever leave. He finally realized his dialogue options were completely locked. Moments later, Jihan's blood-curdling screams echoed through the entire block. Fearing for his absolute life, our boy truly thought it was game over. Recalling the sheer trauma, Jihan could not help but violently complain. Both her and Sun In. Why did she suddenly go full boss mode and mercilessly beat him up? What a violently toxic family. Hating that remark, her face darkened as she menacingly growled. What did you say? If anyone hears you, they will think I am some crazy violent hag. But our hero's dangerously low intelligence stat proudly flared up once again. Well, you are a literal tigress. The brutal result? A devastating strike draining -5 HP. Instantly regretting his life choices, he wailed over his lost health. Suddenly feeling a piercing, sinister gaze stabbing his back, Jihan nervously gulped. What is it? Sejan's intimidating face flushed an incredibly suspicious shade of crimson. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. A few seconds later, she suddenly closed the distance. Flashing a deceptively angelic smile, she purred. Say, Jihan, listen closely. How about we go out on a little date together? His immediate internal reaction? Pure, unfiltered terror. Sejan beamed brightly, intimately pinching the terrified boy's cheek. Well, what do you say? Are you actually rejecting a total knockout like me? The phantom pain from her recent critical hit still lingered. Trembling, he quickly declined. No, never. I would never dare. Internally, his brain raced in overdrive. Give me a break. This psycho just wants to apologize for totally thrashing me earlier. Smoothly pulling the ultimate evasive maneuver, he used his mom as a human shield. Ah, I desperately need to study now, or my mom will absolutely unleash her wrath. Knowing this was a painfully obvious bluff, she let out an icy scoff. You glue yourself to your console all day. What's studying? Jihan fiercely crossed his arms, ready to aggressively defend his gamer pride. Wow, shots fired. Who exactly fed you those vicious lies? Ignoring his pathetic defense completely, she cut straight to the terrifying point. Stop. Tell me exactly what happened to you. Slightly caught off guard, he awkwardly asked, I already told Sun in the lore drop. Did that dude not brief you yet? Sejong looked completely clueless, tilting her head. No, I am completely in the dark. Sighing heavily in absolute defeat, he realized he had to explain the whole tutorial again. According to him, I somehow awakened as a so-called natural ability user. Hearing this massive plot twist, her jaw practically hit the floor in utter shock. What? You awakened as a natural ability user? For real? How did that happen? Her intense reaction instantly triggered Jihan's suspicion. This was wildly different from Sun In's totally deadpan response. That guy did not even blink. Keeping up his casual facade, he just shrugged. Beats me. My stats just randomly evolved like this. Burning with intense curiosity, Sejong interrogated the boy. So, what exactly is your class ability? He honestly confessed with one single, legendary word. The gamer. An unbearably heavy, awkward silence instantly nuked the room. Seconds later, the paused conversation finally rebooted. What? Does that mean you can grind and level up? Exactly. Gaining experience points and unlocking crazy skills. Sejong was still visibly glitching out from this shocking system update. How is that even remotely possible? Jihan perfectly quoted his best friend's brutal roast. According to Sun In, it is because I obsessively hardcore gamed day and night without ever touching grass. Hearing this absurd origin story, she frantically covered her mouth to stifle her giggles. The mocking laughter of the ultimate boss lady echoed ruthlessly. Ha ha ha. Hardcore gaming birthed the gamer ability. Oh my god, ha ha ha. His expression instantly darkened like a corrupted save file. Burning with sheer humiliation, Jihan snapped back. Hey, laughing like a maniac makes me horribly embarrassed, but she completely ignored his collapsing ego. No, I am literally crying tears here. Ha ha. After fully depleting her laughing stamina, Sejong finally regained her serious composure. Listen up, kid. Natural ability users are insanely rare in this server, and nearly all of them are overwhelmingly overpowered. This massive lore contradiction instantly short-circuited Jihan's brain. He frantically questioned her. Seriously? But why? She slowly dropped a heavy philosophical question. You have heard the legends about heavily trained ability users, right? He instantly and eagerly fired back. Yes. Seyeon totally flipped the script with her explanation. Those hardcore trained espers? They only hold the title of psychic. Beneath all that flash, they are just regular humans who forged their raw strength through pure, bone-breaking grit. But here is the kicker. Natural-born espers can grind too. Combine their God-given talent with hardcore training, and boom, total overpowered beasts. Jihan slapped his hands together, echoing like a massive critical hit. That is literally just min-maxing your starting stats, grinding massive experience points right at character creation. Se-yeon just stared at him, completely deadpan. Why does your brain only process reality through video games? Whatever. Guess that explains your totally broken gamer powers. Before he knew it, they had reached the sick bay. She casually pointed at the heavy door, dropping a warning. You want the hardcore details? Go ask Sun Il. He is resting right inside. The gamer boy instantly dropped the jokes, eyes locking onto the door with absolute gravity. He gave it a respectful knock. Glancing back, he finally asked, Are you not coming in? She just offered a soft smile. Nope. Catching her drift, he kept his mouth totally shut. Got it. The automatic doors hissed open, revealing a blindingly white hospital bed anchored right in the center of the gloomy room. The exact second his sneakers crossed the threshold, the system went absolutely crazy. Ding. You have entered a special instance zone. Heavenly Will Sanctuary. Health, stamina, and mana regeneration boosted by a massive 100%. His jaw dropped straight to the floor. Whoa, real-life healing fountains actually exist. His gamer brain spun wildly. Could he craft insane buff zones like this at higher levels? Suddenly, a painfully weak, familiar voice sliced through his thoughts. You finally made it? His head snapped up instinctively. A completely shattered, mummy-wrapped arm resting on the blankets hit him like a physical blow. Then, he met Sunil's eyes, offering a ridiculously gentle, broken smile. The IV bag dripped steadily, pumping fluids straight into his best friend's veins. The sheer devastating reality of the scene totally paralyzed him. Seconds ticked by before he choked out a whisper. This is insane. Snapping back, he dashed to the bedside, unleashing his teen rage. Hey, is you finally made it really all you have to say, you absolute idiot? Despite looking half dead, Sun Il just kept that infuriatingly chill smirk. Chill out, dude. It looks super brutal, but I am totally fine. Pretty sure that Psycho Hwan Sunggon was not actually trying to end my life. One single chilling word violently ricocheted inside the main character's brain. Kill. How could he drop that word so casually? Kill or be killed. Was that the twisted law of this hidden world? He clenched his jaw, grinding his teeth as he hissed. You really are. Sunil just sighed, flashing a bitter smile. I warned you, bro. The Abyss is a pitch-black nightmare way beyond your wildest gaming fantasies. People get permanently wiped out here every single day. It is literally hunt or be hunted. Reality crashed over him like an ice-cold wave. Is that why you desperately tried to keep me out? The beaten-up teen only offered a silent, knowing grin. Guilt and fury burned in his chest like battery acid. His knuckles turned white, gripping the metal bed frame. Sun ill. My ride-or-die best friend almost caught a game-over screen just to protect my neck. My childhood bro got completely trashed because of me. Tell me I am wrong. Sun ill desperately tried to defuse the ticking time bomb of a teenager. Hell no. This is absolutely not your fault. This entire zone belongs to our clan, but his voice suddenly dropped into a terrifyingly dark register. Cut the crap. Hearing that bone-chilling determination, the injured fighter could only swallow a heavy sigh. A massive wave of total helplessness and raw frustration crashed over the room. I am furious, but I am also a pathetic coward. I do not even know what the hell the Abyss actually is. But screw sitting on the sidelines. If my homie bleeds for me, no way, I am just going to lay low in the safe zone. A chaotic storm of rage pushed him to his absolute limit. Abyss, or whatever this garbage is, I am already locked into this quest. Panicking that his friend might do something insanely stupid, Sunil yelled, "Yo, wait!" But the gamer boy just shoved a dramatic finger right in his face, delivering the ultimate vow. Therefore, I must grind my level up. That blazing anime protagonist glare combined with his dead serious face completely short-circuited Sunil's brain for a solid second. Then, he completely lost his mind, laughing until tears streamed down his face. You freaking dork, you drop a line like level up looking like an action movie star. Ha ha ha. The absolute disrespect left the main character blushing furiously with pure teenage angst. I am dropping a legendary oath here, show some respect. But his idiot best friend just kept howling, ha ha ha, that was so cringe. It made him curse under his breath. This clown literally has zero emotional intelligence. After completely laughing his lungs out, Sunil finally switched back to serious mode. I 100% support your epic grinding arc, but stay out of the boss fight. The high-level clan elders are moving in to crush this problem themselves. He raised a highly skeptical eyebrow. The elders? He decided to drop some much-needed reality on his newbie bro. Yeah, man, those guys are monstrously overpowered. Kwon Shinjun might be an insanely broken mini-boss, but he is flying solo. A single player cannot wipe out an entire guild. Hearing that logic, a massive weight finally lifted off his teenage shoulders. Well, obviously. Then I am going totally goblin mode on grinding my levels. How long until your HP bar is back to max? Sun In squinted hard. Probably a whole month out. Jihan stressed over his attendance. You think faking sick is a joke? His buddy smirked. Should have said a dump truck wrecked me. Suddenly, Jihan's eyes darted sideways. A massive, chunky book sat right on the nightstand. He stepped up for a closer look. What is this giant textbook, bro? Sun In blinked. That thing? It is a manual for... Before he could finish, Jihan touched the cover. Boom! A glowing blue system screen popped up. You found a skill book, the Flaming Soul Spirit Art. Would you like to learn this skill? Jihan froze completely. What the actual heck is happening? He stared intensely at the system prompt. Would you like to learn this epic skill? Yes or no? Seeing him frozen like a statue, Sun In raised an eyebrow. Dude, what is wrong with you? Jihan snapped back to reality, testing the waters. Yo, is this ancient book super important? Clueless but confident, his buddy nodded. Yeah, totally. We got that manual from the Flaming Soul faction. A while back, both clans actually did a massive martial arts exchange. Jihan tilted his head, totally confused. A martial arts exchange? I thought this was a top-secret clan manual. Sun In casually spilled the core truth. Well, nobody trades their totally exclusive killer moves. But swapping basic combat techniques? No big deal. It is a total win for both factions. Jihan nodded, everything finally clicking. That makes total sense. Then, grinning like a madman, he asked, Yo, can I learn this stuff? The crazy request caught him totally off guard. You? How could a scrub like you learn it? To learn that, you need the Flaming Soul Spirit Art, a rare inner energy only taught to their direct disciples. We just grabbed it to study the combat theory. We cannot actually use it. Sun In suddenly slowed his talking speed. So basically, hear me out. There is this epic thing called inner energy mastery. At its core, the world is flooded with mystical energy called ki, and inner mastery is how we hoard that absolute power inside our bodies. In the West, gamers call this stuff mana. Over in the East, they call it chakra, and webtoon fans call it shinsu. People harness this crazy energy in a million different ways, but in real martial arts, you channel ki using pure inner mastery. Finally, the puzzle pieces snap together in Jihan's gamer brain. Ah, I have totally heard about this. Different inner energies exist. Mix two random types, and your body practically self-destructs, right? Sun In was low-key shocked by his buddy dropping deep lore terms. Yeah, spot on. Did you learn that from a video game too? Jihan sweated slightly. Yeah. A martial arts game. Seeing the hype, his buddy casually nodded. Try learning it if you want, but your brain will reject it. Jihan practically vibrated with excitement. Hey, what if this book magically vanishes? Is that cool? Sun In rubbed his temples, totally exhausted. It is just a copy, so whatever. Just do not take it outside. If this leaks, my family's honor gets completely trashed by the Flaming Soul faction. Why are you asking so many weird questions? Think learning this will make you an A-rank player or something? Jihan totally ignored the jab, locked in on his goal. Here goes nothing, right? He instantly smashed the yes button on the floating screen. A brilliant flash blinded him. The system reacted. Of course, since my life is a literal video game, I can just consume skill books. I cannot believe my dumb brain never thought of this cheat code. Honestly, it makes perfect sense. He thought he was about to get insanely overpowered, but the system brutally rejected him. Warning, you cannot learn this awesome skill. Intelligence requires 15 plus. Vitality requires 15 plus. Getting denied only made Jihan's gamer blood boil with pure hype. There are actual stat requirements for this. This reality is becoming a hardcore RPG. My current player level is only 7, but I have 15 unspent stat points saved up. My intelligence and vitality are sitting at 8 and 9. Dumping points to meet the absolute bare minimum leaves me with 2 extra. Grinning like a villain, he rapidly tapped the glowing interface. A completely perfect fit. His bizarre ghost-tapping movements made Sun In insanely curious. Yo, dude, what are you even doing? But Jihan just smirked, clearing his throat. Chill out, bro. Just watch a master at work. He furiously mashed the stat button. Time to max out that intelligence. Jihan smirked with total gamer arrogance. All set. Check this out. He slammed that accept button. Time to learn this epic skill. A blinding flash erupted instantly. The sheer radiance forced their eyes shut. The system chimed in. You learned Soul Burn Recovery, Level 1, an active healing skill. With a Soul Stone, it restores 50 mana, cures all nasty status effects. No stone? Restores 50 health points instead. Still clears all debuffs. The physical book vanished into thin air. Golden particles drifted toward the ceiling. Jihan bathed in that magical glow. Pure knowledge flooded his brain. The ultimate healing art. Sunil was absolutely speechless. What the heck? Jihan just laughed like a maniac. Bow before your new god, mortal. Throughout heaven and earth, I alone am the master gamer. Han Jihan reigns supreme. Sunil stared like he was crazy. Listen up, you total noob. Let me drop some basic knowledge. In any real game, right? You gotta learn the skill before you can spam it. Games run on crazy complex systems, and one of those is the skill book mechanic. You read the magical book, boom, instant power. But then the book goes, poof. Sunil's eyes went wide. Wait, are you saying? Jihan flashed a cocky grin. Bingo! I just mastered the Soul Burn Recovery, so the ancient text is gone forever. Sunil scoffed in total disbelief. That is incredibly sketchy. Time to test this bad boy out. Hey, watch what I can do now. Sunil panicked instantly. No way he was becoming a test subject. Dude, back off. But the cast speed was way too fast. Soul Burn Recovery. A radiant golden aura enveloped Sunil's battered body. He felt the miraculous healing energy firsthand. Jihan threw his head back and cackled. You can call me your majestic king now. We are totally bros. Meanwhile, Sunil stared at his completely healed, flawless hands. I am instantly cured. Jihan snapped his fingers proudly. Instant cast skills are totally overpowered, man. Got a healing item? Boom, good as new. But Sunil caught a weird detail. Wait, isn't that practically cheating? Jihan completely brushed off the question. Who cares? Anyway, let me finish patching you up. The brand new overpowered skill activated once again. Soul Burn Recovery. He spammed the skill relentlessly. Sunil stood up, looking perfectly healthy. That crazy visit took up the whole afternoon. Strolling back home, Jihan glanced up. The sun was already setting on the horizon. His buddy was absolutely shocked by the healing. Jihan hyped up their hangout tomorrow. After school, it is game on. His heart raced with pure gamer adrenaline. I finally snagged a legendary skill. Soul Burn Recovery. A top-tier healing ability. Simply put, I am officially a healer, the ultimate lifeline class in any party setup. Usually, healers are super squishy. They desperately need tanks for protection. But not Jihan. He instantly summoned his system interface. Status window. There are 0 limits on what I can learn. He analyzed his unique core attributes. My class is the gamer. This default setting is my absolute superpower. But what does being a gamer actually mean? Obviously, it means someone who plays games. All these gaming terms were spinning in his head. What is the catch? He counted off his fingers, running the math. Let us review the facts. Fact 1. My daily chores turn into skills. Fact 2. Normal objects become epic loot. Fact 3. My physical body runs on game logic. Fact 4. Random books become magical skill manuals. That sums up the madness for now. Plus, he noticed one more epic detail. Soul burn recovery is level 1. Leveling up brings massive buffs. But wait, what other hidden system perks are secretly messing with my real life? Seriously, what insane cheat codes does this gamer class actually hold? Overthinking fried his brain, so Jihan angrily swiped the skill window away. Total headache. He rushed toward his cozy home, but reality suddenly warped around him. Jihan instantly recognized the source of this creepy, ominous dread creeping up. An illusion barrier. The street morphed into a pitch-black nightmare crawling with undead zombies. He wanted to cry absolute tears of pure frustration. Hwan Sungan, is that psycho spanning barriers everywhere again? The familiar horror twisted Jihan's guts into knots, and great, freaking zombies again. Wait, why are there only a few this time? Whatever the reason, less mob density means an easier raid for me. This is a total cakewalk. He smoothly summoned his life-saving weapon from inventory, a literal baseball bat. Maybe he should find a crowbar instead? You know, for that classic Half-Life vibe. Whatever, focus. Hello there, lovely angels. Jihan sprinted headfirst toward the nearest bald zombie. Power strike! He swung his bat with god-tier force, smashing right into its gut. The monster's HP bar instantly plummeted down to 0. The recoil left his hands trembling, but an adrenaline rush electrified his brain. No critical hit text, but that damage was absolutely legendary. Did sprinting actually grant me a hidden momentum damage buff? He unleashed another brutal swing, forcing the monstrous zombie to fold into the dirt. Power strike. It completely folded under my epic might. Jihan smirked with supreme gamer confidence. 4 solid strikes, and these scrubs are getting totally wiped from the server. Suddenly, pale, rotting hands crept toward his blind spot. The zombie grabbed his ankle and chomped down hard. Jihan shrieked like a totally terrified dying chicken. That utter panic instantly ignited into blazing fury. He furiously kicked its jaw into oblivion and roared at the top of his lungs. Are you kidding me, you stupid zombie? Finishing off this trash mob left Jihan gasping for air, totally exhausted from the wild fight. He rapidly checked his current character status window. Thankfully, the sharp pain in his leg completely vanished. But damn it, 20 HP gone. Guess my actual fighting skills remain somewhat pathetic. Still, he hyped himself up to hunt more monsters. If I want to level up, I have to grind these undead freaks. He felt his stamina rapidly draining away. Even as a game character, this physical brawling was draining his energy way too fast. How do I wreck these mobs without getting bitten? Suddenly, an absolutely brilliant game-changing strategy flashed right into his racing mind. Oh right, Energy Bolt. The memory of that epic magic skill suddenly surged through his chaotic thoughts. Yes, I just unlocked it recently. A long-range mana attack skill to totally blast enemies from afar. I boosted my intelligence stat to 15, so this magic blast should hit like a truck. He quickly navigated the system interface to test it. The tragic part was finally locating the exact formula. Energy Bolt, active skill level 1, 0 experience, a devastating ranged attack firing pure mana. Damage scales insanely with the intelligence stat. Range 10 meters. But noob Jihan had absolutely 0 clue how to actually cast the magical spell. How do I activate this skill? How exactly do I shoot pure magical energy out? Guess I must just test it. There, catch that freak! He gambled everything entirely. He locked his hands into a finger gun pose and aimed straight ahead. Energy Bolt activate. His palms instantly glowed with blazing turquoise mana. Unexpectedly, the volatile energy backfired, exploding right in his hands. Jihan shrieked in agonizing pain, but ironically, that painful fail taught him the casting mechanics. It fires from the open palm. Bending his fingers caused the massive blast. Jihan learned his lesson, firmly straightening his hands forward. All right then, let us do this. He locked onto the target and confidently chanted the ultimate spell, Energy Bolt. Instantly, a blinding sphere of pure mana materialized and shot forward like a blazing missile. The magical bullet blasted straight toward the stumbling female zombie. She had 0 survival instincts. The magic explosive slammed into her body, making her shriek, but it was far too late. Watching the undead freak collapse hard into the dirt, he cheered with absolute gamer triumph. Awesome. Jihan finally grasped the raw, destructive power of his new magic. This mana blast could easily knock these monsters out cold. He approached carefully to inspect the epic loot. Let us see what dropped. Looks like spamming 10 magic bolts will totally vaporize one. I have enough mana to host a lethal fireworks show. He noticed the zombie aggressively crawling back up. Jihan ruthlessly fired another glowing blast for the ultimate finishing move. Take this, Energy Bolt. It sprawled pathetically on the shattered ground, yet he still mercilessly mocked the fallen mob. This zombie is so incredibly weak. but that easy victory made Jihan's gamer blood boil with intense thrill. Time for the ultimate monster farming spree. He gleefully gripped his baseball bat, unleashing a savage combo on the undead. Unable to counterattack, its HP bar rapidly plummeted to 0. Moments later, the monster dissolved into blackened ashes and vanished. Jihan proudly absorbed yet another massive dose of priceless combat experience. Okay, I got the perfect combo. Zap them down with an energy bolt, then bash their brains in. Suddenly, a shiny little spirit stone sparkled right by his sneakers. Pure gamer instinct kicked in, and Jihan snatched it up. Weird. Did that brain eater just drop loot? Reality was starting to glitch. Mobs dropping loot in video games is just standard logic. But seriously, I might have gamer powers, but this is real life, right? The second he grabbed it, a massive system prompt hijacked his vision. Item acquired. Staring at the tiny rock, Jihan absolutely lost his mind. No freaking way. A literal soul stone! His brain furiously scanned his skill list. If I remember right, totally ignoring the walking dead around him, he screamed like a massive fanboy. This is the exact material for my spirit skill. These ugly undead actually drop good loot? A zombie lunging straight at his face violently snapped him back to reality. He tossed the stone into his inventory and smirked. Time to grind some levels. With his mana flow finally unlocked, the energy surged through his fingertips perfectly. Energy bolt. The blast slammed dead center, knocking the zombie completely off balance. Without hesitation, he swung his bat like a madman. Another monster brutally crushed. It instantly dissolved into pitch-black ash. The system happily registered the kill. Level up. The pop-up fueled his teenage rebellion. Bring on the horde. Explosions and brutal smashes echoed through the entire illusion barrier. Then, that sweet ding chimed. Another level up. Jihan gasped for air, totally wiped out but hyped. He crashed onto the dirt, exhaling a massive sigh of victory. Cleared the whole damn zone. Let us check those sweet stat points. Boom. A giant notification blocked his face. Title acquired. Trainee Zombie Hunter. Jihan blinked, completely dumbfounded. He knew exactly what this gamer garbage meant. A title? Any decent role-playing game has a reputation system. Equip a title you earned through crazy conditions, and you score some seriously overpowered buffs, like squashing 100 bugs to become the legendary bug slayer. I cannot believe I actually unlocked one. Might as well check the stats. Let us see here. The holographic panel displayed the epic details. Trainee Zombie Hunter. You possess a twisted talent for slaughtering the undead. Eradicate them all, plus 30 damage, plus 30 defense against the undead horde. All stats plus 5 during zombie combat. Jihan clicked his tongue in absolute awe. This flavor text goes incredibly hard. Did the goddess Gaia actually code this? Either way, these buffs are completely busted. 30 flat points to attack and defense, plus 5 to everything else. Heaven literally wants me to purge zombies. Equip it right freaking now. Instantly, blazing neon text materialized above his head. Trainee Zombie Hunter. Level 9 Gamer. Han Jihan. He threw his arms wide, soaking in the insane power rushing through his veins. He snapped his eyes open, practically vibrating with newfound strength. Exhaling deeply, he surveyed the empty battlefield. Time to bounce. Escaping the dungeon. After surviving that epic chaos, Jihan finally returned to his normal, boring house. I am home. Today was such an absolute roller coaster. His sense of time was totally fried. Feels like I survived a week-long war out there. Jung-suk's voice drifted lazily from the living room. Oh, you are back? He awkwardly shuffled inside, looking around. Yeah, I am. Got held up a bit, but her reaction was super suspicious. She did not even glance away from the screen. Jung-suk completely ignored her son, asking with terrifying casualness, Is Sunil doing okay? Jihan gave a quick, obedient nod. Yeah, he is totally fine. He will be dragging himself to class in a few days. He thought he was safe, until she dropped the interrogation act. Oh, really? Jihan froze mid-step. A giant, glowing question mark literally popped up above his mother's head. My ability is flawlessly accurate. Could my own mother be hiding a massive secret? What if there is a hidden reason I cannot see her level? Jihan brushed off the looming mystery for now. He turned around, announcing, I am heading upstairs. His mom called out. Did you eat yet, honey? He muttered a lazy yes just to escape. Yeah, I ate. Hitting his room, he instantly ditched his heavy jacket, collapsing right into his glorious gaming chair. Before his brain even registered it, the monitor was already glowing. Oops, booted it up out of pure muscle memory. Jihan stared blankly at his familiar setup. But soon, a brand new day dawned. The sky was obnoxiously blue, the weather totally perfect. In class, everyone was goofing off, except Jihan, who was brooding like a tragic hero. Bam! Mr. Jihoon kicked the door open. Quiet down, you absolute menaces. He signaled the class president, Yujin. She snapped to attention. The usual boring morning greetings echoed out, but Jihan's radar pinged. A mysterious shadow was lurking outside. Mr. Jihoon finally dropped the bombshell. We have a fresh transfer student today. Due to some family circumstances, she relocated here. Aura instantly threw her hand up. Is it a cute guy, sir? The teacher's answer instantly divided the room. It is a girl. Jihan acted totally unimpressed to save face. Dudes are so incredibly simple-minded. With the intro done, Mr. Jihoon called out, "You can come in now." He casually glanced at the door, but the familiar silhouette that stepped in, cold sweat instantly exploded across his forehead. That unmistakable fiery red hair flowed with every step. The horrific truth crashed into him. The blood completely drained from his terrified face. The girl at the podium was definitely Kwon Shinjun. Even in a normal school uniform, he could never mistake that intense, doll-like face. This unannounced ambush had his whole body trembling. Why the hell is she here? Mr. Jihoon nudged the new girl. Please introduce yourself. She gave a perfectly stiff, polite bow. My name is Kwon Shinjun. I transferred due to family business. Please take care of me. The teacher immediately pointed out her new desk. You can take that empty seat in the back. Jihan heard the footsteps getting dangerously close. His heart was basically doing parkour in his chest. The inevitable nightmare had arrived. Their eyes accidentally locked. His soul practically left his physical body, but Shinjung just stared blankly for a second, then casually looked away like he was totally invisible. Shaking, Jihan instantly buried his face in his desk. Shockingly, she breezed right past his row without a single word. Her flawless, ignored, "You completely" act left Jihan utterly bewildered. Did she really not recognize me? Maybe she actually forgot who I am? Being completely overlooked bruised his teen ego more than he wanted to admit. This is ridiculously weird. And why is no one else noticing her deadly aura? New transfer students always grab insane attention, especially a girl looking like that. There has to be some dark magic at play here. Jihan's paranoid gamer brain kicked into overdrive. Is she using some high-level illusion or mind control skill? The more he analyzed it, the more frustrated he got. But seriously, how could she just wipe me from her memory? First period dragged on miserably, then the second period rolled around. Did she seriously forget everything, even after that insane life-or-death incident we shared? Jihan shook his head, trying to toss out the chaotic thoughts. Whatever, man. She belongs to the terrifying abyss world anyway. That makes her a walking hazard. Her forgetting me is honestly the best-case scenario for my survival. Exactly. She ignores me, I play it cool. Problem solved. Suddenly, the classroom door was violently yanked open again. The sharp clack of heavy leather shoes hit the floor. Jihan's relaxed face morphed into absolute terror in 0 seconds flat. What the actual hell? The massive man slammed his fist on the desk, his aura crushing the room. Silence, everyone. My name is Hwan Sungan. I am your new chemistry teacher starting today. Your old teacher was hospitalized after an accident. Open your textbooks now. Sungan barked out an order. Class President, Yujin, what page are we on? She stood up rigidly. Page 102, sir. Playing the strict teacher perfectly, he commanded. Turn to page 102. Jihan's brain was completely short-circuiting. No, seriously, why is absolutely nobody questioning this dude's hardcore mafia outfit? That brutal class felt like an entire agonizing century. After school, he dragged his exhausted body home alone. Jihan frantically pieced together the absurd events of the day. Hwan Sungan is my chemistry teacher, and Kwon Shinjun is the new student. Something massive is definitely going down in the shadows. Shinjung's face was practically radiating murderous intent when that guy walked in. Okay, maybe Shinjung actually transferred for normal family reasons. But what the heck is Hwan Sungan's excuse? An abyss mobster getting a legit day job is wildly suspicious. And why did his supervillain wardrobe cast a blind spot on everyone else? Mind totally fried, Jihan smashed the doorbell at Sun Il's house. This whole day is a fever dream, he muttered. A familiar girl's voice answered. Who is it? I'm right here, Seijin, he answered quickly. The door flew open instantly. She flashed a massive, welcoming grin. Get inside. Stepping inside, Jihan blinked at the completely empty training courtyard. Wait, where is everybody else? Place is totally deserted. Seijin threw him a mischievous wink. I banned everyone from coming today. We have some top-secret business to handle. Jihan just blinked, utterly clueless. Wait, what? What kind of crazy business? She scanned the area like a ninja, then pointed dramatically. You and that insane gamer ability of yours require maximum priority. Jihan's face flushed bright red from the intense spotlight. Hey, what exactly do you mean by maximum priority? His anxiety spiked instantly. Why did that sound like a total death trap? Seijin leaned in dangerously close, whispering, Did you forget you completely restored Sun In to full health yesterday? Her praise felt unreal. Literally nobody else could pull off a miracle like that. Jihan stood frozen, utterly stunned. Wait, am I actually that overpowered? One compliment and his ego exploded to the stratosphere. Guess standard healers just cannot compete. A healer is absolute VIP status. Seijun just stared at him, totally deadpan. What nerd garbage are you spouting now? Skipping the small talk, she ruthlessly dragged him inside. Get moving! Seijun locked onto Jihan's arm like a vice grip, dragging him down the hallway so he could not escape. Reaching a specific room, she aggressively slid the door wide open. A shirtless, sweating Sun In immediately caught Jihan's eye. But something else entirely triggered his gamer instincts, that bizarre smoke-like aura radiating off him. Was that actual martial arts ki? Suddenly, a painfully familiar, grumpy old voice snapped Jihan back to reality. So, the brat finally arrives. He immediately slapped on a perfectly polite fake smile. Greetings, Grandpa. The old man scoffed, petty as ever, refusing to even look. This is what happens when brain-rotting video games ruin your generation. Jihan instantly fired back with his trademark cheeky charm. Oh, chill out, old man. Gaming is peak modern culture. You are just out of touch. By the way, this boomer is Shin Suno, the ultimate elder of the household. He absolutely despised Jihan for corrupting his grandson with video games. But ironically, all their bickering forged an unbreakable bond. Basically, this boomer and zoomer were secretly besties. One compliment later, Jihan's rebellious teenage attitude flared right back up. Keep trapping him here, and Sun In will become a total antisocial weirdo. You gotta adapt to the modern meta, Grandpa. Plus, I noticed you finally upgraded this dusty place. Stop being so stubbornly stuck in the past. This absolute teenage disrespect instantly ignited Suno's legendary fury. You insolent little punk. But Jihan did not flinch once. Instead, his gamer brain activated to analyze the threat. Boss music is playing, same classic rage mode as always. But what is his actual player level? Jihan activated his system, glancing above the old man's head. The floating text shattered his confidence entirely. Grandmaster Shin Suno, level. Unknown. Wait, what? What a glitch. His level is completely hidden, so he really is the Grandmaster, but why are the stats invisible? Suddenly, Jihan's hardcore gaming logic provided a terrifying answer. I get it now. In RPGs, a boss's level turns to question marks when the level gap is astronomically huge. My system works the exact same way. This boomer is insanely overleveled. Seeing the brat standing completely frozen, Suno barked a strict command. Why are you staring into space like an idiot? Get over here immediately! Jihan snapped out of his system panic. Yes, sir, moving. Throughout their entire chaotic bickering, Sun In remained locked in a flawless horse stance like a literal statue. Burning with curiosity, Jihan questioned the master. Is Sun In back to hardcore training already? The Grandmaster's eyes held a deep, calculating wisdom. I am simply testing his limits, to verify if your ridiculous healing magic actually worked. Feigning casual indifference, Suno finally dropped the real question. Rumor has it, you randomly awakened as a natural superhuman. Reading the old man's trap perfectly, Jihan played it totally cool. Yeah, word on the street says I am pretty amazing. Suno aggressively scoffed at the teenager's absolute lack of traditional humility. Has the apocalypse finally started? How does a slacker degenerate like you just magically awaken superpowers? Instantly triggered, Jihan dramatically crossed his arms in protest. So what if I am basically a superhero now? Refusing to engage the brat's giant ego, the elder turned back to his grandson. Sun In, report your condition. Sweating profusely, the disciple finally spoke up. My ki flows perfectly, master. Satisfied, Suno gave a firm, reassuring nod. Very well, end your stance and rest. Then, spinning back around with eyes blazing like a seasoned detective, he cornered the teenager. Now speak, you little punk. How exactly did you trigger a natural awakening event? Jihan flipped his expression faster than lightning, smoothly playing dumb. How should I know? It was just a crazy coincidence, old man. Seriously, you complain way too much. Why hide this from me anyway? Hook, line, and sinker. The old geezer completely forgot his previous question. Like this is anything good. Why would I tell you? Unbelievable. I spoiled you rotten just because you are Sun In's buddy. Then, he suddenly barked out an order. Seijun. Yes, grandfather, she answered instantly. Bring it out here, he commanded. Seijun immediately darted out of the room to execute his orders. Suno seized the chance to pry. I have heard rumors about your crazy ability. You just touch a book and instantly master its secrets, right? Since it was not exactly a top secret, Jihan did not hide anything. Yep. The old man pressed on, fishing for limits. No weird side effects from this superhuman quirk? The teen answered honestly. Not that I know of. Suno stroked his beard thoughtfully. Give me your hand, kid. Clueless, but obedient. Jihan extended his wrist so the elder could check his pulse. He held his breath, eagerly awaiting the Grandmaster's epic power analysis. Moments later, Sun-Oh clicked his tongue. It is not internal martial energy, but raw power definitely lurks inside. Jihan tossed out a wild guess. Could it be mana, old man? The sheer absurdity of that claim made the elder deeply skeptical. But how could you cast our sacred spiritual arts using simple mana? Sun In chimed in from behind with his own geeky theory. I think his unique ability acts like a cheat code. Sun-Oh narrowed his eyes, catching the profound meaning behind those words. You mean the universe itself is buffing this kid's power? Sun In smirked, proudly confirming this insane hypothesis. Sure looks like it. The elder nodded slowly, the pieces finally clicking together. I understand completely now. If that is true, then this brat's ability must be at the legendary Heaven rank. Naturally, Jihan was the only clueless noob in the room. Heaven rank? What is that? Sun In eagerly stepped up to educate his buddy. My clan ranks every awakened ability into 5 distinct tiers. Heaven, Immortal, Demon, Monster, and Human. But literally nobody has ever reached the Heaven tier. Jihan blinked, offering a hilariously dry response. For real? Sounds pretty badass. Right on cue, Sehon returned lugging a massive, ridiculously heavy crate. Jihan flashed a cheeky thumbs up. Wow, you are absolutely jacked. If I had to carry that, my spine would snap. Talk about brutal teenage honesty. Bam. The heavy crate smashed directly onto his foot. The Grandmaster and grandson could only watch in stunned silence as Jihan hopped around screaming, Holy Mother of Pain! The mystic carton was sealed with bizarre, swirling magical runes. His newly upgraded gamer senses screamed that this was no ordinary junk. I can actually feel some freaky aura radiating from that box. Unbelievable. I can literally sense spiritual energy now. Every single day, I realize just how much of an absolute genius I am. After Sejong ripped away the seals, 2 massive tomes appeared. The Heavenly Will, Mental Art, and the Breathing Technique. Jihan leaned in close, completely intrigued. What are those? She proudly showed off her clan's ultimate loot. The foundational mental and physical arts of our sect. Outsiders can technically learn them, but we do not teach just anybody. The teen immediately connected the dots. So, these are super rare, right? He received a dead serious nod. Spot on. Sejong leaned down to grab the mystic manuals. Let us see here. Suddenly, her baggy shirt slipped, revealing a dangerously distracting, heart-racing view. Jihan turned beetroot red, but his rebellious teenage eyes absolutely refused to look away. Seriously, she needs to wear tighter clothes around guys. How is the old geezer not yelling about this? Meanwhile, she remained blissfully unaware of the cinematic drama unfolding. Here you go. He desperately tried to play it cool. All right. So what is the next step? Sun-Oh dropped an absolutely insane quest on him. Try learning them right now. I know you are telling the truth, but I need to witness exactly how your crazy system operates with my own eyes. Absorb those manuals for me, Jihan sweated nervously, demanding a solid guarantee from the artifact owner. If these books vanish into my inventory, you cannot force me to pay for them. The Grandmaster nodded confidently. Do not panic, kid. Those are merely backup copies. Hearing that, the teen ditched all hesitation and went all in. They are basically just magical textbooks anyway. All right, time to devour these skills. He dramatically extended his hand, cautiously touching the cover of the legendary tome. He gripped the Heavenly Will mental art tightly, waiting for the inevitable system ding. Seconds later, a holographic pop-up exploded into view. You have acquired the skill book, Heavenly Will Mental Art. Do you wish to learn this skill? Without a single second of hesitation, Jihan smashed the yes button. Obviously, I am learning it. Instantly, a blinding, awe-inspiring light erupted, swallowing his entire body in epic aura. A highly detailed system window materialized in midair. Heavenly Will Mental Art, active and passive skills acquired. The foundational internal martial art of the Heavenly Will clan. The aura cleansing technique actively rewired his own memories in real time. This ancient martial arts knowledge is permanently burning itself directly into my subconscious mind. I swear, this is just as broken as my gamer powers. Except for my luck stat, every single attribute just spiked by 10 points. The most insane glitch? When my mana scales up, my bonus stats piggyback right along with it. Who knew cultivating internal energy meant skipping the endless level grinding entirely? Talk about an overpowered skill. Did I seriously just score a cheat code like this? Sun-Oh watched the whole spectacle, his lingering doubts completely shattered. The ancient tome had literally vanished into thin air. Hand the kid that other volume. Sehon whipped out a second text, tossing it straight to Jihan. Aside from a shiny new technique name, that exact same system prompt flashed again. You have acquired the Breath Control Technique skill book. Do you wish to learn this skill? The teen paused, glancing at the original owner before locking in his choice. Should I absorb this one too? She urged him on with a hearty, confident nod. Yeah, give it a shot. Jihan smirked, casually smashing that accept button on the left side of his interface. But this time, absolute crickets. No magical glowing lights anywhere. Instead, a blazing red warning violently popped up. Warning. Severe backlash possible if overlapping with the Heavenly Will Mind Art. Do you still wish to proceed? He immediately dropped the unexpected bombshell. It says I might suffer some serious debuffs if I learn this. Sejan's jaw literally hit the floor. Wait, what? What in the world is that supposed to mean? Jihan held his tongue for a second, shooting her a skeptical look. Oh, that makes sense. You have never touched a video game before, right, Sejan? Son, Oh chuckled, completely validating the teen's suspicion. Spot on. She has never played a single game. The gamer teen instantly burst into relentless, mocking laughter. Oh my gosh, you absolute Neanderthal boomer. Sejan flared up, radiating pure murderous intent. Do you have a death wish, punk? Jihan instantly turtled up, his rebellion fading. No ma'am, definitely not. He quickly pivoted to explaining basic gaming mechanics. Look at it this way. I have a built-in notification system. It drops crucial intel on me during specific situations. Kind of like a pop-up window. For instance, if I am about to do something stupid, it calculates whether the outcome will be an epic win or a total disaster. This magical utility genuinely impressed the old master. That is actually quite brilliant. So, what exactly did this invisible oracle just tell you? Jihan glanced back at his glowing status screen. It warned of adverse effects if I absorb this technique while already possessing the Heavenly Will mind art. That is the gist of it. The old man stroked his beard with a sly grin, eyeing the boy like a priceless artifact. Just as I suspected, this strange power of yours is absolutely extraordinary. You are saying it predicted a severe clash between the two internal energies. He dramatically gestured toward the pile. All right, let us test this specific volume next. Sejan caught the signal, tossing a heavy, dark brown manual straight into his hands. Jihan scanned the floating text, confirming the loot. You have acquired the Heavenly Will Divine Art skill book. Do you wish to master this skill? I am going to absorb this one too. Sun-Oh gave a firm nod of approval. Do it. But if that warning bell rings again, abort the mission. The teen confidently smashed the accept button once more, but this time, the system window ruthlessly shut him down. Error, you are fundamentally incapable of learning this skill. Intelligence stat requirement, 90 plus. Intelligence stat requirement, 90 plus. Jihan stared blankly at the absolutely unhinged system prerequisite. He swallowed hard, awkwardly breaking the bad news to the master. It is locking me out. It says my intelligence stat needs to be at least 90 points. Internally, he was screaming at the game's insane scaling. 90 points? Are you kidding me? How am I supposed to grind that high? Plus, this is not just some basic mind art. It is a divine technique. This has to be ultra-rare tier loot compared to the garbage earlier. The old man blinked, completely baffled by the gamer slang. Intelligence stat? What on earth does that mean? Jihan instantly shifted into tutorial mode, breaking it down for the boomer. Basically, a gamer's raw potential is measured entirely through cold, hard numbers. For example, if your strength stat is sitting at a pathetic level 1, you can probably only lift a tiny pebble. But if you crank that stat to level 100, you could bench press a massive boulder with zero effort. Sun-Oh's brain practically short-circuited trying to process this bizarre digital logic. It seems I must plunge into this digital realm to truly comprehend the depths of your power. The teen instantly seized the opportunity to recruit him. Then you should definitely start gaming with me. There are some epic new martial arts titles that just dropped, like The Legend of the Green Woods or The Wandering Vagabond. Just hearing those cheesy titles gave the master a massive headache. He quickly waved him off. All right, that is enough. But tell me, if you boost this intelligence stat, do you actually become a genius? Jihan flashed an incredibly smug, confident grin. Honestly, yeah, I am pretty sure I do. Sun-Oh clicked his tongue, utterly fascinated by the absurdity of it all. What a spectacularly bizarre power. However, I finally grasped the mechanics of your gift. You possess what the martial world calls a late-blooming physique. The roles reversed, and the gamer teen was suddenly the clueless student. Wait, a late bloomer? The Grandmaster eagerly dumped some ancient lore onto the confused kid. Among natural awakenings, some individuals possess catastrophic power from birth, but others? They possess a terrifying, infinitely scaling potential. Just like your system, Sejan dumped the rest of the manuals on the kid. Pure gamer instinct kicked in as Jihan caught two massive, ridiculously thick grimoires. But Sehon was not done. She aggressively shoved yet another legendary volume into his arms. Take this one too, she barked out, her tone leaving absolutely zero room for negotiation. You are going to absorb every single one of these. The teen started sweating profusely, terrified his mental hard drive was about to crash. Am I actually allowed to just spam learn all these clan secrets? Sun-Oh sensed the boy's panic and instantly calmed the stormy atmosphere with a warm, grandfatherly smile. While our deepest martial secrets are strictly forbidden to outsiders. Passing on these foundational cheat codes to you, I see absolutely no problem with that. No sweat, kid. Breathing a sigh of relief, Jihan confidently locked in his epic choice. I'll take it. He totally smashed that accept button with his index finger. Boom. System windows spammed his vision like crazy. Heaven's Will sword arts, active and passive. This legendary beginner blade technique uses the divine mind mantra, perfectly fusing the unstoppable cosmic energy of the high heavens, the earth, and humanity. It passively buffs blade speed and raw damage by a solid 10%. Unlocking the divine aura mantra adds a sick 20% damage boost. Next up, Heaven's Will brawler style, active and passive. The ultimate beginner hand-to-hand combat technique powered by the divine mantra. A perfect, badass harmony of the heavens, the earth, and humanity. Passively buffs punch speed and raw striking power by 10%. Unlocking the divine aura mantra triggers another insane 20% damage spike. Next, Heaven's Will phantom footwork, active and passive. The sect's signature beginner movement skill, fueled by the cosmic mantra. It passively boosts base agility by 5%. Activating it triggers an insane 50% speed burst, plus an extra 5% mobility buff from the mantra. Finally, Heaven's Will Iron Body, a pure passive. This absolute tank-class beginner skill brutally hardens the physical form and skyrockets baseline defense. It completely buffs his raw power, agility, and vitality by a solid 10%. Health and stamina regeneration also shot up by 10%. His stats were totally skyrocketing, making Jihan burst into absolute maniacal laughter. These skills are insanely overpowered. This is freaking legendary. Finally, the ultimate completion screen flashed before his eyes. Ding! You have successfully mastered all beginner arts of the Heaven's Will Sect. As a set bonus, raw strength, vitality, agility, and intelligence all went up by 2 massive points. He smirked to himself, knowing his base stats were getting incredibly stacked. Standing nearby, Suno noticed his wild grin. Well, how did it go, kid? Scratching his cheek, he smirked. I just got stupidly strong, old man. The master's eyes went wide with pure shock. Incredible. It seems you can instantly execute these legendary arts the moment you learn them. What an absolute freakish ability. Truly mind-blowing. But Jihan just waved it off casually. Bro, that's literally just basic gaming logic. Suno was finally starting to grasp this ridiculously overpowered system. So, from what I understand, you absorb these ancient martial arts as digital skills. And these skills actually have levels? Am I getting this right? Jihan eagerly nodded, explaining further. Spot on, we call it the leveling system. Spam a skill enough and it levels up to deal massive, face-melting damage. Watch this, I'll show you. With a flashy swipe, he popped open his inventory. Out came his trusty, completely battered, weather-beaten baseball bat. The old master's sharp eyes bulged in pure shock. Suddenly, Jihan unleashed a devastating full-power swing right into the lush green grass below. Boom! The impact blasted a massive, deep crater, exposing the raw dirt beneath. Jihan just smirked, casually stroking his weapon like a total boss. I rock this awesome skill called Blunt Weapon Master. I grinded its level up, so whenever I swing heavy weapons, the critical damage goes absolutely crazy. Just like that epic smash, see? Suno stroked his chin, already plotting the kid's brutal training arc, an incredibly terrifying power. All right then, show up here tomorrow morning. I'm having a little chat with your mother. Jihan froze completely, his brain totally short-circuiting. Wait, what the heck is he planning? Hold up, is my mom actually a secret overpowered awakened being too? He scowled, looking like a totally grumpy, rebellious teenager. Look, old man, you want me here, but Suno instantly cut off his whining. Let me guess. You think you don't need any real training? Jihan hung his head, dramatically pouting his lips. I mean, honestly, grinding in real life is pointless. If I just spam my 6 skills, the system auto-levels them for me. He internally rolled his eyes. This boomer definitely doesn't understand my totally broken cheat abilities at all. As if reading the kid's arrogant mind, the master narrowed his eyes with a terrifyingly serious aura. Dead wrong, kid. Even if the system hands you the absolute basics of these martial arts, you'll never become truly legendary. You can grind those flashy skills until your fingers bleed, but without raw, life-or-death combat experience, you're nothing but useless trash. That is exactly why you're training under me. Do I make myself absolutely clear? Those brutally honest words echoed violently inside Jihan's head like a heavy gong. You can grind those flashy skills until your fingers bleed, but without raw, life-or-death combat experience, you're absolutely useless. The harsh reality check hit him hard, making his every single movement feel sluggish, and his expression instantly turned super gloomy. The old man's logic was annoyingly simple. He wanted him to fuse his overpowered gamer reflexes with real-world bloody experience. For instance, look at those hardcore pro StarCraft players. Their hands flash across the keyboard with such godlike speed, they're practically invisible to the human eye. Basically, their micromanagement control is absolutely terrifying, and those pro gamers literally survive on the brutal battlefield of esports to make their living. Their true survival grit comes from dominating massive high-stakes tournaments and testing their raw skills under insane pressure. Jihan slowly closed his heavy eyes, feeling the massive burden, mindless leveling and real blood-pumping combat experience. They were two entirely different monsters. The fact that this legendary master offered to teach him both honestly meant the old boomer actually cared about him. A super dramatic, exhausted sigh echoed down the dark, shadowy street. Man, what the heck is my mom gonna say when I drag myself home tonight? Speaking of Young-suk, my brain instantly shifts gears. Would mom even let me train at Sunil's dojo? Another burning question. A massive secret I've buried forever just bubbled up. What exactly is mom's level? Curiosity stopped him cold. His brain started working overtime. She is totally hiding something epic. But unless she spills the beans first, I probably shouldn't poke the bear. Or maybe I just confront her? Ugh, my head hurts. He finally snapped out of it and kept walking. Jihan's mind was still spinning like crazy. Honestly, I feel totally betrayed right now. Because this means mom has been hiding her true self. Like, my entire life. Sunil's family hides literally nothing from me. They teach me all their secret moves. Why is my own family so sketchy? Now that I think about it, Dad is a total mystery too. Is my dad the guy always on business in America? An awakened superhuman too? Jihan broke into a massive nervous sweat. He just let out a heavy mental sigh. All right, fine. I will play totally dumb and see what mom says. The front door was dead silent. He took a deep breath before turning the knob. Trembling with anxiety, he sneaked inside. I am home. But the house was pitch black and totally empty. Panic hit him like a truck. He frantically searched the whole place before spotting a note. Mom here, went to aerobics and hanging out with friends. Eat by yourself tonight. That casual note instantly triggered his rebel spider sense. I know she does aerobics, but she is always home before me. For a split second, Jihan accidentally muttered his dark suspicions out loud. Usually, I'd be pumped for alone time. But right now, mom is definitely hiding something huge. Fast forward, the system's pop-up windows spammed his face along with a blaring alarm. Deep sleep restored all your HP and mana. All status conditions are fully healed. That system alert shocked the heavy sleeper right out of bed. He sat up groggily, wildly tapping the holographic screens. These RPG game pop-ups never give me a break in the morning. Then Young-suk's voice echoed up the stairs. Jihan, are you awake yet? He yelled back in pure panic. Yes. His brain was still totally short-circuiting. Mom was dressed perfectly. She greeted him in the kitchen with a massive smile and a stacked breakfast plate. Hurry up and eat. Her intense cheerfulness made his face go completely pale. I would rather be sleeping right now. Young-suk looked confused by his terrified expression. Is something wrong, sweetie? Her innocent question made Jihan sweat bullets. Nope, nothing is wrong at all. But then, she let out this mysterious, evil-sounding gasp, then smiled like absolutely nothing happened. I heard you are going to Sunil's house to train, right? That bombshell question made Jihan freeze completely. Yes? His brain melted into total chaotic confusion. How in the world does she know that? Even after dragging himself to school, he was still mumbling like a total zombie. This is so frustrating. My brain literally wants to shut down. What kind of dark secret is mom hiding? And why did Kwon Shinjun transfer here? Why is she in my class? And Cha Hwan-sung? Just looking at Sunil, I know that Punk is going to start a massive war. Thinking about it makes me want to scream. Jihan's epic mental breakdown finally ended when Jin stormed in. Homeroom! Even calm Yujin jumped up in a panic. Class! Attention! Bow! After everyone obediently yelled, Good morning, teacher, she happily dropped her announcement. You all remember we are doing clay sculpting today, right? This will directly affect your permanent record. So make sure your art looks flawless. The students instantly roared their agreement. Yes, ma'am. Jihan sluggishly pulled out his bag of clay with a massive sigh. Oh boy, overthinking is just ruining my vibe anyway. Time to play with some dirty mud. While Jin and the classmates bantered back and forth. This is your chance to save your terrible grades this year. But do not let it tank your GPA if you make garbage. Yes, ma'am. Jihan completely tuned out the noise. Right. But while violently shaping his clay, Jihan suddenly froze, staring like he just saw an alien spacecraft. Huh? Looking at his unfinished masterpiece, his brain completely stalled. This thing. It looks exactly like the slime monster I wrecked before. I cannot believe I molded this piece of trash. Extreme rage took over, and Jihan slammed his fist on the desk. Destroy it before it lays eggs. Instantly, a wild system alert flashed, almost giving him a heart attack. Crafting skill has been initialized. Crafting skill unlocked at level 1. Experience at 5.12%. Failure rate is 50%. The system took a literal screenshot of his pathetic clay art and pinged again. Blueprint confirmed number 1. Clay slime monster. Rank, average. Slime monster made of clay. Material, clay. Time skipped forward. And the dismissal bell finally rescued the teens from academic prison. Jihan dragged his feet, his mind totally hijacked by the system logs. A crafting skill? Does this mean I can forge god-tier items if I level it up? Every time I do something crazy, I unlock a new skill. But I never expected a superpower like this. The voice of that weird NPC he met before echoed in his head. Step right up. Turn your old trash into brand new treasure. But even that did not break his intense focus. Tons of games have crafting mechanics. You forge legendary gear by using random items as crafting materials. Of course, every game's system is uniquely busted. Looks like all my crafting skills just fused into one ultimate ability. Talk about a massive system upgrade. While Jihan was drowning in a dramatic pit of pure teenage despair, a system prompt suddenly flashed before his eyes. A clay slime monster info window appeared, showing a painfully average rank. Item name, clay slime, crafted by the totally amateur hands of apprentice Han Jihan. Artistic value, priceless. It was an absolute insult to the very concept of art. Jihan's mood instantly crashed, rock bottom. Was this stupid system actually mocking him right now? Whatever. He angrily shoved his bag away to deal with this mess. His gamer brain finally snapped back to reality, sparking a brilliant idea. I know exactly what I need to do right now. I need to stack up my skills, but not active ones. I need those sweet passive buffs. A rush of hardcore gamer logic flooded his mind. Active skills force you to constantly cast them. They drain your precious time and burn through your mana pool like crazy. But passive skills? They run constantly in the background with zero mana cost. I need to stack as many passive buffs as humanly possible. Why? Because right now I am completely pathetic, struggling against low-level dogs and hedgehogs. Jihan brutally criticized his own stats. I am way too weak. I did not train endlessly like Sun In, and I definitely did not spawn with overpowered stats like those natural-born awakeners. This is my fatal flaw. That means I have to grind like my life depends on it. Leveling up my skill tree is the only way to survive. To cheat this system and get wildly strong fast, my lazy teenage brain needs to work overtime. The answer lies entirely in passive skills. Their levels grind up automatically in the background. No active casting is required to maintain their power. If I learn a massive amount of passive abilities and power level them, I will become an absolute beast without learning a single combat move. My divine physical arts passively boost all stats by 10%. Add my passive mental techniques to that, and I am already 30% stronger than my base level. Jihan walked forward on pure autopilot while his gamer brain cooked up crazy strategies. Internal energy arts have limits, but physical body arts? I can probably stack those infinitely. Stacking those abilities will turn me into an absolute unbreakable tank. Suddenly, a familiar sight snapped him back to reality. He froze in his tracks. Did I arrive already? Spotting a mysterious light leaking through the crack, Jihan muttered out loud, "Wait, why is this door mysteriously cracked open?" His rebellious teenage curiosity took over, pushing the heavy door wide. I was summoned here anyway, so I might as well just barge right in. Stepping into the eerie space, Jihan was instantly blinded by a massive storm of system alerts. Warning, you have entered a monster zone. You are now in the Three Divine Emperor's domain. All stats reduced by 10% due to lacking the wind god blessing. Another 10% drop from lacking the cloud god blessing. Yet another 10% penalty from lacking the rain god blessing. Before his brain could even process this nightmare, a sudden, heavy downpour drenched him. Jihan looked up at the bizarre sky in absolute pure shock. What in the world is happening right now? The sharp face of a familiar man made his blood run cold. It was Kwon Shinjun. He stood perfectly still, completely surrounded by terrifying monsters acting as his personal terrifying bodyguards. After a tense, suffocating silence, Shinjun finally broke the heavy atmosphere. That is my entire explanation. Suno stood in absolute stunned silence. Before finally snapping back with pure authority, Hwan Sung-gon, I know exactly where you crawled out from. However, your presence brings zero benefit to this territory. What is your master plan? But that intimidating question did not make the man flinch even a single inch. Is that not exactly why I offered my brilliant proposal? Instead of changing the subject, Suno replied with a deeply dangerous hidden undertone. Is that so? Yes, that actually makes chillingly perfect sense, fine. I absolutely will not interfere with your dark business. But then, the conversation took a sharp, terrifying turn. What exactly do you plan to do with this snooping kid? He just randomly stumbled right into our high-level illusion barrier. Is his sudden presence not going to completely ruin your plans? Sunggon slowly shifted his menacing gaze downward, instantly recognizing the uninvited intruder. Second year? Class 8. Han Jihan. So it is you. Jihan felt his very soul violently leave his body. This terrifying guy actually recognized him. Panicking hard, Jihan could only force out an incredibly awkward, painfully pathetic smile. Yes, sir. Hello there, teacher. What a totally crazy coincidence seeing you here. But in response, Sunggan simply gave a bone-chilling nod. Exactly. I am also quite shocked to find you lurking around here. Jihan's already racing heart completely flatlined in pure dread. What the heck? Did this guy seriously forget they had crossed paths before? Completely ignoring the intensely sweating teenager below, he exchanged a heavy, hushed conversation with Sun. Oh, did you say this kid can casually stroll through illusion barriers whenever he wants? It certainly appears that way. That means this brat could completely sabotage your grand design. Sunggan cleared his throat with an intimidating rumble, ending the terrifying encounter. Losing 1 or 2 a day means absolutely nothing to me. I will take my leave now. As the dark figure suddenly vanished, the shadowy illusion shattered completely, leaving Jihan staring around with wide, totally confused teenage eyes. And right in that moment, every single remaining powerhouse in the room glared dead straight at him. Jihan trembled so violently his throat felt completely crushed. What in the world did I just walk into? Panicking hard, Jihan snapped at the guy across from him. You seriously told me to mind my own business? Sun In calmly facepalmed at the sheer stupidity, but sighed out a gentle reply. Yeah, Kwon Shinjun has his own mysterious agenda. He is not actually a bad guy. Hearing that, Jihan's teenage gamer spirit instantly ignited, pumping his fist. Wait, so he is not the final boss of this level? A dramatic reaction that dealt 0 emotional damage to Sun In. Exactly, but it did not stop there. Sun In suddenly launched a lightning-fast counterkick, sending Jihan violently staggering backwards. Instead of getting mad, Jihan's crazy gamer instinct flared up. My body dodged that purely on instinct. That heavenly martial art passive buff is already making me insanely overpowered. Sun In threw his bro some massive respect. Dude, you are leveling up fast. Jihan's eyes totally lit up. For real? You really think so? Sun In just nodded firmly. Yeah, man. 10 years of hardcore grinding. If I gamed that much, I would be an esports legend by now. Jihan busted out laughing. You talk a big game, bro. Yo, my skill just hit level 3. That insane flex left Sun In completely speechless. Wait, already? That is wild pacing. Jihan casually spilled the tea. Levels 1 through 10 fly by like a total speedrun. But the late game grind? Total nightmare. Sun In completely dropped his guard, caught in the hype. Hitting level 10 is still a massive power spike, right? Thanks to that slip-up, Jihan's eyes flashed with pure predator instinct. Yeah, super useful for crushing normal dudes. He launched a brutal sneak attack kick, but his buddy blocked it like an absolute beast. Nice try, loser. 0 damage dealt. Sun In totally shut down the ambush. All right, training is officially over for today. Looks like we need to ramp up the hardcore training. That instantly sparked Jihan's gamer hype. Oh, you mean it? Reading his bro like an open comic book, Sun In laid down the law. I am absolutely not joking, man. Why do not you pick up a weapon instead of just throwing hands? That completely derailed Jihan's joyful vibe. A weapon? Jihan paused, letting his mentor drop some knowledge. Martial arts are dope, but wielding a weapon gives you a massive tactical advantage. Jihan just kept muttering to himself. Weapons. His gamer brain started calculating. A baseball bat would totally crush zombie skulls. If I keep throwing bare-knuckle punches, those freaks might actually bite my arm off. He vigorously nodded along with his bro's logic. Yeah, packing steel is definitely the way to go. So, what kind of epic gear should I equip? Sun In totally saw that coming. I already got you covered. A blade, obviously. The way of the sword is brutal to master, but the payoff is insanely overpowered. Jihan's greedy gamer instincts kicked into overdrive. Bro, what else can I equip? Sun In thought for a second. Spears and axes. Think you can handle those? Jihan calculated his skill tree before getting totally greedy. What about a sick bow? Teach me the blade, the spear, literally everything. I want the maxed out build. That sheer audacity made Sun In completely snap. You greedy punk! Why do you even need archery? Seeing his mentor lose, it made Jihan crack up. Those zombies crawl like absolute snails. I could totally snipe them from a safe distance. Sun In suddenly looked alarmed. Wait, you mean those undead freaks inside the illusion barrier? Bingo, did not you say grinding those zombies actually gave you EXP? That sparked Jihan's memory. He instantly opened his inventory. Oh yeah, check out this epic loot drop, a tiny crystal. The tiny gem left Sun In totally mesmerized. Whoa, I can literally feel spiritual energy radiating from it. The mystical vibe was ruined by Jihan's obnoxious voice. The system calls it a soul stone. Those brain munchers drop it like epic loot. Sun In's mystic wonder instantly crashed into bitter jealousy. Are you kidding me? Real-life mob drops? The bros kept bickering back and forth. But finding a decent bow, man, finding real blades and spears is a total nightmare. Actually, I have a stash. Let me go grab them for you. Wait, for real, dude? Sun In spun on his heels, heading out. Do not move a muscle, be right back. Moments later, Jihan's hands practically shook as he received the legendary Heavenly Sword. He was squealing like a total fanboy. Oh my god, this gear is insane. The stat boosts on this blade absolutely crush my old bat. With this baby, I can one-shot those brain-dead zombies into oblivion. Seeing his bro geek out so hard, Sun In smirked, totally matching the vibe. Alright, let us start the weapon tutorial. Try the heaven-severing slash. Those epic words literally shattered the seal on Jihan's hype. The Heavenly Blade art. He gripped the hilt and unleashed a brutal downward slash, heaven-severing strike. A random gust of wind blew past, leaving them both standing there in absolute cringy silence. Awkward. Sun In finally broke the silence, going full strict master mode. Your internal energy flow is completely garbage. That harsh critique made Jihan grit his teeth, cursing internally. Talk is cheap, bro. You think spamming an ultimate skill while channeling mana is actually easy? Thank God for my system buffs. This was an aura-infused blade art, designed to strike with gale force speed, literally severing the heavens in a single slash. A flurry of system alerts suddenly blew up his vision. But the hardcore grind did not stop. System, special action recognized. You have unlocked the swordsman skill through sheer dedication. System, swordsman skill leveled up. Heavenly blade art leveled up. Jihan's skill tree was evolving at a monstrous pace. Brutal sparring sessions with Sun In granted massive combat EXP. Just like that, his junior year of high school faded into the background. Flash forward. Jihan was now obliterating monsters with a literal spear. He smirked at the glowing holographic screen. System, you have leveled up. He could not hold back his absolute hype. Man, my leveling speed is totally broken. The rest of his cocky thoughts remained locked safely inside his gamer brain. Man, this spear stabs incredibly deep. I am not even joking. One thrust and one zombie is dead. Looking at the totally empty path behind me, then glaring at the freaks ahead, Jihan could only sigh in pure exhaustion. I already slaughtered 50 of these rotting meatbags in this zone, but there is still an endless horde waiting over there. Thanks to my epic sweeping kick skill, his brain practically scoffed at the challenge. This is getting way too easy. I am already level 10, while these absolute losers are stuck at level 8. Letting out a totally villainous cackle, Jihan excitedly charged the weakling zombies, kicking off his casual muscle workout routine. Who actually thinks they can step up and stop me? Giving the lazy system absolutely zero time to rest, forcing it to work overtime. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up once again. You have leveled up once again. 2 hours later, Jihan collapsed on the freezing floor, gasping for air. Status window. The moment the interface popped up, his brain went into overdrive. Plus 2 bonus points just from absorbing that skill book. 2 10% boosts coming straight from Heavenly Will, physical and mental arts. Plus, I have got those sweet extra stats stacked from my Novice Zombie Hunter title perfectly added in. No wonder I am insanely overpowered right now. These zombies literally get sent to the afterlife with just one hit. In that brief, glorious moment, Jihan let his wildly rebellious teenage delusions fly completely out of control, exterminating the undead horde, saving the entire damn world. Snapping out of his glorious fantasy, he got deeply serious. I have 37 stat points to spend. Then he burst into maniacal laughter. Man, I am filthy rich. I am absolutely legendary. I am the greatest. If I just dump every single point into intelligence, I will become a total genius, right? I would literally never see second place on a test again. He was grinning wildly, but his hands were nervously fumbling around. How the heck do I spend these? He instantly spiraled into overthinking mode. I am not completely forced to dump them all into one single stat. I can totally boost my stamina recovery, while simultaneously jacking up my attack power. My stat spread is a total mess right now. So where do I even invest them? His epic adrenaline rush instantly crashed into pure hesitation. Just a split second of heavy doubt. Honestly, I do not urgently need to upgrade anything right now anyway. Uka's advice sounded pretty promising, but it wasn't strictly necessary yet. Jihan could not hold back a heavily dramatic sigh. What am I even doing? That awkward confusion made him turn and stare off into the distance. A suspiciously brilliant thought suddenly blasted through Jihan's brain. Come to think of it, I know for a fact that Hwan Sunggan's illusion barrier specifically gathers the restless souls of the dead. What the hell is that absolute creep planning to do with them? An invisible wave of pure anxiety spiked, making him freeze in his tracks for a few solid seconds. Sun In's family decided to just ignore the guy, so I definitely shouldn't stick my nose in. Plus, thanks to him, I leveled up ridiculously fast. Mumbling to himself, he summoned his inventory to stash the spear. The sheer frustration made Jihan throw his hands up and scream. Exit the hunting zone, the second his brain fired off the ultimate command. Time to bail! The entire dimension shattered into pieces, just like a glass box in freefall. He hastily spun around and started walking away. I never actually expected to grind levels this insanely fast. Honestly, leveling up this quickly might just bite me in the back later. Suddenly, a strange voice called out from right behind him. Hey there. Jihan froze, staring blankly at the red-haired girl who had basically spawned behind him like a ghost, before he could even formulate a single word. Kwon Shinjun ruthlessly took the initiative to speak first. Year 2, Class 8, Han Jihan. That single sentence effortlessly and violently dragged Jihan's panicking soul right back into his mortal body. He flinched insanely hard. Since when the heck was she standing there? He instantly slapped on a fake smile to mask his massive awkwardness. Oh, hey there. You are Kwon Shinjun, right? But then she dropped the absolute shortest, coldest response imaginable. Correct. Jihan immediately crashed right into a massive conversational brick wall. This is actually the very first time we are talking to each other, right? Like a totally emotionless, ice-cold robot, Shiyun just nodded again. Yes, this agonizing dead-end conversation made him internally scream in frustration. Yes, yes, what the hell is up with all these one-word answers? But the moment she took a single step closer, Jihan completely lost his cool and started aggressively stuttering. What is her deal? His teenage brain was sounding the ultimate alarm. This is terrifying. I have zero clue what is going on inside her head right now. She is definitely gorgeous, but this chick speaks and acts way differently than normal girls. What kind of crazy environment did she even grow up in? Or is everyone in the abyss just like this? His machine gun barrage of thoughts was brutally sliced in half by Shiyun's sudden interrogation. Exactly what is your relationship with the Heavenly Will clan? And what kind of shady connection do you have with the chemistry teacher Hwan Sung-gan? This totally unexpected interrogation instantly wiped the smile off Jihan's face. Oh, so this girl wants to cross-examine me? Well, I have got some major things to say too. He sucked in a massive breath, violently snatching back the conversational high ground. Listen here, Kwon Shinjun, before we get into that, I have a serious bone to pick with you. Before you transferred to this school, did we ever meet? The question completely derailed her icy persona, leaving her totally stunned. Why would you ask me something like that? His totally reckless attempt at a subject change accidentally forged the most incredibly awkward and frustrating conversation in human history. Because I have definitely seen you before. Total bullcrap. I have never met you in my life. Her suffocating, emotionless aura was seriously starting to piss Jihan off. The random innocent bystander trapped when you fought Hwan Sung-gan. Do you seriously not remember? His inner rebel was screaming, practically begging to smack some sense into this girl. After a brutally long pause, Shiyun finally spoke up with a slow realization. You are that helpless guy from back then. Not even waiting for her to finish that insulting sentence, Jihan flipped the switch, throwing on his coolest attitude as he fired back a string of dramatic words. Yeah, it is really me. I have absolutely zero ties to Hwan Sung-gan. Maybe just a tiny Chunbu Moon connection? I am just Sunil's loyal childhood buddy, man. Are you finally satisfied yet? Listening patiently to that entire rant, Shiyun stared back with deadpan seriousness. Ah, so that is how it is. All right, I have completely memorized your face, but her totally chill attitude just made his blood boil even more. You said that exact same thing before. Seriously, why? Every single sincere word of hers. Oh, really? Why can I not remember that? Jihan fully unleashed his inner rebellious rage. Is your brain completely empty or what? Even he shocked himself with that sudden outburst. Why did I just bark like that? Meanwhile, Shiyun stayed cool as a cucumber. It is totally fine. I will definitely remember this time. Stuck inside the dull classroom, Jihan's fragile sanity desperately screamed out for mercy under the vicious combined dual strike from Sung-gan and Shiyun. Boring adults always preach that we should never give half-baked efforts. But realistically speaking, you can totally slack off and still easily survive another day. Sure, everyone wants to be the main character, but who actually gets that lucky drop? Studies actually show 80% of all startups completely crash, meaning trying to stand out is a brutally unforgiving grind. So please, I am seriously begging you guys, stop staring at me with those intense eyes, even if my fragile teenage ego violently shatters. Getting a harsh lecture from the terrifying Sung-gan. Han Jihan, this specific character is written wrong. He could only silently nod his head. Yes, sir. That agonizingly suffocating feeling dragged on until the glorious lunch bell finally rang. Excited students enthusiastically swarmed out of class. What is on the cafeteria menu today? Honestly, beats me. Except for a few special oddballs. Jihan stared intensely at Shiyun sleeping upright. He could not help but deeply wonder. Is she just skipping lunch entirely? Suddenly, he bolted upright from his creaky chair, catching Sunil's attention in an absolute flash. What is wrong? Are you really not grabbing any lunch? Jihan casually leaned against his buddy's desk before dropping his reply. I am hunting down a sandwich today. What about you? His best friend's casual little check-in perfectly sparked Sunil's sudden urge to escape the classroom. You are out hunting for a sandwich, while I was planning to grab some bread, seeing his successful persuasion tactic. He joyfully smacked his gaming buddy's shoulder. Well, let us head out then, obviously. The delightfully cool and crisp weather outside magically boosted Sun Il's mood to absolute peak levels. You definitely look way stronger right now. Have you been street sweeping zombies all over town? Jihan awkwardly avoided direct eye contact with him. Look, even if I try to avoid them, I literally just bump into those annoying mobs. If the monsters randomly aggro onto me, I have got to entertain them, right? That completely unexpected wild answer made Sun Il freeze in his tracks. What the heck does that mean? The intensely baffled look from his loyal buddy forced him into dropping a massive heavy sigh. Alright, just listen up for a second. Do you know why I always get home insanely late after leaving your place? Because I somehow always end up kiting. A whole mob or two of brainless zombies. This insane truth made him stutter out his deepest gaming concern. So, every single time you leave my house, you go on a zombie-slaying rampage at least once? Yet Jihan just calmly munched his bread like it was nothing. Yup, that is exactly right. The two teenage buddies casually kept interrogating each other, literally acting just like a famous comedy duo doing a routine. What level are you at right now? Level 14? My guy. That is exactly why I felt you got way stronger. But then Jihan released a massive depressing sigh, pouring out his deep gaming anxiety. Honestly, that is exactly why I am getting super stressed lately, making Sun Il abruptly choke on his strawberry milk mid-gulp. Wait, what did you say? The chaotic atmosphere visibly sank into serious mode as the dynamic duo shifted to a brand new topic. Naturally, it was about how to perfectly allocate those precious stat points. You are playing a balanced all-rounder build. Just distribute every single point evenly, man. Do you not realize balanced builds are awesome early on, but become total garbage later in the game? Fundamentally, it all comes down to the cruel stat system. A main character's stats are absolutely critical because they literally dictate your ultimate combat potential, and the higher your level gets, the harder the leveling grind truly becomes. But no matter how much you cry over a botched skill tree, absolutely nobody cares in the real world. That brutal reality struck Jihan like a terrifying dark cloud. Specialized builds rock, but balanced builds suck. I never expected to personally face this extremely tragic fate. Sun Il's sudden logic bomb forcefully jolted his friend wide awake. I firmly believe real life does not operate exactly like a broken game. Did you not fully learn my clan's secret breathing technique? You just need to practice it consistently every day, and you will naturally level up your inner strength. A true martial artist's legendary power stems directly from his inner ki. That surprisingly gentle guidance left him completely dumbfounded for a few seconds. Tons of epic martial arts webtoons I read say the exact same thing. So he absolutely dared not interrupt his friend's profound monologue. The vital breathing technique helps the practitioner magically harmonize with the entire universe through the simple act of inhaling. Do you finally get it? The more ki energy accumulates within your spiritual core, the more your physical vessel dramatically transforms. Thanks to that, your muscles, stamina, hearing, and vision, everything becomes overwhelmingly sharp and legendary. So going for a hybrid build isn't a bad move. After Sun Il dumped that info, Jihan's brain totally flatlined. Valid point, but min-maxing one stat is usually meta. Ignoring his buddy's existential crisis, Sunil fired off another tip. Remember that divine martial art you totally failed to learn? Pump up your intelligence stat, and you might actually unlock it. Jihan's gamer brain instantly crunched the numbers. Right now, I'm sitting at exactly 37 points. To hit that 90 intelligence cap, I gotta grind out 8 whole levels. A heavy, exhausted sigh escaped him. That is why my brain hurts. I'm totally clueless on where to drop these stats. Before his living wiki, Sun Il dropped some unsolicited wisdom. Honestly, you should definitely boost your vitality and strength. The main character blinked, utterly baffled. Wait, why? After a tense pause, his voice dropped to a dead serious whisper. You need raw stamina and power to crush enemies. Speed can be covered by other arts. That intense, hardcore advice actually made Jihan pause for a second. Fair point, bro. But I'm not planning to survive in the abyss forever. Sun Il looked baffled. Dude, you're literally slaughtering zombies right now. Jihan stopped, sighing deeply. Look, that is just a temporary side quest. Once Hwan Sung-gon is dealt with, I'm going back to my basic life. Sure, I'm a gamer system now, but I still gotta study for my college exams. But then his buddy just dropped a massive reality check. You are seriously okay with that? Jihan tilted his head, totally lost. Okay, with what exactly? Forcing Sun Il to spell out the brutal truth. People with awakened powers usually itch to flex them. Jihan scoffed. I thought it was something serious. He did not care about flexing for even a single second. Look, if I ever actually use these crazy abilities, it would be using my healing skills to cure people. Imagine being an overpowered doctor. I could rake in mountains of cash. But to do that, I gotta grind my academics. This bizarrely mundane logic sparked massive curiosity in Sun Il. Like, what else is this power even good for? Jihan's eyes suddenly glazed over with a deep existential dread. Before he mumbled his darkest fear, Man, after college, I literally have to find a real job. The awkward, deafening silence dragged on, making him turn around in sheer confusion. He broke the silence, completely puzzled. Dude, you okay? Sun Il finally snapped out of his trance, scratching his cheek awkwardly. I am fine, just totally shook. You're getting a normal desk job? Not doing mercenary work in the abyss? Being called out so bluntly made Jihan flinch hard. Working in the abyss? Hell no, how would that even work? Farming a couple of mindless zombies is one thing, but I am definitely not cut out to be an actual murderer. Sun Il threw back a chillingly casual question. Isn't that what everyone does here? Jihan sank into a dark, heavy silence. I literally cannot fathom using this system to take human lives. If some twisted freak actually enjoys doing that, they gotta be a complete raging psychopath. And I am definitely no psycho, he finally replied, his voice firm. So my brain is constantly looping on this. But since I awakened this crazy power, I barely have to sweat the small stuff. I just dump points into intelligence and coast into elite colleges. Or I could flex my stats, become a pro athlete, and secure the bag. Isn't your family basically doing the same thing? After taking a solid minute to process that, Sun Il slowly nodded. Yeah, pretty much. Fueled by that validation, Jihan eagerly kept pushing his theory. Your family runs a massive martial arts dojo because you're all awakened fighters. So if I milk my system abilities, I can totally make a living. But bro, you know my tragic flaw. I literally have zero actual passions. Before he could vent more, Sun Il interrupted, totally baffled. Nothing you want to do? You are obsessed with games. Why not go pro as an esports legend? Just dump points into dexterity and luck. It is totally viable. Having never considered this genius hack, Jihan froze in shock before blurting out. Nah, dude, chasing your passions in this economy equals starving in an alley. Plus, I love gaming, but I don't want to turn my escape into a stressful career. I have zero clue what my talents even are. I'm just a drone going to school. My mom expects me to become a judge, but with my mid-grades, I'd end up running coffee errands forever. With my current stats, entering top-tier colleges is a straight-up pipe dream. Seeing him act so tragically pathetic, Sun Il couldn't take it anymore and checked his forehead. Did awakening as an Esper totally glitch out your brain's temperature regulation or something? Jihan glared at him, absolutely livid. Dude, why do you always troll me when I'm having a serious crisis? Useless best friends. They immediately started bickering like crazy. No, you just started preaching like a total weirdo. It was freaking me out, bro. So what now? What's your grandmaster plan? After barely finishing his roast, Jihan cleared his throat, getting dead serious again. That is the whole problem. My brain is short-circuiting because I have no goals. I'm literally fumbling blindly in the dark here. You ever feel that existential dread? Sun Il brutally hit him with a flat. Nope. I have loved martial arts since childhood. That smug line seriously pissed him off. Should I just punch him right now? But he just let out a heavy sigh instead. It was his own damn future anyway. Of course, this meathead wouldn't understand. What did he actually want in life? Playing games was cool and all, but going pro was a total gamble. Even top-tier games eventually died out. The industry pumped out new ones every single year. Take StarCraft, for example. It ruled the world for maybe 5 years. Then League of Legends dropped and stole the crown for the next 5. The mechanics are entirely different, so pro players go through absolute hell trying to transition when a title dies. It is literally like forcing a master potter to suddenly work as a carpenter. Jihan's brain randomly flashed to Sungan. A chill ran down his spine like facing an endgame boss. But since those two crazy factions finally called a truce, he could actually live a normal life without watching his back. Yet ever since awakening this crazy system, his future had become a massive, headache-inducing puzzle. Maybe this was just a side effect of boosting his intelligence stat too high. Whatever. Right now, grinding levels was the absolute priority. Hitting level 30 would make him 3 times stronger than a normal human. Once he reached that tier, he could do literally anything. The brutal reality? He had absolutely zero life goals. That was exactly why he was agonizing over where to dump his stat points. His inner monologue shattered instantly. Sun Il's overly earnest voice broke through. If you are so worried, just dump it all into intelligence. Jihan stared at him in pure disbelief. Why the hell would I do that? That single question unsealed the meathead's lips. Because society practically worships geniuses, right? You would get special treatment everywhere. Even top-tier professionals need serious brain power. Otherwise, you should just stick to dominating sports. Sweep the national tournaments, get scouted by a prestigious college. This painfully simple logic almost made Jihan choke on his own spit. And then what? Open a damn martial arts dojo? But ironically, that sarcastic remark triggered a massive epiphany. Wait a second. If he actually opened a dojo, what the heck would he teach? Sun Il's family already had a monopoly on taekwondo. Maybe he could become a legendary archery master? Hold up. South Korea was already insanely overpowered at archery, Probably because some hidden abyss masters were pulling the strings. What about swimming then? But that would not even count as a dojo. Why the hell was he wasting brain cells on this garbage? His mind was spiraling into chaos. Then Sunil's clueless voice chimed in. I guess so. Jihan let out a soul-crushing sigh. I have absolutely no damn clue. His rebellious teenage angst was killing the vibe entirely. Sunil kept pushing his agenda. Then, just max out your intelligence like I told you. What is the problem? Yeah, sure, whatever. The mental gymnastics were completely draining his stamina, but I barely have any active skills that consume mana. I cannot just rely on basic attacks to grind levels. Now, if I somehow scored a high-tier magic scroll, that would be different. Or maybe, if I had a meat shield to tank for me. His eyes suddenly sparkled with chaotic energy. Sunil instantly noticed the creepy shift in demeanor. What? What is with that face? Why are you staring at me like a predator? Jihan just muttered a single cryptic word. Party. The confusion thickened in the air. Then, the rebellious gamer absolutely lost his mind, screaming in pure ecstasy. We are forming a party to slaughter monsters. Sunil could not possibly read the twisted scheme forming in his friend's brain. Jihan had finally found the ultimate cheat code. Getting carried was classic gamer terminology. It meant a high-level beast doing all the dirty work, while a low-level scrub soaked up the sweet experience points. Basically, acting like a free taxi driver through the dungeon. Whatever the exact definition was, the plan was flawless. He was going to ruthlessly leech off Sunil's hard-earned levels. Sunil's hesitant voice broke through the maniacal plotting. Hey, are you entirely sure this is even allowed? His glorious plotting violently interrupted. Jihan clicked his tongue in annoyance. Obviously it will work. It is a literal built-in system function. He plunged into the pitch-black abyss of his system interface. It was time to test out this cooperative hunting feature. System. Party. In the real world, that word meant blasting music and celebrating. But in the brutal realm of gaming, it carried a far more holy meaning. It meant forging an alliance to massacre mobs and farm endless experience points. Jihan narrowed his eyes at his clueless, muscle-brained target. He sent the invite just to check the meathead's current stats. A glowing number 29 instantly materialized above Sunil's head. Jihan's expression darkened like a storm cloud. He was just level 28 the other day. This tryhard must have been grinding like a maniac in secret. In standard game logic, even a 3-level gap meant absolute defeat, which meant Sunil was currently sitting on terrifying amounts of raw power. If he let this juggernaut carry him, his level would skyrocket instantly. His master plan? Hit 90 intelligence points first, then dump the rest into vitality and pure strength. A wicked smirk crossed Jihan's face. You ready for this, bro? Earning a solid nod from his friend, he eagerly commanded the system. Create party. System alerts flooded his vision. You have established a party. Would you like to assign a party name? Both teenagers simultaneously blurted out. Oh, sweet. It worked. But then, the system ruthlessly hit back with a second prompt. Do you wish to name your party? Oh, sweet. The triumphant grin immediately wiped clean off Jihan's face. His first ever legendary squad being named Oh, sweet? That was absolute social suicide. Panicking over the crucial aesthetic, he violently shook his friend's shoulder. Hey, what the hell do I name this thing? Who knew the almighty Sun In could actually stammer? Whatever, details do not matter. That little slip-up totally awakened Jihan's inner troll. I am officially naming our squad. Freeloading off Sun In. He smashed that confirm button as the system flashed. Name this party freeloading off Sun In? Sun In instantly lost his mind. Bro, what is up with that garbage team name? Like that would stop Jihan's chaotic energy. I am literally leeching your levels, man. Problem? You mad, bro? That reckless confidence made Sun In sigh like a totally defeated old man. Whatever, do your thing. So, are you actually going to invite me to this stupid squad? Jihan finally dropped the clown act to handle business. Yeah, hold up, let me try. A second later, Jihan hyped up his buddy. Party invite sent. He watched Sun In play it cool while opening the system interface, but one glance at the screen gave him literal goosebumps. Seeing a freaking zombie chomping on Sun In, Jihan totally panicked. Bro, what the heck is that? Is that some kind of magic barrier? Jihan's dumbfounded face made Sun In actually laugh out loud. It is just an aura protection technique. You already know insane internal energy lets you pull off crazy stunts, right? Hearing a weak, mind-blown agreement from his clueless friend, Sun In dropped some epic martial arts knowledge. Qi is the ultimate foundation of everything. Basically, it is pure raw power. Channeling it inward turns your physical body absolutely indestructible. You can literally become immune to blades and bullets. This epic revelation hyped Jihan to the max. So, like Iron Skin, martial arts are wild. Sun In went full sensei mode, calmly explaining. Yeah, Iron Skin is a defense art, but slightly different. You going to kill this thing? I am fine, but it is seriously grossing me out. Jihan instantly readied his spear. Say less, bro. Boom! The system flashed with the best news ever. He just leveled up. Bro, partying up is insane. The experience points are way juicier than solo grinding. His gamer rant gave Sun In an absolute headache. Whatever, man. Do I even get experience points in this setup? The chaotic duo suddenly shifted into a totally serious, high-stakes strategy meeting. No clue, bro. Want to test it out? Wait, you can actually check that? Jihan smirked and whispered his magic skill. Observe. A massive holographic stat window popped up, making his gamer heart soar. It freaking worked. While Sun In stood there looking totally lost and confused. How did you do that? Jihan proudly began his expert gamer explanation. I have a god-tier skill called Observe. I can literally read anyone's data. That insane revelation completely shattered Sun In's cool facade. You seriously possess a crazy power like that? Jihan immediately smelled the heavy disbelief in his buddy's tone. Oh yeah? You are level 29 with exactly 3.61% experience. Sun In awkwardly scratched his head, totally exposed. But while his overpowered friend was not paying attention, cold sweat rolled down Jihan's face. Sun In's stats were so stupidly broken, it defied logic. Just how intensely did this monster train? This dude is actually terrifying, but his gamer curiosity took over, demanding a crazy experiment. Bro, go drag a zombie over here right now. We need to test out these insane party mechanics. Sun In just shrugged and totally agreed to the wild plan. Piece of cake. But the second Sun In turned his back to fetch their target, Jihan furiously swiped through the epic holographic interface, tweaking the squad settings. Muttering like a mad scientist, his fingers flew across the screen. Let us see what happens if I force equal experience sharing. Suddenly, a brutal red system error flashed. Equal distribution denied. Level gap exceeds 10 levels. His hyped-up gamer dreams crashed straight into the abyss. Just as I suspected. Hey bro, the system rejected equal sharing. Sun In, who had literally just snatched a zombie by the throat, blinked in surprise. Oh really? Guess I am still acting as your personal meat shield then. His eerie calmness sent devastating shivers straight down Jihan's spine. Bro, you are way too violent. Sun In was literally dragging the thrashing zombie by the neck with just one hand. Shaking off his panic, Jihan put on his best brave face. Alright, before anything else, let us test out one final crazy theory. Go ahead, finish it off. Faced with that ruthless suggestion, Sun Il pointed at himself. Wait, you mean me? Jihan nodded furiously. Yeah, man, I need to see if your level actually goes up. Their banter echoed through the danger zone. Since we are in the same party now, my gamer system should totally work on you too. What do you think? Sun Il froze, processing that massive revelation, but literally 1 second later, he brutally crushed the poor monster's skull. Makes perfect sense to me. Watching the ugly zombie dissolve into pixels, Jihan shivered. Gross. Meanwhile, Sun Il stood there looking completely unfazed. What is the big deal? Suddenly, the system interface flashed. Catching the tiny change, Jihan practically jumped with joy. Bro, it actually worked. Wait, seriously? Your experience was at 3.61%, and now it is 3.63. No way, for real? But the celebration lasted barely a second. Jihan's face completely dropped. Hold on a minute. If slamming one zombie gives you 0.02%, that means to level up once, you need to slaughter exactly 5,000 of these things. That horrifying math literally made Sun Il gag. Bro, I do not think I can stomach that. The ultimate gaming duo was already throwing in the towel against this absolutely brutal grind. Yeah, count me out too. 5,000 monsters is straight up insane. Even extreme grinding has its limits. There are only about 200 to 300 zombies per zone, which means to gain a single level, you would have to completely wipe out 25 entire zones. Just hearing that makes me want to hurl, man. Dude, same here. But Jihan quickly shook off the despair, his gamer spirit reigniting. Still, the fact that my system works on you at all, that is insanely overpowered, right? Let me figure out a way to exploit this bug. But a very anxious Sun Il instantly shut that down. Hey, knock it off with the shady glitch hunting. Just focus on leveling up your own stats first, man. Accidentally dragging out this completely pointless debate, Jihan scoffed. Excuse me? I am literally trying to find a way to power you up. Your bro is being extremely generous right now. Yeah, whatever you say, man. Fast forward through a grueling grind session. Jihan swung his weapon desperately, smashing through freaky mutant zombies. Finally catching a breather, he hunched over, violently gasping for air. This is getting ridiculously hard. Killing one only gives 1% now. Sun Il crossed his arms, stating the harsh truth. At this rate, you are definitely not breaking past level 20 today. Though clearly frustrated, Jihan could only nod in defeat. Yeah, you are probably right. This absolutely sucks. Hitting 90 intelligence is going to be a nightmare. He ran the math in his head. My base int is at 15, and I have 42 unused stat points. To hit 90, I need exactly 33 more points. meaning I have to grind out at least 7 more levels. Just hearing those numbers made Sun Il turn totally pale. If you are only farming zombies, that will literally take until the end of time. Why do you even need 90 intelligence anyway? Is 50 not good enough? Jihan paused for a dramatic second, before finally dropping the real reason. To master the Heavenly Will Divine Art, I need exactly 90 intelligence, so I made that my ultimate milestone. The moment that sacred name dropped, Sun Il completely lost his mind, screaming so loud he practically spit. That is literally my family's ultimate secret martial art. You think you can just learn it? Hell no. I am never teaching you that. But Jihan just stared back with a deadpan expression. Dude, I never said I actually wanted to learn it. I just needed a high-tier skill as a benchmark, okay? Guess I should just change my target then. All of Sun Il's explosive rage vanished instantly, replaced by total confusion. Wait, change it to what? Jihan looked up at the virtual sky, took a deep breath, and started rapid-firing his gamer logic. If I dump every single point I have right now into intelligence, my stat will hit 57. I will push it straight to 60, then start leveling vitality and strength. I just really want to test out what a 60-int build can actually do. Sun Il instantly caught onto that chaotic keyword. Test it out? The conversation was rapidly shifting into mad scientist territory. Bro, the higher your intelligence stat goes, the better your cognitive and memory skills become. I need to see just how much of a mega genius I become after dumping these points. Then I will decide if it is worth maxing out. Status window open. At that absolute command, the glowing blue interface instantly materialized, bursting with pure gamer adrenaline. Jihan started mashing the upgrade button like a total maniac. Oh yeah, level up that big brain energy. Your boy is about to become an absolute mastermind. Completely ignoring Sun Il roasting him from behind, more like an absolute madman. The moment his intelligence hit 57, a golden notification popped up, skill generated, mana affinity unlocked for reaching 50 intelligence. Jihan gasped in pure shock. Mana affinity? That dramatic shout instantly grabbed his friend's attention. Hey, what just happened? Bursting with main character energy, Jihan turned around. Bro, the system just handed me a brand new skill. Sun Il instantly caught the hype, rushing over. No way! What kind of skill did you pull? Jihan's eyes were practically glued to the glowing panels, scrolling furiously as he casually replied. It is called Mana Affinity. He pumped his fist in the air, reading the ridiculously overpowered description. Mana Affinity, passive class. This skill heightens the user's sensitivity, allowing for dramatically enhanced mana control, leaving poor Sun Il completely lost in the dust. Mana Affinity? Dude, what does that actually do in English? After analyzing the massive system text, Jihan broke it down for him. It is exactly what it sounds like, man. It skyrockets my sensitivity to magical energy. But the crazy part is, it boosts the effectiveness of all mana-based skills by 30%. Wait, does that mean it would amplify the Heavenly Will technique by 30% too? Processing this insane gaming logic, Sun Il instantly drew a martial arts parallel. Bro, that literally sounds exactly like the Heavenly Lightning physique, stopping the hype train dead in its tracks. Jihan blinked, totally lost. The Heavenly Lightning, what now? Sun Il immediately went into full martial arts master mode. It is a legendary physical constitution. It allows the martial artist to sense the flow of spiritual ki around them. It is the ultimate body for martial arts mastery. Jihan's jaw dropped. Wait, real life actually has cheat codes like that? Sun Il just shrugged like a true prodigy. Everybody is born with their own unique talents, right? I guess so. From the sound of it, that passive skill is going to be incredibly broken for ki training. Jihan was practically doing backflips in his mind. The gamer system was an absolute cheat code, but out loud, he just played it cool. Oh, for real? The sheer hype was too much to hold back. Jihan had to test drive this brand new firepower immediately. All right then, time to grind one more level to hit 60 intelligence. Come out, my prey. He thrust his hand forward like an anime protagonist and roared, Energy Bolt. A blinding blast of raw mana erupted from his palm, exploding with so much force it completely startled him. Holy crap, it is massively bigger than before. The low-level zombie took the blast head-on, instantly violently flipping backward into the dirt. Nothing remained but a thick trail of smoking ash blowing in the wind, leaving both teenagers standing there in absolute stunned silence. Sun Il absolutely lost his mind, screaming at the top of his lungs, Bro, what the heck was that? Jihan just blew the imaginary smoke off his hand with a cocky grin. That, my friend, is the Energy Bolt skill. It condenses pure mana into a blast and fires it like a cannon. Dumping all those points into intelligence definitely made it ridiculously overpowered. The second Jihan finished flexing his new power, Sun Il instantly let out a long sigh of pure defeat. This gamer system is just straight up unfair, man. There is a technique called Wind Palm. It channels roaring gales right through your hands. Exactly like that blast you just fired off. Sure, the true Wind Palm hits harder, but before Sun In could finish, Jihan's ego skyrocketed. Total overpowered main character energy right there. Waiting for his buddy to stop hallucinating greatness, Sun In casually asked, "What now? Guess you do not need me carrying you for levels anymore." That instantly triggered Jihan's suspicious radar. Suspicious, indeed. Until Sun In threw out a wild proposal. "How about I help you train right here?" Jihan's jaw dropped as he screamed, "Wait, actual training?" His friend nodded firmly. "Try using swords or martial arts instead of that spear." Jihan's brain went into serious overdrive. He wants me farming combat experience instead of just leveling up? But his mouth answered with absolute certainty. "Then I will master martial arts." Not wasting a single second, Sun In immediately started barking intense orders. "Channel your inner aura now," Jihan muttered under his breath. Heaven's will mantra. He felt his strength and agility surge by 30%. A sudden realization hit him. My power is spiking, but my mana pool is draining incredibly fast. I can hold this for 30 minutes max. But he still yelled with burning hype, "Here I go." Urged on by his buddy's shout, "Strike now." His eyes locked onto a nearby zombie. Jihan instantly snapped into a perfect combat stance. His rushing footsteps alerted the monster. It sprinted forward, but Jihan's fists were already waiting to welcome it. Bam! A godly palm strike smashed into the zombie's cheek. Its face twisted hilariously like a kid caught skipping school. Keeping the momentum, Jihan spun with explosive speed, blasting a punch straight through the wretched monster's chest. He silently watched it violently crash backward into the dirt. He could not help but marvel out loud. That felt insane. Who knew martial arts were this unbelievably overpowered? As the zombie dissolved, a tiny spirit stone dropped. Suddenly, a system alert chimed. Skill executed naturally. Proficiency increased by 10%. Sun In sprinted over to his frozen friend, asking, "What happened?" Jihan muttered like he was floating in space. A new notification. He read the glowing panel word for word. Skill executed without system assist. Proficiency increased by 10%. Unbelievable. Looks like the skill tree system has hidden shortcuts. This sent Sun In's curiosity shooting through the roof. That sounds totally sick. So why did it fail when we fought? Jihan stood there practically drooling over his stats. Who knows? Maybe it only activates in a real life or death battle. This left his friend scratching his head. So it only works while slaughtering monsters? Jihan grinned, confirming. Exactly. He was practically doing a freestyle victory dance inside his head. My abilities are ridiculously broken. However, Sun In's next move was a massive tactical error. Awesome, you can finally grind skills. Keep going. These zombies are stupidly slow, perfect for your training arc. That accidentally fueled his friend's maniacal battle lust. True, zombies are basically highly nutritious experience points. Sun In could only stand back and silently curse. What a total psycho. But thanks to that crazy moment, the two bros actually had a hilariously good time together. All right, keep attacking. Let me grab the loot first, but Jihan suddenly froze, staring at a tiny object in the dirt. He jumped backward in pure disgust. What the heck? Did it seriously drop a freaking tooth? I absolutely do not want to touch that nasty thing. His quick-thinking brain forced his lips to command, "Observe!" Instantly, a glowing holographic data screen materialized. Dead man's tooth. Item rank. Low. Category. Crafting material. Jihan marveled silently in sheer awe. A crafting item looks like it is meant for alchemy. But I know zero alchemy. Blind to that system screen, Sun In still chimed in to casually chat with him. The zombie dropped a literal tooth? Unbelievable. This is way too gross. I seriously have zero clue how to classify your weird powers. But his casually thrown out final sentence. Because these undead monsters do not even have real physical bodies, that startling fact made Jihan instantly question him. What on earth do you mean? Recalling the lore he knew, Sun In quickly dropped some heavy world-building lore on his best bro. This illusionary barrier traps the souls of the deceased. In other words, these zombies are just physical forms that spirits assume inside this illusion zone. Smashing and destroying them is fine, but since they are literally just souls, how could they possibly drop actual physical loot? Jihan froze waiting, then interrogated, "Wait, so these monster drops are literally because of my gamer stats? Is that crazy abnormal or something?" The guy nodded dead serious. Bingo. He lost all his chill instantly. "Hold up. First time I am hearing how this illusion barrier actually works. Why keep me in the dark?" Sun In replied totally deadpan. "Thought you knew, bro." Jihan ground his teeth in pure rage. "Knew by telepathy?" Meanwhile, from afar, the Jiangxi king roared, summoning its undead squad, giving Jihan just enough time to totally panic. Being a hero seriously sucks. The boss's screech shattered the air, turning both boys pale as ghosts. Their hearts skipped a collective beat. Snapping back to reality, he spammed the observe skill. Level 34? Jihan went into silent meltdown mode. Did my epic zombie-slaying spree seriously spawn the final boss? Sun In looked equally freaked. What the actual hell is that? Jihan awkwardly coughed up the truth. System says it spawned because we bullied its minions. It hits like a truck, but moves super slow. Tactical retreat, bro? Even the chillest dudes choose life over ego. Running is literally our smartest play. Approval granted. Jihan's gamer brain went into overdrive. Grab the loot and let's bounce. He slammed the escape dungeon skill, but hope instantly evaporated as a brutal red system warning flashed. Escape denied! Area locked! Even the usually stoic Sun In started sweating. Yo, I don't think we can log out. Jihan whipped his head around, completely stunned. Your exit is blocked too? The martial artist could only offer an awkward shrug. Totally stuck, Sun In gulped, staring at the boss leaking pure, terrifying, murderous aura. It is definitely this boss's fault. Without even a single warning frame, the monster blasted forward, charging straight at the two puny teenagers like a runaway freight train. The earthquake-like footsteps paralyzed them both. As the giant swung its massive fists, Sun In snapped out of it, screaming, "Dodge it!" He leaped away, startling Jihan into a desperate dive in the opposite direction. They barely cleared the blast radius as massive hands pulverized the ground. Dodging instant death painted pure, unadulterated terror across Jihan's face. One hit from that and it is absolute game over. Catching his breath, he blurted out, "This strength is absolutely illegal. Is this dude the secret stage boss?" Jihan frantically spammed attacks at the giant arm. "Mana bolt! Mana bolt! Mana bolt!" The boss's health bar barely chipped. "Crap, my mana pool is running dry." Suddenly, the monster lurched upward, unleashing an earth-shattering, soul-crushing roar right in their faces. Jihan's avatar got hit with the stun status. No way, is it charging a breath attack? Instead, it channeled terrifying power into a devastating backhand sweep toward him. Jihan practically broke his ankles dodging. "Screw you," he mentally slapped himself. Getting juked by an NPC boss was the ultimate gamer humiliation. The shockwave blasted him backward. For the first time, our arrogant main character felt true fear. One strike equals instant game over. Suddenly, a brutal cracking sound shattered the tension. Out of nowhere, Sun In was behind the boss, absolutely shattering its kneecap. Size literally does not matter. The colossal undead titan immediately crashed into the dirt. Jihan stared in awe. Right, the martial arts clan heir would not lose to basic mob trash. Sun In screamed, completely snapping his patience. "Stop lagging and attack it, bro." Snapping out of his lag spike, Jihan aggressively summoned his inventory weapon. "Time to shine." He stylishly twirled the spear with epic flair. He thrust it deep into the boss's flesh. Ripping the blade out, he flashed a cocky grin. "Watch these damage numbers fly." He delivered another brutal combo strike. "Perfect. Time to log you out permanently." The disrespectful combo enraged the boss into a furious frenzy, blasting a hurricane-force wind right into Jihan's face. Blinded by pure, unadulterated aggro, the monster swung wildly. Jihan's internal danger sense practically screamed, "Holy crap! This dude is literally going berserk," yet he flashed a trollish grin before sprinting for his life. Tactical retreating is the ultimate strategy. Suddenly, an ominous, bone-chilling cracking sound from behind slammed his mental brakes. Jihan looked back in absolute shock. The boss was burying its massive claws straight into the concrete. The monster just froze there like a glitch. Jihan could not help but ask, "What are you even doing, bro?" But as a guttural, demonic growl vibrated through the earth, pure goosebumps exploded across Jihan's skin. The literal ground beneath its hands ripped apart. The beast hoisted a massive boulder high into the air. Jihan's soul practically left his pale body. Time literally froze in a dead, silent standoff as both sides halted for one terrifying second. Jihan's internal monologue just started screaming tragically. "Bro is literally throwing rocks. We are so cooked." He barely muttered out his last pathetic words. "For justice." Jihan bolted just as the unhinged monster chucked the mountain-sized boulder straight at his head. Absolute gamer instinct kicked in, forcing him into a desperate forward dive. Crouching low, a massive dirt clod slammed down right behind him. Sun In, hiding who knows where, finally shouted a super late warning. "Watch out, Jihan. It's totally enraged." Pulling his soul back to reality, Jihan cursed loudly. "Yeah, thanks for the breaking news. Literally everyone already knew." Luckily, his brain still functioned enough to blast a thunderous energy beam outward. As that sick attack flew, the furious zombie king retaliated, throwing another massive boulder. Panic spiking. Jihan's only option was to run like hell. Just like before, the rocky projectile crashed right behind him. At least he had time to mock it. Dodging wasn't actually that hard. Regaining his cool, Jihan mentally sketched a battle plan. Getting hit meant an instant game over. Sun In's strikes were dealing heavy damage, so he desperately needed to keep attacking too. He was so seriously focused, accidentally muttering out loud. Weak hits merely tickled the beast, but suddenly, a crazy spark of absolute genius struck Jihan's mind. Frantically spotting his buddy, he screamed, "Sun In, bait that monster for a sec." Hearing Jihan's desperate cry, Sun In suddenly flashed a weird, cryptic smile. Was he amused or terrified? You got it. Sun In dashed toward the zombie king, violently smashing its sturdy shin. While the monster glared with homicidal rage, Jihan quietly gathered his inner energy. He ruthlessly took advantage while the beast aggressively countered Sun In. Striking a cool pose, he raised his hands. A wild thought flashed through his brain. Energy blasts were basically just standard active skills, but initiating it gave him an instinctive feel for releasing mana. So, what if he forcefully condensed that pure magic right into his palms? Taking deep breaths to calm down, he miraculously forged a glowing energy sphere. He stared wildly at his new creation hovering magically in midair. This feels exactly like charging a super anime laser, he blurted out. Sadly, the massive mana drain paralyzed his body completely for several agonizing seconds. His entire body began violently trembling. Crap, I can barely control this power anymore. If this hits, I will absolutely obliterate you. But a split second later, sheer panic visibly hijacked Jihan's overly confident face. Countless frantic thoughts raced through his mind. Oh crap, I cannot shoot this thing. It is going to detonate right in my face. Think, what would a pro gamer do here? Thankfully, his brilliant teen brain offered an epic solution. I got it! Forcing himself to stay calm, he gently rotated his body. With a deep sigh, he whispered a command inside his soul. Spin. Spin and compress it. Obeying its master's will, the tiny energy orb began violently swirling, sucking in ridiculous amounts of pure spiritual power as it aggressively expanded. It grew so massively huge that it completely eclipsed its creator's entire body. The overflowing aura aggressively blowing against his face made Jihan unbelievably hyped. The pressure from this sphere is completely insane. His excitement peaked seeing the Zombie King's massive, undefended back. Perfect! Locking onto the target, Jihan flawlessly launched the glowing sphere. Eat this epic headshot, loser. Just as the confused beast turned its ugly head, it took a devastating full-power strike directly to the face. Sun In stared in absolute shock as the monster's brain practically vanished. Meanwhile, Jihan excitedly watched the gigantic corpse dissolve into pixels. The crazy plot twist left them both stunned. Regaining his voice, Jihan screamed, "One shot, an instant one-hit kill." He wildly danced around, celebrating his total victory. Hell yeah, we won! A sudden system notification popped up like magic. You have leveled up by 1. Jihan's body tingled wildly, like his acupressure points were struck. This bizarre sensation left him completely bewildered, right before delayed message panels finally materialized. You have slain the Zombie King boss. You obtained the Zombie Slayer title. Reading his stats, Jihan frantically brainstormed. 3 more points hit 60 intelligence. Where do I dump the rest? Based on this boss fight, he definitely needed vitality or dexterity to actually survive. Plus, with this ridiculously overpowered new skill he just invented, it is so insanely broken, my future gaming life is set. When the system prompted him to name his custom skill, Jihan absent-mindedly muttered while aggressively tapping confirm. Skills just randomly pop up now, but because of his careless mumbling, the smart system misunderstood him catastrophically. Would you like to register? Random pop-up skill? No. Cancel it now. Jihan exhaustedly let out a massive sigh. Not this again. His teenager brain suddenly went into overdrive, spitting out the coolest edgy name. Spiral Energy Sphere. He drifted back into deep inner monologues. Anyway, to cast spells, I still gotta dramatically shout the name. This sounds totally badass. Once Jihan confidently smashed the final confirm button, a detailed stat window violently materialized. Spiral Energy Sphere. Active skill. Level 1. Experience. 1%. Scanning the absurd details, his jaw literally dropped to the floor. His mind went completely chaotic, firing off rapid-fire thoughts. This damage multiplier is absolutely ridiculous. No wonder that zombie lost its head in one blow. After a brief shock, Jihan gleefully roared. As a finishing move, it's totally busted. Simple, but terrifyingly overpowered. Suddenly, Sun In confusingly slapped his shoulder. Dude, aren't you gonna loot? Why are you just fanboying over yourself? That harsh reality check instantly shattered Jihan's epic trance. Oh crap, you're right. The epic loot. It's a boss monster, so it better drop some seriously god-tier items. But as their eyes locked onto the glowing treasures resting on the cold dirt, both teens simultaneously broke out in a massive anime sweat drop. Yo, look at this, man. This is so unbelievably cursed, because the mighty Zombie King's final parting gift was a dusty skill book, some potions, and a thick stack of cash. Jihan stood completely paralyzed by the sheer absurdity. Beyond wild imagination, trippy as hell. He then sparked a painfully dumb debate with Sun In. Hey, is that actual money? It honestly looks super real. A chilling breeze dramatically swept past their backs. Jihan hastily shattered the awkward silence. Well, in normal games, mobs drop currency all the time. Me grinding zombies for weeks without seeing a single penny. Now that was the real glitch. Sun In's deadpan face showed absolutely zero belief. Is that so? Their clueless conversation dragged on aimlessly. For sure, let's just blindly accept it. Jihan's tired gamer brain completely surrendered to game logic. From now on, whatever insane nonsense my powers spit out, I am not acting surprised anymore. He awkwardly scooped up the thick wad of mysterious cash. Wait, could this massive stack of cash be totally fake? That creeping anxiety was instantly shattered by Sun In's sheer panic. Just deposit it at the bank. We will find out. Jihan exhaled deeply, dramatically swiping open his glowing system inventory. Better stash it before my brain short circuits. 503,001, lowly bugs dropping 500,000? Absolute insanity. I am about to be filthy, disgustingly rich. Craving some shared chaos, he eagerly blurted out, "Dude, I think this cash is legit. I just bagged 500,000. Right on cue, Sun In completely lost his mind, screaming, "Say what now? Are you messing with me?" He then frantically pointed at the mysterious glowing vials on the dirt. And what the heck is that pile? Jihan instantly activated his observation skill. Boom, they were lowest tier strawberry-flavored health potions. Common rank. A majestic aura erupted from the glass, blinding him. Holy Mother of God, Sun In practically begged for answers. Spit it out. Is it exactly what I think it is? Tell me. Striking an overly dramatic JoJo-style pose, Jihan smirked. Bingo, you hit the jackpot, my little bro. He effortlessly dragged his buddy into this chaotic comedy routine. Healing potions. But Sun In was already too hyped to care. That is sick. What do they do? Jihan skimmed the floating system panel, dropping the casual lore. Instant 200 health recovery. By the way, your boy here sits at 700 max health points. Sun In gasped. Does the Abyss even have instant heals? They absolutely do, but they cost an absolute fortune. Jihan was stunned into silence as Sun In dropped the reality check. Only elite alchemists can craft these. They are strictly imported from Europe. Every single vial runs for tens of millions. That revelation blasted Jihan's soul straight into the stratosphere. Pure euphoria. His greedy gamer brain crunched the math. He had just looted a mountain of multi-million won potions. A few dramatic beats later, Jihan generously tossed the loot. You carried my low level, bro. Take 3. Sun In could only utter one crude, awestruck word, badass. Jihan flashed a righteous grin. That is the ultimate party rule. We share the epic loot, and we share the brutal deaths. But do not sweat it. I am keeping all the monster cash. Sun In's brain completely short-circuited at Jihan's sheer audacity. While his buddy was worshipping those expensive glass vials, Jihan pivoted to the real business. He chucked the rest into inventory. What is next? His gaze locked onto an ugly, dirt-covered tome. Observation skill activated. The very first line sent shivers down his spine. Skill book. Energy drain. Rare tier, the signature life-stealing move of elite zombies. Jihan screamed like a maniac. Jackpot, baby. Sun In fumbled, nearly dropping his priceless potions in pure terror. What now? What else did you break, you lunatic? Sun In stared blankly at the weird tome in Jihan's hand. Before he could even breathe, Jihan interrupted. It is a freaking skill book. The mob dropped a skill book. It is literally called Energy Drain. I can literally suck the life force out of my enemies. Those ruthless words made Sun In violently flinch. Meanwhile, Jihan was riding the ultimate gamer high, practically vibrating with ego. Bow before your new god, you ignorant mortal. My drop rate is utterly flawless. Mwahaha. His absolutely villainous laughter echoed through the pitch-black night. Fast forward to the next morning. Trudging to high school, Jihan was still wearing an obnoxiously smug grin. Boss mobs hit different. Now that is what you call legendary loot, Energy Drain. A ranged spell that literally converts their pain into my personal health bar. Oh, I am going to abuse this overpowered mechanic everywhere. I seriously need to butcher a few more zombies tonight. The ultimate objective? Hit level 30 by the end of the month. Jihan was so deep in his power fantasy, he totally missed the looming shadow, until Sun In's panicked voice shattered the illusion. Bro, why are you twitching in the middle of the street? Are you dying? Jihan snapped out of his dopamine trance. Right, school. He violently cleared his throat, trying to play it cool. Nah, man. I was just reliving last night's epic raid. Maybe it is casual for you, but that was my first time. Sun In squinted at his buddy's sheer earnestness. Boss fights? Are you for real right now? Jihan nodded proudly. 100%, bro. Sun In facepalmed hard. This guy was totally delusional. Dodging the nerd talk, he shoved Jihan toward the gates. Whatever, you absolute psycho. We are literally about to be late. Move your legs, let's go. Only when they finally breached the school courtyard did reality strike Sun In. Hey, did you actually try spending that system cash yet? Jihan slammed the brakes on his sneakers, freezing in place. Crap, no, I completely forgot to test it. Sun In shot him a deadpan glare. You seriously need to verify if that money is even legit. Our greedy protagonist nodded with sudden, deadly seriousness. That is actually a fatal flaw in my master plan. Sun In glared at his friend's total cluelessness, a vein popping on his forehead. Duh. I appraised our potions last night. Authentic top-tier items, easily worth tens of millions each. But Jihan's hopelessly naive response dropped. So, the healing effect is real life too? Sun In groaned, his soul leaving his body. Yes, idiot. This is not a game anymore, yet Jihan just tilted his head. Show me the exact stats, bro. His genuine cluelessness totally killed Sunil's raging aura. With a heavy sigh, he explained. The zombies in that illusion barrier? They are just local ghosts, given a physical body by the creator's raw power. In other words, they do not just spawn out of thin air. The vibe instantly got super heavy. Jihan's eyes narrowed. Wait, turning ghosts into zombies. You mean they gotta come from something that already exists? Sunil gave a grim, silent nod. Bingo. Just like those health potions, the cash, the skill books, and that glowing soul stone you looted. To prove he was not joking, Sunil's usually goofy eyes turned dead serious. They literally spawned from nothing. A cold chill ran down Jihan's spine. Seeing his buddy freak out, Sunil tried to dial back his intense aura, but his next words totally backfired. Creating matter out of thin air is never a simple trick. You took high school physics, right? The law of conservation of mass? Even crazy superpowers cannot just break the rules of reality. Before he could even finish, Jihan blurted out, Wait, what? Magic powers actually have to follow basic physics? His totally clueless expression actually made Sunil burst out laughing. Turning absolute nothing into something? That is literally God-level miracle territory. Even insane superpowers are chained to the laws of cause and effect. But then, Sunil totally slipped up, dropping a bombshell that made Jihan jump. That is exactly why Kwon Shinjun has been out here harvesting vengeful spirits. Jihan instantly went into interrogation mode. Wait, Kwon Shinjun? What the heck? Is that why that creepy dude is collecting souls? Inside the illusion barriers? But Sunil had already snapped back to reality. He was not about to leak another word. Nah, it is nothing. My clan already decided to cut a deal with the old man. Hearing this top-secret clan business for the first time, Jihan's jaw practically hit the floor. Say what now? His brain immediately started spinning with wild theories. If you did not want to spill the tea, why even bring it up and leave me hanging? Clearly, that stubborn jerk was not going to budge. Was this secret really a matter of life and death? Seeing that unyielding rock-solid look in Sunil's eyes, Jihan finally threw in the towel with a heavy sigh. Fine. Message received. A little while later, the totally normal, boring sounds of the classroom dragged him back to reality. Morning, class. Attention! The second the recess bell echoed, the room exploded into absolute teenage chaos. But in just a blink of an eye, the massive classroom emptied out, leaving Jihan completely alone with his swirling thoughts. Sitting here felt totally bizarre. One side of him was fighting bloody, life-or-death battles in the abyss, while the other was just a normal dude holding a textbook. Two crazy lives inside one body. Living this insane double life was seriously frying his brain. Jihan let out an exhausted groan. It is not like I chose to ditch my normal life to go monster hunting in the abyss, right? Snap out of it, man. Real warriors risk their actual lives in that hidden world. They do not just farm zombies for easy loot like I do. Man, I am totally losing my mind here. He violently shook his head to wake up, but then his gamer senses detected something terribly wrong. The noisy, jam-packed classroom had suddenly gone dead silent, like graveyard silent. Jihan spun around in total panic. What the heck is going on? His blood ran cold as the insane truth hit him. Everyone was literally frozen in time. Suddenly, a totally chill, familiar voice echoed from right behind him. Han Jihan. Shion stepped out of the shadows, her voice dripping with that classic, arrogant boss energy. I have a question for you. That absolute zero bluntness made all the color drain from Jihan's face. This crazy chick nearly gave him a heart attack. Do not just spawn behind people like a horror movie villain. Ping! Deep within his soul, the gamer's mind passive skill forcefully activated, instantly washing away his panic. He let out a long, shaky breath. Instant emotional reset. Thank the heavens for the gamer's mind skill. Seriously, this cheat skill was the absolute best thing ever. With his heart rate back to normal, Jihan finally found the guts to face Shion. What do you want? And wait, did you freeze time? Without even confirming his wild guess, she just coolly explained, having a private chat inside an illusion barrier is just much easier. His gamer brain instantly processed the situation. Ah, so these magical illusion zones could be used as the ultimate privacy filter too. Clever. He awkwardly cleared his throat. So, what exactly do you need from me? Just as the tension peaked, Xian totally killed the dramatic vibe. Let us find a better spot to talk. Jihan just blinked like an absolute idiot. Wait, what? The eerily silent school hallway echoed with nothing but their footsteps, while Jihan whined his completely clueless question. Why couldn't we just do this back in the classroom? Xian hit him with the most nonchalant, totally obvious answer ever. A time-freezing barrier obviously cannot be maintained for very long. You seriously did not know? Jihan screamed internally. How was I supposed to know, you arrogant snob? Do I look like a magic encyclopedia? Frustrated, he aggressively scratched his messy hair. No, I did not. I literally just found out the abyss even existed, like yesterday. But the Ice Queen just gave him a heavy, condescending sigh. Consider it a free lesson. Be grateful. That insanely arrogant attitude made Jihan's rebellious teenage blood instantly boil. Grateful for what, you lunatic? The pointless chat wrapped up as the two totally mismatched students dragged themselves to the school rooftop. Peering down over the rooftop edge, Jihan's ears instantly picked up the loud, gossiping chatter of the girls down below. His gamer brain glitched in sheer surprise. Wait, did the magical time barrier already shatter? He spun around, blurting out to Xion in a total panic. Hey, whatever you dragged me here for, spill it. The next bell is about to ring. She pierced him with a cold stare before breaking the silence. Any idea why Huang Sungan is hoarding spirit stones? He shot back with a totally useless answer. Huh? How the hell would I know? Her expectations shattered. Shin Young pressed him again. So, you seriously have absolutely no clue? He scoffed defensively. No way, how could I? Think I am clairvoyant? Still glaring suspiciously, she countered. I have seen you sneaking in and out of his barrier lately. A light bulb went off, making Jihan groan. Ah, so that is it. His mood instantly tanked as he let out a massive, dramatic sigh. I cannot spot illusion barriers yet. I literally just awakened as a natural esper. So yeah, sometimes I accidentally blunder into someone else's turf. Are we crystal clear now? Obviously I stumble into that creep's barrier. The old psycho turned this whole neighborhood into a barrier minefield. How am I supposed to dodge that? Despite his rant, Shin Young casually dropped a bomb. Then what about your midnight strolls into it? Jihan exploded in total defense. That was just for training. Got it? His sheer audacity left Shin Young completely speechless. Finally, she turned her back and sighed. Fine then. I get it. Just stop wandering into his illusion barrier. That random cryptic warning left Jihan absolutely scratching his head. Yeah. Without missing a beat, she walked away, dropping one last confusing puzzle piece. They will be destroyed soon anyway. That eerie, hanging sentence sent a chill colder than the winter wind down his spine. You dragged me out here for this nonsense? The poor guy suffered through another soul-crushing school day until the final bell rang. Just steps from the gate, a sudden bombshell of news made him scream out loud. What? He is not coming? Sun In nodded awkwardly, offering the most generic excuse ever. Yeah, my family is dealing with some stuff right now. Jihan grumbled, seriously annoyed. With your family, literally anything could happen. His brain just would not stop complaining. Mom is definitely going to nag my ear off. But Saint Sun In casually dropped an absolute blessing. We already told your mom. Just go home and chill out, man. Watching his buddy bolt away, Jihan scratched his head awkwardly and exhaled heavily. I am suddenly completely free, a glorious thought sneaked into his mind. Come to think of it, I have not gamed at all lately. Between hunting zombies and endless studying, I am deprived. Alright then, time to speed home and grind my account to the max. Bursting with hype, Jihan practically skipped all the way home. Today is literally the best day ever. Aw yeah. A little while later, he swaggered through the front door. I am back. Jung-suk's warm voice called out. You are home early, sweetie? He happily announced his freedom. Yeah, tutoring at Sun In's house got cancelled today. They happily chatted right in the entryway. I heard the tutor went home for a week, but you better keep studying hard, understand? Yes, Mom. Now go change your clothes. Yes, sir, boss. Minutes later, Jihan stepped out of the shower, completely refreshed. The mouth-watering scent of Jung-suk's cooking hit him like pure joy. Holy crap, pork bean stew. He unconsciously started belting out a song. Mom's stew is literally top tier. He barely even registered her confused question. Why are you staring at me like that? Jihan just kept singing his hype track. I mean it, Mom. Finally, Jung-suk gave the magical command. Just eat already. Jihan shuddered with pure excitement. Yes, ma'am. He devoured the food like a starving beast. Eventually, he leaned back, totally satisfied. That was absurdly delicious. Jung-suk quickly left the room, amused by her son clearing every single plate. Wash the dishes when you are done. Totally oblivious to her sneaky escape, Jihan nodded obediently. Will do. He happily snapped on the rubber gloves, humming a tune while scrubbing away. But suddenly, a glowing system window violently popped up in midair. Golden text instantly began to scroll across it. You have acquired a new skill through a specific action. Diligent scrubbing has unlocked the skill. Dishwashing. Effect. Cleans dishes at high speed. Jihan choked on his breath, staring in absolute disbelief. What the heck? A skill like this actually exists in the system, but a weirdly brilliant thought struck him, bringing a goofy grin to his face. Hell yeah, dishwashing is totally an art form. Wait, is this an active or a passive skill? As if reading his mind, the system scrambled to flash a delayed prompt. Passive dishwashing. Level 1. Experience at 0%. The higher the mastery, the more flawlessly spotless those dishes become. Dishwashing speed increased by 5%. Our rebellious teen was totally dumbfounded. Oh, ho ho, now I can scrub these plates to absolute perfection. Not bad. With the sink finally gleaming, Jihan proudly reported to his mom. Hey mom, I finished the chores. I am heading upstairs now. Watching her son breeze by, she casually dropped a heavy warning. Good. Remember to hit the books, got it? He shivered slightly and squeaked out a yes, but inside his rebellious spirit scoffed. Who needs studying now? Slamming his bedroom door shut, Jihan immediately booted up his console, but moments later, a heavy sigh escaped him. I cannot focus at all. Everything feels so incredibly dull. Has it always been this boring? Frustrated, he quit the game and flopped onto his soft mattress. What am I even doing? His usually sharp mind felt sluggish. Me, ignoring video games? That is dangerously weird. Or maybe, is it because my actual reality has morphed into a video game? Outside his house, fluffy white clouds drifted across a brilliant blue sky. Inside, the ceiling air conditioner hummed quietly. Slouched in his chair, staring blankly upward, the ultimate teenager groaned. It is a day off, but having absolutely nothing to do is absolute torture. What the heck am I supposed to do now? His mind kept grumbling. Even gaming makes me sick right now. Suddenly, he randomly snatched up a nearby jacket. Throwing it on, a spark of excitement ignited his eyes. In times like this, the only cure is a hardcore grinding session. Leveling up my skills. They will be incredibly overpowered later. So whenever I have free time, I must dive straight into the grind. He bolted out of his room, sneaking down the stairs like a rogue. Passing by the kitchen, he hollered out, "Hey mom, I am heading out for a bit." His mom, busy prepping ingredients, instantly fired back. "Make sure you are back before dinner, understood?" Ding! Suddenly, a glowing system panel materialized right in front of him. New quest generated. Mom demands your return before dinner. The Supreme Gamer Mother requires your presence. Time limit, before 7 in the evening. Reward, 1,000 experience points. Bonus, increased maternal affection. Penalty for failure, getting totally scolded and losing trust. Accept or decline. He froze completely, his eyes blowing wide as he stared blankly at the glowing hologram. After a split second of hesitation, his finger smashed the accept button while muttering, obviously accepting this. The front door swung open, and our protagonist stepped outside. He threw his arms toward the heavens, stretching his stiff gamer muscles. Suddenly, a few golden leaves drifted past his face. He stopped, his gaze filled with sudden awe. Staring at the vibrant blue sky and dancing leaves, reality hit him. Oh, autumn is already here. Cut to a tranquil mountain. Surrounded by dense forests, Jihan stood like a lone warrior in nature, his intense gaze locked onto his glowing skill window. The interface displayed his hard-earned arsenal of abilities. A smug grin crept onto his face. I have actually gathered quite a lot. Rubbing his chin like a gaming mastermind, he pondered. When did this list get so stacked? Time to choose my main grinding focus. I am a high intelligence build. Usually, intel classes dominate with long-range magic strikes. Plus, that stat dramatically boosts spell damage. I already possess the mana affinity passive, and that beginner tier skill, Energy Bolt, is ridiculously overpowered. Furthermore, Spiral Energy Bolt is devastating enough to be a flawless finishing move. However, I completely lack defensive abilities or escape maneuvers. After a moment of intense tactical analysis, a master plan formed. If that is the case, defensive barriers, dodging techniques, and life-saving escape skills. Those are my top priority right now. Scratching his head, he visualized the mechanics. A magical defense skill would probably function like deploying a barrier, right? Something like a mega shield or an absolute energy barrier. Whatever, I just need to spawn a mob zone and start grinding first. Without a second of hesitation, Jihan raised his hand and commanded the system. Create hunting ground! Instantly, the birds flying above vanished into thin air. It was as if reality shattered, dragging him into an entirely different dimension. Suddenly, a glowing alert popped up. Create hunting ground has leveled up. The system relentlessly chimed. Create hunting ground has leveled up again. You have unlocked multiple dungeon environments. Jihan completely lost his cool, shouting out loud. Wait, what? I can spawn different types of dungeons now? He frantically ripped open the skill window, his racing heartbeat echoing in his ears. His trembling finger clicked the updated icon. The new details materialized. Active skill, create hunting ground, level 2. Experience points at 0%. This ability generates monster zones. Higher levels spawn exponentially stronger environments. Currently available dungeon biomes include Empty Monster Zone, Undead Zone featuring zombie monsters, Ghost Zone featuring spectral spirits, and a hybrid graveyard zone mixing zombies and ghosts. Jihan's eyes nearly bulged out of his skull as he stuttered. I can actually conjure insane zones like this now? His jaw dropped, his teenage brain buzzing with absolute euphoria. Unbelievable. I thought this skill only created basic illusion barriers. He mumbled in pure shock. Turns out, it is practically a god-tier power. Suddenly, a brilliant and totally rebellious idea sparked in his mind. I just had an epiphany, an absolute stroke of genius. Clenching both fists with burning determination, our boy proudly declared, "From now on, I will just spawn my personal dungeons and solo farm all the experience points. That is the perfect strategy. No more sneaking around to steal zombie kills from that annoying guy's illusion barrier." But then, a wave of suspicion hit him. Wait, why am I only unlocking undead zones? Is it because my level is still absolute trash? Jihan swiped the system window away. Whatever, I'll deal with that later. Thrusting his right hand forward, his eyes burned with absolute resolve. First order of business. Craft a badass defense skill. Thanks to the Divine Will technique, raw mana control was finally in his grasp. If that's the case, he took a deep breath, shutting his eyes tight. His right hand pointed skyward, ready for action, palm facing the unknown. He pushed his mind to the absolute limit. Focus. Pure, unadulterated energy started swirling right in the center of his palm. Snapping his eyes open, he smirked. Hell yeah, let's keep going. Stretching his fingers, the mystical white aura gathered, glowing brighter than ever. The power pulsed, flowing relentlessly from his skin. A thick layer of brilliant white mist began to solidify right above his trembling hand. Gather, he roared in awe. The blinding white energy spun, spiraling around his arm like a loyal beast tamed purely by his will. Suddenly, the wild vortex completely halted, morphing into a flat, glowing disc. Jihan's jaw dropped. The concentrated energy formed an ethereal, translucent barrier floating effortlessly over his palm. A wicked, triumphant grin spread across his face. I freaking knew it. Mastering that previous skill had totally unlocked his latent ability to manipulate raw mana. I can control this juice without relying on the system. Time to forge a hardcore mana barrier on my own terms. Ding! The system flashed a shiny new alert. Special action recognized. Through his relentless mana manipulation experiments, a brand new skill dropped. Mana Shield created. Active skill, level 1. 0% experience. Cost, 30 mana. A fundamental arcane defense. Ancient sorcerers wielded this legendary elemental guard for centuries. Effect. Reduces physical impact drastically. Upkeep. Minus 50 mana every single minute. Jihan pumped his fist, absolutely ecstatic. Boom! I totally knew that would work. Gotta test drive this bad boy right now. He threw his arms wide, roaring. Mana Shield! A crystal clear wave of pure energy exploded outwards, wrapping him in an ethereal, lightweight armor. The sheer epicness of it sent his ego skyrocketing. From overpowered to absolute god tier, Jihan struck a dozen flashy poses, but suddenly he froze, blushing furiously. Okay, I really need to stop being so cringe. That was mortifying. Shaking off the embarrassment, Jihan instantly summoned his system interface. Crossing his arms, he went full tactical genius. Next mission. Forcefully unlock a high-speed evasion skill and a master escape technique. But how the heck do I even trigger an evasion skill? His brain instantly short-circuited, tangled up in massive confusion. Jihan frantically scratched his head. Come on, it's not like I'm some classically trained grand wizard here. Can somebody please drop a basic magic tutorial? Hitting a total mental wall, he dramatically threw his hands up in defeat. Desperate times call for incredibly stupid measures. It felt totally ridiculous, but he had literally zero other options left. Jihan struck a completely bizarre stance. Tiptoeing around like a hyperactive stealth ninja, he suddenly screamed at the top of his lungs, "Ultimate escape!" Crossing his arms defensively, he chanted seriously, "Instant teleportation!" He leaped weirdly into the air, flailing wildly like a majestic, slippery eel. Landing, he held his breath. Please tell me that worked. Ding! A new system alert popped up. Special action recognized. Skill unlocked. Distract enemies by acting like a complete clown. The total brain damage technique has been successfully generated. Total brain damage. Active skill. Level 1. 0% experience. Cost. 5 mana. Forces your opponents to violently question the user's actual sanity. Highly effective at shattering target focus. Grants a moderate chance to inflict utter bewilderment on enemies for 2 whole seconds. Jihan froze, his soul leaving his body. Gripping his face, he screamed in pure, unadulterated agony. Who in their right mind wants a troll skill like that? His heartbroken wail echoed through the lonely mountains, a victim of system bullying. As the ancient proverbs always say, true wisdom and vast knowledge are deeply intertwined, yet completely separate forces. History is absolutely littered with brilliant geniuses cursed to suffer tragically miserable lives. A hyper-intelligent brain and profound wisdom rarely walk the exact same path. Humanity must face this harsh, undeniable reality. Quoting the hermit Moru. Meanwhile, his voice relentlessly echoed across the clearing. Mana shield! Mana shield! The system suddenly chimed again. Mana shield leveled up. Tapping the magical barrier, Jihan went into deep analytical mode. So, the skill hit level 3. At level 1, it drained 50 mana. Right now, it only costs 46 mana. Level 2 was burning 48. Math time. Every level drops the cost by 2 points. If I grind this to level 25, I can keep the shield blazing all day long. Standing inside the barrier, reality hit him. Currently, my mana burn rate is still absolute garbage. Jihan discovered he could stack multiple layers. Obviously, his defensive stats spiked massively with 3 overlapping high-density mana barriers protecting him. The catch? Sustaining 3 shields for 60 seconds nuked 150 mana. Level 3 saved juice, but this burn rate was downright brutal. Jihan rubbed his chin, pondering. With my current mana pool, I won't survive more than a few miserable breaths. But hey, unlimited mana means unlimited layers. By the way, my intelligence stat is currently sitting pretty at 65.8. Every single intelligence point equals 10 extra mana. Add my level 16 buffs, and my total mana pool hits a whopping 1299.9. Jihan clenched his fists, completely hyped. Compared to his clueless noob days, his growth rate was seriously off the charts right now. Was he already becoming an overpowered legend? He pulled up his skill window, rubbing his chin like a master tactician. My current base regen is 12 mana per minute. It seems every 100 max mana adds another point to my regen speed. So boosting intelligence directly buffs my recovery rate. But what if I dump stats into wisdom? Would that trigger an even crazier spike? If I hit 100 mana per minute, I could spam my mana shield infinitely. The alternative? Grinding the skill past level 25. I need a genius min-max strategy here. It is not like I only have 1 or 2 pathetic skills to grind. Wisdom or vitality. He wrestled with his original build path. Taking a deep, dramatic breath, Jihan slowly closed his eyes. Becoming a god-tier player depends heavily on optimizing this build. His defensive skills were rock solid, but inventing custom evasion arts from scratch? Nearly impossible. No point banging his head against a wall just to get mocked by the system, so only one epic dilemma remained. Jihan furrowed his brow. Which skill tree gets the ultimate grinding priority today? For offense, I have Energy Bolt, Rend, Shatter, and Spiral Bolt. Scanning his status window, he immediately crossed off Passive Sword and Martial Arts. Besides, playing a melee brawler is suicide when I dumped every single stat point into intelligence. Suddenly, his intense gaze locked onto a forgotten icon. Honestly speaking, I haven't leveled my Heavenly Will Mind art since the day I unlocked it. Jihan dropped onto a boulder, deep in thought. That art permanently expands my max mana capacity. Wouldn't grinding that be the absolute most broken strategy? A puzzled expression crossed his face. Snatching a dry branch from the dirt, Jihan started drafting his master plan right on the ground. He scribbled furiously, treating the dirt like a sacred scroll. 3 distinct categories materialized in the dust. Offense, absolute defense, and crucial support. Jihan mentally reorganized his entire arsenal. My core damage relies on basic and spiral energy bolts. He tapped the dirt sharply. The spiral variant is key. He dragged the branch down, hyper-focused on his tactical analysis. For ultimate survival, I have the mana shield. A brilliant spark of gamer genius suddenly lit up his wild eyes. For support, there is the Heavenly Mind art, plus my raw physical endurance buff. The perfect system was set. Offense equals Spiral Bolt. Defense relies on Mana Shield. Support hinges on Mind Arts and physical endurance. Leaping up, he chuckled at his own trash tier status. Damn it, looking at this pathetic list, one bad mob aggro could easily one-shot me. Grinding Mana Shield is an absolute survival necessity, but that basic energy bolt, I need to evolve it into something devastating. Jihan tilted his head, calculating. The basic bolt is just raw force, fired from the palms, detonating upon enemy impact. He went into full nerd analysis mode. The damage relies entirely on the blast radius. Wait, what if I compress that explosive force into lethal piercing damage? Eureka! A wicked grin spread across his face. Let's test this theory out. He thrust his hand forward as swirling mist violently condensed in his palm. Jihan watched in absolute awe, his mind racing, compressing raw energy into a single devastating focal point. The chaotic aura spun wildly, rapidly morphing into the shape of a razor-sharp lethal arrow. Ding! Right on cue, the iconic system window popped up. New skill acquired through special actions. You have unlocked Mana Arrow. Active skill level 1. Experience 0.0%. Mana cost 5. Pure mana solidifies into a deadly projectile. Only true mana manipulators can cast this art. Jihan's eyes went wide with pure hype. Staring at the glowing holographic text, a cocky, rebellious smirk tugged at his lips. Still a bit too basic for my taste. Instantly, the glowing arrow began spinning with terrifying velocity. He raised his arm high. Locking onto an imaginary target in the distance, he unleashed the blazing projectile with massive force. He roared at the top of his lungs, "Pierce through!" The magical bolt tore through the air, slamming violently into a massive tree trunk. Jihan held his breath, watching the dust settle, eager for the destructive results. Shielding his eyes from the magical glare, he gaped at the sheer, overpowered devastation. That blast could easily one-shot a zombie's skull. Ding! The familiar system chime rang out. New skill acquired via extreme mana manipulation, granting ultimate armor-piercing capabilities. The legendary spiral mana arrow has been generated. Active combat skill unlocked. Level 1. Experience 0.0%. Mana cost 6. A devastating ranged attack buffed by high-speed rotation. Exclusive to elite mana controllers. Hell yes! Jihan pumped his fist in pure teenage triumph. My basic survival toolkit is officially complete. Now for Phase 2. He tightened his grip, eyes burning with relentless ambition. The ultimate priority is maxing out my mana shield. I will build my entire invincible empire right on this foundation. When mana shield drains my energy, I count on this to recover. I will master both the shield and the Heavenly Will method simultaneously. 2 birds, 1 epic stone. Survival is rule number 1. Gotta stay alive before pulling off any crazy stunts. Plus, the Heavenly Will method acts like a giant mana potion. This ancient cultivation breathing boosts internal energy, supercharging my mana recovery to insane speeds. Currently regenerating 12 mana per minute, but this technique will skyrocket that stat. Jihan took a deep breath, locked into his stance, and smirked. Time to grind! Under a crisp blue sky, Jihan's shouts shattered the silence. Mana shield! Mana shield! He finally exhaled heavily. Tank is completely empty. Let the cultivation begin. Sitting lotus-style on a massive boulder, he closed his eyes. His chaotic mind quieted. With every breath, he felt raw atmospheric energy surging through him. Energy gathered below his navel, branching out to his limbs and heart. Total martial arts meridian stuff. Cultivation was literally just hacking nature's energy through breathing. Suddenly, the system flared to life. Heavenly Will cultivation activated. Warning: external interruptions may trigger fatal chi deviation. Bonus: regaining 30 mana per minute. Jihan peeked open one eye, a rebellious smirk playing on his lips. So the system tracks this too? Absolutely perfect for my grind. He closed his eyes, riding the energy wave. 42 mana per minute. That means a full tank in just 30 minutes. Slashing the wait time from 100 minutes is insanely overpowered. But first, gotta max out that mana bar. Time slowly drifted by. Jihan finally checked his glowing phone screen. 6:10 in the evening. He groggily pushed himself up. Definitely time to bail and head home. His joints popped like firecrackers after the long meditation. He winced. Super refreshing, but my body is stiff as a board. He stood tall, stretching dramatically to wake up his frozen muscles. He inhaled sharply, savoring the icy twilight breeze. I practically grew roots sitting there. He groaned, feeling completely wiped out. With a quick flick of his finger, he summoned his glittering skill window. The glowing panel updated. Active skill, Mana Shield level 5. Experience, 3.35%. Mana cost, 30. A fundamental defensive art using pure magical energy. Humanity has manipulated this mystical force since ancient times, and the legendary Mana Shield remains a core technique. Effect: nullifies incoming physical trauma. Passive drain, 42 mana per minute. Heavenly Will method level 4. Experience at 14.03%. The foundational breathing technique of the Divine Sect. This purifying art absorbs raw world energy into the core, allowing mortals to shatter their limits. Permanent boost. 56 mana and 16 to all base stats. Activation grants 48 raw strength, plus 48 dexterity. Unlocks aura projection at 15 mana per minute. Jihan's face lit up with absolute savage joy. He nodded, highly satisfied with his broken stats, and dismissed the window. Freaking brilliant. I definitely need to spam this Heavenly Will method. Free mana regen and absolutely busted stat boosts. Grinding this single skill will make me completely invincible, and there is zero cooldown. He snapped his fingers to cast his dungeon exit skill. Strolling back to reality, he casually hummed a totally ridiculous off-key pop song. He gazed up at the bleeding sky, feeling a rare moment of peace. Man, that sunset is cinematic as hell. Just 10 days ago, I was a total nobody. Now, I am literally built different. Armed with a god-tier system everyone would kill for, my life should be on easy mode. Yet somehow, a dark nagging tension still clawed at his chest. Was it the heavy guilt regarding his mother? Or maybe the sickening fact that Sun In was currently running a suicide mission. That idiot could actually die out there tonight. When you stare into the infinite abyss long enough, the abyss inevitably stares right back at you. Classic Nietzsche. Jihan shut his eyes. A shadow of sorrow crossed his face, but his eyes snapped open with renewed fire. Fists clenched tight. Nietzsche was absolutely right. I gazed into the terrifying abyss, and now that nightmare has locked its eyes onto me, Jihan stared at the heavens with a haunting gaze, questioning his twisted fate. Are my peaceful, lazy teenage days officially over? What insane power will I gain, and what horrific price will I pay? He walked down an eerily deserted street. The deafening silence felt unnerving. A random pebble sat on the asphalt. Instantly, his auto-observe skill triggered. The system screen flashed. Item, pebble, rank, normal grade. Description, a pathetic roadside rock. Currently being analyzed by a highly questionable teenager with too much free time. A crumpled wrapper lay nearby. The annoying system window sparked again. Target, greasy burger wrapper. Rank, normal, lore. Discarded by some obnoxious tourist after a midnight snack. Warning, terrible for toilet paper. Do not loot. Jihan scowled in disbelief. So leveling up gives me sassier item descriptions? He cursed violently in his head. Are you freaking kidding me? I should be asking what this dumb system wants. I spam the observe skill constantly, so it leveled up insanely fast. But why is the commentary so sarcastic now? This skill is becoming totally unbalanced. Jihan scratched his head, sighing heavily. Still, I gotta keep grinding its proficiency. Slouching down the street, Jihan suddenly froze. His sharp eyes darted toward a pitch-black alleyway. Right on cue, the glowing system panel flared to life. The holographic screen flashed. An average tier monster zone. Empty zone ahead. Access granted because auto-join was left running. He blinked at the glowing text. Wait, seriously? What the heck? An illusion barrier right here? Jihan frantically scanned his surroundings. Total confusion. It just looked like a crusty, normal alley. So weird. I desperately need a barrier detector. Plus, empty means absolutely zero loot inside. Then why spawn it here? A wild theory hit Jihan's brain. Did that absolute psycho Kwon Shinjun make this? Nah, forget it. Focus! He stared at the screen. Auto-join is active? What garbage feature is that? His jaw locked in pure dread. Don't freaking tell me. Settings, he whispered. The menu shifted instantly, and he burst into manic laughter. Gameplay, video, audio. His mind was completely blown. It really functioned exactly like a literal video game. How crazy overpowered is this ability? Suddenly, he spotted the auto-join toggle set to on and screamed. Bingo! The ultimate revelation hit him. I've been getting dragged into death traps because of a default setting? Die, you garbage feature. Jihan aggressively smashed the disable button on auto-join. System alert. Empty illusion barrier located. Do you wish to enter? Yes or no? Hard no. Suddenly, the shadows deepened. A chilling silence pierced Jihan's soul. Why do I feel so hollow? I want to literally evaporate. I got tortured for 10 straight days over a stupid menu option. Curse this absolute troll of a system. Gritting his teeth, his rebel fingers smashed. Yes, anyway, might as well peek inside this random street-level anomaly. Instantly, reality warped into a new barrier. Jihan scanned the area. It was dead silent. Who even cast this? If the creator is gone, the barrier should vanish. Everything looks deceptively normal. Suddenly, Jihan froze in his tracks. His eyes blew wide open. What the heck? A body. Someone was sprawled completely out cold on the pavement. He sprinted toward the motionless girl. Dark Magic Invader, level 12, Hwan Sung-A. Jihan stared at her floating stats. What a totally bizarre title. His brow furrowed hard. A Dark Magic Invader? Is she from the Abyss faction too? Wait, her level is actually lower than mine. Without a second thought, Jihan triggered his skill. Observe! The holographic window flared up instantly. It ripped open her entire digital footprint, stats, attributes, and current condition. Observe skill reached level 9. Hidden attributes unlocked. Emotional states revealed. She is infected by a dark magic parasite draining her life force? Jihan's mind raced. Cursed since birth? He crouched down, scratching his head. Why pass out inside a barrier, lady? You could have literally died here. Well, time for this handsome hero to save the damsel in distress. Classic trope. He tilted his head. Okay, she is actually gorgeous. Hwan Sung-gan's daughter? Same last name, highly suspicious. Glancing around, he shrugged. Whatever, who cares? Jihan slapped his hand firmly onto her forehead. First priority, save her. Instantly, a demonic frost bit into his flesh, violently shaking his arm. Ice shot down his spine. Is her dark status affecting me? Fighting the chill, he instantly unleashed his technique. Soul restoration art. Jihan pulled back, totally baffled. She is not waking up? Wait, the spirit stone. I totally forgot the soul stone. The system lore flashed in his mind. That epic item can easily cleanse this debuff. Without it, I am just spamming useless heals. He frantically ripped open his inventory. Complaining the entire time, Jihan frantically scraped together exactly 89 spirit stones. He piled the glowing rocks into a neat mound, grabbing just one. Smacking it onto Sung-Ah's forehead, he screamed, "Natural soul spirit restoration art!" But the system mocked him. Debuff removal failed. Status merely reduced. Jihan let out a massive groan. Seriously, what the heck now? My restoration skill is pathetically underleveled. I totally should have grinded earlier. He recalled her terrifying stats. Max Black Demon Invasion, Instant Blackout, and Total Paralysis. But wait, the curse is actually dropping. The skill actually works. Let's go. I still have 88 stones to burn. Jihan spammed his power. Natural Soul Spirit Restoration Art. Restoration art again. The system dinged happily. Black Demon Paralysis officially cured. He smirked. Sweet, let's keep going. Spamming the skill, endless blue screens popped up. Unconscious status cured. But then, removal failed. The effect only reduced. Jihan glared at the alerts. Is this demon invasion uncurable? It refused to drop. Exhausted, Jihan collapsed into the dirt, sighing heavily. My level is just way too low for this curse. I seriously need to grind my restoration art level up. Dropping it to medium ain't bad. Paralysis and blackout are gone. But seriously, who is this mysterious girl? Jihan narrowed his eyes suspiciously. She definitely has ties to that creepy Huan Sunggan, the level 12 Huan clan. With those bizarre debuffs, no wonder she passed out cold inside that high-level illusion barrier. He leaned in ridiculously close. Daughter or cousin? Because honestly, they do not look alike at all. Suddenly, Sung-Ah's eyes snapped open, their gazes locked in the most awkward stare-down ever. She blinked at her surroundings, quietly sitting up while Jihan froze. Dusting herself off, she shot him a confused glare. Jihan finally scrambled to his feet. Out of nowhere, she bowed deeply, totally catching him off guard. Looking up, she asked softly, "Are you Han Jihan?" He froze. Bingo! She knows Huan Sunggan. Only that weirdo and Heaven's Will Guild know my name. Scratching his head, he smirked. Yeah, that is me. He flashed a wildly confident, cheesy grin. So, you are in class 11A, right? Sung-Ah gave a silent, mysterious nod. Jihan kept talking. I am in the same grade. Drop the formal last name stuff. She gave another quiet, stoic nod, bowing her head slightly. Thanks for saving my life, Jihan. He rubbed his neck, acting humble. It was nothing. Do not even sweat it. Curiosity took over. So, why exactly were you passed out in that sketchy barrier? Sung-Ah answered with deadpan honesty. I was completely possessed. He blinked, utterly stunned. Wait, possessed? By what? You mean that insane black demon invasion status? She slowly nodded, explaining her fate. Sometimes the darkness takes over. It gets incredibly dangerous when that happens. My dad usually saves me in time, but seriously, thank you. Jihan scratched his head, blushing. Helping an unconscious girl is just common courtesy, but deep down, he smirked. Plus, I barely even needed those glowing rocks anyway. He leaned in, faking deep concern. How is your body holding up? I literally just gave you magical first aid. She closed her eyes, sensing her internal energy. Suddenly, her eyes burst open. The freezing chill is gone. He crossed his arms, chest puffed out with legendary pride. Hell yeah, I totally obliterated that demon paralysis. Dropping the jokes, Jihan turned deadly serious. But you are not fully cured yet. That main curse is stubborn. Before he could finish, a heavy hand slammed onto his shoulder. A terrifying voice echoed. Han Jihan, fancy meeting you. Jihan whipped around, practically folding into a panic-stricken bow. Hey Teach, small world. The man's aura was pure ice. Too small. What exactly is your business with my daughter? Jihan kept his head down, processing the shock. Wait, his daughter? But she's exactly my age. Did this old dude seriously knock someone up in high school? Jihan took a massive breath. Cool it, man. He slowly lifted his chin to meet that deadly gaze. Chill out, sir, Jihan declared confidently. I'm the good guy here. Actually, your kid is insanely sick right now. You shouldn't leave her flying solo. Lucky I found her before things went south. Sung-Gon stayed dead silent. He took a heavy, terrifying step forward, radiating a truly suffocating, villainous aura. He leaned in close. Thank you for saving her. I owe you. In a flash, both of them vanished into thin air, leaving behind only swirling black mist. Jihan stood totally frozen until the smoke cleared. He wiped his drool, absolutely mind-blown. Holy crap, that teleportation skill is completely overpowered. I need that. His gamer brain was screaming for that epic loot. Now, let us pause and picture a super cliched scenario. You are strolling down the street and spot 3 trashy thugs harassing a defenseless girl. You want to play the ultimate hero, but instead, you totally chicken out and run. Honestly, 99% of people would bail, leaving a horribly bitter taste of regret. Life hits hard, and reality is rarely a sweet little comic book fantasy. So how do you become the main character? How do you actually save the girl? Here is an epic lesson on pure, unfiltered grind from some nameless legend. Pitch black night swallowed the city. Jihan strutted down the street, whistling a totally carefree tune. "Oh, look who it is, Mr. Zombie." He raised his hand, perfectly executing his casting stance. "Spiral mana arrow!" Jihan yeeted the glowing bolt with a cocky grin. Rolling heads like bowling pins, time to utterly obliterate these low-level noobs. A wicked, victorious smirk crossed his face. The most overpowered arrow in the server just hit level 9. With that insane level up, his signature skill practically evolved, spawning a secondary projectile. Absolutely broken. One shot was already an instant kill. Now it is a double tap. My farming efficiency just skyrocketed through the absolute roof. Jihan ducked down, snagging the freshly dropped spirit stone from the dirt. The purple glow reflected in his eyes. Seriously, where is the auto-loot feature? Bending over like a boomer is exhausting. Any game forcing manual loot in 2024 belongs in the trash. Meanwhile, in the background, the remaining mana arrows mercilessly hunted down the surviving mob. He watched them disintegrate into pixelated dust. Area cleared! Jihan happily summoned his system interface. All right, let us review today's glorious loot drop. He eagerly scanned the glowing inventory screen. 32 pristine soulstones, 12 nasty undead teeth, and 10 weird ribs. I skipped the rotting flesh drops, way too gross. He prayed this junk had actual value. I definitely need to grind my crafting level to forge this garbage. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar ripped through the silence. A chilling bloodlust locked onto him. Jihan whipped his head around. Standing behind him was a colossal nightmare, a level 34 zombie king. Instead of fear, an insane, adrenaline-fueled grin stretched across his face. The field boss finally spawned. His rebellious gamer spirit completely took over. I can totally kite this big stupid lug. His eyes blazed with battle-craving madness. Time to feed you some absolute destruction, big boy. Zero hesitation. Jihan snapped his fingers, spam casting his newly upgraded spell. Spiral mana arrow, spiral mana arrow, more spiral mana arrows, he roared with absolute main character energy. Strike. A literal barrage of blue death tore through the heavy air, perfectly locking on. The magical bolts pierced the boss. Its health bar plummeted. The monster shrieked in agonizing pain. Toxic slime erupted from its wounds. The enraged giant boss unleashed a shockwave roar, winding up for a crushing stomp. Yet Jihan stood absolutely still. He stared back with pure disrespect. Slower than a turtle. Who are you scaring? He casually sidestepped the devastating blow. Moving like a phantom in the wind, Jihan's eyes glowed with pure gamer hype. Jackpot incoming. He dual-wielded 2 more devastating mana arrows. The boss howled as its massive knees crashed into the earth. Jihan looked down, radiating pure victorious energy. He shamelessly spammed his attack button. A literal hurricane of glowing blue arrows materialized, mercilessly bombarding the giant's already crippled joints. The zombie king unleashed one final screech. Its massive body collapsed into the dirt, entirely lifeless. Jihan laughed, utterly drunk on victory. He strutted over with arrogant main character energy. Behold my beautifully cheap tactics. Works every time. Suddenly, the giant corpse twitched. Jihan instantly threw his hand forward. A terrifying energy vortex exploded in his palm. The glowing interface flashed. A warning! Spiral energy sphere initiated. The ultimate countdown began. His eyes tracked every ticking second. 10, 9, 5, and finally 1. A catastrophic sphere of pure, blinding energy stabilized right in front of him. Jihan aggressively thrust his hands forward. With a savage battle cry, the raging sphere annihilated the boss's remains. A devastating, ground-shattering explosion ripped through the entire forest. Amidst the thick, choking smoke, Jihan casually cracked his knuckles, flashing an incredibly smug, victorious grin. Ding! The beloved system interface chimed with a glorious, glowing pop-up message. You earned 412,900 experience. Level up! Jihan threw his head back, laughing like an absolute gaming god. Thrashing trash bosses is a total breeze now. Jihan casually strolled toward the epic loot drops. Inspecting the glowing items, he frowned. Wait, seriously? No skill books dropped? What in the world is this? He toggled his observation mode. Boom, instant stats. Minor soulstone, ranked as useful. A weird crystal forged by smashing multiple souls together. Handy for tons of stuff. Jihan held the glowing rock up. A mid-tier soulstone, huh? Probably bottom barrel trash. Tossing it into his inventory, he suddenly froze. Wait a sec. What level is my soul recovery skill at? With a quick flick, Jihan summoned his glowing status window. The text revealed the truth. Soul Recovery Arts, active skill, level 3. Experience at 2.14%. An ancient Korean monk healing art. It burns raw spirit to trigger soul power. When paired with a shiny soul stone, it restores 150 health and mana, curing status effects. Without the stone, just basic health regen and minor curse removal. Effectiveness scales with skill level and crystal purity. Reading this, reality hit Jihan hard. The stats completely changed, so it still cleanses dark curses. With a higher level and a premium stone, I could purge absolute nightmares. That girl I just ran into. Kwon Sung-ah, right? She was suffering from a bizarre, twisted status effect called Black Magic Invasion. Even spamming soul recovery wouldn't dent it. Sung-ah had smiled sadly, saying her dad usually arrived in time, thanking me anyway. That curse is literally pushing her toward death's door. Jihan scratched his head, anxiety gnawing at him. I can't shake this bad feeling. Chaotic thoughts swirled in his rebellious teenage brain. What is this mess? A tiny needle of guilt pricked his heart. Why would her dad leave her totally defenseless? Could he not find a cure? Or is it totally terminal? The abyss is packed with overpowered monsters. The logic spun his brain into a dizzying vortex. Gripping his hair, he groaned, my brain is melting. Time to aggressively max out my soul recovery. He let out an exhausted sigh. Whatever, I'm dipping out, going home. Pitch black night swallowed the sky. A glowing full moon cast eerie shadows. Inside the dead silent hospital room, an IV dripped with grim rhythm. The TV flashed a hiker trekking up a mountain. A fragile figure lay perfectly still on the bed, blankly staring at the glowing screen. Sung-ah lay there, her face ghostly pale. Suddenly, the door clicked open. Her father quietly stepped inside, sealing the darkness behind him. Seeing his daughter, he gently announced, "Your vitals are stabilizing. The dark aura is fading, and the paralysis is gone. You'll bounce back soon." Sung-ah forced a painfully weak smile. "Yes, thanks, Dad." His face grew intensely serious. He dragged a chair over, heavily sitting down. Before he could speak, she whispered his name. He tenderly stroked her hair. "I promise you," he vowed warmly. "You'll be traveling the world soon enough." Panic filled her voice. "I'm fine, Dad. Stop pushing yourself. Don't get hurt because of me," he scoffed with fierce confidence. "Hurt? As if anything could actually scratch me." She tried to argue, but he pulled her into a tight, desperate hug, cutting her off. "Hush, don't worry about a thing." She nodded obediently. His eyes darkened with absolute resolve. "I will cure you, by any means necessary." Monday morning rolled around. The sky was a painfully perfect blue. Jihan casually dragged himself back to school, slouching down the dead quiet hallway. Over the insane weekend, Jihan had utterly wrecked 3 zombie kings, hitting level 18. He'd slaughtered dozens of trash mobs, earning the epic, yet totally lame title, Trainee Zombie Hunter. The Gamer, level 9, Han Jihan. Without this dumb title, grinding those freaks would have been a nightmare. Jihan summoned his skill window, tapping the glowing icons. The system flashed his stats. Soul Recovery, level 7. Experience 2.14%. Heaven's Will Aura, active and passive, level 4. Experience at 75.64%. Staring at the glowing panel, he smirked. "These are my main carries right now. I practically grinded my soul away, leveling them." His gaze locked onto Soul Recovery. "Healing abilities are absolutely broken. I definitely need to max out my dungeon creation skill next. That way I can spawn hardcore monsters to farm. These skills are about to be wildly overpowered." Suddenly, a massive realization hit him. "Oh, wait! I still haven't learned Life Drain. Time to consume it now." Jihan ripped open his inventory dimension. He snatched the mysterious skill book from his last epic hunt. The second he grabbed it, the iconic system ping echoed. A glowing prompt materialized. "You have acquired the Life Drain skill book. Do you wish to learn this ability? Yes or no?" Grinning like a maniac, he slammed yes. Instantly, blazing light engulfed Jihan's body. The system roared, "Life Drain acquired. Active skill. Level 1. 0% experience. A life-manipulating dark art used by mid-tier undead. It violently sucks enemy life force to heal the caster. With practice, you can even transfer life to allies." Jihan nodded approvingly. "Definitely gotta power level this later." Shutting it down for now. Strutting down the hall, his mind raced. "I need to blitz my main skills to level 30. Only then can I survive whatever real-world chaos hits me. Plus, having absolute healing powers makes me basically invincible. Curing debuffs was great. My intelligence stat hit 65. Time to cram hard. Exams were basically tomorrow. Let us see what 65 intelligence actually accomplishes. I am 6 times smarter now." Jihan smirked, confident he could outwit anyone. Even class president Kim Yoo-jin, with her 54 intelligence, fell totally short. Level 10 Kim Yoo-jin had insane stats for a normal human. Her grades always dominated our entire high school, but my brain power was god tier now. Watch me casually steal the top rank. Smiling proudly, Jihan pushed the classroom door open. Instantly, his smug grin vanished into total shock. Shinjung was already there, dead asleep on her desk. Beside her, Sun In casually relaxed, flipping through a textbook. Hearing him, Sun In glanced up. Seeing Jihan, he flashed a bright grin and waved enthusiastically. Jihan frowned slightly. I sneaked in super early today. How are these nerds already here? Sun In cheerfully greeted him. You finally made it? Jihan grunted casually. Yeah. Tossing his backpack down, Jihan glared at the sleeping Shinjung. He whispered, Did she just come here to snooze? Sun In replied carefree. Yep. Jihan muttered. What is the point of attending school just to sleep all day long? Sun In shrugged. Who cares? Not our problem anyway. Sun In snapped his book firmly shut. Examining Jihan closely, he smirked. Your aura feels much stronger today. You kept training secretly without me? Jihan flashed an arrogant, prideful smile. Obviously, I hit level 18, Sun In nodded, clearly impressed by the growth. As classmates flooded in, their rowdy chat continued. Jihan boasted loudly, I even unlocked a brand new ability. Sun In asked curiously, a new skill? Jihan dramatically declared, a superior energy orb. Spiral mana. Sun In gasped with sudden amazement. You are becoming a total mage. Jihan excitedly bragged, I chose the intelligence path, so. Before he finished, Sun In interrupted. Amazing! My precious little Jihan grew into a real mage. Jihan froze, cringing hard. Why are you acting so suspiciously affectionate? Sun In giggled brightly. Stop it. You are absolutely breaking my poor heart. Jihan shuddered violently, glaring at his friend with deep annoyance. If it hurts, then buzz off. Sun In dramatically faked crying. Sniff. Jihan is so mean today. Who ruined your morning? Then, remembering his cool image, Sun In instantly returned to a normal expression. He admitted honestly, I am genuinely glad you are getting way stronger. Keep up the grind. Jihan sighed heavily. Yeah. But passing these exams is my absolute priority. Finals are literally breathing down our necks. Sun In looked totally shocked. Already? I was grinding levels too hard to notice. Hearing that, Jihan quickly analyzed his friend. Sun In currently held the glorious title, Heir of the Heavenly Arts, level 31. Jihan widened his eyes. You leveled up? Sun In calmly replied. You can actually see my current stats? What level am I? Jihan immediately answered. 31. Sun In smiled slyly. Not bad. The system itself proves my ultimate power. The classroom was buzzing loudly with student chatter. Jihan replied, figured as much. Otherwise, how on earth could I read your stats? Suddenly, the school bell rang loudly. Jihan turned back to his desk. Let us chat at lunch. Sun In nodded. Deal. The president shouted. Attention, bow, the class chanted. Good morning, teacher. Ji-hoon stood at the podium. Morning, everyone. Perfect attendance today? The students replied. Yes, he nodded approvingly. Then, Ji-hoon announced. We have a transfer student. Jihan narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Why do new students keep flooding our class? Something shady is definitely going down here. The teacher paused as a voice called out. Class president Kim Yoo-jin stood up, asking curiously, Is the transfer student a boy? Ji-hoon quickly answered, a girl. Instantly, every teenage boy in the room erupted into wild, excited cheers. Jihan looked up, his face screaming absolute boredom. Idiots. They cheered like this for Shinjung too. She clearly brainwashed them all to forget her weirdness. Resting his chin on his hand, Jihan thought indifferently, boy or girl, who cares? I have enough crazy drama already. But just as the classroom door slid open, her stunning silhouette stepped inside. Jihan's eyes totally bugged out. The new girl was actually Sung. His jaw dropped to the floor. Why the heck was Hoon Sung-gan's daughter transferring here? Seriously, why? What is going on? Ji-hoon started the introductions. She is the principal's daughter. Because of a congenital illness, she only passed middle school through a basic equivalency exam. However, she really wants to experience high school. If her health tanks, she might have to drop out early. You guys better help her out, got it? Sung-ah bowed gracefully. I am Hoon Sung-ah. I could not attend school before, so I really want to make friends. Please take care of me. Jihan totally froze, feeling sucked into a dark, bottomless void. Wait a minute, am I completely doomed here? Meanwhile, all the thirsty boys in class instantly started screaming. I am right here. I will be your friend. I will totally be your boyfriend. He glanced over. The girls were already tearing up in sympathy. So poor thing. Jihan just sighed at their dramatic reactions. Ji-hoon quickly intervened. Quiet down now. Silence. After calming the chaos, he continued. Her vision is poor, so please sit right in front of Jihan. It is by the window. The displaced student immediately whined. What about me, sir? The teacher replied with absolute zero chill. You are just an extra. Move to the back. Then Ji-hoon started his boring lecture. All right, class, get ready. Open your books. Sunga gently walked to her new desk. Jihan awkwardly glanced back. His eyes showed total confusion. Suddenly, he flinched at Shin Young's super annoyed glare right behind him. He whispered quietly, "Hey, something seems completely off here, right?" Sun In leaned forward and whispered back, "I know the deal." "There is nothing to worry about." Jihan gave him a highly suspicious side eye. "All right then." But internally, he screamed, "How could I possibly not worry?" Morning sunlight gracefully filtered through the window, highlighting her focused silhouette. Jihan was literally trembling with absolute hype. "This is way too overpowered. I instantly understand everything I read. My intelligence stat is cracked," he screamed internally with pure joy. "I am a total genius." Suddenly, a familiar, annoying voice totally ruined his glorious thoughts. "Yo, dude." Sun In started his usual teasing. "Why are you twitching like a weirdo?" Then an unhinged thought hit him. "Oh crap. Wait, are you having dirty thoughts?" Jihan instantly delivered a brutal smack right to his stupid face. "Shut up, trash." Sun In winced in massive pain. "Oh god, Jihan. Why are you so aggressive, bro?" Jihan's face literally radiated murderous intent. "Shut your mouth! I am riding a massive brain high." Sun In finally noticed his weird vibe and carefully asked, "What is up?" Jihan flexed his new epic achievement. "I confirmed that boosting my intelligence stat completely upgraded my memory. English class is a total absolute breeze now." Sun In's face showed sheer, undeniable shock. "For real?" Jihan confidently smirked. "Heck yes." The dude probed with deep suspicion. "Is it only memory? That stat should seriously boost your overall brain power in other ways too, right? Like advanced logic and deep analysis." Jihan awkwardly scratched his head and confessed, "I really have no clue. Honestly, I was only paying attention to my photographic memory. I do feel slightly sharper in my head, but it is super hard to explain." Seeing Jihan's mood drop, Sun In quickly hyped him up. "Bro, just getting an upgraded memory is already totally overpowered." Jihan instantly got his usual confident swagger back. "True, it is ridiculously useful for way more than just studying." Sun In playfully chimed in, "Like dominating in video games, right?" A cocky grin returned to Jihan's face. "You already know the answer to that." Sun In laughed out loud. "I totally figured. So, how are your actual grades looking?" Jihan eagerly spilled the tea. "It is insane, bro. I used to completely fail at English, but right now, I can easily get perfect scores whenever I want. Seriously, I am literally unstoppable. Except for math, I could literally ace every single subject." Secretly, a wave of intense guilt washed over him. "If only I actually invested time in math." Sun In's eyebrows furiously twitched together. "You dirty cheat. You are acting exactly like a totally rigged game master." Jihan just awkwardly chuckled in defense. "Hey, I am super shocked too." He stood up quickly. "Let us grab some grub, dude." He casually strolled past, completely blind to the terrifying, murderous glare tracking his every single move. Shinjung sank into a deep, dark silence after accidentally eavesdropping on their entire dumb conversation. Sung-ah was not doing much better. Her mind floated in a weird, dizzying haze. Both of them harbored heavy, unspeakable secrets crushing down on their teenage hearts. Time flew by fast. Soon enough, Jihan slung his heavy backpack on to head home. Walking down the street, he let out a massive sigh. "I seriously need a teleportation skill. Walking home is pure agony." Lost in thought, he completely missed the creepy shadow lurking right behind him. Sun In mentioned mages exist. Could I totally loot a magic skill book from one of them? Ma Hun crept up super quietly. "Excuse me, could I bother you for a second?" But Jihan was still deep in his own world. "Even if I find one, it will cost a massive mountain of cash." Suddenly, an epic realization hit him. "Oh yeah, grinding for cash? Man, that was just child's play now. I still got 2 million from those zombie kings." My brain immediately started spiraling again. What do I even buy? Farming those undead bosses could literally fund a billionaire lifestyle. Plus, spawning mob zones is insanely easy. 100 wild scenarios suddenly crashed through his mind. Wait, why am I even studying? Crap, I was totally losing my grip on reality. Enough was enough. Mahoon stepped up and firmly tapped the oblivious kid on the shoulder. "Han Jihan, the gamer, let's talk." A massive jolt of electricity shot down his spine. "Wait, did he just drop my secret class?" The man smirked. "Ready to chat now?" Jihan frantically scanned the guy's stats. Underworld merchant? And his level was completely blanked out, drawn by some invisible, overwhelming force. His feet moved forward completely on their own. "Who the heck are you?" Mahoon chuckled warmly. "Great question, kid. Your suspicion is totally justified." He smoothly pulled out a sleek business card. "Please, allow me to introduce myself properly." Jihan rubbed the expensive cardstock, totally skeptical. "The Abyss Auction House?" Skipping the small talk, he cut straight to the chase. "He probably kept our existence a secret, so I stepped in personally." Mahoon locked eyes with absolute certainty. "Han Jihan, the legendary gamer. I swear I mean you absolutely no harm." He offered an easy out. Care to grab a coffee and chat nearby? Jihan gulped hard. Cold panic started clawing its way right through his pounding chest. His brain was screaming with a million questions. Why now? Who just drops out of thin air to talk business? He rapidly calculated his escape routes. Even if I flat out reject this guy. Mahun flashed a razor-sharp corporate smile, patiently waiting. Sensing the kid's internal panic, he softened his tone. I personally guarantee your absolute safety. Deal? After agonizing over the stats, Jihan finally caved. Fine, lead the way. The strange duo immediately marched down the wide, seemingly endless city street. Sliding into a booth, Mahun went full corporate presentation mode. Our hidden reality goes by many names. The underworld, the abyss, the illusionary realm. Lately, everyone just says abyss. That is strictly thanks to our auction house's massive monopoly. Jihan just sat there, looking completely mentally exhausted. Yep, just two dudes casually discussing secret societies in a quiet cafe. Mahun smoothly continued. Times change, globalization hits, and magical folks gotta adapt to survive. The old days meant shady black market deals for information and artifacts. He pulled out cold, hard proof. But now? Boom. We trade right on our smartphones. He practically leaned over the table with fanboy excitement. To catch the digital wave, our Abyss auction house literally built the ultimate marketplace of the underworld. And just like that, we became the ultimate mega corporation of the Abyss. Jihan's eyes practically popped out of his skull. Sick. But seriously, how did you find me? Mahun leaned back, his aura turning ice cold. We deal in absolutely everything. Relics, intel. Suddenly, his vibe shifted drastically. Bounties. Even matters of brutal life and death. He softly whispered the teen's name. Han Jihan. Let's just say, acquiring your highly classified file cost us an absolute fortune. Honestly, we rarely do house calls for rookies like you. South Korea is basically a tiny pond. Awakened users might not flood the streets, but you guys definitely aren't unicorns either. So why am I here? Two massive reasons. Number one, like I mentioned earlier, strictly hardcore business. Consider this your official invite to the Abyss auction house. But Jihan was sweating bullets, rushing the guy. Spit out reason number two already. The merchant's cheerful voice instantly flatlined into a deadly whisper. Reason two? A major warning. Mahun's eyes darkened. You are currently standing dead center in the danger zone. So, I highly suggest you level up, and fast. Jihan totally froze as the grim warning sank in. Why the heck are you warning me? The merchant shook his head, sealing his lips tight. That intel is heavily classified. But then, he dangled a juicy piece of bait. I'll give you a tiny hint though. It all traces back to a certain someone you're connected to. That cryptic drop just sent Jihan's anxiety skyrocketing. Who was he talking about? A completely wild theory just clicked inside his panicking brain. Did a friend actually send this guy to save my skin? Mahun gave his final grim advice. Look, an all-out bloodbath in a small hub like Seoul creates massive headaches, and from a strict business perspective, that kind of chaotic turf war kills profits dead. The final verdict hit hard. No matter what, Han Jihan, the gamer, you desperately need to level up. My guard went totally up against this guy. Just how much does this dude actually know about me? But this guy just sat there, totally chill. Not much, just that you possess the gamer ability and can level up. We are not omnipotent gods, after all. He casually listed off his insane stalker tricks. Long-range tracking magic, eavesdropping shadow monsters, just basic surveillance. How else would we gather intel? That totally nonchalant response sent absolute chills crashing straight down Jihan's spine. These corporate creeps are ridiculously dangerous. Mahun smoothly set down his empty teacup. Well then, that settles it. He stood up to leave. I will be taking my leave now. The dude did not forget his sales pitch, inviting me to check out the Abyss auction. He left with a beaming smile, leaving Jihan completely stunned, like a total noob hit by a massive stun spell. He just stared blankly at the fancy business card left in his trembling hand. Abyss Auction House. South Korea Branch Director, Sung Mahun. Pure anxiety bubbled up inside him. The Abyss Auction House. If what this creepy suit said was actually true, he desperately needed backup. He immediately decided to contact his best bro. I have got to talk to Sunil. Jihan frantically dialed his ultimate lifesaver. Yeah, it is me. I am chilling at the cafe near our school. He whispered cautiously into the phone receiver. If you are not home yet, get your butt over here as soon as possible. Just a few minutes later, the cafe door chime started ringing like absolutely crazy. Shattering the tense silence, Sunil was looking around frantically for his buddy's shadow when he suddenly heard that familiar voice call out, Yo, bro! He was panting so heavily, completely out of breath. Hey, what the heck is this Abyss auction house? Jihan just sighed helplessly. Bro, just sit down first. His best friend's highly unusual, stressed out vibe immediately caught his full attention. First time I have ever seen him sweating buckets like that, he glared with heavy suspicion. Even in roasting summer heat, this dude never sweats. He quickly turned around and frantically waved down a server. Hey, over here. Get my bro a glass of iced water, please. The icy drink was immediately brought out and slammed onto the table, but it just sat there, completely untouched, with his razor-sharp survival instincts kicking in. Jihan instantly noticed this incredibly weird red flag. He slowly analyzed every single micro-expression on his best friend's face, and it finally clicked. I get it. He must be absolutely terrified. Skipping the small talk, he just dropped the massive truth bomb. Abyss Auction House, South Korea branch director, Sung Ma-hun. At least, that is how the creepy guy introduced himself. The exact split second that cursed name was dropped, Sunil's face violently twitched with shock. He fell into a deadly silence, staring at the fancy business card resting on the table. Sensing his bro's heavy, terrifying aura shift, Jihan nervously probed. You know them? He confessed with total brutal honesty. Yeah, I know them. Jihan instantly jumped on the chance for intel. Who the heck is he? Sunil sharply inhaled a breath of freezing air. His face instinctively scrunched up in pure dread. He carefully pushed the cursed card back across the table. Right then, an unspeakably heavy tension practically choked both of these teenage boys. After agonizing over it, Sunil finally broke the silence. I told you about that insane underground world called the Abyss before, right? Jihan nodded frantically. Yeah, totally. So, his buddy started spilling all the dark, hidden lore. While not super crowded, the Abyss has literal corporations and merchant guilds. These shady companies deal in magical artifacts and crazy enchanted gear. He heavily emphasized every single word. The Abyss Corporation was forged exactly 10 years ago, and right now, they are the absolute biggest syndicate, a lawless place where you can buy or sell literally anything you want. Jihan's face twitched as he gasped in awe. The biggest one? Dude, they must be ridiculously overpowered. Sunil gave a grim nod. Exactly. The Abyss is a brutal world where only the absolute strongest survive. The weak get instantly devoured. Tons of crazy bloodshed went down when the Abyss first started rising to power. Hearing this dark lore, Jihan nervously probed. Like what, exactly? Without skipping a single beat, Sunil replied with a deadpan, icy glare, like straight-up murder. People literally butchering each other. This was absolutely not the fake stuff Jihan always read about in action comics. In reality, this was no laughing matter or some edgy, funny teen joke. Sunil frowned deeply, issuing a dark warning. When this syndicate expanded, tons of folks from other trading systems got totally crushed by them. Specifically, the people right around this area. Jihan's eyes blew up wide with pure shock. So then, Sunil let out a massive, exhausting sigh. What do you mean, so then? He slowly narrated the epic gang war, until one day, all their desperate rivals teamed up and declared all-out war on the Abyss. Jihan's face went completely pale as he stuttered. Holy crap, seriously? What happened next? Sunil sank back into deep thought, analyzing the madness. Finally, he decided to drop the devastating truth. Every single person who attacked was brutally massacred. The Abyss Auction House then seized all their massive wealth and assets. They leveled up insanely fast and claimed the absolute #1 spot. Jihan's face literally lost every single drop of blood. His jaw uncontrollably dropped open and shut like a broken glitch. He slammed the table furiously and shot up. Then why the heck would the branch director of a ridiculously massive syndicate personally come to see me? Meanwhile, Sunil stayed totally chill. How would I know what he wants? The two bros just sat there rambling wildly for ages, completely losing track of time in the cafe. Sunil pondered deeply, growing super paranoid. Did he come to warn you because of someone you know? That sounds incredibly sus. Sitting across from him, Jihan demanded in pure confusion. Wait, what? Massaging his temples, his buddy dropped his logic. Dude, just think about it for a second. It is sketchy as hell. The word shady is literally tattooed across that creep's forehead. Thinking back to that crazy conversation, Jihan felt his blood absolutely boil. The fact this boomer randomly tracked me down is already freaky enough. Sunil warned him with a deadly serious tone. The real nightmare? Your personal data just hit the Abyss auction block. This is not a game, man. But my clan controls this turf. Jihan groaned, slamming his face into the desk in total, utter defeat. My sweet lazy gamer life is officially totally over, he whined in silent agony. How the heck did they even track me down? Sunil casually sipped his drink. Two options. Either the illusionist ratted you out, or someone scoped you while you were out there hardcore farming those zombies. His eyes sparked with intense curiosity. Okay, the first one makes sense. But what about that second theory? Sunil cautiously laid out his theory. Underground info brokers exist. These shady scouts possess sensory skills to spy on the hidden world, hoarding secrets to sell to the highest bidder. Shock slammed into Jihan. And they just stumbled upon me? Sunil nodded solemnly. Highly likely. And now, your stats are sitting on the Abyss marketplace. Jihan hopelessly facepalmed. Man, my luck is absolutely garbage. Pitying his best bro, he offered a gentle warning. You need to stay frosty. The world outside is crawling with absolute psychos. Wait, what do you mean? Jihan asked. His friend muttered. There are things called mana factories. Jihan instantly demanded more answers. A mana factory? Sun Il probed further. You know how the awakened burn through ki or mana, right? He nodded in blunt confirmation. Yeah. Sunil flipped to full lecture mode. A mana factory forcefully drains energy from awakened beings. The handsome gamer's face instantly went pale with sheer terror as Sunil calmly continued. Energy literally equals cash. By brutally extracting it directly from human bodies, these syndicates harvest top-tier, pure power. Ice water ran through Jihan's veins, his whole body shivering in absolute dread. What the heck? Those guys are completely insane lunatics. Then, a wildly terrifying thought struck him like a critical hit. So they want to lock me in some sketchy mana factory, drain my MP to absolute zero, and sell it for profit? Sunil shook his head. The abyss is packed with freaks. Jihan's brain totally blue-screened. Well, I am completely screwed. So those psychopaths already know about me? Sunil responded without missing a beat. Bingo. Watch your back, bro. Grinding a few extra levels right now definitely wouldn't hurt. Jihan tiredly rubbed his neck, exhausted by today's massive reality checks, and I still have to study. The absolute agony. Suddenly, he noticed the fierce protective gaze of his best friend. In that exact moment, a massive epiphany finally struck him. Wow, Sunil had totally been acting as his secret bodyguard all along. Fired up again, Jihan smirked. Guess it is time for a hardcore leveling grind. He locked into gamer mode, plotting his strategy. Training is a total breeze now, since I have maxed out almost all my base skills. It is officially time to upgrade my farming zone. Hearing this, Sunil raised an intrigued eyebrow. Higher tier? He asked, smirking slightly. You remember that skill I used to pop open illusion barriers, right? Sunil nodded, knowing his bro's move set by heart. Obviously, Jihan proudly puffed out his chest. That thing actually has a leveling system. When my dungeon creation skill leveled up, I unlocked way better loot zones. Right now, I can spawn 2 different types of dungeons. A zombie zone and a ghost zone. Unable to process this absurd gamer logic, Sunil blinked. Ghost zone? Jihan beamed confidently. Yep, I have not even test run it yet. It is basically a reskinned zombie map with ghosts. Oh, and during the day, my spawn rate is locked at 0. Sunil offered an exhausted smirk, probably because they are undead types. He tried to hype up his ridiculous friend. Your abilities really spiked. That boost made Jihan smirk fiercely. Obviously, I have been grinding like an absolute beast, even soloing a few scrub bosses. He gleefully flexed. I am sitting on 2,000,001. Sunil froze, completely hit by a massive stun spell. Gulping hard, he interrogated. Are you seriously gold farming right now? Gold farming was basically the exact same grinding concept as power leveling stats or skills, except it meant slaughtering weak mobs strictly for cash. Jihan flashed his signature troll grin. Money is temporary, but levels are eternal, bro. He casually explained his gamer logic. For a zone boss, that zombie lord is totally garbage. His attack patterns are ridiculously predictable, and he drops crazy loot. So, I literally hunted his pixelated butt to extinction. Sunil's face completely petrified, his throat clamping shut in sheer, absolute disbelief. He asked nervously, Is that why you got targeted? The realization finally crashed into Jihan's skull. Oh, probably. Sunil clicked his tongue in annoyance. Watch your back, idiot. Do you want to crash at my clan's compound? Jihan tilted his head in confusion. Why the heck would I go to your place? Sun In just smirked casually. My house has a top-secret zone, built strictly for hardcore training. I banned you before so I could grind in peace. But now? Want to test your limits? The word training triggered a memory. Jihan recalled stumbling into that bizarre domain during past hangouts. The vibe was totally different now. That ominous aura, it screamed absolute danger for a newbie. Wait, I actually get to train there? His eyes sparked with wild excitement. Hell yeah, let's go. Hook, line, and sinker. Sun In grinned in satisfaction, and just like that, Jihan followed him home. Meanwhile, inside a dead silent dining room, hidden in the shadows, Ah Hao Ting and Lo Lai No glared intently at their mysterious host. Breaking the suffocating tension, she flashed a mocking smirk. To think the Ghost King summoned us. The world is truly flipping upside down. Wouldn't you agree? Ah Hao Ting stared at the figure, voicing his deep suspicion. Exactly. He called us here personally, but why? Sung Gon didn't waste a single breath. I have a mission. Lo Lai No leaned forward, completely intrigued. What kind of mission? His deep voice echoed, crushing the room with intense pressure. Annihilate every single cleaner that shows their face. Ah Hao Ting needed the exact details. All of them? What is our timeline? Sungon's voice dropped to absolute zero, 90 days. Lo Lino calculated the risks carefully before tossing out her terms. You know our powers work best against weaker targets, right? We can only handle trash below rank B. She cautiously probed for a backup plan. So what about the heavy hitters? Sungon's expression remained completely unfazed. If any rank A garbage appears, I will slaughter them myself. Lo Lino caught on to his underlying meaning. She casually threw some shade. Are you seriously that confident? Think you can solo a rank A? Especially since your powers have severely weakened. But his mountain-like presence didn't budge. He delivered a rock-solid guarantee. It will not be a problem. You do not need to worry about me. Without second-guessing, she locked in the fatal deal. All right then, let us forge the blood pact. The magical chain on Sungon's hand vibrated, slithering forward like a viper. It coiled fiercely around her pinky finger, binding their fates together. A blinding flash of light erupted from the connection. The chain eventually vanished, leaving behind a soul-bound contract. Suddenly, Ah Hao Ting dropped a massive intel bomb. Sung Mahun from Sandosa Abyss has made his move. Yet, Sungon didn't even blink at the threat. I am fully aware. That is exactly why I hired you. Eradicate those cleaners. Ah Hao Ting finally understood the grand scheme. Understood. We will obliterate them. Securing their vow, he immediately dismissed the meeting. I leave it in your hands. The deadly witch and the colossal mercenary faded away. Meanwhile, under a bright, ridiculously sunny sky, Jihan was sprinting for his absolute life. His face was pale as a ghost. Bro, let's talk about this. He pushed his legs to the absolute limit, desperately fleeing the monster. Somebody help me. The goblin swung its club violently. It refused to let its prey escape. Silver drop, smash. A devastating blow crashed down, shattering the earth into pieces. Jihan dodged by a mere hair's breadth. He leaped and hugged a pillar like a lifeline. Holy crap! He slid down clumsily, completely drenched in sheer terror. One hit and it's game over. Jihan screamed at the guy chilling above him. You jerk! Save me! Sun In smiled warmly, but his words pierced Jihan's heart like daggers. You gotta solo it to level up faster, bro. He was totally enjoying his best friend's absolute misery. Besides, you're not gonna die! The loot drops from that thing are totally top tier. Jihan flailed around, dodging wildly, screaming at the top of his lungs. You absolute traitor! He kept running forward blindly. His brain went into overdrive, calculating an escape route. Damn it. If our levels weren't so far apart, I would have forced him into my party. The monster flexed its muscles, roaring with overwhelming fury. Silver drop, smash! Jihan scrambled away in pure panic. Good thing this idiot only dropped silver. Ignoring his trash talk, it unleashed another earth-shattering strike, shaking the very ground. Suddenly, Jihan glanced back. His face lit up with a wicked grin. This is exactly why I was kiting you. He took one more step, then spun around to face the beast. Without hesitation, Jihan activated his skill. I was just building momentum. Spiral mana arrow. In a flash, magical arrows answered his battle cry, tearing through the air. The goblin couldn't dodge the ambush, taking the full barrage head-on, but Jihan didn't stop, giving the monster zero time to counter. Spiral mana arrow, the beast swallowed every single hit. Screaming in pure agony, its body collapsed heavily, completely drained of its fighting spirit. In an instant, the monster dissolved into black smoke. Jihan finally snapped out of combat mode. His adrenaline crashed, leaving him exhausted. I almost had a freaking heart attack. Seeing the battle end, Sun In smoothly jumped down from the pillar. Not a bad finishing move. Looks like you're finally getting the hang of it. Still completely pale, Jihan yelled back. Do you have any idea how terrifying that was? Jihan clutched his hair, fighting off a total mental breakdown. Seriously. I need to grind some mind control skills. Just brainwash them and launch dirty sneak attacks. Crowd control. It is the ultimate survival tool to completely shut down enemy movements, short for crowd control. Every top-tier gamer relies on it. It is an absolute lifesaver when you are getting utterly swarmed. We are talking charms, hypnosis, sleep spells, sonic shouts, blinds, freezing magic, and pure fear. A brutal flashback hit him. Just picturing that beast made his spine freeze. Slow zombies made him cocky. Facing a lightning-fast monster? Absolute nightmare fuel. Sun In just smirked. Enjoying the demonic sights, bro? Jihan snapped right back. Enjoying it, my foot. I was coughing up a lung running from that freaking speed demon. His buddy gave a tough love sigh. Bro, that is exactly why you need sword or fist training. Your strike zone is 50 meters, right? Jihan groaned in defeat. Sun In switched to full sensei mode. Picture this, an enemy rushes you from that exact spot. Any basic abyss dweller clears that gap in 3 seconds. The pros? Even faster. The color totally drained from his face. That outruns an Olympic sprinter by miles. His friend dropped the brutal reality, obviously. Because everyone packs literal superpowers. Sun In hammered his brutal logic home. So, like I was saying, If a psycho rushes you from 50 meters out, you have exactly 3 seconds. In that tiny window, you max out at 15 to 20 mana arrows. Jihan nodded, totally defenseless. Yeah, the reality check continued. But these guys are not brainless mobs. Sure, an orc charges blindly, but human fighters use defensive skills. They will tank your shots and be at your throat in 3 seconds flat. Jihan pointed at himself, panicking. So I am just dead meat then? Sun In chuckled mercilessly. Yep, we will throw a sick funeral, Jihan raged. Shut up about my funeral. His tone suddenly shifted to a painful reality check. Look, I know you are min-maxing your build, and ranged builds are not trash, but without close combat skills, you are just free EXP. A literal rain cloud formed over Jihan. His soul shattered. So the grinding never ends. Sun In finally tossed him a lifeline. Look, once you hit level 40, no random scrub will dare touch you. Jihan instantly perked up. For real? Without missing a beat, he flexed. Exactly. Just look at my insane stats. In the Abyss rankings, I am a solid upper mid-tier. Jihan leaned in, super curious. And my rank? Sun In did not hold back. Basically trash mob tier, lower mid at best. Jihan looked utterly betrayed. What? Me? I haven't even hit level 20 yet. He let out an exhausted sigh, breaking down the harsh meta. Even with a garbage-sounding skill, natural awakeners start at lower mid-tier, because their innate damage ceiling is absolutely massive, but those who just train without innate talent, or slack off on their grind, they stay stuck in trash tier forever. Jihan caught the terrifying implication. Wait, how weak is trash tier exactly? Trying to paint a picture, he asked. You watch the UFC, right? Jihan blinked, nodding slowly. Yeah, obviously. Well, world-class UFC champions, they are basically the absolute bottom tier. Cold terror gripped Jihan. That scaling is completely broken. Jihan crossed his arms, mind blown. A pro cage fighter is considered total garbage? Sun In just smiled grimly. His voice held a dark edge. It is what it is. Abyss rankings only care about one thing, how fast you butcher demons. A crazy loophole suddenly struck Jihan. Wait, what about guys packing actual firearms? Sun In suddenly looked super awkward, like he wanted to dodge the question. Finally, he dropped his voice. Gun-wielding normies hit lower mid-tier at best, and that is strictly for unawakened humans. Sure, awakeners use guns too, easily hitting upper mid-rank, but everyone knows they hit a hard wall. Jihan frowned, totally hooked. A hard wall? He broke down the brutal rule, a growth cap. It is the golden rule of the Abyss. Rely on weapons, and your true abilities will rot. Jihan fell into deep, calculating silence. Relying on weapons? That rule definitely did not apply to him. His entire existence ran on a leveling system. Sun In just kept dropping massive lore bombs. Look, nobody is stupid here. Everyone grinds to find their own path to power, but mastering brand new abilities and spells? That is far from a walk in the park. Plus, there is zero guarantee that specific skill even fits your build. Jihan's eyes widened as the ultimate truth clicked. Wait, it is exactly like an RPG skill tree, right? Skill points are brutally limited, so you gotta strategize those stats. Mess up, and your build is completely trashed. He did not deny it for a second, shooting him a solid thumbs up. Bingo, Sunil confirmed, dropping another massive piece of crucial intel. But your case is totally glitched. You can literally absorb any new technique without breaking a sweat. It is basically a cheat code. But he wasn't about to let Jihan get cocky. But you have got a fatal flaw too. Jihan pondered the hard truth. Yeah, I have to actually grind my skill levels. Sunil's voice dropped, the smirk fading from his face. Dead on. He laid out the harsh reality. Your ability is ridiculously overpowered, sure, but scaling up requires insane amounts of grinding time, and your clock is definitely ticking. Jihan stared into the distance. A spark of realization flashed in his eyes. Time, the puzzle pieces slammed together as rushing memories flooded back. A massive epiphany struck him. Wait, isn't there a way? The wicked grin returned to Sunil's face. Ah, big brain energy. That illusionist totally used that trick on you, huh? He nodded immediately. Exactly. He broke it down smoothly. Time flows completely differently across alternate dimensions. Like, you could literally spawn a zone where an hour inside is just 6 minutes outside. Jihan's mind instantly jumped to anime logic. Oh, like the hyperbolic time chamber. Sunil pointed upward to drive the point home. Yeah, this turf has that same exact buff. A 10-to-1 ratio, he asked, just to absolutely confirm his crazy theory. So an hour grinding here is barely minutes out there? He flashed a teasing smirk, but a noob like you can't handle it. It burns crazy cash. Jihan felt a sharp stab of betrayal. Wait, the Abyss is seriously pay to win? Sunil laughed brightly. Bro, cash rules everything, everywhere, even magic. He swallowed his bitter poverty tears. Understood. His buddy tossed him a comforting crumb of lore. There are monsters in the Abyss who have been grinding for thousands of years. Jihan slumped, instantly depressed. How the hell do I compete with that? Sun Il could only offer a hollow, awkward chuckle. Yeah, haha. He smoothly shifted the vibe. Honestly though, your power is ridiculously broken, but hitting max level tier? That is still going to take you decades of hardcore grinding. He searched his soul, trying to stay positive, but hitting mid-tier should not take forever, right? Sunil gave a reluctant nod. Probably. I am betting you will hit level 40 in just a month. Jihan meekly agreed. Yeah. He let out a long, deeply satisfied sigh. Sunil lunged, throwing him into a sudden chokehold. Man, the universe is so freaking unfair. Han Jihan awakens as a natural psychic, and speedruns levels in mere weeks. Meanwhile, I had to bleed for a decade to get my stats. Jihan thrashed against the iron grip. Hey, get off me, you brute! Sun Il cackled with chaotic energy. Not a chance. He strained his neck, screaming back with pure spite. Are you blind? I have been an absolute nobody my whole life. That is the real injustice here. You were born into a legendary martial arts clan. Stop whining. But his struggling only made the headlock terrifyingly tighter. His best buddy flashed a delightfully villainous smirk. Our little Jihan is getting way too cocky. Time for some physical therapy to fix that ego. He flailed his limbs wildly, desperately fighting to break those brutal chains. Hey, seriously, let go. Sunil finally paused, suddenly remembering a crucial mission update. Oh right, you are crashing here tonight. I already cleared it with your mom. Jihan froze in absolute panic. Wait, when did you even ask her? He replied without missing a single beat, while you were running for your life from that orc. He mentally blue-screened at the sheer absurdity. Why would his mom agree so easily? The suspicious plot holes kept multiplying. Safe in his room, Jihan sprawled out, completely relaxed. He whispered to the interface in his mind. Status window. The glowing holographic stats materialized right before his eyes. A thrilling rush of pure gamer satisfaction hit him. 2 whole level-ups. His mind buzzed with electric excitement. No wonder Sunil's scaling speed is absolutely terrifying. Jihan rapidly processed the new battle data. Grinding all day totally paid off. Now I have 25 shiny new stat points to dump. Wait, which stat did I boost? A sudden chilling realization struck him hard. Hold up, if that crazy dude was actually telling the truth, Jihan was absolutely doomed. That ghostly warning echoed in his mind. You better level up fast, kid, or you are totally dead. Some snitch sold his data to the Abyss black market. Now, Jihan was the prime target of some totally sketchy manufactory syndicate. He shot up, grinding his teeth. Time to grind levels like a madman. Remembering that earlier nightmare made his spine shiver. He desperately needed crowd control skills. Fast. He dumped points straight into vitality. Running from that mutant freak earlier was a cardio nightmare. He completely forgot his mana shield because that monster hit like a massive truck. His brain went into absolute overdrive, calculating his ultimate survival strategy. What was the top priority? After furiously connecting the dots, the answer was obvious. He needed teleportation and crowd control. Jumping out of bed, he raised his hands, trying to manifest crowd control magic. Time to experiment. Condensing aura and blasting it creates an energy sphere, but if he compresses and spins that power, it morphs into a deadly twisting mana arrow. But what if he twisted and stretched it like crazy? Vibrant streams of raw power violently weaved together straight from his palms. Hyped up, he controlled the glowing magical form. Swerve right. Hook left! A wicked, rebellious glint flashed in his eyes. Oh, this was getting incredibly thrilling, haha. This is absolute peak perfection. Next up, a surging current of sheer power wrapped around him. Swirling in perfect harmony, the magical aura radiated an intensely mesmerizing, brilliant glow, illuminating the entire room. Then, the legendary system chime rang out loudly. New skill unlocked through crazy experimentation. By continuously stretching magical power, a brand new ability has been born. The legendary mana rope is now fully activated and ready. The glowing holographic interface popped up. Mana rope, level 1. Cost, 2 mana points. Features insane durability and toughness. It flawlessly binds designated targets like a boss, lasting a solid 10 minutes of pure lockdown magic. He completely lost his cool, screaming like an absolute maniac. Haha, I totally nailed it. If I can hog-tie enemies with this thing, I am practically unlocking a god-tier binding crowd control skill. Creating a magical lasso just to bully villains? That basically guarantees a capture skill evolution. Tying up punks with this? Peak genius energy. He smirked, fully feeling his awesome main character vibes, before snapping his fingers to deactivate the glowing power stream. Time to take this epic practice session elsewhere. Time to serve some fresh beatdowns to those brainless zombies. Checking his phone, the clock struck almost 11 at night. Entering full stealth mode, he sneaked out of his room like a quiet ninja, making absolutely zero noise to avoid waking anyone. Taking this outside was definitely the smartest play. Stepping from the cozy house into the gloomy night, he cracked his knuckles and stretched his spine, feeling incredibly pumped for action. His eyes burned with pure rebellious fire. All right, let us start the grinding. But suddenly, a super sly voice pierced the dark. Hey there, cutie, sneaking out so late at night? He completely flinched, spinning around in a full defensive battle stance. Sejong was chilling against the wall, flashing a playful, relaxed smirk while winking at him. He curiously peeked at the floating stats above her head. What he saw made his jaw drop straight to the floor. She had skyrocketed 7 whole levels since their last encounter. His face instantly turned pale with absolute shock. His brain completely short-circuited in pure panic. I totally knew she was using a time cheat inside that magical barrier. But does she really have to be this ridiculously overpowered? With monstrously sharp instincts, she instantly read his mind, slowly strolling right closer. Closing the terrifying gap, she threw out a dangerously casual guess. You were just peeking at my level, weren't you? That sweet smirk of hers twisted into something totally wicked and incredibly villainous. Yep, I am that insanely strong. Flustered by her crazy intense proximity, he violently jerked his head away. Could you maybe just back up a little bit? That only fueled her teasing mode. What? Falling for your big sister already? His face instantly ignited like a tomato. Heck no! Keep dreaming, you crazy lady. He quickly glanced back at her, while his traitorous brain completely refused to deny it. Okay, maybe I do have a tiny crush, but still. She just stood there, practically radiating pure, smug amusement. Wait, what? He frantically slapped his own cheeks to banish the totally unholy thoughts. She is Sun In's older sister. She is his sister. He started chanting like a scared monk. Begone, you gorgeous blue demon. Shoo, shoo. She crossed her arms, faking a totally dramatic sigh. Ugh, you are no fun. He instantly switched to pathetic begging mode. Seriously, please just spare my life. She practically fed on his misery, laughing playfully. I will have to think about it. Then, noticing him trying to escape, she smirked. So, where is the midnight adventure taking you? Trying to look cool, he answered. Just going to test out a brand new skill. Her eyes lit up as she completely blocked his escape path. Oh? Then why not practice right here on me? He awkwardly scratched his head, exposing his softer side. Are you crazy? Everyone else is asleep. I am not trying to wake the whole block. Catching on to his sweet intention, a rare, gentle blush totally crossed her face. She stepped close, giving him an incredibly affectionate head pat. Aw, look who is being an absolute adorable softie. Blushing furiously, he swatted her hand away. Quit treating me like a kid, she just laughed. What is wrong? Does the tough guy hate being a baby? Completely defeated, he sulked right away. She threw out a wild offer. All right, stick with me. No need to move an inch. I will deploy a time-warping illusion barrier just for you. His brain totally short-circuited. Wait, seriously? You can actually manifest a high-tier domain like that? Sejong totally flexed her absolute confidence. Obviously, it is a total breeze. Then she dropped a massive bombshell. I am pretty interested in you too. Jihan instantly panicked. Wait, interested? She burst into uncontrollable laughter and totally roasted him. I meant your bizarre noob gamer abilities, idiot. Jihan basically wanted the ground to swallow him whole. Oh, right. Yeah, totally. Gee, thanks a lot. He cursed internally with absolute teenage angst. Does this crazy lady just live to troll me? Jihan cautiously stepped into the swirling phantom realm. The wasteland was desolate, yet totally crawling with nasty monsters. Sejong casually nudged him. So, what is your grand master plan? Jihan just stood perfectly still, calculating. His eyes locked onto every single monster's twitch. His gamer brain went into extreme overdrive. Their aggro range is totally scattered. Picking them off one by one will be super easy, he smirked internally. This grinding spot is absolutely god tier. He immediately shifted into pure show-off mode. I am actually going to test out a brand new skill. Her curiosity violently spiked. A new skill? He dramatically chanted the activation name. Lethal energy aggressively swirled around his fingertips. Mana rope! She lightly poked the aura, eyes shining with manic gamer excitement. Oh, wow, that is incredibly sick. Is this your epic new power? Jihan casually dropped his absolute nerd knowledge on her. It is literally a lasso purely forged from raw mana. I did some chaotic testing earlier and just manifested it. He completely seized the moment to totally flex. I am actively trying to unlock a crowd control skill. She tilted her head like a confused puppy. Crowd control? Then her veteran instincts finally clicked into place. Ah, right. I have totally heard about that mechanic. The cheap trick that renders enemies completely helpless, right? He aggressively nodded in agreement. Exactly that! Jihan locked his predatory gaze onto his helpless target. Devastating magic pulsed violently within his grip. This rope perfectly obeys my every command. So let us see. His expression turned deadly serious. He smoothly manipulated the chaotic aura surrounding his body. The strike violently launched forward. In a literal heartbeat, the monster was completely trapped. Jihan watched its pathetic body hit the dirt. His arrogant teenage ego totally skyrocketed. Just like this. Sejong was totally mind-blown. That is absolutely broken. She gasped in pure awe. What on earth? Meanwhile, he was looking incredibly smug. Duh, obviously. I literally hogtied the beast. She was still totally paralyzed by shock, just staring at the violently thrashing monster. I can use my mana lasso to bind them from afar, then aggressively spam skills until they get deleted. Jihan radiated insufferable know-it-all energy, casually explaining his god-tier strategy. Literally every ranged player abuses this broken combat style. Suddenly, the beast violently forced itself up. The magical bind completely shattered into sparkling dust. He checked his aura flow, totally unfazed by the epic failure. It broke free already? I thought it lasted 10 whole minutes. Jihan instantly learned a brutal lesson as the furious beast charged head-on. So brute force can actually cancel my supreme technique. He instantly spammed the exact same move. This time, the lasso was boosted to level 10. Mana rope. The creature was brutally suppressed again, desperately thrashing for its miserable life. Jihan laughed like an absolute maniac. He was super hyped seeing the monster violently rolling away. Suddenly, a crisp robotic ping violently grabbed his attention. The sacred system aggressively spammed notifications, handing down literal game-changing stats. Special action triggered a brand new skill, the legendary art of binding your enemies using magic. The ultimate skill, Bind, has officially awakened through relentless mana spamming. The highly detailed system interface violently popped up before him. The supreme technique named Bind is at level 1. It consumes 5 mana points. It boasts insane durability for trapping foes, forged purely from magic, and literally lasts 10 minutes. Jihan acted like he hit the ultimate jackpot, screaming in hype, "Let us go!" He spun back around with a totally relieved, cocky smirk. Jihan instantly ignited his inner core power. He calmly converted his chaotic spiritual energy. Spiral Mana Arrow, the legendary projectile violently blasted forward on his command. It aggressively locked onto the doomed target. The monster's vile body instantly vaporized into pathetic ashes, blowing away peacefully in the dramatic wind. Sejong was totally stunned beyond belief. She fiercely showered him with massive compliments. Wow, that was totally savage. Another ridiculously broken skill? But something weird just completely hijacked Jihan's attention. His face morphed into absolute teenage confusion. Yeah, but wait a minute. Her curiosity spiked as she traced his gaze. His teen brain was absolutely overwhelmed by the insane revelation. No freaking way. What on earth is that thing? Jihan stumbled back, his brain completely short-circuiting at the glowing loot on the ground. Wait a second. Did it actually drop a real weapon? That is insane, he muttered in pure shock. It just dropped loot, right? Sejong nodded without missing a single beat. Exactly. Jihan took a deep breath to calm his racing heart. I mean, monsters drop junk and cash all the time, so a weapon makes total sense. Jihan lowered his voice, acting all dramatic about his past. I have literally never seen a weapon drop before, she gasped, her eyes going wide with hype. For real? He just smirked and nodded. Yeah. Jihan traced the cold metal. He yanked it up, his face instantly contorting. Holy crap, this thing is insanely heavy, easily 20 pounds of pure steel. He triggered the system command. Observe. The blue panel flashed. Oxer Charm. Rare tier blunt weapon from the 18th Oxer tribe. Enchanted for crazy durability. Strength requirement over 40, drains 1 mana per minute. He stared at the massive gear in total defeat. No wonder strength items weigh a ton, but the stats are sick. Sejong reached out. Let me try it. Jihan instantly tossed over the burden. He sweat-dropped watching her casually swing the massive weapon around like a toy. His jaw hit the floor. As expected from the legendary demoness of the Heavenly Will Sect, absolute countryside menace, she twirled the heavy gear effortlessly. This is actually high-quality stuff. Seems like a magic weapon, too. Jihan blinked like an idiot. A magic weapon? Sejong chuckled softly. Basically, it means the item is naturally enchanted or cursed. A light bulb went off in his head. Oh right, the system said it had some Oxer enchantment. She inspected the blade, totally impressed. You are seriously built different, Jihan. This thing is worth a fortune. Sejong dropped the bomb. Even the crappiest magic weapon goes for at least 1,000,001. Jihan choked. Wait, 1,000,000? She looked at him with sparkling eyes. Your ability can actually materialize illusion barriers. That is insanely cool. He instantly saw dollar signs. You think I could totally sell this thing? Sejong blinked in surprise. Huh? You want to sell it? Jihan shrugged. I play an intelligence build. I cannot even equip this. His mind was already calculating the profit. Rule number 1, avoid close combat at all costs. Hearing his logic, she pondered for a second. A sly smile played on her lips. In that case, Sejong winked playfully. completely hyped up by the sudden business opportunity. The Heavenly Will Sect will buy this from you. Jihan froze, his brain straight up lagging. Was he hallucinating? The warm sun beat down on the quiet streets. Students were happily heading home, but Jihan dragged his feet like an absolute zombie. Man, I am exhausted. Did I grind way too hard last night? Flashbacks of yesterday's chaotic farming session hit him. He remembered Sejon's cheerful offer. The sect will buy it. Jihan had been completely dumbfounded, wondering, why would they even want this junk? She had looked dead serious. We need to study its aura and energy capacity. We can pay about $10,000. Jihan's greed took over instantly. Deal. In that case, this humble servant thanks you. Sejon had just laughed softly. Are you going to keep leveling up? Might as well, since we are already here. Snapping back to the present. He felt pretty smug. Power leveling with Sejon was insane. Binding skill reached level 3, and Mana Spiral hit level 2. Even though she just watched and let me do all the dirty work, probably afraid of getting sued. Jihan puffed out his chest, feeling like an absolute boss. Sweeping those mobs got me another level up. I am officially level 2, but his arrogant smirk vanished almost instantly. He dragged his battered body home, burying his face in his hands. His teen ego was utterly shattered. The worst part? His secret identity got leaked. All thanks to that jerk Sung Ma-hoon. He mentally screamed at the heavens. Why is my life a tragic comedy? Grumbling curses. He summoned his status. Inventory. The glowing blue system window popped up. Jihan didn't hesitate for a single second. A massive fortune glowed on the system interface. He reached out, commanding the digital space. Boom! Suddenly, Jihan held a brutally thick stack of cold, hard cash. He stared at the unbelievable loot. This feels totally glitchy. 1,000,001? Gotta make sure this isn't counterfeit trash. Jihan scoped out the area, finally spotting the perfect target. He rushed inside, making a beeline for the currency exchange machine. Trembling slightly, he slipped in 300,001 just to test the waters. The screen flashed instantly. Transaction complete. He stared at the loaded cash card, totally mind-blown. Real money, straight from the system. Who even needs a bulky wallet anymore? Time to live like a king. Jihan practically flew out the door. He tossed his heavy backpack into the system inventory and strolled down the street. Why break a sweat carrying stuff? Inventory magic is the absolute best. He walked with serious swagger, his brain racing with epic plans. What is on the menu? Premium seafood? But his grand feast daydream shattered instantly. Over in the gloomy alleyway gap, Suna sat crouched, staring totally blankly ahead. Jihan peeked over, his curiosity hitting max level. Kwon Suna? Then, a tiny squeak pierced the silence. A wildly adorable stray kitten was right in front of her, but she just sat frozen like a statue, her eyes completely hollow. Jihan casually strolled up, breaking the tension. Why just stare at it? Not a cat person? Suna replied with a brutally icy tone. No, I really love them. Trying to be the nice guy, he smiled. Then go ahead and pet the little guy. But she rejected the idea instantly. I just cannot. Jihan was totally clueless now. Huh? Why not? Is your strict master forbidding it? Suna forced a bitter smile. No, that is not it. A chilling breeze swept through the alley, highlighting her absolutely crushing sadness. I simply am not allowed to. Smelling a mystery, Jihan instantly triggered his system skill. Observe, a glowing blue holographic panel materialized. He intensely analyzed every single word. His gamer brain processed the dark truth. The black mana invasion is back at a critical tier, and that terrifying dark mana stagnation debuff is crushing her again. He stared down at her, his mind spinning out of total control. Did this toxic black mana nuke her strength stat all the way down to 2? That terrifying curse is exactly why she cannot touch the poor kitten. Jihan suddenly dropped the cool act, asking gently, Is it because your hands are freezing? Suna snapped her head up instantly. She shot him a deeply stunned glare. He pushed his theory further. You are terrified. Your freezing aura will hurt the little guy, right? She panicked, demanding defensively. How on earth do you know that? Jihan smirked with maximum arrogant teen energy. I just have this epic superpower to read people's data. Suna offered a totally hollow laugh and turned away. Oh, makes sense. Her eyes sank into absolutely crushing despair, unshed tears threatening to shatter her stoic mask. She curled into a defensive little ball against the world. You nailed it. I am a walking hazard. That is why I cannot touch it. The kitten's desperate whining ripped her heart into absolute shreds. A fragile little creature like this would never survive my cursed touch. Jihan absorbed her tragic truth, feeling a massive wave of fierce empathy. That deadly frost came straight from the dark debuff. Just imagining her lonely, miserable isolation made his chest ache severely. Could her cursed energy actually leak out and critically damage others? Jihan pulled out a perfectly brutal analogy. You are exactly like a defensive little hedgehog. His heart felt violently stung. This is seriously too tragic. He clenched his fists. Squatting down like a fearless shonen hero, Jihan brazenly grabbed Suna's hand to verify. Holy crap, your hands are literally made of ice. She instantly flinched into combat mode. Her entire body locked up in sheer panic. What the heck are you doing? Jihan fiercely scanned his holographic system window, desperately scrolling for a legendary solution. Found it! A glowing spirit stone materialized right into his dominant hand. Jihan rapidly chanted the epic activation command, aiming to vaporize her cursed frost. Ultimate soul recovery technique. The brilliant divine light slowly melted into her skin. System alert, fusion sequence complete. Suna stared intensely at the reckless idiot beside her, her combat defenses completely melting away. You. Jihan dropped the dramatic reveal with a confident smirk. That nasty dark mana debuff is temporarily paused. Try it now. She hesitated for agonizing seconds, her trembling fingers slowly reaching down. Seeing its chance, the tiny kitten instantly nuzzled against Suna, purring like an absolute engine. She scooped the furball right into her arms, a magnificent warmth exploding through her icy veins. Suna cracked a genuinely breathtaking smile, years of empty isolation finally healing. It is incredibly soft. Seeing the crisis averted, a deep wave of immense relief flashed across Jihan's eyes, but reality violently crashed back into his brain. Wait a minute. Has she literally been living like a frozen ghost this entire time? That means she has suffered in absolute silence for years. How the heck is this fair? Why does someone have to tank this kind of brutal tragedy? What massive sin did she commit to deserve such legendary punishment? Jihan slowly opened his glowing palms, a heroic epiphany hitting him hard. Maybe the system gave me this overpowered cheat ability just to save girls exactly like her. An incredibly smug but genuinely warm smile crept onto his face. Enter the legendary knight Han Jihan. He gazed at the beaming girl beside him, feeling totally invincible. One absolute fact remained. I hold the ultimate cure to save her life. Man, have I seriously always been this aggressively freaking awesome? Suddenly, a dark aura swallowed everything. A bizarre shadow with a demonic smirk approached. Jihan jumped up, totally panicked, bracing against that twisted voice. Dumb rats walked right into the trap. His mind reeled. Utter helplessness paralyzed his body. An illusion barrier? Since when? The shadowy figures finally emerged. Two blurry silhouettes loomed ahead. One spoke with savage glee, flashing a sickeningly twisted grin. Guess we gotta beat some sense into these brats. Heavy footsteps echoed in the deadly silence. Locke stepped up, smiling wickedly. Ligo sneered right beside him, completely mocking them. Jihan was absolutely freaking out, face completely pale. Were these backpackers just cosplaying? He seriously warned his friend. Get behind me. Jihan glared ahead, suddenly remembering past warnings. Could these creeps be? There is a mana factory. I warned you for a second reason. You are in deep danger, so I advise you to level up fast. That was so recent. He glared intensely at the weirdos. Who are you? Ligo immediately groaned, totally annoyed. Oh wow, look. A literal child talking back to his elders. Locke chimed in perfectly. Kids today have zero respect. It is a massive headache, honestly. His voice dripped with sour venom. We adults must literally beat some manners into them. Jihan scoffed mentally. Who wants these foreign boomers teaching Korean manners anyway? He froze up, sweating bullets in sheer terror. Whatever. Their killing intent is absolutely insane. I am so totally screwed right now. Protecting the girl behind him skyrocketed his tension. If he were alone. But Sung-ae was here. Ligo smirked arrogantly. Hey kid, prefer magic or brute force? Jihan fake scoffed. Just basic stuff, bro? Ligo snapped. Veins literally popped on his bald head. You broke punk. Wanting luxury for free? Locke stayed perfectly chill, totally commanding. Just stay put. He raised a magic staff, erupting with dark crimson aura. Jihan panicked, realizing this was fatally urgent. He instantly cast bind. Pissed off, he mentally swore. Nobody steals my first blood. Mana ropes lashed out, trapping Locke and totally shocking him. What the heck? Jihan rapidly fired spiral mana arrows, aiming to obliterate their escape routes. He stepped back, doubting his crazy plan. I only targeted bones. They will live, but it should hurt. The thick smoke finally cleared. Absolute dread washed over Jihan. Ligo stood aggressively in front, roaring with pure raging fury. You little freaking brat, sneak attacking me? I was totally gonna go easy on you. Now I will literally make you scream. I am going to absolutely destroy you. Jihan immediately launched full crowd control. Bind. He turned to poke his friend as the enemy got utterly trapped. Hey, Sung-ae. Jihan quickly grabbed her hand tightly, squeezing it so she would not slip. Run. He dragged her away, sprinting frantically for dear life. Hurry. The dead street echoed with their wild chase. Jihan desperately sought any exit from this total nightmare. Oh crap. Why the hell is this illusion barrier unbreakable? Running blindly, they finally found a safe hiding spot. He and Sung-ae gasped heavily for air. Their stamina was totally completely drained. Jihan looked up, immediately asking, Are you okay? She clutched her cat tight, totally exhausted from the crazy sprint. I feel so tired. He stared at her, totally worried sick. He grabbed her hand, transferring spirit energy, human soul healing. She snapped out of exhaustion, slowly regaining her full senses. Sunga pulled back, absolutely amazed. That is so handy. Jihan blushed proudly. This skill is totally overpowered. Jihan looked around, super paranoid. Who the heck are those guys? She answered timidly. Hunters. Jihan doubted his own ears, leaning in. Ah, you do not know them? He pressed further. Do you know them? Sunga nervously recounted the awful nightmare she faced. My dad told me horrific stories about them. The hunters of the abyss. They hunt down rogue espers and literally sell them. Her eyes flashed with heartbreaking sadness. And their current target is probably. Sung A revealed the brutal, terrifying truth. You and me. Jihan covered his face, hiding his insanely pale expression. Awesome! She did not even explain further, just frantically urged, run! He fully grasped the insane danger. Fear vanished entirely. Sunga was absolutely determined to force him away from here. Leave me behind and run? Jihan snapped, clearly annoyed. The heck did you just say? Run away? She nodded instantly. Yeah. Pushing harder, he glared. Do you even know what these freaks are? Sunga replied deadpan. Duh, I know. He tried to talk sense into her. If they catch you, it's game over. You get that? With zero emotion, she listed her grim fate. I'll be violated, then they'll chop off my limbs, harvest my organs, and sell them off. Jihan was utterly paralyzed by sheer horrifying shock. How could she say something so incredibly twisted? Her careless attitude just made him even more frustrated. And you want me to ditch you? Sunga just shrugged it off completely. It's totally fine. My dad is coming. He threw reality right back at her. And if your dad doesn't make it in time, she just confidently repeated her absolute guarantee. It's fine. Dead silence fell. Jihan was utterly speechless. He grabbed his head, groaning in pure exasperation. Fine? How in the world is any of this fine? Suddenly, Sunga dropped a truth bomb that completely froze him. Even if I die, I really don't care. She shrank back, her voice suddenly turning incredibly fragile. I'm just a giant burden to my dad. Those self-destructive words completely shattered his mind. Jihan couldn't process this garbage, bubbling with righteous anger. What on earth was she spouting? Just because she weighed Hwang Sungon down, she'd accept actual torture? Sunga then dropped another massive bombshell. Those guys are literal, cold-blooded murderers. She stubbornly pushed him away, desperately wanting him to survive. They kill people, but they can't actually hurt you, so just run away. Jihan instantly caught the keyword. His memory forcefully dragged him back to the past. Murderers. These psychos will eat you alive if they catch you. Ruthless killers. You gotta watch your back. These scumbags are literally everywhere. They chain up espers and drain their mana dry. Recalling those two maniacs sparked absolute fury inside his head. So these were the exact monsters Sun In warned about, willing to butcher anyone for pure profit. They were actively hunting him and Hwang Sung-ah right now. She tested the waters with a chilling question, her face completely devoid of warmth. Are you actually capable of killing someone? She still urged him to bail. If not, you seriously need to run. Two figures swaggered down the dead silent street. Ligo scanned the area, totally annoyed. Man, I thought this punk was just a rookie. Locke flashed a wicked grin, failing to hide his sinister gaze. He definitely is, but I heard he's super tight with the Heavenly Will Sect. The thug gasped, instinctively tensing up for a fight. Seriously? Then why the heck are we messing with him? Locke didn't flinch at all, already plotting their grand escape. Whatever, we're ditching Korea real soon anyway. That little brat holds insane potential value. We just sell him off in Ghost. Ligo heard the payday, grinning like an absolute maniac. Now that's what I'm talking about. He eagerly scoped out the empty road. So where did the rat scurry off to? Locke pointed the way. Over here. The thug impatiently pressed on. How far? He answered with razor-sharp eyes piercing through the illusion. About 200 meters. Locke smugly gazed up at the sky. This illusion barrier spans a solid 500 meters. He's totally a sitting duck. But before he even finished his sentence, the sky abruptly shattered. Nowhere left to hide. A bizarre shadow dove out of the dimensional rift. It landed with a monstrous boom, making Locke sweat buckets. An Ho-Ting calmly brushed off the epic landing, with Loleno chilling happily on her shoulder. He recognized the deadly intruder, completely terrified. The murderous witch? She just stared back, adorably clueless. Huh? Loleno looked at the thugs, asking with innocent curiosity. This totally mortified Locke on the spot. Wait, you actually know me? She flashed a radiant smile that held absolutely zero warmth. But I definitely don't know you. Loleno casually added a soft sigh. This squad is seriously wild. He aggressively demanded answers. Why the heck are you two here? Locke yelled straight at them. assuming his flawless plan was still intact. I thought you freaks were still in Northern Europe. An didn't sweat it. His voice dropped to absolute ice. I am a rogue operative, just handling some personal business. The punk finally realized he messed up. Pure panic set in. No way. He is totally synced up with Loleno. Suffocating bloodlust crushed the room. Yeah, these losers were toast. Locke snapped into boss mode, barking orders. Get him, Lego. The brute awakened his inner beast. Heavy steel plating wrapped around Lego, supercharging his massive frame. He charged like a freight train, aiming for a total knockout. Locke buffed him from the backline, turning every punch deadly. But it was totally useless. Loleno's force field blocked absolutely everything. Lego thought he was tripping. He spammed attacks, but got completely denied. Loleno was treating this entire fight like a pathetic joke. She actually reviewed his stats. You are burning life force, but your level is literal garbage. Your magic sucks. You are just a brainless meathead with terrible body odor. Locke lost his mind. Risking it all, he chanted. I summon the ancient bloodline. Eyes blazing with pure rage, he unleashed his ultimate. Stellar annihilation. Erase everything from existence. An endless wave of cosmic energy exploded outward. The devastating blast swallowed them whole without mercy. The ultimate smoke cleared. Loleno stood there, completely scratch-free. Wow, that actually tickled. She looked the absolute losers up and down, judging their tragic combat stats. Rank D max. Actually, probably rank F. Thoughts? On? He didn't even flinch. Solid rank F. She took that as a green light. A truly psychotic smile crept onto her face. Guess we are ripping their souls out first. Faking the sweetest puppy dog eyes, Loleno raised her magic staff and chirped with deadly cuteness. No headache at all. She sparked her fierce awakening power. A swift ticket to the afterlife. You will cross over peacefully. Meanwhile, the scene violently shifted. Jihan was completely spiraling. His hands violently shook. The dark realization hit him. Was he seriously about to become a straight-up killer? Gruesome flashes of spilling blood flooded his mind, utterly terrifying Jihan. His muscles froze, trapped in a chaotic storm of bizarre feelings. Wait, why am I so chillingly numb right now? I never even imagined snatching a real life. How is this real? This is insane. I should be puking my guts out in pure panic. A normal teen would completely break down. Yet, I feel absolute zero. Jihan stood paralyzed, his soul screaming in utter confusion. Just why? Why does this just feel like swatting an annoying fly? Suddenly, a creepy noise shattered his mental breakdown. Massive waves of dark energy erupted. It completely swallowed the entire sky. Jihan stared at the blazing darkness in absolute shock. Every instinct screamed at him to go on high alert. What now? Jihan frantically called out to grab his companion's full attention. Listen up, Sunga. He spun around with intense panic, dropping a heavy warning. I need to scout out this crazy situation right now. You hide right here. But a sudden voice froze Jihan dead in his tracks. Well, hello there, cutie. The villainess magically popped out. Her wicked grin was pure teasing trouble. I want you all to myself. She and her menacing partner were already lurking by the wall. Stalking silently like a hungry predator, her companion issued an icy warning. The legendary gamer. He is on the absolute ban list, she rolled her eyes. Yeah, I know. A giant question mark practically floated above our hero. Huh? She completely ignored the tension and smiled brightly. You two are Sung-ah and Jihan, right? Jihan braced himself for intense combat. Yeah, what about it? She hungrily checked Jihan out from head to toe, scanning every single detail with greedy eyes. Oh, so adorable. And perfectly flexible, too. She grabbed her squishy cheeks and dramatically asked, Hey, want to play a little Tetris with me tonight? He immediately hissed and wildly rejected the crazy idea. Heck no, crazy lady. Are you playing mind games? She shot a wicked smirk. Think I am just some kid because of my voice? She dropped her tone into a sultry whisper to mess with him. Newsflash, boy. I am fully grown and dangerously gorgeous. Jihan's face instantly darkened, staring at her like she was an absolute lunatic. The crazy lady quickly flashed her contact info, aggressively trying to get acquainted. Here, take my digits and make sure to call me. The slip of paper magically floated right in front of him, accompanied by Loleno's flirty reminder that she would be staying in Korea for a while. Suddenly, the spatial barrier behind him shattered into a million pieces. Jihan ducked, desperately dodging the falling shards of broken glass. Her voice echoed from the distance with an unforgettable, chilling promise. See you later, honey. A blinding light engulfed the area as the illusionary barrier completely vanished. Jihan and Sung-ah were left standing there, totally stunned. Words simply could not describe the incredibly awkward vibe right now. Time just agonizingly ticked by. Heavy tension suffocated the entire atmosphere. The moment they finally escaped that maddening virtual dimension, Sung-ah immediately handed back the little kitten with a deeply sincere expression. Thank you so much. Her dead serious demeanor left Jihan feeling completely helpless. Taking the tiny furball, he nervously offered to escort her back safely. However, Sung-ah gently rejected her friend's kind gesture. "No, I will be perfectly fine." She then decisively turned around and walked away. Seeing their young miss returning, men in black suits materialized out of thin air like absolute phantoms. In a split second, they completely vanished right before his eyes. Jihan could only stand frozen, staring blankly at where she disappeared. Looking at his trembling gamer, hands in pure frustration, "I grinded so incredibly hard, but I still lack power." Yet, his rebellious spirit refused to yield. "I seriously need to be way more careful from now on. If my luck was even slightly worse today, I would have been total toast. I must absolutely grind my stats to the absolute max." Firing up his own fighting spirit, Jihan dramatically chanted the system command. "Guess this is the only way. Create instance dungeon." The virtual zone barely formed before he raised his hand and completely shattered it. "Exit instance dungeon." In his mind, a hardcore reality check echoed. "This is the ultimate shortcut to leveling up fast. I desperately need to master illusion, magic, and time-freezing skills." Even as the sun began to set, Jihan stubbornly spammed his basic grinding routine, create instance dungeon. He only paused his intense power leveling when darkness completely consumed the sky, finally dragging himself home. "I am back." With his mind and body utterly drained, he grumbled, "My stamina bar is full, so why the heck do I feel so insanely exhausted?" Jihan was deeply lost in thought about today's epic grinding results. "Hey, at least my dungeon creation skill leveled up a few times." Suddenly, his mom's voice snapped him back. "Oh, you are home?" He instinctively glanced over at her, but the glowing floating text above her head made him scream in absolute terror. "Legendary housewife, level 15. The shock practically blew Jihan's gamer mind right out of his skull. Mom actually has a system title and a level? Is she secretly a hidden boss character? Why the heck can I suddenly see her stats? Meanwhile, his mom remained completely oblivious to her son's epic mental breakdown. She just casually dropped a reminder. "I just finished making our dinner. Hurry up, change your clothes and come eat." She walked off, leaving a paralyzed Jihan intensely questioning his entire reality. What in the actual world is happening today? I bumped into Hwan Sung-ah, and some crazy little punk tried to start trouble. Then, I got dragged into a deadly game by some completely insane witch. On my way back, I relentlessly spammed my illusion barriers to level up my dungeon creation skill, but the most mind-blowing plot twist is, recalling this absolute chaos, Jihan looked thoroughly defeated. "Seriously, Mom? What is going on?" That bizarre glowing text above her head practically destroyed his sanity. How could my reality change so incredibly fast? This is way too abnormal. Why is the game breaking down like this? Jihan collapsed backward, then aggressively slapped his own cheeks to reboot his brain. All right, enough panicking like a total noob. He tossed the chaotic, messy thoughts right out of his head and got to work. "I still have a massive mountain of quests to clear." A sudden epic thought struck like lightning, making Jihan instantly remember Sandoza. Abyss! He seriously bolted upright, glaring intensely at his computer monitor. "Let us check this out." His gamer hands flew across the mechanical keyboard with insane speed. "Abyss Auction House." Spotting the exact target, he curiously clicked straight on the ominous link for Sandoza Abyss. Is this it? But that super sketchy, pitch-black interface left Jihan completely disappointed. Why does this elite hackerspace look like a cheap underground society website? Let us click and see. His eyes locked intensely onto the screen, closely observing what happened next, but his gaze suddenly widened in absolute, sheer horror. What in the world? This is real life, yet they are selling stuff like an open flea market. Another category violently grabbed his attention, looking exactly like a sketchy gaming item shop. Jihan dug through the chaotic pile of legendary and trash tier loot. Holy freaking crap! He even accidentally stumbled upon a completely sickening, highly illegal trade post titled "Female Mage Slave for Sale," fully equipped with amazing stats. Seeing the innocent face of the captive girl, Jihan turned pale at the blatant, sickening cruelty of human traffickers. This horrifying discovery made his mood crash straight down into the absolute abyss. Slavery actually exists in this modern era? I thought this ridiculous stuff only happened in retro spy movies, but I never expected the hidden world to be this terrifyingly dark. A terrifying scenario violently flashed through his mind, imagining himself in that exact same cursed position. If I had been captured today. Suddenly, another highly disturbing post violently popped up. Rare item. A fair-skinned male gamer with special abilities, ready for any crazy position. Jihan fiercely shook his head, desperately forcing himself to refocus on his main quest. Spellbooks. I need spellbooks. Within mere seconds, an endlessly long, epic menu of magical skill books spectacularly materialized right before his eyes. Jihan squinted at the glowing monitor. A mind-numbing shock hit him. 200,000 bucks? The buy-it-now price was an insane 4.2 billion. His teen face turned instantly pale. He desperately scrolled for other magical skill books. Hope vanished. Even the absolute cheapest cost over 20 million. But giving up wasn't in his vocabulary. Jihan relentlessly hunted through the sky-high market listings. His fingers flew across the keyboard while he fiercely muttered. Basic magic spells? They all cost 20 to 30 million. Throwing cash around wouldn't magically solve everything, but options were zero. No evasion spells? Then this one. Jihan agonized over the glowing virtual items before his eyes. He already possessed solid attack and defense skills, but zero evasion abilities. Luckily, the heavens finally smiled down. He suddenly spotted the exact treasure he desperately needed. Monster summoning. Heck yes, monster summoning. This absolute game-changer included mighty spirits, terrifying beasts, demons, and countless bizarre creatures. Classic gaming worlds always featured epic summoners, spirit doctors, and even dark necromancers. These overpowered classes commanded wicked beasts to do the dirty work while they chilled safely. Imagining those incredibly cheap tactical advantages, pure chaotic excitement exploded within Jihan's very soul. Usually, summoned beasts were just pathetic meat shields taking heavy damage. But honestly, that was exactly the disposable punching bag he desperately needed right now. Snagging this epic skill book meant mastering the ultimate cheesy strat, summoning a massive beast while safely sniping enemies from the backlines. His mouse furiously clicked the search filters like a madman. Instantly, a glorious list of magical skill books materialized on screen. But those price tags were still absolutely psychotic. The absolute cheapest was 800 bucks. They were divided into 4 elemental types. Every epic fantasy game followed the 4 core elements. Fire was obviously the ultimate king of raw, destructive firepower. Water offered divine healing, while wind ruled absolute speed. Earth brought massive defense and heavy crushing power, but moved like a turtle. After calculating his epic strategy, Jihan finally locked in his brilliantly rebellious choice. An earth monster was undeniably the thickest, most glorious meat shield available in the game. A wicked, highly satisfied smirk spread across his exhausted face. Absolutely perfect. The virtual cart was loaded up. Time to hit checkout. Grand total, 1.8 thousand bucks. Definitely a painful sting, but considering the god-tier abilities he'd unlock, a few dozen million? Mere pocket change. But right at the crucial payment step, his finger totally froze. Express shipping? 300 extra bucks? A horrific, terrifying chill crawled straight up his spine. Who knew what other nightmare expenses awaited him tomorrow? But Jihan violently shook off the dreadful thoughts and forcefully hyped his own teenage spirit up. Just screw the stress. You only live once, he screamed with pure teenage rebellion. Let's get this party started. The website instantly processed his massive order, flashing a ridiculous smiley face icon. Thank you for your glorious purchase. Your premium items are currently speeding toward you via express delivery. Jihan collapsed backward, exhaling so hard his very soul seemed to leave his tired body. His life force was utterly drained as he groaned in sheer agony. 2.1 thousand bucks. Completely gone. Those greedy game developers were literally sucking his wallet dry. But then again, he aggressively comforted himself. He literally farmed all that cash by violently smashing zombie skulls anyway, so really, it wasn't a massive loss. He instantly wiped the pathetic regret from his face. The cash was gone, so why torture his own brain stressing over it? Time to just vibe. Suddenly, a totally bizarre mechanical humming sound outside his window completely shattered the silence. Jihan snapped his head toward the drawn curtains. He cautiously crept forward, his teen mind highly suspicious. What the heck could that be? His bedroom was literally way up on the second floor. He violently ripped the curtains open. Jihan's eyes nearly bulged out of his skull. A freaking miniature UFO had materialized out of thin air. It was just hovering there, casually holding a massive delivery box. Staring at the hovering package, Jihan's brain completely short-circuited. Absolute comical shock washed over his teen face. Was this their so-called express delivery? The bizarre flying saucer smoothly glided right through the open window. A cold, totally sci-fi robotic voice suddenly echoed from the bizarre machine. Are you the esteemed customer, Han Jihan? He nervously gulped and awkwardly replied. Yeah, that's me. Instantly, the drone mercilessly dropped the heavy box without hesitation. Please enjoy your premium items. The UFO zoomed away without a single shred of emotion. Jihan stood frozen like a glitching system character. They were seriously using high-tech drones for shipping now? It hadn't even been 5 minutes since he clicked buy. Holy crap. This was straight out of a blockbuster sci-fi movie. With trembling hands, he slowly unboxed his treasure. Inside sat 2 European magical introduction guides for the great elements. Jihan's soul left his body. A rebellious, highly dramatic curse slipped from his lips. You absolute garbage-tier scam. Pure teen frustration violently exploded from his chest. Why the heck wasn't the system flashing a highly dramatic skill learning prompt right now? This absolutely pathetic Earth Element book looked as totally ordinary as a cheap grocery store magazine. Suddenly, a horrifying realization struck him like a critical hit. Jihan's teenage brain started spiraling into pure panic. No freaking way. His heart hammered with utter dread. Was this just a boring, useless theory textbook instead of an actual magical skill book? Connecting the tragic dots, absolute bitterness consumed him. Oh, very cool. A massive mountain of cash, completely flushed down the toilet. Mother of all tragedies. That was his literal blood, sweat, and aggressively farmed tears. He wanted a god-tier spell, not a massive high school lecture. Jihan dramatically collapsed to the floor in absolute defeat, but he desperately forced himself to cope. Stay calm. Inhale. Exhale. Deeply breathe in. Let the rage out. I can still totally unlock this epic magical power. I just have to actually study it, right? Hardcore grinding always leads to epic success. He let out a highly unhinged, self-deprecating chuckle to mask the sheer pain. Yet, glaring at the incredibly boring textbook in his hand, his soul still violently wept with disappointment. Did he seriously need to waste precious points boosting his intelligence stat? Just having a higher stat wouldn't magically cram this massive essay into his brain, right? He completely refused to waste hard-earned stat points. Ugh. His head totally ached. Jihan miserably opened the second magical guidebook. Suddenly, out of absolutely nowhere, a glowing blue system prompt violently flashed before his eyes. System alert, you have successfully acquired an epic skill book, the Earth Spirit Encyclopedia. Would you like to consume and master this legendary skill? Staring at the glowing choices, he aggressively smashed the accept button. Instantly, the glorious game system processed his ultimate command. Basic Nature Spirit Summoning unlocked. Active Skill Level 1. Consumes 50 massive mana points. Allows the summoning of exactly one basic Earth Spirit, with devastating power totally scaling off your intelligence stat. Earth Aura State brilliantly initialized and perfectly synced. After riding that mind-bending wave of new knowledge, Jihan finally snapped back to glorious reality. He stared intensely at his own trembling hands for a heavy moment. He had literally experienced this dramatic system awakening a dozen times. Yet every single time, the absolute magic of it blew his teenage mind. Holy crap, my mind is blown. I was a total noob before this. Now? It feels like ancient instincts waking up. He tapped his temple with a smirk. Okay, let us see. To summon a pure earth spirit. First step, force it to manifest. Second step, bind it with an absolute contract. Jihan let out a villainous cackle. Those pathetic bushes in the yard? Perfect test dummies for a summoning. Flipping through the ancient text, a wild theory sparked. I could totally summon other elemental spirits too. Time to process this massive info dump in my brain. The secret methods to boost natural aura for every single element. Magic circle blueprints, contract binding rituals, and exclusive earth skills. He hit the absolute jackpot. Get this, he only absorbed the earth skill book, but now he can grind the other elements manually. No expensive spell books needed. His gamer blood boiled with hype. Just lock in a contract with a spirit, summon it, and boom. I can totally solo all 4 magic trees. Wait a second, why stop at the basic 4? Other elements gotta work the exact same way. Give me the right aura, and I will dominate them all. I am still guessing here, but this skill is universal. All spirit summoning magic falls under one epic category. Jihan was absolutely vibrating with joy. This is insane. Such an overpowered skill. Why wait until tomorrow to test it? But glancing at the door, cold sweat dropped. Mom is home, and her level suddenly became visible? That is crazy suspicious. Something is definitely up. After today's massive chaos, sneaking out now is a total death wish. Best to just sleep it off safely. Tomorrow, I will pop a dungeon barrier at school and test this out. He calmed his racing nerves. Those assassins will not strike for 3 days anyway. Elsewhere in the neon-lit city, a heavy sigh echoed. Where did these filthy rats even crawl out from? His partner scoffed in disgust. Just pathetic, greedy scumbags. Loleno smirked darkly at the mountain of fresh corpses. They definitely know we are here now, Howding sneered coldly. Blinded by pure greed. A vicious, mocking grin spread across Loleno's face. Well, whatever. Humans are beyond foolish. Let us clean up this mess. Even worthless trash has its uses. Back to a glorious Saturday afternoon, Jihan's mind was racing with theories. Why the heck was Sung-ah absent today? Come to think of it, Mr. Sung-gon was missing in action too. Probably because there was no chemistry class. Guess I will just have to wait and see. Suddenly, Soon-il broke the silence, looking totally on edge. You said you and Sung-ah got ambushed yesterday? Jihan just nodded grimly. Yeah. Soon-il's eyes narrowed, pressing for details. Soon-il's intense, mysterious aura made Jihan completely lose his mind. Dude, stop trying to look so edgy. It is giving me major second-hand embarrassment. Sunil raised an eyebrow. Why are you so spooked? Jihan instantly panicked and changed the subject. Anyway, check out this epic loot. I went grinding in the abyss yesterday and scored big. Sunil's jaw practically hit the floor. Wait, what? Jihan flexed proudly. I used my mob farming cash to buy a literal skill book. Sunil looked like his brain short-circuited. Seriously? Jihan caught his buddy's total shock. My bro looks completely shook right now. Sunil just sighed helplessly. Is that even a question? Jihan kept spilling the tea. Honestly, the whole setup was insanely weird. I bought the book, hit express shipping, and boom, a freaking drone dropped it off instantly. Sunil suddenly cut him off. Yeah, I know. Looked exactly like a mini UFO, right? Jihan was absolutely stunned. How the heck did you know that? Sunil shrugged. Zero secrets between them. My martial arts clan orders from them literally all the time. You think they became the top trading syndicate by pure luck? Jihan blinked, processing the info. True, but listen, I saw something super crazy. Before Jihan could spill it, Sunil read him like an open book. I already figured it out. Jihan immediately sensed his best friend's heavy mood. Is that why you have been looking like you ate a lemon all morning? Sunil hesitated. Yeah, pretty much. However, a relieved smile finally broke through Sunil's serious face. Once I realized you were a natural awakened, I knew this chaotic day would eventually come. That is exactly why I forced you to learn martial arts. Hearing that massive truth bomb, Jihan completely froze. Thanks, man. Sunil waved it off, shifting gears. So, describe those two maniacs who ambushed you. Jihan did not hold back. Oh, those massive psychos? Sunil rubbed his chin in deep thought. I do not know the grunt assassins, but the witch girl and the muscle freak in the wolf pelt? I definitely know them. Jihan jumped up, totally mind-blown. Are they some kind of big shots? Sunil answered deadpan. Absolute living legends. They are infamous one-man armies. One is a literal blood witch, the other is an unstoppable juggernaut. They usually dominate the northern European servers. Jihan's blood ran cold. Why the heck are final boss-level threats in our town? A dark shadow crossed Sunil's eyes as he explained the grim reality. I cannot prove it, but Mr. Sungan probably summoned them. He definitely foresaw this massive turf war. Jihan gulped, putting the terrifying pieces together. Wait, to squash those annoying assassins? Sunil nodded with deadly seriousness. You nailed it. Jihan let out a heavy sigh. So that means I don't have to worry about getting player killed, right? Sunin nodded hesitantly. Yeah, probably. Those two are insanely overpowered. He quickly added a warning. The weaker you are, the faster they will absolutely obliterate you. Jihan flinched. So weaklings get crushed instantly? Is that some sort of special skill? His friend smirked weirdly, slashing a finger across his throat. Spot on. Scrubs like us would get one-shotted instantly. But don't let your guard down. Even if they wipe the floor with those looters, we still need to stay frosty for any random ambush. Sunin's voice trembled with sudden anxiety. Man, if the temp mage was still around, no one would dare mess with this turf. Jihan was totally clueless. Temp mage? Who the heck is that? Sunin shivered at the name. That guy is an absolute legend, but he's a total weirdo. He wanted to quit the abyss and live a normal life, but he failed every single job interview because he only has a high school diploma. So people just call him the temp mage. He's totally unhinged. Even Jihan was completely speechless. Really? What can this dude even do? Sunin's face shifted to pure reverence. Bro, he's insanely skilled. Strong isn't even the word. He is monstrously overpowered, and he lives right here in our district. So this whole zone is basically his personal turf. This made Jihan even more hyped. What about your guild? Sunin grinned wildly. My guild is over there. This zone falls under the Nature Soul Sex territory. Basically, it's a massive three-way faction turf war. Jihan rubbed his chin in deep thought. I see, so the Czeon forces are here too. But taking on actual guilds single-handedly, that crazy bastard must be insanely broken. Sunin quickly snapped him back to reality. Whatever happens, you need to grind and level up fast. What's your level right now? He suddenly flinched. Level 21, baby. Sunin's face lit up with absolute glee. Hell yes, we can finally party up and go monster hunting. Let's go. Jihan's gamer blood boiled with excitement. Bring it on! The two rebellious teens eagerly rushed off together. Before long, they quickly burst back into the room. Sunin spoke with impatient excitement. You ready yet? Let's start. Jihan looked super suspicious. Why is this dude so hyped? He casually asked. Doesn't anyone in your entire guild know how to use magic? His buddy just shrugged cluelessly. Heck no, where would we find one? Jihan facepalmed in utter disbelief. Why are you so shocked? Seeing his friend's stress, Sunin reassured him. Bro, there are 0 spirit masters around here. You couldn't find one even if you tried. He even cheered him on. Mastering a magic art is crazy hard. With your gamer ability, it's a total breeze, but for regular espers? In their dreams. Jihan froze. Ah, that makes sense. Sun In urgently nudged him. Now cast it, bro! Caught off guard, Jihan jumped. All right, hold your horses. A glowing magic circle rapidly materialized. Sun In stared in sheer awe. Not bad for a first-timer, that actually looks epic. Jihan smugly flexed his skills. I've got magic flowing through my veins. Get ready for the summon. Sun In quickly backed up to watch his buddy cast the spell. Let's do this. Jihan squeezed his eyes shut. Deep within, he felt it raw magic, his hidden mana pool awakening. A massive energy bar popped up above his head as his entire body began to violently glow. He screamed at the top of his lungs. I, Jihan, summon you through the sacred ancient pact. Come forth. While casting, his teenage mind wandered. Show yourself, Earth Spirit Gnome. In a flash, the circle erupted with blinding light. A massive dimensional rift cracked open in the center, and a weird little pile of dirt floated up. Slowly, it began to morph into a human shape. Gnome finally materialized. Her tiny body was impossibly smaller than a normal person. Jihan's jaw literally dropped to the floor. Wait, this is the Earth Spirit? Suddenly, strange voices started echoing directly inside his brain. I'm here! So exciting! He started to panic slightly. They said spirits use telepathy, and it's actually real. Sun In stood nearby, absolutely mind-blown by the spectacle. Holy crap, she is insanely cute. Is that really the Earth Spirit, bro? Gnome confusingly spoke through his mind. Why did you call me here? Jihan froze in absolute shock. Huh? It's the sacred pact from the dawn of creation. My true name is Han Jihan. You now know my true name. Now, tell me yours. Gnome fell eerily silent. A massive surge of consciousness violently transferred straight into his brain. Everything crashed into him all at once. Jihan's mental state rapidly blurred into total chaos. Bizarre foreign memories vividly exploded within his mind. He couldn't suppress his rising panic. Where are these memories coming from? They aren't human or animal. Wait, that's it. These are the memories of Mother Earth. Is my real body over there? It morphed into a soul. It hurts so much, like I'm being ripped apart. Suddenly, Gnome leaped right onto his trembling hand. Channeling her divine power, the tiny spirit gently cleared away the earthly layers, suffocating Jihan. Feeling that warm, radiant light, he smiled with absolute relief. The agonizing pain vanished, replaced by an overwhelming euphoria spreading through his entire body. This must be the ultimate awakening of the soul. Deep within his consciousness, her super sweet voice echoed softly through the void. My name is Nam. I am Nam, Han Jihan. Hearing her true feelings, his cloudy mind finally cleared up. Yeah, I am Han Jihan. Nam bounced with pure joy. I really like you, Han Jihan. Do you like me? Her absolute innocence made him chuckle. I totally do. That single word instantly charged her up like a massive battery. That pure voice echoed once more. Bound by the ancient covenant, we are now one single entity, Jihan firmly agreed. Sharing one soul and one destiny. Hearing that, she dropped all shyness. I am Nam, he fired right back with a massive grin. And I am Han Jihan. Instantly, their souls violently intertwined. They practically shouted in unison. Until our souls completely shatter, we will never part. Boom! A tiny explosion popped, and Nam instantly returned to normal. She made sure to remind him. Remember to summon me all the time. Facing those puppy dog eyes, Jihan quickly agreed. Yeah, I will summon you every single day. The second she vanished, he let out a massive groan. Oh man, Sun In immediately rushed over to catch his exhausted buddy. That was epic. This has to be that legendary spirit contract I have only heard rumors about. Jihan finally flashed a deeply relieved smile. Yeah, you nailed it, bro. I honestly thought I was a goner. I will tell you everything later. Let me just sleep first. Seeing Jihan completely black out in a split second, Sun In totally panicked. This crazy dude just passed right out, deep in his subconscious. Jihan thought to himself, I had this wild dream. In that dream, I mutated into a massive, unstoppable golem, with hands like heavy boulders, kicking solid concrete all over the entire city. Suddenly, a blinding beam of light shot straight up into the sky right in front of him. Jihan's eyes snapped wide open in total panic. Staring at the endless starry sky above, sheer terror gripped him. Ah! Filled with extreme suspicion, he frantically scanned his entire surroundings. Am I trapped inside some crazy illusion barrier right now? Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed out of nowhere. Finally awake, bro? Sun In was casually doing a one-finger handstand like an absolute freak, staring at his insane best friend. Jihan felt completely helpless. I thought this nonsense only happened in comic books. No wonder this monster can punch through solid concrete barehanded. Unable to hold back his burning curiosity, he finally asked, Did I sleep long, dude? Sun In simply looked up and smirked. About 4 hours or so. This totally blew his mind. Seriously? You actually had to wait around for me? His best friend just calmly replied, "No big deal, I used the time to grind my skills." But right after, he pushed off, flipping backwards into an absolutely flawless superhero landing. Jihan watched this, feeling completely overwhelmed inside. Too epic, I seriously need to grind hard to keep up with him. The very next second, his glowing status window popped up. Jihan stared intensely at the glowing screen. Still exactly the same. It just added a single line for natural spiritual energy. Everything else remained untouched. This made Sun In super curious. Did you not say that grinding non-stop would eventually change your base stats? Feeling totally busted, he could only scratch his head awkwardly. Lately, the system has completely stalled out. He nervously shifted his eyes around the room. Honestly, it is probably because I have not done anything epic recently. His buddy still looked concerned. What about your physical training? At first, I really thought I could farm extra stat points just by working out. However, Sun In suddenly frowned with serious worry. But dude, your current leveling situation is actually looking pretty brutal right now. Those exact words made him violently agree. You hit the nail completely on the head. Seeing his struggle, Sun In offered solid advice. You should probably focus on leveling up first, since your level climbs so insanely fast. This instantly lifted Jihan's deep anxiety. That actually makes total sense. Not just that. Sun In totally casually offered, I can spawn high-tier monster zones right in your house for you. But there is a slight problem. Jihan instantly froze in his tracks. Well, Sun In finally dropped his cool act and spoke bluntly. You remember that brutal orc zone you used to grind in, right? We have a highly annoying bug. Normally I just spawn a dungeon when needed and delete it, but this specific one is somehow sustaining itself. You get it? Jihan was completely stunned, speechless. Yeah, his buddy kept rambling on, and naturally, absolutely everything inside there should have been a simple, harmless illusion. In other words, zero real danger. Even if you take massive damage, the moment you return to reality, every single wound would magically disappear. But the moment you stepped inside, the fake reality completely warped into absolute truth, he stated chillingly. Even the battle scars I took inside are totally permanent now. This insane revelation made Jihan scream in absolute sheer terror. For real? Sun In calmly nodded with a dark smirk. Deadly serious. There are even cursed boss queens lurking in there, plus a terrifying four-armed goblin mutant. Bro, your freaky powers totally crashed the system, Sun In groaned. There's no way a giant boss worm just casually spawns in a low-level grind zone. Hearing this nightmare fuel, Jihan's face completely froze in absolute panic. He muttered, right, a tutorial zone dropping a raid boss? That is insanely cursed. Sun In didn't even pause, but I did crack its attack pattern. Jihan leaned in. Desperate. Spit it out. His friend dropped the intel instantly. We can jump in and out of the illusion barriers, right? If we dip, that ugly boss just vanishes. Jihan's voice instantly turned super hesitant. Wait, so it's exactly like the Zombie King? He let out a massively defeated sigh. Probably because it's a boss mob, Jihan was sweating bullets now, but if there's a boss, the barrier locks you inside, right? Sun In stroked his chin like a movie detective. Not entirely. It's brutal, but there's a glitch. Smirking wildly, he explained, if the barrier forces you to stay, logic dictates there's a hidden exit code. That gamer logic hit Jihan like a healing potion. Oh, thank heaven. But Sun In immediately killed the vibe. By the way, that worm is ridiculously overpowered. Jihan's jaw dropped to the floor. What level is it? Sun In just shrugged helplessly. Bro, do I look like a game wiki? You gotta dive in to check its stats. So, what's our grand survival master plan? That hyper-chill attitude seriously blew Jihan's mind. Was this dude actually terrified, or just crazy? Guess we just go all in and smash it. Jihan finally surrendered to the chaos. Alright, bet. Suddenly, a massive light bulb went off. He frantically waved his hands. Wait. Let me grind my spirit summoning skill first. Sun In totally blanked, staring like an idiot. Spirit summoning? His absolute gamer nerd of a friend grinned like a supervillain. New skills demand instant spamming. Bro, zero hesitation. Jihan roared to the heavens. Summon Gnome! Just one epic heartbeat later, the earth shattered as Gnome erupted from the ground. The tiny spirit flashed a radiant, excited smile. Did you call me, Master? Meanwhile, Sun In was still glitching out, wildly looking around. Huh? Where? Did you even cast it, dude? Standing before Gnome, Jihan played the cool sensei. Makes sense you can't see her. I haven't materialized her yet with my magic. Sun In's brain fully rebooted. Materialize? Jihan totally leaned into his nerd mode. Basically, summoning has two epic modes. Number 1, elemental manipulation fueled by pure spirit energy. Essentially, the spirit spawns as a phantom. It nukes enemies with elemental damage on my command. In this setup, it drains my mana, grabs nearby elements, and launches massive attacks. It stays totally invisible like a stealth ninja. Sun In was geeking out over every single word. Jihan kept dropping lore bombs. Mode 2 is absolute materialization. In this form, the spirit has true auto-battle mode. It throws hands with enemies solo, unleashing its own legendary spirit abilities without me saying a word. He flexed his new stats proudly. It's a semi-physical summon, insanely clutch. But anxiety washed right back over Sun In's face. Bro, why'd you specifically pick this crazy skill? Jihan shamelessly revealed his master plan, to be my personal meat shield. Sun In instantly lost his mind. A meat shield? You psycho! Jihan gazed softly at Gnome. Look, I am desperately trying to avoid getting punched in the face out here. Right now, she's just a starter-tier spirit. But once I grind those levels, her power scaling will go absolutely crazy. A top-tier spirit means god-level tanking. Hearing that, Sun In finally had to give respect. That is actually a 200 IQ play, bro. Jihan chuckled smugly. Exactly, right? But the roasting wasn't over. Sun In smirked like a menace. You are an absolute terminal game addict. You literally treat real life like a role-playing game. I honestly admire the hustle. Jihan instantly bristled up. Are you trolling me right now? But fueled by pure curiosity, Sun In couldn't stop interrogating him. So you're just gonna power farm this spirit skill? Jihan nodded, completely deadpan. Yep, safety first, death screen second. I gotta power level her to level 50 minimum. Sun In totally lost his grip on reality. 50? Level 50? How many centuries is that gonna take? He watched his gamer friend start to actually pout. No clue. Sun In's face drained of all color. But honestly, hitting level 10 should only take about a day of hardcore grinding. The higher the tier, the harder the grind. Jihan smirked. Just a month. His buddy freaked. 1 month? You are absolutely delusional, bro. Clicking his tongue, his gaze darkened. True, mere mortals need years. I just need months. Sun In leaned in. How will you power level? Jihan smirked, silently chanting. Materialize. The earth violently quaked. In a flash, a humanoid golem absorbed his raw aura. Its crude features sharpened rapidly. In a heartbeat, the earth spirit Gnome awakened. Sun In dropped his jaw. Whoa, is that really Gnome? Jihan puffed his chest. Yep. Sunin tilted his head. Okay, then what? He grinned. That is it. His bro instantly screamed. Huh? Jihan stared at his summon, eyes practically sparkling. Summoning builds pure experience. Since it is spirit magic, burning mana auto-levels my stats. Watch. My mana regen beats the drain. I can literally away from keyboard farm all day. Hearing this, Sun In looked utterly defeated. Bro, that is toxic. Pure hacker behavior. Who could even compete? Jihan just flashed a devilish smug grin. I play by the rules, man. Go cry to the game devs. Sun In raged. Your glitchy exploits need limits. Standing out from the crowd, being extraordinarily overpowered. Those traits naturally draw absolute awe. That is the absolute aura of a main character. The duo approached the dungeon gate. Sun In glanced back, throwing a challenge. Ready to raid? Jihan practically vibrated with pure hype. Born ready. The heavy gates groaned, unveiling an alternate dimension. They boldly crossed the threshold into the brand new hunting zone. Jihan instantly judged the aesthetics. What dev designed this trash? Looks like the absolute Stone Age. Were they literal cavemen? Sun In deadpanned. You literally generated this instant dungeon, idiot. A wicked smirk crept up his face. Just trolling, bro. Why so serious? Sun In just shook his head, thoroughly amazed. Clear these mobs, and the raid boss spawns, right? Jihan nodded. Bingo. The boss is crazy tanky. Sun In scanned the area, sighing heavily. I tried soloing it once. 0 loot. Swiping his system interface, Jihan smirked. Well, duh. You need my carry for epic drops. This rogue zone is already insanely glitchy. Sun In threw away his pride. Send the party invite. Jihan smirked. Invite me then. Jihan ruthlessly trolled his buddy's party name. Sun enraged. How are we even friends? Jihan just cackled like a maniac. Birds of a feather, bro. Sun In instantly accepted. His eyes widened at the system update. Whoa, your HP bar, name, and level just materialized overhead. Jihan blinked, stunned. System must be syncing our shared experience. Sun In cracked his knuckles, fired up. Time to farm. I am speed running my levels today. What level are these mobs? Jihan smirked evilly. You cannot see their stats? Nope. Scanning the horde, Jihan stated. Pure RNG, mostly hovering around level 20 to 30. Sun In cracked a bloodthirsty smile. Perfect. Time to slaughter. Jihan readied his stance. Gnome. But Sun In stepped forward, overflowing with pure arrogance. Sit back. I got this. He launched a projectile like a literal cannonball. The rock shattered the sound barrier, crashing devastatingly into the monster's spine. The beast shrieked in absolute agony. It charged them with murderous intent. Jihan instantly casted his spell. Bind, bind. The magical restraints locked the horde. Sun In exploded into motion. Launching himself skyward, he mercilessly grabbed the monster's skull and cratered it into the earth. The mob was instantly obliterated. Jihan stood frozen, utterly mind-blown. One punch, an absolute one-hit kill. That was broken as hell. Sun In merely dusted his hands, completely unfazed. Light work, bro, Jihan gaped. I knew you were overpowered, but your scaling is literally glitching reality. Sun In shrugged casually. Seriously? Even the weakest rookies in my martial clan can do that. Jihan was speechless. Bro, are you secretly the main character of a damn Muram comic? Sun In bragged with total pride. His sect had a legendary history spanning thousands of years. Jihan was absolutely mind-blown. This guy was the future master of a massive clan? Talk about mega jealousy. Sun In suddenly fretted, wondering how much experience he had gained. That sparked Jihan's gamer brain. Let us check. He carefully analyzed his buddy's status window, squinting at the glowing stats. Whoa, his stats are absolutely insane for his current level. Did that brutal clan training actually make him this overpowered? But wait, why is his emotional state acting up like that? Did he just catch feelings for some chick? Jihan bluntly broke the news. You need exactly 78.66% more to level up. Hearing this, Sun In burst out laughing. Is that so? How much experience do I get for trashing one? His eyes locked onto the monster mob with savage calculation. Let us test it out. Mana Arrow Tornado. In a flash, hundreds of glowing arrows pierced the beast's skulls. The surviving monsters instantly raged. You sneaky little punk. Barking like a rabid dog. Drop dead. Hearing the enemy trash talk, Jihan was completely baffled. Are these twisted freaks allergic to edgy teens or something? Boom! Sun In leaped up, delivering a devastating finishing strike. After wiping out the front line, he eagerly asked, So, how much did I get? The shifting numbers made Jihan smirk with wicked delight. Looks like 2.1%. So, if I farm around 150, I will level up, right? He nodded thoughtfully. Yeah, that sounds about right. Hearing the exact answer he wanted, his hype skyrocketed. Hell yeah, just slaughter 150 and I hit the next level. He even threw some savage shade. But man, your skills are still pure garbage. Jihan was helplessly roasted, unable to defend his gamer pride. Yeah, alright, stop spitting trash and focus on the farming grind. Suddenly, his buddy's tone dropped into a dead serious mode. Hold up, fighting together like this is totally inefficient. After a blank stare, Jihan had an epic gamer epiphany. Wait, you are absolutely right. The ultimate strategy clicked for both of them. We can both one-shot these scrubs individually. Why are we even sticking together and stealing each other's kills? Without hesitating, Jihan threw out the brilliant gamer proposal. Let us split up and solo farm, bro. Sun In instantly agreed with a smirk. Deal. Before turning away, he tossed a serious warning. Watch your back, man. This phantom barrier is endlessly massive. That rare concern made Jihan suspicious, and these freaks are swarming like crazy ants, so why should I sweat it? Last time, after smashing 500, the big boss spawned. Sun In pride again. Ah, right. That four-armed boss. With two giant heads like a mutant zombie king, leaving his buddy in awe, he chuckled. Yeah, and all four hands clutch cursed magic talismans. Jihan started sweating bullets. Do you think we can actually body this boss together? I will rush in for brutal close combat, and you snipe from afar. We should be solid. Yet, anxiety still crept across his face. But what if things go horribly wrong? Sun In replied with absolute icy calm. Log out, yank the Ethernet cord, and speed run out of there. Jihan felt utterly enlightened. Oh, the two rebellious teens instantly recharged their battle spirit, hyping each other up. Let us do this, bro. Sun In unleashed an endless barrage of devastating fists. On the other side, Jihan and Golem teamed up to unleash absolute carnage. In zero time, the monster mob was beaten into an absolute pulp, staring at the glowing dropped loot. He squinted with deep suspicion. What is this? He carefully inspected the scandalous tiger-striped undergarment of the orc. Rank, legendary, worn for a lifetime by a mighty orc, grants invincible damage resistance. It flawlessly tanks absolutely any form of attack. Cannot be torn or slipped off. Usually worn by orcs to defend against the relentless army of edgy teens and creepy degenerates, the rising global weirdo menace. Holding the cursed item, Jihan's face completely darkened in pure disgust. What the absolute hell? This absolutely disgusting thing is a legendary item? And what is up with this twisted description? It is completely indestructible, so if I equip this, my backside is forever protected from any unwanted ambushes? Do I seriously have to wear it? Imagining himself fighting in just those cursed tight undies, he practically gagged. His voice violently trembled as he summoned his storage. Inventory! Jihan's face was painted with absolute sheer defeat. Let us just keep farming. But an ominous new presence snapped him awake. Staring at the towering behemoth before him, Jihan froze in absolute sheer terror. It is here. The boss has arrived. Jihan stared in absolute horror at the brain-dead demon. It is level 42. This is insane. While hiding in panic, an overly hyped voice cut through the tension. Did the boss spawn? That blind excitement only made Jihan explode with raging panic. Hey, this freak is level 42. Are we two supposed to beat it with the pure power of friendship? I am only level 21, Sun In casually brushed it off. Why are you panicking? I soloed this exact beast last time. Jihan's heart skipped a terrifying beat. Huh? But you are only level 31. His buddy flashed a wildly arrogant gamer smile. In a real death match, the level number is not everything, right? Jihan utterly surrendered to the sheer gamer madness. Yeah, you are a level resetting freak anyway. Sun In calmly locked his icy gaze on the brain-dead demon and explained. This nightmare's forearms attack completely independently. Yeah, this boss is clunky as hell. Dodging its trash attacks is a total breeze. Right head spits flames, while the left-horned one throws toxic garbage. He stayed ridiculously chill. That is literally it. Just run circles around this ugly beast and snipe it to shreds. Drain its tank and we score the win. Jihan sighed, groaning. Sounds way too easy, bro. But wait, there is more. Sun In kept hyping up the totally chaotic battle plan. Even with your god-tier gamer skill turning the world into a playground, this is still brutal reality, right? First step, shatter its legs so it cannot scurry away. Then, blast its skull or heart to finish the job. Jihan was easily sold on this brutal logic. Looks like, my man is spitting straight facts right now. Come to think of it, I have been one-shotting orcs with pure headshots anyway, but Sun In quickly gave a reality check. In theory, you just hang back safely and spam those mana arrows. This boring strategy left Jihan absolutely dumbfounded. Bro, bigger damage skills hit way harder, right? Like my Savage Spiral mana burst. However, his partner's face turned dead serious. Going for flashy kill shots is cool and all, but against massive tanks, non-stop sniping does way more work. He finally relaxed his tense shoulders. Alright, I totally get it. Then, his eyes sparked with absolute rebellious excitement. Are we doing this, bro? Sun In unleashed a wild grin and roared. Let us wreck it. He rocketed straight toward the brain-dead demon, launching a devastating, earth-shattering kick. Jihan was not slacking off either, instantly seizing the golden opening. Heavenly Will Arts, aura circulation activated. He relentlessly spammed his absolute best defensive skills. Spiral mana arrow, pushing his absolute limits to decimate the monstrous freak. Spiral mana arrow, seeing the foul beast crashed on the dirt. Jihan kept an intensely cold, badass glare. Eat this trash. A massive barrage of deadly arrows erupted from behind, every single one locked onto the brain-dead target. In a flash, its ugly head absorbed the blasts and violently exploded. But wait, pure shock painted his teenage face. The freakish monster actually used a weapon as a shield. Jihan could not help but gasp in awe. Okay, this ugly thing actually has a brain. Sun In refused to stay on the sidelines, charging right back in. His savage fist gathered every ounce of blazing magic power. A single devastating strike slammed down, literally shattering the air. Jihan absolutely lost his mind watching the sheer chaos. One punch, maximum totally epic damage. The gargantuan demon was blasted flying backward. It collapsed into the dirt, utterly drained of life. Sun In barked a frantic, rebellious order. Yo, why are you spacing out like an idiot, boss? Start blasting it right now. His brilliant gamer mind raced. I definitely do not need defense skills for this trash anymore. He took a breath and roared with epic fury. Spiral mana arrow. In a split second, a relentless storm of arrows materialized from thin air. The monstrous demon ate every single brutal hit. It unleashed horrific, spine-chilling screams of absolute agony. Both hideous heads frantically spewed wild flames and toxic gas. But without its legs, the pathetic beast could only thrash around in the dirt. Staring at the desperate target, panic suddenly hit Jihan. The beast is completely losing its mind, but crap, my mana tank is fully empty. How do we even fight now? Sun In instantly stepped up, his entire aura blazing with unstoppable fighting spirit. He dashed forward without a single trace of fear. The monster's exposed torso immediately became his ultimate prey. An absolutely deafening explosion rocked the entire battlefield right after. Jihan braced his teen frame against the massive shockwave. A massive, gaping hole was violently blown through the brain-dead demon's chest. Its grotesque body instantly dissolved into sheer nothingness. Sun In landed with ridiculous icy coolness. Pop up on the system board, the gaming system flashed a glorious alert. You have successfully leveled up. Jihan was hyped beyond belief. Hell yeah, an instant level up, baby. He was about to gloat, but then a thought hit him. He snapped his head toward his rebel buddy. Yo, what about the loot drops? He started scanning the ground like a desperate loot goblin. Jackpot located. Sun In, meanwhile, stayed effortlessly cool. See? That was a total cakewalk, right? Seeing that confident smirk, Jihan finally let out a breath of relief. Yeah, way too easy, man. He glared at the evaporated demon with peak teenage disrespect. High level my foot. This boss fights like absolute trash. Sun In totally agreed. Being a massive target does not make you a god. He pointed out, if that ugly giant was fast too, we would be pissing our pants. But moving like a slow turtle guarantees an instant death. Jihan nodded aggressively. Facts, bro. Still, what garbage did it even drop? Staring at the pathetic loot on the floor, his hype completely died. What is this garbage loot? Sunil leaned in, totally hooked. Orc drops? He asked. Looks like it. Suddenly, grabbing the loot triggered a massive system notification right before his eyes. Jihan's jaw practically hit the floor. Slaying that freak paid out big time. His hands quickly grabbed the remaining glowing items. Check out this club. He inspected the weapon closely. It was a rare magical orc mace. It spawned flawless illusions on command. Not just solid and perfectly balanced, it was a brutal force weapon. 50 health buff for 1 solid hour. Skill activation ready. Gripping it, Jihan shuddered. One swing of this and anyone's rear end is totally wrecked. Hold up, let me check this other drop. His eyes locked onto another bizarre item in the dirt. The magical orc rice cooker. Rank, rare. This absolutely insane helmet held true orc power. Whoever wore it gained total invisibility, but only as long as your mana pool held out. Cost. Ten mana per minute. Sunil couldn't hold back anymore. Why do you look so damn creepy right now? He just smirked back. What's wrong with my face? His buddy shivered. You look like a legendary tier pervert. Jihan laughed it off. You're totally joking, bro. Feeling slightly awkward, he quickly cleared his throat. Next up, the Orc's Etchy Tiger Print Panties. Rank, legendary. Handmade underwear meant to last an orc's entire lifetime, boasting absolute invincible damage resistance. It tanked all incoming attacks. Untierable, unpullable, with a durability of 9,000 years. Utterly indestructible. Orcs wore these to survive crazy fanboys and unhinged stalker armies, protecting them from the world's rising degeneracy. Jihan's jaw completely unhinged in sheer shock. Another one dropped? He hesitated for a second. But it is legendary gear. Maybe I'll toss it on the auction house. Sunil stared, utterly baffled. Why hold up those panties? The orc helmet and mace make sense. But seriously, what the hell is that underwear for? Jihan shrugged calmly. Who knows, but it's literally indestructible armor, unless. You want it? Sunil turned pale with absolute horror. Want it my ass? Then, Jihan lifted the brain-dead monster's ridiculous rice cooker helmet. Yeah, I give up on the panties too, but this helmet is top-tier loot. Put it on, boom, total invisibility, freaking awesome. Hearing that, Sunil flashed a wicked, villainous grin. That's gonna be overpowered in battle. Jihan nodded eagerly. Right? We hit the jackpot. Sunil pumped his fist. Magic gear always sells for massive bank. He admired the heavy mace in his grip, and this club is seriously handy too. Playing the generous friend, Jihan offered. You take it, bro. I'll keep the helmet. Sunil pointed at the cursed garment in the dirt. And those cursed panties? Jihan kept his cool. Thought you could extract mana from magic items? Just break it down and use it. Sunil froze, completely dumbfounded. Who the hell told you that? Jihan just stared back, unbothered. Se-young did. Sunil sighed, totally defeated by the logic. Fine, I'll liquidate it into cash, and we split the profits 50-50. Looking at their massive haul, Sunil just had to ask, why don't we grind this zone a bit more? This loot is straight up printing money. Instantly, a greedy gamer smirk spread across Jihan's face. Hell yeah, let's re-enter the dungeon. Sunil cheered without missing a beat. Deal. After several chaotic, sweaty grinding runs, Jihan skyrocketed up 3 whole levels. Under the quiet night sky, Jihan was intensely glued to his glowing stat window. He silently strategized before muttering aloud, I've hoarded 50 unassigned stat points. Where do I even dump these? Based on my current combat style, I should probably invest in intelligence, and snagging some new skill books makes total sense. His brain was purely logical, but his gamer instinct screamed otherwise. But wait, if my luck completely tanks and some mob backstabs me, my life is literally over. Because right now, my physical defense and melee skills are absolute trash. Resting his chin, the internal gamer debate raged on. If I want to survive this crazy world, I need to pump points into vitality or agility. The more he thought, the more it clicked. Bingo! Speed and health are my ultimate survival shields. Aji dodges the attacks and tanks the heavy hits. Finally done. He let out a massive, exhausted sigh. Man, I gotta prioritize my immediate stats right now. The long game can wait, after sorting out that massive headache. Jihan swiped open another status menu. Life drain? Still untouched. But spirit summoning? Pure gold. Farming in that time-warp snake barrier is literally a cheat code. Lost in his hype-fueled monologue, he didn't realize his own volume. Yesterday's grind with Sun Il shot me straight to level 33. But honestly, individual skill levels trump base stats anytime. Let's see which skills leveled up. Boom. System alerts flooded his vision. Jihan dramatically shielded his eyes, grinning like an absolute madman who just hit the jackpot. Spiral mana arrow, spirit summoning. Every single skill was glowing with insane divine energy. After his ridiculous theatrical pause, he aggressively pointed at his first skill, super spiral mana arrow, 10 shots at max speed, pure machine gun spam, plus a brutal binding effect that wraps orcs tighter than a straitjacket. Higher levels mean absolute lockdown. And finally, spirit summoning. Jihan couldn't even hide the crazy smirk in his voice. Summon 3 at once for less mana, or drop 1 ultimate spirit with triple the firepower. Ha ha ha, now I truly know the meaning of the word overpowered, realizing his trash talk was getting out of hand. Well, at least in pure damage, he silently corrected himself. Then, he gazed dramatically at the ceiling. All right, from now on, I'm going all in on my defense stats. Burning with impatience, he snatched his phone right off the desk. Sweet, time for a brutal field test. Mom, I'm heading over to Sun Il's place to study. But the dead, heavy silence left Jihan completely confused. Mom? Guess she stepped out for a bit. Guess I'll just shoot her a text and bounce. Done. Time to roll out. Time to grind another level. It's Saturday anyway. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto something, freezing him in place. He squinted hard. Kwon Shinjun, and she was surrounded by 3 sketchy thugs. Sonhyup's gang, neon hair and overly aggressive scowls. Honestly, Jihan couldn't even take them seriously. They looked like cringe tryhards straight out of a 90s movie. Sensing something behind her, Shinjung subtly turned her head. Jihan instantly flinched in pure shock. She totally spotted me. Before he even had a single second to process it, she turned back around and literally vanished into thin air along with those ugly punks. By the time reality finally hit Jihan, the street was dead empty. Pure, suffocating shock completely painted his face. An illusion barrier. Is this chick totally insane? A completely wild thought suddenly sparked in Jihan's mind. Is she seriously about to solo all 3 of these clowns? He didn't waste another second. Sprinting forward like a madman, the system suddenly chimed in. Do you wish to enter the illusion barrier? Without a single trace of hesitation, Jihan smashed that option. A transparent magical wall materialized right before his eyes. In a flash, the high-tension standoff inside became crystal clear. Inside, Kim An's pathetic crew had already started throwing threats. You think your little soul arts make you a god or something? The absolute audacity. Let's wreck her. Give the trashy tabloids a juicy headline. Their toxic garbage made bystander Jihan mentally roast them. Before quietly activating his observation skill, dear lord, ugly, pathetic, and barking way too loud. He instantly checked their stats. None of Kim An's squad even broke level 20. Oh, it's totally over for this budget mafia. These 3 absolute idiots are definitely doomed. 3 low-level edgelords teaming up to do something stupid, thinking they can actually bully someone like Kwon Shinjun. The split second her stats popped up on his screen, Jihan panicked so hard he completely forgot his own train of thought. Level 36? Almost double the stats of those 3 clowns. They seriously picked the wrong final boss. Talk about being incredibly screwed. They say rookies are blindly optimistic, and now I'm witnessing it live. Even if she doesn't outright slaughter them, she's definitely snapping some limbs. Realizing the massive danger, Jihan quietly whispered his summon, his body instantly shifting into combat readiness. Gnome, Heaven's Will mantra. His breathing grew incredibly heavy as a wild plan formulated. If things go south, I'm jumping straight in, either to back up Shinjung, or to stop her from literally butchering these 3 spiky-haired punks for the tabloids. These 3 absolute morons still have zero clue I'm even standing here. Meanwhile, the brutal brawl was officially kicking off. Sonhyup barked out his order. Come on, you want headline fame? Rush her. Take this chick out before the real hunters show up. Kim An and Kim LR flashed utterly disgusting smirks, ripping out their razor-sharp combat knives. Got it. Sonhyup excitedly gripped his dagger, a heavy, dark aura leaking from the terrifying blade. The pathetic display made Shinjung scowl in pure, unadulterated disgust. I literally don't even know who you losers are. But Kim An's duo was already blinded by their own hype, lunging straight at her. Headline time, baby! Too bad the power gap was an absolute joke. Their pincer attack was instantly nullified before it even connected. She completely paralyzed the 2 of them, leaving them frozen stiff in absolute terror. For the very first time, Sun Yup and Kim An's tough guy act totally shattered, staring down at their terrified faces. Shinjung slowly delivered her utterly devastating verdict. Absolute trash. The split second those words left her mouth. A massive explosion rocked the space, making Jihan flinch hard. Having watched enough, Jihan screamed his command. Gnome, Earth Shield. A massive earthen wall instantly erupted, shielding Sunhyup. But Shinjung's raw energy still scorched right through, sending him crashing violently into the dirt. Jihan leaned down, letting out a massive sigh of relief. If this idiot was still groaning, he wasn't dead yet. Talk about pure luck. I just saved a life. It took Killer this long to realize there was an extra player in the game. Huh? The thug barked, trying to sound tough. Who the heck is there? I was completely speechless. Seriously? You are just noticing me right now? Killer finally locked eyes on me. A little kid. His trash-tier bully instincts kicked into overdrive. Hey there, little boy. Did you just ruin our master plan? Absolute fury exploded in my chest. Little boy, you bottom-feeding, street-level trash mobs. What freaking plan? 3 absolute losers charging headfirst at a literal monster like Shinjung? Getting mad at these 0 IQ goons was a waste of energy. Jihan exhaled, chilling out. Listen up. How are you feeling down there? Not to brag, but this teen hero is packing main character energy, not little kid vibes. I am the handsome savior who just pulled your bacon out of the fire, or was your brilliant strategy a suicide mission? Killer's reaction was completely off script. Dead? Who the heck is dead? He screamed like a raging lunatic. A brat like you wouldn't understand tactics, but we actually had a flawless master plan. Jihan scoffed. A plan to get slaughtered? Killer ground his teeth, his bruised ego bursting into absolute fury. You little punk! Look closely. Thanks to my absolute genius, our ultimate trap has already sprung. A terrifying sense of dread crashed into my gut. What? Following his pointing finger, I saw it. Shinyoung's aura was violently spiraling out of control. She gritted her teeth hard, enduring a wave of soul-crushing, absolute agony. Jihan froze, completely shell-shocked by the horrifying scene unfolding before him. What in the world? Killer sneered, eager to flex his villain moment. Do you even know what that dagger was? It is the Cursed Fang, the ultimate weapon for sending cocky freaks like her to the grave. Even discounted, it is worth 200 million won. Absolute, unmasked horror instantly painted Jihan's face. Done flexing. Killer cracked his knuckles. I am not wasting time teaching toddlers. Get lost, kid, or I will crush you. Bring it. Dealing with these clowns drained my patience. Bind. Instantly, Killer was hopelessly tangled, thrashing like a fish. What the heck is this? He face-planted into the dirt right next to his buddy. When my cold gaze locked onto the last thug, he shivered like a wet dog. He tried to bolt, but the glowing white threads snapped like vipers, binding him instantly. A perfect matching set for Killer's idiot crew. Give the guy credit for endurance. He was still spitting trash. Let me go, you brat. For the 100th time today, Jihan was absolutely speechless. You absolute morons. Trash taken care of, he whipped around, panic rising. Jihan was totally clueless about what to do next, and that twisted black aura was looking terrifyingly lethal. Right at that critical heartbeat, Shinjung snapped her eyes open, locking onto him. Like she was sending a secret signal, she slowly closed her eyes. She pressed her hands together over her chest. Utter dread filled Jihan's eyes. What the heck? On the other side, Shinjung was silently chanting in her soul. Soul fire ignition, the moment the words dropped. The explosive energy wrapping her body instantly flared deep blue, creating a chaotic, roaring vortex. The pieces finally clicked in his brain. She is fighting the poison with her own life force. Meanwhile, Killer's bound gang was completely oblivious to the danger. Hey, you stupid brat. I'm gonna absolutely wreck you when I get out. Are you deaf, kid? Jihan completely tuned out their pathetic barking, his blazing eyes locked intensely onto the battlefield ahead. A highly detailed system window materialized in a flash. His genius brain analyzed the stats. She is hit with a severe debuff called demonic weakening. Mixed with pure fury and fear, her status was deeply into the red zone. Well, tying up those street losers helped a bit. The blue flames flickered and died, and Shinjung collapsed, utterly drained. She was about to eat dirt just like those street thugs. But luckily, her incredibly reliable partner Jihan was right there, Earth Beast. He sprinted forward, catching her falling body gracefully. He gently shook her shoulders, his voice laced with panic. Are you okay? Why do you always play this reckless, suicidal hero game? Despite the snarky lecture, his hands moved with lightning speed to save her. Divine soul healing arts. But the miraculous light barely made a dent in her wounds. It only slightly pushed back the shadows. Seeing this, Jihan immediately shifted his battle strategy. He summoned a massive pile of spirit stones. One-shot healing skills are definitely not going to cut it this time. Fine then, I will just spam this healing spell until the system breaks. He clenched his fists tight. A brilliant, soothing emerald aura began to pulsate violently around them. When he unleashed his mastery, it was not just a basic click like in some video game. Jihan felt his absolute soul merging with the roaring energy. Sure, he could cast the divine healing without the stones, but this? This was massively overpowered. But whatever, the real flex here was Jihan leveling up his skill mastery like a total boss. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. Something was totally off. A toxic, pitch-black aura was clinging to Yu Young. Some nasty dark magic was literally draining her HP bar to 0. After a tense scan of the area, Jihan finally locked onto the hidden threat. Bingo. Found you. He clenched his fist, literally ripping the invisible curse right out of thin air. Gotcha, you piece of garbage. Rest in pieces. Boom. A screaming wave of pitch-black smoke violently erupted outwards. Thank goodness Jihan had insane reflexes, or that blast would have sent him straight to the afterlife. Once the dust settled, he let out a bitter chuckle. Man, if only curing Sung-ah was this incredibly easy. Sadly, her terminal condition was a totally different nightmare altogether. It felt like some grotesque, ancient evil was completely consuming Sung-ah from the inside. But before he could drown in his teenage angst, an epic system notification violently shattered the silence. A massive, ridiculously goofy grin spread across his face as he read the glowing text. Holy crap, this new skill is completely overpowered. But Jihan snapped back to reality. Freaking out over stats could wait. Focus up, man. He marched over and scooped up Yu Young like a total action hero. Meanwhile, those annoying background monsters started screeching again, begging for more dramatic screen time. You are so dead. Do you hear us, punk? But our boy Jihan completely ignored their trash talk, turning his back on them with absolute main character energy. We will remember this. With a bored sigh from Jihan, the magical barrier shattered like cheap glass. Time to ditch this freak show and bounce. Heavy darkness swallowed the streets, but one lonely house kept its lights blazing against the quiet night. Jihan sneaked inside, exhaling a massive breath. Thank God my mom is not home. Dumping the unconscious Yu Young onto his bed, he grumbled. Taking a random girl to the Heavenly Will Sect would have been absolute suicide. He leaned in, intensely studying her face with burning curiosity. His voice dripped with shocked disbelief. Seriously? Who would have ever guessed this tough girl could get totally wrecked by such a trash-tier curse? He dropped into a chair, propping his chin up like a moody detective. Honestly, on the outside, she looked completely flawless without a single scratch. She is probably just knocked out from the epic magical whiplash earlier, which means if I just let her sleep it off, she will eventually wake up. Staring closer, he realized she was actually drop-dead gorgeous. Perfect proportions and absolutely stunning. He frantically scratched his head, face burning red. It is not like I am trying to be some weirdo creeping on her. Besides, we literally belong to two completely different, totally incompatible worlds. Seriously, when is Sleeping Beauty going to wake up? While Jihan was lost in his edgy teenage monologue, Yu Young suddenly snapped out of her magical coma. Her icy gaze instantly locked onto him. Jihan froze, suddenly feeling incredibly awkward. First it was Sung, glaring at me, and now it is her turn? Why does every girl look at me like I am a walking red flag? The tension in the silent room was suffocating. Yu Young tilted her head, her eyes sharp as daggers. Jihan nervously scrambled to break the suffocating silence with his best, painfully awkward, friendly boy smile. Hey there. Super nice to finally meet you. She stayed perfectly still, her voice dripping with absolute boredom. That ridiculously lame, ancient greeting? You are definitely single, aren't you? Jihan violently flinched, feeling a critical hit to his ego. What? You literally just woke up, and you are already flaming me? The atmosphere instantly turned hostile. Yu Young suddenly softened her icy tone. Wait, did you actually save my life? Jihan instantly puffed out his chest, throwing up a legendary cocky smirk. Yep, your knight in shining armor right here. This time, the sarcastic rich girl dropped her attitude and spoke with genuine warmth. Thank you. He smugly raised an eyebrow. Wow, squeezing a basic thank you out of Her Majesty was an absolute boss battle. Watching Yu Young struggle to push herself upright on the bed, Jihan slowly stood up, dropping his goofy act. Seriously, what the heck happened back there? Those creepy, dark shadow freaks were completely psychotic. She remained dead silent. Suddenly, a blinding, majestic aura exploded from Yu Young's body, illuminating the entire messy bedroom with divine energy. As the magical fireworks finally faded away, she tilted her head like an absolute queen, her voice chillingly calm but laced with deep suspicion. Wait, did you actually shatter my curse? Jihan flinched, sweating bullets. Yeah, that was totally me. But listen, I seriously need to complain about something right now. She blinked, totally confused. Complain about what? He furrowed his brows, then boldly dropped the truth bomb. Your attitude. Could you maybe tone down that snobby vibe a little bit? Listening to you talk literally makes me cringe so hard, I am getting massive goosebumps. Yu Young's gaze turned razor sharp, and she violently whipped her head around, firing back. I always talk like this. Deal with it, loser. Jihan mentally smirked. Oh, I definitely struck a nerve there. Suddenly, she sighed. Her tone softened slightly but remained insanely arrogant. Regardless, thanks for the save. I will compensate your heroics with cold, hard cash. Jihan mindlessly nodded along like an idiot. Yeah, totally makes sense. Wait, what? He violently jumped back, his eyes bulging out of his skull. Did you just say cash? Hold the phone. Normal people just say thanks. Why are you suddenly turning this into a massive financial transaction? Keep your dirty money out of this. She stared at him blankly. You saved my life, so I owe you. Honestly, throwing stacks of cash at the problem is the most efficient method. Name your price. Jihan internally screamed. Holy Mother of God, just how completely delusional is this crazy rich girl? Whatever, I have to diffuse this madness. Taking a massive, heavy breath to suppress his raging teenage angst, he violently shook his head. Forget the money. I saved your life simply because it was the right thing to do. News flash, princess. I might look like a punk, but my soul absolutely burns for justice. Yu Young completely froze, her eyes blown wide with utter shock and pure disbelief. You what? Don't want your hero's reward? Jihan played it completely cool. Yeah, just chill here and call your sect for a ride home. Shin Dung's lips parted silently. The hesitation vanished, replaced by a defensive glare as sharp as ice. I do not trust you. Jihan bristled at that heavy suspicion. Huh? Why are you glaring at me like that? She doubled down. I do not trust you. You seriously do not want any compensation for helping me? He shook his head firmly. Right. Shin Jung's absolute doubt was seriously ticking him off. Look, if an old lady stands in front of you on a bus, you give up your seat, right? That is me. Helping you is just basic human decency. I am just doing small favors where I can. If things got super dangerous, I would bounce anyway. Shin Jung froze, then tilted her head in pure confusion. I have never taken a bus. I do not understand. Jihan just aggressively face-palmed. Wait, seriously? How do you travel then? She answered deadpan. I sprint. Utterly defeated, Jihan waved her off. Whatever. Just go home. Seriously, beat it. Shin Jung suddenly shouted. Really? You will not demand anything from me later? Jihan's eyebrow twitched violently. Damn it, she really thought he was a creep. She placed a hand over her heart, dead serious. My life is not cheap, you know. No ulterior motives at all? Because I was fully prepared to pay you with my body. Jihan practically jumped out of his skin, his face burning tomato red. What? His teenage brain instantly jumped right into the dirty gutter. Pay with her body? Bao chica, wow wow. Yet, she stood there completely unfazed, totally oblivious to his rated R mental theater. Actually, in the awakened world, this was common. A binding contract where one party literally transfers their vital life force to the other. Many martial artists settled debts exactly like that. Jihan's wild fantasies came crashing down. Paying with her body meant giving him a stamina boost, the moment reality slapped him in the face. He exploded in absolute embarrassment. You crazy weirdo. Stop planting those dirty ideas in my head. Shin Jung blinked with criminal levels of innocence. Why are you throwing a tantrum? His face was flushed with frantic rage. How can I not lose my… Wait, burning vitality? She muttered the words like a broken record. Her gaze shifted awkwardly before falling dead silent. What the heck is burning vitality? To offer her body? Before finishing her thought, she violently whipped her head away. Jihan just blinked in pure confusion as she scoffed with absolute disgust. Total pervert. He instantly turned to stone. Panicking, he grabbed his face and shrieked to hide his massive embarrassment. What? You literally suggested it first. She still refused to look at him. She fired back like a total ice queen. Only total trash acts tough, but chickens out. You absolute scumbag. Jihan completely lost his mind hearing that. Why are you combining those insults into a combo attack? Just one is enough to make my blood boil. But Shin Dung maliciously poked right at his weakest spot. Oh, so you actually enjoy being called a creep? You really are a complete monster. He jumped up, absolutely furious to clear his name. Enjoy my foot. I am a goat zodiac, not a creep. What followed was an absolutely explosive teenage screaming match. Now you are just making up totally lame excuses. You are literally a raging, girl-crazy maniac. Hey, do not drag my gender into this mess. The harder you deny it, the more obvious your true colors show. Hey, why do you keep twisting my words around? Jihan ground his teeth together in absolute fury. I am literally still pure and untouched. But Shin Dung just ruthlessly dragged him through the mud. Shameless. Pathetic. Absolutely rotten personality. Her freezing contempt ignited a roaring fire of frustration in his gut. Why will you not even look at me when you speak? Is it really okay to treat your totally heroic savior with such ice-cold disrespect? Hearing that, she violently whipped around, making his soul almost leave his body. Her intensely flushed cheek sent his heart into absolute overdrive. Wow, she is blushing hard. What kind of spicy romance trope is this? But if I actually said that out loud, my life would literally end today. My heart is racing, and I am completely terrified. A robotic chime brutally sliced through his teenage panic. Ding! You have unlocked a brand new system skill through highly specific actions. Ding! New skill acquired. The danger intuition ability. Han Jihan's heart pounded like a heavy bass drop. Level 1. Natural survival instinct. It grants the user the power to sense impending doom. He froze in sheer shock. His panic hit a brick wall. Why the heck is my skill window popping up out of nowhere? He was thrilled to pieces, but absolutely terrified. A deadpan voice snapped him back to reality. So, what exactly is on your mind? He waved his hands frantically. Never mind, just drop it. I am not asking for anything. Just go home already. But she refused to budge. I have to repay this debt. No way. I refuse to owe you anything, and I am definitely not paying you with my body. Jihan groaned, rubbing his temples. How long is this stubborn girl going to drag this out? Scratching his head, he tossed out a random number. Fine. Just hand over 10,001. She stared deadpan. Are you absolutely sure that is all? Wanting to escape, he instantly agreed. Yep, 10,001 and we are perfectly even. She set the deadline. I will pay you tomorrow at school. Not wanting any more drama, he nodded. Deal. Jihan exhaled a massive breath. Thank God, I finally shook off this walking disaster. Note to self, never play hero again. Meanwhile, she quietly slipped off the bed. She walked past his confused stare in pure silence, but right as her fingers brushed the doorknob, she froze, remembering one crucial detail. I have a question. Exactly how did you heal me back there, caught completely off guard? His brain ran on autopilot. Duh. I used the Blazing Soul Restoration art. He slapped a hand over his mouth. Pure panic set in as lethal danger spiked. He stammered, What is wrong? Did I say something bad? She slowly released the door handle. You just said, Blazing Soul Restoration art? Jihan flinched, his face draining of all color in absolute terror. She whipped around. Her eyes burned with demonic fury. Where exactly did you learn that technique? A terrifying golden aura erupted around her. I will ask you one more time. Did you say the Blazing Soul Restoration art? Her explosive killing intent made Jihan tremble. Answer me, who taught you that? Your next words decide your fate. Suffocating pressure crushed his lungs. Freaking out, Jihan desperately pointed a shaking finger. Hey, do not forget who just saved your damn life. She ground her teeth, unleashing a roar that shut him up. Ha, you filthy, lying little pervert, playing the innocent hero who wanted no reward. Trembling but stubborn, he fired right back. I might be a teenage guy, but I am no creep. Those are two completely different things. There is a perfectly logical reason I learned that skill. Her fierce glare shifted into dead serious scrutiny. Slowly, the deadly golden aura faded away, leaving Jihan completely stunned. Retracting her power, she aggressively stomped into his personal space. She slammed her hand against his chair, leaning in so close he could feel her breath. The temperature plummeted as her icy voice sliced the air. I will give you exactly one chance. Start talking. Trapped like prey, Jihan barely dared to breathe. Throwing pride away, he spilled the absolute truth. My unique gamer system. It lets me instantly learn the contents of any skill book just by touching it. I was hanging out at Sunil's place. I accidentally bumped into an old text, and bam! The martial art just downloaded into my brain. Her jaw practically hit the floor, eyebrows shooting into her hairline. Recovering instantly, she interrogated him. You absorbed it like a game skill? Wait, so you do not know any other secret arts of the Blazing Soul clan? Gripping the armrest for dear life, Jihan nodded furiously. Zero hesitation. Exactly. She stumbled back, her reality completely shattered. How? How is that scientifically or magically possible? Sweating nervously, he offered a weak shrug. I mean, the proof is literally right in front of you. A heavy silence fell as she backed away. The shock vanished, replaced by an unreadable, dangerous calm. Turning her head slightly, she finally muttered, if that is the truth, I will let it slide. So, you used my own clan's power to save me. Jihan nodded like a bobblehead. Yep, 100%. Crossing her arms, she sighed. Fine, I get it now. Just when the nightmare seemed over, his teenage curiosity kicked in. Hey, can I ask you something? She blinked, confused. Shoot. Bracing himself, he dropped the million-dollar question. Why do you despise Mr. Huang Sung-gon with such burning passion? The temperature in the room dropped below zero, because that bastard struck first. He has crippled countless people. Some victims suffered injuries so severe, their martial arts cores were permanently destroyed. Raw, unfiltered hatred radiated from her trembling fists. He is our sworn mortal enemy. The revelation hit Jihan like a freight train. Before his brain could process this massive lore drop, she turned on her heel. See you at school. Slam! The door clicked shut, leaving behind a silence so deep he could hear his own heartbeat. He sat there, completely paralyzed by the sheer absurdity. Finally, he let out the heaviest, most dramatic sigh of his life. The recent chaos gnawed at my sanity. Healing Hwan Sung-ae made it impossible to label him a pure villain. But reality check, how could the Yonhan Gate just forgive a guy whose player-killing spree made their disciples rage quit the game? How do I even fix this mess? Can these two hands alone forge a path to absolute peace? The very next dawn, deep within an endless windswept forest, I chanted relentlessly, "Create illusion, dispel illusion." My voice shattered the silence. Shards of spatial glass dissolved into the wind. My eyes narrowed as a system prompt materialized. Ping. Skill level up. The illusion creation data flooded my vision. I scanned the floating text and grinned. Jackpot. I threw my fist to the sky. Finally, mastery. A time-bending illusion barrier. 5 grueling hours of grinding totally paid off. I tapped the glowing interface. The holographic panel flashed neon blue. Time-bending illusion zone. I devoured the specs. A 2-to-1 ratio. 2 hours inside equals 1 hour out here. I need to keep spamming this skill. I have to push this to a 10-to-1 ratio, just like Sun In's Sanctuary. The higher the mastery, the closer to godhood. Lost in the hype, I checked my phone. Wait, 5 p.m. already? Staring at the bleeding sunset over the distant peaks, reality hit me. Better hustle back before nightfall. I will just spam the skill along the trail for extra experience. I strolled casually, chanting the trigger word. Ping. Another level up? I blinked in shock. I kicked my front door open, absolutely grinning. Oh man, another level. This grind is way too sweet. But the sight of neatly aligned shoes froze me in my tracks. I looked up. Mom was posted in the living room like a final boss. I blinked, totally caught off guard. Mom, were you heading out? She hit me with that legendary side-eye. Look who finally decided to grace us with his presence. I let out a massive, dramatic sigh. Seriously? Why do you always answer a question with another question? Her tone dropped, instantly serious. Your father called, so I had to step out. I flinched. Wait, Dad? She nodded firmly. Yes, your father. My brain short-circuited. Isn't he still working overseas? What does the old man even want? Her gaze turned ice cold. That stubborn old fool decided to stay out there for an entire year. My jaw hit the floor. Come again? Absolute panic mode engaged. I thought he was only leaving for 1 month. While my brain melted down, she kept talking. He packed up in such a frantic rush, I cannot even make sense of it. So, I have to fly out there and babysit him for a short while. My eyes bugged out. Wait, what? She completely ignored my mental breakdown. So I have a mountain of errands to run. Prepping for an international move is no joke. I threw my hands up. Hello? What about me? She did not even blink. You? You are practically a grown man. Survive on your own. I will check in once a month. But if your grades tank while I am gone, I will absolutely end you. I exploded, throwing a full teen tantrum. My entire life is at stake, and you are just dropping this bomb while casually watching TV. She snapped right back. Cry me a river. Go take your teenage angst out on your father. I screamed into the void of the living room. Mom! The next morning broke with painfully clear skies. A packed suitcase sat like a monolith by the door. Mom was furiously tapping her phone, slipping into her shoes. I am heading out, kiddo. I stared at her, still in heavy denial. Wait, you are actually leaving? She shot me a dead serious glare. Obviously. Do I look like the kind of mother who jokes about international flights? I will drop by once or twice a month, so do not even think about slacking. I scratched my head, reality sinking in. Wait, what about the utility bills? She smoothed her coat, totally unfazed. I set up autopay ages ago. Chill out. Your allowance will hit your account automatically every month. Then, she aggressively waved me over. Confused, I shuffled closer. Without warning, she pulled me into a massive bear hug. Her face softened, filled with total warmth. I stood there paralyzed, my system completely crashing from the sudden affection. Mom, she patted my back with surprising tenderness. My sweet boy, make sure you actually feed yourself while I am gone, okay? I muttered, my face burning red. Do you think I am still some clueless toddler? Just go already. You are going to miss your VIP flight. She laughed, completely delighted, and pulled away with a warm smile. All right, I am off. Do not fail your classes, little monster. She stepped out into the sunlight, looking way too thrilled for a goodbye. The heavy door clicked shut. I stood frozen in the entryway. I waited until the echo of her footsteps completely vanished. I exhaled, the suffocating silence of the house swallowing me whole. Rubbing my temples, I muttered, am I supposed to throw a party right now, or have a massive panic attack? Suddenly, I was the sole ruler of this massive, empty fortress. But thinking back on it, Mom rushing off to America might actually be a blessing. With greedy players constantly hunting me for player-killing bounties, having her out of the crossfire was my ultimate safety net. Sure, his mom was definitely hiding some massive secret. But right now, a way bigger nightmare loomed. Finals were breathing down his neck. 20 days until the academic slaughter. Jihan violently ripped at his hair. Holy crap! I haven't studied a single page this whole time. Panic mode activated. With his boosted intelligence stat, cramming should be a breeze, but he had zero free time. How could he focus with all this crazy supernatural garbage constantly distracting him? Jihan sighed in absolute defeat. He desperately needed to buy some time. A crazy idea suddenly sparked. I'll fight Sun Il and hijack his clan's illusion barrier. Wait, no. Begging his bestie was way less painful. Time to become a glorious freeloader. His mansion had tons of rooms, so nobody would even notice a brilliant stowaway. Hand on the doorknob, ready to bolt. He suddenly froze. Hold on a second. Was he seriously running to Sun Il for every single crisis like a total parasite? Stepping outside, an epic realization hit him. Right. That overpowered magical Oxford hat? Standing before a traditional estate, Jihan watched the hat radiate a brilliant light. He smirked. Wow. Freaking awesome. Premium gear really changes everything. He held the glowing artifact high. I wish enemies dropped like 50 more of these. He jammed the doorbell. A melodic chime rang out, followed by a voice. Who goes there? Strolling right in, Jihan called out. Hey, Seyeon! It is your boy Jihan. Her voice echoed back from the unseen shadows. Oh? What brings you here? Crashing here on a weekend is definitely suspicious, Jihan immediately replied. I need to talk business with Sun Il. Seyeon hummed. Yeah, the idiot is completely off limits right now. He is busy cultivating his martial arts. Just make yourself at home. Jihan strolled casually down the elegant stone pathway. Emerald leaves danced in the gentle breeze. The spiritual energy here was ridiculously refreshing. Suddenly, a playful voice shattered the peace. Yoo-hoo! Seyeon materialized with a dangerously sweet smile. Look at our adorable little Jihan dropping by. He offered a polite nod. How have you been holding up lately? His intense scanning made her visibly flustered. I am doing great. Jihan mentally gasped. Holy crap, she hit level 38. Seyeon smirked playfully. And what about you? Jihan blinked. Who? Me? She circled him like a predator, nodding. Your aura feels way heavier now. Her mysterious smile sent shivers down Jihan's spine. Oh, absolutely. You have definitely powered up. You must have been grinding like an absolute maniac. Spill your secrets. Jihan shrugged casually. Sunil and I just farmed some dungeons. Recognition flashed in her eyes. Oh, that chaotic day. He gave a quick nod of confirmation. Her eyes gleamed with mischief. So you are back to exploit our training grounds again? He nodded without a single thought. Yep, a fatal mistake. He realized his blunder way too late. Seyeon threw her hands up happily. Perfect, I am joining your party. Jihan internally screamed. Oh hell no, has this crazy woman been plotting this exact trap the entire time? He spun around to execute a tactical retreat. Wait, I gotta ask Sun Il first. We are an exclusive duo. She scowled instantly. Hey. She violently hooked her arm around his neck, pulling him uncomfortably close. You think that brat dares to deny my requests? Jihan's face burned atomic red, his heart hammering against his ribs. Just nod your head, and I will handle the rest. Come on, let your favorite sister carry you. Her dangerously sweet whispers completely broke his defenses. He surrendered out of pure embarrassment. Fine, join the party. Just please let go of me. Seyeon beamed like a victorious villain. Excellent. To the hunting grounds. Your previous illusion barrier is still active. Jihan surrendered his soul to fate. Whatever the lady wants. Seriously, she always gets her way. She instantly snapped her neck towards him, shooting deadly lasers from her eyes. Are you complaining? Jihan lost all his color. Absolutely not. I am practically crying tears of joy. The duo marched forward as the tension faded. So, have you eaten yet? Jihan answered on autopilot. Oh right, my stomach is completely empty. Perfect, let us grab some ramen. Cut to the next scene, where Jihan was violently screaming inside his own head. Today's official party name? Absolute freaking idiots. Why such a tragic title? Because Seyeon was dragging him around like a helpless rag doll. And thanks to the 10-level gap, he absorbed literally 0 experience points. Meanwhile, this shameless lady was hoarding all the juicy experience for herself. Out on the chaotic battlefield, monsters aimlessly roamed the dirt. Out of nowhere, a mysterious brunette manifested. Swirling chunks of earth and jagged rocks violently orbited around her. Seyeon pointed with absolute shock in her wide eyes. Wait, is that an earth elemental gnome? Jihan groaned his heavy reply. Sejeon bounced with pure excitement. Hey, can you actually talk? The tiny spirit chimed politely. Yes, I totally can. Holy crap, she totally talks. She is way too freaking adorable. While she completely freaked out, Jihan just let out a heavy sigh. Then came her desperate puppy eyes. Please let me hug her just once. He instantly lost his cool. In your absolute dreams, Sejeon fumed. What the actual hell, you totally greedy, stingy jerk. He finally just caved. Fine. You really think that fake, innocent act will keep fooling me forever? And who the heck are you calling a stingy jerk anyway? You are the real jerk here. You literally hoard every single cute thing for yourself. If anyone is totally greedy, it is absolutely you. Their intense teenage bickering exploded, leaving poor Gnome totally confused. Jihan helplessly grabbed his aching head, sighing in pure, utter defeat. TSK, whatever, go ahead and hug her, but it definitely will not feel like you expect. Hey Gnome, can you let this crazy girl hug you just once? Hearing that, Sejan blinked in surprise. Meanwhile, the little spirit flashed a bright smile and happily nodded. Sejan instantly squealed with pure hype. She joyfully tackled the tiny spirit into a massive bear hug. Her face radiated absolute bliss. But literally 2 seconds later, her bright smile warped into pure, utter confusion. What the heck is this? The kid? Is she literally made of solid dirt? That is exactly why she feels like solid rock. Right after, Jihan suddenly called out. All right, let us go grind some levels right now. Sejan blinked in surprise, just like our last epic run. He slowly turned back and firmly shook his head. Nope, not anymore. I have leveled up way too much for that. I can totally wreck them all by myself, she quickly asked. So what is your epic master plan then? Jihan casually smirked. We just split up and farm solo. Sehan nodded in agreement. I guess that would be way more efficient, right? Jihan confidently smirked. You bet it is. Wait right here for a sec. She dashed back into the house, leaving little Gnome utterly confused. Moments later, Sejan casually strolled back out, gripping a heavy wooden staff. Jihan stared in pure shock. Wait, is that? She casually brushed it off. I heard you and Sun In looted this epic drop, right? It honestly feels incredibly overpowered. So insanely durable and perfectly balanced, too. He blinked in genuine surprise. Oh, really? I guess you can actually handle it. Oh, wait, what about that awesome gear I gave you before? Sejan nodded calmly. If you had not brought it up, I was already planning to hand over your cash anyway. We scored 12 million won for that loot. After deducting all the lame transaction fees, you get 10 million. Should I wire it, or do you want hard cash? Jihan instantly blurted out. Cold, hard cash, please. He mentally smirked, knowing his inventory stash would hold it perfectly. She confidently nodded. All right, bet. I will hand over the cash later. Now, can we finally go slay some absolute monsters? Jihan hesitated for a split second, glancing over at Sehan, who was practically vibrating with pure battle lust. Hell yeah, but can you actually handle the boss solo? She scoffed dismissively. Humph, please, that low-tier trash mob is basically a total joke. He mentally sweat dropped. She really is a true child of this insanely overpowered family. Golden sunlight bathed the massive battlefield as Sehan gripped her wooden staff with a downright psychotic grin. That idiot Sun In will probably crash our party later. I already sent him a text. Now, let the epic grind commence. Jihan smirked as a thrilling spark ignited in his eyes. He eagerly replied, You are totally on. Far off in the misty distance, shadowy humanoid figures lurked, clutching twisted wooden clubs. Without a single ounce of hesitation, he boldly dashed straight ahead with his tiny earth spirit. Watching their silhouettes blur into the wild landscape, Sejan felt a massive surge of pure adrenaline. She instantly rocketed forward, her fierce eyes blazing with absolute determination. As they charged into the chaotic danger zone, a terrifying shadow suddenly blitzed past them at absolutely breakneck supersonic speeds. The sheer shockwave made Jihan wildly flinch, his eyes blown wide in pure terror as he instinctively staggered backward. But Sejan instantly locked onto the monstrous target. Murderous aura erupted from her wild gaze as she swung her heavy staff with absolutely devastating, bone-crushing force. That explosive sneak attack completely launched the massive enemy backward before it could even blink. Jihan and little Gnome just stood there, totally paralyzed in sheer awe. Sejan had instantly obliterated the giant beast. She spun around and cockily yelled, What are you doing? Are you not claiming your epic loot? Jihan stood totally frozen. She is so insanely overpowered. While Jihan was still painfully processing reality, Sejan tossed her hair with pure, unadulterated arrogance. Seriously, what are you doing? Do you not want your share? Her loud voice finally snapped him out of his epic trance. He awkwardly scratched his head and nervously stammered, Heck yeah, I totally do. I was just thinking that your monster smashing style looked completely badass. She slowly raised an eyebrow and flashed a wicked smirk, a totally mischievous grin spreading. Oh, so you are totally a massive fanboy now, huh? Jihan instantly blushed, absolutely furious at being called out. Keep dreaming, you crazy lady. But Sejan refused to let it slide, giggling loudly, continuing her ruthless teenage teasing. Our precious little edgy Jihan. He has finally hit his dramatic, rebellious teen phase. His face burned bright red. What the heck are you talking about? Leaving him stunned, she stomped the ground and charged. In a literal heartbeat, she blasted off like a freaking missile. The shockwave practically blew them away. Jihan and Lam just stared, completely dumbfounded. Sejan closed the gap, smashing her wooden stick into the monster with absolute brutality. She landed smooth as butter. Oh, she was totally loving this brawl. Without missing a beat, killer intent flared in her eyes as she swung again. So fast, the ugly brute barely turned its head before getting launched into the stratosphere. The two teens froze in absolute awe. Jihan's jaw hit the floor. She is insanely overpowered, way more broken than I ever imagined. The epic beatdown replayed in his head. Her stats must be way beyond her actual level. Is that the ultimate martial artist perk? If I grind like a madman, could I ever reach that god-tier status? Physical training wouldn't raise his base level, only his specific mastery ranks. Still, it gave his stamina a massive, passive buff. Whatever, I'll obsess over that later. Time to farm some serious mob experience. Snapping back to reality, Jihan called out. Lam turned around with a bright smile. Ready when you are. All right, he smirked. Let's roll. We stick to the same combo. Pushing off the ground, he charged straight into the danger zone. Jihan faced down two hulking beasts. A brilliant blue aura erupted from his body as he unleashed his magic. Bind! Glowing ropes crushed the first monster to its knees. The second beast roared in absolute fury. It lunged forward. Lam stepped right in front of Jihan. Eyes fiercely serious, she ignited her core power. The earth split open. The charging brute tripped and slammed into the dirt. Instantly, Jihan cast his spell. Mana Tornado. Savage winds shredded the monster. It writhed in agony before turning to pure dust. Jihan flashed a highly satisfied grin. Way too easy, he cheered, barely spending a drop of mana. Then, he caught sight of Lam finishing off her bound target with brutal earth magic. She morphed the ground into a razor-sharp spike and mercilessly impaled the trapped beast. One clean hit, and it instantly dissolved into gray ash. Jihan pumped his fist in extreme hype. Absolutely flawless. Let's keep farming them like this. Under the crystal-clear sky, he took a breather and checked his system window. Level 27 already. We've wrecked about 300 of these punks. Where the heck is the boss? Do we seriously need to solo kill 500 each? Or is 500 total for the party? A massive explosion of sound snapped him out of it. Sejan was still going totally berserk in combat. She golf-swung monsters away with her wooden stick, landed flawlessly, then vaulted into the sky for a devastating meteor slam. Jihan's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. She's literally a walking action movie. At this speed, 500 is a total joke. But seriously, who coded this ridiculous hidden boss spawn rule? 500? I'm gonna overlevel before it even shows up. Just then, a blinding, magnificent light erupted. The whole farming crew whipped their heads around. Emerging from the blazing light, the grotesque shadow boss finally spawned. It unleashed a blood-curdling roar, radiating suffocating killer intent. Jihan screamed in absolute hype, while Sehan instantly dashed toward it. Oh snap, the big bad is here, Jihan yelled. You know how to take this thing down? Without a single ounce of hesitation, she smirked. Duh. I've crushed it 1,000,000 times. Grandpa says giant bosses make the best punching bags. Jihan blinked. So you've completely memorized its attack patterns? Sehan shot him a wicked wink. Yep, it's child's play, kiddo. Same strategy as always? Yeah, stick to the plan, he replied. I'm just the squishy support. I'll snipe it from the back. She burst out laughing. Aw, is that because you're still a noob-tier mage? Jihan froze completely. Wait, who are you calling a noob? Sejan side-eyed him playfully. Top-tier mages don't just hide in the backline. They are terrifyingly overpowered. Jihan's eyes sparkled. Really? Like hidden grandmasters? She nodded. You could totally get insanely buff like me if you trained martial arts, but true strength isn't just about throwing punches, right? Jihan tilted his head, his brain totally short-circuiting. She chuckled at his confusion and explained. There are countless meta builds. Meathead martial artists like us just charge in swinging and smash skulls until we win. Jihan nodded, totally tracking. Well, yeah, that's literally every warrior class. Sejan's vibe suddenly got deadly serious. Her voice dropped to a dramatic whisper. Legendary mages are famous for wildly creative combat. For instance, over in the next city, there's a hardcore guild called Blackrock. They are elite alchemist mages. Jihan listened in absolute shock. They craft elemental golems out of thin air to fight their battles. Sounds incredibly freaking epic, right? Starlight practically exploded in his eyes. Holy crap, so that's the ultimate creative combat you meant. Now I get it. I totally used to grind games exactly like this. Even though they're practically dead relics now, the War God franchise had tons of this stuff. Listening to his epic rant left Sejan totally clueless. War God? Seeing her blank stare, he hyped it up. It stands for role-playing game. Like a tabletop thing. Got any clue? Sehan muttered, totally lost. Nope. He smirked. Mages in these games aren't exactly almighty gods, but they're sneaky rule breakers. Internally, Jihan realized magic users literally hack the world's physics to get their way. Wait, so are you a mage class right now? Nah, technically he was a magic swordsman/summoner. Maybe an elemental wizard too? Jihan stroked his chin dramatically. A pure magic build? Maybe I should seriously grind this path. Seihan blinked, shocked. Oh, you want to risk that? I heard it's insanely tough. Sure, it's super useful, but it's so buggy that people only master 1 or 2 spells. Jihan immediately calmed her down. I just need to pump my intelligence stats and I'll dominate. I actually thought about going full hardcore mage anyway. Seeing his arrogant smirk, she pondered for a second. Then she burst out laughing, grabbing her staff. Yeah, being a mage doesn't suck. I hear they can pull off some absolutely insane miracles, like taking enchanted loot and crafting their own epic gear. That just fueled Jihan's raging hype. You really think it's a badass idea? Then I'm going all in. Full-time Supreme Mage mode. I'm literally a magic prodigy, he glared at Sejong, pointing right at the brain-dead demon. Why don't we wreck that trash mob first? Both of them were absolutely pumped. Overflowing with killer instinct, she smirked back. We can slaughter that thing like it's child's play. The second Sejong finished, a blinding lightning flash ripped through. Jihan's face twisted into an adrenaline-fueled grin. Staring at the system prompt made him wild. Another level up. Suddenly, someone shouted from way back. Jihan, let's take a breather. He hollered right back. Yeah, chill time. But panic struck when he saw Sejong drop into a terrifying battle stance. In a split second, her legs exploded off the ground. She launched into the sky, spiked wooden bat in hand, diving straight for Jihan's face. Right before impact, Sejong crash-landed, smashing her weapon violently into the earth. Her absolutely suffocating aura left him gasping for air. He clutched his throat, choking out. But Sejong wasn't raging at all. She happily stretched out. That ruled. It's been ages since I flexed like that. Perfect stress relief, right? Jihan wiped his cold sweat. Yeah. Do you seriously not train that much normally? She giggled and shot back. Duh, of course I do. But we never get to just mindlessly slaughter weak garbage mobs like this. It doesn't even buff my strength anyway. Jihan was totally stunned. But the system just said you leveled up. Sejong froze, completely clueless. Wait, what? For real? He nodded with dead serious intensity. Yup, check it yourself. Just say status window out loud. Following his lead, she mumbled the command. Status window! Instantly, a glowing brown panel popped up, making Sejong shriek in absolute terror. Jihan just stared, judging her so hard right now. Why the heck is she jumping? It's literally just a floating screen. Sejong's mind was blown, her jaw totally dropping to the floor. Whoa, sick. This is crazy. All my skills are actually ranked with points. So you've got 5 skill points at level 42. Jihan aggressively backseat gamed. Dump them wherever you want, but she completely ignored him, glued to the glitchy UI. His inner nosy gamer took over. I know she's level 42, but how busted are her base stats? He sneakily whispered the spell. Observe. Boom. Sejong's raw data leaked instantly. 21 years old, crazy high skill points, a true master of the Heavenly Martial Arts Sect. Jihan started sweating bullets reading it. Holy crap, what is this glitch? Her stats are illegally overpowered. A normal level 42 should only max out around 270 stat points. Since level 1 starts with base 10s, making 60 points, and you gain 5 points per level up. That means by level 42, she adds 210, totaling 270. But her total is sitting at 327. Where the heck did she hack an extra 57 points from? That practically means she's getting 12 points per level. First it was that Sun In guy. Now it's Sejong. Both of them have base stats totally breaking the level cap. Is it because they hardcore cultivate martial arts? Mid-panic, a sharp voice cut through his thoughts. Hey, Jihan. Yeah, sure, he blurted out. It was Sejong. Pouting with pure annoyance, she loudly demanded, why is my intelligence stat so trash? Jihan froze, totally caught off guard by that. Shrugging, he gave her the brutal truth. Beats me. Still, he already had a theory. A normal person's intelligence stat hovers around 10 to 20. The genius class rep rocks about 30 to 40, so her garbage stats are perfectly normal. Jihan quickly consoled her. Nah, that is not low. Those bimbo influencers showing off their assets? That is low. Sejong teared up. Are you messing with me? Deadpan, he replied. What a weird question. How should I know? But sure. Still suspicious. She pushed. But you said your intelligence is over 90. Jihan realized he dug his own grave. Yeah. True. Sejong fired up instantly. Fine. Then I am dumping points into intelligence too. He panicked. Wait! Suddenly, another hand tightly grabbed Sejong's arm, stopping her. Do not just waste stat points like that. Jihan blinked in surprise at the newcomer. Sunil stared her down. Stat points are extremely precious. They do not grow on trees, sis. Later on, you will beg for them. Sejong just glared daggers at him. Oh, you finally showed up. Sneezing with wet hair, Sunil walked straight toward his buddy. Jihan dropped by, so I paused my training to chat. Sejong protested. But I want to farm levels with him. He clicked his tongue. Look, stats are rare. Do not waste them. Though, bumping your intelligence might actually help. Furious, Sejong shrieked. Are you calling me an idiot? Right then, another voice chimed in. You are completely wrong about that. Sunil and Sejong snapped their heads toward Jihan, who raised his hand to preach. He boldly declared, Intelligence makes you smarter? Sure. But the wisdom stat actually cures stupidity. Sejong showed zero mercy, punching him right in the gut. To stop her from doing dumb things, she needs wisdom. Her blazing fury exploded. Are you mocking my brain? I mean, yeah. By late afternoon, under a violet sky, Jihan was intensely analyzing his glowing status window. He pondered deeply. Right now, I desperately need to boost my defense. It is absolutely essential for a guy with zero close combat experience like me. Even with the gamer's mind skill keeping me totally calm in lethal danger. Being calm will not stop me from dying in a brawl. I need instant defense magic for when things go terribly wrong. Scrolling fast, Jihan muttered. Let's see. My current defense magic is right here. He marveled at the insane specs of his new skill, Mana Shield. My only full-body defense skill. Plus, leveling it up grants totally overpowered bonus effects. The only catch? The ridiculous mana drain. Factoring in my total mana and current regen, I can keep Mana Shield active for 390 minutes. Jihan crossed his arms. That is about 6.5 hours. What if I summon a gnome and pop my shield? Skill window. Nature summoning. Instantly, a massive holographic text wall popped up for basic earth spirit summoning. Max summon count is 5. Jihan muttered, narrowing his eyes as he read. 12 mana per minute, so 145 minutes total. If I spam bind and mana arrow too, I will last 1 hour. Jihan fell into deep thought. Going all out leaves me with just 1 hour. After crunching the numbers, he frowned. This is bad. My actual stamina burns out in 10 minutes anyway. How many points go into vitality? But with Mana Shield, intelligence is crucial too. Suddenly, his fingers twitched. Vitality or intelligence? A brilliant epiphany struck like lightning. Gulping nervously, sweating, he realized, wait, I got it. The ultimate godly farming method. Pure ecstasy washed over him as he stood there grinning like a maniac. His quiet giggles erupted into psychotic, echoing laughter. Sunil, completely freaked out, asked, Dude, are you losing your mind? But Jihan was in his own world. Hey, I am a total genius. Jihan finally stopped laughing, exhaling to regain his cool. Smirking at Sunil, he declared, I am about to become completely overpowered. Just watch me. Sunil did not buy it. Why are you suddenly acting like a total psycho, man? Laughing, Jihan fired back. Psycho my foot, watch this, status window. With pure frantic energy, he dumped every single available point straight into intelligence. His intelligence stat exploded, hitting 131. Boundless energy surged through his veins as his mind awakened. The system window violently spammed notifications. Intelligence exceeds 100. You acquired a random brain-related ability. New skill, psychokinesis unlocked. Passive skill, intermediate mana acquired. Mana fully restored. Jihan grinned like a maniac. His eyes gleamed brightly. Pumping points into intelligence unlocked 3 epic skills instantly. But wait, he thought. What about my total mana? The new number popped up, making his head spin. 4,740. His mana pool had completely skyrocketed to insane new heights. Pushing intelligence to 131 meant his mana regeneration rate was absolutely broken. 1% of total mana meant 46 points per minute. Suddenly, a holographic window flashed right before his eyes. The system had awakened. It stated this passive mana force was exclusively for users possessing an extraordinary, heaven-defying talent for mana manipulation. And this regeneration speed? Only found in unique bloodlines. Reading this, he busted out laughing with sheer excitement. Jihan smirked cockily, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he quickly ran the math in his head. Hold up, let me correct that. My mana regeneration is actually 2% per minute, not 1. That equals 94 mana points per minute. Perfect for Mana Shield and Spirit Summoning. Those two skills drain 46 mana every minute. An absolutely devilish thought crossed his mind. So now, I can keep Mana Shield and Gnome active simultaneously. Drowning in absolute euphoria, Jihan hyped himself up. My mana pool is basically an infinite ocean now. Goodbye forever. Pathetic newbie days. Still riding that high, Jihan smugly realized something else. With one more defensive skill stacked on these two, I will completely break this game. Heh. Meanwhile, Sunil was sweating bullets, completely baffled as he demanded answers. Hey, why do you suddenly feel so insanely overpowered? Did you just eat some legendary buff item, you freak? Jihan just chuckled softly, casually dropping the bomb. I dumped every single stat point into intelligence. Sunil gasped, absolutely shell-shocked. You did what? Sunil panicked, staring at him wildly. Have you lost your damn mind? I thought you would level up agility and vitality. Aren't you going to boost your stamina and health so you don't die instantly? Jihan kept his cool, smirking back. Normally, yeah, that is exactly what any basic player would do. But then, his eyes flared as he roared dramatically. My elite gamer instincts are screaming at me. There is a glitch. Exploit the bug before they patch it. My brain is literally begging me. Witnessing Jihan completely losing his sanity, Sunil looked incredibly disturbed. Sweating nervously, he frowned and began to stutter. So then, Jihan ruthlessly cut him off before he could even finish. So then what? I have to milk this exploit immediately. Have you ever heard of the legendary crowbar or the magical meat bat? Sunil listened as Jihan boldly declared. Just like those iconic cheat items, I found an exclusive loophole to become an unstoppable tank in record time. That is my ultimate gamer path. Sunil was still highly suspicious. So you just dumped everything into intelligence? Where the hell is the bug in that? Jihan happily explained his master plan. My intelligence stat is already ridiculously high, which means grinding for more intelligence points is going to be total hell. But strength, agility, and vitality? That is a completely different story. Those physical stats are still sitting at rock bottom. Sunil turned pale, stammering out. Wait, do you mean? Jihan grinned confidently, dropping the ultimate truth. Exactly, my boy. Starting today, I am going to hardcore grind my physical stats like a madman. He continued smoothly, but just doing that is not a game-breaking exploit. That is why I maxed out intelligence first. Sunil tilted his head, totally confused. Why though? Jihan laughed triumphantly, shouting at the top of his lungs. Because now, my mana regeneration is completely and utterly overpowered. 24/7, even while using the bathroom, I can keep Mana Shield and Gnome running endlessly. Finally grasping the insane strategy, Sunil cursed under his breath. Damn it, your character is completely bugged. Jihan just winked playfully, beaming with absolute joy. Now I can endlessly run Mana Shield and Gnome to power level those two magic skills, all while physically working out to boost my basic combat stats. Trembling with excitement, Jihan yelled, I get passive physical stat gains while automatically leveling up my magic. Am I an absolute gaming god or what? Right on cue, the system flashed, rewarding him with 1 wisdom point. Rewarded for making highly intelligent gameplay decisions, Jihan gasped in pure shock. Seeing this, Sunil nervously wiped his sweat. What happened now? Without hiding a single thing, he instantly replied, Nothing major. The system just gave me a free wisdom point. It says I am getting rewarded for constantly making brilliant tactical choices. That is all. Hearing this nonsense, Sunil let out a long, deeply exasperated sigh. Huh? Frowning deeply, Sunil aggressively interrogated him. You mean to tell me your dirty, cheating playstyle actually earned you a wisdom point? Jihan ignored him entirely, eyes dead serious as he muttered under his breath. Exploit the bug. Wisdom. Basically, he laid out his own twisted theory. High intellect lets you instantly grasp how everything ticks, weaponizing that knowledge in record time. At least, that is what the dictionary claims. Sun In simply scoffed and summarized it. Why use such flashy words? You just mean being street smart and finding the absolute best solution. He instantly nodded in agreement. Hey, exactly. You read my mind. Jihan smirked and spoke up. I bet I got those bonus points because I spent day and night hunting for game-breaking glitches to exploit. His buddy tilted his head in pure curiosity. Maybe. So what is your master plan now? Jihan cleared his throat dramatically. What else? It is time to grind my physical stats. Suddenly, he whipped out a desperately pathetic puppy dog face. So, Sun In. Seeing this absolute cringe, Sun In glared darkly. What are you begging for now, you lunatic? Jihan threw away his pride and begged. Your martial arts sect definitely has a hardcore physical training system, right? Master, please bless me with your guidance. He let out a massively defeated sigh. Crossing his arms, Sun In locked eyes with him. Training you is easy, but it will be absolute hell. Can your fragile body handle it? Without missing a single beat, he roared with pure determination. Bring it on. I will crush any obstacle. Stop worrying about me, master. Jihan pointed directly at his own chest, winking with absolutely unshakable confidence. I might look like a total scrub, but I am actually insanely overpowered. No matter the agony, 30 minutes of rest completely resets my body. Zero muscle soreness, guaranteed. A wicked grin spread across Sun In's face. Then prepare to train until your soul leaves your body. Jihan excitedly fired back. Hell yes. He practically vibrated with excitement. Then it is settled. We officially start tomorrow. I need to prepare some hardcore training gear anyway. Jihan tilted his head in pure curiosity. Then what on earth do we do today? Sun In casually dropped the brutal training plan. Today, you just run until your legs snap. Running is the ultimate shortcut to boost vitality points. Sprint until you vomit, rest, then sprint like a maniac again. Got it memorized? He immediately flashed a wild grin. You bet. Meanwhile, Sun In glared at the wandering orcs. Let us bounce from this dump first. This place is infested with dumb orcs. One wrong step and they will utterly destroy us. Sun In suggested jumping into a safer dimensional barrier. Jihan chuckled brightly. Let us roll, bro. Together they marched confidently toward a glowing portal nearby. Without hesitation, Jihan roared at the top of his lungs. Mana shield. Instantly, a brilliant magical barrier exploded into existence, fully wrapping around him. Jihan poked the shimmering energy field, his mind racing. This barrier only lets oxygen pass through. But wait, if some psycho-venom guild drops a toxic gas bomb, am I totally screwed? Shaking off the dread, he shouted. Summon gnome! A massive chunk of solid earth erupted from the ground. From the crumbling rock, the little gnome materialized, slowly waddling toward Jihan. The gnome casually strolled right through his absolute defense. Seeing this, cold sweat drenched Jihan's face. Did she just literally walk right through my ultimate mana shield? Maybe it is because I am her summoner? Honestly, how the heck does this shield even work? Pushing his doubts aside, he commanded loudly, "Open status window!" Staring at his massive mana reserves, an evil, absolutely thrilled giggle escaped his lips. Hee, jackpot! Trembling with overwhelming joy, he struggled to contain his epic hype. My mana bar has not dropped a single pixel. Running an intelligence build is seriously overpowered. His brilliant mind kept scheming. I will grind strength, agility, and vitality to cover my weaknesses. But man, I desperately want to max out my mana-burning skills too. A dangerously serious spark ignited in his eyes. This is the ultimate god-tier strategy to completely shatter the normal leveling curve. Suddenly, Sun In snapped him back to reality. Are you done yet, nerd? Jihan flinched, violently ripped from his power fantasy. Ah, I am ready. Sun In quickly laid down the law. Then start running exactly how I showed you. Jihan instantly snapped to attention like a loyal soldier. On it, boss. Heavy rhythmic footsteps immediately began slamming aggressively against the dirt path. His face was a mask of pure focus, regulating his breath with every single stride. Sun In warned him that blindly sprinting like a rampaging bull was totally useless for massive vitality gains. He had to follow the strict, agonizing rules of elite marathon runners, maintaining a horribly slow, soul-crushing pace for an insanely long period of time. And he must master the ancient breathing technique, inhale through the nose to devour the world's energy. That mystical aura in the air, it is the ultimate cheat code to awaken supernatural abilities by hoarding pure life force directly inside the body. Also, pressing his tongue against the roof of his mouth while exhaling trapped that legendary energy inside him. Panting heavily like a dying dog, Jihan screamed internally. Why the heck is merely breathing so impossibly difficult? My lungs feel like they are being violently shredded into a million pieces. After an eternity of torture, his legs gave out completely, collapsing onto the dirt like a broken doll. A deadly pale Jihan desperately gasped for air. I am totally dead. Glancing sideways, he muttered bitterly. That absolute sadist Sun indefinitely ditched me. Suddenly, an explosive surge of willpower forced Jihan up. Bring it on. Grabbing his water bottle, he savagely chugged it dry in a single breath. Wiping his mouth, a look of pure, euphoric rebirth washed over his face. His eyes burned with crazy ambition. That hit the spot. Time for round 2, baby. And so, the ultimate grind continued. The system flashed, rewarding him with 1 vitality point for his sweat. Man, how many hours had he been running? His vitality stat just skyrocketed by 12 points. Gasping for air, Jihan thought, just by sprinting like a maniac, I snagged 12 whole vitality points. Now, my total stat, including buffs, hits 34.4. He scratched his head, amazed. But honestly, grinding 1 single stat all day is a total rookie mistake. After crunching the numbers, a genius idea sparked in my brain. So, at the crack of dawn the very next day, he put his crazy plan into action. Sun Il winced, staring at him. I will not stop you, bro, but you do realize this training method only exists in comic books, right? Jihan smirked. I know, but my literal body is a video game now. Hearing that, Sun Il actually nodded in defeat. Jihan was currently strapped with 20 extra kilograms of dead weight. Every single step was a massive, gravity-crushing struggle. Sun Il stood there, baffled. Dude, you are actively maintaining a mana shield and summoning snow, trapped in his own gamer zone, Jihan replied. I know, it might not be the optimal meta, but for my gamer physique, it is an absolute cheat code. Plus, by carrying this ridiculous weight, I scored extra resolve points. 3 whole points, baby. Glaring at his friend's smug, punchable face, Sun Il cursed. Screw these garbage game developers, letting a blatant hacker get totally overpowered without patching the bugs. Feigning pure innocence, Jihan shrugged. Do not blame me. Anyway, this ridiculous method boosts both my vitality and strength simultaneously. Sun Il crossed his arms, muttering, it might actually work. It could totally be effective. Because the more brutally you push yourself, the faster your stats seem to skyrocket. Jihan faced him, declaring, "Well, time to dive back into the grind. How many hours do we have left in here?" Sun Il calculated briefly. Around 400. Since today is Saturday, we easily get that much time. 400 hours. Jihan stared at his own hands, calculating the math. That means 16 straight days of hardcore farming. Sun Il interrupted. "I brought the gear you asked for, like those heavy sandbags. But looking at your freakish stamina, my clan's traditional training methods are basically useless for you." "So what now?" Jihan asked. Sun Il replied bluntly. "Well, I still need to help you boost your agility stats somehow." He pointed to the track with a wicked grin. "But whatever, just keep running for now." Jihan laughed. "Yes, my glorious master." He resumed his solitary sprint, but those brutal leg and arm weights instantly drained him. He thought, "This is insanely heavy." Soon, sweat drenched him like a monsoon. But fueled by the absolute necessity to level up, he refused to quit. Mid-stride, the holy system chimed in. "Ding! You gained 1 strength point through intense physical training." Reading that notification, a cocky smirk touched his lips. Fueled by pure adrenaline, Jihan roared, "Let the away-from-keyboard farming continue." After a grueling day of endless running, Jihan collapsed, panting desperately. Sun Il strolled over, sighing deeply. "You are an absolute madman, dude. But honestly, this insane method suits you perfectly." Stinging sweat poured into Jihan's eyes, making him squint in agony. Completely out of breath, Jihan struggled to speak. "I told you so." Sun Il laughed, yanking Jihan to his feet. "All right, keep going, little bro. I will be training nearby." "Curious." Jihan turned his head. "What exactly are you practicing?" Sun Il paused. "Key training." "Wait, gathering internal energy?" Jihan nodded. "The system literally said key training boosts my mana without relying on intelligence points. I definitely need to grind that too." Sun Il looked impressed. "That is awesome. Any martial art without key support is basically useless. Key connects everything. Whether throwing spells or throwing fists, you always need mana. And apparently, the Heavenly Will technique scales incredibly with higher key levels." "Done chatting," Sun Il warned him. "I am going to cultivate now. Do not interrupt me, or I might experience a deadly chi deviation." With that dramatic warning, he turned and walked away. Jihan waved enthusiastically. "Do not worry about me, bro." "All right, I trust you." Sun Il found a spacious clearing, sat in the lotus position, and entered a deep meditative trance. Time to grind hard. The ultimate goal? Hit 70 vitality points. After countless brutal hours grinding inside the time dilation barrier, I successfully farmed 10 vitality and 20 strength points. Plus, my other active skills leveled up beautifully. We both got insanely stronger, and I discovered my mana consumption maxes out at a mere 5 points per minute. That might be my absolute limit, but I am already completely overpowered. Maintaining mana shield and my spirit summon together only cost 10 mana per minute. Meanwhile, my mana regeneration is a staggering 94. With 84 extra mana dropping every minute, I could totally spam more broken skills. Absolutely epic. Toss in my divine breathing technique, and my physical stats get a massive freaking buff. Running on infinite mana juice, he could stay overpowered all day long. Pure undisputed GOAT status. Marching toward school, Jihan grinned like a maniac, his blood buzzing with electric hype. Meanwhile, Sunin dragged his feet behind him, radiating pure, unadulterated teenage exhaustion. Scratching his head, he muttered, "This freak gets ridiculously swole in just 2 to 3 days. That smug face seriously begs for a punch." Hearing this, Jihan smirked, turning back to boast. "Heh, your boy is just built entirely different." Sun In scowled, his expression turning terrifyingly dark. "Built stupid, maybe." Jihan smugly rubbed his chin. "Just don't be jealous, bro. I am no scrub. I am a literal walking cheat code." Watching his hopelessly cocky friend flaunt his ego, Sun In sighed in utter defeat. Despite the endless savage roasting, these two were practically ride-or-die brothers. After surviving their boring daily classes together, they would always grab lunch, permanently glued to each other's side even after the final school bell. Walking home, Jihan suddenly froze. His face went dead pale. "Holy crap, I totally forgot. I completely skipped studying for finals." He clutched his head in despair, making Sun In's eyes bug out. "Bro, why the heck do you even care about studying?" Jihan fired back, I know farming mobs brings endless cash, but I desperately need a legit cover job. I cannot just casually flex unlimited money without looking super sketchy." Sun In frowned. "The underworld brokers handle that stuff easily. They literally spawn phantom corporations to launder all your business assets. Everyone does it to receive their phantom payouts." Jihan felt his entire universe violently expand. "Oh, for real?" Sun In kept dropping massive truth bombs on him. "Yeah, man. Like when a mage or shaman scores a massive bag of loot, that insane cash completely dodges government taxes. It is more than enough to fully fund your wildly reckless lifestyle. But buying actual real estate? You gotta use this loophole to dodge the annoying legal headaches entirely. Simply put, just fake a clean money trail. Smash that subscribe button so you never miss these epic updates. Shocked by this wild new lore, Jihan realized the abyss hid some seriously shady stuff. Seeing his buddy look absolutely terrified, Sun In laughed loudly. So chill out. Stop sweating over those basic exams. Sun In deadpanned. Bro, you can literally cast illusion barriers to freeze time, right? Oh, true. I could just cheat mid-exam and nobody would ever catch me. What a glorious life hack. Sun In added, that is kinda scummy, but guys with your god-tier stats doing normal stuff is just pathetic anyway. Jihan felt slightly crushed. He was not wrong, but scratching his head, he admitted it felt super weird. Wake up and think clearly, Sun In warned. Even if dodging abyss drama is impossible, you can always exploit your illusions to secure the bag. You are fundamentally built different from every scrub in the abyss. A blinding light bulb flashed in Jihan's brain. True, but wait. Pointing at himself, he gasped. Does this mean my actual career is gaming? The next morning, Sun In was violently attacked by the question of the century. Am I doomed to be a professional gold farmer forever? Confused, he absent-mindedly echoed the absurd phrase. A gold farmer? Seeing this, Jihan passionately explained. Yeah, those hardcore dudes who aggressively grind game currency. In fantasy novels, they call them degenerate gamers, you know? They hit max level, aggressively camp a mob spawn point, and hoard endless loot to illegally convert into real-world cash. Jihan bluntly snapped back without a shred of shame. See my point? Posing with hands on his hips, he exhaled deeply. I possess literally supernatural abilities, yet my ultimate destiny is mindlessly farming drops. Tragic. Look, I am not saying being a farmer is completely trash. Honestly, I have vividly daydreamed about pulling off stunts like that before, Jihan muttered, his depression visibly deepening. Honestly, I have 0 dream jobs, and my grades are basically bottom-tier garbage anyway. Despite his complaining, his eyes suddenly sparked, drifting toward a distant horizon. Suddenly possessed by manic energy, he preached like a madman. Do I not have the ultimate gamer ability? That means your boy can achieve absolute greatness. But barely seconds later, his hype completely crashed. He slumped down, hopelessly realizing he was still trapped in the same boring reality. The only difference between this world and a game is graphics. At my core, I am just a filthy gold farmer, he dramatically sobbed. Watching his best friend's pathetic meltdown, Sun In wheezed with brutal laughter. So what? It perfectly fits a hopelessly addicted gamer trash like you. A true farmer, 0 adjustments needed. Jihan's eyes aggressively bulged in pure rage. You absolute pig. His buddy kept cackling mercilessly. But think about it. You would be a legendary super farmer. Just mercilessly grind the time mobs, and you will casually rake in tens of millions of one daily. Epic, right? Other tryhards would literally weep watching you grind. Jihan snapped, lunging forward to brutally pinch his buddy's cheeks. You absolute troll, are you seriously rubbing salt into my gaping wounds right now? After dealing with this idiot, he finally let go. But seriously, how the hell do I handle my schoolwork? Sun In rubbed his throbbing face, grimacing in pain. Well, if you actually want to score a decent college, you better start grinding those textbooks too. With your insanely cracked intelligence stat, acing exams should literally be child's play for you. Just dive into a time barrier to cram. You can still dual cast your mana shield while studying, right? Just spam that method. Jihan slowly turned around, sighing in defeat. Guess I literally have no choice. But as he turned, his eyes locked onto a girl. She had clearly been waiting in the shadows for a while. It was none other than Sung-ae. She nervously broke the heavy silence. Hey there. Jihan looked totally clueless. He glanced around the empty hallway before awkwardly pointing a finger at himself. Wait, me? Sung-ae gave a soft, shy nod. Yeah, you, Han Jihan. Sun In instantly seized this golden opportunity to roast his boy. Oh damn. Look who's suddenly a massive player. Jihan's face exploded into a brilliant tomato red. Player? Shut your trap. Sun In smirked, twisting the knife further. Dude, why act so ridiculously shy? You've literally got a cute girl waiting for you. You absolutely cannot deny this. But staring at Sung-a's dazzlingly pretty face, Jihan's brain totally blue-screened. Words entirely failed him. Completely ignoring his friend's frantic panic, Sun In decided to be the absolute ultimate menace. Anyway, this master is heading out. Have fun on your little date. He even threw a parting shot over his shoulder. Don't stay out too late, Romeo. Jihan totally lost his mind, screaming out loud. Hey, get back here, you absolute pig. But Sun In was already long gone. He practically skipped down the street, leaving Jihan seething with pure annoyance. That sneaky little dog always sets me up. Sung-ae, having waited patiently this whole time, softly spoke up. Are you guys finished? Jihan panicked. I guess so. He frantically scratched his messy hair, totally sweating bullets. Were you really waiting out here just for me? Sung-ae did not hesitate at all. Yeah, exactly. I was waiting for you, Han Jihan. He blinked in pure confusion, totally lost. Why exactly were you waiting for a guy like me? Sung-a's answer was dead serious. To repay my debt to you, Jihan tilted his head. Wait, repay me? She gazed deeply into his eyes with incredible warmth. Yes, I need to repay you for saving my life that day. His eyes went wide. He scrambled his brain, trying to remember that chaotic, bloody fight in the dark alleyway. Needing absolute clarity, Jihan mentally triggered his system. Observe. Instantly, a glowing holographic status window flashed before his eyes. Target: Hwan Sung-ae. Status: Dark Magic Infiltration. Level 12. Dark Attribute. Title: Death Survivor. Congenital curse detected. Her life force is constantly draining away. Without regular energy transfers, her survival rate is 0. Jihan analyzed the grim data. That dark magic infection spiked again, he realized with horror. It must be a fatal chronic condition. I seriously need to grind my soul healing skills. I can't just let her die. Seeing him space out, Sunga grew anxious. Hey, what are you thinking about right now? Jihan snapped back to reality, jolting upright. Huh? Oh, my bad. My brain has been totally lagging lately. Her beautiful, slightly melancholy face softened into a gentle smile. It is completely fine. Anyway, the point is, I really want to repay you. That is why I waited right here. He rubbed his neck, his teenage awkwardness totally flaring up. I see. But honestly, I didn't save you to get some kind of epic reward or anything. Sunga stood her ground, fiercely stubborn. Even so, I insist on paying my debt. However, I have actually never done this before. Is there anything specific you deeply desire? I will literally do whatever you ask of me. Jihan froze. Did she just say anything? She doubled down. Yes, anything. Staring at this gorgeous girl, his teenage hormones went wild. Down, boy. Don't catch a criminal charge, Jihan. Does she even realize how dangerous that sounds? Or is she just way too pure and innocent for this corrupted world, unlike my filthy mind? One wrong move here, and my whole life is officially over. After a massive mental struggle, he nervously stammered. Well then, let us date. Sunga froze entirely, her wide eyes staring right through him, Jihan's sweat bullets awaiting her verdict. Suddenly, a sharp mental ringing snapped him back. Grabbing his hair, he internally screamed. What absolute garbage just left my mouth? A date? Have I truly been this incredibly desperate for a girlfriend forever? Seriously joking, I utterly surrender. My brain is completely fried. While painfully scratching his head, Sung-ae's crystal-clear reply practically paralyzed him. I agree, let us totally date. And suddenly, that exact afternoon arrived. Down a random street. Inside a cyber cafe, a teen sat amidst empty gaming rigs. His monitor blazed, displaying text from Shadow Disciple. Truthseeker ruthlessly mocked him. You actually failed grabbing that celestial stone while he was away? Phantom furiously torched the chat. Screw you guys. Try fighting that life eater yourself. I am drowning in trouble while you bastards happily mock me. The flannel-wearing teen angrily ground his teeth. Idiots talk way too much. His keyboard furiously clattered. Descending Spirit crashed their chat, mediating instantly. Stop this pointless bickering! Those life eaters joining completely shattered our data, Shadow Disciple agreed. Phantom raged relentlessly. I will utterly destroy him. Truthseeker instantly intervened. Do not be stupid. He will definitely slaughter you. Phantom remained completely arrogant. He cannot defeat my massive army. The teen nervously kicked his gaming chair. Descending Spirit dropped a stern warning. Never do that. We all suffered brutally just building your personal army. You remember that, right? His typing fingers curled tightly into fists. This teen was clearly boiling with rage. Descending Spirit continued preaching. We cannot expose our movements over such trivial garbage. Even attempting it guarantees absolutely zero chance of actually crushing him. Descending Spirit smirked victoriously, successfully manipulating his edgy rival. His fingers danced aggressively across the mechanical keyboard. Rumors say that Life Eater temporarily abandoned his post, carrying the celestial stone. If he intervenes, we desperately need backup plans. Passing him equals pure suicide. Shadow Disciple protested fiercely. I totally disagree. Provoking that Deathsinger brings way too much deadly risk. Furthermore, that killer witch and her slave warrior are currently lurking nearby. Overwhelming them with sheer numbers is impossible. They possess that fearsome Alphi ability. Descending Spirit silently pondered. Alphi? That terrifying power famously massacres endless hordes of useless fodder. A legendary secret technique belonging to an exclusive bloodline. Plus, that killer witch commands a terrifying warrior amplifying her power. He reigns as a legendary Western cultivator, yet his true identity remains a complete mystery. Compared to the massive intel we gathered on that witch, he represents an absolute enigma, Truthseeker typed eagerly. I heard that killer witch arrived too. But a solid countermeasure definitely exists, Shadow Disciple quickly replied. You truly think so? Truthseeker remained incredibly confident. Exactly. We just leaked the Dark Soul refinement method online. What are your thoughts? By doing so, even those ignoring the 9 gates will blindly rush forward. Actual heavyweights will inevitably join the slaughter, completely replacing these pathetic street thugs. Descending Spirit read this, his jaw physically dropping open. Phantom reacted with greedy enthusiasm. Perfect. While those wild dogs slaughter each other, we silently claim victory. Truth Seeker instantly fired back. Not us. This fully falls on you. This remains your personal job. Securing that celestial stone was your mission. We unnecessarily dragged Hoan Sung-gan's innocent daughter into this mess, entirely due to your pathetic incompetence. Phantom spewed venomous curses. Craving death? Want me to personally beat you senseless? Truth Seeker struck a nerve. You are furious because my brutal honesty exposed your pig-brained incompetence. Exhausted by their childish toxicity, Descending Spirit interfered. Enough. Let us test Seeker's master plan. I am currently stationed in Korea. I shall patiently ambush them, striking when an opening appears. If they move first, our chances drop to 0. Shadow Disciple demanded backup plans. Spirit messaged. Understood, Truth Seeker volunteered. I will drop it onto the abyss. Regarding cleanup, Phantom immediately texted. Leave it to me. The Disciple strictly warned. Stop making such massive messes again, Phantom raged. Shut your mouth. Descending Spirit chuckled inside the cyber cafe, deeply satisfied by his squad's unity. Finally, he typed one final command. Tonight's operation concludes here. Next time, bring me excellent news. Everything settled. He stood, paid the cashier, and seamlessly vanished into the bustling city streets. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Jihan's soul was floating through outer space. Who am I? Where am I? Floating above the clouds or drowning? Am I soaring, glitching, or totally intoxicated? He desperately avoided Sung-ae's gaze. She walked incredibly close, her arms linking his tightly. What on earth is actually happening? Since when did my pathetic life get this unbelievably lucky? Absolute chaos. I have never been this lucky. Random pedestrians are totally staring at us. Jihan smirks, completely lost in his own delusions. They are definitely dying of jealousy right now. I know that single, lonely loser life. No future whatsoever. You guys are totally green with envy, right? I am intimately familiar with that pathetic existence. His facial expressions get weirder by the second, prompting Sung-ah to ask, is something wrong? But her sweet voice only throws his brain into massive overdrive. Hwan Sung-ae, let us go on a date. I completely blurted that out when she offered to repay me for saving her life. What on earth was I thinking? It is not like I sit around every day dreaming of getting a girlfriend. Normally, I bury my face in video games, wasting all my time. Plus, I am currently super busy grinding my levels. Seriously, have I secretly been craving a sweet romance this entire time? Jihan wears his chaotic thoughts right on his face, making Sung-ah stare at him blankly. Extremely embarrassed, he clears his throat to play it cool. I was just lost in thought. Hey, Sung-ae? She obediently replies. Yes? Jihan finally gathers his courage. I am super thrilled you agreed to this date, but why are you gripping my hand like that? Startled, Sung-ah looks down at their awkwardly locked hands. She innocently asks, like this? He nods. Yeah, exactly that. She quickly tries to explain herself. I heard this is what couples do on dates. Was I completely wrong? Jihan freezes solid like a stone statue. No, you are not wrong. Every other couple totally does this, but it is not like we are actually official or anything. Despite his internal panic, he refuses to let go of her hand. He just asks, who taught you that? Sung-ae replies, the internet. There are tons of super friendly communities there. Jihan clutches his head in utter defeat. The internet is absolutely corrupting this poor, innocent girl. These toxic online forums are ruining her. Should I report this to Mr. Sung-gan? Cut off her Wi-Fi immediately. Seeing his total silence, Sung-ah shyly asks, so, is this wrong? His face turns pale as he looks away. Well, I am not entirely sure if it is wrong. Or maybe, it is actually right. Taking the opportunity, she curiously presses further. Then what exactly is right and wrong on a date? Jihan suddenly zones out, brain completely short-circuiting. He finally says softly, this is definitely what lovers do. But people who are not a couple usually do not go on dates. For example, we are currently dating even though we are not official. Sung-ae finally understands and pulls her hand back. Ah, I get it now. Her voice is trembling with sheer embarrassment. I am so sorry. I had no idea. Jihan is equally flustered, awkwardly scratching the back of his neck. Ah, why are you apologizing? His racing emotions completely hijack his logic, and words just furiously spill out of his mouth. I actually freaking loved it. Luckily, he realizes how brutally desperate that sounds and clamps his mouth shut. Sung-ae, completely clueless to the mood, pushes further. Why is that? Jihan hesitates, staring intensely at her. What do you mean? Why? Sung Ah stammers, terrified to speak her mind. Well, she stops herself, letting a heavy silence fall between them. Finally, she just blurts it out. You do not have to answer if you do not know, but you totally enjoyed holding hands, right, Han Jihan? Left entirely speechless, he just nods like an idiot. Yeah, exactly. That settles it then. With all hesitation gone, Sung A confidently links her arm with his again. Jihan's face explodes into a tomato red, voice cracking. You are grown up now. Why are you? But suddenly, the system aggressively pops up, ruining the mood. By sensing terrifying bloodlust, you have unlocked the skill, Watch Your Ass. It is a passive ability that detects anyone who wants to rip your skin off and eat you alive. Murderous intent detected within a 30-meter radius. Locating the source. Reading this, Jihan can only curse. Oh, holy crap. This chilling warning instantly sends pure terror down his spine. Jihan wildly whips his head around, mentally screaming obscenities. Which absolute psycho is trying to jump me? His frantic gaze shifts upward, spotting a shadow clad in black looming menacingly on a high ledge. The color completely drains from his face. His jaw drops in pure, unadulterated horror. The mysterious figure slowly adjusts his dark glasses, radiating a deadly aura. Jihan's heart nearly stops as he recognizes that towering figure perched on the pillar. Old man Wan Sung Gon. What the hell is he doing here? The man maintains a terrifyingly cold silence, lips pressed tight in ultimate judgment. Jihan lets Sung-ae drag him along, but keeps nervously glancing back at the sniper tower. System alert! The Watch Your Ass skill has leveled up to level 2, he cries desperately in his mind. My future father-in-law is practically sniping me with his eyes. Master! The girl literally threw herself at me. Why are you glaring so fiercely? Seeing his hilariously distorted face, Sung-a checks in again. Is something there? He delivers the most pathetic excuse ever. The weather is just getting a bit hot. Date jitters, you know? Haha! Then he frantically thinks to himself, I can literally feel his death stare freezing my neck. But Jihan shakes off the terror and focuses on the most critical mission right now. What exactly are we supposed to do on a date? Is grabbing food in a movie enough to survive this? Unable to strategize any further, he just fires a direct question. Do you want to go grab some food? My treat today. What is your ultimate craving right now? Sung-ae instantly blurted out her deepest desire. Shaved ice. I desperately need some shaved ice. Cut to a cozy dessert cafe. Her eyes went absolutely wide with pure awe. Wow! A massive strawberry ice mountain sat before her. Jihan found her extreme shock totally weird, especially when she confessed, This is my first time. He just could not hold back his sheer disbelief. Seriously? She dropped her guard and spilled the harsh truth. Yeah, because of my cursed illness. Shaved ice. I have literally never tried it. Jihan fell dead silent. His goofy vibe vanished instantly. Watching her fragile frame, pure frustration hit him. Demonic energy invasion. It was freezing her body, slowly dragging her into total paralysis. Her dad must be constantly treating her. Every crazy thing he does is probably just to save his little girl. You would be an absolute idiot not to see it, even if his reasons for lurking around here remain a total mystery. Snapping out of his deep thoughts, he noticed she was frozen. Try it. She scooped a tiny bite, nervously tasting it. The freezing shock made her whole body shiver, but 3 seconds later, pure joy exploded. Her spoon moved like lightning, totally unstoppable. Watching her devour it, he rested his chin, smiling super softly. Is it good? She instantly chirped back. It is amazing. A massive wave of relief hit him. Awesome. Eat as much as you want. She simply hummed, totally zoned into her dessert. Jihan stared at his borderline crush, completely mesmerized. A goofy grin hijacked his face. Completely totally overwhelmed, he reached his hand out first. Hand. She instantly got the cue, giving a soft squeak before pressing her palm against his. As his fingers wrapped around her pale, soft hand, she literally felt like a helpless little puppy. He quietly chanted his healing spell. Nature, soul, spirit, recovery. Caught completely off guard by his intense care, she blushed hard. Thank you. Meeting her grateful eyes, he spoke with absolute raw sincerity. I cannot let your condition get any worse. Whenever we bump into each other at school, I will heal you. This is super easy for me, so do not stress about it. Her huge eyes stared straight into his soul. Seriously? He chuckled with total confidence. Heck yeah. But wait, he dropped the ultimate promise. And I will find a way to cure you. Like, completely eradicate it. Maximum shock hitter system. She raised an eyebrow. For real? Her cute expression made him laugh nonstop. Absolutely. Overwhelmed by his raw honesty, tears flooded her eyes. Panicking, he grabbed some tissues. What? Wait, what is wrong? Are you okay? She snatched the tissue, aggressively wiping her tears away. No, I am totally fine. I am just incredibly grateful. Hearing that, his voice dropped to a soft, comforting tone. Hey, no need for all that. Her deep gratitude did not fade. Even if you are just making things up, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Realizing she still doubted his insane gamer skills, he completely froze. Then, he went for the massive truth bomb. No, I am dead serious. After all, this is my ultimate cheat skill. Totally lost in confusion, she blinked. Cheat skill? Dripping with main character energy, he pointed right at himself. I am the gamer. Bursting with epic pride, he declared his identity. The one and only gamer. Her brain totally short-circuited for a second. Then she gasped. Wait, that legendary power? He flinched, shocked that she actually knew about it. You seriously know about it? Suddenly, a dark shadow crossed her beautiful face. My dad told me stories. It was like unlocking a deeply buried, painful childhood memory. A gamer lives reality exactly like an RPG. And they can literally master any ridiculous overpowered skill. He nodded like a wise master. Spot on. The healing magic I used on you is just a tiny perk of my class. Hype mode activated, he cheered her up. So stay super positive. I will absolutely shatter this curse on your body. It is 100% possible. Those beautiful pink eyes went wide. She offered a fragile, gorgeous smile, her eyes shining like stars. Yeah, I really pray that happens. Fast forward. They split up outside the cafe. Headed to his next quest, Jihan cracked his knuckles, psyching himself up for the insane grind ahead. Flashing back to her tragic, lonely silhouette walking away, we said our goodbyes after the dessert date. Suddenly, a chaotic jolt of realization struck Jihan like pure lightning. Why, you ask? Because that murderous intent aiming at my head finally vanished. My watch your tail skill shot up 5 levels in a single afternoon. You can easily guess how completely terrified I was. Plus, her dad is a total overprotective creep. If that old geezer is just going to shadow his daughter constantly, why even let her roam around at all? Besides, shouldn't that old man be busy teaching at the school right now? My mood tanked even further into the abyss. That pig Sun In just sat there laughing like a total psycho while eagerly listening to my tragic flirting attempts. If we hadn't been trapped inside that mind-bending illusion barrier at the time, he let out a heavy, defeated sigh. Whatever, forget it. Time to focus on the main event. Gnome, listen closely and do exactly what I said, okay? The little girl nodded fiercely, her eyes sparkling with absolute anticipation. Boom! The wooden staff in her tiny hands instantly multiplied, expanding to 5 times larger than her entire body. Jihan ripped off his shirt, proudly flashing his 6-pack abs. Bring it on. A brilliant green aura erupted around him. Heavenly Will Aura. He had calculated the exact energy cost for this technique. Heavenly Will Aura drained 40 mana, but massively boosted his agility, strength, and vitality by 20 whole points. He clenched his fists tightly. Breathing techniques were the absolute foundation of all martial arts. It was the ultimate key to turning mere mortals into literal superhumans. The real overpowered perk of this breathing style was how wildly it toughened the physical body. Well, at least that is what the official guide claimed. A smug, utterly confident grin spread across his face. All right, hit me. Gnome nodded eagerly at his command. Yes, sir. The tiny girl stepped forward, winding up for maximum striking momentum. Her scrawny little arms swung the monstrous staff in a massive, deadly arc. Bam! A flawless, crushing strike smashed directly into Jihan's unprotected back. Holy crap, that really hurt! A glowing red system alert instantly materialized in the air. Critical strike received. You have just taken 762 points of catastrophic physical damage. Right on cue, a sweet blue system window popped up. Passive skill, physical endurance, has successfully leveled up. His jaw dropped in absolute shock. I totally forgot I even had that busted cheat skill equipped. Thanks to the hidden gamer body passive, all that agonizing pain vanished in a flash. It totally nullifies physical trauma, right? Hold on a second. A dangerously crazy, brilliant idea suddenly sparked inside his chaotic brain. Wait, if I managed to grind this to 100% damage resistance, would I literally become immune to all physical attacks? I could literally eat a storm of bullets and just walk away smiling like a total immortal boss. Did I just discover another overpowered god-tier skill? The mere thought made Jihan violently shake with excitement. I will definitely grind this later, but for now. He stepped directly into the radiant golden light. Soul Healing Restoration Art. A sparkling system alert flashed beautifully before his eyes. You have successfully recovered 100 health points. Jihan's face lit up with absolute villainous triumph. Heck yeah, everything is going exactly according to my master plan. Here is the brilliant strategy. I will use Gnome as an endless punching machine to inflict minor damage on myself, safely draining just a little bit of health. Right after taking the hit, I will passionately spam the Soul Healing Restoration art to instantly patch myself up. This infinite loop is the ultimate way to power level my healing skills, and the only reason I am flexing Heavenly Will Aura is because I literally have 0 other usable skills in my trash arsenal. Plus, my mana pool is basically an endless, boundless ocean right now, so why the heck should I worry? His master plan was so flawlessly broken, he just wanted to laugh maniacally at the sky. And to top it off, he was effortlessly power leveling his physical endurance too. Talk about killing 3 birds with one massively overpowered stone. After gloating for a second, he snapped back to reality. "Hit me again!" the tiny girl cheered happily. "Yes, sir!" Screams of agonizing pain instantly echoed through the void. The very next day at lunch, Jihan was practically a brain-dead zombie at his desk. He slumped over, totally drained of life. "What is up, loser?" Sun In dragged a chair over. "You actually grinded until the sun came up?" Jihan let out a soul-crushing groan. Yeah, he managed a weak but totally smug grin. "Still beats grinding for some random NPC in a game. Honestly, I could happily farm like this for straight weeks, though my energy does hit rock bottom sometimes. But honestly, the mental burnout is completely brutal." Sun In brutally poked his squished face. "Hey, wake up, you absolute tryhard. Earth to Picasso, are you in there?" Jihan violently flinched awake. "Whoa, me bad, dude." My brain literally just shut down for a second. He rubbed his awkward, sleep-deprived face. "You are unbelievable, man. Keep this up and you will turn into a total gaming zombie." Jihan shot him a massive glare. "Bro, haven't I literally been a hardcore addict since I was in diapers?" Sun In's sweat dropped at his brutally honest, shameless confession. A normal person would have totally denied that instantly. Seeing his buddy looking like a half-dead ghost, Sun In finally took genuine pity on him. "So, just how many levels did you actually manage to grind?" Jihan proudly rattled off his insane stats. Soul Healing Restoration Art hit 45, Physical Endurance at 21, Heavenly Will Aura reached 36, and Spirit Summoning is sitting pretty at 74. His jaw completely unhinged in awe. "Dude, that is freakishly hardcore." Jihan smirked like it was the most obvious thing ever. "I literally grinded for 24 hours straight. Plus, that soul healing art actually wipes away physical exhaustion, bro." He vigorously slapped his own cheeks. So I just kept on grinding my life away until the school bell rang. I swear, it felt like a brutal 100-hour non-stop marathon. Listening to his best friend casually describe this absolute self-inflicted torture session left Sun In completely pale, utterly and totally speechless. School was a total snooze fest, so I ground my skills while cramming, took a hit and memorized a whole subject. Plus, I kept spamming my soul art while reading. My boy was straight up speechless. Grinding like that is absolute insanity. But our main character brushed it off. "Man, this is barely a warm-up. There are absolute monsters out there doing way worse. We are talking about the legendary no-lifers," Sunil nodded, catching his drift. "Wait, you mean dudes who gave up on reality? Is that the vibe? Time for a system breakdown. Basically, these mad lads sacrifice their entire existence for the game. They literally do not care if they live or die." Sunil pointed a finger dead at him. "Bro, does that make you one of them?" Our guy immediately scoffed at the disrespect. "Heck no, I still gotta pass my exams or my mom will end me." He stared off into space. "Leveling up is getting super brutal now. Way slower than my epic mana grinding phase. Guess I gotta grind all week just to hit level 90. Seeing this absolute try-hard energy, Sunil just had to ask, "Dude, why are you pushing your limits like this?" He dropped the truth bomb. "Isn't it obvious? I am going to cure Hwan Sung's illness." The pieces finally clicked in his brain. "Wait, you mean that poor girl's condition? You really think your skills can save her?" Our hero's expression turned dead serious. "I already spammed my soul recovery art on her. It didn't cure her, but her stats stabilized, and that was when my skill level was total trash." Sunil was shook. "So hitting level 90 unlocks the ultimate cure?" He waved off the hype, whispering, "That is the game plan, otherwise I just keep grinding." Sunil rubbed his chin, lost in thought. There was still one glaring plot hole. But why go through hell for her? A massive wave of emotion hit our protagonist. "Honestly, it breaks my heart." His voice dropped with heavy sorrow. "She has been trapped in a hospital bed her entire life. Can you even imagine that kind of nightmare?" He laid out his true quest. "I am no saint doing trash cleanup for brownie points. But when she flashed that radiant smile at me, I am not cold-blooded enough to walk away. Not when her HP is literally flashing red in front of me." Sunil hit him with the smuggest troll face. "Oh, so it is a noble rescue mission? Basically, the great hero just wants to simp for a cute girl, huh?" His face turned tomato red in defense. "Bro, who said I am doing this just because she is pretty?" His buddy just nodded with that punchable smirk. "Sure thing, Romeo, whatever you say." He desperately wanted to smack that grin off. Back to the strategy. I am maxing out my soul recovery this week, while auto-memorizing my test prep. Sunil's jaw hit the floor. "How is that physically possible?" He flexed his stats like a total boss. "Bro, my intelligence stat is at 130. Photographic memory is fully unlocked. I literally cleared 80% of my study quest yesterday." Sunil started slow clapping. "Wow, look at our little genius boy go. He smirked with absolute confidence. English class is already conquered. I downloaded the whole textbook into my brain, but math and physics are dropping heavy damage on me. The real boss fight. Honestly, I have zero clue if a high intelligence stat buffs my math skills. His bestie hit him with some solid logic. If your brain is that overpowered now, grabbing a 90% average should be child's play, right? You are already overleveled for high school. Our overpowered hero instantly took emotional damage. True, but it is a little late to fix my absolute garbage GPA. I have to carry my entire future on this final exam. Sunil was utterly speechless. Guess you are entering the ultimate grind zone. Then a massive thought hit him. Yo, I totally fenced all that loot you gave me. The protagonist's eyes sparked with greed. Oh, for real? What is the final payout looking like? Sunil clicked his tongue, doing the math. Let us see here. Then he dropped the bombshell. Around 50 million won. His eyes practically bulged out of his skull. Holy garbage, how did we score that much gold? He started counting off his fingers like a mob boss. 4 of those super rare Oxford feathers. 8 million each, plus 8 pairs of those legendary unbreakable frog pants. 3 mil a pop makes 24 million, add the 32, and we hit 56 million base damage. Minus the auction house tax, we clear a solid 50 mil. He had never seen stats like this in his real-life bank account. His brain completely short-circuited. Jackpot! He mumbled in absolute shock. That is more than a CEO's top-tier loot drop. Sunil smirked like a proud merchant. Your farming skills are insanely broken, bro. Getting rich too fast is a dangerous buff. Right then, only one thought crossed his mind. Screw school. I am becoming a full-time hunter. Time skipped forward. A massive full moon hung in the night sky, bathing his gamer cave in a golden glow. Our guy was glued to his glowing monitor, letting out a heavy, dramatic sigh. Man, a massive digital store of skill books glowed on the screen. The sheer volume of overpowered abilities blew his mind. Then reality hit him like a debuff. I cannot camp at Sunil's base forever. I actually had to drag myself back to my own spawn point, but my boy said he would teleport over later. With that epic quest in mind, his hand hovered over the mouse, ready to click. So, after debating how to blow this massive stash of cash, skill books were the obvious play. My current skill tree is already totally stacked. But hey, you can never have too many aces up your sleeve. The absolute priority right now? Maximizing my mana pool and drastically boosting my regeneration speed. Sure, I could just rely on overpowered gear to cover the gap. Assuming nothing crazy happens, I definitely want to snag a rare artifact with some seriously unique magical properties. After scrolling through the marketplace, my jaw completely dropped. Man, there is an insane amount of epic loot hidden in here. A phone charm that specifically boosts fire attributes? Talk about needing a manual. But honestly, this magical bling is incredibly trendy. Then, scanning the second listing, I absolutely lost my mind. What the actual heck is this garbage? A magical phone case engineered specifically for male vitality and stamina. I violently slammed my forehead straight into my mechanical keyboard. I honestly expected magical artifacts to look incredibly dark, mysterious, and hopelessly epic. Talk about a massive disappointment. Taking a deep breath, I rationalized it. Come on, we live in the 21st century. Let us just keep scrolling. And wow, my persistence totally paid off. Finally, I spotted a masterpiece from the legendary accessory maker, Kim Teo Chim. A complete mana regeneration armor set. It looks incredibly sick, but the price tag is absolutely brutal. Do they severely overcharge just because it possesses magical properties? The more I stared, the more my gamer rage boiled over. Are you absolutely kidding me? A simple necklace and bracelet cost as much as a luxury car? 19 million for a so-called super bargain? What an absolute scam. Suddenly, a sharp knock echoed from the front door, breaking my concentration. Ah, the delivery is finally here. I quickly bolted over and yanked the front door open. Just as predicted, my best buddy stood there lugging a massive cardboard box. Perfect timing, dude. That gigantic crate looked incredibly heavy, immediately sparking my burning curiosity. Is that the package? He slammed the heavy box down onto the living room floor and quickly ripped it open. Inside sat gloriously neat stacks of high-value cash. Here is your 50 million, bro. My eyes instantly sparkled like literal diamonds. Right then, my buddy crossed his arms, staring with deadly seriousness. Are you seriously dumping this fortune into the Abyss marketplace? The dramatic interrogation officially began. Yeah, I need to score some epic gear. What exactly are you hunting for? Pure recovery equipment, baby. He scoffed, completely bewildered by my insane strategy. Seriously? But why, though? I refused to elaborate, offering only a super mysterious, arrogant little shrug. Deep down, I silently pitied this clueless gaming noob. Smoothly dodging the topic, I quickly shifted gears. Anyway, what kind of epic beverage are you craving right now? I have got roasted rice punch or some wild tangerine squeeze. Hearing that bizarre menu, my bewildered friend immediately repeated. What on earth is a tangerine squeeze? Are you totally perverted? Flashing a brilliantly shameless grin, I happily explained. It is literally just fancy orange juice, dude. Just like those super dramatic internet slang names. So, what is your poison? He released a massively exhausted sigh before randomly deciding. Just give me the roasted rice punch. I smoothly commanded. Hold your horses! In a flash, I triumphantly marched back into the living room, dual-wielding 2 icy beverages. Sliding a frosty glass toward my buddy, I casually smirked. Here is your fuel. He chuckled, graciously accepting the refreshing loot. Yeah, thanks. But right after chugging a giant gulp, his hardcore interrogation resumed. Seriously though, why on earth are you hoarding those specific items? Slamming my glass down onto the coffee table, I unveiled my master plan. To achieve absolute maximum efficiency, obviously, wash your ears and listen to the boss. First off, I dumped absolutely every single stat point straight into intelligence. Because of that insane strategy, my total mana pool is incredibly massive, and naturally, my baseline mana regeneration speed skyrocketed right along with it. However, my buddy was hyper-fixated on an entirely different detail. Did you just say boss? To obliterate his skepticism, I immediately activated my abilities right in the living room. First, watch this epic display. Heavenly Will Mental Arts. My friend stared blankly, utterly unimpressed by the invisible technique, groaning in pure impatience. Is that literally it? Completely ignoring his massive disrespect, I brazenly continued my ultimate combo. Mana Shield. Instantly, a brilliant surge of glowing, pale blue magical energy erupted from my very core, perfectly solidifying into an impenetrable defensive sphere surrounding my entire body. My buddy sat perfectly frozen on the sofa, aggressively analyzing the entire flashy sequence. Smirking proudly, my voice echoed, "Are you seeing this absolute greatness?" Caught totally off guard, he violently flinched, blinking like a clueless owl. See what exactly? I victoriously boasted about my game-breaking discovery. I can literally stay completely away from keyboard like this all day long. Completely, utterly shocked, he refused to believe his ears, screaming out, "Absolute nonsense!" Basking in his absolutely priceless overreaction, I began breaking down the hardcore gamer math. Mana Shield stacked perfectly with Heavenly Will Mental Arts, plus my ultimate spirit summoning technique. The total magic power consumed by maintaining these 3 skills simultaneously is strictly lower than my base regeneration rate. Therefore, I can absolutely away from keyboard farm 24/7. His panicked face instantly grew paler with every word. Holy freaking crap! He violently shot up, clutching his head in pure gaming agony. That is incredibly broken. Dear server admins, oh mighty game developers, we have a massively overpowered glitch abuser here. This strategy is filthy. His absolute meltdown only fueled my desire to troll him further. Go ahead and cry to the devs. Dude, it will not change reality. I am obviously the ridiculously blessed main character favored by the universe. But after confidently spitting those words, my smug face completely shattered. Wait, I am just a background NPC. A sudden crushing wave of pathetic reality slammed into me, instantly silencing my boasting. Deep down, I felt incredibly miserable. Yeah, you have to be completely worthless to get assigned as a background extra. It is pure humiliation, not a freaking privilege. My buddy's annoyed voice sharply shattered my depressing internal monologue, dragging me back to reality. Okay, cool. You unlocked an infinite cheat code. Now what? I awkwardly cleared my throat, desperately recovering my cool persona. Instantly diving back into gamer mode, I revealed the ultimate punchline. While maintaining this invincible defensive state, my combat slots are still wide open. I can command my spirit summon, while ruthlessly blasting mana arrows and spamming binding spells. Because of this ridiculously overpowered setup, I am seriously calculating my next move. I need to aggressively grind long-range sniper abilities, like my mana arrow, until their damage output becomes totally catastrophic. That is my current master plan. His combat instincts finally kicked in, eyes gleaming with competitive interest. Not a terrible strategy, actually. So, you establish the mana shield as an absolute vanguard, while abusing the Heavenly Will mental arts to exponentially boost your evasion speed. Then, you flawlessly blend unbreakable defense with relentless magical bombardment. Nodding in total approval, I smirked. You actually know how to play. He seamlessly continued analyzing the hardcore battle mechanics. Dodge twice, snipe them, and flash them blind. Then rain down ranged attacks. Jihan's eyes sparkled. Exactly as planned. Perfect! Sun In smirked. Bro, that is totally playing dirty. Busted, Jihan blushed. Well, maybe a bit. Shrugging it off, Jihan grinned. My mana arrows shoot 18 times consecutively, plus I can spam it endlessly. That is submachine gun speed, Sun In gasped. Seriously? Jihan nodded. Yup, 20 casts per minute. Sun In quickly ran the math. 360 shots a minute? Bro, that is faster than a machine gun. Jihan pondered. Probably. Plus, my mana pool is basically infinite now, Sun In nodded. Because your capacity is massive. Jihan grinned. Bingo! Still puzzled, Sun In asked. Then why are you so obsessed with your mana regeneration rate? Why not buy attack gear? Jihan flashed a devious smirk. Nope, I am playing it safe. Absolute defense is the true meta. With my leftover mana, I am buying more spellbooks. If I stack enough buffs, I become an unbreakable fortress. Who could pierce my defenses? Sun In cringed. Why do you look so creepy? What? I mean, isn't that way too greedy? Are you mastering some virgin martial art or acting like a game master? With every word, Jihan looked guiltier. Yielding, he raised his hands and confessed. Not exactly. The abyss is incredibly dangerous. I am just protecting my neck. My status is my shield, so I need a legendary defense set. Sun In sighed with relief. Makes sense. All right. Anyone trying to kill you would die of exhaustion first. Why not learn Mana Shield? Instead of Super Mana? Jihan blinked in surprise. Mana Shield? Sun In eagerly explained the lore. European mages spam this skill. Damage taken directly drains your mana pool instead of health. Theoretically, with infinite mana, you could tank a nuclear bomb. Jihan's eyes blazed with excitement. That is it. That is the exact skill I need. Think I can buy it? Sun In nodded seriously. It is a basic European defense spell. The Abyss should definitely have it. His voice shook with greed. Jackpot! Let's grab it now. Jihan stared at his cardboard box of cash, calculating. Then he commanded his inventory. Deposit! Without hesitation, he shoved the money inside. The box emptied in a flash. Tossed aside on the floor like trash, right after. Jihan rushed his buddy. Let's go! Sun In looked totally clueless. Jihan pointed at himself. To hunt for gear. Obviously. Chuckling, Sun In finally caught on and relaxed. Standing up, he grabbed both of their half-empty drinks. Let's roll. They hunched over the glowing monitor, hunting for epic loot. Soon enough, the package arrived. A sleek little box delivered right to their door. Jihan ripped it open with trembling hands. Inside lay the Holy Grail, mana regeneration accessories crafted by the legendary Kim Gang-in. 1 necklace, 2 bracelets, plus 20 mana per minute. Jihan screamed in absolute triumph. God-tier loot, bro. Sun In blinked. Really? Jihan flexed the gear. Hell yeah, it is premium. Plus 20 is insanely broken. My regen was 94. This boosts it by 25%. 114 mana per minute. I can summon Gnome, activate super mana, run Heavenly Will, and still spam attack skills without breaking a sweat. Seeing him space out, Sun In got impatient. Hey, translate that to English. Jihan snapped back. My mana regen just spiked over 20%. With all this overflowing energy, I can summon a second spirit alongside Gnome. Hearing this, Sun In grinned widely. If you can do that, you are basically overpowered now. Jihan smirked. Exactly, he paused, glaring at the stack of skill books on the desk. A crazy idea struck him. If I absorb all of these. Doing the math, those 5 skill books were practically a steal. Even the priciest one only set him back 9,210,000. Jihan casually broke down each ultimate ability for his bro. The manual says Troll Regeneration gives me or whoever crazy fast healing. Giant's Might massively boosts raw physical power, and Bronze Body literally turns me into a living tank. Just to clarify for you guys, it means my skin gets hard as brass but stays completely flexible, way better than clunky iron armor. He dramatically added to his explanation. Plus, basic enchantment and basic magic missile. Enchanting means I can inject my magic into items. It is not permanent, just a temporary gear buff. Sun In raised an eyebrow. Then why waste cash on magic missile? Jihan flashed a sly grin. Well, here is the deal. I bought it to see if my custom spells are totally different from legit magic. Plus, it was dirt cheap. His eyes burned with fierce determination. I will definitely be overpowered. Seeing his best bro so hyped, Sun In looked deeply thoughtful. Then he dropped some knowledge. Mages stacking insane buffs before a fight is totally standard. Jihan looked totally shocked. For real? Sun In firmly nodded. Yeah, there is even an old saying about it. Mages always enter the battlefield slowly. Jihan's jaw dropped, totally speechless. What kind of cheesy nerd came up with that quote? Seeing his dumbfounded expression, Sun In chuckled and sat right beside him. You do know most spells require a crazy cast time, right? And then there are magical artifacts. Jihan was totally clueless, so he just nodded along. Obviously. Sun In quickly broke it down. That whole process is called preparation. For instance, keeping a water-breathing artifact on you, just in case you suddenly fall into the ocean. The light bulb finally clicked in his head. Oh, that is incredibly clutch, Sun In continued. It is basically loading yourself up with artifacts and buff spells, all within your mana limits. Word is, preparation is the absolute foundation of magic. A fully prepped mage is an absolute nightmare to fight. That is why any place swarming with mages is basically an impenetrable fortress. Jihan's eyes went wide. Are you serious? Sun In laughed, dropping another bomb. It is insane. I even heard some mages siphon electricity to refill their mana pool. Electricity is everywhere, right? As long as you pay the bills. Jihan suddenly muttered under his breath. Man, in Vietnam, they still cut the power even if you pay. Then a crazy thought struck him. Mana is energy. Lightning magic exists. So electrical power can literally transform into mana. Jihan gasped in disbelief. Wait, does that mean those mages are way more overpowered than me? Sun In nodded. You are not wrong. Sure, mages have insane defense, but most of them are hardcore nerds stuck in labs, so they have massive fatal flaws in actual combat. Except for the battle junkies, and those kinds of mages. Sun In trailed off. Jihan instantly finished his sentence. Are completely terrifying monsters, right? Sun In smirked. Spot on. Suddenly, an image flashed in Jihan's mind. That crazy illusion witch, that girl he fought before definitely belonged in that monster tier, Jihan confidently declared. Then I am going all in on this path. Sun In blinked in pure shock. A battle mage? But then he fully backed his bro. Yeah, that actually suits your wild vibe. Though your style is a bit weird. Jihan shrugged honestly. It is totally different from my original plan. I just use attacks to stay alive, so I can decide to throw hands or run for my life. Remembering that mysterious witch's terrifying power, his resolve hardened. But I seriously need to study how real mages fight. Jihan glared at the 5 skill books on his desk. I bought this trash thinking it was essential, but I definitely need some top-tier legendary gear. Sun In rubbed his chin deep in thought. Want me to hook you up with a master? You have to pay your own tuition, though. He flinched in pure disbelief. Wait, a master? His friend grinned cheerfully. Bingo. There is even a legit magical academy. Jihan stared at him, absolutely speechless. Huh? Are you serious? His mind was totally blown. And here I thought the Abyss was just some shady criminal underworld. They actually have normal stuff like that? Sun In hyped it up. Obviously, the Abyss is packed with dark cults, but there are actually normal people who just want a clean life. Let your big bro look into it for you. Enlightenment hit him, and Jihan eagerly agreed. Hell yeah. I am counting on you, bro. With the deal sealed, Sun In quickly jumped to his feet. All right then. It is getting late. I am bouncing. Jihan totally whined. What the heck? Why the rush? Why do you not just crash here? Sunin stretched his arms wide. Nah, I gotta get back and grind my martial arts. Realizing he could not stop him, Jihan sighed. Bummer! You are totally boring, man. Seeing his bro looking completely depressed, Sun In shot back. Then why do you not just crash at my place? Jihan nervously waved him off. Nah, I am good. I gotta grind my illusion barrier level, he smirked. Perfect. You're safe for now, so keep grinding. The two tossed aside all formalities. Catch you later. Yeah, get lost. Now completely alone, Jihan spaced out. Suddenly, a strange glint caught his eye, and he quickly spun around. Time to get to work. He grabbed a skill book, whispering, let's learn some new moves. The system popped up. Would you like to acquire this skill? Morning broke with a crystal clear sky. The towering high school loomed ahead in the crisp morning air. All the insane skills he grinded last night, troll regeneration, giant's might, bronze skin, basic artifact crafting, and spiral magic arrow flashed through his gamer brain. Jihan was absolutely buzzing with pure hype. He had equipped 5 brand new skills, and every single one was insanely broken. Even troll regeneration naturally restored 50 HP per minute. Bronze skin was equally overpowered. His excitement skyrocketed. His stats were totally glitching the matrix. Infinite learning, endless skill slots, he was destined to be the main character of this universe. Suddenly, a cold hand slapped his forehead. Jihan flinched, his eyes bugging out in panic. Sun In materialized out of nowhere, roasting him. Did you fry your brain? Why smile like a total creep? He batted the hand away in pure annoyance. Dude, I was vibing. Why ruin the mood? Sun In dragged a chair over. Keep your weird fantasies at home, bro. We are literally at school. People are gonna think you're absolutely delusional. Jihan scoffed with a cocky grin, acting all cute. Sun In sighed. Hey, I'm genuinely worried. You are showing massive signs of a hardcore gaming addiction. Jihan didn't care at all, acting even more smug. I'd rather be maidenless than gameless. Grinding levels all night beats chasing girls any day. Sun In rubbed his temples. This absolute freak is thriving on night shifts. He quickly changed the subject. How's your actual studying going? That simple question hit Jihan like a massive boulder, scoring a brutal critical hit. Sun In relentlessly mocked him. Nothing yet, buddy? Jihan panicked, desperately dodging. It's fine. My intelligence stat is literally growing. He desperately coped internally. That's right. I have a hidden card. Grinding all night gives me way more time than these NPCs. It's not too late. Sun In deadpanned. Wouldn't dropping out just make your life way easier, bro? Jihan flinched hard. Shut up! My mom would literally bury me alive. Sun In went completely silent, unleashing a heavy sigh. Moments later, their loud bickering echoed through the massive school hallways once again. Suit yourself then. I'll study hard without your annoying nagging. Right. Sure. Whatever you say. Sun In stood up, looking curious. So, what are your grand plans after school? Jihan pondered for a second before suggesting, I want to test out some crazy new moves today. Can I crash at your place? Turning around to leave, Sun In cheerfully agreed. Sure, just come over. We'll head back together after class. The crystal blue sky and warm sunlight bathed the rooftops. Jihan easily curled a dumbbell weighing several times his own body mass with one hand. He burst out laughing, lifting the insane weight effortlessly. Pure, unadulterated energy surged through his veins. Jihan's ego totally skyrocketed. It feels a bit heavy, but it's basically a mosquito bite. So this is the absolute power of Heaven's will. Plus, Giant's Might is actively buffing my base strength. Standing nearby, Sun In let out an impressed whistle. Yeah, your character build is absolutely glitched beyond all belief. He judged the situation perfectly. With stats like that, getting sent to the respawn screen is practically impossible. Honestly, you might just be totally immortal. Jihan grinned so hard his face almost split. You see the vision too, right? He bounced with pure hype. Anyway, did you bring the special delivery I asked for? Sun In sat down, digging deep into his duffel bag. Got it right here. Jihan watched with total giddy anticipation. Then whip it out already, bro. Sun In flashed a deeply mischievous smirk. Yes, boss. In a flash, Sun In pulled out a stupidly rare heavy-duty machine gun. Seeing the brutal weapon, Jihan was absolutely floored. You said this was incredibly hard to find, but you just casually pulled it out. Chuckling darkly, Sun In corrected him. I said it wasn't easy, not impossible. Plus, firing this inside an illusion barrier leaves absolutely zero physical evidence. To double down on the crazy lore, Sun In added, actually, tons of hardcore players use these as primary weapons in the Abyss. Hearing this wild meta, Jihan stood in total disbelief. Wait, seriously? Sun In twirled the lethal firearm, flashing a wicked grin. Alright, bro. Time to eat lead. Jihan instantly deployed his newly minted mana barrier. Bring it on. As his buddy took aim, the main character braced himself. This extreme test measures my ultimate defense. Bang! Muzzle flash lit up the room as a blazing projectile ripped through the air. The bullet smashed into Jihan's radiant energy shield, stopping dead in its tracks. Inspecting the tiny scratch on his glowing ward, our boy pondered his stats. Sun In pumped his fist. Holy crap, you tanked a bullet. That is seriously overpowered. Jihan traced the impact point, a cocky smirk spreading across his face. Honestly, I did not expect a perfect block. My insane level-ups are definitely paying off. Seeing his bestie completely unscratched, the trigger-happy shooter asked, Ready for round 2? Without missing a beat, Jihan nodded. Fire at will. Slipping right back into a sniper stance, thunder echoed again. This time, a lethal double tap screamed toward the left and right flanks of his magical armor. He watched the first slug wedge deep into the barrier, sending jagged cracks spiraling across the surface. The shield shattered like glass, dropping the crushed lead with a pathetic clink. Whoa, it swallowed 3 hits before breaking. That is totally rad. Sun In marveled. Jihan flashed a reckless grin. Now, shoot my actual body. His friend froze. Are you suicidal? I heard the iron body skill is legendary, he boasted, brushing off his buddy's massive panic with absolute swagger. Just pull the trigger. A little lead poisoning will not flatline me. That crazy confidence eased the tension. Sun In chuckled darkly. Your funeral, you crazy bastard? The brutal roar of gunpowder ripped through the air once more. A hypersonic death slug exploded from the smoking barrel. It zeroed in right for Jihan's thigh, seeking blood. But the exact second the lethal metal made contact, an invisible tidal wave of physical energy erupted, rejecting the bullet entirely. Besides a tiny scorched hole in his sweatpants, his actual flesh remained utterly flawless. Holy hell! Sun In gasped while Jihan just stood there, totally dumbfounded. Panicking at the dead silence, his buddy yelled, Hey, are you dying? Snapping back to reality, Jihan casually muttered, Nah, I am good. Just took 1 point of damage. Sun In's jaw practically hit the floor. Wait, literally 1 hit point? That is insane! While his friend freaked out, our hero smirked inwardly. This skill is god tier. A bullet feels like a mosquito bite. Am I literally bulletproof now? So, do you even need that mana shield anymore? Sun In asked, hyped up. Oh, definitely. My base armor is not beefy enough to tank heavy hits yet. Still, this is absolutely wild. I never dreamed I could tank point-blank rifle fire like a freaking superhero. Analyzing the tiny impact zone, he realized something epic. Plus, this skill cools down every 30 minutes. My physical damage resistance is off the charts. Combine that with my troll regeneration restoring 77 health points per minute. I could literally swallow 77 bullets a minute and just walk it off. Sun In shook his head. That is just broken, bro. You were basically using reality cheat codes. I knew Bron's body could deflect shots, but I expected it to at least rip off some flesh. Jihan kept his cool. It must be the synergy with my Heavenly Will mental art. He suddenly smirked. Let us run one more hardcore test. I am dropping my inner energy. Blast me again, right now. Hell yeah, game on. He ripped the trigger instantly. All previous hesitation was completely gone, replaced by pure teenage adrenaline. The slug slammed directly into Jihan's thigh with a sickening crunch. In a split second, absolute terror washed over his pale face. His brain just screamed, "Holy Mother of God, that hurts like hell." Watching the aftermath, Sun In practically vibrated with eager anticipation. Well, bro? Jihan grimaced, examining his smoking wound. He confessed grimly, lost 30 total health points. Sun In gasped. So that Heavenly Will aura did the heavy lifting. Yep, exactly. Seeing his buddy's blank stare, the sharpshooter rubbed his chin like a gamer deducing stats. That means your external chi skill absorbed the shock. Jihan just blinked. Wait, what? Sun In grinned. Heavenly Will external chi fortifies your raw physical shell. Combine it with the mental art, and it multiplies the defense stat. Finally, things clicked. Ah, Sun In continued, key is battery juice. Your physical endurance acts like a motor draining that battery, which skyrockets your baseline damage resistance to insane levels. Jihan cheered. Stacking that with Iron Body means 0 damage? Bingo. Sun In agreed. While Lam watched their geeky rant, the gunner hyped him up. Iron Body is that magic skill, turning your skin into literal metal, right? External chi boosts total vitality. Evolving it into hard chi makes your defense game-breaking. Jihan froze. Hard chi? Like fighting that zombie? Sun In sighed. You do not know how to train it, right? Our hero nodded in total defeat. Nope. His friend smiled enthusiastically. I will teach you. Stack hard chi, bronze body, and heavenly will, and you become an unkillable raid boss. Even a heavy sniper rifle would just bounce right off your skin. Staring down at his trembling palms, Jihan was absolutely mind-blown. I never realized this martial art held such god-tier potential. I literally thought it was just a useless passive skill. Holstering his weapon, Sunil smirked. With your insane power creep, close combat is basically a breeze now. Hyped by the praise, Jihan flexed hard. Max defense, max attack, damage dealer or meat shield, your boy can solo any role. For the RPG noobs out there, dealers dish out catastrophic damage, while meat shield tankers absorb hits for the entire squad. Thinking about his broken stats, Jihan's smug grin practically split his face in half. Plus his god-tier healing. Sunil sighed heavily. Natural awakeners level up fast, but your speed is purely terrifying. Jihan just beamed. For real? Sunil let out a massively defeated sigh. You are still weaker, but you make my 10 years of blood and sweat feel like an absolute joke. Jihan rubbed his neck. Bro, I did not even plan this. Honestly, I am still completely torn. Baffled by his weird hesitation, Sunil raised an eyebrow. Torn about what? Jihan shrugged. Just living as a normal dude. Sunil smiled warmly. Then take your time. Jihan blinked, totally stunned by the chill response. You have done nothing wrong, Sunil continued. A peaceful life sounds pretty sweet. The words hit Jihan deep. Catching his serious vibe, Sunil smirked. So what is the master plan? Cramming for midterms? Jihan let out a tragically dramatic groan. Yeah, that is why I need defense buffs. My upgraded illusion barrier warps time 5-fold now. I will just grind studies inside. Sunil chuckled. Solid strat. Guess you will not crash at my place anymore? Jihan replied, Bro, I cannot leech off you forever. Sunil nodded in absolute agreement. Facts. All right. I am heading out. He slung his bag and turned away. 2 steps later, he halted. Oh, right. You need a magic tutor for 2 to 3 weeks. Private sessions are the standard. Jihan gulped. What is the damage? Sunil smirked. About 1 billion a week. Jihan practically exploded. That is straight up highway robbery. Sunil just patted his shoulder. Grind some quests. You will survive. Happy studying, bro. Watching his best bro walk away, Jihan stood frozen, releasing a heavy sigh. But his gamer mindset quickly rebooted. Challenge accepted. Time to start the grind. His skill activation echoed through the dimensional space. Meanwhile, the real-world morning commute was packed with students. Jihan glared fiercely at his textbook, violently tearing his hair. Damn it! What the hell does this sentence even mean? My intelligence stats skyrocketed. Why are my language skills still pure trash? His intelligence was sitting at a massive 131. His memory retention was basically a god-tier cheat skill now. Walking down the street, his brain ran in overdrive. I literally possess photographic memory now. Skimming text instantly uploads data to my brain. But even with this monstrous buff, piecing these foreign words together still looks like absolute gibberish. Raw intelligence alone cannot brute force a new language. He exhaled deeply. Guess there are no cheat codes for this. Suddenly, a brilliantly rebellious spark lit his eyes. If I cannot understand it, I will memorize the entire dictionary. I will abuse my broken intelligence stat and visually photograph every single page. He burst into a maniacal laugh. I am the absolute meta of the Earth server. Suddenly, two classmates walking behind him paused in sheer confusion. Wait, isn't that? They stared at his creepy, solitary grin, visibly cringing. That hardcore gaming addict from Class 8A? Yeah, that is definitely him. Did his brain finally fry from too much gaming? Thanks to his enhanced senses, Jihan caught every single word in Ultra HD audio. I heard his gaming skills are actually legendary. For real? Yeah, word on the street is he totally dominated the Galaxy Craft tournament. Jihan stopped dead in his tracks. His mind raced with a sudden realization. I am hearing their whispers perfectly. Is this a hidden buff to my physical stats? But he tossed that logic out the window, furiously flipping his textbook. Focus on the study grind. Wait, am I actually a local celebrity now? Why is every random NPC suddenly analyzing my existence? The towering, chaotic classrooms loomed ahead. The schoolyard was a sea of raw energy as students swarmed out. As the final dismissal bell rang, Jihan hyped himself up. A brand new daily quest has dropped. Before hitting the home save point, I have an encounter with a certain girl, and it involves some intense hand-holding. Sunga sat across from him, completely silent and utterly serious, letting him clasp her hands. Hiding in a quiet cafe booth, they executed this ritual with perfect sync. Even though it was strictly a healing protocol for her condition, after what felt like an eternity, Jihan finally released his gentle grip. Healing sequence complete. Sunga's voice was incredibly soft. Thank you. You exhaust yourself every day for my sake. Jihan stared silently at his own palms, a heavy wave of frustration hitting him. I assumed my maxed out intelligence would finally cure her completely, but my healing output is still hopelessly weak. He clenched his fists in silent fury. Gazing at Sunga's tragically pale face, a burning question echoed in his soul. What insane hidden quest must I clear to completely save this girl? His dramatic inner monologue was suddenly cut short. The cat. Jihan snapped right back to reality. Huh? Sunga offered a gentle reminder. The little stray cat we rescued from before. Realization forcefully struck his brain. Oh, right. Visualizing the tiny fur ball, he instantly sweat dropped. I literally wiped its existence from my memory. Leaning in, he asked, So, what is up with the cat? She gave a small, innocent nod. We are actually raising it at my house now. Jihan's brain spectacularly short-circuited. His eyes bulged out and his jaw practically unhinged. Say what now? Wait, I totally thought you pawned that furball off on me because keeping it at your place was a complete no-go. Sunga smirked. I just told my dad, and boom, he brought the kitty home. Jihan was absolutely floored. Old man Hwan Sung-gon did that? Did his brain short-circuit or something? Jihan wondered. Sung-A chirped. I named the kitty Mun-Mun. Her eyes sparkled. Without you, I would never have a pet. Thanks a million. Jihan totally froze, caught off guard. Recovering, he smirked. So, is your little house tiger getting fat? Sung-A beamed. Yep, eating like a total champ. That is awesome, Jihan nodded. Suddenly, a fierce realization hit him. He seriously needed to cure her crazy illness. But pulling that off meant grinding his skills way harder. Anyway, Jihan asked, how is the epic exam prep going? Sunga shrugged casually. Oh, I already finished studying. Jihan practically choked. Wait, what? Seriously? She nodded. Yep, all done. Jihan clutched his head in pure despair. Am I the only absolute slacker left in this entire school? English is a breeze with photographic memory, but math? You cannot just eyeball calculus. Science is totally doomed too. Guess I am stuck grinding the boring study guides. Jihan stood up, flashing a peace sign. Catch you tomorrow. Sunga smiled. Thanks again. I will definitely repay this massive favor someday. He shot her a cool, reassuring grin. Do not even sweat it. Just get home safe, all right? With that, Jihan bolted down the block. The streets were weirdly ghost town quiet. Not a single soul was walking around. His sneakers suddenly skidded to a halt. He frowned, deeply pondering Hwan Sung-A's condition. She was doing great with his daily spiritual healing energy, but honestly, if he was not around, she would just crash again. Plus, who knew exactly how long this temporary buff would actually last? And he could not just romantically hold her hand 24/7. Jihan stared intently at his glowing palms. The only real option left? Leveling up some brand new healer class skills. Though predicting the outcome was totally a wild guess, there had to be a way cooler skill out there. Crossing the street, he smirked. With his current overpowered stats, surviving was an absolute breeze. Studying was a joke. Raking in cash was literally child's play. Right now, his crazy life was practically a stress-free vacation. With zero worries, crushing whatever annoyed him next was definitely the most logical game plan to follow. Thinking of Sung-A, his mind was made up. Mission priority number 1, cure her completely. Stepping onto the curb, he paused. Wait, there is more. He would heal everyone crippled by the spiritual sect. That move alone would totally wipe out the toxic beef between Old Man Juan and the entire clan. His excitement dramatically spiked. 3 massive birds with 1 epic stone. He was a total genius. Stretching his arms lazily, he grinned. Today was going to be a hardcore grind session, but mid-stride, a chilling vibe violently hit him. The bright sunny street instantly vanished into pitch black. Why did the sky just die? Jihan muttered, genuine panic twisting his face. Wait, is this a... Suddenly, a glowing blue system window violently flashed right in his face. Alert! You have breached a high-danger monster zone. Jihan shrieked in pure absolute horror. Oh, you have got to be kidding me. He was internally screaming massive tears of frustration. Talk about absolutely garbage luck. His chill, productive day was officially dumped right into the trash. Jihan froze, his brain spinning in frantic overdrive. Seriously, what kind of apocalyptic mess was coming next? Wait, he remembered a dark vibe exactly like this. Please tell me it is not that crazy psycho killer witch again. Was she lurking around here? Creeping forward with extreme caution, Jihan's danger radar went totally berserk. This eerie pressure, his eyes blew wide open in sheer shock. A terrifying jolt violently rocked his entire spine. This is completely different from the last monster zone. The air itself started crackling with insane static electricity. Jihan squinted. What is that? Is that raw lightning magic or some kind of fatal attack energy? Boom! A catastrophic explosion ripped through the sky, dropping a colossal pillar of roaring hellfire. The brutal shockwave blasted him backward. Jihan wildly threw his arms up. What the heck? An absolute orbital strike of blazing fire? The ground kept violently shaking. A massive tsunami of suffocating dust aggressively charged right at him. Swallowed by the blinding debris, Jihan choked out a scream. Whoa! He frantically screamed out his spell. Mana shield activate. A glowing neon barrier instantly wrapped around him, violently deflecting the lethal storm of exploding rocks and debris. Minutes later, the apocalyptic chaos finally settled. Before him lay an absolute wasteland of completely obliterated concrete ruins. Sweeping the silent wreckage, Jihan's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Cold sweat drenched his back as he cursed out loud. 3 terrifying scrap metal monsters dragged themselves out of the smoking rubble. His system flared up. Level 30, modern scrap golem, Jihan whispered, completely horrified. A freaking golem! Thud, thud, thud. The rusted metal beasts aggressively stomped the earth, slowly marching straight for him. Jihan frantically racked his gamer brain for survival lore. Golems? From classic European mythology, right? Hebrew scholars used to mold these massive nightmare beasts completely out of mud, carving magical runes onto their heads to wake them up. The rune literally meant truth, giving these statues artificial life. I honestly have no clue if that epic lore is actually legit in reality. But one terrifying fact remained brutally consistent across all games. These massive metallic tanks had absolutely insane, impenetrable defensive stats. Their strength stats were absolutely cracked. He locked eyes with the golem's glowing crimson pupil and finally realized the truth. These mindless freaks felt absolutely zero pain or fear, Jihan raged. Where the heck did these absolute monsters spawn from? He froze, his eyes widening in pure horror as a terrified gasp escaped him. Not 3, but 7 of them. Jihan trembled, cursing under his breath. 7 freaking metal nightmares? He laughed bitterly, groaning in exhaustion. Immediately, he activated his Heavenly Will technique and summoned Gnome. The little earth spirit instantly materialized. Jihan scanned his interface, triggering Giant's Might, Bronze Body, and Speed Boost. He stacked every single buff. Looking down at his glowing hands, he clicked his tongue in deep regret. Man, if I knew I'd get jumped, I would have equipped more skills. Jihan deadpanned, intensely tracking the monster's movements. Besides, level 30 punks can't stop me that easily. The 7 golems lunged forward, carefully analyzing their stats again. The system window displayed terrifying basic traits. Minor magic resistance, fire resistance, minor weapon resistance. Jihan broke into a cold sweat reading those impossible specs. Their raw strength hit 100. Their other stats were garbage, but this lineup was still absolutely disgusting. Seriously, all those crazy resistance buffs and tanky armor? What the actual heck was this boss design? He frantically swiped the system screen, scanning the fatal data. The golem's terrifying hidden attributes finally popped up. Completely immune to low-tier spells. Totally nullifies all minor physical attacks. Normal flames dealt absolutely 0 damage. Completely invincible against any weapons lacking mana infusion. Jihan internally screamed. Where was the justice in this game balance? What absolute garbage. Minor magic resistance, minor weapon resistance, stupidly tanky, fire immunity. How were level 30 mobs this insanely overpowered? Was this game broken? Suddenly, his newly summoned gear completely vanished. Jihan flinched as the massive scrap golems closed in. Panicking, he yelled, "Screw this!" He frantically waved, screaming aloud, "Dungeon escape." But shocker, absolutely nothing happened. The system command completely failed. Jihan swore loudly. What the heck? He desperately waved both arms like a maniac, chanting the escape command. Frustrated and panicking, he cursed his luck. Was he seriously getting jumped today? Glaring at the towering metal beasts, Jihan groaned. I really gotta solo this insane mob? He forced himself to breathe. No, focus! The real priority was hunting down the coward who trapped him in this illusion barrier and making them pay. Jihan frowned deeply. Analyzing the deadly trap, those abyss scumbags hunted players like wild pigs. They probably wanted to cripple him, steal his loot, and sell his corpse on the black market. It was literally kill or be killed. He furiously scratched his head. Damn it all, I don't even have a single stun skill equipped. Would binding magic alone be enough to solo these titans? Suddenly, a crazy idea sparked in his mind. If you lack mana, you use pure physical hype. Wasting 0 time, he instantly activated his ultimate stance. External aura arts. With one explosive leap, he rocketed high into the atmosphere. Against the pitch-black sky, his body literally defied gravity in epic fashion. He howled in pure hype, stylishly walking in a perfect circle before landing flawlessly on a nearby rooftop. Jihan exhaled sharply. That was his highest jump ever. Thank goodness he grinded those crazy martial arts with Sun Il. Standing at the peak, he commanded a perfect view of the metallic giants. A cocky grin spread across his face. Time to farm some easy experience points, boys. He instantly shifted into an offensive stance, thrusting both hands forward. With laser focus, he screamed his command. Spiral Energy Sphere. His system instantly deducted a massive 1,000 mana. A blinding orb of devastating energy materialized in his palms. Staring at his own terrifying creation, he was totally mind-blown. Holy crap, it was massive. Burning 1,000 mana at once actually worked. Watching the golems approach, he smirked wildly. Come and get it, you overgrown toasters! He yeeted the chaotic energy sphere straight down at them. Eat this! The monstrous orb crashed down like a meteor. It obliterated absolutely everything in its path, sweeping forward with unstoppable storm-like fury. Deafening booms echoed endlessly. The blinding flash of raw aura magnified violently. Then, the ultimate boom. The 7 colossal bosses were instantly shredded into scrap metal. Flaming debris blasted wildly into the pitch-black sky. Once the chaotic dust clouds finally cleared, Jihan stared at the apocalyptic crater. His jaw literally dropped to the floor. The legendary blast had completely vaporized the street, leaving a devastated wasteland behind. He was absolutely speechless. Panic totally gripped him for a split second. Sure, he just burned half his entire mana bar. But still, that magical nuke was insanely overpowered, realizing he actually pulled off that legendary strike. Did his intelligence stat secretly max out or something? Because that was too freaking epic. Suddenly, the familiar blue system screen pinged. His legendary skill had leveled up. Boom! Jihan's health and mana bars instantly refilled. He immediately felt the sudden internal power surge. He pumped his fist, completely hyped. Looking down from the high ground, the dude couldn't help but wonder. Alright, the trash mobs are totally wiped out, but who exactly cast this massive barrier? Stroking his chin, he muttered, I seriously need to grind some tracking skills. Right now, I'm completely blind. Suddenly, a massive light bulb went off in his teen brain. Oh, heck yes. Jihan totally spun around, leaping off the rooftop railing like an absolute boss. Gnome, get over here! In a flash of magic, the tiny earth spirit popped up right before her master. Crouching down like a total spy, he whispered. Hey Gnome, besides me, is there literally anyone else crashing this party? The cute spirit instantly chirped back. Yes, master. Relying on her epic radar, Jihan's curiosity spiked hard. Which direction, and exactly how far away are they? He suddenly realized his little earth spirit was the ultimate cheat code for locking onto hidden enemy targets. She pointed her tiny finger. Right over there, roughly 321 meters. Jihan lovingly patted his spirit's head, showering her with absolute praise. Spot on, little legend. The spirit vibrated with pure joy. Gnome sounds exactly like you now. Did I do awesome? He busted out laughing. Heck yeah. My gnome is seriously the absolute best. Getting epic praise from her master, the tiny spirit absolutely radiated pure teenage happiness. Yay, I got praised! Standing up, Jihan made a solid promise. All right, after this massive brawl, I'll totally praise you more. So hold down the fort here, okay? Gnome nodded eagerly. Yes, I'll wait. Awesome. gazing silently in her pointed direction, his eyes suddenly practically bulged out of his skull. Lurking just behind the opposite building was an absolutely colossal, intimidating shadow. Pitch black and menacing, its sheer dominance made Jihan curse under his breath. What an absolute unit. The mammoth beast was deadlocked, glaring at some unseen target. Jihan completely freaked out. What the actual heck is that monstrosity? Holy mother of Mecha, is that freaking Voltron or Megatron? The Savage system instantly pinged a terrifying alert. Level, totally unknown. Super scrap golem, he groaned in total teenage despair. Unknown level? That is just straight up ridiculously overpowered. Squinting his eyes to the absolute max, Jihan's burning curiosity piqued. What kind of crazy drama is going down over there? He nearly jumped out of his skin when a bizarre, glitchy spark ignited right beside the Titan. Wait, is that? Wait for it. Jihan practically popped his eyeballs out, squinting, but the mysterious target remained completely blurred. Hold up, think! My bro Sunny'll dropped a major tutorial for exactly this kind of epic scenario. He instantly popped his skill. Circulating pure martial energy through his body, he focused it entirely into his eyes. Like a neon sign, Jihan's supercharged gaze practically glowed in the dark. That pitch-black, shadowy super scrap golem instantly snapped into pure ultra-high definition. The teen smirked triumphantly. Oh, hell yes. Daddy sees your ugly mug now. But wait, zooming in, Jihan realized a whole squad of sketchy dudes was literally surfing on the monster's head. Where did those absolute meatheads even spawn from? He was completely mind-blown. Those absolute creeps were swarming the Titan's shoulders and skull like a total bug infestation. There had to be at least 30 of those goons. Tracking that glitchy spark from earlier, Jihan's teenage curiosity exploded. What is that shiny thing zipping around? Wait, zooming in. It was Lilinho! He mentally screamed. It's that totally wild witch who kept trying to aggressively flirt with me last week. Jihan completely froze. Is she seriously soloing that massive beast those creeps are riding? If that's true, the gears turned, and pure teen rage suddenly ignited. So these are the absolute dirtbags who sent those Seven Swords golems to assassinate me? Gnome. Let's go completely wreck these absolute fools, the tiny spirit cheerfully agreed. Yes, sir. Lethal martial energy instantly wrapped around his entire body. Bending his knees, Jihan blasted off. His body launched forward like an absolute human missile. Soaring through the dark sky with literally zero effort, he felt like a total superhero. But right in the middle of his epic flight, a massive shockwave of panic hit him. Something was totally going wrong with his physics. Jihan abruptly stalled out right in the dead center of the sky. Oh, absolute crap, I completely miscalculated the launch power. Realizing he was plunging into a deadly freefall, the teen wildly screamed. Earth Shield, Gnome, save me! Yes, boss. She instantly threw up her tiny hands to cast a lifesaver. In a split second, an insanely massive, hand-shaped mountain of dirt erupted from the ground, perfectly catching the falling teen. Touching down safely, Jihan exhaled a shaky breath. Phew, your boy is still breathing. Doing the quick teen math, Jihan mumbled. Note to self. Heavily grind those stamina stats tomorrow. Dusting himself off, he quietly locked his eyes onto the insane battlefield between the wild witch and that colossal super scrap boss. Catching his breath, our boy proudly stood tall. All right, playtime is totally over. My stats are fully maxed out. You absolute bottom feeders messed with the wrong gamer. I'm about to send every last one of you straight to the graveyard. Meanwhile, over in the ultra-violent danger zone, the relentless clash was draining the witch's mana. Lilinho panted, completely frustrated. These totally aggravating punks, I never expected them to actually fuse their mechas together. Glaring at Howding, she complained. I seriously thought almost nobody used such ridiculously toxic recoil magic. But before she could even finish her rant, 5 blinding yellow energy beams came hurtling straight for her face. Relying on pure magical reflexes, she grabbed her sidekick and blasted off on her broomstick. Boom! The rooftop they were just camping on exploded into an absolute rain of shattered concrete. Riding shotgun in the back, Howding practically screamed a desperate warning. If we keep dragging this out, we are totally going to lose. Stressed to the max, the hot-headed witch totally snapped. I freaking know. I am calculating a hardcore strategy right now, so seriously, shut your mouth. Watching its prey completely dodge that ultimate strike, the mechanical titan looked totally bamboozled. In a flash of pure rage, it stretched out a massive, skyscraper-sized hand to literally swat them out of the sky. Mid-flight, Lilinho was totally jump-scared by that colossal palm slamming right into her personal space. Hitting the magical brakes hard, the panicked witch sensed an instant death flag. She aggressively swerved her broomstick for an emergency dodge. However, even after pulling off that sick evasion, absolute horror suddenly flooded the witch's gorgeous face. Her mind frantically screamed, "We completely dodged the giant arm." But that insane wind pressure was a total nightmare. Both of them were violently sent tumbling upside down across the chaotic sky. Thank the gaming gods, an epic spell suddenly echoed at the perfect second. By the absolute laws of life, I completely command you to halt. The instant those badass words dropped, both teenagers perfectly stabilized, floating safely in midair. Checking on her, Howding asked anxiously. You are totally okay, right? Trembling hard, the witch snapped. I'm totally not okay. He quickly threw out a desperate suggestion. Then how about a tactical retreat for now? Catching her breath, she smirked. Yeah, solid plan. Snapping back to reality, Loleno made the call. We are bailing out, she blasted out of the golem's strike zone. Hakdu cackled like a maniac as his prey fled. How is that? Even a killer witch cannot underestimate the black stone. His lackeys totally kissed up to him. So true, boss. But wait, are they actually running away? He just scoffed. Run where, exactly? This S-rank illusion barrier is totally unbreakable. They can smash it all they want, but it will not crack for at least 1 hour. He smugly watched Loleno shrink into a tiny speck across the sky. Hakdu's voice dripped with pure obsession. I dumped every last penny into this barrier just to catch these little punks. He glared at a nearby goon. You know exactly what happens if we mess this up, right? The masked grunt frantically bowed. Yes, absolutely, boss. He explained their crazy tactic. That is exactly why we fused with this golem using fusion magic. These guys literally merged their bodies with the monster, steering it purely with their own willpower. But here is the catch. Piloting a giant golem like this usually drains an insane amount of mana. Remote controlling a beast this size is way too laggy, so it is rarely used in real combat. Surfing on top of the golem is one option, but that puts the summoner straight into the fatal danger zone. Why is it so ridiculously sketchy? Basic physics, bro. Gravity and brutal wind resistance. The bigger the golem gets, the crazier the wind pressure tearing at the rider. For instance, if this massive titan just violently swings its giant arm, what happens to the dudes riding it? Obviously, they get launched into the stratosphere like absolute ragdolls. But these Blackstone freaks, they are not sweating it at all, because they used forbidden fusion magic to literally become one with the golem. For now, they have totally glitched out their biggest weakness. Yep, these tryhards sacrifice their own bodily mobility to hijack the monster and absolutely max out their combat stats. Hakdu raged out of his mind. Damn it, losing to them last time cost us so freaking much. We need to utterly obliterate anyone who blocks our path and drag that witch back alive. A lackey rushed to kiss up. Spitting facts, boss, Hakdu sneered. Those punks cannot regen their mana inside this barrier anyway. It is officially hunting season. Hakdu barked his orders. Catch them now. The supreme scrap metal golem raised its head. Its glowing red eye locked onto Loleno's trail before letting out a monstrous roar. That hideous, towering titan stomped forward with terrifying power. Each massive footstep sent shockwaves through the earth, ruthlessly crushing everything in its destructive path. Soon, the beast's silhouette faded into the distance. It left behind nothing but pure devastation and choking clouds of dust. Meanwhile, Jihan touched down on a rooftop. He exhaled sharply, watching the monster go. Shielding his eyes from the harsh glare, he analyzed the threat. How the heck do I even scratch this oversized freak? The streets below were nothing but shattered rubble. Standing high up, Jihan kept a sharp lookout. This absolute unit is insane. Its defense stats must be off the charts. He marveled at the massive golem. No wonder everyone loves giant mechas. It looks totally overpowered. Stroking his chin, he calculated his odds. Do I even have the DPS to take this thing down? Looks like some rogue mage spammed 1,000,000 buff spells on its armor. I cannot find a single weak point. He stomped his foot in pure teenage rage. Screw these filthy hackers. The boss is already busted, and they buffed it? What a totally unbalanced trash game. After his little rant, reality hit Jihan hard. Seriously though, what is the play here? There is only one way to rock this boss fight. I gotta spam the Cyclone Energy Orb. I just realized its blast damage is way more cracked than I thought. He clenched his fist, totally hyped. If that beast eats a direct hit, it is definitely taking major damage. Worst case scenario, I blow out one of its legs and ground it right there. If I can pull that off, a stealthy sneak attack from behind is absolutely the top-tier strat. He stroked his chin, plotting intensely. Then a massive plot hole hit him like a truck. Wait, the second I spawned in here, those random golems instantly tried to jump me. So how is this giant boss completely ignoring my aggro? Am I just too low level for it to care? Or is this barrier specifically hard-coded to auto-summon golem hit squads on any intruder? He bit his lip, totally frustrated. My intel is absolute garbage. Under Gnome's confused stare, he practically tore his hair out. Dang it. I am playing like a total noob. If I actually survive this raid, I am instantly grinding for some radar and scouting skills. Jihan kicked himself inwardly. I got way too cocky spamming unlimited mana regen lately, but suddenly, a light bulb went off. He chuckled darkly. Honestly, freaking out in this death trap is perfectly normal for anyone else. Skill menu open. Activate gamer's mind. The glowing system panel popped up. He read the skill description, totally speechless. Man, this exact passive skill is what keeps me acting so incredibly edgy and cool. This broken cheat skill is the only reason I am still breathing. He smiled, letting out a relieved sigh. Seriously, without it, I would have been a brain-dead zombie extra during that first undead encounter. The neon skill panel flickered and vanished. All right, brainstorm time. How do I smash this big boy? Jihan stared at the golem's glitched-out hidden rank. Its level must be ridiculously high. Even back in my clueless rookie days, I could at least see Hwansung's base level. A terrifying realization hit him like a jump scare. Wait, does their head just show a giant question mark if the level gap is over 50? I am currently level 28. That means this monstrosity is at least level 78. Jihan frowned, calculating the enemy's strength. Then, a wild idea hit him. Oh right, the Psycho Witch was still around. He opened his system inventory, looking for that crazy business card. Got it. He whipped out a violently pink business card. Seriously, this design was an absolute crime against his eyeballs. Who made this abyss garbage? Total fashion disaster, he called out to Gnome, and the little spirit instantly chimed in. Yes, sir. He needed hard stats before making a move. If I dump all my mana into you, how much dirt can you lift? The spirit tilted her head, totally confused. Jihan facepalmed, then broke it down like she was 5. What is your maximum earth control capacity? Gnome fired back with raw math. 4,770 kilograms. He needed exact timing. For how long? She answered instantly. Exactly 1 minute. A smirk crossed his face. The math was mathing. Got it. 1 mana equals 1 kilogram of rubble per minute. My regen is 114 mana per minute. But I'd have to ditch my defensive buffs to pull it off. He rubbed his chin. His eyes glazed over as his brain ran the simulations. High risk, high reward. Plus, I might need burst mana. If I tank a hit without dying, my passive regeneration will keep me out of the graveyard. But then reality hit him hard. How was he supposed to track down that crazy chick? Teaming up with the murderous witch, Miss Chim, was his best play. That psycho definitely wanted a piece of him. But where was she? A wicked grin spread across Jihan's face. Oh, duh. The answer was literally staring him in the face. Just tail this massive golem. He issued a cold command. Mana shield deactivated. The protective barrier instantly shattered, just as he planned. The flashy shield was basically a neon target. He leaped off the ledge, whispering to his spirit. Let's ride, Gnome. Stick to that giant piece of junk. The little spirit nodded eagerly. Yes, sir. High atop the scrap golem, Chintel scanned the ruins. Boss, we have a rat. A small fry slipped through. Hadu narrowed his eyes in disgust. A nobody? Where are the automated sentries? He trashed them and vanished. The boss just scoffed, totally unimpressed. Send a cleanup crew to crush him. Only a pathetic B rank could slip in here anyway. An arrogant smirk twisted his face. They had one real target. Slaughter the murderous witch. We will deploy 10 mages, Chintel suggested. Hadu nodded coldly. Do it. He pointed his staff at the mages on the golem's shoulder. Instantly, their weapons ignited. Raw, chilling mana erupted, wrapping them in a suffocating, dense, magical aura. The earth violently shattered beneath them. Massive boulders ripped from the ground, swirling into a chaotic storm before crushing the mages into a colossal mountain of rubble. But the rock pulsed like a beating heart, fusing together. A new earth golem emerged, vaulting off the titan's shoulder. It smashed into the city below, launching a shockwave of blinding dust. Through the debris, the monstrous golem morphed. The jagged rocks moved like possessed souls, snapping into place. Floating rubble orbited the beast, magically locking together to form massive, crushing legs and a terrifying head. Boom! 2 elite scrap golems hit the battlefield, bright 5-pointed magic circles blazing on their chests. The mages stood at the star's points, driving the beast. Its first steps were clunky, as they were still wrestling for control over the mechanical titans. The massive bodies swayed unsteadily. Chintel pointed into the distance, a glowing beam tracking their target. Over there, 1 kilometer out, and running fast. Hunt that rat down! The heavy golem suddenly surged forward with terrifying speed. Meanwhile, Jihan was parkouring across the rooftops, his survival instinct screaming like crazy. He snapped his head back. The enemy golems raised their massive arms. Magic circles erupted, firing a brutal barrage of explosive artillery right at him. Boom! The explosion obliterated the rooftop. The golem stomped closer to check the wreckage. Hidden behind a busted wall with his shield up, Jihan gasped. 1 second slower, and he'd be dead meat. Thank God Gnome pinged his radar. His face went totally pale, remembering her warning. Boss, 2 giant murder bots on our 6. Ganging up on me? Bring it on, he cursed under his breath, calling out to Gnome. Listen up, stick to the plan exactly as I say. Got it? Yes, sir. The tiny girl nodded, vanishing into the thick, choking dust. Jihan sat back, weaving a flashy spell. Human soul recovery art activated. He calculated grimly. My HP took a tiny hit. Those sneak attackers are annoying. Breathing out with a maxed HP bar, he crawled out, facing two massive golems. Skill activated. Observation. The mixed golem beta stats popped up. They boasted insane magic resistance, passive weapons, and active regeneration. Level 52? Jihan groaned. Even the chest creeps cast spells. What a drag. Suddenly, a Blackstone thug spotted him. They whispered loudly. Is that the gamer kid? Yeah, he lives around here. Cold sweat dripped down his face. Wait, they know my true identity? The Blackstone punks kept scheming. Isn't he a super rare material? Exactly. He'd make a perfect lab rat. Plus, he's tight with Heaven's Will Sect. Heaven's Will Sect? They're allied with the legendary 9 sects. Then we better back off. Let's not poke the sleeping bear. But Chin Teo barked orders. Grab him. Inside this barrier, Heaven's Will Sect is blind. Both rival sects are locked out anyway. His lackeys cheered aggressively. Hell yeah. Instantly, the monstrous golem lunged. Its massive fist dwarfed the tiny prey below. Catch him, Jihan spat out a venomous curse. Son of a bitch. The very next second, the beast's fist cratered the earth. Chin Teo sneered. Is he dead? Lidno glanced up sharply. Up there. Jihan had barely dodged the golem's devastating heart-stopping blow. That's Heaven's Will martial arts. He's definitely connected. Since we attacked, we must capture him. Lidno, flank him. Yes, sir. The massive golem sprinted with terrifying speed. Jihan smirked at their tactics. One golem broke formation. I need more time for my master plan. Skill activated. Mana Pierce! He spun around, bolting from the scene. I gotta stall them. Lidno wildly swiped at his escaping prey. Where do you think you're going, kid? But Jihan was ready. Spiral Mana Arrow. Blinding white energy surged. He ruthlessly spammed his ultimate attack at the towering golem. Countless explosive light beams bombarded the gargantuan monster. Yet through the smoke, the beast stood completely unfazed. Galaxy raised his scepter, roaring. Iron Will, I will crush you, Mana Net. Chin Teo chanted his curse. Freeze by my absolute command. Lidno joined the fray. Holy protection everywhere. Light shield. Hit that subscribe button for more epic action. The suffocating mana ensnared him entirely. I'm screwed. He thrashed against the magical net. Is this really their best spell? A cocky, rebellious grin spread across his face. Everything was going exactly according to plan. Jihan closed his eyes, charging up his latent power. Sun In taught me well. True martial artists can shatter spells with raw, unyielding grit. With a badass smirk, he violently ripped the magic net apart. Never underestimate a genius with 130 intelligence stats. Losers. Fierce mana exploded around him. Jackpot. I can violently reverse their spell's impact. His cocky teen swagger filled the battlefield. You punks are practically rookies. Jihan laughed maniacally, dodging the devastating, earth-shattering fist. He effortlessly outran the two colossal golems. The Blackstone thugs panicked. Get him! Mana Arrow! Mana Arrow! A storm of white arrows chased him, missing completely. Sliding into an alley, Jihan activated his shield, deflecting their ultimate move effortlessly. He's too slippery, a thug whined. He vanished into the streets. Chin Teo's eyes turned murderous. Then annihilate the entire city block. Meanwhile, Jihan ducked behind a wall, canceling his spell. He radioed his partner. Lam, status report? The girl's cheerful voice chimed in. I'm halfway done, Jihan grinned, giving his next rebellious command. Perfect! Dig a massive pit right beneath my feet. He already had a devious plan. Time to troll them a bit longer. Suddenly, a blinding flash caught his eye. The twin golems were charging a catastrophic spell. Holy crap, they're actually going to nuke the neighborhood. Jihan screamed in pure panic. Hurry up, Glom! In a matter of seconds, the earth beneath him completely caved in. Just as the apocalyptic energy sphere fully charged, the golem unleashed a devastating, endless barrage straight into the crowded residential zone. Jihan dove straight into the pit. Seal it up, he yelled, closing his makeshift bunker. Boom! A catastrophic explosion completely rocked the earth. Shattered rocks and debris rained down everywhere, violently crashing around the tiny, narrow gap he left open just to catch his breath. He exhaled a massive sigh of relief. Man, that was way too close. Time to execute the master plan. Jihan smirked, brushing off his dusty gear. All right, Gnome, I burned through all my mana. Let's totally crush them. The little spirit cheered excitedly. Perfect. He flashed a wickedly dangerous grin. Time to show these total losers a real hit and run. Meanwhile, up on the totally trashed surface, ruins piled up like a massive mountain. The Blackstone squad scoffed. With destruction this completely epic, that kid is definitely dead meat. Never underestimate that brat. He dodged our sneak attack. Target spotted. 700 meters southeast, a scout yelled. Chintel flinched hard. Wait, seriously? The bomber completely freaked out. Does that punk seriously have teleportation too? Galaxy groaned. This just got super annoying. He narrowed his eyes sharply. Hold up, the kid stopped moving entirely. They quickly connected the dots. That loser definitely cannot spam such a crazy skill. Suddenly, Chintel's voice boomed with absolute, terrifying authority. Bomber, track that pathetic little rat down and crush him into total dust immediately. Normalcy. The bomber instantly followed orders, commanding his insanely massive junk golem to march forward. Still, a nagging anxiety totally chewed at him. This is getting super messy. A suffocating heavy tension completely dominated the battlefield. Where else could that little punk possibly escape to? Down below, Jihan coolly checked in. What is our progress looking like? Gnome obediently chirped back. 70% ready, boss. He grinned wickedly. Yeah, that is totally enough. Jihan stood tall, cockily resting his hands on his hips. Are they seriously just sending one dummy after me? Yes, sir, the little spirit confirmed. Jihan instantly sank into deep, strategic thought. A mage must be manually controlling that massive golem. That leaves 4 of those jerks. Could I actually solo their whole squad? He considered playing it super safe, but thinking about his wild future made him pause entirely. Safety first, honestly. Sneaking away is definitely the smarter, completely chill move. But whatever, I am destined to absolutely clash with elite trash like them eventually anyway. Flashing a fiercely rebellious, absolutely cocky smirk, he clenched his fist with total resolve. I am gonna smash their stupid faces right now. After locking onto his ultimate target, Jihan rapidly triggered his epic buffs. Bronze body, giant strength, supreme speed recovery, time to go totally wild. And obviously, he could never forget his ultimate, totally iconic defense, Earth Mana Shield. With an explosive leap, he blasted straight out of the underground pit. Then he landed smoothly right before the shocked Blackstone squad. Zero hesitation. The absolutely reckless teenager instantly launched his devastating attack. Spiral Energy Sphere. A massive surge of raw spiritual power rapidly gathered right before Jihan, swelling into an absolutely enormous, terrifying blast of epic energy. Reaching absolute maximum capacity, he fired the devastating blast straight at the junk golem's head. Freaking out at this epic sight, the monster desperately threw up its massive arms to block. But the sphere's raw power effortlessly obliterated its rocky armor, triggering an absolutely massive explosion. Thick, blinding smoke completely swallowed the chaotic battlefield. Jihan stared fiercely into the epic dust cloud, gritting his teeth in pure high-stakes teenage tension. His sharp eyes scanned like a high-tech radar, absolutely missing nothing. As the heavy smoke finally cleared, the golem was completely unharmed. It instantly lunged forward to crush him. Jihan temporarily froze before its overwhelming, terrifying power, cursing fiercely. Damn it, that is way too fast. But his teenage reflexes fired up perfectly, letting him desperately dodge the deadly grasp by a sheer hair. The golem's massive fist violently pulverized the earth, sending sharp debris flying everywhere. Jihan forced a totally cocky smirk. Man, my dodging skills are absolutely pro-tier. With a bulky, trashy body like that, you are way too clumsy, bro. Landing smoothly on a nearby roof, Jihan quickly checked his epic progress. Status update, Gnome? The tiny spirit popped up and nodded excitedly. 90% ready. Jihan flashed a ridiculously smug, villainous grin. Haha, the epic finale is incredibly close. He internally cheered. These absolute losers are about to swallow a massive, total defeat today. But suddenly, his sharp eyes caught a totally bizarre, unnatural phenomenon unfolding. Wait, what the heck? The trash golem bizarrely raised both its massive hands like it was totally surrendering. Jihan scoffed in sheer confusion. What kind of utterly stupid trick are these geeks trying to pull now? As if directly answering his sarcastic question, blazing rings of light abruptly manifested. They rapidly fused into a massive, glowing 5-pointed star, perfectly matching the weird emblem right on their chests. The epic magic circle completely illuminated the gloomy sky like a terrifying blazing sun radiating absolute power. Jihan could totally only stand perfectly frozen in sheer shock, cold sweat heavily pouring down his suddenly pale face. The very next second, that terrifyingly epic array violently collapsed into a pitch-black, ominous sphere. Pure, unadulterated panic finally struck Jihan, forcing him to frantically stumble backward. Okay, this attack looks incredibly lethal, but the sheer, utter nightmare had not even finished starting. The ominous sphere violently flared with a totally horrifying pitch-black aura. Without warning, it mercilessly unleashed an absolute barrage of lethal dark bullets straight at Jihan. The utterly rebellious teen completely lost his cool, screaming in absolute panic. Desperately trying to survive the epic onslaught, he frantically screamed to deploy his ultimate defenses. Mana shield, mana shield, mana shield. Three ridiculously solid layers of epic magical barriers instantly completely enveloped him, perfectly deflecting those lethal dark bullets. Knowing this roof was totally doomed, he explosively leaped back into the chaotic air. He totally abandoned the shattered roof, plunging straight down toward the violently ruined street completely far below. Sprinting frantically, Jihan totally questioned it. What extremely broken skill is that? Like epic magic artillery? Finding a tiny lucky break in this sheer mess, he totally smirked. Thank absolutely everything that my supreme mana shields can easily tank that garbage. Before he could even catch a single breath, massive, totally terrifying thuds echoed fiercely from directly behind him. Jihan frantically snapped his head around. Wait, that extremely heavy sound. The utterly massive second golem was charging hard, completely spiking his teenage panic. The other one is rushing me too. One tries to totally crush me in close combat, while the other safely snipes me from afar. Curse these absolutely treacherous, dirty cowards. Thank my epic reflexes I dipped out fast, or I would be totally completely toast right now. Right at that sheer peak of absolute anxiety, Gnome's incredibly sweet voice echoed like the ultimate save. All finished, boss. He instantly hit the brakes, sliding toward his awesome spirit. We are finally ready, kiddo? Gnome joyfully popped out of the shattered earth. Yep, grinning like a total madman, he affectionately ruffled her hair. Absolutely legendary work, Gnome. You are totally incredible. Jihan pulled up his status window for a quick check. His mana bar sat exactly at the 50% mark. That was honestly more than enough. A wicked, arrogant smirk quickly stretched right across his rebellious face. Let us rock and roll, people, he commanded with absolute hype. Showtime, Gnome. The cute earth spirit cheerfully chirped her total agreement. Meanwhile, over at the heavily armed Blackrock Guild camp, Lidno sneered with pure frustration. You run pretty fast for a gamer. He aggressively barked orders at his squad. Switch to siege formation right now. 3 of you hold the front line. The last guy, prep for brutal close-quarters combat. On Lidno's cue, a massive magic circle blazed to life, surging intensely with raw mana. The patchwork golem obeyed his command, hoisting its massive rocky arms high into the air. That same 5-pointed star was summoned once again. It instantly morphed into that terribly lethal sphere of dark energy from earlier. Lidno was currently grinding his teeth so hard they might literally shatter from pure rage. You dare mess with the Black Rock Guild? Chintel's harsh voice snapped him out of his furious thoughts. Where is that gamer? He aggressively pointed his finger. The rat is hiding right behind that pile of rubble. Kim Chintel, playing the ruthless boss, scoffed in pure disgust. That roach is actually still breathing? He frantically replied. Yes, sir, we cornered him, but the punk scaled a roof and completely dodged our entire raid. This kid must have maxed out his defense stats. Facing the grim reality, he ruthlessly barked another command. Lay down continuous cover fire. I will personally step up and crush this arrogant little bug. Lidno maneuvered the massive golem and shouted his compliance. Yes, sir. The dark sphere unleashed another relentless, devastating barrage. Volley after volley blasted aggressively into the ruins. But as the thick smoke finally cleared, only an empty crater remained. Staring at the completely empty spot, panic struck him. He is missing. Another minion frantically reported. The target slipped completely off our radar. Absolute panic suddenly gripped Lidno's face. Did he use teleportation? Scan the area and find his exact coordinates, right now. The ensuing chaos quickly caught Chintel's attention. A sickening realization hit him. Did they actually lose the kid? Suddenly, a cocky voice shattered the heavy tension. Sup, losers! Chintel whipped around in utter shock. What the heck? How in the world did you... Right above them hovered Jihan, charging an absolutely massive sphere of pure mana. He flashed a devastatingly wicked, rebellious grin to provoke them. Heh, you will have plenty of time to figure it out while you wait to respawn. Blinded by total fury, Lidno screamed in desperation, Attack him right now! But before the villain could even finish his sentence, Jihan roared loudly, Eat this, suckers! The colossal mana bomb launched forward, tearing through the air like a raging tornado. Its undeniable target was the golem's very core, right where the enemies clustered around their magic circle. A flawless, armor-piercing strike. His legendary ultimate skill completely obliterated the massive stone monster, and in one magnificent blast, it utterly wiped out the 5-man Black Rock squad. The lethal dark sphere fizzled instantly into absolute nothingness. The massive golem rapidly crumbled into useless dust and gravel. Witnessing his entire crew getting utterly demolished, Chintel screamed out in apocalyptic rage, You absolute bastard! But our cocky hero had already set up the ultimate, devastating trap just for him. A dark shadow lunged forward, but Jihan just smirked with supreme teen arrogance. I have got a special present just for you, old man. Chill out. Just as the golem's colossal hand was about to absolutely squash him, Jihan violently stomped his foot onto his rocky foothold to completely shift the battlefield. Instantly, Brutal spiderweb cracks violently fractured the very earth beneath them. The massive shockwave shot straight toward the golem, completely destroying its heavy center of gravity. The ground literally caved in beneath their feet, violently shattering and plunging everything into a massive, choking cloud of thick, flying dust. With a deafening, catastrophic roar, the monster and the unconscious goons plummeted right into a massive sinkhole. Our absolutely overpowered hero did not even flinch. He walked away without a single scratch. He literally could not contain his incredibly smug grin, clicking his tongue with pure teenage disrespect. Tesk, tesk. If you guys do not use your brains, they are just going to turn into empty skulls, boys. His savage, rebellious laughter echoed loudly through the ruins, ringing straight into the ears of a completely paralyzed, dumbfounded Chintel. Having utterly trashed the patchwork golem and Kim Chintel's entire squad, a massive system alert suddenly popped up. Jihan gloriously evolved into a level 32 gamer? Oh heck yes. I just leveled up 4 straight times. Gnome, I have finally crashed the elite level 30 club. But then, a sudden thought struck his cocky mind, and he turned to his spirit. Oh, wait a second. Gnome. None of those absolute losers actually kicked the bucket, right? The cute spirit quickly gave her clear battle report. Nope. 0 casualties, but they are all completely knocked out cold. A brilliantly devious scheme instantly sparked in Jihan's confident eyes as he addressed his loyal spirit. Think you can drag their sorry bodies right out here for me? The cute spirit chirped without a single ounce of hesitation. You absolutely got it. In the very next breath, the surrounding earth aggressively flared to life under her total command. The dirt effortlessly scooped up the defeated guild members, cradling them without dealing a single drop of extra damage. In mere seconds, 10 completely unconscious villains in black were lined up perfectly at Jihan's feet, fully ready for the next wild phase of his game. Something was off. His piercing gaze locked onto the pile of unconscious bodies at his feet. Wait a minute. Being this close, he finally spotted the glowing magic circles woven right into their robes. Suddenly, it all clicked for Jihan. I was wondering how they survived that massive energy blast. Turns out every single one of these jerks was wearing anti-magic armor. Damn it all. No wonder they say mages are armed to the literal teeth. Yeah, with top-tier gear like this, of course they weren't going straight to the graveyard. But the revelations didn't stop there. He narrowed his eyes, barking a command at his system. Check stats. A holographic list popped up, revealing the Black Rock Alchemists. Lidno, level 28. Kim Chintel, level 32. And Ozan Ho, level 27. Recognizing that infamous faction name, a cold sweat rolled down Jihan's face. Black Rock? In the next split second, his eyes snapped wide open in pure realization. Oh, now I remember. Teacher Sejan's warning echoed in his mind. The Black Rock group specializes in ancient alchemy over in the neighboring city. Still frozen in absolute shock, he pieced it together. The absolute menaces Sehon warned me about. It's actually these losers? Snapping back to the urgent reality, he immediately spun around and called his summon. Gnome! With frantic, uncontrollable energy, Jihan barked out rapid-fire orders. Bury them. Leave only their heads sticking out so they can't escape. Then, strip every single piece of loot, gear, and armor they have. Clean them out completely. The Earth Spirit instantly agreed. You got it, boss. Giving the enemies 0 chance to wake up, all 10 mages were violently planted into the dirt like useless weeds. Dusting off his hands, Jihan smirked with total satisfaction at their flawless teamwork. See that? That is how you apply a literal silence debuff. Next, his greedy eyes locked onto the massive pile of freshly stolen loot. Time for an inventory check. Let's see. 10 magic cloaks, rings, necklaces, and a bunch of staffs. Holy crap, these guys were absolutely loaded. Wanting the exact specs, Jihan commanded his system. Appraise! The data for the Black Rock alchemy staff immediately popped up. A rare grade item, boasting magical radiation and a 25% damage boost. Ignoring the nasty side effect that overloading it would snap the wand in half. Just those raw stats were enough to hype him up. Sweet mother of loot. I am totally using this to blast them later, but as he spotted identical staffs laying right next to it, an awkward silence completely destroyed his hype moment. With completely unhinged excitement, Jihan dual-wielded the staffs like twin blasters. Add a backup, and I am rocking a 3-sword style for 50% more damage. Hey. But before his gamer fantasy could peak, a deafening roar violently shook the ground. Jihan instantly jumped to his feet, snapping his gaze toward the source. His entire body practically convulsed in sheer terror at the sight. His face instantly drained of color, turning a sickly shade of pale purple. You have got to be kidding me. It was that massive chimera golem, the one that was supposed to be deactivated without its masters. Now, it was standing tall and roaring with absolute fury. Not wasting a single second, it immediately launched into a mindless rampage, completely obliterating everything in its path. Jihan and Gnome stood dead silent, watching the horrific catastrophe unfold. Tapping into every ounce of his survival instincts, he frantically scooped up all the alchemical loot. Holy crap, my treasure! He haphazardly shoved the gear into his inventory, completely ignoring organization. Once the loot was secured, Jihan sprinted away from the danger zone. Gnome, we are out of here, the little spirit shouted back. Yes, sir. Pumping maximum power into their legs, they actually sprinted toward the towering golem. In a flash, the dynamic duo touched down on the closest rooftop. The next second, the beast's massive rock arm tore through the air. It unleashed a chaotic barrage of razor-sharp wind blades in every single direction. Narrowly avoiding a direct and fatal hit, Jihan was nearly blown completely off the battlefield. Wow. His mouth twitched uncontrollably. You absolutely cannot mess with that thing. I am miles away, and the wind pressure is still insane. How am I supposed to fight that monster in melee range? Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light caught Jihan totally off guard. Huh? It was Lolino, swooping right in to save the day. Even from this distance, he instantly recognized her. The jetpack witch is back in action. Relying on insane shockwave power, she successfully countered the Chimera Golem using its very own destructive energy. The impact shattered the beast so badly, it looked completely finished. But clearly, this monster wasn't playing by normal rules. Jihan scowled deeply, analyzing the entire battlefield. The second it took damage, it instantly regenerated. Leaping away from the rooftop, a gamer memory flashed in his mind. I have fought this exact boss type before. Unless you hit its critical weak point, it will just keep healing. Wonder if game logic applies here? Watching the witch and the golem trade massive blows, he muttered with absolute resolve. If that is the case. A cocky smirk spread across his face as he schemed. If I snipe it from back here, that flying witch will definitely have an easier time, right? Not wasting another second, he barked an order. Gnome, dig me a getaway hole, just in case things go totally sideways. The little earth spirit did not hesitate for a second. Understood. Trusting his partner completely, Jihan immediately ignited his ultimate skill. Spiral Energy Orb. Pure, unadulterated excitement surged through every single cell in his body. Since I am super far away, I can charge this baby to maximum capacity. The system timer rapidly blinked, instantly hitting the 8-second mark. Condensing his mana with intense focus, the vortex expanded massively, swallowing the entire surrounding area in a swirling storm. Waiting for the absolute perfect moment, Jihan forcefully launched it with a deafening roar. Take this, Resin Shuriken. The terrifyingly overpowered attack tore right through space, hurtling straight toward its target. Without a single shred of mercy, it smashed brutally into the Chimera Golem's massive, heavy body. A massive explosion completely blackened the sky. But the nightmare was far from over. Another blinding blast erupted directly from its massive body. Jihan instantly summoned his mana shield to block the devastating shockwave. As the dust finally settled, he peeked through the smoke with absolute dread. Spotting the golem's health bar hovering above, Jihan seriously wanted to curse the heavens. How is it this incredibly tanky? Its health barely dropped. Before he could even process it, that massive blood-red eye locked directly onto his position. His blood ran totally cold. Oh crap, the monster definitely spotted me. Thank God Loam prepared a hidden escape route. Time to bail, right now! He sprinted down the Earth Spirit's hidden pathways like a total madman. Pure survival instinct kicked in. That thing is totally enraged. I need to hide and recover my mana. Finally, he found a safe spot to chill for 20 minutes. Phew, my mana is almost full. He exhaled deeply and started strategizing. Hit and run takes way too long. Plus, I need to see exactly how strong that witch really is. He jumped right up and activated his skills. Heavenly Aura, Mana Penetration. Fully buffed, Jihan gave the absolute command. Loam, let us go, the little spirit cheerfully replied. Yes, sir. Zooming through the endless tunnels with her elemental boost, he landed perfectly right behind the distracted patchwork golem. Checking its health bar again, he completely sighed. Still, at 80%, that witch is still blasting it relentlessly. A crazy tactical plan instantly formed in Jihan's mind. My mana pool is not infinite. I need to smash its legs to destroy its mobility. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoed from the shadows, making him flinch completely. The gamer, Han Jihan. In this absolutely terrifying and high-stress situation, Jihan totally screamed and threw a desperate panic punch. Sadly, the mysterious stranger effortlessly blocked his full power strike. When he finally recognized that stoic face, reality hit him like a total truck. Meanwhile, the iron-like grip holding Jihan slowly let go. It was Horupitya Ahoting, the dude traveling with that witch. Without explaining anything, the guy just coldly stated, "Fighting alone is impossible. We must join forces." Realizing he was literally holding hands with Ahoting, Jihan cringed so incredibly hard. Bro, why are we acting so insanely intimate right now? He secretly analyzed the guy's insane stats. A warrior druid with unknown levels? Is this dude seriously stronger than Hwansung Gan? Ahoding slowly repeated his ultra-serious demand. Fighting alone is impossible. We must join forces. Meanwhile, Jihan still could not process this guy's weird tribal vibe. He snatched his hand back immediately. You really want to team up right now? Thinking about it, encountering someone like him was super rare. A literal druid. I heard they are ancient mages with totally Celtic roots. If my gamer memory serves me right, which is usually wrong by the way, druids hide in deep forests, worshipping ancient trees as totally divine gods, wielding crazy nature magic. If he is a warrior druid, his physical power must be absolutely off the charts. Grasping the insane potential of his new ally, Jihan finally asked, "How can I even help you guys?" The stoic dude replied bluntly, "You buff, I attack." Feeling slightly nervous, Jihan totally warned him, "My buffing skills are super limited, man." The hulking warrior did not flinch at all. "That is fine. You block, I will charge in completely." This plan felt like a total suicide mission. Charging that monster head-on? Jihan double-checked cautiously. "Are you seriously okay with this?" The warrior gave a totally silent nod. No more hesitating, Jihan immediately dumped every single buff onto Ahoding. "Screw it, let us go. Bronze body, giant strength, haste." The giant flexed his newly awakened muscles with total satisfaction. "Good, let us begin." He instantly vanished like a rocket. His insane speed left Jihan completely shocked. What the heck? He stared dumbfounded as the warrior became a literal blur of absolute light. So insanely fast. Ridiculously fast. Snapping back to reality, he ripped open his spatial inventory, mumbling a totally frustrated curse. "Damn it, you crazy bastard. Give a guy some time to get ready." He swiftly pulled out dual mage staves. Jihan immediately started charging his spiral mana arrows. He still could not believe he actually agreed to this completely crazy plan. This is total madness. I am diving into combat like an absolute meathead. With that thought, dozens of glowing energy arrows materialized out of thin air. They shot forward with totally terrifying velocity. Even Jihan was totally shocked by his own insane firepower. Is it because I am dual-wielding these epic staves? The arrows are massively bigger, spinning with deadly precision. If I can forge totally epic gear like this, I will be absolutely overpowered. If we survive this crazy fight, I am definitely maxing out my crafting skill tree. Still feeling it was not quite enough damage, he gripped both staves tightly with blazing determination. But this is barely going to scratch that totally massive boss. I have no idea how much HP this will drain, but I am totally going all out right now. He swung both staffs forward. Endless waves of mana arrows blasted through the air. Meanwhile, Ahoding kept rushing forward, but he couldn't help staring at the insane storm of magical energy soaring right above him. The unbelievable spectacle made him freeze in absolute awe. Almost nobody could manipulate that much raw magic. Absolutely legendary. Ahoding watched the mana arrows brutally pierce the scrap golem's back. You see, magic is basically just a branch of hard science. Mages call this stuff mystical science. They spend their whole lives studying the hidden laws behind it. 1 + 1 = 2. Just like that, we research the absolute rules controlling all magical forces. That is exactly why most mages suck at actual combat. They just want to be massive nerds in a library. Because of that, true battle mages make up less than 30%. Lost in his epic thoughts, he watched other mages desperately attack the golem despite knowing all that history. Ahoding still found Jihan's firepower completely mind-blowing. If this veteran called an attack brilliant, then that kid totally deserved to survive in the abyss. The real reason being, even though he looked about 30 years old, the dude was actually in his 50s. Priest magic kept him looking fly, but honestly, this was the perfect moment to strike. He was a ridiculously hardcore veteran hunter. Sensing the ultimate opening, he channeled his aura. Now was the time. The ground violently caved in around Ahoding. "Jihan, you are one absolute beast of a battle mage. Prep complete." Ahoding threw his hands skyward, channeling the spirits of nature. He slowly chanted, "For everything I have witnessed, the dark ravens from the bottomless void, they shall descend and claim this land. They will wage war against the people of Aaron. They spark chaos to destroy us all, but one among us shall rise above to shoot down the wicked birds and shatter their vile wings forever. O glorious Dahamo, Father of the ultimate gods, please allow your humble servant to become the legendary tree of life." The spell clicked. Thick branches suddenly erupted right out of Ahoding's limbs. From tiny twigs, his entire body mutated at blinding speed. In mere seconds, Ahoding transformed into a towering, god-tier spirit tree. The Blackrock goons totally froze at the sight of this colossal magic tree. Hakdu's jaw literally hit the floor, trembling. That was the absolute overpowered magic of the world tree. He screamed in pure panic, "Burn that freaking thing down right now!" The goons shared confused looks. Only Qintao had the guts to speak up. Boss, why not just stomp it or chop it down? Hakdu totally roasted him. You clueless idiot, that magical tree can only be destroyed by high-tier fire attributes. Get it? If we ignore it, it will outgrow the entire city and bind us all. Then it will literally suck our life force dry. Attack it immediately. While the others desperately held their defensive shields, Qintao frantically tried explaining. But boss, we have literally 0 mana left to attack it. We dumped everything into fighting that crazy murder wizard. Ignoring his whining, Hakdu barked his orders again. Damn it, sacrifice a few guys and target that giant tree. If it grows, we are totally dead. But pulling that off was stupidly hard under heavy crossfire. Jihan was currently wrecking the black rock golem like a total boss. Qintao stuttered back. Is that our only problem right now? While these clowns bickered, the scrap golem started staggering from the relentless onslaught. On the flip side, Jihan focused completely on hardcore trolling the enemy. Seeing his epic trolling work, Jihan smirked with pure savage energy. Qintao lost his mind, whining loudly to his boss. We have massive problems here too. That punk keeps poking holes in our golem. We are bleeding mana just trying to keep the golem intact. The boss ground his teeth. Veins popping on his forehead, he raged back. Let him land a few cheap shots. It will not kill us. Do you idiots realize how much magic we pumped into this thing? Burn that freaking tree down this instant. The Black Rock goons had no choice but to obey. Yes, boss. They aimed all their staffs in unison. A massive, apocalyptic fireball slowly formed, dropping straight from the heavens. It soared over the golem. Even Jihan and Lolino started sweating bullets. The kid went completely pale. He instantly spammed his observe skill. The system specs popped up. Grand Fireball, created by the combined magic of multiple mages. Current temp, 2,500 degrees. That stat almost made Jihan pass out. 2,500? Are you kidding me? Are these dudes literally casting a great fireball spell? Time was officially up. He shot a desperate high-stakes command straight to Lam. Throw up a massive slanted 30-foot wall right now, dig a quick escape tunnel, and use those earth spikes to completely shield the monk. The little girl instantly obeyed. Yes, sir. Earth and stone violently shifted under her command, rapidly forming massive, skyrocketing pillars of defense. Burn it all to ash! The villain screamed, ordering his black stone lackeys as the fireball hurtled mercilessly toward the city. Kaboom! A devastating explosion erupted from the epicenter, completely shattering the space. Raging flames quickly swallowed everything like a merciless tidal wave. Luckily, Jihan had already dived deep into the giant crater, barely surviving the absolute hellfire above. Dead silence finally fell over the chaotic wasteland. He signaled Lam to lift him back to the surface. Come on, Lam, let us check it out. Without hesitating, she yanked him out. Jihan instantly paled. The terrain was totally vaporized, leaving only the golem looming right in front of him. Checking its health bar, his jaw literally dropped. This monster was completely insane. It was actually burning its own health points just to brawl. But suddenly, something else totally caught his attention. Right beneath the towering golem, a tiny green seedling breached the scorched earth and sprouted. With absolutely insane speed, countless other plants rapidly blossomed and bore fruit. Massive tree canopies suddenly erupted from the ashes, leaving Jihan completely dumbfounded by the wildly crazy visual. Surviving that apocalyptic fireball was wildly overpowered. But seriously, why was this dude suddenly playing a farming simulator in the middle of a literal deathmatch? In seconds, a magical forest completely surrounded Jihan. He gazed up at the thick canopy, absolutely lost for words. In the distance, the stone golem locked onto the trees, gearing up for round 2. A massive barrage of fireballs ignited. The beast unleashed the blazing inferno, trying to incinerate the entire forest. But shockingly, the insane magical aura allowed the vegetation to instantly regenerate itself. The golem was practically useless for now. Still, Jihan knew he had to act extremely fast. Lam, boost the ground up for me, he ordered. The elevated earth gave him the perfect sniper's view of the chaos. Turning this into a survival game was absolutely wild. Was he really trying to trap a golem with just trees? Because that math was not adding up. Just as he started doubting the strategy, Jihan noticed glowing orbs hovering right above the magical forest canopy. The radiant lights merged together, shooting straight up into the darkened sky. The realization hit him like a truck. Wait, he was not playing forest defense. This entire jungle was literally just a mega buff for the flying girl. Suddenly, the system screen aggressively flashed red. His heart hammered in sheer panic as danger spiked wildly. Dig a hole. Lam, dig a freaking hole right now. High above, the gathered energy compressed into a colossal, world-ending green sphere. With zero hesitation, Loleno spiked it straight onto the golem's head. Another apocalyptic explosion completely vaporized the battlefield. Jihan, cowering in his dirt bunker, survived by pure, unadulterated luck. Hovering in the sky, she smirked at the empty wasteland. Looks like they chickened out. Her energy nuke had literally wiped the map clean. But suddenly, a dirty figure burst from the rubble. It was Jihan, desperately crawling out of his makeshift bunker like a terrified groundhog. Loleno flashed a wicked, extremely satisfied smirk. I totally knew it. My precious darling would never die that easily. He stood next to her, staring blankly at the absolute devastation she had caused. Holy crap, she leveled everything. Talk about being terrifyingly overpowered on every level, Jihan muttered in shock. Wait, did that warrior monk get vaporized too? Whatever, I am barely surviving here. Suddenly, from behind, Loleno teleported right next to him, nearly giving him a heart attack. Spot on! You must be ruthless to survive this crazy world. She patted his shoulder, totally unfazed. Relax, a tiny boom like that cannot kill him. When he used that giant tree transformation magic, he perfectly preserved his root system. He will just regenerate back to normal. Jihan just blinked, his brain completely short-circuiting. What? I literally have zero idea what you are talking about. His blank face made Loleno burst into hysterical laughter. Oh, my sweet little darling does not know? She completely teased him. Ah, right. You are still a total greenhorn newbie. Critical hit to his ego. Jihan clutched his chest, feeling a totally devastating sting of embarrassment. Okay, maybe I am a noob, but did she really have to roast me that hard? Anyway, back to business. Jihan turned back to her. Let us push the teasing aside for a second. Seriously, what exactly is this crazy place? His serious tone caught Loleno totally off guard. Oh? You blindly charged in here without doing any research? She smirked. This is a deadly trap set by the Blackstone Syndicate. They are a bunch of shady alchemy nerds. Honestly, compared to the Heavenly Will Sect, they are just absolute small fry. They barely have 50 members, mostly just low-tier warlocks. Jihan stared blankly, feeling like he was sitting in an advanced alien language class. Warlocks? Loleno rolled her eyes and kept explaining. Yeah, warlocks. Witches, sorcerers, and grand immortals. It is literally just the basic power ranking system for the magic path. And just so you know, your big sister right here is a legendary grand immortal. Get it now? After that aggressively intense lore dump, the rusty gears in his brain finally turned. Okay, yeah, I actually understand now. But for some weird reason, his casual response made her aggressively tremble. Oh crap, she was literally shaking with pure, unadulterated rage. If I say I am a grand mage, you should drop your jaw. But our boy was seriously unimpressed. Why the drama? Reaching Grand Mage status is actually insanely rare, so her diva tantrum totally makes sense. Obviously, only about 100 exist worldwide. Jihan cringed hard at her screeching. Yeah, sure. Then why was this almighty mage running away like a greased piglet? She awkwardly cleared her throat to explain. Well, it was just a totally unfair elemental mismatch. My ultimate spell uses the life attribute. It literally controls life and death. Mage logic is totally whack. What even is life magic anyway? A grand mage's knowledge is endless. It drains enemy vitality and violently reflects their own damage back at them. But those cheating alchemists possessed lifeless golems, causing a tiny glitch. How can I drain life from a literal rock? If you had not created that epic opening, we would be toast. I owe you big time, kiddo. Jihan barely cared. However, since you called yourself a gold boss, you just sound super old. What a massive buzzkill. She sighed heavily. Typical hardcore gamer. You just force reality to fit your own twisted logic, huh? Losing patience. He just wanted to bounce. How do we bust out of here? With the chaos settled, she cheerfully pointed to the exit. We can ditch whenever. The barrier is completely shattered. Finally, some peace and quiet. Thank God. Suddenly, a massive arm punched through the solid earth. It was the monkey monk. Jihan was secretly hyped. The warrior priest survived. This duo is insanely overpowered. Gotta grill Sunan about them later. Looks like it is time to split. See you later, cutie. Call the number I gave you, or I will be super mad. Before his teenage brain could even process her words. Huh? Bam! A surprise kiss. His face instantly flared up like a blazing tomato. Jihan's rational brain cells totally just short-circuited, giving him zero time to recover. She waved goodbye. I have claimed you, babe. See you around. And just like that, she leaped toward the monk, and both vanished completely, leaving a blushing, dumbfounded Jihan behind. The battle was officially over. Now, completely alone in the wastelands, he could finally breathe easy. Man, 1 second he was surviving a nuclear-level war. Now everything was just chillingly silent. Game over and everyone disconnected. The lobby was completely dead after that absolute bloodbath. Then, Jihan suddenly recalled Loleno's warning. This entire zone was a trap. Staring into the crater, his mind raced. A deadly ambush set by the BlackRock faction, designed perfectly to capture awakened ability users. The more lore he uncovered, the more plot holes appeared. So their targets were players just like him? But why? A memory flashed through his brain. If I recall, this zone only had that temporary mage from Heaven's Will and his rival. Wait a second. Jihan suddenly connected the terrifying dots. Hold up. That insanely overpowered temporary mage. He never actually respawned in town, did he? A creepy system window flashed beside him with a weird message. It gave Jihan instant goosebumps. Freaking terrifying. But hitting accept instantly deleted it, dragging his racing thoughts right back to reality. That temporary mage, also known as the Predator, Sunan said he could literally solo an entire guild, spawn camping and wiping out all players. Even the Black Rock clan feared his broken stats. Loleno and that crazy monkey monk were an absolute god-tier party. Yet BlackRock ganked them, but still chickened out against the Predator, meaning that solo freak was vastly stronger than both combined. Totally busted. But since he was offline, BlackRock dared to act so cocky. A mountain of mysteries was piling up. Just thinking about this lore drop made his head spin. Was Heaven's Will really some weak indie clan? Sunan's grandpa could probably one-shot people easily. Snapping back to reality, he was stranded in the middle of absolute nowhere. Now what? Suddenly, a glorious golden light flared behind him. Epic loot had spawned, instantly grabbing his gamer radar. Jackpot? He carefully scooped up the skill book. Golem Creation popped up, a legendary artifact from ancient Judea. Mages had crafted endless golem variants over centuries. Basically, it was an insanely busted ancient relic. He literally screamed, "I just looted a god-tier secret manual. Let us go." Smashing that learn button with zero hesitation, Jihan accepted. Talk about hitting the ultimate jackpot. In a flash, an epic new skill was added to his arsenal. Skill acquired, Golem Creation. You can now manually command a max of 2 golems. Time to check out this flashy new ultimate move. System window, open. Jihan aggressively scrolled through the glowing interface, skimming the flashy details. The system strictly stated he could simultaneously command 2 epic golem minions at once. Summoning limits seemed infinitely limitless, but manual control was clearly a total tactical nightmare. And holy crap, why was the mana cost so absurdly high? Well, absolutely no skill is flawlessly perfect, but this was still a massive, undeniable win. Since he was already chilling inside the illusion barrier, time for a dramatic test drive. Basic Golem Creation, activate. Instantly, a brilliant golden aura violently erupted around him. The intense magical light crashed heavy into the earth below, making the very ground violently tremble. Suddenly, an intimidating, massive chunk of earth ripped fiercely through the dirt. It morphed perfectly into a menacing miniature golem form. Intently inspecting the beast, Jihan was completely blown away. He could feel a flawless, dominant psychic connection or completely cut off manual control at will. The crazy dramatic truth finally hit him hard. So that was the secret. He could literally spawn an entire epic golem army, but manual driving was strictly capped at 2. Would the unlinked ones just roam around wildly like rogue AI bots? It was a major tactical team dilemma, just like micromanaging clunky mercenary bots versus letting them grind blindly on autoplay. Pushing that chaotic gaming thought aside, Jihan's energy reserves heavily plummeted from that single strike. This greedy skill instantly devoured half of his entire mana pool. Was this massive magic tax because the minion summon was permanent? Analyze. The low-grade scrap golem's data immediately popped up. Its insane hidden stats left him totally speechless. Mid-level weapon resistance? Seriously? That practically meant total physical damage immunity. Without a single second of teenage hesitation, Jihan boldly made his crazy move. Time to crash test. Equipping his trusty bat, a fiery thrill surged through his chaotic teen heart. He wildly swung his favorite weapon. Gripping it super tight, he smirked devilishly. Let us break some stuff. Jihan ruthlessly smashed the metal bat right into the rocky golem's skull. Its head exploded into a terrifying shower of debris, but then it creepily regenerated back to normal. He grinned with wicked teenage satisfaction. Pure magic. That insane passive weapon resistance made this an absolute jackpot. With this overpowered new skill, Jihan envisioned a gloriously chaotic future. What if he commanded 20 towering 10-meter giants just like the Blackstone Guild's elite weapons? Any arrogant punk who dared cross him would end up crying loudly for their mommies. He absolutely had to aggressively power level this god-tier ability. Test completely finished. He swiftly unsummoned the rocky beast to dust. Jihan finally prepared to confidently exit. So summons stayed permanently active, but dismissing them returned them to mere dust. Super convenient. Loot secured. Time to dip from this crazy hunting ground. Upon teleporting back, a horrifyingly bizarre sight completely froze his teenage blood. He had somehow spawned in a wildly unknown alien dimension. Where the heck am I? Wait, it was actually his familiar room. But Sun In's raging lecture awaited him. Didn't I strictly warn you about pulling these insane, suicidal solo stunts? Jihan sarcastically fired back. Nope, check the chat logs, absolutely zero warnings. Sun In viciously snapped. Well, get used to it. I am nagging you forever, Jihan groaned in absolute frustration. Bro, it was not even my fault. Pausing briefly, Sun In angrily blurted out, You are an absolute freak. Jihan blinked in pure confusion. Why? He yelled furiously. You almost literally died out there, yet you are acting all chill and cocky? That is peak psycho behavior. Jihan froze entirely for a heavy second. Trying to deflect with rebellious humor, he smirked. Ah, were you terrified of losing my handsome face? But Sun In aggressively cut him off. Dude, stop joking around to avoid the serious issue. Jihan let out a massive, dramatic sigh. Fair enough, seeing a buddy risk their life would drive anyone utterly insane. Cornered, Jihan finally dropped the edgy act. But I seriously had no choice. Honestly, I felt absolutely zero paralyzing fear. Sun In stared back with pure bewilderment. What the heck does that mean? Jihan seriously explained everything. The legendary gamer mind. Remember when I first unlocked this crazy system ability? It forcibly keeps my mental state dead, calm. When I charged headfirst at those mutant boars, I felt zero hesitation or panic. That passive buff is exactly why I utterly destroyed those monsters. Hearing this shocking revelation, Sun In's body physically staggered back in horror. His dramatic reaction instantly locked Jihan's intense gaze perfectly. Right in that tense moment, his friend's face turned deathly pale with terrifying seriousness. This guilt tripped Jihan intensely, making him squirm. Damn this dramatic pig! He awkwardly nudged Sun In. Yo, seriously knock it off? Stop looking like you need to poop, Sun In instantly snapped back to reality. Oh right. Knowing exactly what his brooding best friend thought, Jihan continued his rebellious speech. You think it makes me a tragic victim? That overpowered skill literally keeps me alive. Thanks to those broken system abilities, I am still breathing and flexing on the entire map. Otherwise, those mobs would have brutally slaughtered me into barbecue. Hearing this, an icy, terrifying, murderous intent exploded from Sun In. Who dares hurt you? Jihan frantically tried calming his bro. Whoa, chill. No one is touching your handsome buddy. He desperately waved his hands. Forget it, man. I am still fiercely kicking and alive. What happened in the dungeon stays in the dungeon. It is all in the past now, right? Just remember their ugly faces. Jihan's smooth teen logic finally cooled Sun In's anger. Yeah, you are totally right. The suffocating tension finally faded from the room. Jihan pumped his fist with blazing teenage determination. I get it now. I must grind until I completely drop, or I will be eating dirt forever. Sun In firmly nodded in absolute agreement. Yeah, leave the logistics entirely to me. You just focus on conquering. So the Blackrock Guild actually made their move? Those bastards totally shattered our truce. You mess with the bull, you get the horns. Seeing his buddy gearing up for a massive turf war, deep anxiety crashed over Jihan. What kind of fallout are we talking about here? But instead, his friend completely dodged the question. Bro, why stress out over nothing? Jihan absolutely lost his chill, screaming right in Sun In's face. You stupid, reckless idiot. Do you have any idea how freaked out I am? Heaven knows what suicidal stunt you are pulling. We seriously need to talk about this insane mess. Actually, scratch that. Let us pin it for now. What is even the difference between those two disasters? Despite getting totally roasted, his stubborn friend just brushed it off like nothing. Drop it, man. It is strictly guild business anyway. So, what is your big master plan now? You want to go grind some levels? Let me pop open an illusion barrier for you. Jihan saw the trap but felt powerless. This blockhead was deflecting the subject again. But pressing this insanely stubborn mule would just be a total waste of breath. He mentally hyped himself up. Then he shot a glare at Sun In. Fine. You win this round. Just spark up that magic barrier. Once I crush my studying, I am grinding like crazy. Hearing that battle cry, his friend flashed a ridiculously wide grin. Now we are talking. Over 24 hours dragged by since Jihan escaped that hellish dimension. He stepped out, stretching his intensely stiff muscles. He inhaled the crisp air of freedom. Korean history, American English, sociology, completely obliterated and done. Syllabus destroyed. Dumping points into intelligence let him speedrun 20 hours of boring schoolwork in a flash. Time for some epic self-hype. Oh my god, I am an absolute genius. Is it even legal to be this ridiculously gorgeous and god-tier brilliant? My overpowered brain will literally memorize this garbage until the final exams. A massive mountain of textbooks littered the floor. The ultimate battle scars of his 20-hour hardcore marathon. Except for the nightmare called math. I can absolutely solo every subject. Sure, if sadistic teachers pull a crazy crossover exam, hitting a flawless score might be slightly tricky. But I am guaranteeing top-tier ranks, even if I completely ghost math class. This grinding session yielded legendary loot, wiping out my real-world anxiety. My mom is going to absolutely flip when she sees this legendary report card. With his brain acting like a supercomputer, crushing pop quizzes was a total joke. Bring on the boss fights. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto his newly acquired loot, an impossibly cute mini golem. Time to analyze my current combat arsenal. Status window, open right now. Skill, summon basic nature, spirit. Scanning the tiny elemental stat page, Jihan's jaw practically dropped to the floor. Holy crap, I completely spamcast this skill day and night, so the level skyrocketed like crazy. Just one more rank up and it hits level 99. I wonder what massive power spike unlocks at maximum capacity, an epic skill evolution, or maybe a hidden prestige class. In standard role-playing games, hitting level 99 triggers a legendary class advancement. Just imagining Gnome's epic future evolution. His degenerate teen imagination ran totally wild. Since she is just a basic elemental now, maybe her upgraded form gets some serious curves? Man, that would be an absolute win, heh. Anyway, back to min-maxing my own godly potential. System, display main status window. His stockpile of stat points completely bloated after that savage bloodbath. 25 unused points. Option 1, pure strength, hard pass. Sweaty close quarters wrestling is absolutely not my heroic, all-rounder vibe. I am staying totally clear of that meathead path. Vitality points? Yeah, massive health pools mean I literally cheat death as an unkillable meat shield. But then, a totally brilliant galaxy brain idea struck him like lightning. Instead of just stacking raw health, what about skyrocketing my mana regeneration? Boosting intelligence gives a flat mana bump, but ignores the insane scaling of percentage-based buffs. Finally, Jihan cracked the ultimate gamer strategy code. If that is how this twisted system works, what if I gamble absolutely everything on the wisdom stat? He was sitting on a pathetic 11 points in wisdom. Will boosting this actually make me a tactical genius? This build path choice was an absolute nightmare. Jihan furiously ruffled his hair, mind completely blanking. Whatever, time to roll the system gotcha. I already know I am an overpowered hybrid class, flexing from carry to ultimate support, but perfectly min-maxing stats is a giant headache. Still, betting my life that maxing wisdom turns my mana pool into an infinite fountain. Tapping the glowing wisdom icon, the system revealed it massively buffs mana regeneration and grants insane magical resistance. Now that is what I call a god-tier passive. Hold the phone, if this actually works. Jihan's eyes sparkled with villainous delight at this broken stat. With an infinite mana battery regenerating at light speed, his entire combat meta was about to evolve. Time to crunch some hardcore nerd numbers. Simple math. Every 10 points adds a permanent 1% boost. 100 points gets me a 10% overload. Delicious. Plus the sweet bonus of ignoring enemy spells. Zero hesitation. He instantly dumped his hard-earned points straight into the wisdom tree. Request totally approved. Since I am grinding mana, investing heavily in wisdom is the ultimate gigabrain play. Especially since Jihan's raw combat power had already hit totally monstrous levels. His basic attacks were already shattering bones on impact. If he chained all his awakened skills together, pure, unadulterated devastation. Feeling his new godlike aura pulsating, Jihan practically skipped with joy. Wait, did allocating all those wisdom points actually make my brain expand to galaxy levels? Being a tactical genius feels absolutely incredible. Phase 1 of the master build was officially complete. Now, time to optimize the rest of his devastating arsenal. First things first. I desperately need a few more offensive skills to nuke enemies, and then stack a ridiculous amount of body buffs. Thicker armor means infinitely sweeter victories. Boom. The system interface popped right up. 38.5 wisdom. Let us see that sweet mana regen right now. 7.8% regen. Jihan almost passed out from the shock. Double the speed? That is straight up overpowered, baby. Absolutely broken. All this hardcore math was totally frying his brain. Could he squeeze out a few more tricks to get even more buffed? His head was seriously spinning now. Was his brain melting just because he had not used it in forever? Smack! He slapped his cheeks awake. Thinking is for nerds. Since he leveled up insanely fast anyway, he would just grind the whole skill tree. Glancing at his phone, playtime was officially over. Time for stupid school. He would deal with this later. Stepping inside, a voice suddenly called out. Yo, how is it going, man? It was Sun, in fresh back home. Oh, sweet. I finished studying everything and squeezed in some epic leveling. My heavenly aura is totally upgraded now. I am basically on your level, bro. Oh, really? Watch and learn, kid. Channeling his power, Jihan activated his technique. Heavenly aura output increased, consuming 150 mana per minute. Instantly, an explosive force erupted from his body. Jihan gained 40 instant strength points. Sun In's jaw dropped. That power is insane. He is almost at my tier. Jihan's choice was flawless. Pumping wisdom was a total game changer. Confused, Sun In blinked. What are you mumbling about? Wisdom? Jihan grinned at his friend. Did you notice my mana pool exploded? Sun In nodded slowly. Oh yeah, Jihan kept flexing. I dumped everything into wisdom. Now my regen is god tier. I recover 352 mana every minute. Even with the aura active, I still net 200 mana. He smirked inwardly. Not using the heavenly aura at this level would be a total waste. Sun In was shocked. Wait, how much were you using before? Jihan proudly puffed his chest. Just 20 mana. The gap between those two numbers was mind-blowing. Wait, so your aura is 10 times stronger now? You really leveled up like crazy. Heck yeah. Sun In was completely overwhelmed. Damn, that is wild. Jihan looked at him seriously, thinking, even with my 6-skill combo, I still cannot solo him. I have the magic, but his crazy battle experience would totally crush me. Shaking it off, he yelled, anyway, time for school, dude. Sun In laughed. Oh right, while Jihan was grabbing his comic book, Sun In said, let me change clothes first. But wait, I gotta tell you something. You should seriously skip school for a few days, bro. Sun In looked dead serious. Do not say it is too much trouble. If your luck runs out, those guys might actually end you. Freezing in his tracks, Jihan tightly squeezed his eyes shut, deep in thought. Then, he replied with a hesitant voice, yeah, I know. The situation was totally messed up. Getting targeted by those rural psycho killers? Who would not be freaking out? But I am absolutely sure it is not my time to die. He hyped himself up. I have grinded my soul out. If things go south, I can totally bounce. I survived that crazy fight with the Blackstone gang, so I know I can escape. Plus, my mana regen is literally untouchable right now. Flashing a cocky smile, Jihan reassured his worried buddy. I am totally fine. If anything happens, I will bail instantly. Then, he quickly changed the subject. So, did my special goods arrive? Sun In just sighed deeply. You stubborn idiot. He walked inside and pulled out a stack of mysterious books. Grabbing his glorious loot, Jihan grinned like a maniac. Heck yes. The good stuff. First up, the infinite mana arrow. Upon casting this epic skill, pure energy bolts relentlessly blast the enemy. It only stops when the caster cancels it or runs dry. The arrow count scales endlessly with my massive mana pool. Next up is the legendary mana shield, an absolute barrier that blocks anything. This secret manual connects the user to the very origin of magic. It grants complete resistance to ranged spells and totally blocks any piercing attacks until the shield shatters. He also bought the badass lightning arrow, an energy bolt infused with pure thunder. It moves at the literal speed of light. Once fired, dodging is impossible. The only way to survive is to predict the sniper's location and dodge before the trigger is even pulled. Like a shotgun blast, the explosive fireball has a brutal 3-meter destruction radius. Range and heat intensity scale directly with your mana. The final treasure was flight magic, soaring through the sky. More mana equals flying faster and higher. Looking totally stressed, Sun In yelled from across the room. Are you sure you will be fine? Jihan fired back without hesitating. Obviously, bro. Why would I not be okay? Without wasting a second, he absorbed every single skill book. If he wanted to survive, he needed all of these. Boom. Armed to the teeth. Stepping into combat was just a game now. His skill set was flawlessly balanced for offense and defense. Flight magic? He was basically a bird, a majestic flying beast. Mana shield? Ultimate absolute defense, infinite arrows and lightning strikes, plus an explosive fireball for insane area damage. With his jacked up mana regen from all those wisdom points, Jihan's confidence was blasting through the roof. He could literally run wild across the whole map now. Even so, Sun In was still nervous. Do not be stubborn, idiot. Just skip school for a few days. Jihan instantly brushed him off. Quit? Hell no. I am already neck-deep in this abyss garbage anyway. Plus, those underworld freaks already know my name. He was stubbornly rebellious. His buddy kept pleading. Yeah, true, but wouldn't laying low keep you from becoming a chalk outline? Do you seriously think playing hero right now isn't pure suicide? But nothing could shatter the main character's iron will. Look, I totally get your point. But ditching school is a massive red flag. First off, I can easily bail if things go south. And aren't those abyss dwellers just mutated freaks anyway? Sure, you are helping me now, but I will inevitably clash with those vultures. Better prepare before I get decapitated. I need to grind some heavy experience points from here on out. My gut says there is no immediate boss threat that can instantly one-shot me anyway. Finally, Jihan declared with burning resolve. So let us gamble a little. Hearing this absolute madness, Sun In literally collapsed, dropping onto the floor. He slowly muttered, Dude, a few months ago you completely despised fighting. You have insanely mutated, you know that? The absolute truth hit Jihan hard, prompting a quick, smug reply. Yeah, I totally know. His best friend pressed again. Are you seriously going to be okay? Jihan thought internally. Why the endless interrogation? Deep down, he is just terrified for my life. I gotta instantly diffuse this panic. So, he flashed a wildly arrogant grin at Sun In. Come on, who do you think I am? The legendary gamer is standing right here. Why panic? Sun inside. Guess I have got no choice but to trust you. He surrendered with a helpless chuckle. Yep, still the same chaotic, disastrous idiot. Blazing sunlight completely bathed Jihan's high school campus. During class, the rep casually snapped his notebook shut to drop some massive announcements. Sung-A and the chemistry teacher are taking a 1-week leave because she is severely sick. Keep that in mind. We are self-studying chemistry today, so keep your traps completely shut. The entire class chanted yes, while Jihan completely froze. As the shocking reality loaded, pure panic crashed over his brain. Wait. Old man Juan and my future girl vanishing for a whole week? That is insane. I literally spammed healing skills on her yesterday. How could she randomly get sick overnight? However, Jihan's gamer brain quickly formulated an alternate theory. The old man definitely dragged her off for some hardcore secret treatment. He mentally reassured himself. I do not know the exact mechanics, but he obviously took her away for critical healing. Otherwise, skipping school makes zero sense, especially since I consistently cast my recovery arts to buff her health daily. Despite this logic, heavy anxiety practically suffocated his racing heart. But is she actually safe? Given how Hwan Sung-gan operates, that boomer definitely braced for the absolute worst-case scenario. The real nightmare is this endless chain of chaotic events erupting locally. Curse those arrogant abyss scumbags. They have been violently spawning everywhere lately, totally pissing me off. Refuse to join their squad, and they will instantly harvest your organs for crafting materials. Honestly, they are straight-up vicious human hunters. The overthinking practically gave him a splitting migraine. Ugh, why do these freaks keep swarming our turf? And why are they always obnoxiously screaming their master plans out loud? They are totally exploiting the temporary mage's absence to attack. Did that idiot mage die in a ditch somewhere? This is your designated hunting zone, so drag your butt back here. But old man Juan operates with insanely terrifying precision. If he vanished for 7 days, he definitely crafted a flawless master plan. Plus, we still have that psycho killer witch and the battle monk uncle around. They are probably stealthily plotting an epic counterattack in the shadows, completely off my radar. The atmosphere around him violently shifted. Yet somehow, this intensely creepy vibe keeps crawling down my spine. His anxious gaze darted upwards. Should I track down my future father-in-law? His feet nervously hovered. But wait, even if I locate them, what is my next move? With my current pathetic skill tree, I definitely cannot cure Sung-A anyway. Besides, those hellish final exams are dropping in exactly 5 days. After a fiercely agonizing mental battle, Jihan finally groaned aloud. I seriously wish I had a time pause cheat. Meanwhile, echoing outside the high school corridors, the mob of students scrambled home post-class. Jihan unconsciously inhaled a massive, wildly refreshing breath. His current emotional gauge was skyrocketing with absolute confidence. I am practically vibrating with satisfaction. I have flawlessly memorized every single formula. I brutally grinded to engrave all this math nonsense into my brain. Honestly, speedrunning equations like this feels insanely overpowered. Even if my logic stats suffer a brutal debuff, can I still solo multiple math questions simultaneously? His hyperactive joy literally creeped, Sun In out. Just stop sweating it. The future is already set. I will definitely score at least an 80 in math. While completely lost in his solo delusion, a critical realization violently struck him. Oh shoot! Sung-A was dragged away for that mysterious medical treatment. You good, bro? The tension in the air was suffocating. Sun In looked unusually stressed, which was basically impossible. Probably nothing, I thought. He is insanely careful with this stuff. I know, I muttered, but deep down my mind was racing in pure panic. Seriously, why is my courage shrinking and shaking like a frightened little turtle right now? Suddenly, Sun In shot me a dead serious glare. Then, he finally decided to drop the absolute bomb. Those bottom feeder punks trying to crash our turf for an easy meal? We already wiped them completely off the map. For real? I gasped in shock. Dead serious, he fired back without missing a single beat. A huge wave of relief washed over me. Well, that is freaking awesome. Oh, hey, before I forget, how much flex does your clan actually have in the Abyss? The random question totally caught him off guard. Huh? His totally dumbfounded reaction forced me to spell it out clearly. I mean, what is your clan's actual power level and influence in the Abyss? Those Blackstone losers showing up got me seriously wondering about the whole food chain. Once he fully grasped the question, Sun In laid it out completely straight. Those Blackstone guys have some street cred, sure. But they only popped up like 5 or 10 years ago. They trained in Europe before crawling over here to claim turf. Compared to my clan, they are not even dirt on our boots. My jaw practically hit the floor. You guys are that overpowered? He smirked, oozing absolute pride. The Dan clan, South Korea's biggest syndicate, and officially one of the 9 great factions. Shock after shock just kept hitting me. 9 great factions? Sun In instantly broke down the heavy lore. The 9 absolute titans ruling the abyss. We are talking Europe, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, Russia, Indonesia, and China. And saving the absolute best for last, South Korea. We casually strolled down the hall, shooting the breeze. So, Korea's top-tier boss faction is this Dan clan? Spot on. Sun In's eyes crinkled with savage amusement as he casually dropped another massive nuke. The Dan clan was actually founded by a splinter group that broke away from my own family. That absolute bombshell of new intel completely paralyzed me. What the actual hell? Then, he unleashed the entire crazy history of the Dan clan. They modeled themselves after Lord Dangun to build a literal nation. My family is the Heavenly Will clan, right? So what? Sun In looked insanely smug while flexing his elite family bloodline. The Heavenly Will clan was also founded by heavily following Lord Dangun's path, but since we possessed the Heavenly Will mirror, we officially took the Heavenly Will name. Honestly speaking, the Heavenly Will scripture shares the exact same ancient history as the Lord Dangun myth. This time, I played it super cool. I have totally heard about that before. Meanwhile, my brain was desperately doing massive damage control. I know the Heavenly Will scripture, but Lord Dangun? I am totally clueless. Sun In turned away, staring deeply into space for a moment. Epic, cloud-piercing mountains suddenly flashed inside his mind. The Supreme Creator, the absolute Lord of Heaven, gazed down upon his mortal creation. He saw the world drowning in devastating natural disasters and raging storms. The absolute Lord of Heaven, the great Guan Yin, bestowed the Supreme Heavenly Father's seal directly to his son. The Divine Son, feeling that the mortal world had suffered through enough catastrophic disasters, descended to the sacred altar tree atop the peak of Mount Taebaek. He came to bring absolute salvation to all living beings. Just as he finished his epic tale, he flashed a massively satisfied smirk. Then, he delivered a line that hit me right in the gut. See? This legendary lore has been passed down my family's bloodline for generations. Exactly like the Lord Dangun myth. My eyes bulged out, my voice pitching up like a squeaky toy. Oh, so that is how it is. Furthermore, Sun In aggressively doubled down. But you have personally seen what my clan can do, so trust me, it is not just some fake fairy tale. Lord Dangun is 100% real, and the syndicate inheriting his fierce will, the Dan clan, they do not mess around. Right at that cinematic moment, Sun In's tone dropped to a terrifyingly serious pitch. However, they were brutally banished from the Heavenly Will clan over massive power conflicts. That dark intel made my spine practically leap out of my back. We kept walking down the seemingly endless corridor. Sun In casually threw out some much-needed damage control. Honestly, you do not even need to sweat this stuff. My clan's history is incredibly ancient, which naturally means we have some seriously edgy and dark chapters in there. But whatever, we already locked this place down tight. Not a single soul is trespassing here again. So chill out. Hearing that, the color finally rushed back to my pale face. Are you absolutely sure? Both of his heavy hands suddenly slammed onto my shoulders. Just go home and recharge, kid. I heard you have been grinding like an absolute maniac. So honestly, grinding at home now is practically the same as coming over to my place. I unconsciously rubbed my chin. True, my private dungeon's time flow is 8 times slower now. But the second I flexed my stats, Sun In delivered a soul-crushing slap to my back. That is insanely overpowered. After that unprovoked act of physical violence, he just straight up bolted. Later, kid, leaving me grinding my teeth in pure agonizing pain. That freaking psycho. But once he left, I stood completely frozen in place for a few seconds. I stared blankly down the hallway Sun In disappeared into. Then, I decided to sneak into a sketchy, deserted alleyway nearby. Totally ignoring the bustling crowd outside, I whispered my ultimate command in a low voice. Spawn grinding zone! Thinking I was completely off the radar, a creepy little chuckle escaped my lips. I honestly could not hold it back. My twisted grin grew wider, completely losing all trace of humanity. I can literally phase through city blocks. Why the hell would I ever take the bus? I will just keep popping grinding zones while I walk. Time to head home, but the moment I spun around, Sun Young materialized right before my eyes like a literal jump scare. My blood ran cold, acting on pure survival reflex. He stumbled back in shock. What the heck is she doing in here? Literally 0 seconds in, and she is already throwing shade. That is just plain dumb. Set up a trash illusion barrier like that, and you would not even notice a pro like me slipping right past your defenses. Watch your back better. Jihan could only swallow his angry comeback. You seriously did not sneak up on me just to drop a lecture, right? Shaking off the surprise, he finally cut to the chase. So what do you want? Shin Yung did not hold back either. We need to talk. You got a minute? He paused, weighing his options. I have got time to kill. What is the worst that could happen? I wonder what her game is. She literally sleeps through every single class. Breaking the silence, Jihan sighed. So, spill it. Taking the green light, she dropped the bomb. Rumor has it a dark soul just spawned in our territory. Heard anything about it? Jihan's eyes snapped wide open, hooked instantly. Nope, clueless. What the heck is a dark soul? Shin Yung crossed her arms, analyzing him. Right, I forgot you are a total newbie in the abyss. Listen up, I will explain. Jihan ground his teeth, sick of the constant disrespect. Yeah, sure, thanks a lot. Moving on, lifted his mood slightly. A dark soul is someone born with a direct link to the outer dimensions. Wait, what? Jihan blinked, completely lost. He needed it dumbed down. She opened her mouth to repeat the exact same magic jargon, but he cut her off. Like I said, a dark soul is… Time out! Speak plain English, or literally nobody is going to understand your crazy magic jargon. She sighed, taking the hint. Fine. You know what a basic soul is, right? He nodded immediately. Yeah, they started breaking down the insane reality. Ghosts are real. You have figured that out by now. Oh, I definitely know that now. Shin Yung kept her patience in check. Perfect. Every single person has a soul, and that soul generates power. We call it spiritual energy. It is basically a second life force living inside you. It is totally different from basic aura manipulation. Following me so far? Jihan was completely lost again. I have literally zero clue how that works, but I get the basic vibe. Despite his blunt honesty, her voice dropped, and the atmosphere instantly grew heavy. Most human souls are standard issue, but rarely, someone is born with a total genetic glitch in their spirit. The dark soul is exactly that. Her next words hit Jihan like a freight train. Souls linked to other dimensions have different names, but a mutated spirit directly connected to the shadow dimension? That is a dark soul. The host can pull infinite dark mana straight from the abyss, meaning they are literally born to become a legendary archmage. A violent shiver ripped through him. Hold up. Why does that sound so incredibly familiar? Sunga's face flashed in his mind. The horrifying realization burst from his lips. Huang Sunga, she has a dark soul? He desperately tried to deny the math. Is it really true? Does Sunga actually carry a dark soul? Shin Yung's deadpan nod crushed his hopes. Spot on. A string of curses slipped past his teeth. Damn it all. His pulse hammered in his ears. No wonder things always felt so completely messed up. No matter how much I grinded my levels, her illness never vanished. That demonic curse was uncurable because it was etched right into her very soul. Suddenly, her sharp voice sliced through his spiraling panic. The nightmare is way worse than you think, kid. Days ago, a mid-tier syndicate known as the Black Rock Guild started creeping around my sex turf. The puzzle pieces clicked perfectly with Sung In's warning. Oh, I know those scumbags. I have already traded blows with their crew. Shin Yung's tense shoulders dropped just a fraction. Oh, really? That saves us a ton of time. Right now, our territory is swarming with nameless low-life mutts, and these mid-tier roaches like Blackrock are getting way too bold. The Yun clan could not care less, but the rest of the underworld is drooling over the prize. They see this as their golden ticket. Jihan's blood ran cold at the implication. A golden ticket for what? Her gaze turned lethal as the terrifying conspiracy finally came to light. A crazy chance to level up your guild. The massive info dump hit Jihan's brain like a nasty lag spike. Whoa, hold your horses! But our boy could still piece this crazy puzzle together himself. Ultimate power, total dominance, the black soul. Grinding for insane power in a twisted world where actual humans are treated like super rare loot drops. That horrifying thought literally made Jihan choke on his words. You mean to tell me some freaks want to kidnap Hwansunga and use her as a human buff potion to boost their stats? Shin Jung stayed totally iced out. Spot on, you are pretty sharp. Jihan suddenly burst into crazy, unhinged laughter. Well, I did just dump points into my wisdom stat, haha. His maniacal cackling echoed loudly, totally weirding her out. What the heck is so funny? Jihan's eyes instantly snapped dead cold. He explained slowly. I am not laughing because it is a joke. It is just so completely insane that it blows my mind. Inside, a massive storm of chaotic emotions was raging. I always knew human and organ trafficking was a dark reality in this messed up world. I have seen the brutal news broadcasts about endless wars and people dropping dead from vicious starvation and nasty diseases overseas. Even right here in Korea, shady underground rings and ruthless loan sharks roam the streets. Yeah, I always knew the dark truth. You probably know it too. But I just played blind. Why? Because it was not my quest line. It had zero to do with my squad. It never touched my family. But right now, the nightmare just crashed right into my friend circle. Hwan Sunga is officially my teammate. If some random NPC asked me about it, I would proudly say, heck yes, she is. Suddenly, Jihan realized the shadows were crawling with absolute scumbags trying to farm her like a shiny tool. If given half a chance, he would straight up annihilate them all. Trash who treat human lives like disposable items are literally just brainless game monsters. And guess what? Jihan now packed the insane firepower to absolutely delete them from existence. His eyes snapped wide open as a dark beast awakened inside his soul. Holy crap, I am actually plotting a total bloodbath. Flashbacks hit him hard, making Jihan question his own sanity. Over these past few months, just how brutally have I leveled up and mutated? Nah, I cannot even call this a simple personality change. This psycho environment forcefully forged me into this absolute weapon. Those creeps tried to delete my save file multiple times. Honestly, it is all thanks to my totally busted gamer's mind passive skill. I can still feel the cold rush of that adrenaline. So I guess I was all ready. An old echo from the past slapped his brain. You have totally changed, dude. Do you even realize it? Snapping back to reality, Jihan instinctively clenched his fists, staring dead into his palms. I changed a long time ago. After a fierce mental battle, he finally shattered the awkward silence with Shinjun. Did you seriously come all this way just to drop this warning patch on me? Bingo, that was exactly why she spawned in this creepy alley. Yep, just camp inside your base and do not go outside, or it is instant game over for you. Catching total feelings from Shinjung's random act of care, Jihan completely blue-screened and stood there frozen for a hot second. Then, a wickedly sly smirk hacked his face. Yo, did she drop this warning because she feels like she owes me? Sun In gave me the exact same tutorial dialogue. I wonder if she is spilling the tea because she knows I am crashing at Sun In soon, or maybe Sun In already wiped out all the low-level mobs lurking around my spawn point. He scratched his head and casually broke eye contact. Honestly, I do not give a flying rip. My stats are absolutely stacked enough to solo queue now. But thanks to Shinjung, I finally know exactly how to play this raid. The Black Demon Invasion. So it was all triggered by her soul. That explains why old man Hwan Sungon is aggressively farming that dark energy to heal her status effect. The flashing memories of Lola No and a Houting suddenly triggered a massive brain blast for Jihan. Hold up, I have got a serious question. Why are these freaks acting so psycho? Is this legendary black soul really that incredibly overpowered? Enough to literally throw their lives away? Shinjung gently closed her eyes and dropped the lore. The black soul is absolutely one of a kind, sure, but it is definitely not an item worth sacrificing your life to loot. However, if some crazy hacker found a purification method for the black soul, well, that changes the whole game. Those words instantly drained all the color from his shocked face. A purification method? Without missing a single beat, she fired back with a brutally precise answer. Exactly. A secret purification cheat code. A twisted method to extract and weaponize the black soul for some insanely dark ulterior motives. Jihan's face completely shattered into absolute disbelief, just imagining that sick exploit made him grind his teeth in pure, blazing fury. Those brain-dead suicidal punks. Sensing his rising killing intent, Shinjung quickly dropped a patch note to cool him down. This purification exploit is absolutely not some basic beginner knowledge that any random noob can access. Unlocking it requires a massively unholy price tag. But lately, some hidden boss has been leaking the files everywhere. That puzzle piece instantly cleared Jihan's mental fog. I get it now. This totally means some mastermind is leaking this cheat code to speedrun their own twisted, evil master plan. And thanks to this massive leak, they have spawned an entire army of trash-tier mobs to hunt her down. Did I nail it? His insane processing speed totally impressed her. You are one incredibly smart player. Jihan did not even bother faking humility. Thanks for the sweet stat boost to my ego. Thanks for the heads up. But one quick question. Can you actually keep me alive? Any clue where the great master Hwan Sungon is hiding? Shinjung narrowed her eyes suspiciously. I know where he is, she admitted, but I can't get close. Spill it. The main character's demand instantly put her on high alert. Why do you want to know? Jihan grinned fearlessly. To help them, obviously. His face lit up with absolute confidence. After all, we're friends. Deep down, he genuinely cared for Sung-ah. Sure, they barely hung out and weren't exactly besties, but he wasn't that weak kid from months ago anymore. Now, he had the power to save her. Even a perfectionist like old man Sung-gon couldn't predict this total circus of villains, which means Sung-ah absolutely needs my backup. Shinjung just stared, silently judging his reckless confidence. Her piercing gaze totally annoyed him. Hey, if you know something, just spit it out. After hesitating, she finally broke. I don't get your crazy death wish, but I'm not playing babysitter today either. Hwan Sung-gon is long gone. He's up on Mount Bukansan holding a massive barrier. The killer witch and her giant mercenary are there too. A chill ran down his spine. So every bad guy in town is marching right up that mountain? Exactly, she nodded. So what's your genius master plan? He flashed a rebellious smirk. My plan? Just as he opened his mouth. Bam! The very fabric of reality warped around them. Jihan's instinct screamed. An illusion barrier had swallowed them whole in an instant. Panic flashed across his face. Wait, aren't these the creeps who ambushed Shinjun last time? From the shifting shadows, another menacing figure casually strolled into view. Well, well, well. Caught both of you little rats at once. Talk about hitting the jackpot. His sudden arrival left them stunned. The smug thug, Jonghan, flexed his muscles. Oh yeah, double the bounty for me today. Memories suddenly clicked into place for Jihan. These were the exact same losers who tried jumping Shinjun, only to get utterly demolished, especially this hulking giant. The brute kept doing a victory dance. Easy money, easy money. Jihan immediately activated his system. Inspect. A glowing status window materialized. Black Rain faction mercenary. And worse, he had a brutally overpowered buff from a dark mage. Jihan gritted his teeth. Level 41? This guy was 9 whole levels above him. Yeah, this is gonna suck. A twisted abyss victim with insanely broken stats. Without a legendary skill, defeating this human tank was impossible. How am I supposed to drain his health points? While his brain scrambled for a strategy, Shinjung's furious cursing shattered his thoughts. You absolute scumbags. Jihan turned, utterly shocked. Pure, unadulterated rage blazed in her eyes like a roaring inferno. Oh, right! Now he remembered. These thugs hit her with a paralyzing sneak attack last time. No wonder she's pissed. Before they could strike, Jonghan threw his hands up in fake innocence. Whoa, chill out. Are we really gonna fight? I'm just a poor, innocent immigrant worker. You're not trying to take advantage of me, are you? He mocked them shamelessly. The sheer audacity left both of them completely speechless. Jihan mentally cursed the guy out. What is this lunatic even blabbering about? He cautiously stepped closer to Shinjung. Hold up. At least tell us who we're fighting. Jonghan dramatically shrugged with a sinister giggle. Oops, my bad. Guess I forgot my manners from being so scared. He gave an exaggerated, theatrical bow, making the whole situation feel dangerously unpredictable. Flashing a twisted grin, he announced, Allow me to introduce myself. The name is Du Jonghan, and I am the ultimate shadow in the dark. His fake smile vanished instantly. Introduction's over. A terrifying aura violently erupted from his body. Time to die so I can collect my paycheck. A sickening yellow energy violently coated Jonghan's entire body. Jihan's system flashed immediately, analyzing enemy skills. Target locked. Life drain. This monster could literally suck the soul out of his enemies. Before Jihan could even draw his weapon, the brute lunged. But someone else was faster. Shinjung blurred past him like a literal lightning bolt, catching the giant totally off guard. The clash of their auras shook the very ground. She pulled back her fist and launched a devastating strike. Jonghan roared, throwing a brutal counterpunch. Boom! The sheer shockwave sent Jihan skidding violently backward. But that knockback saved his life. He spotted an assassin moving in the shadows. Shh! Now the real fight begins. Jihan finally grasped what Sun In had warned him about. So this absolute dump is the legendary abyss? Thinking about it now, this place is just straight up trashy, savage, and completely pathetic. A random street punk slowly swaggered up to Jihan, dripping with pure sarcasm and absolute arrogance. Listen up, little baby boy. Us big bros are here to absolutely wreck your pathetic backside. So no need to pee your pants in fear. But before that punk could even finish, Jihan ruthlessly buried a fist deep into his gut. He instantly collapsed, his entire body violently convulsing in absolute agony. Done playing around, Jihan finally unleashed his true martial arts. Heavenly Intent Outer Aura, Bronze Body Technique, Accelerated Recovery, and the legendary Heavenly Intent Mind Arts. A blinding emerald aura violently erupted, completely swallowing his body. Oh, you crazy little punk. You actually dare to mess with our crew? Let us gang up and obliterate him. Despite their wild arrogance, Jihan remained terrifyingly calm. His eyes instantly scanned the pathetic levels floating above those thugs. He simply could not hold back a wildly mocking smirk. So incredibly weak. Just a bunch of scrawny little noobs. Now, who exactly is pissing their pants? Are you little crybabies actually terrified? You are just cheap bounty hunters desperate for cash, yet you bark so loudly. A furious thug wielding a massive hammer recklessly charged forward first. Boom! Jihan immediately punched that fool straight back to the factory. Seeing their buddy get absolutely launched, the rest of the gang instantly froze in pure shock. Meanwhile, Jihan kept his fist raised, vicious battle aura practically smoking from his knuckles. Witnessing that flawless martial stance, the nearby blonde thug could only stand there paralyzed. You absolute bastard. But their pathetic fear only fueled Jihan, making his adrenaline pump even harder. Come on, bring it on, you pathetic losers. He relentlessly taunted the trembling mob. Come on and fight. If you actually have the guts, jump in and take a wild swing. Your precious money is right here. Rush me and let us see if you can actually land a hit. The thugs violently flinched at what they saw next. Jihan was suddenly radiating an overwhelmingly massive energy, way stronger than before. Well, This makes things fun. Know your place and stop barking randomly. But if you want to risk it, I will literally smash every single tooth out of your mouths. Giving them zero time to react, Jihan explosively dashed forward, instantly closing in on the blonde punk. Bam! A god-tier punch violently launched that fool straight into the sky. Fluid as water, Jihan shifted his stance, completely terrifying the next thug. With zero hesitation, a brutal uppercut instantly shattered his jaw. In just a split second, he flawlessly deleted 2 enemies. The rest could only stare with wide, absolutely terrified eyes. A dramatic moment later, absolute panic finally exploded through the entire pathetic gang. This freaking monster. What the hell did he just do? Jinsu frantically scrambled backward as the monstrous Jihan stepped closer. Sweating bullets, he desperately screamed out to his crew. Yo, listen up, you absolute idiots. All of us need to rush him at once. Exactly as expected, 6 completely brainless thugs blindly charged forward to attack. Ha, nice try, losers. Facing deadly weapons like massive steel hammers and sharp knives, our hero remained unnervingly, terrifyingly chill. Beneath the dramatically blood-red sunset sky, screeching metallic clashes aggressively exploded. Thinking their cheap ambush actually worked, Jinsu burst into arrogant, victorious laughter. Ha 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 ha. Rest in peace, you punk. Getting absolutely shredded to pieces like that. But his arrogant smirk instantly morphed into pure horror upon hearing that coldly familiar voice. Yeah, so what exactly? Despite taking direct hits from their deadly weapons, Jihan's legendary bronze skin did not show a single scratch. Instead, this pathetic tickling only fueled his blazing fury. Did you pathetic clowns really think these garbage parlor tricks could hurt me? Never ever lump me in with trash-tier weaklings like you. Time for me to finally end this boring little circus show. Jinsu's arrogant face immediately drained of all its color. After that, only the brutally satisfying sounds of absolute beatdowns violently echoed. Jihan's entire body radiated intense, pure white battle aura, rapidly regenerating his overwhelming stamina. By this dramatically pathetic point, Jinsu could not even stand straight before Jihan's terrifying presence. Are there any useless losers left? Jihan casually swatted away another unlucky punk standing nearby. Since his knuckles were actually getting slightly tired, Jihan finally decided to get totally serious. Whatever, let us just wrap this up. Player killing you absolute noobs is so boring. Next time you better live a good life, and do not be so incredibly stupid that you get totally wrecked again. This ridiculously philosophical life advice made the entire gang violently tremble in pure terror. Soon after, only satisfying thuds and pathetic whimpering echoed through the dark alley. While Jihan ruthlessly swept up the absolute trash below, Yu Young had already explosively leaped onto a nearby rooftop. A fiercely aggressive crimson aura violently erupted around her. Yu Young's eyes snapped wide open, burning with absolute, unwavering, heroic determination. Grounding her stance, she ruthlessly launched a devastating straight punch right at him. However, her fierce strike was effortlessly, brutally crushed by Dongan's overwhelmingly massive physical strength. He even had the absolute audacity to arrogantly mock her. Oh wow, you are actually quite the little fiery spitfire. While flawlessly restraining her trapped fist, Dongan aggressively loaded up a brutally devastating kick. But your weak little taps are absolutely nothing compared to my monstrous power. However, Yu Young insanely agilely grabbed his thick arm, using it to flawlessly vault right behind his massive back. Even the arrogant Dongan was completely caught totally off guard by her insane speed. Landing perfectly safely, Yu Young instantly shifted back into a fiercely deadly combat stance. Her open palm, absolutely surging with explosive internal aura, blasted violently into her giant opponent's spine. Dongan's massive body violently staggered forward for a brief, shocking moment. Damn. That actually stung a little bit, baby girl, but that is still totally pathetic compared to my actual strength. His terrifyingly solid defense made her instantly cautious. This absolute monster, he heavily specializes in close combat and absolute tank defense. Pure physical strikes will not even leave a scratch on this wall of meat. I must violently attack his internal organs. Right at that dramatic moment, the giant Dongan's attention was suddenly dragged entirely somewhere else. Wait, what the hell? What is that? Why is my entire crew completely kissing the dirt? While that massive idiot was totally distracted by the alleyway below, Yu Young fiercely seized the precious moment, her battle aura blazing like absolute wildfire. She explosively dashed forward for a deadly sneak attack. Sensing the terrifyingly sharp killing intent zooming toward him, Dongan frantically tried to turn around, but our fierce girl had zero plans of stopping, ruthlessly smashing a devastating elbow strike right into his giant chest. This time around, the massive Dongan could only spit out a single desperate curse, absolute garbage, before getting violently launched by a beautifully brutal uppercut. His head snapped back, totally off balance. Shinjun hiked her skirt up, ready to deliver the ultimate finishing kick. A brutal knee strike straight to the sweet spot. Han could not even gasp before his momentum launched him off the roof. He crash-landed into the courtyard while Jihan watched in total awe. Seeing Han so wrecked, our boy almost felt bad for him. He was out cold. But man, that dude was built like a tank, taking that massive combo and only getting stunned? Crazy! With the threat neutralized, Shinjun landed gracefully nearby. Jihan quickly rushed over. Hey, are you doing all right? She casually adjusted her skirt. I am totally fine, she brushed it off, but his teenage eyes wandered somewhere entirely different. Whoa, just a little higher. Snapping back to reality, Jihan sighed and got serious. Give me your hand for a second. She held it out without hesitation. He grabbed it, slightly bewildered. She was way too chill about this. Was she not even slightly curious? A second later, Jihan unleashed his healing magic, the human soul restoration art. Her scratches vanished instantly, leaving Shinjun completely stunned. Wait, is this the human soul art? How is it working this fast? He stayed focused on healing, casually dropping the truth. It is all thanks to my power. Fully healed, she flexed her fingers and shot him a knowing look. Is that right? This is your so-called gamer ability, huh? Jihan just smirked and turned away. You can walk yourself home. Burning with curiosity, Shinjun called out. What is your game plan? He did not mind spilling his quest. I am hunting down Hwan Sunggan. If Sunga is already cured, great. But if not, I am going all out to save her. His bold declaration left her speechless. After a beat, she finally admitted, You are one seriously weird guy. Jihan flashed a rebellious teenage grin. You think so? Thanks for the heads up on that, and thanks for the intel. I owe you one. With that, his aura exploded, and he blasted straight into the sky. His eyes were locked on his destiny. But seeing Shinjun suddenly flying right beside him, talk about a massive jump scare. Before he could even freak out, she grinned. I am tagging along. Consider this payback for saving my life earlier. That completely caught him off guard. Huh? A warm, fuzzy feeling hit his chest. Heh, maybe I can actually rely on her. But the wholesome moment died instantly. Hey, your skirt is flying way up. She shrugged it off entirely. Who cares? I am wearing underwear. Honestly, it is just super annoying. Her shamelessness gave him a mental short circuit. My teenage brain cannot handle this heat. They kept bickering midair. This is not working. We are hitting a clothing store right now. You are paying? Seriously? With this crazy distraction, how am I supposed to fight? Soon after their little detour, they arrived at the legendary Mount Bukansan. The chaotic sight made Jihan pale instantly. Whoa! This is where that old creep set his barrier? She stayed icy cool. That is right. Ahead of them stood an army of grotesque, nightmarish creatures. He had to double-check his eyesight. What the heck are those ugly freaks? They crouched in the shadows, scoping out the absolute madness below. Is this a literal demon turf war? Is this really Mount Bukansan? Every pathetic third-rate thug has crashed the party. Jihan looked utterly bewildered. What do you mean third-rate thugs? Shinjun patiently broke it down. They are guildless nobodies, or from absolute trash-tier guilds. The fact they rely on guns is the ultimate proof. Listen up, Han Jihan. How tough are your defenses? He gave it to her straight. Even if they are packing magic bullets, my bare body can easily tank them. Her eyes lit up with wicked satisfaction. Pretty impressive. You take the front line. But Jihan was not loving this suicide mission. Wait, what? What do you mean front line? Her next words totally crushed his rebellion. Is not your whole goal to save Hwan Sung-ah right now? Wipe them all out. You do not have to end their lives. Just knock those scrubs entirely out of the game. With a heavy sigh, he finally caved in. Fine, I totally get the plan. Stepping up with main character energy, he took the Vanguard. To guarantee absolute dominance, he stacked every buff. Heaven's Will energy, bronze body, giant's power, pushing his mana absorption up by 200%. Shrouded in blazing green aura, he blasted toward the heavens. Below, the trigger-happy goons suddenly froze at a terrifying incoming sound. Boom! Jihan cratered into the center of their base. His dramatic superhero landing sent absolute panic through the mob. What the heck is that? Clueless about who he was, they immediately screamed in sheer terror. Enemy attack. Target locked on Kim Gumho, 43 years of age. Ever since crashing into the abyss during military service at 22, his normal life was completely over. Losing his mom to a crash and surviving a violently drunk dad, Gumho's education was a total joke. He chose pure violence. Barely a teenager, he morphed into a street punk, ruthlessly extorting the weak. Labeled a hopeless juvenile delinquent? He couldn't care less, flexing harder and causing absolute chaos. Eventually, by his sophomore year of high school, he officially pledged to a gang. But mandatory military draft opened a terrifying new door. He accidentally plunged headfirst into the abyss. Stepping into that deadly illusion barrier for the first time, Gumho pulled his trigger and took a life. From that bloody moment, the abyss claimed him. Weaklings absolutely shouldn't dare step into this cursed realm. This twisted world chewed up the unqualified. Falling in as a normal guy, Gumho desperately relied on pure firepower. Surviving this hellscape for years gave him cheap magic and dirty tricks. But now? His jaw dropped as Jihan soloed his entire crew. Trembling with absolute terror, Gumho screamed, "Die, you freak!" His squad unloaded their clips, but Jihan didn't catch a single scratch. In a ruthless realm where one slip means death, Gumho should kiss the dirt that he's still breathing. Smashing down another grunt, Jihan suddenly noticed a system pop up. Level up! Holy crap, I get experience without even killing? Spacing out for just a second, he ate a hail of bullets. That actually hurts, you absolute scumbags. With the trash cleared out, Shindong slowly strolled over. You're insanely strong now. Jihan blinked, scratching his head. Really? She nodded without a single ounce of hesitation. Absolutely. I definitely couldn't tank bullets with bare skin. He rubbed his cheek awkwardly. That's just my crazy physical buff stacking up. Suddenly remembering something, Jihan spun around, frantically tapping his glowing system interface. Oh wait, I have another epic skill. Hold up. In mere seconds, he found the exact stats he wanted. Passive skill, physical damage resistance, level 24, experience 0%. Staring at the floating blue screen, even Jihan was totally dumbfounded. This is totally broken. Level 24 already? Brushing the shock aside, he wildly waved his hands to explain. Well, it's just a massive combo of overlapping skills. Shindong nodded slowly, her sharp eyes catching another wild detail. Your raw physical power spiked too, he answered bluntly, hiding zero secrets. I dumped points into my external arts for strength. You guys use aura similarly, right? She glanced at the groaning bodies. We do, but your output is completely off the charts. Jihan shrugged, totally unsure of his own broken system. Is it really? Brushing that mystery aside, he immediately locked back onto the main objective. Are we completely done here? She instantly gave a hard headshake. These guys are bottom-tier bait, probably just ratty scavengers trying to loot the battlefield during the chaos. They would never risk their pathetic lives against the bloodthirsty witches or the heavy hitters over there. Jihan quickly pieced the puzzle together to confirm the harsh reality. I totally get what you're throwing down. Basically, these cowards just vulture around, preying on the weak only after the main war ends, right? Shindong pointed toward the distant, shadowy horizon to clarify. Exactly. The earth-shattering battle actually kicks off the second we cross that towering mountain. He cupped his ear, straining to catch any epic sound effects. I don't hear a single thing over there. Her tone was completely deadpan. There are multiple barrier layers. Right now, the main faction prefers zero involvement. Jihan frowned, utterly confused by clan politics. Why the heck not? Shindong answered brutally. Because there's zero reason to bleed for someone else's problem. He shot a calculating side glance, and his brain spinning with a million theories. Wait, I thought the Soul Faction and old geezer Hwan Sung-gan were in a fiery deathmatch. Did those bitter enemies secretly call a truce? Striking that thought, a wild realization hit Jihan like a truck. Oh crap, right? What about your clan members who are completely losing their grip on staying in this world? Shindong frowned in deep confusion. Why bring up that dark secret out of nowhere? He instinctively rubbed his face again, dropping an absolute bombshell. Because there's a very real chance I can actually cure them. Honestly, if you and Master Hwan Sung-gan just buried the hatchet and made peace, it would literally solve everything. As those heavy words dropped, a suffocating, dead silence instantly swallowed the space between them. After an agonizing eternity, Shindong's voice finally cracked through the quiet. You are seriously way too kind-hearted. Jihan totally cringed, absolutely allergic to genuine compliments. I'm really not that great, but getting these broken powers changed things. Wait. Are you dodging my epic question? She took a deep, dramatic breath. Gathering her composure, she spoke grimly. The Heavenly Sect is pushing their healing to the absolute limit, but your power, it is on another level. With your help, we actually stand a fighting chance. So, I formally request your aid. Jihan instantly waved his hands like a madman. Request? Bro, cut the dramatic formal crap. We are rolling out together anyway. I will do whatever it takes. But Xinyoung was ridiculously stubborn. Thank you. I will do absolutely anything to repay this debt. He waved his hands frantically, totally panicked. No, seriously, keep your favors. She just stared, totally clueless. Why on earth not? Let us go on a date. Wait, why drop that bomb right now? Have you been stalking my profile? Too bad she was not taking no for an answer. Boom, decided. You get one date with me. He furiously wished he had wings to chase her. Wait, what? She literally just blasted off into the sky. Jihan stomped the ground in total defeat. Hey, wait up. You absolutely crazy girl, what the heck? She is treating me like some totally desperate loser who cannot get girls. Meanwhile, across the battlefield, Lorraine scowled with massive annoyance. Seriously? These losers have not given up yet? Howding shattered her tiny shred of hope. You cannot change human greed. It is just their rotten core nature. She narrowed her piercing eyes, reluctantly agreeing. You hit the nail on the head. Lorraine gazed up at the bleeding sky. The harsh wind whipped her short hair wildly. Breaking this Bukhansan mountain barrier requires power 108 times greater than mine. The absolute only faction in this entire country with that raw strength is the Dan clan. And those arrogant snobs already said they do not care. Suddenly, her face darkened. Here comes another wave of trash. Lorraine shot to her feet with explosive energy. Her lips moved in a deadly whisper. By our ancient blood pact, your very life force belongs to me. Come forth without a single second of hesitation. A massive storm of crimson aura erupted, sending shockwaves outward. The silent, towering forest was instantly swallowed whole by this overwhelming bloody magic. Immediately, every single living soul caught in the blast began radiating that same cursed crimson energy. All that stolen life force funneled violently right back into her core. Her terrifying spell drained life from any targeted zone. But this lethal move only crushed enemies weaker than Lorraine, those packing defensive shields. Or, lifeless objects were completely immune. That is why those cowardly alchemists were such a pain. They fused their bodies into giant stone golems to cheat. Barring those annoying exceptions, Lorraine could instantly wipe out armies. She weaponized stolen life force, injecting it into her demonic puppets or firing raw lasers. That brutal combat style was their ultimate specialty. But for those annoying tanks who resisted her drain, Lorraine had a nasty backup plan. She backflipped off Ahouting as a sinister pentagram ignited beneath her boots. I sacrifice these pathetic souls to summon my contracted beasts. Rise from the abyss and bring absolute hell to my enemies. I summon Archdemon Bareth. I summon Archdemon Zagan. The second her chant ended, blood-red lightning ripped through the pitch-black circle. The twin terrors answered the call instantly. Bareth immediately started throwing a massive tantrum. Took you long enough to dial my number. Lorraine tilted her chin, trying to look impossibly edgy. Sup. Bareth's demonic eyelid twitched violently. Where did you learn that cringy attitude? He roasted her without mercy. A dark witch using modern slang? Absolutely pathetic. She literally blew steam out of her nose in pure rage. Slang? What the heck are you talking about? I just learned that trendy aesthetic in Korea. It is supposed to be super badass. Bareth crossed his arms, giving her a savage 1-star review. You look like absolute garbage. Lorraine pouted her lips in frustration, failing to look threatening and just looking ridiculously adorable. You are such a massive, toxic hater. Too bad he played the ultimate edgy bad boy card. Cut the cringe right now, or I am teleporting straight back to hell. Zagan, standing nearby, finally interrupted the absolute chaos. All right, enough. Quit fooling around. It has been an entire year since we breached this dimension, right? So, who is the unlucky bastard we get to slaughter today? Point them out. Hurry up, I want to completely solo their whole squad. His bloodthirsty excitement was practically boiling over. The ultimate solo carry flex. Loleno's smirk vanished, replaced by absolute killer intent. You know the drill, boys. Slaughter every single enemy in sight. But if I claim them, you back the hell off. Crystal clear? Barrett offered a single, chilling nod before raising his wicked staff. Understood. The ground instantly ruptured. A legion of rotting skulls violently clawed their way out of the dirt, grabbing their weapons. Hoisting shields and spears, the undead army marched. Not to be outdone, Zagun unleashed an earth-shattering, monstrous roar. His massive demonic wings violently snapped open. Blood! I want blood and absolute carnage! With that chilling battle cry, Zagun launched himself right into the sky. His monstrous jaws ripped wide open, unleashing a devastating, blood-red torrent of pure hellfire. Like a miniature dying star crashing into the lush forest, it instantly incinerated absolutely everything caught in its apocalyptic path. Inhaling that sweet, familiar scent of ash, a wicked smirk crept across Loleno's face. She purred, sounding exactly like a classic villainous witch. All right, boys, hunting season is officially open. Let's clean house. Meanwhile, Jihan was playing Jungle Ninja, perched high in a tree scouting the chaos. Too bad he didn't have magical Monkey King vision to see through the smoke. But Jihan suddenly spotted something insane, immediately narrowing his eyes to investigate. Someone down there was getting absolutely swarmed by Barrett's undead mob. Who were these unlucky bastards? His eyes bulged in pure shock. A flying bull? Haunted armor? What kind of glitchy Matrix garbage was this? Shin Young, being the ultimate lore nerd, instantly recognized the nightmare. That's high-tier demonic summoning. A Grand Duke of Hell just spawned. Jihan blurted out instinctively. Barrett? That guy is a classic raid boss in so many games. One of the legendary 72 demons from the Lesser Key of Solomon, right? She whipped her head toward him, totally, utterly baffled. Wait, They put real demon lords into video games now? Why? Instead of giving a straight answer, he just flashed her the most infuriating, punchable gamer grin ever. Pick up a controller sometime, and you'll get it. Shin Young's face went completely blank. Smoothly dodging her glare, Jihan changed the subject. So, is this Barrett guy insanely overpowered? I only know his boss fight name. Instantly, her expression turned dead serious and dangerously grim. Beyond overpowered, the 72 are originally ancient gods, corrupted by humanity's darkest desires. They boast thousands of years of pure malice. Honestly, they are catastrophic demon lords, not just basic fodder. However, crossing into our realm slaps them with heavy system restrictions. Jihan's voice cracked with absolute disbelief. Wait, they're restricted and still flexing this hard? Shin Young offered her most terrifying calculated hypothesis. I'm betting he's only accessing 5% of his true stats. Jihan's face literally turned to stone at that horrifying reality check. Okay, that is just completely broken. She ignored his panic and continued dropping massive lore bombs. Barit's divine authority allows him to transmute anything into metal and puppet it flawlessly. That is his terrifying innate cheat skill. It completely outclasses any magic you can learn through mere grinding. He is an absolute walking disaster. He pointed up at the apocalyptic sky overhead. So those iron minions are Barit's personal mob spawns? Wait, is Barit that deranged flying cow up there? Shin Young shook her head, dropping another legendary name. No, that nightmare is Zagun, a literal bloodthirsty minotaur obsessed with absolute slaughter. Hearing this boss mechanic breakdown, the gears in Jihan's gamer brain finally clicked. I totally get their strategy now. Barit handles the infinite summon spam. If he keeps spawning endless damage sponge mobs, they can bleed the enemy dry while tanking all aggro, which means that wicked hag Loleno can just chill safely in the backline, just eating popcorn while everyone else gets totally wrecked. But then, a brutal realization hit him like a truck. Crap, I just charged in completely blind without a single backup plan. If this crazy witch was actually this insanely overpowered, why the hell did she struggle so hard against those Blackstone scrubs earlier? Jihan grumbled to himself while frantically swiping through his holographic system interface. Whatever, we are already in the boss room, no turning back now. Let's see here. Will this glitch actually work? Massive question marks basically floated above her head. What insane stunt are you pulling now? He turned, looking her dead in the eyes with deadly serious gamer focus. System command. Invite Shin Young to party. A blinding system alert popped up in her face, making her stumble back in pure shock. Meanwhile, across the chaotic battlefield, Loleno stood with hands on her hips, looking utterly disappointed at the weak stragglers showing up. Barit stated the brutal truth without hesitation. We are facing mutant monsters, my liege. Even though it sounded ridiculous, she just shrugged it off with absolute arrogance. Bring it on. I will wipe them all effortlessly. But I was genuinely hoping a few would survive my massive area of effect nuke. I mean, leaking such a simple method to purify black souls sounds incredibly sketchy and completely suspicious. Barit's demonic eyebrows shot up with sudden dangerous intrigue. Oh? So the sacred method for purifying black souls was actually leaked to the public? Loleno gave a helpless, exaggerated shrug. Exactly. They sold the epic secret for a pathetic 100,000 won. Even my jaw hit the damn floor. The Grand Duke's brain rapidly calculated, but lacked the modern patch data. 100,000 won? That is Korean currency. How many American dollars is that? She stared at him, completely and utterly clueless. Barrett kindly broke the fourth wall to explain his demonic ignorance. Look, aside from binge-playing Korean video games, we demons do not follow the global exchange rates. Loleno could not believe her own ears. Wait, hell has a gaming industry? Obviously. To keep the tortured souls somewhat manageable, we hook them up with endless video games. How else do you survive eternal depressing torment without raging, right? Despite being totally thrown off, the witch actually clapped in impressed approval. Honestly, that is an absolutely genius strategy. Barit couldn't hold back his groans. Building interdimensional portals just to drag Wi-Fi down to hell was an absolute nightmare. Loleno humored him with a smirk. You actually pulled that off? His face sank lower. Hey, demons gotta grind down in the underworld too, you know? Barit's voice dripped with massive ego. Half of the 72 pillar demons literally teamed up just to keep that broadband connection stable. She flashed a wicked smile. Hook me up with a gig if I ever crash in hell. He didn't even blink, boasting proudly. You got it, boss. Loleno was about to drop another quip, but a glowing system window suddenly slammed right into her view. Wait, huh? Her eyes went totally wide at the glowing text. You are invited to join a party. What the heck is this witchcraft? Meanwhile, Jihan raised a single eyebrow as the party acceptance ping flashed on his screen. Oh, sweet. All right then. But the absolute second he checked the party stats, sheer panic completely paralyzed his entire body. What? Level 142. Jihan stuttered wildly before finally dropping his jaw. This old lady is an absolute beast. He was crying rivers inside his head. I could grind for a century and never hit that god-tier level. Beside him, Shin Young poked at the air curiously. What is this thing? Snapping out of his deep shock, Jihan turned to her. You seriously never played video games, right? She gave a firm nod. Correct. The words completely choked up in his throat. How the heck do I even explain this gamer logic? A party system. How do I translate that? Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. If she is a complete noob, will she even get it? A genius idea sparked in Jihan's brain. Just imagine it as a special magic spell. It links allies together. Do you see this red bar? That is our actual life force. You can monitor your teammate's status, and it literally highlights exactly who has your back in battle. Shinjung's voice buzzed with pure fascination. That is incredibly cool. So, is this your exclusive gamer power? He nodded proudly without a single ounce of hesitation. You bet it is. Jihan wanted to flex more gaming lore, but a voice chat request rudely hijacked his screen. Yeah, figured as much. He kept chatting while casually smashing the accept button. There is a setting here. Can you actually hear my voice? Lolino's vivid pink eyes literally sparkled with pure, chaotic delight. You are Han Jihan, the gamer, right? He confidently confirmed it twice over the mic. Yup, spot on. Her eyes totally swirled with starry-eyed envy. That is so crazy, awesome. Lolino could not hide her awe. I never expected you to weaponize the actual party system. Praised by a pro, Jihan's face flushed tomato red. Pretty epic, right? Even I am hyped. But behind that smug teen grin, he was secretly sweating bullets. I totally thought it would fail. The fact it actually worked is straight up busted. The hype faded fast as her tone dropped to deadly serious. But why are you crashing this zone? Are you actually hunting the Black Soul too? Even unseen, Jihan tilted his head with a massive sigh. Nope. Zero interest in that edgy garbage at all. Hidden beneath her oversized brimmed hat, Lolino's lips curled into a very wicked smirk. I totally knew you would say that, kiddo. Your powers are absolutely overpowered, but your actual combat level is still complete trash, right? Seriously, what are you doing out here? His entire vibe just screamed pure teen exhaustion. I was legitimately worried about Hwan Sung-ah, so I dragged myself all the way over here. But after seeing your insane god-tier stats, my motivation just crashed straight into the dirt. Right during the serious talk, she shrieked like an absolute maniac. You two lovebirds are totally dating, huh? Jihan's face instantly exploded into a glowing tomato red. What the heck? Why would you assume something so ridiculous? But a split second later, a system warning made his blood run ice cold. His heart completely hammered as raw fear forcefully took over. The absolute source of this lethal danger? Shinjung was physically radiating pure, terrifying, killing intent. Her whole body glowed ominously against the dark forest. Why is she suddenly leaking pure yandere energy? Meanwhile, Lolino innocently mumbled through the mic. That is so strange. Why am I sensing bloodlust from your end? Panicking, Jihan frantically waved his hands to cover the impending doom. It is literally nothing. But Murphy's Law immediately kicked in with a major vengeance. Oh, big sis totally gets it now. Is she the flat-chested jealous type? Jihan was literally seeing the white light of heaven violently beckoning him. Please shut up before she actually murders me. If you want to die, do not drag me along. Luckily, Lolino changed the topic. But this barrier is a massive pain. Time flows exactly the same as the outside world. Until that dark ritual finishes, we are completely trapped in here. Defeated, Jihan let out a very heavy, soul-crushing sigh. I guess we are just camping out here then. Having fully figured out his current stance, she abruptly and brutally cut the voice connection. Is that right? Then hide somewhere and try not to get yourselves killed out there. Catch you later, kiddo. Jihan was only halfway through his sigh of relief, when deadly laser glares suddenly pierced his back. Why is she staring daggers at my soul? Sweating profusely, Jihan opted for the ultimate survival tactic, playing completely dumb. Shiyun, seriously? Why look at them? She is playing totally clueless right now. Who cares? He aggressively yells at her to just admit it. Jihan frantically waves his hands around in sheer panic. That heavy bloodlust is practically burning us, but the more he insists, the more stubborn Shiyun gets. You are totally wrong, she snaps back. He immediately triggers his ultimate danger. Alarm! Sirens blaring, red lights flashing. If there is nothing, why is my system screaming like a roasted pig right now? Look, I know you are clueless, but we are totally cooked at this rate. She just crosses her arms, completely unfazed. Your so-called bloodlust detection skill? It is pure garbage. Now Jihan is officially triggered. Hey, my skills are 100% premium tier. It is infuriating how Shiyun selectively ignores him. Why should I ever trust your gut feeling? You literally run around grabbing girls' hands without a second thought, so why should I believe you? His face goes completely blank. His brain just error 404 crashed. Jihan is 100% outraged. What does that have to do with anything? He fiercely fires back. Why is that even an issue? But she doesn't back down. It is. Shiyun clenches her fists, a confession trembling on her lips. Because I. But suddenly, a chaotic anomaly erupts from the dark forest. Absolute shock washes over Jihan's face. What is this? Meanwhile, Loleno senses it way earlier. Oh my, what a spicy little surprise. Barit shares that exact sentiment. Isn't this the Korean 10 Gates Combat Division? Black souls are useful, but surely they aren't valuable enough for this interference. She immediately shifts into a lethal combat stance. Indeed, they must know the deadly consequences of provoking us. However, the old man, he abruptly raises his short scepter, interrupting her. I will slaughter them all myself. He roars the divine command. Merge 10 into 1. We will obliterate everything in our path. Hearing his voice, the undead army swarms together. The writhing masses glow fiercely, fusing into a single colossal golem. Its massive head locks onto the targets. Some unlucky fools try to run, but it is too late. Their bodies instantly turn to solid metal before taking a brutal axe blow. The surviving group frantically scatters in sheer blinding terror, but none can escape their metallic doom. Shattered steel fragments tragically litter the blood-stained ground. The giant golems roar a unified battle cry, mercilessly crushing the metallic corpses underfoot as they march forward. Standing before these towering titans, Young Kwon's squad looks like mere ants, just as predicted. As a legendary Western European witch, summoning demons is child's play for her. Despite being mortal enemies, Young Kwon cannot help but praise her. Truly worthy of the Northern European witch title. She calls forth demons like pulling candy from a pocket. Cheonsu steps up, nodding in firm agreement. Of course. Witches rely entirely on demons for their core strength anyway. The two continue their hushed tactical analysis. I heard this killer witch never signs traditional contracts with any demon, right? Exactly. That is the dark rumor. They say she uses blood sacrifices to force demonic summons. A wickedly brilliant strategy. Jung Kwon tilts his chin forward, asking seriously. Put that aside for now. How exactly do we wipe out this monster squad? It seems these are Barrett's legendary puppet giants. They are unstoppable stone golems forged by his very own hands. Not only do they possess terrifyingly high physical attack stats, anyone with weak magic resistance gets hit by their deadly frost breath and instantly turns to solid steel. Their special ability is specifically designed to completely annihilate massive armies. Furthermore, they are overwhelmingly lethal against ability users. Based on the Abyss ranking system, these nightmares are easily A-tier monsters. Hearing this, Cheonsu delivers a brutally honest verdict. Destroying them all is just a pathetic waste of energy. Just assassinate Barrett and that killer witch directly. Jungkwon's mind is a tangled mess of regret. If I knew this would happen, I would have brought way more backup. But a fiercely confident voice shatters his despair. It is a tough battle, but absolutely not impossible. Cheonsu maintains his arrogant, world-conquering aura, casually stuffing his hands in his pockets. They might be called the invincible duo, but even they cannot block our glorious path. Having a powerhouse like him on the team instantly ignites everyone's burning fighting spirit. That is right. Suddenly, a sleek, hovering disc materializes right beneath Cheonsu's feet. Meanwhile, Yungkwon manipulates violent wind currents to levitate himself into the sky. Let me clean up this pathetic trash. One hand reaches toward the heavens. The other points straight down to the earth. Jungkwon closes his eyes, whispering ancient incantations to weave the rushing air into a massive hurricane. Once the devastating energy gathers, his eyes snap open. Bring it on. The swirling tornado looks delicate but hides world-ending destructive power. Ascending dragon. It violently carves a path forward, completely shredding absolutely everything foolish enough to block its way. Only when the giant golems are reduced to fine dust does Yungkwon finally lower his hands. Looking effortlessly cool, he pushes up his glasses. Now, let's move. But Cheonsu's sharp gaze remains locked dead ahead. Understood. The two badass warriors ride the roaring winds, merging perfectly into the violent storm. This leaves the remaining golems blindly charging in like brainwashed fanatics. More deep wrinkles suddenly appear on Barrett's ancient face. These arrogant punks are still as wildly disrespectful as ever. Loleno wholeheartedly agrees with a wicked grin. Barrett, your trash talk is quite impressive. But these brats truly are insolent. They belong to the company, right? He glares forward and gives a grim, confirming nod. That is Storm Muhi from the company. And it looks like he brought the mighty Yongren King along too. If it is these two monsters, the best we can do is stall them. To truly understand this threat, we must discuss the Korean 10 Gates. They are one of the most overpowered guilds in all of Korea, second only to the legendary 9 Gates. Among their 10 elite factions is one simply called the Company, totally unlike the rest. The Company is incredibly young, but their terrifying combat power rivals the oldest legends. Now, these elite corporate killers are hunting them down, and Barit instantly recognized those two deadly aces. Lolino stroked his chin, lost in deep thought. Korea's totally off my radar. What power level are we dealing with here? Two heavy words dropped like bombs. S. Class. Her eyes bugged out like a startled frog. Seriously? Loleno instantly threw her hands up, totally done. Meanwhile, Barit's golden eyes flickered with pure shock. Didn't I already wipe out Lola's entire squad? Skepticism dripped from his voice. Are you absolutely positive you can handle those two? She crossed her arms, looking completely unamused. Yeah, I can. I just really don't want to. Suddenly, Loleno looked up, flipping the entire script. Hey, you think Zagoon can actually crush them? Barrett blinked, visibly caught off guard. Zagoon? Following her gaze, he pondered the chaotic odds. If it's Zagoon, he might actually stall the Eon Rin King for a second. Nope, the brawl had already started. Violent tornadoes ripped through the sky, and standing right in the eye of the storm was Zagoon. He unleashed a totally maniacal laugh. Come at me, you pathetic weaklings. Through the blinding dust, Zagoon's silhouette burned like a raging inferno. His hooves gouged the earth, launching him like a missile. Unflinching, Cheon-su met those massive, deadly horns head-on. Boom! They collided with an earth-shattering shockwave. The sheer blast forced Jung-kun to literally anchor his legs around a tree just to survive. An insane thrill coursed through Zagoon's demonic veins. He cranked up his overwhelming brute force, but his opponent refused to yield a single inch. Zagoon fiercely gritted his massive fangs. Craving another devastating hit, he unleashed every ounce of his savage power. Cheon-su readied his royal fists, but smoothly dodged using his hoverboard at the last millisecond. They violently clashed like opposing magnetic poles. Explosions echoed endlessly across the war-torn sky. After 100 epic blows, they repelled backward like same-pole magnets. Zagoon threw his head back, letting out a purely ecstatic roar. Ha ha! You're seriously tough. What's your day job, human? Spit out your name. It's an absolute eternal honor to be remembered by the great Zagoon. His reply was brutally chill. Kwon Cheon-su, corporate board member and lead investigator. His terrifying body started aggressively blistering. Cheon-su, huh? I am Zagoon, one of the 72 hellish demon beasts, and an absolute master of close combat. Zagoon's limbs mutated, stretching into massive, deadly weapons. His tone dropped to a totally serious rumble. I, Zagoon, formally acknowledge you as an incredibly formidable threat. Now, I'll unleash every single drop of power allowed in this restricted realm. I can tap into 1/10 of my original primordial might, a ridiculously broken skill unique to me. Bring everything you've got, human. As his words faded, they violently clashed again, exploding the sky apart. Jung-kun locked his eyes on the brutal aerial dogfight. Raw, pulse-pounding tension was completely written all over his face. No way. Another insane demon lord from Solomon's grimoire? This is going to be a total absolute nightmare to clean up. Suddenly, a chillingly arrogant voice echoed from right behind him. In your dreams, punk. Out of absolutely nowhere, Barrett had galloped over on his terrifying spectral steed. Jung-kun whipped around, instantly recognizing the legendary nightmare standing there. Barrett. Before the teen could even utter a syllable, the demon arrogantly struck first. Hey, human. I admit you've got some skills. However, I am on a completely different level than Zagun. I've survived countless brutal wars of ancient kings and dark lords, even if these annoying restrictions limit me to a measly 5% power. Barit's dangerously sharp gaze locked on, looking like he wanted to swallow the kid whole. You seriously think you can beat millennia of forged intellect and pure dark wisdom? Know your pathetic place, boy. Even though I was birthed from countless human minds, do you honestly believe we exist on the same miserable plane as your inferior species? Well, arrogant pride is just basic nature for intelligent beings. Barrett's lethal fury skyrocketed with every venomous word he spat out. But arrogance has a hard limit. I am the ultimate alchemy demon, the Lord of Lies. I can transmute absolute trash like you into a pathetic puddle of slush, sensing the incoming massive attack. Jung-kun desperately backflipped away. Barrett instantly cast a terrifying spell, morphing the battlefield to his total advantage, flexing his god-tier skills with insane confidence. I bend metal to my absolute will. This massive domain is basically my personal playground. Wizard, let's see just how totally prepared you actually are. Just die, and surrender your pathetic flesh and soul to me. As his deadly threat echoed, thousands of razor-sharp metal shards blitzed toward Jung-kun at terrifying speed. Barit's overwhelming pressure forced him to gasp. As expected of a demon lord, he instantly summoned a roaring tornado shield. The devastating metal swarm smashed into it, ricocheting everywhere and carving brutal gashes into the earth. Despite blocking the lethal strike, Jung-kun was massively drained. He clicked his tongue, calculating the grim odds. I completely underestimated Barrett's monstrous strength. A seriously fatal rookie mistake. Keeping this storm barrier supercharged is burning through my mana way too fast. I absolutely can't hold out much longer. If that's how we're playing. A wild idea sparked in his eyes. He unleashed his aura. Dance, tempest, sing, fierce whirlwind. Those epic words threw the entire battlefield into absolute chaos. Insanely dense tornadoes merged together, sucking thousands of metal fragments into the sky. The swirling winds evolved into a colossal giant, swallowing all of Barrett's metal into a raging vortex of death. Every incoming projectile vanished into Jung-hoon's epic defense matrix. Thinking he completely owned the battlefield, the guy finally let out a massive sigh of relief. Defense locked down! But holding out meant a quick game over. Unable to locate Barrett's true body, a wild, rebellious idea suddenly flashed through Jung-hoon's mind. He launched himself forward at terrifying breakneck speeds. His target? Taking down the killer witch head-on. If she dies, the demon vanishes. Obviously, soloing her and her meat shield warlord was crazy risky. Tension spiked, leaving his casting hands drenched in a cold, anxious sweat. But who cares about the odds? With a smirk, he instantly chanted the ultimate fusion spell, binding violent hurricanes with apocalyptic lightning. The chaotic scene fueled his absolute arrogance. He unleashed a city-erasing catastrophe known as the Storm King's Dance. A cocky smirk twisted his lips. With this insane area of effect damage, absolute victory was practically begging to be his. The destructive firepower of the Storm King's Dance was off the charts. Just a mere shockwave sent the entire forest trembling like leaves. Massive ancient trees were instantly uprooted, violently revealing a tiny figure hiding behind the wreckage. It was exactly the person he was hunting down. Loleno. Spotting her, Jung-hoon froze like a glitched character for a second before screaming his lungs out. "Are you hiding right there?" His ultimate prey had finally shown up. Without hesitation, he aggressively aimed his hand straight at Loleno. Facing the lethal tornado meant to annihilate her, she didn't flinch or dodge. Jung-hoon thought he had won, but a creeping sense of horror suddenly made his entire body violently tremble. Frantically ripping off his shirt buttons, he discovered a bizarre piece of metal violently embedded right into his own flesh. While his brain struggled to process this twisted plot twist, Barrett's mocking, arrogant voice echoed smoothly. "Hey there, you absolute fool." Horrifyingly, the demon's head morphed right out of that metal scrap, directly facing Jung-hoon. He slowly spat out sarcastic insults, suffocating the atmosphere with sheer dread. "Didn't I warn you about my absolute metal manipulation? Did you think that scrap on your body was any different? Unless it had magic or a will, I own it. You were so insanely obsessed with showing off your flashy spell that you ignored your blind spots. This careless, rebellious stupidity is exactly why pathetic humans always lose. Surrender your life to me." The heavens roared, mirroring Jung-hoon's bitter demise. Cut to another epic showdown where Zagoon rained down explosive punches. But Cheonsu was a total beast, fearlessly returning devastating strikes in a brutal cinematic clash. Hitting a tactical pause to catch their breath, Zagoon actually took a second to praise his enemy. "Not bad, human. I never expected you to unlock the legendary Hua Realm." The Hua Realm is a legendary Chinese martial art that breaks human brain limiters. Ignoring Cheonsu's confused punk face, the demon continued. "For a big guy, you move with insane, glitch-like fluidity. But did you seriously think your little martial arts trick could stop me?" Zagoon's blood boiled, making savage hellfire erupt wildly from his demonic core. Screaming his lungs out, he flexed hard. "I am Zagun, commander of the 30th Hell Division." He launched an apocalyptic punch straight at Cheonsu. That bone-crushing impact hyped the demon up completely. "Witness true power!" The strike blasted Cheonsu hundreds of meters away. Seeing his lifeless enemy, Zagun sneered. "Nice martial arts, but you are dead." Yet before he could finish gloating, his eyes widened in sheer horror. Plot twist! Cheonsu tanked that massive hit and stood up like an absolute boss, casually wiping the blood from his lip. Staring down the shocked demon, he dropped a cold, cinematic line. "Do not underestimate humanity, you filthy demon." His voice carried raw, murderous intent. Hearing this, Zagan just smirked like an edgy villain. "Underestimate? You are hilarious, human. I have never looked down on your kind, not even for a second. I was literally created by humans. Why would I mock my own creators? If I thought you were trash, do you think I would enjoy this brutal fight so much?" Staring at that arrogant swagger, Cheonsu just hit back with ice-cold swag. "Is that so? Well then, if that is the case, boom!" Cheonsu's simple footstep caused the very earth to violently quake, sending massive, catastrophic cracks spiderwebbing everywhere. His eyes flashed with pure, terrifying killer intent as he locked onto Zagun. "Now, it is my turn." The human's crazy, reckless energy caught the demon off guard. Mid-sentence, Cheonsu blitzed forward at mind-bending supersonic speeds. In a flash, he spawned right in front of Zagun before the demon could even blink. This ultimate disrespect made the monster roar in furious rage. You punk! He unleashed a machine gun volley of hellfire blasts directly at Cheon-su. This barrage was way more explosive and lethal than before, but his arrogant grin vanished. Zagun was completely mind-blown by the human's godly dodge speed. Slipping right into the demon's blind spot, Cheon-su finally unleashed his true legendary martial power, Ultimate Jade Strike. The devastating armor-piercing shockwave of the attack was so overwhelmingly insane that Zagun screamed in pure, soul-crushing agony. The tearing, explosive pain made the demon's massive body convulse uncontrollably. Yet, he gasped out, an attack I could not even track. Cheon-su calmly pulled his fist back. Zagun now had a massive, gaping hole blown straight through his stomach, making him choke out weird, pathetic gargling noises. After a tense moment, Zagun forcefully steadied himself, glaring straight into Cheon-su's eyes. You are pretty hardcore, human. He instantly teleported away, dropping a classic villain threat. We will meet again. Hearing this, our badass main character coolly replied, even if we do, I will still be the winner. Cheon-su then stared up at the dramatic, cloudy sky, lost in deep thought. Despite securing the epic victory, a heavy wave of disappointment crashed over him. The casualties were brutally steep. I cannot believe we actually lost Jung-hoon. Now my loot and quest rewards are definitely going to take a massive nosedive. Suddenly, someone's triumphant, maniacal laughter echoed across the forest. Meanwhile, cut to a totally different vibe. Sung-gon was flying solo when strange, creepy noises triggered his ultimate survival radar. Flashing back to his sweet daughter Sunga, he panicked. Is it the plague? Are those freaks coming back to kidnap my little girl again? That horrifying thought made him explode with furious dad energy. Do not you dare. But harsh reality instantly dragged him down. Damn it. I cannot even move my body yet. Hold up, not yet. Meanwhile, Jihan scaled a massive tree to scout the raid. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto an unbelievable glitch in reality. Whoa! Witnessing Trung-kun's overpowered skill left him completely speechless. That raw power. Are they literally trying to rewrite the map's entire terrain? Could modern tech even scratch these absolute beasts? They would probably need to swallow a stealth bomber missile just to drop dead. Is this what true combat in the abyss looks like? After clearing level 100, they basically ascend into literal gods. Shindung scoffed smoothly from behind. That is barely a warm-up. Give me 10 more years of grinding, and I will crush that tier 2. He stared at her, completely dumbfounded. Are you actually serious? Jihan zipped his lips, sweating bullets. If that is true, then Grandpa must be a god-tier legend by now. Wait, no, the old geezer is definitely toast. What kind of insane power scaling is this? Whatever, forget that logic. If there are squads of overpowered freaks roaming around, a level 1 scrub like me has zero right crashing a server of titans. How can I even survive? I totally queued up for the wrong lobby. He let out a heavy sigh. Crashing this party was a massive mistake. Unfazed, she coldly shot back. Total mistake. That stung his ego hard. Yeah, whatever. You do not have to rub it in. Yet, Shindung refused to quit, throwing him a stubborn lifeline of encouragement. We came too far to just rage. Quit now. He sighed heavily, admitting defeat. Yeah, my bad for dragging you into this nightmare raid. Shrugging off the blame, she kept her cool. No sweat. I am only here to clear my tab. We are completely even now. Catching her drift, he smirked and teased. Did you ever owe me anything anyway? She quickly dodged his gaze. He just sighed at her classic tsundere act. Suddenly, she broke the silence. Hey, quick question. Jihan blinked. What is it? Thinking back on their chaotic adventure, Shindung narrowed her eyes. You claimed you learned those 6 skills from a skill book, right? He nodded instantly. Yeah, spot on. Bingo! So, your growth has 0 limits? She deduced sharply. He leaned in, flexing his system knowledge. Basically infinite, but wait. If skills clash or cause lethal debuffs, the system blocks them. I almost learned a cursed shadow art once, but it warned me about a massive stat penalty. Her jaw dropped. Whoa. So the system actually acts as a shield? What a busted passive skill. He puffed out his chest proudly. Heck yeah, it even keeps my heart rate flat during apocalyptic boss fights like this. She tilted her head, totally lost. Meaning what? Jihan grinned, revealing his ultimate cheat code. It is an absolute mental barrier. The gamer's mind. Before this, my combat stats were literal trash. But now, I do not even know how to spell fear anymore. A dark shadow crossed her eyes, sensing the catch. Really? Then a broken power like that demands a heavy toll. He waved it off, totally nonchalant. Chill out, stop staring at me like I am doomed. That buff is the only thing keeping me alive. Anyway, back to the action. Jihan locked his eyes on the battlefield. We can nerd out later. This war zone is cooling down. Should we finally log out? Suddenly, his survival instinct screamed. A deafening, earth-shattering boom ripped through the air as something colossal crashed down, rumbling violently. The shockwave nearly blasted them off their perch. Gripping the bark, he roared, "Loon!" His loyal familiar materialized instantly, awaiting her master's command. "Dig a bunker, right now!" Sensing a terrifying killing intent closing in, she screamed, "It is here!" A violent crack shattered the heavens like fragile glass. Jihan threw up his arms, completely paralyzed by the apocalyptic nightmare unfolding before him. Hulking titans materialized from the creeping fog. Trembling in pure terror, he shrieked, "What the actual heck are those?" She frantically yelled over the chaos. "They are armored veterans," he gasped in shock. "You know these bosses?" Shindung spilled the dark lore instantly. Obviously, they are top-tier combat weapons. Trash guilds could never afford even one, but they deployed 4 of them? A black soul is not worth this. His brain short-circuited in panic. Wait, one of those beats a dark soul? Shindong dropped a brutal reality check. Way more. Dark souls are rare, but you need 10 to match just one. Jihan's jaw dropped. No freaking way. A million chaotic questions totally hijacked his teenage brain. Guys die for Dark Souls. Why would overpowered freaks with god-tier loot target Huang Sungan now? And why show their ugly mugs today? Sensing a crazy plot, Jihan barked an order to Little Lam. "Dig a 200-meter tunnel straight down." The Earth Spirit chirped back. "You got it," watching him command Lam like a boss. Shindong instantly caught his rebellious vibe. "Tactical retreat, right? You sneaky genius. The Great Barrier is smashed. So how do we bail?" Jihan shook his head. His plan was purely reckless. "Nope, we chill here. I want to test my limits. They are stacked, but my system power is one of a kind, right? I can definitely cause some chaotic damage." Sold on his wild confidence, she grinned, ready for a brawl. "Bet. Let us do this." Without hesitation, the reckless duo swan-dived into the massive crater. "Let us roll." Meanwhile, a cinematic shift. Loleno spotted incoming trouble. Well, color me shocked. Catching her smug smirk, Berit finally sensed the massive killing intent. Elite armored veterans spawned from the shadows, rattling the old demon. Seriously? I never expected the Korean True Sect to pull a stunt like this. The sorceress crossed her arms like a boss. "I totally thought a rival guild was crashing our party." He blinked. "A rival guild? Who exactly?" Loleno dropped a legendary name, the Hua Rang Order. Berit stared at her like she was crazy. Huh? Why those elite psychos? These ironclad goons showing up meant one heavily guarded secret. Loleno smirked. "They are hunting dark magic stones, refined from pure dark souls." The logic clicked perfectly. Barrett stroked his chin, calculating the epic stakes. "Oh, dark magic stones, you say? That god-tier material forged by fusing fossilized metal with a dark soul, right? If those fools are desperate for that, oh ho ho. I totally see their master plan." His dramatic villain monologue got brutally cut off. "Berit!" He spun around, meeting Loleno's absolutely savage, smug grin. She teased like a total mean girl. "That premium intel costs extra, right?" Reality slapped the demon hard. "Oh crap. I got played. You literally tricked me into answering." Defeated, Berit clicked his tongue. Fine. Name your price." Loleno ruthlessly slammed her demands on the table. "Your raw power. Everything your avatar can legally unleash in this dimension. 10%. The old demon instantly tried to lowball her. Is a tiny history lesson really worth that much? The Icy Queen did not even blink. Obviously, for a meathead like you, it is priceless. Barrett grumbled in pure frustration before finally snapping. 10%? Fine deal. But I am making you pay for scamming me later. Loleno flawlessly matched his toxic energy. Spare me the tough guy act. You literally do not care. And be real for a second. I did not scam you. You walked right into that trap. Too lazy for drama, the demon gave in. Whatever, take my demonic aura. But honestly, this juice only guarantees 2 dead veteran goons. How will you wipe out the rest? Loleno smirked with terrifying mastermind confidence. Honey, I have been plotting for this exact raid forever. Satisfied, he raised his legendary staff like a total boss. Showtime, hear my command and bow to my will. Instantly, a cinematic storm of scrap metal violently fused into a massive, terrifying shape. Boom! Chain explosions completely rocked the battlefield. From the smoke emerged an army of hardcore iron golems, bound to Barrett's absolute dominance. With a flick of his wrist, crush them! The metal beasts rushed the armored grunts in a savage clash of steel, loving the chaotic carnage. Loleno shouted over the noise. I am going in to micromanage these tin cans, Barrett grunted. Do it! The sorceress yawned dramatically, totally bored by these trash mobs. Who invited corporate lapdogs to my dungeon? So freaking annoying. Howding materialized beside her, dropping into the war room chat. Total plot twist, right? Unfazed by the epic drama, Loleno just smirked. Honestly, these corporate pawns are just free, limitless EXP batteries for my spell. The plant master suggested a backup plan. Tag in Huang Sungan, but Loleno vetoed it instantly. Nope. The awakening ritual is stuck at 78%. If we fail to hit 90, the whole magic circle crashes hard. Brushing off the stress, she locked eyes with him. We carry this raid ourselves. Spotting armored freaks charging their VIP zone, she snapped her fingers. Incoming aggro. Be a deer and obliterate them. Both instantly shifted into badass combat stances. Loleno pinged the targets. Wiped the left flank. Howding nodded. Say less. He chanted a dark druid incantation, and within seconds, massive thorned vines violently burst from his very own skin. The roots drilled deep underground, setting an invisible, lethal trap for their prey. Above the chaos, Loleno levitated into the sky, dominating the battlefield like a final boss. She summons a massive magic sphere, blasting it straight at the armored veterans. Boom, direct hit. A massive cloud of white smoke erupts, completely blinding them. But these tin can goons are clueless. They blindly charge forward, launching a double-team strike at Loleno. She does not even flinch. Suddenly, Howding's branches whip out, wrapping them up in a deadly botanical smackdown. They thrash around like crazy, but the harder they fight, the faster those killer branches grow. Two armored heavyweights are still left standing. Loleno gears up for a head-on clash, but then something catches her eye. She snaps her gaze to the sky. A massive magic array is already active. She gasps in pure shock. Since when did he? Zero time to react. Lightning-fast pillars slam into the dirt, trapping her in an inescapable cage. Loleno grits her teeth. The 8-pillar seal. This belongs to the gold and silver hall. Suddenly, an arrogant voice echoes from the shadows. We had to pay a crazy premium for that toy, but hey, isn't that just corporate business? Her face drops. Her blood runs cold. It is the absolute top dog of the organization, the company, one of the 10 great factions. Codename, Chairman. Loleno glares. Chairman. He smirks with fake politeness. Long time no see. 12 whole years, right? She snaps back. It has been a while, Chairman. He arrogantly presses the issue. Wondering how you survived these 12 years. Loleno brushes it off with pure sass. Still pretty and youthful, obviously, but I never expected you to show up yourself. He starts making lame corporate excuses. We are going to make a massive profit after this job. Is it really that weird for the big boss to clock in? But Loleno catches his hesitation. She calls him out without missing a beat. Hell yeah, it is weird. You know the truth about Huan Sung-gan better than anyone. Seeing his cover is totally blown. He drops the nice guy act. Spot on. That is exactly why I am here. She narrows her eyes. Why? His eyes glow with pure villainous greed. To capture him. Bagging him means hitting the absolute jackpot. His body, his soul. They are top-tier assets for our line of work. Hearing that sickening pitch just makes her stomach turn. You creep, he shamelessly gloats. So, we got a little backup. The gold and silver hall is totally sponsoring our hunt. Her eyes go pitch black with absolute disgust. The chairman cuts the nonsense. For old time's sake, I will give you a free pass. Walk away now, and I let you live. Loleno does not even waste a single second. In your dreams. His smug face instantly twists. Still playing the stubborn rebel, huh? She fires right back. A contract is sacred, plus I owe the guy. The chairman growls his final warning. You are going to die for this. But she just smirks like an absolute boss. That is the price of my pride. Realizing words are useless, the chairman unleashes his raw power. Have it your way. Terrifying dark aura explodes, forcing her to dash back. Shadows swallow him completely. That precious life of yours. He aims a glowing hand right at her. I will be the one to rip it away. Bam! He blasts a lethal swarm of darts straight at her. No holding back. The sealed pillars spark to life with crackling lightning, locking the arena into a deadly battle matrix. A relentless storm of razor-sharp projectiles hunts her down. The stakes just hit the ceiling. His strikes are insanely overpowered. Thousands of shadow darts scream through the air at mind-blowing speed. She hops on her flying broom, dodging like a pro, but plot twist, these darts are freaking homing missiles. They bank hard, catching her totally off guard. Kaboom! They detonate midair, puking out an ocean of blinding black smoke. Choking on the toxic fumes, her vision spins, her legs turn to jelly. Before her dizzy brain can process. A shadowy hand lunges. The chairman ghost walks through the smoke like a horror movie villain. He can see perfectly. A brutal strike lands, making her scream in agony. His villainous rage fuels another deadly punch, but out of nowhere, smack! A massive hand intercepts the blow. Enter Howding, arriving in the nick of time. The chairman's face drops dead serious at the new challenger. He pulls back, dripping with ego. You must be her grand warrior pet. But do you honestly think you can block my path? Houting just stares him down and coldly replies, "Yes, piece of cake." That pure, unfiltered disrespect sends the chairman's battle lust off the freaking charts. He charges up a massive area of effect nuke. Then let's test that theory. As a tsunami of dark darts rains down on him, Houting does not even blink, pure ice in his veins. He literally does nothing, just stands there like an absolute statue. The projectiles just shatter against his god-tier defense. For the first time ever, the chairman hits a brick wall. Panic flashes in his eyes. What the heck? Boom, action time. Houting kept it brutally simple. The Rock's soul and him, total unity. Before that sentence even echoed, he rocketed forward, straight up clocking the chairman right in his smug face. Caught completely off guard, the corporate bigwig ate that punch raw. The impact literally launched the chairman flying hundreds of meters through the air like a discarded rag doll. Wiping his face, the boss finally realized this wasn't child's play. He glared back, begrudgingly admitting, "Gotta hand it to you, kid, you're actually a massive threat." But our boy wasn't arrogant. He smirked back, saying, "You're not too shabby yourself." Slicking back his absolutely ruined corporate hairdo, the chairman's aura shifted. He growled, "Fine if we're playing rough." Murderous intent blazed in his eyes. Time to go all out. Ditching the cheap ninja stars, he summoned his real cheat code. He roared, "Chairman's absolute order. Everyone, fall in." The moment those words dropped, dozens of glowing magic carpets materialized out of thin air, and within seconds, those carpets spawned an absolute army of brainwashed corporate goons. The sheer numbers were ridiculously overwhelming, totally outclassing our lone wolf Houting's solo vibe. Barking like a mad CEO, he screamed at his lackeys, "Kim Moon-jun, Park Sang-moo, Jin Lee-sa, listen up. These rebellious punks are actively threatening our sacred company's bottom line. Obliterate them immediately and strip their worthless corpses for anything we can squeeze a profit from." Obeying their toxic boss, the elite squad blitzed forward. Samu and Lisa unleashed a brutal double-team combo, but Houting just parried their deadly strikes like he was swatting annoying mosquitoes. The trio spammed their ultimate attacks relentlessly, but his defensive reflexes were totally hacked. Realizing this guy was basically an unstoppable raid boss, the cowards frantically pivoted to lock onto an easier target. "We are the company. We only bleed for pure profit. You rogue killer witches might act tough, but turning your bones into cash is literally in our business model." Hearing that corporate trash talk made Loleno snap completely. Her blood boiled over as she shrieked, "Don't you dare mess with me, you suits! I swear upon the ancient source of flesh and blood, I am the master here, and your miserable little lives belong entirely to me. Come at me, don't you dare hesitate." Suddenly, she erupted, unleashing a devastating wave of crimson aura that literally dyed the entire forest in blood-red terror. Instantly, one of the chairman's unlucky pawns had his soul brutally ripped from his body, and right after that, a whole massive wave of employees met the exact same horrifying fate. Blood-curdling screams echoed endlessly through the air. Realizing his quarterly earnings were tanking from this massacre, the panicked chairman ruthlessly commanded, "Exterminate her right now, kill Adi." Triggered by their boss's order, the corporate army activated their skills, forming a hardcore defensive wall while strikers charged. A massive tsunami of angry salarymen violently rushed to take down Loleno, but she didn't even sweat it. Facing a literal death sentence, she stayed incredibly icy and composed. Just as the raging mob closed into striking distance, she detonated a massive white smokescreen, blinding the entire squad and throwing them into absolute chaotic panic. Slipping through that thick fog like a ghost, Loleno tactically repositioned for the ultimate counter. Hitting a safe spot, she slowly spread her arms wide, whispering with a bone-chilling tone, "Manifest now. The scythe of life." Boom! Loleno summoned an insanely massive scythe, stretching dozens of meters long. Despite her petite teen frame, she wielded that colossal weapon of death with absolute, terrifying elegance. Launching into the sky, she swung that gigantic blade straight down at the corporate wage slaves. Wherever that dark edge sliced, it completely wiped the enemies off the server. The destructive power was too broken. Those weak-tier minions couldn't even block. After one single devastating sweep across the battlefield, Loleno landed gracefully, gripping her magic staff again. Piled up right in front of her were rows of absolutely shattered bodies. Finally breathing a sigh of relief, she smirked and started charging up her next explosive spell. She aggressively dashed forward to finish the chairman off, but suddenly, a super creepy, familiar voice echoed right behind her neck. "You really shouldn't be so violently reckless, kid." Out of nowhere, a massive hand viciously choked her from behind, completely cutting off her oxygen. Insane agony shot through her trembling body as she barely managed to gasp out two desperate words. Shadow step. Plot twist. The chairman totally baited her with a decoy just to drop her guard. He gloated with maximum villain arrogance. Nailed it. It's a sweet teleportation cheat code that lets me jump infinitely between shadows. Shadow step. Glaring down at Loleno with absolute garbage-tier disrespect, he mocked her. Long time no see, but it seems you've only gotten more pathetically careless over the years. Slipping up for literally 1 second dragged her into this deadly game over. Grinding her teeth in pure frustration, she glared back coldly and spat, "Just finish me off." Holding the absolute winning hand, the corporate boss strutted around like a total megalomaniac. "Looks like you've gone totally soft playing stupid games in the outside world for so long. Honestly, it really seems the 8-pillar seal system is still doing its job flawlessly. Because of that nerf, you left yourself wide open for my trap. You're gonna pay a massively heavy price for this. Do you get it now?" Loleno was completely sick of his toxic villain monologue, so she just coldly snapped back. I said, "Finish it," but the twisted guy had much darker plans to mentally torture her. "Not even close. You still need to slave away for our glorious company. We're gonna keep you hovering right between life and death. You'll be nothing but our helpless mana puppet forever." The chairman kept rambling on his toxic ego trip, completely oblivious that Sungon had stealthily spawned right behind his back. The second he turned his head, our boy served him a devastating knuckle sandwich, launching him flying dozens of meters away. Sungon smoothly adjusted his glasses like an absolute gigachad. "Mr. Chairman, you really shouldn't underestimate the underdogs." Meanwhile, cutting to a totally different side of the battlefield, Jihan popped out of the dirt, immediately hit by the chaotic sounds of an insane heavy-hitter brawl. Jihan and Xinjiang spotted those two absolute powerhouses clashing in the sky, silently dropping into stealth mode to gather intel. Witnessing those crazy apocalyptic attacks actually made him sweat bullets, secretly thinking to himself, "Man, and here I was shamelessly flexing my total trash tier skills like I owned the server. How brutally embarrassing is that?" Suddenly, her sharp voice sliced right through Jihan's internal panic attack. "Those guys up there belong to the company." Hearing that wild name drop, he was totally confused and echoed back, "The company?" Xinjiang confidently validated her big brain theory. "Yup, literally one of the most overpowered syndicates in Korea. If my gaming lore is right, they hyped themselves up as the Great Korean 10 Gates." His jaw basically hit the floor, since he had literally never heard of this crazy secret society before. Wait, insane underground guilds like that actually exist? Whoa. Then what about the Damshi clan? She quickly continued spilling the tea. "They're super strong but totally isolated. They don't even care about ranking themselves alongside the 10 Gates." Hearing this harsh reality check, Jihan realized he was basically a low-level NPC to them, sighing deeply. "Seriously? That's absolutely insane." Xinjiang kept dropping the heavy world-building lore for him to understand. Honestly speaking, their elite clan's power level has completely transcended the standard national tier. Diving deep into the dark backstory, a massive chunk of the company apparently executed a super forbidden ritual a long time ago. Being totally clueless about this hidden lore, Jihan finally spoke up. "Oh, really?" She dug into her memories to spill the tea. "Yep, those creeps are still pulling off that dark ritual even today. But get this, the company isn't just about playing corporate overlords. Those greedy suits are always hunting down pure, cold, hard profit, man." Hearing that trash, our boy blinked. "Wait, like chasing literal cash?" Xinjiang nodded, confirming the pathetic truth. "Spot on." Jihan scoffed at the absurdity. "So they're literally just a soulless corporate machine, huh? A whole syndicate established solely to grind for that one pathetic singular objective. You could definitely call them a legendary mega conglomerate, but honestly, in this insanely cutthroat capitalist trash fire of a world, if those greedy villains chased anything besides pure profit, that would be the real freak show. Yet in the abyss, these corporate bozos seriously act like they're untouchable gods falling from the heavens. Total joke, right? Suddenly, boom, a devastating explosion violently ripped through the forest, plunging the entire area into absolute chaos. Jihan and Xinjiang quickly dove right back into the escape trench. Peeking up at the insanely epic brawl, Jihan rubbed his chin in deep thought for a second. He turned to her with a rebellious smirk. "Dude, until right now, I totally thought crashing this chaotic party was just a massive waste of time." Catching his drift, Xinjiang raised an eyebrow at his crazy plan. "Oh yeah? And how are you feeling about it now?" Jihan stared at the insane sky battle, dropping his guard for a second. Honestly, crashing this gig wasn't a bad call at all. With a sly grin, he quickly signaled her. Digging through his chaotic inventory of wild loot, Jihan's eyes gleamed with a totally unhinged plan. "Oh yeah, I think we've got a sick game to play right now." Meanwhile, in another corner of hell, the chairman was locking horns with Seonggan in an absolutely brutal showdown. Nature's darkness, launch the absolute strike. The exact second those dramatic words dropped, a massive, deadly barrage of shadow shurikens blasted straight toward their target. But Seonggan definitely wasn't slacking off. The badass uncle instantly ripped open a crazy barrage of spatial portals to defend himself. Boom, rabid, screaming demonic beasts completely burst out of their cages, charging straight at that arrogant chairman. The clash was absolutely legendary. A totally vicious, high-stakes bloodbath erupted where neither side was backing down a single inch. Seeing their arrogant boss about to get totally wrecked, those loyal corporate lapdogs immediately jumped into the chaotic fray. Following strict orders to kill, they aggressively unleashed an endless, brutal barrage of attacks directly at Seonggan's face. Facing this massive wave of pure chaos, the dude didn't even flinch. Ice cold. His totally savage beasts instantly formed a living shield, launching an incredibly fierce counterattack right back into the faces of those pathetic goons. But of course, those lucky cowards popped up their glowing mana shields just in the nick of time, surviving the blast completely unharmed. Totally furious, Seonggan glared fiercely back at those massive suppression pillars. The harsh, bitter truth suddenly hit him like a freaking truck, finally exposing the real reason why all of his epic strikes were falling so embarrassingly flat. Are those damn pillars actually draining away my legendary power? The realization absolutely made his rebel blood boil. The situation was totally hanging by a terrifying thread. Before he could even plot a savage comeback, the horrific scene right in front of him left Seonggan utterly stunned. His wildly summoned beasts were thrashing and screaming in pure agony, completely unable to resist the chairman's overwhelmingly toxic corporate might. Seeing his epic beastly squad getting wiped out so insanely fast, he instantly realized he desperately needed to summon more backup. But boom, out of nowhere, the chairman aggressively blitzed in, throwing a utterly devastating punch right at Seonggan. The sneaky ambush was way too fast for him to even try to dodge. The catastrophic impact blasted Seonggan flying backward for dozens of meters. Groaning in massive pain, Seonggan forced himself up, clutching his chest. Damn it, a busted rib. Sensing a terrifying shift in the air, he instinctively snapped his gaze back toward that suited freak. That twisted chairman was slowly raising his hand to the dark heavens, searching for something totally sinister. His deadpan corporate face suddenly twisted into a psychotic, chilling grin. Instantly realizing the villain's sick endgame, Seonggan screamed out in pure, unfiltered panic. Hell no. A monstrous black tornado violently ripped through the pitch-black sky, making the entire vibe feel totally apocalyptic and insanely gloomy. Slowly, a glowing, restrictive cosmic cube materialized right in the air, revealing poor Seong-ah trapped tight inside. She was totally motionless, still unable to even open her eyes. Seeing Seong-ah locked up, the chairman smirked with absolute sickening arrogance. Looks like everything is finally falling perfectly into place. Just excellent. He aggressively barked an order to his entire corporate army. Attention all company drones. Chairman's direct orders. Harvest absolutely every single ounce of profit you can possibly extract. Immediately obeying their twisted boss's orders, the goons scrambled like a pack of rabid dogs. Standing completely surrounded by dozens of elite killers, Seonggan didn't even sweat it. He just exhaled one heavy, badass breath. Slowly standing tall, he coldly spat out with pure fury. It won't be that easy, punks. Ripping a ring off, Seonggan roared. Do you freaks honestly think I'd ever let you piece of trash corporate goons lay a finger on my daughter? The clueless lapdogs missed the terrifying danger entirely, blindly rushing to their absolute doom. Seonggan firmly twisted his ring with a deadly click. His ring finger instantly turned totally pitch black. Then, with a chilling, demonic calmness, he whispered, "It is finally time." His completely blackened finger started crumbling into cosmic ash, vanishing into the thin air. You punks are going to pay a brutal price for the massive mistake you just made. Suddenly, a horrific, mysteriously dark and legendary aura exploded from Seonggan's entire body. In a total flash, he freaking teleported at lightning speed, vanishing completely from their pathetic sight. Before those corporate drones could even process the epic glitch in the Matrix, they started violently coughing up blood, dropping dead one by one. Blood-curdling screams echoed through the chaotic battlefield. It instantly turned this brutal fight into a total, nightmarish slaughterfest. Seonggan finally stood completely face-to-face with the chairman once again. Witnessing that insane, instant bloodbath actually made the arrogant boss look a little seriously spooked. He couldn't believe this rebellious guy was dropping such legendary power while still being heavily suppressed by the pillars. Seonggan didn't say a single damn word. He just slowly reached up, grabbing his iconic dark shades. Ripping off the cool glasses he'd rocked forever, Seonggan locked his terrifying gaze right on the chairman, totally revealing a pair of glowing, monstrous golden pupils. Seeing this absolute insane transformation, the chairman's corporate brain finally clicked and figured it out. Was that disappearing finger actually connected to some legendary, forbidden dark art? The badass uncle just stood there in menacing silence. After a heavy pause, Seonggan finally spoke. Spot on. This technique is literally devouring my very life force. The chairman adjusted his own nerdy glasses, piecing the epic puzzle together. Oh, really? Well, I totally get the gist of it now. You're literally leeching away your own core vitality. You're sacrificing your entire being just to profit your kid. Or in other magical words, that's definitely the terrifying forbidden art of origin erosion. The ultimate corporate overlord nailed it with absolute, terrifying precision. Kwon Shinjun's totally epic mana spike was entirely thanks to casting that wildly suicidal forbidden curse right onto himself. And his reckless, badass plan was to turn his own fading life force into a pure cleansing aura, all just to cure his trapped daughter. Extracting your own core is a deadly taboo. But you survived, solely because you also possess a black soul. Seeing Sung Gan's pure fury, the chairman flashed a sinister grin. He unleashed his explosive power. But trapped inside the 8 Seals array, there was absolutely no escape. Disgusted by the villain's pathetic rambling, Sung Gan merely scoffed. How arrogant. That single word pushed the chairman right over the edge. The chairman launched a savage assault, desperate to tear him apart. Just die. A chain of massive explosions erupted, shattering the very ground beneath them. He thought he had the black demon cornered, but shocker, his deadly arrows hit absolutely nothing. Panicking, the chairman frantically scanned the dust. Impossible, he didn't even use teleportation magic. Suddenly a chilling voice whispered in his ear, "Pathetic fool." Sung Gan's fist blasted right through his chest. The chairman shrieked in absolute agony, paralyzed by total despair. Thinking of his poor, suffering daughter, Sung Gan's blazing wrath went nuclear. It is far too early for you to die. Pay the price for interrupting her healing. The villain's blood-curdling screams echoed out, proving Sung Gan's legendary might. Ignoring the wails, the father spoke with ice. "I am claiming your life and your soul." The screams slowly faded into dead silence. The dark aura vanished into thin air. With the chairman completely erased, Sung Gan stood firmly, clenching his fist. Moments later, he slowly opened his palm. A glowing crystal orb materialized. This was his ultimate trump card. The Black Demon's Retribution, a terrifying art that wipes a foe from existence. It crushes their soul into a single, concentrated blood ruby. He devours this soul gem to break his limits, truly living up to his horrifying legend. An absolute soul-absorbing mastery. With every single kill, his overwhelming power scales up. Thanks to this nightmarish, devouring ability, he earned his legendary title, the Black Demon that makes the entire world tremble. After consuming his praised soul, Sung Gan glared at the corporate goons. His voice dripped with pure, killing intent. "Every last one of you corporate scumbags, go straight to hell and beg my daughter for forgiveness." Meanwhile, Jihan watched the entire slaughter unfold. He gulped hard, sweating bullets. "Okay, guess I don't need to try hard this boss fight." His gamer brain was totally short-circuiting. Did I log into a superhero server? My future father-in-law is moving like an absolute raid boss. High above, Sung Gan was an absolute menace, ready to solo the entire mega corporation. Jihan could only spectate in pure awe. Shin Young casually strolled up to the terrified boy. "Were you planning to assist the Black Demon? Totally unnecessary." Jihan just sighed, accepting his hard carry. "Yeah, my mind is completely blown right now." Staring at the massive glowing pillars, he turned to her. "Hold up a second. I couldn't hear their trash talk over the explosions. But what is the deal with those creepy totems?" Shin Young did not hesitate. "The 8 Seals pillars. They lock down your aura, but artifacts of this insane tier? Only the Tongtian sect possesses them." Jihan's jaw practically hit the floor. "Wait, one of the 9 great factions? Whoa, the big bad bosses leading the 9 sects?" Shin Young nodded gravely. "Exactly." Jihan let out a nervous chuckle, totally geeking out. "The Tongtian sect? Sounds straight out of the Investiture of the Gods novel, doesn't it?" But Shin Young's face remained dead serious. They are one and the same. That massive plot twist totally broke Jihan's brain. She did not hold back the mythological lore drop. "I told you, they are the exact same entity. The legends in that epic tale, the Great Divine War, it was all real." Jihan's eyes bugged out of his head. "Are you freaking kidding me right now?" Her calm, unblinking gaze proved she was dead serious. "I am telling the absolute truth. During the Great Divine War, the Tongtian sect and Kunlun Mountain clashed with their full might. But the history books? They left out the biggest spoiler of all. The legendary war actually happened. But here is the kicker. The Tongtian sect actually won." Jihan's brain completely blue-screened. "Hold up, seriously? Is that actually canon? Bro, the novel explicitly says Kunlun Mountain took the win." She let out a weary sigh, recalling the ancient rumors. Countless chaotic events twisted the truth back then. I was not alive back then to watch the server events unfold. But the Tongtian sect has ruled the 9 factions for millennia. Simple logic dictates. They were the true victors, wouldn't you agree? Jihan stood completely paralyzed by the lore bomb. He spiraled into deep gamer analysis. Kunlun Mountain, home of enlightened immortals. Tongtian sect, a syndicate of absolute demons. That ancient Chinese epic is literally the base lore for half my games. But I only read the quest dialogue. If the game skipped the hidden lore, I am clueless. Cold sweat drenched Jihan's face as the truth clicked. So the legendary demon war is real life. Well, considering magical lords exist, I guess nothing is a glitch in the Matrix anymore. Jihan eyed the glowing pillars like a detective. Wait, if those totems belong to the demon sect, she dropped the hammer. It means this corporation is secretly colluding with them. Oh snap, it all makes twisted sense now. But instantly, pure dread washed over his face. If the demon cult bosses show up, it's an instant game over. Shin Young quickly shut down his panic attack. The odds of that are essentially zero. Plus, the real final boss hasn't spawned yet. Jihan tilted his head, totally confused. Real final boss? Wait, who are we talking about? She delivered her chilling theory. The supreme president of the conglomerate. He is the true nightmare lurking in the shadows. Jihan swallowed hard, a cold chill running down his spine. Crap, she is right. The main villain hasn't shown up. That dead guy was just a major shareholder, practically a mini-boss. Is the president the mastermind pulling all the strings? Yet, despite their victory, Shin Young felt deeply unsettled. Still, this raid feels entirely wrong. If the big boss is here, why sacrifice anyone? She suddenly gasped, sensing a terrifying shift in the air. Seeing Shindong turn pale, our boy panicked. Hey, what is it? Talk to me. She stared at the sky, her voice dead serious. He is here. Jihan froze at her chilling warning. He traced her gaze up toward the heavens. The sky morphed into a toxic wasteland. Suddenly, a blinding pillar of light crashed down into the magic circle. Through the blinding glare, that arrogant silhouette screamed one name. The chairman. Stepping out of that absolute blinding flash, a mysterious shadow finally took center stage. Sungon stood ready to brawl, scoffing internally. Talk about extra. The figure materialized, casually dangling a wooden puppet. The corporate overlord smirked. Long time no see. Sungon kept his icy glare locked on. I do not know absolute freaks like you. The CEO chuckled, highly amused. Is that so? He dropped his creepy puppet. Slowly, his hand crept up to grip his own mask. Mind-blowing twist. The chairman's face morphed into a completely different person. Ring any bells now? Sungon totally lost his cool, gasping out loud. Natasha? But our guy quickly snapped back to his senses. No way. She was a master summoner, nothing like your fake garbage. This stubborn logic only hyped the boss up more. Oh, really? He slapped the mask back on. When he ripped it off again, a brand new face mocked Sungon. How about this one? The ultimate flex. Been a hot minute since you saw this ugly mug, right? That struck a major nerve. Sungon practically growled his next question. Are you some cheap copycat mage? Calmly fixing his mask, the boss shot him down. Nope, wrong guess. Dead serious now, he bragged. They are a part of me, and I am them. Sungon was completely baffled. What the hell are you saying? The boss made his wooden puppet dance. Daring him, the boss sneered. How do you think our mega corporation actually works? What is our real daily grind? That trap card shut Sungon right up. The villain preached, we deal in pure life force. We are a massive hive mind of souls. Our ultimate goal? To stack that insane profit. What else? Slicing up the pie equally for our team. The catch? Brainwashing every single drone to bleed for the absolute bag. His voice dropped to a demonic whisper. Every worker is just a shiny tool in my toolbox. Nothing more. Acting like a literal god, he spat his dark truth. They hustle for money. But the second they signed up, my company turned them into breathing, mindless puppets. Taunting his rival, the boss smirked. Getting the picture yet? Barking savage orders to his grunts. He loved schooling his enemies. Sure, the corporation respects personal hustle. However, when millions are on the line, we throw lives away. His twisted endgame was completely exposed. My corporate slaves will keep dying like broken toys. Come on, is that not wildly entertaining? Suddenly, he paused his sick little puppet show. The mastermind dropped a terrifyingly formal question. Shall we restart our little introductions? Huang Sungon, I am the chairman, the absolute final boss. Glaring deeply at his prey, he declared his win. I will own you. You will become another battery in my machine. Sungon's eyes burned with pure, uncontrollable rage. Despite the absolute fury, he pressed the real issue. You are just a sick mashup of stolen bodies. Zero hesitation. The overlord actually clapped back with joy. Bingo! They call this the evil heart fusion. Back in the dark ages of magic, a crazy squad of mages wanted to smash their powers together, trying to unlock absolute god-tier stats. Those nerds even merged their brains and souls, creating one supreme being out of their shattered egos. Stacking all that willpower, it spawns an insanely broken level of raw power. So they ran the ultimate twisted experiment, jamming thousands of minds into one single body. Most of those tests crashed and burned hard. You simply cannot predict the chaos of a soul blender. However, the chairman is the ultimate success story. a flawless remix of endless victims into one god. This twisted puppet master stitching up soulless corpses? Yeah, that is the so-called company. The chairman's true face finally drops. Just a sick freak pulling the bloody strings. The grand mystery is totally busted. This is not just some random street gang flexing turf. Sung-gon zeroes in on this overpowered creep. Fact check, this self-proclaimed chairman is just controlling meat puppets. The psycho is not even hiding it anymore. Sure, the details are messy, but who cares when fists are flying? The big boss still desperately wants Sung-gon on payroll. You are destined to be my pawn. Welcome to the club, kid. The lunatic even hypes him up. You are so overpowered, you can steal my CEO title today. He practically begs our boy. I will let you keep your free will. Just be my ultimate weapon. Sung-gon just rolls his eyes at this corporate garbage. Is that not literally how every corporate slave lives? The villain's twisted boomer logic is bleeding through, grinding straight A's just to become another mindless suit. Just to be the perfect little cog in the corporate machine. Bleeding yourself dry for that Ivy League paper, right? The creep smirks like he owns the world. So fall in line, kid, just like every other zombie in South Korea. Hard pass. Sung-gon cuts his trash talk off instantly, but the arrogant boss just laughs. You literally cannot say no to me. Cue the cheap gaslighting. You are already a tool for society anyway. The psycho starts lecturing about humanity needing pack survival like some twisted sociology professor. His voice drips with absolute blood-chilling venom. As long as you breathe in this society, you are mine. His fingers twitch, instantly yanking the puppet strings. You can never outrun the company. We own your absolute entire existence. The ultimate corporate mandate drops. Chairman's order. Every single wooden puppet shudders violently as he ruthlessly triggers the ultimate perk. Life insurance. Activate. A blinding, radioactive aura explodes from the boss's feet. The broken corpses of his slaughtered corporate drones start twitching back to life. Severed limbs violently snap back into place. Total zombie revival like it was absolutely nothing. Sung-gon watches from the high ground, quietly tracking these soulless meat shields crawling back up. Flex completely successful. The boss smacks his lips in pure satisfaction. A mega corporation like ours needs top-tier health benefits, right? He flashes a totally deranged smile. Good life insurance is literally everything in this business. Do you not agree? Sung-gon's patience just hit absolute zero. The boss instantly catches that murderous glare locking right onto him. Panic mode activated. Chairman's order. Overclock the seal pillars to maximum output. All managers, attack. Massive dark energy pillars erupt across the forest, every single one guarded by an elite corporate hound. The guards lock in, chanting some dark incantation. A wicked magic circle manifests, condensing pure explosive energy. The entire grid syncs up, blasting a barrage of apocalyptic laser beams, all aiming straight for our boy. But Sung-gon does not even blink. He triggers a cloak of shadowy mist, vanishing like a total ghost. The energy blasts violently collide, ripping the sky apart in an earth-shattering explosion. The smoke clears, and he is already moving at warp speed. Sung-gon blitzes forward to smash those annoying pillars. Target locked on the first manager, Munju. Sung-gon grabs the boomer right by the throat, but a sickly yellow aura suddenly coats the guy's body. Looks like this corporate rat was hiding a secret cheat code. The indestructible diamond art. Sung-gon keeps crushing, totally unfazed by the sudden armor buff. Pretty tough. But hell hath no fury like a teen on a mission. I am still breaking you. Out of nowhere, a swarm of glowing talismans ambushes him. They tightly bind his choking arm like magic chains. Stunned for exactly 2 seconds, and Sang-moo capitalizes on this golden glitch, riding literal lightning to close the gap. He drops a full-power nuke, sending brutal shockwaves echoing through the entire battlefield. Amidst the chaotic brawl, a giant shadowy freak creeps up behind the smoke. Sung-gon's radar instantly pings the cowardly camper, snapping his head around. Lisa freaks out, panic-casting spells to desperately stay in the game. But Sung-gon's speed stats are completely broken. In one flawless blink, the dude's spellcasting hands are sliced clean off. Lisa screeches like a broken siren in absolute agony. Sung-gon decides to cancel his subscription to life, brutally taking off his head, watching the headless loser flop to the dirt with zero empathy. Suddenly, artillery strikes rain down from out of nowhere, blasting him with earth-shattering force. But the smoke clears, and Sung-gon does not even have a scratch. His piercing eyes lock back onto those pulsing magic towers. Swoosh! He launches back into the chaos like an absolute missile. Sung-gon tanks 3 massive explosive rounds head-on, tearing right through the fire without losing a single strand of hair. His glitch-level power leaves the next manager totally paralyzed in pure terror. Brother completely forgot the Grim Reaper was staring him right in the face. Bam! Sung-gon's iron grip crushes his throat before he can even blink. He drops the dead weight and unleashes a perfectly savage horizontal slash. Zero hesitation, zero looking back. He is already flying toward his next victim. Sung-gon is on a completely unhinged solo rampage, trashing these wannabe mobsters. The boss just crosses his arms, watching his empire get packed up. Not bad for a triple S rank threat, but you are still miles away from my level. Maximum pillar output. Destroy him. The second he shut his mouth, 8 colossal pillars exploded from the earth. Lightning shattered the sky, turning everything blinding white. Sung-gon froze, completely paralyzed. Invisible, crushing chains had him locked down tighter than a vault. His eyes finally locked onto the glowing purple monoliths boxing him in. The sheer suppressive gravity radiating from those 8 pillars just skyrocketed. Is this the actual peak of his pathetic power? Honestly, if this is all he's got, then you're absolutely dead meat, you bastard. Sung-gon viciously shattered his invisible bonds, blitzing forward to feed that corporate suit a catastrophic knuckle sandwich. Bam! His devastating punch was stopped dead in its tracks. Blocked by Sang-moo, that guy was supposed to be dirt-napping since round 1. Total shocker. Lightning pierced the void. Seeing this dead guy standing there threw Sung-gon into an absolute mind-bending spiral of utter disbelief. Did this scrub just respawn? The CEO's signature sickly purple lips twisted into a totally sinister nightmare-fuel smirk. Headquarters always keeps premium life insurance policies fully stacked, perfectly preparing us for any unfortunate, unexpected little accidents. As long as the cash keeps flowing, we can casually recycle these flesh vessels an infinite number of times. I sincerely hope you carve that fact into your skull. Our glorious corporate orientation definitively ends right here, right now. Sung-gon glared daggers at this absolute tryhard, his eyes burning with pure, unadulterated, murderous intent. The CEO didn't even flinch. He just arrogantly declared that his twisted empire exists and will forever dominate, entirely thanks to their insanely bottomless, filthy rich bank accounts. While the money burns, our absolute immortality remains untouchable. However, every single time one of our lackeys bites the dust, our legendary corporate treasury takes a slight, annoying hit. But do you seriously think a mega corporation is just a building? Did your peanut brain actually believe a lone individual like me runs this colossal financial empire with just a few empty, flashy buzzwords? The CEO stretched out his hands, manipulating 2 creepy wooden puppets while muttering a dark chant. Chairman's absolute override command. Activate premium life insurance protocol. Following his sick incantation, the completely mangled, totally shredded bodies of Moonju and Lisa instantly stitched themselves back together, looking flawlessly brand new, like nothing ever happened. Freshly respawned, they immediately locked their insanely bloodthirsty death stare eyes directly onto Sung-gon. His brow twitched hard as massive, blaring alarm bells went off inside his head. Oh, crap. Sensing that internal panic, the CEO let out a mega-villain, disgustingly arrogant laugh. Did you seriously not realize we are literally among the most filthy rich elites in all of South Korea? Only our astronomical, suffocating wealth possesses the raw gravity to crush a low-tier bug like you to dust. Now, be a good boy and sign your soul over to our company. I'll generously gift you the throne of a major shareholder. Beneath an apocalyptic pitch-black sky, the fiercely glowing auras of Moonju and Lisa were absolutely blinding. The old maniac surged forward, swinging a fist packed with devastating thunder. Sang-moo and Lisa didn't hold back a single inch either. They ruthlessly unleashed their ultimate magical arts, hell-bent on ripping the soul out of the guy who just murdered them. Multiple catastrophic streams of raw power violently collided all at once. A massively earth-shattering explosion bloomed aggressively across the grim, suffocating sky. The CEO was grinning like an absolute psychopath, totally convinced he'd bagged an easy win. But suddenly, a hauntingly familiar voice whispered right into his ear. Wipe that stupid smile off. His vicious grin instantly died. These endless, utterly trashy, cheap tricks were finally pushing Sung-gon's patience past its absolute breaking point. A mega corporation? So what? You honestly think a basic, pathetic extra like you has what it takes to even scratch me? The absolute second those words dropped, his entire body was aggressively swallowed by a terrifyingly dense, suffocating tidal wave of pitch-black mist. That chilling voice echoing straight out of the abyss drilled into his eardrums, making the arrogant CEO's face twitch with raw, uncontrollable terror. I've already completely decoded your pathetic little gimmick. It looks like you've hardwired some highly specialized, twisted magic field directly into this area. But the moment I butcher you, this whole circus shuts down. Cut off the snake's head to kill the body. Tell me, isn't that just a flawlessly brilliant strategy? Sung-gon's ruthless hand violently punched straight through that freaky clown face. Simultaneously, the demonic black mist mercilessly began melting away the CEO's corporate flesh. A heartbeat later, he casually opened his palm, dropping the dissolving remnants of his enemy's body. Be a good dog and become fuel for my absolute power, you miserable bastard. Down on the ground, Jihan watched this absolutely legendary flex, his hyped-up eyes blazing brighter than a pair of high-beam headlights. My master is insanely overpowered. Shinjun, standing right beside him, just softly sighed, muttering, "Wow, those crazy street rumors weren't exaggerating at all. Totally nosy now." He snapped his neck toward her. "What rumors?" She casually dropped the underground gossip everyone nervously whispered about. "They say the black demon, Hwang Sung-gon, possesses the terrifying power to solo an entire army. And his darkness absolutely devours everything. Honestly, it's just insanely strong." Jihan went dead silent for a second before bluntly asking, "Are you seriously still plotting that revenge thing? I already told you, right? There is actually a solid chance I can perfectly heal the battered disciples in your entire faction. I haven't explicitly tested it yet, but I can probably regenerate their missing limbs completely." Shinjung just stared back with absolute zero chill. "Oh, really? If you can actually pull off a miracle and heal my brothers in the faction, I'll finally accept that stupid little date request you keep whining about." Jihan's eyebrows aggressively smashed together in pure frustration. "Listen here, from the very beginning, you keep aggressively yapping about dating this and dating that. Do you even have a single functional clue what an actual date is?" Looking totally clueless, she confidently delivered her tragically broken, textbook definition. "Duh. It's a formalized promise to rendezvous at a specific geographical location between two individuals of opposite genders." Hearing that, he just violently shook his head, totally giving up. "I freaking knew it. Two humans just meeting up doesn't miraculously make it a romantic date, okay? Sure, it starts like that. But fundamentally, we hit the neon streets, I buy my sweetheart some epic food, we hit a movie, totally fake reach for the popcorn to hold hands, playfully touch all the right spots, and when the romantic vibes hit absolute peak levels, whatever I want to do, you just excitedly nod, yes, obviously." Shinjung's face exploded into a furious, embarrassed tomato red as she lunged forward, screaming her absolute lungs out. "You filthy little pervert! You absolute trash tier creep pretending to be a decent guy." Jihan flinched super hard, aggressively waving his hands in pure panic. "Wait, what? I am actually the good guy here. Wait, weren't you the one who practically begged to date me?" She blushed furiously and looked away. "I never thought dating meant doing dirty stuff like that. You total pervert." Jihan just stood there completely speechless. "Seriously, you are unbelievable." But then, his head snapped up. He sensed something terrible. Black storm clouds swallowed the sky. That sickening clown face materialized from the shadows. His heart pounded wildly. It was the chairman. Was the last one a fake? Jihan gritted his teeth. An unexpected quest popped up. "Looks like I have to finish what I started here." He sent a silent message to his closest buddy. "Lam, just hold on a little bit longer. It is not my time to strike yet, but the moment is coming soon." Cold sweat dripped down Sunjin's face. The enemy sneered at him. "Did you really think cutting off the snake's head would end this? Keep dreaming. To destroy us completely, you must wipe out every single member and somehow vaporize our massive corporate treasury." Sunjin knitted his brows in deep frustration. The corporate entity clung to his legs like a starving parasite. "I am the collective. The collective is me. Whenever a chairman's physical body dies, the next soul in line simply takes over the throne." Sunjin staggered under the crushing weight. "Tell me this. Have you ever seen a mega corporation go completely bankrupt just because they changed their CEO? The psychological torture was not enough. The monstrous entity brutally crushed his broad shoulders, making him gasp in sheer agony. The enemy mocked him relentlessly. "You are stronger than we predicted. You even caused major corporate losses. But it is far from enough. This is where your journey ends, Sunjin." Sunjin glanced around nervously. "So this is their execution method? They sacrifice their pawns to protect the executives. If that is their strategy, I have to slaughter every last one of them to end this nightmare." Reading his mind, the corporate monster grew a jagged mouth and sneered. "So you finally figured it out. It launched a merciless attack. Too bad you are completely out of time." Despite his legendary strength, the endless brutal assault forced Sunjin to cough up dark blood. The entity burst into maniacal laughter. "Where did all that arrogant confidence go? Maybe you are worthy of joining our ranks." It unleashed a shadow clone technique, desperate to pin Sunjin down and force his ultimate submission. Lightning shattered the pitch-black sky. Sunjin endured the agonizing pain. His energy was completely drained, yet his warrior spirit remained unbroken. "I have overdrawn my limits. I used too much aura. My physical vessel is breaking down. If I actually die right here." A fierce, unyielding light sparked in Sunjin's eyes. He had made his final choice. The corporate monster lunged forward to strike, but Sunjin's iron grip intercepted the lethal blow. Regaining his legendary stance, Sunjin unleashed a devastating barrage of fists. Payback for the torture. Breaking free from the suffocating pressure, he panted heavily. That monster will probably regenerate soon, but buying time is enough. Suddenly, His iron-forged heart pounded like a war drum. The internal agony was absolutely unbearable. Sunjun gritted his teeth, swallowing the overwhelming pain. Standing alone in the suffocating darkness, he steeled himself for one final clash. He would reclaim his peaceful life or die trying. The corporate monstrosity refused to back down. It slithered and dodged his lightning-fast strikes with sickening agility. A terrifying, murderous aura exploded around Sunjun's floating body. The bleak sky mirrored his grim odds. He calmly wiped away his cold sweat, while the enemy continued to taunt him. I have something infinitely more precious than my own mortal life. I refuse to die in a place like this. The corporate demon scoffed at his resolve. I already warned you. You lack the absolute power. One solitary hunter challenging a global conglomerate? You actually believe you can topple an empire whose roots choke the entire world? What an absolute joke. The creature brandished its bizarre weapons. You really should just submit and join us. A creepy wooden puppet was deployed. The stage was set for a brutal, unpredictable death match. The demonic company's wooden pet leaped forward aggressively. It swung its cursed wooden limbs straight at Sunjun's head. The air fractured as the battlefield erupted once again. A high-speed pursuit tore through the sky, but within minutes, that pathetic wooden puppet was completely smashed to splinters. The entity could only stare up in dread. Sunjun hovered in the storm clouds like an absolute god of war. He looked down with terrifying authority. I will crush your miserable life right here and now. You are still hiding a trump card? The corporate monster gasped in terror. Sunjun did not hesitate. He activated his ultimate move. Forbidden Art. With one hand casually shoved in his pocket, completely ignoring the surrounding spider demons, he unleashed absolute devastation. Black Sun. Apocalyptic thunder roared across the heavens. The earth shattered. Ancient trees were ripped from their roots. A colossal black vortex began devouring reality itself. Every single one of you. You are dragging straight to hell with me. The corporate entity shivered in reluctant awe. Is this your final, desperate suicide attack? I will admit, it is terrifyingly lethal. Our conglomerate will suffer massive, catastrophic losses. Your ultimate strike is undeniably magnificent, but never forget, we are a corporation. Massive, glowing magic circles began spinning furiously in the sky. By absolute order of the chairman, we are purchasing this exact territory. One by one, heavily armed men in black suits dropped out of the sky into the deep forest. Sunjun's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. This defied all logic. The destructive vortex was still swallowing everything in its path. By order of the chairman, we purchased this very sky. By order of the chairman, we purchased the surrounding space itself. By order of the chairman, we purchased these precise coordinates. Gigantic magical pillars erupted with blinding light, summoning catastrophic lightning strikes that rained down upon the entire forest. The corporate monster grinned wickedly like a greedy tycoon claiming his prize. Transaction, fully completed. Using its overwhelming momentum, the entity ruthlessly pinned Sunjun down. In your wildest nightmares, you could never comprehend the scale of power. Behold the absolute, crushing power of unlimited capital. Now, in the name of the supreme property owner, heaven and earth, the very fabric of space and time, in the absolute name of the owner, I command absolute submission. Let the very earth shatter. The twisted forest bowed to his absolute command. Freeze, if you purchase this territory. You become its god. Cash is our absolute power. We bought this zone. It belongs to the company now. Get it? We just wanted to test your limits. Sunny'll watch these suits trash his peaceful home. Midair hovering sucked, so he flipped down. Trembling and running on fumes, he stuck the landing. The company scoffed. Tough guy. Anyone else would be splattered. Your mortal body is totally fried. Even if your soul still sparks with power. Sunil fired back with pure snark. Congrats, Chairman. Work hard for the corporate overlords, and stop barking. The suit smirked. Why so hostile? This is our happy ending. Still got some fight left in you? Let us kick off the ceremony by masking you up. A creepy mask floated toward a confused Sunil. The relentless suit sneered. I told you to hold still. Wear this. Become a cog in our glorious machine. We will make a killer team. Just as the mask closed in, salvation arrived. No way, Teach. I am failing chemistry. I still need a tutor. Sunil flinched at the familiar voice. Suddenly, Jihan burst from the dirt, grabbing his ankle. The hero arrived. Han Jihan, high school sophomore. I brought my homework. Sunil glared daggers at the corporate freaks. The suit growled at the gamer. I promised not to touch you, but you ruined company business. Promised who? Jihan asked cheekily. Realizing it was the harem king, he scoffed. That arrogant jerk needs a beating. Since you are begging for it, time for a painful lesson. Let us see you crawl away. Jihan smirked back. No thanks, boomer. The suit snapped his fingers. Crush him! Boom! Loleno and Huan Xiong crashed onto the scene like absolute superheroes. Healing magic flared, awakening their dormant power. Battle auras erupted. The rescue squad was ready to rumble. The suit froze in shock, masking his panic. How did they heal so fast? Jihan was just getting warmed up against these leeches. Oh, I am not done yet. He unleashed a high-tier summon, shattering their expectations. The magic pillars began to crumble. Their demonic foundation crashed to the ground. Yet the villain still acted tough, chanting useless incantations to hold his ground. Jihan just flashed a cocky grin. Did you think I was just standing around? I dragged them out to heal. Then I sneaked out and sabotaged your precious pillars. I heard a violent earthquake would shatter your little array. Finally free from the heavy pressure, Sun Il caught his breath. Still gripping his ankle, Jihan moved faster than light, literally rising from the ashes, right, Teach? Lifted by his student, Sun Il radiated absolute badass energy. The sky turned pitch black as a furious voice boomed. You brats think you have won? You dare challenge the company. The corporate monster summoned a massive wooden beast. Its glowing red eyes threatened to devour everything in sight. Loleno was hitting her limit. I cannot hold out much longer. Jihan reached straight into his infinite inventory. Time to pull out the big guns. His fighting spirit blazed like a massive supernova. Soul restoration art, channeling explosive mana, Jihan lifted Sun Il like an absolute god of war. He spammed his healing skills, crushing the villain's hopes. Jihan pushed through the intense pressure, pushing his mortal limits to the absolute max. He stood firmly by Sun Il's side. Sun Il just looked completely dead inside, way too exhausted to care about this absolute chaos. Loleno frantically yelled for them to move. The corporate villain sneered with pure disgust. You pathetic bugs. I will grind you into dust. The villain ignited the lush forest in a raging inferno, acting like he owned the entire planet. Jihan furrowed his brows in pure annoyance. This was getting seriously annoying. This massive dark energy. Is that all yours? Sun Il finally broke free. Kid, your leveling speed is absolutely insane. Damage that should have taken a whole year to heal. Boom. Instantly patched up in a single heartbeat. The old man was actually thrilled with his crazy disciple. Thanks a ton, kid. Jihan was so touched he almost bawled his eyes out, completely speechless, just spacing out, staring at the sparkling bubble sky. Dude was totally scripting 7,749 romance plots, complete with a tiny wife. Suddenly, a wicked laugh snapped him back. Who knew the corporate squad was this insanely overpowered? He hyped Loleno up until her ego totally exploded. You are a legend, soul recovery art. She was finally back to her normal self. Time to bail. Jihan was absolutely stoked to ditch the scene, celebrating his epic escape from that massive pressure. But honestly, was that really enough? Loleno put on her strict teacher face. For that guy, more than enough. He is basically a demon. But hey, you saved our skins big time today, sweetie. We definitely owe you a massive reward for that, do we not? Jihan literally had stars in his eyes, glowing like absolute divine light. A reward? Teach me a magic spell. She burst into laughter, thinking it was an absolute breeze. Hell yeah, why not? Deal. Once this mess is over, you are officially my apprentice. He practically jumped into the stratosphere, hyping up like crazy. Absolute jackpot. Loleno leaned in with a super mysterious whisper, and here is your exclusive bonus. Bam! She randomly planted a soft yet intensely fiery kiss right on him, leaving our boy totally paralyzed like he just got hit by an ultimate stun skill. Mission accomplished! She grabbed her witch broom and just zoomed off, leaving him turning red as a tomato. Reward delivered, let us bounce. Jihan straight up refused to move, whining like a massive toddler, completely ignoring the absolutely deadpan glares from his entire party. His jaw dropped hard when the system alert popped up. The boss was unleashing a absolutely brutal, merciless beatdown. Hurry up and move! Jihan was itching to play a wild game of cat and mouse with her. What the heck was that Monkey King-style kick? Complete with the shredded six-pack combo. Acting cold and edgy like some dramatic romance CEO, he forcefully dragged his girl away. Let us roll! A massive, earth-shattering explosion completely ripped through the area, leaving only the corporate boss and Wan Sung-gan locked in an epic standoff. A super twisted, creepy smirk crept across the corporate boss's face, even as heavy drops of nervous sweat started pouring down. Sung-gan stood like an absolute mountain, his sharp eyes calculating every single angle of the battlefield. Whoa, why the heavy tension? A deafening roar exploded from the enemy side. Take this! Sung-gan slowly tilted his head up, as his deep, chilling voice echoed out. Karma is a beast. Did you seriously think your pathetic wealth could buy your life back from my hands? The corporate boss did not even flinch, acting like this entire chaos was perfectly going according to his master plan. Well, how will we know if we do not test it out? Detonate. Sung-gan lowered his icy face, his killer gaze slicing through the wreckage like a razor-sharp blade. The corporate boss just flashed a heavily sarcastic, mocking grin. That garbage trick will not save you anymore, Chairman. I finally cracked the code on how your little magic system operates. The two titans clashed in a chaotic dimension, literally raining with cash. His bone-chilling voice pierced the air. You literally burn cash to manipulate the space and every single person around you. That ridiculous phone insurance spell obviously runs on the exact same greedy mechanic, does it not? Sungon locked his absolutely lethal gaze straight onto the corporate scum, and as long as your bank account has not completely drained out, you basically get endless respawns, no matter how many times I crush you to dust. The corporate boss brushed off the epic monologue entirely, but with my current net worth, you lack the firepower to take me down. Sungon stayed deadpan and stated, oh, by the way, I also figured out exactly how to totally bankrupt your precious fortune. Sungon unleashed his ultimate strike. Standing right at the epicenter of a massive energy storm, violently explosive dark blue aura flared up around him like crazy. Summoning incredibly massive black orbs, those spheres of destruction launched straight at the corporate boss at warp speed. The guy did not even dodge, just stared them down and suddenly roared out, "Freeze!" The corporate boss kept a scary, calm face as the lethal spheres charged right at him, one of them going totally rogue and radiating crazy chaotic energy. Sungon did not even blink. He just swiped his hand up, instantly boosting the dark orb's speed to crash land right into his target. Holding that legendary stance, he stared down from above like an absolute god. Sungon's eyes flashed with pure, unbreakable resolve. Congratulations, you are officially bankrupt. What pathetic backup plan do you even have left to fight me now? Catching that intense challenge, the corporate boss totally lost his mind. You bastard. Sungon unleashed the final execution strike, coldly dropping his final sentence, erase him. A terrifying dark blue energy violently surged up all around Sungon, ripping open an incredibly massive black hole. It totally vacuumed up the entire battlefield, completely wiping out the scenery and totally swallowing that arrogant corporate trash hole. Once the chaotic dust finally settled, Sungon casually whipped out his signature dark shades. He slid them on and spoke with absolute main character. Chill, it is finally over. The kid slowly looked up toward the clear blue sky. The old man actually won. High above, Sungon materialized a brilliant, sparkling golden box out of thin air. Inside, it looked like he was sealing away some kind of insanely powerful, mysterious entity. He slowly brought the glowing golden box down to the ground. Jihan totally froze in absolute shock when he caught a glimpse of what was actually inside. Locked inside the cube was a tiny girl with long brown hair, just peacefully sleeping like an angel. Sungon finally broke the heavy silence, his voice actually sounding a little awkward. Thanks for the massive assist, Han Jihan. Hearing that rare compliment, the kid looked down, a hint of pure embarrassment flashing across his young face. It was honestly nothing, sir. Sungon stood dead serious beside the legendary cube. No, I will absolutely repay this life debt. Jihan replied with a totally chill tone. Dropping all shame, Jihan smirked. Since we are cool, hook me up with those spicy lethal skill books next time, teach. Sungon froze, completely blindsided. Wait, you actually eat skill books to level up? Bet, I will hunt down the absolute top-tier loot for you. Jackpot! You are the absolute GOAT, Mr. Teacher. Sungon strolled toward the mysterious crate. All right, let us witness the magic. His palm hit the surface. Boom! Sinister black energy exploded, creeping like venom across every single edge of the box. The aura went into overdrive, erupting into a massive, twisting, dark tornado. It blasted straight into the sleeping girl. Jihan completely panicked. He whipped his head toward the voice. He is literally force-feeding her scattered soul back into her physical body. Hearing this insane logic, Jihan blurted out, Wait, using that sketchy dark drill thing? Miss Loleno just giggled at his totally noob question. Bingo, kiddo. She broke it down like a tutorial. Her raw life force and soul used to hover completely outside her body. Now, we are just cramming all that juice back inside her. Jihan absorbed the crazy lore, his brain practically frying. Keep this hardcore ritual running long enough, and boom. Both her physical stats and spiritual power will get absolutely supercharged. That is the basic cheat code. In theory, anyway. But pulling it off, you need insane mastery over spatial and life magic. Jihan nervously laughed. He scratched his head, completely lost. You completely lost me, 0% comprehension. Loleno just face-palmed with a heavy, dramatic sigh. Relax, kid. I will personally carry your low-level stats. I promise to be your grandmaster, right? Jihan pumped his fist. His gamer eyes practically glowed. Wait, dead serious? Loleno traced his jawline, whispering with a dangerously toxic smirk. Just you wait, pretty boy. I will spoon-feed you the ultimate magic meta from A to Z. Meanwhile, Shindung stood behind them, glaring absolute fiery murder. Sweating bullets. Jihan backed away in pure terror. Bro, why are you shooting actual death lasers at my face? Whoosh! A blinding flash ripped past. Suddenly, Sungon was just casually holding the sleeping girl. Jihan stood completely glitched out. Wait, the cutscene is over? Loleno shrugged like a total pro. Duh, nothing major. The whole process is literally child's play, honestly. Flashing a sickeningly sweet smile, she brushed her hands. Mission accomplished. We are totally wrapped up here. Jihan completely blanked, staring at the chaotic duo. Finally, Shindung broke the awkward silence. Absolutely perfect timing. Yet, the creepy battlefield vibes were still radiating heavily in the air. Catching a glimpse of the scattered wreckage, Jihan's inner loot goblin awakened. Yo guys, let us sweep up that trash and totally refine it. Loleno just stared at him like an absolute idiot. Duh? That was literally our plan. Jihan froze, his big brain moment utterly shattered. Wait, for real? Then came her ultimate financial flex. Obviously. That is pure, hard cash, baby. Jihan's mood skyrocketed instantly. Bro, so this crazy squad actually farms gold like a raid boss? Dropping serious veteran lore, Loleno smirked. This is my ultimate hustle strategy after dropping the Barrett summon, kid. Trees, dirt, monster guts, just transmute it all into pure, shiny metal. Infinite profit. Jihan furiously took mental notes. Whoa, is this a literal infinite money glitch? Peak alchemy. Nah, technically it is straight up metallization. I am absolutely grinding this skill tree. His greedy plotting was shattered by her voice. Anyway, bounce out of here, Jihan. That enemy dude is still out cold. With a heavy dramatic sigh, Loleno shooed him away. Seriously, log off and go home, kid. The main quest is literally over. Looking totally awkward, Jihan gave a stiff bow. Catch you later, Mr. Sung. He practically teleported away with Shindung, dropping one last panicked yell. Stay toxic, Miss Lolino! Sneaking back into the totally creepy woods, Jihan stared at the pitch-black sky. He let out a massive groan. Wait, is it seriously midnight? Since the mission was fully cleared, Shindung just casually bailed. Catch you in homeroom tomorrow, loser. Boom, she vanished like a ninja. Jihan desperately choked out. Yo, wait! The freezing night wind just slapped his lonely, abandoned back. Raging internally, he aggressively messed up his hair. Trash party dynamics? Boss defeated and they make me sprint back to spawn? Fast forward to sunrise, Jihan was literally speedrunning to high school. He slammed the brakes, staring at the clueless normal students. Yesterday was a literal hardcore deathmatch server. Players were getting wiped out everywhere. One bad random number generation roll, and I would be totally permadad right now. His teenage brain completely short-circuited. Yet here I am, doing math homework? Am I a student or a warrior? Is this normal life even mine anymore? Whack! A heavy slap on his back snapped his edgy internal monologue. Yo, bro. Sun In bounced over, completely oblivious to Jihan's existential crisis. Dude, why is your face totally blue screening right now? The morning walk to school started with a shockingly dramatic realization. Wait, is that really you, bro? What is it, man? Just lost in deep thought. Thinking about what exactly? Jihan lowered his voice, acting dead serious. About yesterday. But Sunil's clueless reply completely broke his brain. Wait, did something happen yesterday? Seeing his dumbfounded face, Jihan brutally snapped back to reality. He stuttered nervously. Never mind, it is nothing. His brain instantly went into total panic mode. Right, this idiot does not know I tracked down old man Huang Sungan yesterday. If he found out, that goofy smile would vanish instantly. Sunil's sharp instincts suddenly flared up. Did something happen, bro? Terrified of blowing his cover, Jihan quickly dodged the bullet. It is nothing, seriously. I just played some games recently and realized the magic is completely gone. Sunil caught on immediately. Duh, that is way too obvious, you idiot. Jihan just blinked in absolute confusion. What is so obvious? His best friend dropped the ultimate reality bomb. Your entire life is literally a video game right now. Is it not? Those heavy words snapped Jihan right out of his chaotic mental spiral. My life actually is a game. Met with absolute dead silence, Sunil kept dropping those brutal reality checks. You grind your guts out, leveling up every single day. Obviously, those normal video games cannot give you a thrill anymore. Every single word hit his mind like a massive truck. Wait, is he actually right? His short-circuiting brain finally started cooling down. He might actually be absolutely right. Games are just escape portals into fantasy worlds after all. But I am literally living an insane mixed-genre reality right now, featuring everything from hardcore strategy to immersive role-playing, and even straight-up brutal action. Why would normal online gaming ever excite me again? After that mind-blowing revelation, an overwhelming sense of relief completely washed over Jihan. He sprinted ahead, ditching his buddy in the dust. Heck yeah, I am really living inside a video game now. But honestly, who even cares? Sunil instantly noticed his sudden positive mood swing. Sunil just chuckled and played along. Is that so? Huh? Ditching the gloomy teen vibes, the two rebels slung their arms around each other. All right, let us drag ourselves to class. Meanwhile, inside a shady, pitch-black internet cafe, the manager was completely passed out, but one lone figure was aggressively smashing their keyboard in the dark. A new message popped up on the shady forum from Disciple of Darkness. We lost, so just go away from keyboard like a total coward. Sweaty hands hammered the keys at blinding speeds, logged in under the infamous username Lore. The shady user unleashed a barrage of incredibly weird comments. The company is restructuring right now, but do not freak out. I already found a brand new loophole. Instantly, Disciple of Truth fired back. Another loophole? If you are planning to refine a Philosopher's Stone totally solo, do not even try. Even the top-tier Yunhan clan only produces 5 stones a year. Disciple of Darkness aggressively backed him up. Seriously, the guy is absolutely right. We just have to hunt down a totally different Philosopher's Stone. Even if it takes several more years, we must patiently wait for the company to restart. Han Lore froze for a split second before viciously attacking the glowing keyboard again. Yo, do not lose your nerve. We only scored this premium intel by stalking that old creep, Huang Sunggan. Disciple of Truth immediately demanded the next move. So, what is your grand master plan? Han Lore smirked, having finally baited his trap perfectly. Do you losers know what is trending the absolute most right now? This dramatic stalling seriously pissed off Disciple of Darkness. Spit it out already. Stop acting so damn mysterious. After letting them sweat for a solid minute, he typed 2 simple words. Smartphone games. Disciple of Truth was utterly bewildered by this pathetic answer. You mean those trashy little mobile games for kids? Seeing his target finally taking the bait, Han Lore practically grinned from ear to ear. You hit the absolute jackpot, my friend. Now, we are going to code our very own viral mobile game. Imagining his glorious future monopoly, he laughed like a true comic book villain as his typing fingers arrogantly hammered out his ultimate master plan. A legendary super hit game. No coldly scolded him from across the room. If you keep abusing your stupid cheat skills, you will never learn any actual magical arts. Jihan cradled his violently throbbing skull in pure teen agony. That epic smack just flashed right before my eyes. This crazy older woman totally infused that strike with raw mana. This is insane. Is she trying to actually crack my skull wide open? Before his rebellious teenage brain could complain any further. Smack! Another devastating magical chop landed right on his head. Seriously, what kind of utter trash are you imagining right now? She casually took a slow, intimidating drag from her pipe. Listen up. Have you even reached the absolute basics of true cultivation yet? If not, keep your mouth zipped shut. You probably do not know a single damn thing anyway. Jihan boiled with dramatic rage but could not fight back. Yes, ma'am. Getting brutally smacked twice in the exact same spot is awful. His total submission made her wildly satisfied. Exactly right. A truly obedient disciple must follow their master without question. Then, No casually dropped an absolute bombshell. So, are we hitting the bed together tonight? Hearing that, Jihan frantically waved his hands in total panic. Please, spare my life. This crazy older woman is giving off evil vibes. Amused by his freakout, she viciously teased him. What a total waste. Jihan aggressively shot back. Waste of what exactly? Realizing this rebellious teen banter was going nowhere, No finally shifted gears. All right, enough jokes. Let us focus up one more time. Jihan unleashed his inner aura, letting pure power wrap entirely around his fists. He closed his eyes to feel the magical flow while digging deep into his past memories. Trying to score a free power-up back then, Jihan boldly proposed a deal. If you really want to repay my favor, teach me actual magic. Fine, I will accept you as my disciple. That crazy memory sent his rebellious teen brain totally spinning. She actually kept her crazy promise to train me. Back then, at Mount Bukan, she really did unlock the path of true magic for me. Mid-training, Loleno dropped a sudden truth bomb. Hey, Jihan, you really are one bizarre kid. Most beg for cash or epic loot, but me, I've survived solo long enough. Right now, I'm grinding Loleno's brutal routine to unlock dual casting, the ultimate cheat code to fire off 2 totally different spells simultaneously. I checked my stats. Honestly, I own Life Drain and Telekinesis, but they're basically useless garbage right now. I ripped that Life Drain skill straight from an ancient tome, flexing it totally traumatized. Sun In, you can literally suck the life out of enemies? I casually tossed a rock. The massive catch? They only work in point-blank melee combat. But wait, it gets worse. It's a channeling skill. Try casting something else while using it, and you're dead meat. Plus, the damage output is an absolute joke. I thought I struck gold when I unlocked it, but during the whole Bukansen nightmare, couldn't use it once. That's why I desperately need dual casting. Loleno lectured intensely. Focus your mind. You must physically split your consciousness. I memorized every word. Left hand. Visualize a crushing spiral. Right hand, channel pure destruction and rebirth. Got it, kid? Her eyes turned dead serious. Dual casting requires bone-crushing agony. Suddenly, a blazing blue aura exploded around me. My left hand sparked with furious lightning. Lightning arrow. My right hand roared like a hurricane. Mana spiral arrow, I actually did it. Two lethal forces materialized perfectly. Ding, the system chimed. Your dual casting proficiency has evolved. Skill leveled up. Adrenaline pumped through my veins. I glanced at Loleno, desperately hoping for a gold star, meeting my puppy dog eyes. She gave a genuine smirk. Not bad, kid. Those gamer perks really make you adapt like a freak. I powered down my blazing aura. Letting out a massive breath, I grinned. Thanks, teach. Instantly crushing my ego, she snapped back. Don't get cocky. You still have a brutally long road ahead. Pointing her smoking pipe at my face, she demanded, to become a ranged grandmaster, you must fire off those noob spells in under 0.1 seconds. Understood? She exposed my fatal flaw. You hoard skills, but relying entirely on the system will absolutely rot your natural magical senses. That's why I'm grinding you to the bone. Master the basics manually, and high-tier magic will flow like water. It finally clicked in my brain. Seeing my realization, she looked smugly satisfied. Leaning back like a boss, she scoffed. Honestly, mastering dual casting this fast is straight up cheating. Normal mages bleed for a whole year to learn this. My jaw dropped to the floor. Wait, seriously? She nodded, never missing a chance to flex. Duh. Though, obviously, a genius like me only needed 1 hour. Watching this absolute monster humming a tune, my brain short-circuited. Teach, what kind of freakish intelligence stat do you even have? Desperate to change the subject, I pointed out the obvious. Doesn't floating around like that hurt your back? She stretched lazily. This magical broom is basically an extension of my own body. Suddenly remembering something, she glanced over. What's the time check? Has it been 10 hours yet? I immediately checked my interface. 9 hours and 32 minutes exactly. She shot straight up, ready to unleash hell. Let's push to 10 hours. Then we jump straight into blood-boiling combat. Plus, you look like a zombie. I mentally reviewed today's hellish boot camp. This crazy flying instructor promised 480 hours of training. My brain exploded. I'll have to grind like a madman to unlock triple casting. But to survive? I have no choice. Fast forward, I was completely paralyzed with dread. Loleno gave me a tricky look. What is it, kid? I was literally massaging her bare feet in utter disbelief. Is this seriously part of the training? She just kicked back. Faster, slave. My magic legs are absolutely killing me. My face burned bright red from the awkward contact. Being a disciple is one thing, but she's still a gorgeous girl. Wiggling her toes, she dropped a wicked tease. Oh, don't be shy. Disciples crossing the line with their beautiful masters happens in all the comic books. I completely lost my mind. I do not read that kind of trash, I yelled. But this crazy mentor, she was absolutely unstoppable, moaning like some late-night anime voice actress. Easy there, tiger. He snaps back, totally flustered, but seeing her wild side, Lolikiano puffs her cheeks, dangerously cute. Are you seriously not turned on right now? Jihan bites his lip, barely holding back his own raging teen hormones. His face screams total panic. Yet outwardly, he plays it cool, denying everything. Turned on by what? Lolikiano just shoots him a wicked, playful wink. You are too funny, Jihan. Her intense vibe is honestly freaking him out. Yeah. Just lead the way. Please, just give me 1 second of actual peace. Why is absolutely nobody around me normal? Jihan groans internally, making a quick mental comparison. This chaotic older woman and that musclehead Jun are exactly the same breed of crazy. At this point, only his best bro brings him comfort. Oh, Sunil, I actually miss you. Why did you pick the brawler class instead of a mage? If you rolled a wizard, we could be casting epic spells together right now. Suddenly, Lolikiano makes another wild demand. That feels amazing. Now move up to my calves, babe. She purrs, pulling a totally suggestive, shameless pose. My calves are killing me. That single move sends Jihan's teenage brain into massive overdrive. Oh crap. Then she drops the ultimate bombshell. Come over here and squeeze them. His mind is an absolute hurricane, but he simply cannot refuse. Yes, ma'am. Wait, am I really doing this? Jihan's hands expertly knead her calves. His technique is so godly, Lolikiano practically sings in absolute bliss. She sighs in pure satisfaction. You have magic hands, kid. He scoffs, trying to joke it off. Yeah, maybe I will unlock a massage skill. Bam! Before he even finishes, the system chimes. Massage, skill acquired. Lolikiano notices him freeze like a statue and tilts her head. What is wrong with you? Jihan stares, utterly mind-blown. No way, it is completely real. A brand new passive ability. Her dirty mind starts running wild again, forcing Jihan to do frantic damage control. Hey, it is not what you think. But his magical hands drag her right back into a state of sheer euphoria. Is that so? Whatever, just keep doing that. That hits the absolute spot, babe. He officially gives up on logic. That voice is way too distracting. Burning with curiosity, Jihan throws open the brand new skill panel. What exactly does this massage ability do anyway? The glowing system window finally loads. A detailed data stream flashes before his eyes. Passive skill massage, level 1. Experience points, 1.12%. Massage is an ancient art designed to obliterate human fatigue. It wipes out debuffs, restores vitality, and drains away 0.05% of exhaustion every single second. Jihan's jaw basically hits the floor. This completely random skill is insanely overpowered. He gleefully runs the math. Eliminating 0.05% per second means full recovery in exactly 2,000 seconds. Wait a minute, does this mean he literally never has to sleep again? A long silence stretches out. Lilikiano glares, totally impatient. Hey, why did the magic hand stop working? He stammers, caught completely off guard. No, it is just. Unable to contain his hype, Jihan blurts out the epic truth. This massage skill is actually incredible. Her eyes immediately light up with dark curiosity. Oh? What kind of wild effects does it have? He desperately scrambles to find the right gaming terms. It is basically like a hardcore stamina buff. According to the system panel, 30 minutes of this will restore you to absolute peak condition. But hearing the actual stats, Lilikiano just sighs in massive disappointment. You are geeking out over that? There are literally thousands of basic spells that do the exact same thing. Jihan feels his entire worldview shattering yet again. Wait, seriously? She crosses her arms, speaking like an absolute boss. Obviously. In this world, time is literally money. There is a solid reason why even the goblins preach that exact motto. Jihan instantly catches the nerdy reference. Yeah, maybe the ultra-greedy goblins from World of Warcraft. She rolls her eyes, slowly checking Jihan out from head to toe, letting the joke slide. Han Jihan. The more I study you, the more fascinating you become. He just sighs, already totally immune to her random, intense flirting. Is that so? She leans in closer, dropping another bombshell. Maybe it is just because I have literally never met a gamer anomaly like you before. Lilikiano's expression suddenly shifts into something dangerously mysterious. I seriously wonder where your true limits lie. She had definitely been digging into his hidden stats. From what my intel says, you also possess a rare treasure hunting ability, right? The main character freezes, struck by a weird sense of bizarre déjà vu. Treasure hunting? He blinks in absolute confusion. Wait, what the heck is that? Lilikiano fires back without missing a single beat. Wait, an illusion barrier fueled by dropping enchanted loot? Jihan was totally blindsided by this epic cheat code. No way. For real? He faked a clueless grin. But inside, pure panic mode. My main character gamer skills create barriers. How are these side characters pulling it off? Reading his mind, Loleno casually dropped the truth bomb. Relax, kid. Their knockoff skills are nothing like your masterclass abilities. Those posers just burn through magic crystals. Think Kwon Shinjun and his shiny loot stash. Enlightenment hit Jihan like a truck, but his relief was cut short by a foot slamming into his hands. Switch it up, cutie. His miserable existence as a glorified footrest continued. Yes, ma'am. Jihan kept his levitation active. Hey, at least I am cruising at sports car speeds now. No point stressing over the small stuff, right? The only catch? Juggling buff skills while maintaining active flight was a total nightmare. Meanwhile, Loleno zoomed right on his tail like a heat-seeking missile. Sensing the perfect moment, she snapped her fingers with an ear-piercing crack. Perfect timing. Let the games begin. Instantly, a massive swarm of training dummies materialized everywhere. Jihan unleashed his ultimate offense, endless spiral mana arrow. On command, vicious energy tornadoes erupted around him. He blasted the dummies, but those slippery targets dodged everything. Time for plan B. He locked in, stabilizing his blazing aura for a critical strike. Boom. Lightning-fast arrows completely obliterated the targets with flawless headshots. Thick white smoke choked the battlefield. Jihan exhaled sharply, wiping the cold sweat off his brow. He instantly pulled up his status window. Only drained 10% of my mana tank? Sweet, I can brawl all day at this rate. Loleno actually clapped. Your magical talent is absolutely cracked, kid. Keep this up and we will draft you for moving the flying fortress. Jihan's eyes sparkled with hype. For real? She smirked. Obviously, you would vaporize those Lola grunts instantly. But facing a whole mob, that is still way out of your league, hotshot. Reality check. Jihan totally knew he was still too squishy. Yeah, that is exactly what I was thinking, he muttered. I am still absolute trash tier right now. Leveling up is a no-brainer, but I seriously need to grind my skill tree. Gotta max out my combat, then boost my magic stats. Boom! Loleno's face suddenly invaded his personal space. Eye to eye, Jihan nearly jumped out of his skin. Did I spook ya? She answered with a devastating flick straight to his forehead. Loleno's tone shifted into mentor mode. Stop overthinking that useless junk. In the abyss, synthesis magic is literally day one stuff. That alien terminology completely short-circuited Jihan's brain. Synthesis magic? She broke it down for the noob. Think of it like combo moves. You fuse different elemental spells into one mega attack. Stack more elements, and your damage multiplier goes absolutely crazy, right? Her logic clicked perfectly with his combat data. So, what is the ultimate meta to guarantee victory? She listed the pro strats. You have 3 choices. First, grind your mana pool until it is god tier. Second, craft an overpowered signature spell. Or third, inherit a legendary technique. Jihan's gamer brain went into overdrive. Oh, like landing special debuffs, or massive armor-piercing criticals, right? She grinned, absolutely beaming. Nailed it! Look at the big brain on Jihan. His hype levels went through the roof. You flatter me way too much. He smiled outwardly, but inside, the tactical gears were spinning wildly. An exclusive, game-breaking skill, huh? With my current trash skill tree, crafting a legendary move is basically impossible. I should probably spam high-tier magic instead. Grinding up my summoning and martial arts stats feels like the winning play here. Loleno mapped out his build. Look, kid, your base mana pool is ridiculously massive right now. But you need insane resource management. Stock up your inventory with mana potions. Oh, and for magic circles, just straight up tattoo those bad boys onto your skin. But you are hard capped at 2 tattoos. Choose your loadout wisely. Bam. That dropped straight into Jihan's total lack of magical common sense. Wait, hold up. Tattooing magic circuits onto my actual body? She raised an eyebrow. You do know how basic ink works, right? Jihan deadpanned. Obviously, I know what tattoos are. Loleno smirked, probing his knowledge. And the magic circles? He confidently shot back. Duh, that is basic fantasy lore. Seeing he wasn't a total noob, she dropped the heavy lore. There is a specific magic circle designed to passively siphon mana into your core, but there was a brutal catch. If some greedy fool inks more than 2 circles onto their flesh, the spell matrices collide, violently twist, and boom, total explosive wipeout. Jihan gulped, fully grasping the fatal hardware limit. So, 2 is the absolute max limit? She nodded gravely. Spot on, genius. Loleno pitched a few alternative builds, leaving him paralyzed with choices. You could spec into extreme spell amplification instead of boring mana recovery. Seeing his brain melting, she waved it off. Whatever, stash that info for later. You are still just a rookie grinding basic experience anyway. Jihan sheepishly scratched his head. Guilty as charged. She leaned in with a dark, rebellious smirk. Grind like your life depends on it, because if you drop into a real boss raid right now, she slowly dragged a thumb across her throat, you would be brutally massacred into pixel dust. Her hardcore reality check genuinely hit home. Message received, loudly and clearly. The afternoon sun blazed over the high school. Students were finally breaking out of their academic prison. Jihan was totally part of that escape squad. The only difference? His smug grin was practically stretching from ear to ear. Sun In caught that crazy look and had to ask, Bro, why so hyped? You look like you just swallowed a whole bottle of pure sunshine. Haha, you are joking, right? Sun In tried playing the absolute moral compass here. You totally know that is hardcore cheating. Jihan did not even deny it, just smirked mischievously. Cheating? Whatever. Bending the rules gives you an insane rush, man. Somewhere out there, entire squads exist just to exploit glitches. Hearing that nonsense, he could not even argue. Sun In just sighed in total defeat. Fine. If you say so, I surrender. Jihan was still absolutely floating on cloud 9. Heck yeah, no more listening to my mom complain about my grades. The reason Jihan was cackling like a wild baboon? Exactly why Sun In looked so unbelievably grumpy right now. It was all because of the recent finals. Just thinking about it made his heart race. So insanely sweet. Final exams had officially kicked off. And today, this guy absolutely crushed every single test with perfect scores. His study method? Nothing complicated. Just dump every missing stat point directly into his intelligence, and boom, done. Gaming the system like this meant flawlessly, bagging 100 points every time. Obviously, dragging himself into the abyss was not his original dream. But honestly, 0 normal jobs in the real world sparked any joy for him anymore. If he actually found a gig he loved, maybe destiny would be different. Sun In watched this absurd study hack and genuinely worried. Seriously, bro, what is your grand plan for the future? Deep down, Jihan whispered to himself, I am going to be an aggressively average dude, living a basic life, letting my grand ambitions totally crash and burn. But what actually left his mouth was, I will probably open a sick gaming cafe, having everyone address me as the ultimate boss. Sun In immediately shot that down. Can a gaming cafe even print cash anymore? Lately, I have heard nothing but brutal rumors about them. Jihan completely froze up, his sunny vibe instantly shattering. Well, not exactly rolling in dough, but it is enough to survive, man. Sun In mercilessly analyzed the grim reality. Bro, even if you secure a god-tier location, it is still a massive gamble. Jihan looked at the sky, groaning internally. Man, the gaming cafe industry is literally fighting for its life. Back in the golden days, their generation worshipped those gaming hubs, but apparently, kids these days are completely ghosting those legendary spots. Jihan realized mobile gaming was ruthlessly taking over the world. Sure, he casually tapped on his phone sometimes, but nothing beat the sheer adrenaline of hardcore computer gaming. Out of nowhere, Sunin dropped a sly invite. Hey, crash at my place after finals, all right? Jihan smirked playfully. Doing what exactly? Got the energy drinks ready? Sunin laughed off the weird joke. We are going to obliterate monsters and hoard epic loot, obviously. The magic word instantly flipped a switch in Jihan's brain. Loot farming? Just like that crazy older girl Lolino mentioned? True gamer, brothers, he caught the vibe immediately. So you want to farm drops, huh? Sunin hit him with cold, hard logic. Bro, are you seriously not planning to stack up some emergency cash? Flashbacks of his last chaotic battle flooded his mind. A master plan was already brewing. Yeah, I definitely need to upgrade my entire arsenal. Because the monstrous faction Jihan had to crush was the legendary 10 Great Clans of Korea, the top 10 ultimate powers mashed into one unstoppable juggernaut. Facing them solo, just imagining it made his spine shiver in terror. He silently locked in a massive objective. I need to absolutely blast my way past level 200. But how the heck could he pull off that miracle? The absolute best strategy Jihan could cook up right now was to ruthlessly grind levels and hunt ultra-rare drops. Sun In gave him a solid bro pat and dipped. Catch you tomorrow, man. As his friend's silhouette vanished into the distance, Jihan was completely left alone, totally clueless on what to do next. He desperately needed a new quest location. Sung-ae was still missing from class. Sejun speedran his exam and bolted like a literal ghost. Today was officially an absolute dead zone. Maybe I should go cause chaos with that airplane girl again. No sooner said than done, he instantly activated his magical prowess, dungeon generation. Engaged. Glancing around at the empty space, Jihan swaggered straight into a hidden, shadowy alleyway. He casually strolled through the unknown, until he randomly bumped into an ominously pitch-black door. By the time Jihan realized he had walked into a massive red flag, it was way too late. What in the absolute crispy heck is this? He cautiously peeked inside. A freaking cave? Suddenly, the system flared up with a terrifying glow. You have successfully downloaded the Mystery Cave expansion pack. New hidden dungeon unlocked. You may now explore this lethal zone. Reading the glowing blue text, his jaw hit the floor. An expansion pack? Jihan stared up at the cursed door, his brain short-circuiting. Since when did my life get downloadable content? For all the newbies out there, downloadable content means extra juicy updates dropped after a game officially launches. Imagine dominating an epic reality-bending app called The Gamer. Let us say you absolutely speed-ran the entire thing and maxed out every single quest. An expansion pack basically drops fresh, hardcore content for insanely overpowered players to explore and destroy after conquering the main storyline. Sure, these bonus updates are normally free, but warning, they are notorious for dropping heavily monetized loot boxes that brutally bleed your wallet dry. Jihan was having a massive internal crisis staring down this bonus dungeon. What is the play here? Looks like a labyrinth type. Do I bravely charge in or totally chicken out? This gaping abyss looked endlessly deep and completely lethal. He was intensely torn. But hey, if the almighty system officially validated it, there is no way it is a deadly trap, right? Betting on high risks for insane rewards, Jihan decided to risk it all. Whatever, I am diving in blind to see what adrenaline-pumping chaos awaits. As the oppressive darkness swallowed his silhouette whole, he thought, if things get totally terrifying, I can always hit the escape button and bail out. The second he crossed the threshold, the system rudely chimed in. You have entered the hidden cave. Escape is locked until you massacre everything on floor 1. Pitch-black darkness instantly blinded him. Jihan spun around in pure shock, only to realize the entrance had completely vanished into thin air. Jihan popped a skill to banish the dark. Levitating slightly, glowing orbs flared to life, illuminating the eerie shadows. Scanning the gritty stone dungeon, he recalled the system's prompt. You can escape this monster pit only after wiping out floor 1 completely. So these levels are explicitly numbered. A classic fantasy dungeon? Or rather, this totally felt like a twisted labyrinth. His brain immediately started geeking out over labyrinth lore. Originating from wild Greek myths, it was the legendary maze where the ancient Minotaur monster lurked. Since its internal structure was notoriously described as a chaotic zigzag, labyrinth became the ultimate buzzword for any mind-bendingly confusing place. Jihan carefully crept deeper into the shadows. In gaming logic, tons of underground dungeons rock the labyrinth label. Technically, dungeons were creepy prisons built beneath ancient castles, but it evolved into a universal gaming term after countless fantasy novels and hardcore RPGs mainstreamed it. Later, nerd subcultures just mashed both concepts together. Overthinking this massive lore dump was seriously frying his teenage brain. Boosting intelligence too high made him overanalyze everything like a hyperactive nerd. Now, random data was just aggressively smacking him right in the face. Jihan experimentally tapped the rigid wall surface. What kind of freaky magical rock was this anyway? This simple action sparked a wild idea. He remembered that both real-life and survival games featured epic rock-smashing mechanics. Staring at his own godly hands, Jihan's eyes sparkled mischievously. Could he smash it? Time for some action. Jihan dramatically posed, mimicking a magical girl summoning ultimate power. Why follow the system's boring path? If he owned the game, he'd forge his own shortcut. In the sacred name of love and justice, I command my mana to harden. Instantly, his teenage arm transformed, becoming as ridiculously tough as solid steel. Jihan rolled his shoulders, getting hyped. All that sweaty grinding had to yield brutal results. But wait, not enough. He activated Heavenly Aura, making his right arm explode with savage, violent energy. Prep work complete. Sweet, let us test this bad boy. Jihan unleashed a devastating punch, creating a deafening, echoing shockwave. Bam! He pulled back his fist as thick dust swirled. A massive dent and jagged cracks scarred the stone. Guess he wasn't One Punch Man quite yet. Jihan rubbed the ruined wall, rethinking his rebellious strategy. Though, if it was just this week, he could totally demolish it. Maybe test out some explosive magic next? Suddenly, a freaky noise ripped through the silence, grabbing his absolute attention. Howl! Jihan spun around, hunting the creepy sound source. Something nasty was definitely lurking in the dark. He commanded a glowing orb toward the eerie noise. The sphere floated, scanning the void, until it dramatically stopped right at a rusty sword tip. The ugly monsters finally stepped out, looking like rabid brown wolves with glowing red eyes. A whole pack of them. Jihan recognized the mobs instantly. These punks were classic kobolds. He casually flexed his gamer skill to peep their hidden stats. Observe. A slick holographic menu popped up, spilling the tea on their levels, basic attack, and defense capabilities, plus potential experience points. Reading those trash stats made Jihan smirk confidently. Level 8, you dare challenge the boss? Still, their stats were surprisingly beefy. Whatever, time to wipe them and claim the sweet loot. Jihan channeled his mana, manifesting badass magical swirls in the air around him. Let us wreck a few as a quick warm-up. Spinning mana arrow, the raw power morphed into deadly projectiles, sniping those nasty kobolds with aimbot precision. Boom, absolute explosive carnage. A gross burnt odor filled the cavernous air. After effortlessly slaughtering the pesky pack, his experience bar twitched. System alert, you scored 11,290 experience points. Jihan instantly went into hardcore analytical mode. Wait, it only went up by 0.01%? These trash mobs gave garbage experience. Would he seriously need to grind 10,000 to level up? He annoyedly closed the menu. He wondered how time flowed inside this magical barrier. He needed that intel before committing to a hardcore grinding session here. After a brief, dramatic hesitation, Jihan said screw it, deciding to go absolutely wild. Time to brutally clear out this entire first floor. He whipped out his smartphone to check the clock. 6:21 p.m. Jihan pumped himself up, battle spirit blazing fiercely. Perfect. Time to wreck this monster trash pit. He strutted deeper into the dark labyrinth. Jihan suddenly stopped as a new encounter popped up. A wild crimson serpent has appeared. Choose your action. Fight, attempt communication, or cowardly run away. He stared intensely at the floating text. Was this some super retro boomer-era RPG nonsense right now? So this was that legendary immersive gaming experience. However, standing near the giant serpent's lair, Jihan felt a spike of real teenage panic. This thing was massive. He calculated it was at least 10 meters long. Time to observe. A terrifyingly high block of stats materialized instantly. It was a natural beast boasting heavily armored iron scales. Plus active toxic venom, this scaly boss looked like prime EXP. But damn, its vitality, attack, and agility stats were stupidly high. Only level 12 with these godly numbers? This dungeon was built totally different. Enough nerding out. Time for violence. Screw it. Bring the pain. He unleashed a skill that left the overgrown snake completely shook. Spinning mana arrow. That nasty charred scent filled the cave again. Dumping stat points into intelligence made him an elite magical sniper, easily deleting the beast, but Jihan sighed, totally bored by the pathetic experience points. If he had picked a melee build, that fight would have ended him. Seriously, no epic loot or cash drops for the hero? He hopelessly prayed for better drops next time. Let us keep pushing forward. Though my luck absolutely sucks right now, Jihan stared at his options. 3 freaking tunnel choices? Seriously? 3 dark exits loomed ahead. Then, a weird sound echoed. 3 whole tunnels. Jihan scratched his head, totally weighing his options. Which hole screams that I won't die? He muttered out loud. Oh, duh! He quickly leaned over. He called out to Gnome, his incredibly adorable, innocent little spirit. Yes? Jihan slowly crouched down. He whispered his master plan. Hey, scan the area for any creepy crawlies, okay? The tiny spirit nodded obediently. Got it! Let me check right now. They stood together facing the 3 dark tunnels. Suddenly, Gnome's eyes went insanely wide. Jihan glanced at her, eyes full of absolute big bro pride. She is hard stuck at basic level 99. If she hits level 100, I bet she will undergo an epic evolution. But the evolution requirements? No freaking clue. Her sweet voice broke his thoughts. Scan complete, boss! Jihan quickly snapped to attention, looking directly at her. So, what is the verdict, kiddo? Gnome pointed at the tunnels. 31 over there, 45 here, and 121 in this one. Jihan stroked his chin. Tough choice. Then he totally shrugged it off and marched forward. Whatever. Let us just crash the party with the most monsters. Gnome was busy chasing tiny, floating orbs of light. Thanks a million, Gnome. She tilted her head, flashing a ridiculously cute smile. Jihan smirked and gestured. Come on, let us move out. They crept into the dark abyss, their shadows fading. Suddenly, Jihan's foot hit a weird glowing tile. Click! His eyes went insanely wide as a wild gust of wind slammed him. Jihan gasped. Holy crap, actual movie traps? Good thing my stats are insanely tanky. This dungeon is literally a hardcore survival game. A normal dude would have been instantly deleted. He pulled a totally bizarre face. He leaned toward Gnome. Hey, if you spot any sketchy stuff, give your bro a heads up, alright? But the little spirit just floated there, completely clueless. Yes! The duo kept walking until Gnome frantically pointed ahead. Jihan reached out, but the stone instantly shattered. He lost his footing, plunging straight down into the pitch-black abyss. But then, an invisible force grabbed him. They got sucked right into a secret tunnel. Jihan went on high alert. Staring right back at them was a massive, writhing pile of blood-red scale snakes. What the actual heck is this nightmare? A freaking snake pit? The vipers hissed with horrifying malice. Jihan clenched his fists. Only level 12, but there is a totally insane swarm of them. He calmly whispered to his spirit, Gnome, Earth Pillar, now, on it. Gnome unleashed her magic. Boom. A massive stone pillar erupted from the earth, launching Jihan high into the air. He glared down at the slithering chaos. Jihan charged his magic. Brilliant azure aura exploded around him, forming a spinning mana arrow. The crackling energy rained down like lightning, utterly blasting the snake swarm. Jihan smirked. Man, my power-up is seriously unreal. Just a few months ago, some pathetic slime monster almost totally deleted my character. Jihan grinned, oozing with supreme, unstoppable gamer confidence. Now I can self-heal, snipe enemies from afar, and tank massive damage just for pure kicks. Honestly, studying and getting a boring, normal desk job sounds like absolute torture now. Gamer life forever. Jihan froze at the glaring light. A ridiculously colossal red serpent towered over him. What the heck? Suddenly, a system window popped up. Species, red viper. Name, immortal serpent. Type, beast. Tret, iron scales. Jihan's panic vanished into a cocky smirk. A named mini-boss? Bring it on. They are not exactly raid bosses, but they definitely hit like totally cracked out freaks. Plus, the loot and EXP drops are insanely good. Suddenly, the massive snake launched a vicious strike. Jihan bent his knees, bracing for impact. Whoa, it is using a skill? Mana shield. The beast clamped its massive jaws onto his barrier. Nasty, acidic drool splattered everywhere. Ew, gross, watch the spit, dude. Think your poison scares me? He channeled his ultimate magic. Swinging his arm, pure azure energy exploded. Spiral strike. A devastating beam of pure power blasted straight through the boss's skull. The colossal beast lost its balance and crashed down. Dust cleared out. The monster disintegrated into pixels. Is the snake barbecue finally over? High up above, Jihan leaped down, landing with total superhero swagger. He stared up at the looming pathway ahead. He yelled out, Gnome! Jihan jabbed a thumb behind him. Loot duty is yours, kiddo. The tiny spirit chirped back. On it. As Gnome scrambled for the loot, Jihan scooped up a dropped blade. He gave it a test swing. Boom, the system window popped up. Item analysis, special tier, level 8. Ripped straight from a first-floor dungeon boss, forged entirely from red-scale serpent fangs. A European broadsword replica, tougher than raw steel. Plus, it still packs a venomous punch. Status effect, paralysis. Jihan eyed the blade, grinning like a madman. Holy jackpot. The RNG gods finally blessed me. This totally beats my old trash gear. Free poison damage? Sick. Gnome's sweet voice suddenly interrupted his hype. Hey, boss Jihan. I bagged all the shiny stuff. Hearing that, Jihan gave her a proud head pat. Good job, Munchkin. His inventory clicked open, swallowing up the fresh loot in a flash. Following her cue, Jihan smirked with absolute gamer confidence. Let's bounce to the next zone. Ready to roll? The cute spirit nodded eagerly. Yup. Looming ahead was a massive black wall with 3 gaping tunnels. 2 shadowy figures swaggered right into the dark abyss. Bam! Jihan unleashed absolute hell. Blinding blue energy blasted from his palms, raining down like a devastating meteor shower of light. After casually wiping the mob, they strolled out. Jihan slapped the dungeon wall, chuckling. Man, the level scaling here is straight garbage. Staring into the mist, he grumbled. Farming gold and drops is chill, but zero stat growth? Total ripoff. Stepping into the eerie glow, Jihan scowled. Seriously, what kind of brain-dead dev designed this trash layout? He froze, staring wide-eyed at the cavern. Those kobolds were literally wearing garbage. Armor patched together from busted wooden planks. The duo faced off against a full squad of kobolds. They were locked in formation, gripping bows wrapped in dirty white rags. Jihan busted out laughing. Ah, look at them trying to play tactician. Noticing the dogmen's battle setup, Gnome squeaked nervously beside him. Huh? Is something bad gonna happen, boss? Jihan just shrugged with a cocky grin. You could say that. Gnome tilted her head in total confusion. Really? Are we about to get totally wrecked? Jihan did not care at all. Nope. They are the ones about to meet their maker. The kobold's claws scraped the stone floor, echoing with pure bloodlust. Jihan barked his order. Gnome, drop the floor, now. Hearing the command, Gnome jumped, instantly alert. Yes, sir. Her cute face turned dead serious. Blinding magic erupted from her tiny hands. The solid ground violently caved in, sending those mutts flying into the abyss. Jihan was hyped. Time to wipe these absolute clowns out. Eat this, you dungeon-crashing thieves. Jihan instantly charged up his epic spellcasting. A massive, blazing inferno sphere materialized right above his head. Shadow Clone, Ninja Arts. Great Fireball Jutsu. Jihan launched the apocalyptic strike. Burn to a crisp, you noobs. The devastating meteor slammed directly into Gnome's death pit. He just stood there, striking a total anime pose. Man, my spell chants are way cooler than anything out of a comic book. Having to memorize these lines to use skills is such a massive pain. Suddenly, one stubborn kobold crawled from the wreckage, while its buddies lay totally roasted on the floor. Seeing the mutt struggle to stand, Jihan's eyes turned icy cold. In a split second, he launched his fatal counterattack. Razor-sharp light arrows zipped right at the target. Infinite spinning mana bolts. The relentless barrage crashed down, swallowing the survivors in an absolute hurricane of destruction. The remaining kobolds were completely erased from the pit. Jihan stood silently, watching the thick battle smoke drift out from the crater. See? Grinding like a true gamer instead of cheating finally paid off. Time to scoop the loot, kiddo. Gnome chirped with lightning speed. Okay. The monster drops piled up into a literal mountain of garbage. Gnome stared up at Jihan, absolutely panic-stricken. Holy crap. Is the system trolling us? Why is everything basic white-tier trash? Just a bunch of useless rags and junk. Jihan aggressively facepalmed. Utter defeat was written all over his face. He let out a heavy, soul-crushing sigh. Give me a break. But I can't just toss free loot. Jihan shoved the trash pile into his spatial inventory. I'll just dump it at the NPC shop. Scrap metal might fetch a few bucks. Jihan pointed toward the exit tunnel. Looks like our way out. Ready to move? Gnome gave him a strangely sweet smile. Catching her vibe, Jihan flashed a warm grin back. You having fun out here, Gnome? Her eyes lit up with pure joy as she nodded. Yeah, I love it. The dynamic duo marched proudly toward the exit. Then, Jihan glanced down. Hey kid, what do you even do when we aren't fighting? With absolute innocent bliss, she instantly replied. I take fat naps. Jihan raised an eyebrow. Naps? He pictured tiny blonde spirit girls snoozing away. Gnome's soft voice chimed back in. Yep, we sleep like little babies. It's just what our species does. Jihan leaned back, totally bewildered by her simple mindset. Spirits really operated on a completely different wavelength than humans, yet they actually had brains. The little aviator claimed demons were actually highly evolved spiritual beings, born entirely from human consciousness. So them talking makes sense, but independent thoughts? That was crazy. The duo strolled down the exit. Jihan broke the silence. So how do you like wandering around like this? Lam squealed, vibrating with pure excitement. I totally love it. Jihan blinked, completely caught off guard. You do? The tiny girl beamed, a massive grin on her face. Yep, just being awake is super fun. Jihan chuckled. Just being awake is enough? Their laughter echoed down the corridor. He affectionately patted her head. It blew his mind seeing her this hyped. Her sweet voice chirped. I love head pats too. Jihan smirked playfully. Oh really now? Lam squeezed her eyes shut, giggling like crazy. Yes, it feels amazing. A soft smile crossed Jihan's face. Then I will do it way more often. Her eyes sparkled. You promise? Best day ever. They pushed deeper into the faintly glowing shadows. Suddenly, Jihan froze. His jaw hit the floor. The sheer epic scale was blowing his mind. Where the hell are we? A freaking palace? A blue screen popped up. Ding. Entered the Kobold King's palace. Floor 1 of the Great Labyrinth. Escape impossible until the boss is defeated. He totally called it. Freaking knew it. A savage smirk curled on his handsome face. Floor 1 boss waiting to get clapped? A massive stone staircase stretched before them. At the top, a shadowy figure materialized, chilling on a velvet throne like a badass. A massive wolf like Kobold, rocking a heavy helm, sat casually cross-legged. Jihan narrowed his eyes. Only level 20? Nah, man. Boss mobs are insanely tanky. Any hardcore gamer knows you need a full party for a boss raid. Another system window flashed. Jihan scanned the boss stats like a total sweat. He muttered under his breath. Level 20? How are his total stats over 300? Is this game totally bugged? It has protective aura and iron body? Son of a glitch. How do I damage this brick wall? And he looks totally unhinged. Plus, his stamina is straight up broken. Screw this overgrown mutt. A devious grin spread across Jihan's face. His eyes glinted with chaotic energy. A wild strat formed. Just wait till you see my trump card, furry freak. Without hesitating, he shouted, Inventory. The spatial box spawned, and he reached deep inside. He dragged out 3 massive humanoids rocking red targets. I summon the anti-mutt hit squad. Time to send this dog to the pound. The Kobold King glared menacingly. 3 heavy trash golems stood like skyscrapers. Jihan smirked, calculating the math. Grinding day and night paid off. Sweated blood for this. Grinded till my fingers bled. Grinded till my brain melted just to hit level 22 in golem crafting. Now, I can summon 3 massive, ultra-durable units. Let us call them the Titan Trio, ready to wreck this knockoff wolf. Jihan's smile was seriously unhinged. His toxic gamer energy was peaking. Lam watched, tilting her head in total confusion. Uh-oh. Jihan lost his mind. He stepped forward but suddenly planted his feet, eyes completely shut. I am the Lord of Mana. I am the God of Rules. A blazing green aura erupted, levitating them. Total ascension! Blinding power surged into his palms. The explosive green light shot out like a laser. Time to turn this puppy into hot dogs. Take my massive mana buff and grab that fleabag's throat. Bring him straight to daddy. Chaotic energy supercharged the trash golems. Jihan's face screamed pure arrogance. Buff these bad boys to deliver maximum emotional damage, he whispered darkly. Raid prep is totally complete. The green magic swirled into a massive vortex. Let us crank up the heat, growing larger by the second, radiating an overpowering pressure that fractured the space entirely. Rasengan, the raw power blasted straight toward the arrogant Kobold King chilling on his throne. Jihan locked onto his target and smirked. You like that, punk? Thick white smoke billowed everywhere. Bullseye! The attack nailed the boss. That oversized mutt immediately unleashed a deafening, furious roar. The Kobold King wildly swung a massive, gleaming golden hammer. Jihan actually flinched for a second, totally caught off guard by that ridiculous weapon clutched in the boss's hand. That colossal hammer smashed downward. It lunged at Jihan with terrifying, over-the-top swagger. Jihan's lips twitched into a wicked grin. Act cocky and you die. Come out, golems. Those incredibly clunky, heavy-duty trash golems finally started moving. They stomped slowly toward the Kobold King, radiating pure, menacing aggression. The furious king roared. It violently smashed that gigantic hammer right into the skulls of Jihan's heavy-duty junk golems. The brutal impact blasted a massive hole straight through a golem's head. Still, it reached out and bear-hugged the boss. The 2 massive backup golems synchronized their attacks, raising their enormous arms. Those heavy limbs crashed mercilessly down upon the trapped Kobold King. Absolute chaos erupted right in front of Jihan. The boss let out one final shriek before vanishing entirely, leaving nothing but golems and dust. Jihan casually scratched his cheek, his face showing total confusion. He barely had time to process what just happened. Wait, seriously? They rushed in and got completely flattened in under a minute. I guess my level is just way too overpowered for this trash. Honestly, I probably didn't even need to summon the golem squad. Hopping down, he landed smoothly behind his stony minions. With one hand coolly stuffed in his pocket, Jihan strolled forward like a boss. Right in front of him sat some seriously epic loot. Oh yeah, daddy is getting paid. Jihan tightly gripped the cash. Honestly, the magic potions were way more valuable. But when checking his total payout screen, his eyes nearly popped out. Holy crap, I'm rich! He already had 28 potions stocked up. At this rate, he would be throwing cash around like an absolute billionaire. Thinking about it for a second, Jihan felt totally defeated. Man, dropping all that money on skill books is stupidly expensive. But then, his curiosity was hijacked by the glowing thing right in front of him. A system menu popped up. Jihan's slender finger tapped casually on no. Suddenly, a blinding golden light crashed down, completely engulfing Jihan's body in waves of intense energy. Stepping out of that epic glow, he whipped out his phone. His eyes stayed glued to the screen for about an hour. His curious gaze drifted toward the exit, silently weighing his options. Jihan's expression remained totally chill as he murmured, "Maybe I should go interrogate the boss lady about this first and see exactly what is up." Loleno reacted like she just heard the craziest plot twist ever. A great labyrinth? A melting ice cream bar hung loosely in Loleno's hand. Looking right at Jihan, she seemed super bummed. "I have literally never heard of that." Jihan froze instantly. His face completely dropped in disappointment. "Then why were you acting all tough like you knew everything? You totally got my hopes up." Meanwhile, Loleno just shamelessly sprawled out on her bed, totally unbothered. She kept snacking on her ice cream while reading. "I honestly do not have a single clue, kid." "So, it literally just spawned inside the illusionary barrier?" Jihan quickly fired back. "Exactly." Loleno tilted her head, looking completely baffled. "That is super weird. Something like that has absolutely never happened before. People can totally craft a barrier to function like a maze, but they absolutely do not just spawn randomly out of thin air like that." Loleno looked deep in thought. "All right, fine. I will do some digging into this great labyrinth. Maybe you just stumbled onto a brand new way to create illusionary barriers." Scoring her help, Jihan instantly lit up. "Awesome. You are the absolute best." Suddenly, Loleno shot straight up, staring at him with total confusion. "Wait, when our boy Jihan creates an illusionary barrier, doesn't it literally act exactly like a monster farming zone in a game? Maybe that logic somehow affected it?" Hearing her crazy theory, Jihan paused, thinking deeply. "Nah, it really doesn't feel right." Loleno flinched slightly. "Seriously? Well, that is just insanely bizarre." "All right then, I am heading out today, so Jihan, you better stay home and train." Hearing her bossy orders, he flinched. "Wait, train for what exactly?" Right at that exact moment, flashbacks of the Great Labyrinth suddenly crashed through Jihan's mind. Loleno's strict voice echoed right in his ears. "The absolute basic combat skills of any mage are dodging and stealth. Combine that with long-range attacks. You already know that drill, right, kid?" "Exactly. Today, your mission is figuring out how to recover your mana." Jihan repeated her words, totally confused. "Wait, mana recovery?" Still shamelessly eating her ice cream, Loleno spoke up, her voice totally muffled by the freezing treat. "Yep. Didn't you say you only recover mana using your gaming system's help?" Jihan sat obediently on the couch, soaking in his mentor's lesson. "But relying on the system is totally weak sauce. Find a way to regenerate it using your own power." A devilish, playful smirk flashed across Loleno's face. "Take me, for example. I literally suck the life force out of my enemies using my life magic. Then I convert their souls straight into mana. Because of that, I never run dry." Completely mind-blown by her savage flex, Jihan let out a heavy sigh of absolute awe. "That is overpowered. For real." Loleno quickly fired back. "You actually possess a super similar skill too." "Jihan, your energy drain." Slouching rebelliously on the chair, Jihan's face flashed with genuine hesitation. "Yeah, I guess that is technically true. But the range on that is absolute garbage." Loleno swung her feet off the bed. "Just practice it hard," she demanded, casually walking away. Turning back, her gaze locked onto Jihan, spaced out on the couch. "You said leveling up a skill boosts its absolute power, right?" Hearing Loleno's words, a wild surge of energy hit Jihan. His eyes sparked with fierce determination. "Bet I am maxing it out." She smirked at his reckless resolve. Perching flawlessly on the windowsill, Loleno casually swung her legs. "All right then, I will be gone for a whole week. Be a good boy. Do not slack on your double casting." Jihan quickly stood up. "Catch you later." He just stood there quietly, watching Loleno fade into the distance. Once she was completely out of sight, Jihan flopped dramatically onto his bed. His gaze drifted aimlessly toward the starry abyss. He mindlessly reached out to the empty void. His hand blocked out the light. Heavy thoughts violently dragged him under, plunging him into a chaotic storm of nameless emotions. Will the day actually come when these hands take a life? Honestly, I doubt I would even freak out. But something fundamental would shatter. My whole moral compass would totally flip. He restlessly tossed around, rolling onto his side. Up until now, my kill count is at absolute 0. But the abyss is a literal bloodbath. Pushing me to end someone is inevitable. When 0 hour hits, what call will I make? Cut to the massive school building under a flawless blue sky. Down in the courtyard, students chattered with backpacks slung low. As Jihan stepped out, Sung-ah marched right up. Hey Jihan, how did your exams go? A system window brutally popped up. Huang Sung-ah approaches, choose your action. Attack, chat, flee. He eyed the glowing prompt, smashed the chat option, faked a thinking face, and flexed. Crushed it. Perfect scores across the board. She suddenly invaded his personal space, eyes narrowing with heavy suspicion. You totally cheated, huh? Jihan blinked, utterly blindsided by the wild accusation. Wait, what? Sung-ah looked dead serious, piercing straight into his soul. You completely abused your powers to ace that test. Admit it. Jihan stood his ground, radiating teenage defiance. You are dead wrong. By that twisted logic, every rich prep school kid is a massive fraud too. Her eyes widened, clearly thrown off balance by his rebel energy. What do you mean? He strolled across the sunny campus, dropping cold, hard facts. I mean, this world is fundamentally rigged. Some kids cannot even afford tuition, barely scraping by for dinner. Others are sick, living without basic water or power. They just cope to survive. But flip the script to the filthy rich elites with massive mansions and powerful parents. They get elite schools, private tutors, and fancy study abroad trips. His mind envisioned a sprawling racetrack, where everyone started at wildly unfair lines. Our starting point is miles ahead of regular folks. It is a completely rigged race. What you call cheating is literally just the normal meta in our messed up world. Jihan sank deep into his gritty philosophy. People's destinies are practically hardwired at birth by their random environments. He glanced back at her. You get my drift? Sung-ah lowered her voice, questioning his edgy morals. So, you are saying cheating is basically totally fine? He smirked coolly. Yeah, something exactly like that. Jihan smoothly changed tracks. Anyway, how is your health holding up? Sung-ah beamed, eyes totally sparkling. I am feeling 1,000,000 times better, all thanks to you. He scanned her aura to verify the stats. Right on, you definitely look way stronger. According to her heavy-hitting dad, those dark curses were finally banished for good. Jihan grinned widely, looking like a hero who just cleared an impossible raid. Going to Mount Bukan was the ultimate power move. If he had skipped out that day, just imagining the catastrophic bad ending gave him massive chills. Sung-ah threw up kitty paws, mimicking her pet. Little Moon also wants to say a huge thank you. Jihan flushed bright red, his tough guy act shattering. So freaking cute. Stepping into his zone, she whispered softly. And I am not freezing cold anymore either. Jihan stared back, his rebellious edge melting away into pure teenage romance. He leaned in closer. And how are you really doing? Her delicate fingers suddenly intertwined with his. Sung-ah gazed up with heart-fluttering sweetness, her voice ringing with absolute sincerity. I am doing great too. Their hands gripped tightly together. Jihan flashed a blinding smile. He could not hide his hype. That is totally awesome. Seriously amazing. A rush of deep thoughts flooded his mind. She must have suffered through absolute hell since childhood, navigating a terrifying, unstable reality. Now Sung-ah could finally live like a normal high schooler. Imagine the sheer joy she must be feeling right now. How incredibly thrilling is that? Her days of endless pain were officially terminated. A heroic sense of pride swelled inside him, thrilled he secured her a peaceful life. They kept chatting away under the sun. Jihan let his curiosity slip. So, are you going to stick around like normal students, or transfer out again? Sung-ah shot her head up, zero hesitation in her eyes. No way, I am staying right here. Jihan visibly glitched out, totally caught off guard by that bold drop. Oh, really? She pressed forward relentlessly. Yeah. I want to be with you, Jihan. That critical hit made Jihan flinch, his eyes blowing wide open. Be with me for what? She spoke up, short but packed with heavy emotion. To repay my massive debt to you. Jihan froze completely, caught in a romantic trap. Whoa, no, you totally do not have to do that. Sung-ah locked eyes with him, her voice fiercely stubborn but slightly flustered. No, I want to, so I am absolutely paying you back. Jihan panicked, his cool guy persona crashing down as he stuttered out. Seriously, you really do not need to. But Sung-ah stood like an unmovable boss. My mind is set. You literally cannot stop me. Jihan threw his hands up in a half-joking, completely defeated protest. Does the savior get zero say in this? Overflowing with energy, she declared. Do not worry, I am totally ready. Jihan's face flushed deep red. What in the world was Sung-ah planning? How exactly are you planning to repay me? She suddenly reached out her hand. Her eyes locked onto his, blazing with absolute certainty. First of all, you are coming with me. Jihan's eyes widened in sheer panic. Going where exactly? Sung-ah shut him down instantly. No questions allowed, just follow my lead. Hesitation flashed across his face. 1,000,000 heroic quests were waiting for him, but throwing caution to the wind, he grabbed her hand tightly. A rebellious smirk crossed his lips. Brothers before foes. But a gamer needs a break sometimes. Slacking off for one single day would not end the world. He nodded firmly. All right, let us do this. Down the deserted street they went. Sunga's grip never loosened, dragging him into the unknown. Inside a mysterious room, she leaned in dangerously close, her face masked in pure, hardcore focus. She screamed out loudly, "Get in there! Push it in right now, and make sure you control your stamina inside. Leave it to the master." Rapid clicking echoed like a machine gun. Plot twist. They were in an internet cafe. Keyboard smashed as the tension hit a boiling point. Jihan yelled out, "You are an absolute savage. Sung, my blood is totally pumping now." She fired right back. "Not bad yourself, Han Jihan." The glorious victory screen flashed brightly. Pumping his fist, he thought to himself, that is an epic win. Monitor lights danced across her thrilled expression. That was insanely fun. And to think he expected a romantic detour. She turned with hopeful eyes. "Did you enjoy it?" He flashed a genuine smile. "Heck yeah, it has been ages." His hand casually hovered over the mouse, calculating his last login date. Man, almost 3 entire months. She tilted her head. "How come? Ever since my power awakened, my schedule has been packed." She nodded in perfect understanding. He sat back in silence, his eyes drifting into deep thought. Suddenly, her hesitant voice broke the quiet. "Hey, Jihan, there is something I need to ask." She tilted her head, the heavy question finally escaping. "Why exactly did you go out of your way to save me?" The question hit him like a stun skill. Why did I do it? Her eyes swirled with a storm of uncertainty. Her voice dropped to a vulnerable whisper. "We barely even know each other, right?" Staring down at her hands, she shrank into herself. "I am not some legendary VIP in your life. I am literally just a random classmate. So why risk your neck for me?" The raw honesty caught him completely off guard. He paused for a beat, then flashed a goofy grin. "Honestly, I have zero clue." He scratched his head, searching for the right words. "Probably because we are friends now." The word echoed in her mind. "Friends?" He doubled down with zero hesitation. "Yeah, totally." She looked away, her doubts still lingering. "Friends risk their actual lives for each other? Were you not terrified?" He tried to play it cool, but his flustered face gave it away. "I was literally shaking in my boots, but stepping up for you just felt right. It really is that simple." Her heart did a tiny, unexpected flip. Wide-eyed astonishment took over her features. Meanwhile, his fingers casually went back to scrolling the mouse. A heavy, awkward silence filled the air, until he finally broke the ice. "By the way," she blinked out of her daze. "What is it?" The monitor's cool blue glow lit up his serious expression. He pointed dead center at the computer screen. "Is this whole thing your grandmaster plan to repay me?" She fired back instantly. "Yep." He tilted his head in pure disbelief. The pieces finally clicked into place. So that was her grand strategy all along. He waved his hands frantically, his voice cracking. "I was not expecting anything sketchy as a reward, I swear." Hearing that, Sunga smirked playfully. "Yeah, right, I completely do not believe you." He practically shrieked back. "What the heck? I am telling the absolute truth." Hands up in self-defense. His brain went into overdrive. I do not even know what a guy would demand, but she was absolutely relentless. Spinning around, she made a fatal declaration. "Fine. I will just go ask my dad what teenage boys actually want as a reward." Pure terror struck his soul like a critical hit. "Do not ask him. Are you trying to get me murdered?" She furrowed her brows in genuine confusion. Murdered? Why would anyone die? His sanity was hanging by a literal thread as panic flooded his brain. "Are you trolling me right now? Is this some twisted assassination plot disguised as a reward?" He was practically hyperventilating now. "Your scary dad will literally rip me to shreds." Still clueless, she blinked. But why would he? He dropped his head in absolute defeat. Looking like he just took a massive debuff to his soul, he snapped, "You are impossibly, hopelessly clueless." The scene completely flipped. Beneath a majestic purple sky and ancient temple roofs, hammer-wielding zombies prowled the courtyard. Perched high above, our boy watched his targets shamble blindly. Crackling blue electricity surged violently around his fingertips. He launched a barrage of deadly plasma arcs into the horde. His battle cry tore through the wind. "Lightning arrow! Lightning arrow! Lightning arrow!" The entire courtyard detonated in a glorious symphony of destruction. The earth quaked violently, leaving behind a thick cloud of ash. Staring at the completely scorched battlefield, Sun In gasped in sheer awe. "Holy crap, you are ridiculously OP now. Using cheat codes, bro?" He flashed a blindingly confident grin. "Witnessed my sheer majesty yet? Do not call me boss anymore. Call me the gaming god. Top, mid, bottom, I carry them all." Sun Il couldn't take the cringe anymore and roasted him. "Go buy some tissues and touch grass in your room, you degenerate pig." Jihan winked playfully. "Someone is totally jealous of me, huh?" Sun Il just shrugged, genuinely curious. "I would be lying if I said no." How did you level up this incredibly fast? Looking at the distant orcs wielding heavy axes, Jihan bragged. That flying lollywitch taught me real magic. She showed me how to dual cast and totally break the system. Sunil looked completely puzzled. Magic? You mean that levitation and fire blasting stuff of yours? Jihan planted his hands on his hips, bursting with absolute pride. I bought the fire casting skill book from a hidden village. But the flying spell? Just learn that. Sunil stood nearby. He frowned deeply. Flight? That specific spell is notoriously difficult to master. Jihan nodded in absolute agreement. It seriously is. Feels exactly like using a cheat code. Sunil fell into deep thought before finally speaking up. Of course, there are definitely ways to counter it, but that spell is incredibly annoying and super dangerous. Plus, I heard it burns through mana like crazy. Can you even sustain it? Jihan merely shrugged. He chuckled softly. Well, kind of. But your boy already completely broke the system. Sunil tilted his head. He asked, eyes full of suspicion. How? Did you actually go total pay to win? Jihan answered with brutal honesty. Yup. He immediately showed Sunil the glowing green star-shaped earring he was wearing. I bought this absolute beast of a mana recovery earring. It literally absorbs ambient mana and constantly feeds it back to the owner. Remembering the devastating price tag made Jihan sigh heavily. It cost a freaking fortune. I got scammed out of 50 million. Sunil spoke with the calm aura of a true veteran. 50 million in the abyss is pure pocket change, kid. Real top-tier legendary gear goes for tens of billions. The gamer completely froze and snapped his head up. His face turned ghost pale. Holy crap! Are they robbing banks in the abyss? Jihan grinned from ear to ear, boasting loudly. This earring is absolutely god tier, 150% mana regeneration. My mana pool is already massive because I dumped all my stats into wisdom, Sunil muttered, half joking but utterly annoyed. Look at this pay-to-win trash using pure buff items. Guess I don't need to find you a magic tutor anymore. Jihan laughed brightly, his voice dripping with pure excitement. In the gaming world, whoever has the best gear wins. Plus, I have my flying mentor, so no tutors needed. Sunil felt a sudden bitter pang of jealousy. He sighed heavily. Yeah, right. God. This entire world is so incredibly unfair. Jihan turned to him with a quick reminder. You should seriously buy some legendary gear too. Sunil smiled faintly, his eyes burning with unwavering resolve. No, my martial arts clan strictly forbids that kind of cheating. Buying a primary weapon is my absolute limit. Jihan raised an eyebrow, totally shocked. Really? That sounds like absolute trash tier rules. Sunil simply nodded, his voice completely calm. It is our sacred tradition. Jihan felt intensely curious. He thought intensely to himself. Surely it isn't as savage as those brutal animal sacrifice rituals. But whatever, I do not care. In this world, people die every single day anyway. He pointed proudly at his own chest, making a fiercely confident declaration. Anyway, from now on, I am officially the richest sugar daddy in Seoul. Sunil snapped his head over, frowning deeply at Jihan's insane ambition. You grinded for 2 seconds and you are already throwing cash around? Jihan beamed. I just want to become an overpowered god fast. Sunil glared, his voice dripping with absolute defeat. Whatever, screw this. Who could even stop you now? You are the one terrorizing the monsters, they stand zero chance against you. Jihan stared at his massive mountain of epic loot, looking confused. Hey, do you think this is enough to level up? Sunil glanced over and casually shrugged. That is literal overkill, bro. But honestly, monsters dropping actual cold hard cash is mind-blowing. I know it is your unique gamer ability, but it is still wildly trippy. The gamer pondered Sunil's logic for a second before nodding. True that, but that gives me a brilliant, highly curious idea. If I create a monster dungeon in America, could I literally farm US dollars? Jihan's insane question left his friend completely stunned, his voice shaking with sheer uncertainty. Theoretically? Logically speaking, the monsters would have to drop regional loot. Jihan aggressively pointed at Sunil, finally finding a fellow degenerate. You are completely curious too, aren't you? Sunil rested his chin on his hand, biting his lip, falling into a heavy, analytical silence. Sunil tilted his head, asking with a half-joking, dangerously sharp tone. So, you are utterly dying to find out, huh? Wait until you hit a god-tier level before trying that crazy stunt. Jihan replied, testing the treacherous waters. Oh, really? The martial artist observed with chilling calmness. Compared to the terrifying chaos overseas, South Korea is actually extremely safe. The gamer grimaced, screaming internally with absolute outrage. Safe my ass! I took one midnight stroll and almost got brutally ganked by a whole mob. Sunil nodded wisely. Let us wrap up this epic grind. That is enough for today. Farming complete. Jihan nodded in agreement. Yeah, we are totally done. He sat down, tossing the epic loot into his inventory bag. Suddenly, Jihan looked up, his face turned dead serious. Hey, Sun In. Sun In replied without thinking. What is it? His eyes practically sparkled. Dude, I found this insane grinding zone. It is called the Genesis Grand Labyrinth. Sun In flinched, utterly shocked. You found what? Jihan sighed, reminiscing. I was just spawning mobs to quick travel home. Then boom, a hidden dungeon popped up. Just like those secret raids in video games. Sun In tilted his head, super suspicious. Are you being serious right now? Without hesitation, Jihan nodded vigorously. Yeah, absolutely. Freaking weird. Sun In glared at Jihan. His gears were turning. He stealthily crept up behind Jihan. His voice dripped with deadly suspicion. And then what? You did not go in there alone, did you? Suddenly, a blue system window flashed. Warning. Panic attack skill activated. Check your pants, player. Cold sweat drenched Jihan. His eyes widened in absolute terror. He is totally going to murder me. I am a dead man. Jihan tried acting cool, but his voice violently shook. Of course, I definitely did not. Sun In was not buying it. Are you absolutely sure? Jihan screamed desperately. I swear. Sun In let out a massive sigh. He sounded utterly exhausted. Unbelievable. Start valuing your own freaking life for once. First the Hwansung Guild mess, now this? Jihan slowly turned around. His voice quivered. He looked completely devastated. I am so sorry, Sun In scoffed. I am always having heart attacks because of your reckless stunts. Jihan dropped to his knees. He bowed his head down low. This lowly servant begs for his master forgiveness. Please punish this disobedient slave. Sun In looked at him in total bewilderment. What is this cringe dialogue? Anyway, was there epic loot inside? Jihan instantly lit up. Floor 1 was packed with snake mutants and goblin variants. Then the realization hit him. He desperately slapped his hands over his mouth. This sent Sun In over the absolute edge. He gritted out every single word. His aura exploded with pure rage. Jihan, let us have a nice friendly chat. Jihan turned pale white, screaming in horror. Mommy! A system warning popped up. Danger! Player, please protect your bladder. Jihan felt his soul leave his body, his pathetic screams echoing into the sky. Later, they stood before an ominously dark, mysterious dungeon door. Sun In gently touched the gate, eyes narrowed. Is this the dungeon? Jihan bowed submissively, enunciating every word. Yes, master. This is the exact hellhole your worthless slave entered. Sun In snapped. Stop it with the cringe. Jihan looked pitiful. He clasped his hands, begging desperately. Only if you forgive me, bro. Sun In sighed, his voice completely drained of energy. Fine, whatever. Just shut up. It is too weird. Jihan burst into laughter. His voice rang with renewed hype. My best buddy Sun In is always so generous. Sun In muttered, Creep. You totally played me, you punk. Sun In peered into the abyss. So, what is lurking inside? Jihan smirked mysteriously. It is a straight-up video game raid. Sun In whispered, dumbfounded. Wait, traps, monsters, and even a boss? Jihan replied, Bingo! Sun In still could not believe this insane reality. You did not spawn it, but it just appeared? Way too suspicious. He touched the frame, analyzing the portal energy, then stood up straight. Channeling raw power, his fist ignited with brilliant green aura. Sun In blitzed forward at supersonic speed, launching a devastating wind-tearing punch right at the door. A deafening shockwave erupted, practically tearing the fabric of space. He stared at the completely unblemished door. His destructive strike did 0 damage. Did you not say the rocks inside break easily? Jihan nodded confidently. Yeah, but the exterior is totally invincible. Sun In spoke slowly, his tone turning dangerously dark. Just as I suspected. This is a man-made dungeon. Jihan nodded. I knew it. Sun In whispered, eyes narrowed. The real question is, who forged this nightmare, and why? Sun In turned to Jihan. Stay out of there for now. Let me investigate this anomaly first. Jihan flashed a bright grin, fully trusting his friend, and nodded. Got it. That day, they wisely chose to abandon the Genesis Grand Labyrinth. The scene shifted entirely. Welcome to standard high school life. Jihoon stood at the podium, projecting his voice loudly. Listen up. Summer vacation officially begins tomorrow. Do not do anything stupid. If you want to study, study. If you want a game, go game. Seconds later, Yojin yelled the class command. Attention, bow! The entire classroom roared in unison. Have a great summer, teacher. The second the bell rang, chaotic teen chatter filled the halls. Let us bounce. It is way too hot. Want to hit the gaming cafe? You absolute scrub. Summer break just hit, but everyone is already acting like total tryhards. Jihan sat there, lost in deep thought. Freedom at last, but crashing at Sunil's place sounded lame. Besides, his badass mentor had already power-leveled him, teaching him every broken trick in the book. What now? should we go sweep that trash-tier labyrinth from last time? It is the perfect spot to flex those newly unlocked skills. Honestly, that dungeon seemed like a total joke anyway. But wait, Sunil swore it was a deadly death trap. Walking in there and getting wiped out would be brutally humiliating. Suddenly, Sunil strutted over, grinning like an absolute maniac. I got epic stuff to handle, so I am out. Jihan immediately narrowed his eyes in suspicion. You are investigating that labyrinth, huh? Bingo, my dude! Sunil fired back instantly. Hearing this, Jihan just gave a totally apathetic shrug. Whatever. You go ahead and play hero. Sunil paused, raising an eyebrow. And what exactly are your grand plans? Seeing his buddy's curiosity, Jihan smirked. Just going home to grind. I can spawn a goblin zone and farm them raw. Sunil suddenly shot him a stern look. Do not abuse the time-space barrier, or you will age into a grandpa, Jihan sarcastically bowed. Yes, Mom, loud and clear. Why are you still here? Sunil shouted from the classroom door. I am vanishing right now. Meanwhile, someone was pulling their backpack out of a glowing orange spatial rift. Jihan casually strolled out of the room, looking utterly bored. Suddenly, Shinyoung's voice echoed from the hallway, making him jump. Han Jihan! Seeing her intense stare, he panicked. You are finally awake? But seriously, did you not overdo it today? Sleeping through every single class? Shinyoung calmly brushed off her hair. It looked like sleep, but I was actually image training. A literal sleep combat technique. Those ridiculous words completely paralyzed Jihan in shock. Are you seriously kidding me? A frantic thought flashed across his gamer mind. That kind of broken cheat skill actually exists? I absolutely need to steal that ability. Snapping back, Jihan urgently asked. So? What is the massive emergency? Shinyoung's next icy word struck him like a critical hit. That massive favor we discussed previously. Are you fully prepared? Jihan lowered his intense gaze. Yeah, let us do this right now. Shinyoung nodded with fierce determination. Bet, time to move. The two teens marched side by side down the dangerously empty street. Breaking the heavy silence, Jihan asked smoothly, what is the total body count? Shinyoung replied with grim and brutal efficiency. 35. Every single one is crippled or permanently disabled. This devastating intel made Jihan freeze in his tracks. Kwon Shinjun is a total psycho, leaving that many victims practically guarantees endless vendettas. After forcefully chilling out, he asked, did anyone actually die? She responded with chilling certainty. 0 fatalities. Hearing this, Jihan exhaled a massive sigh of relief. Well, that is a miracle. However, his careless words instantly triggered Shinyoung. Explosive rage flashed in her dark eyes. If you can actually heal their shattered bodies, I will cancel my blood revenge against him. But this crushing humiliation? I will never forgive it. Jihan raised his hands in absolute surrender. Hey, I am staying completely neutral here. But I gotta ask a lore question. Where exactly does your guild rank within the abyss? Without missing a beat, she proudly declared. My clan sits comfortably among Korea's top 100 powerhouses. The sheer scale of it left Jihan completely stunned. His brain went into overdrive. Is top 100 like the Fortune 500? Their lively banter echoed through the shadows of the alley. What is the total player base of the Korean abyss? From my intel, roughly 100,000 awakened. That is insane, Jihan did the math. So, out of every 60 normal citizens, one is a hidden abyss walker? Blown away by the stats, he quickly pressed further. Then how many total factions exist out there? Facing this noob question, Shinyoung answered with heavy caution. Estimated 5,000. Still deeply skeptical, he blurted out. Seriously? So your guild is a top-tier legendary faction? She stood tall, fiercely defending her honor. Correct. We easily rival the Heavenly Will Sect. A sudden memory clicked in Jihan's brain. Oh yeah, I have heard rumors about them. A god-tier alliance called the Nine Gates. Instantly, Shinyoung's vibe shifted into interrogation mode. Did Sunil leak that intel? After Jihan nodded, she confessed. Yeah, they are the 9 absolute strongest guilds on Earth. Thirsty for more lore, Jihan kept probing. Rumor has it the Dan clan rules the 9 gates. Do they really represent our entire country? She spilled the tea without hesitation. Exactly. And their deep alliance with Heavenly Will makes that sect completely untouchable to enemies. Jihan processed this massive political web, so it is total nepotism, riding on a god-tier coattail. Suddenly, Shinyoung's sharp voice shattered his thoughts. You are hopelessly clueless about Abyss society, are you not? Caught red-handed, Jihan sweated profusely. Fair point. I literally awakened as a player just a few months ago. Hearing his lame excuse, she sighed heavily. I get it now. I will drop you the beginner guidebooks later. Jihan stared at her, utterly flabbergasted. Wait, there are actual tutorial manuals for this stuff? Their footsteps accelerated, fading into the dark alley. After a tense and heavy silence, Shinyoung finally spoke. We have arrived. Jihan swallowed his mounting anxiety. This is the legendary sect? He now stood before a towering, colossal skyscraper. Jihan freaked out, grilling Shindung. A modern building here? Yet, she stayed totally chill. You really think so? I never even noticed it until now. He could only follow her inside. She hit the elevator button like a total pro. Inside, Jihan was still completely clueless. Suddenly, the doors slid open to his absolute shock. Soon, they stood before the Natural Soul Sect. Shindung calmly rang the doorbell. A voice echoed from inside. Who goes there? She quickly answered back. It is me, Kun Si-ru. Instantly, an eerie, suffocating silence swallowed the entire hallway. Moments later, Shindung pushed the door, gesturing for Jihan. Get in. He quickly obeyed and stepped right into the unknown. The bizarre scene blew his mind. Endless white-sheeted beds lined up perfectly, separated by thin, flimsy curtains. Suddenly, a system alert blasted. You entered a monster zone. You entered the Natural Soul Sect healing grounds. Health recovery plus 300%, stamina plus 300%, mana plus 300%. Jihan was absolutely stunned. This crazy spot buffs 3 times harder than the Sunwoo healing zone. Shindung urgently nudged him. The healing duty is all yours, Jihan. He instantly fired back. Got it. Guess we start right here. Anyone got broken bones or whatever? She immediately replied. Nope. Hearing that, Jihan grinned with pure satisfaction. Sweet. I cannot fix broken bones anyway. Let us test this. Suddenly, Jihan pulled out a tiny, glowing orb. He slammed it right into the patient. Natural Soul Healing Arts. Observe. A status screen popped up right before his eyes, catching him totally off guard. Status is completely normal. He quickly spun around to update Shindung. Looks perfectly fine to me. Go check for yourself. She stepped up and checked the patient's pulse. Her eyes practically sparkled with disbelief as she gasped. Absolute magic. He is completely cured. Only then did Jihan finally let out a massive sigh of relief. Awesome, so it actually works. Shindung quickly clasped her hands in deep gratitude. I owe you big time. Like I promised, I will do absolutely anything you ask. Right at that moment, the room's vibe suddenly turned weirdly tense and heavy. Seeing his reaction, she softly repeated it. Anything you want. But Jihan just brushed it off casually. You really do not need to do anything. Still, she stubbornly stood her ground. No way. My sect owes you. You, someone with 0 spiritual roots, helped us with such a brutal task. Just so I could make peace with Hwan Sang-gun? If I serve you well and keep you happy, my entire sect benefits. Those bold words made Jihan completely freeze up for a second. An amused, cheeky smirk crept onto his lips. Finally, he spoke up. All right, fine, just buy me some spell books to return the favor. That totally flustered Shindung. Do you not want anything more? I am ready to cater to any of your wild demands. But our guy just laughed it off. Come on, who takes advantage of people when they are down? I am not that kind of dude. She stood there, completely dumbfounded. Han Jihan, you. He quickly interrupted. Anyway, let us move to the next patient. Shindung snapped back to reality. Yes, and just like that, the dynamic duo kept grinding their mission. Crashing at home later, Jihan sprawled out on the floor, exhausted. Summer break with nothing to do is totally lame. I would normally be grinding games like a madman right now, Luleno chimed in from the side. Why do you look so pathetic, sweetie? He sat straight up with a heavy sigh. It is just. My life feels so insanely meaningless lately. She teased him playfully. Wow, the great Han Jihan getting deep? That totally triggered Jihan, he yelled back. What the heck does that mean? I am a top-tier sophisticated guy. Seeing this dramatic outburst, Luleno flinched in mock terror. Meanwhile, Jihan was still fuming like a volcano. He snapped his head away, scowling hard. Man, I thought the whole tutoring gig was over. Flying, double casting magic, mana control. I mastered all that stuff flawlessly. Plus all the combat training too. Luleno immediately nodded in agreement. Yeah, training is totally done. But lately, I have way too much free time. Time for a real vacation. Jihan blurted out, instantly making her pout in frustration. A student's absolute duty is to serve their master. What kind of dude acts this incredibly awkward? Did you seriously expect me to beg you on my knees? Jihan was absolutely paralyzed by the audacity. He stared at her in pure disbelief. Wait, what? He choked out instinctively. You mean, before he could even finish, Luleno dropped the bombshell. I'm crashing here indefinitely, just like before. Jihan's soul totally left his body. Holy crap! His face instantly turned pale with pure, unadulterated dread. For how long? Meanwhile, she just casually shrugged it off. Just a month or so. That casual reply completely shattered his sanity. Was his peaceful teen life totally over? Suddenly, she narrowed her eyes, sensing his dread. What's with that overly dramatic look? Don't tell me you're planning to ditch your precious master? Jihan's voice dropped to absolute freezing levels. Are you seriously trying to get me locked up? Master, with your totally tiny kid-like appearance. The cops are gonna arrest me for being a total creep. Loliano's temper instantly exploded like an erupting volcano. I'm handing you a massive privilege, you ungrateful brat. A blue system window suddenly popped up, endurance skill leveled up. Jihan ground his teeth in sheer frustration. Why does this stupid system only level up when I'm violently raging? Suddenly, a strange presence snapped their attention away. Lolano sprang to her feet like lightning. What the heck? You actually get visitors? Jihan shot up aggressively. Excuse me? Why wouldn't I have guests? She tilted her head, playing totally innocent. I just assumed Han Jihan was a hardcore gaming nerd with zero social life. Was I entirely wrong? His teen rebellion instantly flared up. Hey, I have a ton of friends, okay? Lolano kept her smug, childlike expression. Besides that Heavenly Will clan dude, who else? Jihan stammered defensively. I've got a whole squad at school. But deep down, nervous sweat dropped from his brow. Honestly, I haven't talked to those NPCs in weeks. Before he could panic, he begrudgingly dragged his feet to the hallway as she barked an order. Go check who's trespassing. He swung the front door wide open, and Jihan blinked in complete shock. Dude, why didn't you text me before showing up? Sun In stood there, flashing a totally casual grin. I was just passing through the hood and figured I'd see if you were alive. Suddenly, Lolano materialized from the shadows with absolute authority. Are you saying a massive magic spell is blanketing all of Seoul? The martial artist didn't even flinch, nodding firmly. Yeah, that's exactly right. It's an insane wide-scale illusion spell. It randomly spawns dimensional dungeons known as the Great Labyrinth Era. A spark of dangerous curiosity flashed in Lolano's eyes. I've never heard of a spell blueprint like that. Furthermore, for a spell of that massive scale to bypass a master mage like me, that's ridiculously suspicious. Sun In quickly backed up his intel. My sources are 100% bulletproof, but the lolly master crossed her arms, still heavily skeptical. And why exactly should I believe that? Keeping his absolute cool, he dropped some heavy lore. This intel came straight from the Dan clan, the 6th-ranked faction of the Nine Gates. Lolano's tense shoulders instantly relaxed. Well then, that changes everything. It's completely solid, but the mystery was far from solved, her gaze sharpening. So who the hell cast it? And what's their endgame? It smells exactly like the barrier Hwan Sung-gon deployed back then, but something is definitely off. While the adults talked shop, Jihan was literally trembling in the corner. Off? What do you mean off? Sun In hit them with the heavy truth. It is actively harvesting psychic energy. Jihan completely lost his mind, screaming like a frustrated noob. Time out. Can somebody translate this hardcore wizard jargon into plain English for me? The two veterans just stared at him blankly, then started blatantly whispering to each other, making his blood totally boil. Glaring absolute daggers at Sun In, Jihan barked his demand. Hey, show some respect to the lowest level player in the room. Sun In blinked, totally snapping back to reality. Oh right, my bad. I forgot you're basically a level 1 scrub. You know the basic mechanics of illusion barriers, right? Jihan stroked his chin, gears finally turning in his gamer brain. Yeah, they're like instance dungeons generated by the world itself. Sun In pointed a finger directly at him. Spot on. And you know that casters and artificial barriers can hack those dungeons to change their properties, right? Jihan just sat there, his face completely buffering like a lagged-out server. Hello? Earth to Jihan? Your own basement training ground is basically an engineered barrier. Sun In patiently spoon-fed the tutorial lore to his clueless bro. If you get that, then listen closely. Some absolute madman is broadcasting a massive network spell, forcibly hijacking every single illusion barrier across the entire city of Seoul. The sheer magnitude of that revelation hit Jihan like a freight train, his eyes bulging out of his skull. He instantly grabbed his hair, panic totally setting in. Wait, so you're saying anytime a player pops a normal barrier, that Great Labyrinth-era dungeon just randomly spawns over it? Before the terrifying echo even faded, Jihan's horrific realization was immediately confirmed. Exactly. But the hardcore lore dump was getting too heavy for his teenage brain. But what the heck is psychic energy anyway? Stepping into the spotlight, Lolano seamlessly hijacked the conversation. I assume your tiny gamer brain understands basic brainwaves, right? Jihan rolled his eyes, shooting back defensively. Duh, obviously. When humans process thoughts, they emit electrical frequencies. She cleared her throat, dramatically pausing for effect. But what if someone farmed all those scattered frequencies into one massive pool? A storm of chaotic, mind-bending visuals suddenly flooded Jihan's overly active imagination. He still looked like a completely lost, naive puppy. But the immortal master kept her lecture ruthlessly calm. Psychic energy is exactly that collected power. The collective brainwaves of humanity. The residual mana sparked from human consciousness. Normally, it just evaporates into nothingness. Sun In immediately tagged into the explanation, but if you use high-tier magic to harvest it all, that invisible thought dust condenses into an absolute god-tier power source. This apocalyptic data dump turned Jihan's face completely ash gray. Holy crap, are you telling me they cracked the cheat code for infinite mana? Farming energy straight from human thoughts? That's totally busted. Without missing a beat, Loleno shut down his wild theory. Not exactly. It is not an infinite glitch, but it is a colossally terrifying power supply. Listen carefully. Han Jihan, infinite energy is a total myth. In the Abyss, the only absolute rule is time. The dark arts offer endless paths, and when you invest enough time into farming those paths, epic tier results are guaranteed to spawn. It is exactly like grinding martial arts. Whether your level is trash or pro, grinding experience makes your stats spike. The more you grind, the higher your mastery scales. The real boss mechanic is how fast you can speedrun that grind and maximize your total stat yield. Sun In snapped his fingers, fully agreeing with the meta-analysis. Bingo. The system logic finally clicked in Jihan's gamer brain. Ah, so it's basically the ultimate experience farm. Loleno's gaze turned dangerously sharp. Exactly. Harvesting psychic energy is the ultimate cheat code for hoarding pure magic. And when the farming efficiency hits max capacity, before she could finish the dark tutorial, he instinctively guessed the climax. The more god-tier the power output. A proud smirk finally crept across Loleno's face. Bingo, kiddo. However, farming human consciousness is a hard banned practice across the Abyss. Any rogue player caught running that illegal script gets instantly and permanently deleted from existence. That brutal death penalty dropped Jihan's jaw straight to the floor. Wait, why the absolute instant death penalty? Sun In's voice dropped an entire octave, radiating absolute seriousness. Because it is a world-ending hazard, bro. Psychic energy is pure, unfiltered human obsession, and when that dark, volatile malice stacks high enough, it literally physically spawns those nightmarish boss monsters you call demons. The sheer terror of that revelation echoed violently in Jihan's mind. Literal. Demons? Lolo Ayano's voice cut through the silence. Gods are born from human faith. Ever heard that quote, kiddo? Jihan, totally clueless, blinked hard. Wait, whose quote is that? Her playful vibe instantly vanished. It is no mere quote. It is an absolute truth in the Abyss. Gods walk among us. Though they cannot build worlds or shatter reality's laws, they absolutely exist. Sunil chimed in to back her up. Human ideas, deepest thoughts, and blind fanaticism. When combined, these form ultimate entities called gods. Jihan stared blankly like a total noob. Are you serious right now? She nodded deadpan. Dead serious. His gamer curiosity peaked instantly. So what is their job then? Sunil dropped the lore. They protect their cult and enforce their will. You fought that shady company, right? Jihan immediately pointed a finger. Hell yeah, I did, Sunil smirked darkly. Well, that CEO dude was practically a god. Powered by blind faith, they become immortal monsters. Because in modern society, cash is basically the ultimate religion. Jihan cringed hard. Bro, why are you acting so deep today? Lolo Iano jumped in before things derailed completely. Focus, boys. Back to the real issue. Fanatic belief spawns supernatural titans known as gods. Like those abyss freaks worshipping Asura. Boom. The god of destruction literally spawns with world-ending powers. Her tone turned extremely serious. But the ultimate catch is the world's shaping will. Jihan finally recognized something. The will of Gaia, she smiled proudly. Exactly. Those almighty gods are trapped inside the phantom barrier, completely locked out of our reality. Her voice grew eerily quiet. They cannot escape, but their influence leaks out. Sunil interrupted with a dark scowl. And here is the massive problem. The atmosphere turned suffocatingly tense, gathering massive stray energy. She whispered chillingly, and will spawn a totally random god. Jihan's gamer brain clicked instantly. Holy crap, so it is basically a loot box? You either pull a legendary hero or total trash? Anxiety shadowed her face. Evil gods are somewhat manageable, but a madness god? That would be absolute apocalyptic chaos. Jihan sweated bullets. A literally insane deity? She tapped her knee dramatically. The bottom line is, whoever is doing this is completely psychotic. Waking that thing up means instant game over for everyone. He scratched his head nervously. Hold on. Are the Dancing Guild guys just sitting around? Sunil scoffed like a true veteran. They are already moving. South Korea is their main turf after all. Jihan nodded slowly, faking it completely. Ah, makes perfect sense. Sunil glared intensely at him. Listen, punk. I came here specifically to warn you. Jihan leaned in super seriously. Warn me about what? Sunil's expression turned terrifyingly dark. Do not even think about going near that place. You would just be free experience points for those monsters. Top-tier players like you just get their energy completely drained, and we still have zero clue what is lurking inside. Her eyebrows knitted together in sheer panic. Wait, are you saying this entire thing is a massive trap? Sunil nodded grimly. 100%. She rubbed her chin in deep thought. Yeah, that tracks. Stealing aura is already a nightmare scenario. But as a baited trap, Sun Il dropped the ultimate terrifying truth. Anyone walking in there will get instantly deleted. Jihan practically shivered out of his skin. Bro, a simple phone call would have been fine. Sunil heard the whining and flashed a wicked smirk. I just wanted to see you sweat a little. He dramatically pushed off his knees and stood tall. All right, I am out. Time to bounce. Jihan blurted out like a disappointed kid. Already leaving? Sunil shrugged like it was obvious. You have insanely hardcore grinding to do. No point sticking around. Jihan was absolutely speechless. Dude, my daily quests are literally done. But his demonic instructor clearly loved torturing him. Sunil maliciously threw more fuel on the fire. Then watch the others suffer and learn something. Never a dull moment. Pure fiery rage exploded above Jihan's head. Just get out of here, you absolute jerk. Before vanishing, Sunil gave a cheeky bow. Catch you later, Loloyano. See ya. She flashed a totally cute wave. Bye-bye. Jihan quickly shoved Sunil out the front door. Back inside, he and Lalino completely ignored each other, totally lost in their own little worlds. Slumping into his chair, he checked his bankbook balance. 8,921. Not a bad haul. The older hot teacher actually told him, invest in skills and gear. Muttering this, Jihan aggressively grabbed his computer mouse. Let us see what is out there. He immediately searched for magic weapons. That black stone staff I traded earlier? Let us price it at 50 million. His eyes furiously scanned the screen. Mana amplification, mana cost reduction, total mana boosts. Endless items. But anything specifically for magic archers? Bingo! The Aclasis wand cuts mana drain in half and totally doubles efficiency. Reading the ridiculous description left him completely speechless. What absolute scammer wrote this garbage? Putting that aside, the insane specs matched his combat style perfectly. His baseline mana recovery rate was already crazy high. If he equipped this, he could endlessly spam skills. Suddenly, Lolino creeped up right behind his back. Planning to buy that, kiddo? His inner teenager screamed in pure panic. Stop invading my personal space! Shoving her away, Jihan pointed at the monitor. I need to massively upgrade my combat power. Stocking up on premium gear shows pure survival instinct. That legendary wand looks insanely good. I think it fits my style perfectly. Lolino flashed him a huge thumbs up. Smart move. He chuckled goofily. Thanks for the massive compliment. But his joy shattered when she dropped an absolute bomb. Then buy it right now. And come farm epic drops with me. Just now. Little Sunil strictly warned me not to let you inside. Lalino paused dramatically. But honestly, throwing you in there sounds totally worth it. Jihan's brain instantly short-circuited in pure panic. Enter where exactly? She crossed her arms, declaring with absolute boss energy. The Grand Labyrinth era. Instantly, the scene hard cut to Jihan aggressively spamming magic. Furious mana vortexes exploded forward, violently crashing straight into the roaring monster horde. Within seconds, the sickening stench of charred flesh filled the air. Lolino rested her cheek on her hand. Hey, does screaming like an absolute maniac actually boost your stats? Jihan looked totally confused but answered honestly. Nope, it does literally nothing. Her facial muscles immediately dropped in sheer disappointment. Then why the hell are you screaming so loud? He smirked from the corner of his mouth. It makes me feel like an epic action movie star. Lolino shook her head in total defeat. You are so violently cringe. For the millionth time, Jihan genuinely wanted to throw hands. Where did she learn this cursed internet slang? She proudly straightened her back. This is the digital age. The internet is my ultimate sensei. He was utterly speechless. But social media is just full of toxic trolls and massive hypocrites. Lolino brushed off his warning completely. Thanks for the total buzzkill. She casually raised her hand, plucking something invisible straight out of thin air. Lolino literally gasped out loud at the mysterious item. Wait, your kills actually drop magical potions? Jihan only cared about one crucial thing. Are the stats actually good? She nodded with absolute certainty. Insanely good. Who knew invisible energy could physically manifest like this? Lolino's voice dripped with bitter jealousy. Master Alchemist would weep at your broken system. Cheat. Jihan quickly covered his mouth, snickering secretly. Oh, really? Seeing his smug face made her blood violently boil. This is so unfair. He blinked in genuine confusion. Unfair about what exactly? Lalino crossed her arms, fiercely complaining. You possess a totally broken cheat code. That is wildly unfair. Jihan glared sideways with intense judgment. Look who is acting so ridiculously entitled. But reality quickly slapped him. Arguing with women always ends in total defeat. Why are you pouting so hard? After what felt like an utter eternity, she finally broke the tense silence. I am taking exactly half your potions, Jihan nervously questioned her massive demand. So the rest belongs to me? Lalino shot him a dangerously playful wink. Big sister will be your personal bodyguard. The furious volcano inside him almost erupted. Why are you so insanely greedy? Jihan felt completely powerless, muttering cursed words internally. More like the ultimate greedy mentor. Ignoring his silent rage, she completely switched topics. Your insane potion farming skill is priceless. He stared deeply at the tiny vial. I totally agree. Crafting this stuff is supposedly hell. Lolino let out a massive, dramatic sigh. Exactly. Stamina recovery demands absolute legendary alchemy mastery. Jihan gulped hard. His insane healing factor wasn't just a glitch, it was a legendary gift. Internally, he was screaming like a total fanboy. He knew healers were VIPs everywhere. She clapped her hands together. Her eyes sparked with absolute gamer greed. Let us get back to farming. I will guard your six. Jihan grinned, completely on the same wavelength. Heck yes. The Kobold King unleashed a deafening, monstrous roar. His entire minion squad charged forward. But Jihan blasted them all to absolute dust. Zero mercy. The boss crumbled in literal seconds. Loleno hovered on her broom. Her jaw practically hit the floor. Was that actually the boss, kiddo? He offered a cocky nod. Dead on. She scoffed, tossing out pure shade. Complete trash. Jihan just shrugged off the roast. Hey, it was only level 20, but the loot is absolutely fire. He snatched up a ring, activating observation. The stats violently popped up. The Kobold King Ring. Effect, Tier 1 shielding aura. The ring practically glowed with holy light in Jihan's palm. Sweet mother of... Rare drop. Loleno zoomed over, totally snooping. What did you get? Spill it! He tilted his screen for his sunbae to peek. Auto-generates a shielding aura for the wearer. She stroked her chin in deep thought. A shielding aura, huh? That is a core skill for body enhancement freaks. Jihan blinked, looking completely lost. Oh, for real? Never heard of it. Loleno dropped some serious knowledge. She broke down internal energy, ki, and aura. Basically, anything boosting your physical stats falls under the body enhancement tree. Jihan nodded internally. Ah, so like ancient martial arts manuals. She wildly chopped the air, demonstrating the concept. Shielding aura massively buffs your defense. With this, basic attacks like Black Fang are completely useless against you. Jihan's brain went into overdrive. Freaking overpowered. I will stack aura skills and become an unkillable tank. Her next words hit him like a truck. That ring is crazy expensive. Easily 300 million won. He stuttered uncontrollably. 300 million? She smirked, giving his shoulder a playful shove. Aren't you basically a young Cheeble now? Holy crap, Jihan felt like he could literally fly. Joining the Abyss late means I deserve this insane RNG luck. After letting him hype, Loleno snapped him back. Stop flexing and loot the room. Then we hit the lower floors. His voice vibrated with pure adrenaline. Yes, ma'am. Floor 2. The Spider Nest. 7 elite spiders and their mob? Wiped out. Loot. Toxic Cherry Ring, plus 34 million won. Floor 3. Lizard Lair. No survivors left behind. Loot. Lizard King Blade, plus 45 million won. Floor 4. The Slime Room. Cleared. Loot. Cosmetic Slime Extract, plus 56 million won. Even if the airplane hijacked his foot cream, the results were mind-blowing. This is freaking surreal. Today's harvest, 135 million won, plus a super rare item. He lifted the cash with trembling hands. Half a day of casual gaming beat a year of grinding. The drops were absolutely god tier. Loleno felt like the universe had broken. This is way too insane. You even dropped magical artifacts. Her voice dripped with absolute awe. At this rate, kiddo, you could open your own workshop. Jihan's radar instantly beeped at the new term. A workshop? Loleno casually pulled an item from thin air. That is what we call magical artifact crafters. And their stuff is awesome. The King Ring is 300 million, Toxic Ring, 50, Lizard Blade, 100. Suddenly a thought struck her. Oh, right. What level was that Lizard King again? Jihan answered like an obedient noob. Level 55. Loleno narrowed her eyes, calculating. I am level 130, right? He nodded with absolute certainty. Spot on. Her voice suddenly dropped dangerously low. If that is true, hypothetically speaking, what happens if you hit level 100 and spawn mobs? Farming level 100 phantom monsters inside your illusion barrier? Jihan did not even hesitate. The loot would be undeniably god tier. 2 gamer brains clicked instantly. They shouted in unison. Exactly! Loleno leaned in dangerously close. How much would level 100 monster drops be worth? He swallowed hard, guessing a number. Around 1 billion? Smack! Jihan took a playful slap to the face. Dead wrong. They are worth infinitely more. Sure, it is a theory, but selling them for 10 billion won would be a total cakewalk. He could not even dream this big. Are you bluffing right now? Loleno flashed an outrageously confident grin. Oh please, I swear on the literal sun. She raised the item in her hand. Take a wild guess at this broom's value. Trauma hit Jihan hard. He totally froze up. So Loleno casually dropped the bomb herself. 30 billion won, baby. Mind blown yet, kid? That rusty old broom suddenly gleamed like legendary loot. Top-tier gear hits different. Meanwhile, she just chilled mid-air. This broom is absolutely wild. It is not just for riding. You can pull off crazy combos. Loleno smirked, twirling a loose bristle. Artifacts over 10 billion won? Pure cash cannot buy them. Their creators and spawn times? A total absolute mystery. Jihan gulped, double-checking. So it is all random drops and blind luck? Summoning her ring, Loleno nodded. Spot on, kid. But if you can farm legendary drops just by goofing around, Jihan instantly cut her off, his gamer brain racing. It means I can be a gold farmer. Now it was her turn to look totally clueless. A what now? Realizing his nerd slipped out, he explained. Look, in massive multiplayer online games, gear trading is a total lifestyle. Let me break it down. Imagine an epic drop with a 100-hour grind. Corporate suits actually secretly game hard. Escaping reality for 2 hours is their ultimate therapy. But 2 hours a day means zero progress. So they buy from gold farmers. We grind 24/7, flipping digital loot for cold hard cash. Loleno was utterly shook. You convert fake pixels into real wealth? He aggressively hit her with a thumbs up. Bingo. She rubbed her chin, pointing straight at him. Professor Loleno gets it now. If that is your angle, our boy Jihan could totally monopolize the entire server. He threw his hands up, already tasting that sweet tycoon victory. But 3 seconds later, his hype totally crashed. Wait, that actually sounds incredibly lame. That whiplash completely caught her off guard. What gives, kid? Scratching his head, he awkwardly confessed. I never actually wanted to be a merchant class. A knowing smirk crossed her lips. Ah, so it is not your ultimate grand destiny? He aggressively nodded. Heck no, that sparked a massive question she had been holding on to. Speaking of fate, how did you even enter the abyss? Got some grand ambition? He paused, then shrugged. Absolutely nothing. She blinked, totally flabbergasted. Just like a regular non-playable character, deadpan. He shot back. Yup, painfully average. It sounds pathetic out loud. A rebellious teenager with zero ambitions, just surviving to pull all-nighters. Or maybe that was the ultimate dream, escaping the corporate grind, unlimited cash, and zero internet trolls judging his life choices. Just gaming until dawn. Loleno stared into the distance, lost in thought. But does humanity really need a grand purpose? The abyss. Ultimately, it is just a dumping ground for outcasts like us. It does not matter if you were born with the system, or violently dragged into the chaos. When the smoke clears, we are all just flawed humans. Not everyone holds a legendary destiny or epic quest. Back in the normal server, how do people even survive? Rubbing his chin, Jihan listed the mundane lore. You grind through school. Then you hunt for a toxic corporate job, hop online, and everyone is crying over unemployment. That is pretty much the entire meta. Loleno mercilessly summarized the brutal truth. You just exist to survive. Jihan aggressively snapped his fingers. Exactly, you nailed the summary. A soft, mocking chuckle escaped her lips. Our little Jihan is still such a fragile noob. His confident smirk instantly evaporated. Yo, have you ever seen a noob this incredibly overpowered? Loleno did not even flinch, dropping cold reality. But you barely understand the tutorial of this world. Boom! Jihan completely choked on his words. It was a critical hit to his ego. A suffocating silence crashed down upon the duo. Finally, her voice cut through the tension, heavy with ancient sorrow. You are clueless, kid. Hundreds of thousands awaken with absolute garbage-tier abilities, just barely scraping by in this nightmare of a system. Her sigh drifted like a freezing autumn wind. The real world and the abyss? They are exactly the same hell. Jihan blinked, totally caught off guard. Are you serious? He blurted out with ultimate teen naivety. But if they can use literal magic? Loleno ruthlessly listed the brutal conditions. Trash talent pools, toxic personalities, zero guild backing. Every single player carries massive debuffs. And here in the abyss, one micro mistake means instant permadeath. Survival constantly hangs by an incredibly fragile thread. That is the terrifying difference between the vanilla server and here. Refusing to accept this dark lore, Jihan pushed back. But wait, if that is true, Loleno instantly shut him down. Being a casual merchant is actually a solid survival strategy. Not everyone holds a legendary destiny, and absolutely no one has the guts to face the boss room. She paused, letting the dark reality sink in. Besides, there is a fate far more terrifying for those chasing grand illusions. His gamer curiosity spiked massively. Worse than permadeath? Closing her eyes, she was swallowed by a haunting memory. The tragic souls who brainwash their own minds, deluding themselves into an endless fake paradise. Her chilling words echoed through the void. That's actually totally normal. Jihan mumbled back automatically. Yeah. Loleno was weirdly patient this time. Just think about it, sweetie. That's just one scenario. There are totally worse situations where having zero dreams beats living a complete lie. Jihan bravely owned his complete cluelessness. I'm totally lost. She just waved it off. No sweat, kid. But there's something way more toxic out there. His curiosity spiked. Like what? Lolino's face dropped into pure seriousness. The abyss is full of psychoparasites turning people into meat shields for their ambitions, kidnapping and draining mana. Absolute garbage behavior. Jihan frowned, choking back his words. She finally shattered the heavy silence. Anyway, you scored massive loot today, plus my little experiment worked flawlessly. Hurry up. Loot the drops. A massive question mark popped over his head. Wait, what experiment? That smug, mad scientist grin hijacked her face again. I wanted to dissect this illusion barrier. And diving straight in was the epic play. I already figured out how they hijacked our powers. She was literally flexing with every single word. No clue who built this garbage, but a genius like me can reverse engineer it and blast it right back at them. Too easy. Jihan's face glitched into a massive deadpan. Called it. Obviously you didn't drag me here just for fun. But the clueless mastermind completely missed the sarcasm. Oh, you knew? He forced out two incredibly awkward chuckles. Duh. Who do you think you're dealing with? Looking at her goofy grin, Jihan instantly changed the subject. So, how deep does this mega dungeon actually go? She totally took the bait. Based on my epic structural analysis, 99 whole floors. He literally couldn't believe his ears. 99 floors? Jihan accidentally screamed out loud. That's insane! Meanwhile, she was just rubbing her chin like a confused anime detective. But why 99 specifically? Her voice sounded completely bummed out. My big brain can't compute that yet, needs more testing. He paused for a split second, then suddenly shouted like a hardcore nerd. Yo, I actually know this. This whole fake barrier is just ripping off a game. It's a typical classic tabletop RPG. They always have 99 floors. Her jaw practically hit the floor in shock. Wait, seriously? Jihan was totally geeking out now. Yeah, retro gaming history is packed with that stuff. It all started with those brutal roguelike classics. Any true gamer would spot this a mile away. A wicked spark of interest ignited in her eyes. A gamer's approach? Now that's a viable strategy. I'm officially making this my new research project. She immediately threw her hands up and yelled, All right, let's bounce. He matched her hyped energy. Let's go. Outside, the sky was obnoxiously clear, but Jihan was living an absolute nightmare. He clutched his freshly smacked skull, wailing like a banshee. My brain is literally shattered. Sun In didn't care. His heart was pure ice. You absolute water-brained moron. He was literally 1 second from blowing a gasket. Pointing an accusing finger, he went totally ballistic. I specifically told your dumb butt to stay away. But Jihan was too busy mourning his precious skull. You hit the exact same critical spot. No human could tank that. Sun In face-palmed with a soul-crushing sigh. Dealing with a pure degenerate, he aggressively cracked his knuckles. Do you have any idea how much anxiety you give me? Jihan shook like a leaf as another ruthless fist descended. Holy crap, that's strike 3. And of course, the stupid system had to troll him too. Ding! Physical endurance leveled up by 1. He screamed internally, completely powerless against the universe's cruelty. Oh, screw you. Stop leveling me up from getting beaten half to death. Sun In took a massive, sanity-saving breath. Jihan, you absolute disaster of a human being. Can you please try not to get yourself killed? Is listening to my totally valid advice actually impossible? He threw up his hands like a total saint. I swear, that crazy magic lady practically dragged me in. Sun In slammed the table like a raging boss battle. Just say no, you idiot. His furious screaming literally vibrated through the entire cafe. Are you going through edgy teen puberty or something? You see a suspicious magic lady flashing spells and you just dive right in? Jihan wasn't backing down. Older lady? Bro, she's literally a tiny lolly teacher. Sun In's rage meter officially maxed out. Shut up. You literally have zero idea what kind of psycho-murderer witch you're messing with. Jihan totally zoned out during the lecture. I mean, I know we have a stealth barrier active, but the dude is literally screaming like a broken megaphone. Whatever. I am only flexing at this cafe because I am loaded right now. Otherwise, 4,001 for one coffee? Absolute highway robbery. Any broke student would literally bleed cash for this. Suddenly, he notices his buddy completely spacing out. Bam! Sunil launches a brutal martial arts chop. Earth to idiot. Jihan curses inwardly, grinding his teeth. Son of a... Did this psycho just use chi to smack me? Sunil leans back, totally exhausted by his friend's absolute stupidity. Use your brain for once, would you? Things are insanely dangerous right now. You nearly died, yet you are still acting like a suicidal maniac. Jihan stares at the ceiling, pulling a pathetic excuse. Well, my wisdom stat is still garbage. He instantly turns into a massive game analyst. Boosting intelligence makes me smarter, sure, but low wisdom means zero common sense. So basically, smack! Obviously, that earns him another vicious love tap from Sun Il. Then level up your damn wisdom right now. Jihan silently bites his tongue in pure agony. So humiliating. I cannot even dodge his crazy melee skills. Meanwhile, Sunil takes a deep breath to control his boiling rage. He shifts back to cold logic. Look, even if the Harem King is shielding you right now, Jihan freezes, blinking in total confusion. Hold up, the Harem King? Who the heck is that? Sunil grabs his drink, letting the dramatic tension build for a second before dropping the lore. An absolute Korean legend, he is infamous for single-handedly crushing the 9 great factions. Jihan mutters the ridiculous title. Harem King? What a gamer tag. Then it clicks. That creepy company president had whispered that exact name. A sudden, icy chill runs straight down Jihan's spine. Holy crap, that is terrifying. All of Jihan's rebellious bravado instantly vanishes into thin air. Bro, have mercy. I already spilled everything about that Hwan Sungon disaster. Sunil exhales heavily. Who knows how many times he has had to calm his raging blood pressure today. Fine, whatever. Just do not get yourself completely slaughtered out there. While Sun Il spits out desperate warnings, Jihan is busy admiring his friend's weird habits. This dude chugs sugar but stays totally ripped. Martial arts must be a glitch. Jihan rests his chin, throwing out a random thought. But seriously, why would this overpowered king secretly protect a noob like me? Sun Il gently slams his empty glass down. I have absolutely zero clue, man. But one thing is brutally clear. This absolute monster openly threatened all the underworld's heavyweights. He declared that anyone who dares to scratch you, he will personally hunt down and utterly annihilate. Jihan's face instantly drains of all color. That sounds like a nightmare. I do not even know the guy. What the heck? Mid-panic attack, Jihan suddenly notices his buddy's dark expression. Yo, why do you look so gloomy? Sunil freezes for a split second before snapping back to reality. Just got a lot of chaotic thoughts on my mind. He smoothly dodges the subject. Anyway, how was your crazy dungeon run today? Hearing that, Jihan proudly summons his holographic system window. Oh right, check this out. I grinded for this epic loot inside the Great Labyrinth. Sunil squints, his eyes filled with pure skepticism. You actually farmed these using your own trash skills? Jihan nods with supreme, cocky pride. Yup! Both teens lean in, intensely inspecting the glowing artifacts on the table. So, what is the magic trick here? Slap this ring on, and you can shoot toxic blasts. Barely burns any mana. It is straight up paralyzing poison. And this bad boy right here? Pure defensive aura. The gears inside Sunil's martial artist brain immediately start spinning. Paralysis, poison, and defensive aura? That is a god-tier combo. Jihan drops the jaw-dropping market price. Some broker told me the ring is 50 million won, and the other one. Sunil's jaw literally unhinges at those last 3 words. Around 300 million won. A heavy, stunned silence suffocates the table. Finally, Sunil finds his voice. I bow to your insane luck, bro. That is way more profitable than farming those nasty troll mobs. Ignoring the hype, Jihan lowers his head, dropping a massive bombshell. I also uncovered a terrifying secret. The two friends lock serious eyes. The atmosphere shifts into absolute cinematic tension. Sunil leans forward, unable to mask his burning curiosity. Spill it. What kind of secret did you find? Jihan dips his finger in condensation, slowly sketching a map on the table. He softly reveals the dark truth he dug up. That broker warned me. This illusion barrier called the Great Labyrinth, it possesses exactly 99 demonic floors. Sunil instantly scoffs in disbelief. 99 floors? Are you kidding me? Jihan nods, his voice deadly serious. Yeah, and I swear, dropping just 1 floor multiplies the nightmare difficulty by 10. Sunil abruptly bolts out of his chair, his eyes blown wide with pure shock. Hold on! If that math is right, the bottom is level 990. Jihan strokes his chin in deep, terrifying thought. His gaze turns distant, mental calculators running wild in his gamer brain. After a tense silence, he slowly pieces the puzzle together. Could it even be real? When I faced that psycho Hwan Sungon, he was barely under level 200. And rule number 1 of illusion magic, a barrier can never surpass its creator's level. But Sun Il immediately shatters that theory. Wrong. If they are mass harvesting spiritual energy, the rules completely change. A level 990 zone? By your gaming logic, that is straight up divine territory. They would be forging a literal god. That horrifying revelation makes Jihan's brows lock in total confusion. Is that seriously possible? Sunil nods with a grim, heavy expression. Yeah, the whole system is completely screwed up. The air turns suffocating before Sunil finally drops the big question. So, what is your next crazy move? Jihan stares back, flashing a hilariously clueless, dumbfounded face. What do you mean? Sunil's eyes instantly ignite with pure, unadulterated, murderous intent. His voice drops into a terrifyingly dark threat. You idiot. Tell me you are not planning to dive back into that suicide trap. Facing that absolute demonic glare, Jihan violently flinches back in panic. Sir, yes sir, I would never dare. Are you satisfied now? He plays the innocent victim, but deep down, his sneaky gamer brain is already plotting. Obviously, only an absolute suicidal maniac would go back in there. With my vast experience, I can just whip up my own personal domain. Good luck to anyone trying to steal my thunder now. A smug grin spread across his face. You scrubs could never fathom my genius master plan. Sun In completely ignored that cocky expression. Oh, right. He skipped the BS and cut straight to the chase. You learned magic from that killer witch, right? Jihan was clueless but played it cool anyway. Damn straight. The interrogation continued without missing a beat. So you only know how to fight using spells, huh? Jihan nodded honestly. Yep, exactly. After grilling him, Sun In dropped a bomb. All right, from now on you are learning martial arts from Se-yoon. The sudden proposal caught Jihan completely off guard. Are you serious, bro? His expression turned dead serious. Do I look like I am joking? I will have her focus on teaching you the blade. A whole new skill tree made Jihan skeptical. Why swords? Sun In slammed the table, spitting straight facts. Packing steel is way better than throwing bare hands, idiot. Jihan clapped back instantly. Then why are you empty-handed? Sun In stayed stoic but did not miss the chance to roast him. My battle experience is legendary. You cannot even compare. Jihan scoffed at that logic. More experience plus weapons equals pure overpowered status. Sun In laughed, shattering his delusion. This is not a video game, my dude. Jihan let out a heavy sigh, finally surrendering to reality. So when does this hell training start? Sun In did not hesitate. Tomorrow, 1 hour a day. The insane rush panicked Jihan. Why so fast? Sun In raised a suspicious eyebrow. Got a problem? You busy or something? Jihan stumbled over his words. No, not at all. Instant threat mode activated. Then shut up and train, got it? Jihan swallowed his fear and obeyed. Yes, boss. Why was this guy acting so intense suddenly? A sudden phone buzz shattered the tension. Who the heck is texting me? The screen flashed with a game invite from the class president. Jihan blinked in shock. The class president? Her quiet image flashed through his mind. I thought she was a total nerd, but she is a secret gamer. Sun In peeked at the screen, immediately curious. You still play mobile games? He sighed, dropping his shoulders. Hell no. I am too busy grinding my actual life levels to play that trash. The class president just spammed this to me. Hearing that specific title made Sun In pause in pure shock. The class president? His face shifted into a devious smirk. Are you secretly sliding into her DMs? Jihan kept his cool. She called me earlier this semester, so I saved the digits. Sun In let out a dramatically disappointed sigh. Man, I thought you finally quit being a lone wolf to chase girls. That wild accusation instantly triggered Jihan. Excuse me, what? He maintained his composure and dropped a tactical nuke. Stop talking trash, idiot. I am totally dating someone right now. Sun In was absolutely paralyzed by this world-shattering news. Wait, you are dating Sung? Ah? Boom. Jihan blue-screened on the spot. His soul left his body as he muttered defensively. No, not exactly. We have not even hung out since summer break started. Sun In poked the wound deeper. Do you even have her number? That critical hit made Jihan freeze completely. He confessed his tragic reality. We have not even swapped numbers yet. A brutal, mocking laugh instantly echoed through the room. Seeing his best bro holding back laughter made Jihan explode with absolute rage. Like you are any better, jerk. Why are you laughing? Sun In proudly owned it. Yeah, I am single too. Jihan snatched the chance for a massive counterattack. See? We have been bros since we were in diapers. I have never seen you with a girl. Sun In acted like a wise monk. Listen here, child. My family background is a deep secret. My dating life must be hidden in the shadows too. Hearing this nonsense, Jihan rolled his eyes as his dirty mind went into overdrive. Secret dating, huh? Holy crap. Are you secretly a player? Or are you getting catfished online? Before he could finish, Sun In smacked the absolute life out of him. Stop projecting your pathetic fantasies onto me. But suddenly, the system screen flashed in midair. Physical endurance increased by 1 level. Jihan glared at the notification with pure rage. Are you messing with me? How did a tiny smack raise my level? He pointed furiously at Sun In. I am not believing a single word that comes out of your mouth anymore. Jihan aggressively declared war. Just wait until we step into the arena. You are gonna get absolutely wrecked. Sun In smirked with supreme confidence. I am the one who does the wrecking here. After their epic trash talk session, Sun In turned serious again. Jokes aside, clear your schedule for tomorrow. She is dropping by right around noon. Jihan reluctantly agreed. Fine. The very next day, Jihan spoke with freezing sarcasm. Oh, teacher. She fired back with absolute snark. What do you want, sweetie? Seeing her glued to her game console, he had to ask. You are a gamer too? she replied with a deadpan, psycho smile. Obviously. Slaughtering whole villages in game is pure joy. A cold chill ran straight down his spine. Seriously, that sounded creepy as hell. Loleno just shrugged it off casually. Creepy? That is just how the real world works. But speaking of games, something suddenly clicked in her brain. Which reminds me, is not your character completely glitching out right now? Jihan furrowed his brows, totally lost. What do you mean by that? She did not even bother looking up, just kept rambling on. I mean, pulling that off is no walk in the park. Grinding your mana. Cultivating that magical energy is literally impossible unless you have already mastered the arcane arts. Total noobs do not stand a chance. Despite her intense warning, Jihan looked utterly unfazed. She shoved her phone right in his face. And I am not just playing this for giggles. Jihan glanced at the glowing screen, his eyes bulging out of his head. Age of the Great Labyrinth? She raised a surprised eyebrow. Oh? You actually know about it? Jihan sighed heavily. Nah, it has just been insanely viral lately. He seized the moment to vent his teenage frustrations. My classmates spam me with game invites all day long. Loleno leaned in, genuinely hooked. Is it really that hyped up? Jihan nodded bluntly. Yep. She pondered for a second before speaking. I honestly could not care less about mundane, real-world stuff. He was completely baffled. Then why the heck are you even playing? She stayed suspiciously silent. She hopped off the bed, sliding right into his computer chair. Watching this bizarre invasion of privacy, Jihan narrowed his eyes. Excuse me, Teach? What exactly are you doing? Her eyes remained glued to the monitor, her voice completely flat. Just doing some internet research. Suddenly, a wicked, villainous smirk crossed her face. Do not sweat it. I will not go digging through your hidden stash, like that highly suspicious new folder over there. Jihan panicked instantly. Who would hide their secret stash in a folder with such a dumb name? She instantly caught his slip-up and went in for the kill. Oh? So you are hiding the goods? And here I thought you were just an innocent kid. Jihan screamed internally, his soul leaving his body. Damn it, my big mouth played right into her trap. But she threw him a bone. Whatever, all teenage boys do it. Just give me a second. She dove straight back into her deep web dive. After scrolling endlessly, she finally rendered her verdict. This game is absolute madness. Jihan peeked over her shoulder, his curiosity piquing. I just heard rumors. How crazy is it actually? Her jaw practically dropped as she kept reading. It was bordering on the absurd. The player count. Over 10 million players worldwide. Jihan gasped in pure shock. Holy crap, that is insane. She paused, her expression turning dead serious. Suddenly, she bolted straight for the door. I am stepping out for a bit. Jihan did not push his luck. Got it. But he shouted down the hall. Are you coming back for dinner? Nope, do not wait up. Silence finally reclaimed his bedroom. Time to grind some sweet mana. But out of nowhere. Ding! System alert. Mana increased by 10 points. He smirked with arrogant satisfaction. But then, a weird rustling echoed outside. He snapped out of his trance, rushing out to investigate. Who the heck is crashing my house? Peeking through the door, a familiar silhouette appeared. He gasped. Sister Sejan? She shot him a playful wink. Long time no see, kiddo. Cut to them flawlessly wrecking monsters side by side. She casually brought up his shiny new powers. So you can just summon this stuff now? He dodged an attack with a cocky grin. Yep, easy as pie. They scanned the pitch-black dungeon, senses dialed to 11. Lethal monsters lurked in every single shadow. Out of nowhere, a rabid kobold ambushed them from behind. But she flawlessly spun around, delivering a devastating roundhouse kick that flatlined the beast instantly. Right where the monster vanished, a fat stack of cash materialized. She stared in absolute disbelief. They go down in one hit, but drop actual paper money? That is wild. Where in the world does this even spawn from? Jihan smashed another monster into pixels, trying to piece together the game logic. Since this is an illusion barrier, it has got to be a system drop from Gaia. They both dove right back into the slaughter, clearing out the dungeon mob by mob. The epic battle ended, and Jihan was literally drooling over his fresh loot. Sweet, sweet cash. Come to Papa. Let me count your glorious faces. She watched him geek out, totally bewildered. Seriously though, why do they specifically drop cash for you? He blinked like a clueless idiot. Beats me. I do not even know how my own system works yet. That answer only made her brain hurt more. That makes zero sense. Abilities need strict rules and solid foundations. How else are you supposed to master magic or martial arts? Jihan sort of grasped her logic, but just shrugged helplessly. Is that how it works? Honestly, interrogating me will not give you any cheat codes. Her eyes suddenly shifted to the glowing staff in his hand. That is one wicked-looking weapon, by the way. Jihan hoisted his precious loot like a championship trophy, beaming with ultimate pride. Oh, this bad boy? It is the legendary staff of Atlasis. Cost me an arm and a leg, but totally worth the insane grind. Her eyes widened in pure shock. Wait, Atlases? As in the elite sniper mage faction? He blinked in surprise. Wait, you actually know about them? A dark, stormy cloud formed over her face. Yeah, I have brawled with those toxic jerks a few times. They are an absolute nightmare. Jihan felt her pain on a spiritual level. Being a close combat brawler, she was at a massive tactical disadvantage. Fighters always get totally clapped by mages who just fly around spamming explosive spells. No wonder she wanted to throttle them. With the venting session over, they followed a faint, flickering light deeper into the pitch-black abyss. Escaping the gloomy tunnel, she let out a sigh of relief. Finally, a room with decent lighting. But right then, ding! System warning! You have entered the boss room. The Kobold King awaits. No escape until the boss is annihilated. She snapped her head up, only to find a massive horde of bloodthirsty monsters blocking their path. Wait, is that the big bad boss? Jihan nodded, dead serious. Nailed it. She strutted forward without hesitation, practically radiating pure battle confidence. She wanted to crush this punk solo. He totally yielded the stage to his fierce teammate. Bring it on! Sejong stepped up proudly. Her flawless combat stance screamed absolute, relentless readiness. A wildly excited smirk crossed her face. Her fierce eyes locked dead onto her doomed target. Sejong blasted forward at mind-bending speed. Each step literally tore the air apart as she zeroed in on the enemy. Her fierce legs coiled, getting ready to ignite into absolute overdrive. She charged straight into the wooden barricade, unleashing a devastating kick that blasted it into a million splinters. Those insanely powerful legs casually swatted away a bunch of kobolds like annoying bugs. Without a single ounce of hesitation, she hurled herself right at the massive, towering shadow of the colossal boss. Mid-dash, a sneaky kobold tried a pathetic ambush, but she caught it instantly. Her explosive leg delivered a god-tier roundhouse, sending that trash monster flying into orbit. In a flash, she wiped out every single obstacle, blazing a destructive trail straight to the absolute front line. Launching herself high into the sky, her eyes blazed with unshakable confidence to defeat the beast. She channeled every drop of energy into one ultimate gravity-defying strike aimed right at the boss. A simple move, but packed with apocalyptic destructive force. The Kobold King instantly blacked out and slammed into the dirt. Its massive body triggered a violent earthquake across the room, forcing Jihan to desperately dodge the explosive shockwave. Smirking proudly at her flawless victory, Sejong suddenly froze. A mysterious glowing item caught her eye on the ruined battlefield. What is this? Jihan immediately perked up, burning with intense curiosity. Did you find some epic loot? She carefully scooped up a bizarrely shaped club from the rubble, turning to him with a confused question. What on earth do we call this thing? Jihan recognized the deadly weapon instantly. That is a morning star. Feeling the epic mission was fully complete, Sejong dusted her hands and suggested. So we can finally ditch this place now, right? Zero attachment to this place? Yep. But suddenly, a ridiculously creepy, villainous smirk crawled across his sister's face. Perfect. Then let us begin. Jihan's danger alarm screamed instantly. Radiating pure demonic aura, Sejong marched forward like a literal grim reaper with that club. Time for our hardcore close combat sibling training session, right? Absolutely zero magic allowed, okay? Understood? Jihan finally turned pale with terror, stumbling backward, but she ruthlessly cut off his escape, hurling the heavy club straight at his head as he screamed in absolute chaotic despair. Holy crap! Without letting him catch a single breath, Sejong blitzed forward. She unleashed a terrifyingly powerful flying kick that left Jihan completely frozen in sheer shock. Panicking completely, he frantically dodged the lethal high-speed strike aimed right at his face. Pushing his agile body to the absolute limit, Jihan miraculously saved his own life from his crazy sister's earth-shattering kick. Snapping back to reality, he readied his weapon and dropped into a solid combat stance. Seeing this, Sejong grinned wickedly and praised him happily. Oh, bravo. Your survival reflexes are actually decent. You grasped the absolute basics. Jihan flashed a cocky, confident smirk. Hey, I am a guy who literally dances with death, so stop looking down on me. But seriously, did you really need to use a deadly weapon to test my skills? She crossed, her arms going into strict teaching mode. The best test is unexpectedly beating you completely senseless. Plus, I have way spicier torture methods waiting. Jihan turned ghost white, panicking internally. Is she trying to actually murder me? Suddenly, Sejong shifted to dead serious interrogation mode. Do you know the 2 core defense methods? He confidently barked back. Heck yes, I do. Stillness and dynamic motion, right? Looking totally satisfied, she explained further. Exactly. In the motion state, you constantly move to lock down enemy strikes. For instance, hitting first to claim absolute dominance or dodging with insane speed. Riding that confident wave, Jihan added. In the stillness state, we predict enemy moves and flow with them without wasting energy, like a perfect counter. I know all this, why ask? Only then did Sejong slowly drop her ultimate trap question. Do you know what you absolutely need most to make those stances work in actual bloody combat? Jihan completely froze in confusion. Stepping in, she enthusiastically dropped the truth bomb. Real experience, Sejong emphasized every single syllable of her secret. Beating enemies and getting brutally beaten. That way your body absorbs raw combat data. Finishing her lecture, she dropped a menacing pop quiz. Here is the question. What must you do right now to become overpowered? Predicting an incredibly dark future, Jihan stuttered endlessly before finally answering. I absolutely do not know. Sejong flashed a highly suspicious smirk, like a villain calculating her next chaotic move. Her eyes widened with sadistic determination. Getting ruthlessly tortured by your big sister until you stop breathing. Obviously. Hearing that, his entire body went completely stiff. His face turned pale like a sickly green leaf. Getting mercilessly beaten, Jihan screamed out in sheer fury. This is way worse than 50 Shades of Absolute Torture. After surviving Sehon's brutal lesson, he earned rewards soaked in blood, sweat, and pathetic tears. Endurance skill increased by 1. But Jihan could not even force a smile. Holy crap, please stop leveling up. The heavy night sky blanketed everything in darkness. Inside the small, lit house, Jihan collapsed onto his bed, sighing heavily. Oh man, I am totally dead. He face-planted into his pillow with lifeless eyes. How long was I tortured? Probably 12 hours. But whatever, 12 hours in-game equals 2 real-life hours. Jihan slowly sat up, placing a softly glowing hand on his shoulder, sending warm energy inside. Oh man, that feels incredible. Not stopping there, Jihan leaned forward, massaging his feet with those glowing hands. This brought him extreme, euphoric comfort. Feeling totally satisfied now, Jihan sprawled out completely flat on the cozy bed, muttering to himself, man, thanks to all those crazy stances, my physical resistance hit level 56. So does that mean this skill is 56% mastered? If I hit 100%, will I become absolutely invincible? That would be ridiculously overpowered. Suddenly, his familiar phone ringtone buzzed from his pocket. Flinching slightly, he sat up and grabbed his phone to check. Turns out, Lola just sent him a quick message. His eyes scanned the short text on the screen. I am not coming home tonight. Eat properly at home, kid. Reading it, he sighed deeply. All right. Then Jihan crashed back into his bed. He squeezed his eyes shut and let out a heavy sigh. What on earth should he do now? A massive storm of thoughts raced through his mind. He mentally checked off every single option. System diagnostic complete. The search functions were looking totally solid. Plus, his physical stats were insanely buffed now. But seriously, what was the actual point? Was he supposed to just play along with normal society? Jihan stared at the ceiling in absolute agony. Grind his brain to dust for an elite college, secure a boring, painfully average life, or maybe chase a wild dream. Do whatever he actually wanted? He wondered how those insane dream chasers survived reality. Then it hit him. He had absolutely nothing to flex. The guy did not even have a single dream. But suddenly, a brilliant spark ignited in his brain. Should he actually open a shop? Screw it, Jihan sat up, ready to let fate take the wheel. Well, easier said than done. But something felt completely wrong. He just could not put his finger on the creeping suspicion. Why would the heavens randomly drop this crazy power on him? Suddenly, the faces of those corporate scumbags and arrogant bullies flashed in his mind. Good or bad did not matter anymore. Those punks actually dared to look down on him. Why on earth would any god grant power to absolute trash like them? Was it just to ruin innocent lives? If not that, then what was the twisted destiny behind this? Jihan furiously ground his teeth together. Blazing rage boiled in his chest. Maybe he was just overthinking and taking this magic for granted. Letting the shadows swallow his thoughts, Jihan muttered, I am just going to sleep. Meanwhile, across the neon-lit city, Class President Yujin was aggressively gaming in bed. No way! Her phone violently buzzed as her character got completely looted. Yujin glared, her face burning with pure gamer rage. Which absolute troll did this? She shrieked. My blood pressure is skyrocketing. I will find you, and I will nuke your entire castle. Ping! A new quest notification popped up. Yujin clicked it, her brow twitching. A quest? The screen flashed an ominous message. You, who are constantly crushed, are you ready to awaken true power? Do you wish to enter the Grand Labyrinth era to claim this absolute strength? Yes or no? She blinked, totally bewildered by the edgy text. Yujin stared at the screen, muttering to herself. They should at least drop a decent tutorial description. Whatever, I am accepting it anyway. Her finger tapped the glowing yes button. The screen instantly locked into a loading state. Suddenly, her mom yelled from downstairs. Yujin, get down here and eat. She rolled out of bed and shouted back. Coming, Mom! But right behind her, the phone screen pulsed with an eerie light. Downstairs, Eugen took one look at the table and groaned. Oh, come on. I seriously hate braised cod. Her mom immediately hit her with a deadly glare. You eat what is served. That hangover soup is specifically for your father. Eugen flinched and quickly surrendered. Yes, Your Majesty. 5 minutes later, her bowl was sparkling clean. Her mom smirked. Thought you hated it? Eugene nervously laughed it off. I was just really starving. Her mom commanded, Go wash the dishes. She saluted playfully. You got it. Dead of night. Eugen let out a massive yawn, flicked off her lamp, and mumbled her nightly mantra. Time to crash. The room plunged into deep darkness. As her breathing steadied, her forgotten phone erupted with a sinister glow. Eugen snapped her eyes open and bolted upright. Her cozy bedroom was completely gone. Her eyes darted wildly as she stammered in pure panic. What the heck is this? She was trapped in a chilling dungeon, lit only by floating torches. Her voice trembled violently. Am I stuck in a lucid dream? Refusing to accept reality, she pinched her cheek with all her might. A sharp, stinging pain instantly flooded her senses. Ouch, that really hurts. Eugen took a deep, shaky breath, desperately trying to lock in her gamer focus. No way back. I have to push forward. Her lonely footsteps echoed eerily through the cavern. Her throat tightened in fear. Where in the world am I? Mommy, what am I supposed to do now? Hidden in the creeping shadows, glowing ancient runes suddenly sparked to life along the stone walls. Eugen shivered uncontrollably, her teeth chattering. Aliens! Did they? Was I actually abducted by aliens? Is this a sci-fi horror movie? Mom, save me! She cautiously crept into a suffocatingly pitch-black chamber. Every single step she took boomed like thunder in the massive vault. Her panicked eyes scanned the void. She let out a terrified whisper. Seriously, where am I? 3 ominous tunnel paths stood before her, nothing else. The cavern was gigantic, yet it felt like the walls were crushing her alive. Every breath Eugen took felt incredibly heavy and choked with anxiety. It was so terrifyingly dark. Would stepping onto this path lead straight to a game over? She froze in her tracks. As her eyes traced the jagged stone walls, a bizarre sense of extreme déjà vu hit her brain. Wait a minute. A dungeon layout like this, it looks way too familiar. Eugen scrambled through her memories until the truth struck like lightning. This perfectly matches that mobile game, the Grand Labyrinth era. Suddenly, she noticed her heavy pajama pockets. She gasped as she pulled out her phone and glasses. How did my legendary loot spawn in here? I should have checked my inventory first. Eugen immediately booted up her phone, only to let out a soul-crushing sigh. 0 bars. Absolutely no internet connection in this cursed dungeon. Right at that horrifying moment, heavy footsteps echoed behind her. Eugen whipped around in sheer terror, coming face to face with a grotesque kobold marching straight toward her. Its demonic red eyes locked onto her like prey. Eugen stumbled backward, her heart hammering wildly. A low-level mob from the game? A literal kobold? How is this real? Absolute panic consumed her eyes as her legs gave out. The savage kobold unleashed a deafening roar and lunged. Shaking uncontrollably, Eugen covered her head and let out a desperate, echoing scream. Paralyzing terror gripped her soul as hot tears streamed down her face. Suddenly, a mysterious silhouette blurred past, smashing the vile monster away with devastating force. Blind to the epic rescue, Eugen stayed curled up in a terrified ball. A totally familiar, bewildered voice cut through the dungeon silence. Class President? Eugen slowly raised her head, her trembling eyes still flooded with tears. Standing heroically before her was Jihan, the absolute last classmate she ever expected to see in a monster-infested hellscape. He stepped closer, staring at her in complete, utter shock. What in the world? Class President, why the heck are you inside my dungeon? Still traumatized, Eugen stared at her savior in absolute disbelief, barely managing to stammer out his name. Jihan? Rewind to moments before this fateful encounter. Jihan was tightly gripping his magic wand, buzzing with pure gamer adrenaline. Oh yeah! Smash that ugly mob to pieces. My glorious #1 golem. The massive stone golem in front of him suddenly erupted in brilliant light. A sleek system window pinged into reality. Your loyal pet, Golem #1, has leveled up. Jihan pumped his fist in sheer triumph. Finally, the ultimate grind pays off. Golem #1 underwent a massive transformation. It sucked up all the surrounding rubble like a vacuum. A totally new form emerged, towering high with a blazing red glow radiating off its face. Jihan was absolutely blown away. Holy crap, it only hit level 10, and it already grew a whole meter? This absolute unit could solo farm for me. Staring at the massive rock beast, he could not stop grinning. Talk about a completely overpowered, broken-ass skill. He hit the ultimate jackpot. Who even needs a tank with this beast around? He bragged with pure pride. This massive dude could grind mobs all day long. Jihan completely spaced out, totally high on his own power fantasy. If it hits level 20, will this thing be freaking 5 meters tall? Wait, does it grow an entire meter every 10 levels? That would save so much grinding. A wild idea sparked in his head. At level 30, it has got to be at least 5 meters tall. I could totally just ride the thing, perch on its shoulder and spam mana arrows until everything dies. Who even needs to fly anymore? But then, Jihan paused, totally second-guessing himself. Wait a freaking minute. This setup feels way too familiar. A sudden image flashed through his mind, dropping the truth bomb. This is literally just like those BlackRock guys. No mistaking it. Whatever. He shrugged off the doubt. It is all the same in the end. It just comes down to my own badass combat style. Clearing his head, he pushed the thought aside and unsummoned his rocky bro. With the golem gone, Jihan sat down to check out the epic loot he had farmed. Suddenly, a thought about his teacher popped up. She just dropped one single line before ghosting him. I am heading out for a bit. He let out a heavy sigh. When the heck is she coming back? It has literally been a whole week already. Jihan's footsteps echoed through the pitch-black dungeon. He grumbled as he walked. 3 whole days, and still 0 updates from the older woman. Where did she go? What is she doing? And Sung-ah ditched me for old man gone. Shin-sung is totally unreachable, and Sun-in claims he is super busy. I have way too much free time. Just then, Jihan spotted a kobold up ahead. Just one lonely kobold. Honestly, he could not care less about fighting it. One trash mob is not worth my time. Suddenly, a sharp scream made Jihan flinch. Someone is here! Completely shocked, he sprinted straight toward the noise. Wait, I created this illusion barrier. Nobody should be able to enter without my permission. Unless that intruder is a mage way stronger than me. Arriving at the scene, Jihan saw Yujin huddled up on the ground. Totally stunned, he yelled out. Class rep? What the heck is going on here? Seeing her trembling state, panic hit him hard. How did you even get inside this place? Yujin looked absolutely bewildered seeing him. Jihan? She stared with wide, confused eyes and stuttered out. Why are you here? Jihan was just as mind-blown as she was. That is my line, dude. He watched Yujin shaking violently, tears streaming down her face. Thinking about her normal vibe back in the real world, Jihan thought to himself, this is so out of character. She is usually so arrogant and ice-cold. Suddenly, Yujin slapped herself right across the face, but she hit way too hard, making her cry even louder. So painful. This totally freaked him out. Hey, what the heck are you doing? Of course it hurts. You practically slapped your own face off. Yujin grabbed her cheek, asking in a daze, is this not a freaking dream? Jihan replied softly. Nope, I hate to break it to you, but this is reality. He watched her shiver helplessly. He quickly made up his mind. I definitely need to heal her up first. The second Jihan reached out, Yujin flinched hard. She scrambled backward, screaming in pure panic. Hey, what are you trying to do? Seeing her terrified, he quickly tried to calm her. Just stay still for a second. I promise it will not hurt. Yujin asked with intense suspicion. You are not trying some sick perverted stuff, right? That question made Jihan freeze, his face twisted in total confusion. Sick stuff? Like what? Yujin looked super embarrassed, muttering her explanation. You know, like going in and out. Hearing her sketchy description, Jihan instantly screamed. Hey, I am not some freaking creep! Startled by Jihan yelling, she collapsed to the ground in panic, begging him. I am so sorry! I am sorry. Please do not hit me. Do not kill me, I beg you. Yujin sobbed uncontrollably. Her waterfall of tears made him feel completely helpless, forcing him to retract his aura. Jihan sat down, comforting her softly. Hey, class rep, please stop crying. But Yujin just started wailing even louder. His sweat dropped hard. This was getting ridiculously difficult. Why is she howling like a banshee? How do you even comfort a crying girl? Start with a basic hello? Jihan sighed heavily. Staring into nothingness, he thought, at least time here only flows 3 times slower. Spending so much time inside the illusion barrier means I gotta reduce the time dilation. No way am I aging prematurely. Seeing her still sobbing hysterically, Jihan's eyes filled with fierce resolve. I absolutely need to heal her. This is the perfect chance. He gently touched Yujin's shoulder and cast his skill, the soul-reviving spirit aura. A warm, brilliant light suddenly flared up around them, making her jump in shock. What the heck was that? Yujin spun around and stared at Jihan. What did you do, Jihan? Lowering his hand, he smoothly replied, healing magic. Now visibly calmer, she finally voiced her utter confusion. Like recovering health points? Jihan firmly nodded his head. Exactly. Total health regeneration. Yujin still had a million burning questions for Jihan. So wait, you are actually a healer? He shrugged casually. Basically, yeah. She frowned deeply, completely refusing to accept reality. This is not a dream, right? Once again, he confirmed it. Yeah, this is real life. Yujin dropped her head, voice trembling. If this is real, that means I was just seconds away from being killed, right? Jihan nodded slowly. That is correct. The waterworks instantly returned. Panicking, Jihan tried awkwardly comforting her. There, do not cry, little baby. That instantly made her scream. I am not a freaking toddler. Jihan awkwardly watched Yujin scrub away her tears and asked, Are you okay now? Her emotions were still a total hurricane. Nope. I am not okay, even a little bit. Her brutally honest response left him completely helpless. Spotting a weird object gripped in his hand, Yujin tilted her head. Dude, what is that? He was completely clueless. Huh? What do you mean? She pointed straight at his weapon. That is a magic wand, right? And he simply casually replied, Yeah, it is a magic staff. Why do you ask? Suddenly remembering the nasty kobold, Yujin practically interrogated him. You totally just wrecked that kobold, did you not? How on earth did you do that? Gripping the Atlasis wand, sweating bullets, he awkwardly confessed. Well, because I am a wizard. Yujin gasped in pure shock and shrieked. A wizard? Wait, is it because you are still a complete virgin? Jihan frantically scrambled to explain. Hey, I am not that kind of wizard. That urban legend only applies if you turn 25. Squinting suspiciously, she leaned in. Oh? So does that mean you have already done it? Blushing madly, he stuttered. No, I just... Completely unable to defend himself, Jihan forcefully changed the subject. Hold up, have you finally calmed down or what? Yujin exhaled a massive breath and firmly nodded. I am fine. Yeah, I think I am totally good now. And then, she leaped to her feet, glaring at him with deadly seriousness. First of all, I need a crystal clear explanation. Give me the full summary, you massive gaming nerd. Hearing that ridiculous nickname, Jihan quietly muttered under his breath. It has been ages since someone called me that. He pondered deeply, his face a perfect picture of pure panicked hesitation. Seriously, where do I even begin? While stalling, his brain was in hyperdrive. Should I dump all the heavy abyss lore on her? Deciding to reveal everything, he also mentally prepped some extra clothes and shoes from his secret inventory. He took a massive deep breath and started his epic lecture. Okay, first off, the place we are standing right now is... Yujin suddenly waved her arms around like an absolute maniac. Wait, hold on a second. Jihan froze like a glitching character, thinking silently. She is definitely still having a huge panic attack. Honestly, anyone would. He stared at the beautiful girl, sighing heavily. Thank the heavens for his gamer mind skill, or he would be completely freaking out too. Okay, I am calm now, Yujin suddenly announced, scaring the absolute life out of him. Wow, this fierce girl is seriously built different. She switched back to serious teen detective mode. She understood the abyss concept and their current nightmare, but one crucial detail bothered her. Jihan felt his curiosity instantly peak. What is it? Why on earth did I get dragged into this place? Her ridiculously calm and clueless attitude made his patience snap. I am not a literal god. How would I know? If I knew, I would not be this completely shocked. Ignoring the beautiful teary-eyed girl pouting, Jihan scratched his head like a total idiot. I have zero clue how you fell in here, but I will help you escape. Deeply touched by her handsome savior, she beamed brightly. I am counting on you. Thank you so much. But her warm, fuzzy feelings instantly froze when he abruptly added, but first, we definitely need to form a combat party. Yujin stared blankly like a deer in headlights, then started shrieking her lungs out again. Jihan instantly gripped his weapon and dashed forward to utterly smash an incoming beast. He sneaked a quick glance at the trembling beauty hiding behind him. Class President Kim Jojin. She was always super quiet at school. They literally only exchanged 2 sentences when she casually handed out test papers. Still, he saw her every single day since they shared the same class. Her stoic expression practically never changed. Honestly, all he knew was that she was a hardcore straight-A student, he thought, firmly pinning down the monster. He actually used to be super jealous of her. Right in the middle of his thoughts, Yujin hesitantly called out, Hey Jihan? Driven by pure chaotic curiosity, she creeped closer, wanting in on the intense action. Can I give it a try? Try exactly what? He looked completely baffled, making her furiously blush. You know, completely smashing those kobold guys. He instantly firmly shot her down. No way, you are only level 6. Your intelligence stat might be insanely high, but you literally have absolutely zero useful close combat skills. Yujin just blue-screened for 5 straight seconds. Really? She seriously thought it looked like a total piece of cake. Jihan warned her firmly. Nope, if you jump into solo these things, you will become instant monster chow. Seeing her shrink back in pure fear, a genius light bulb went off in his head. Wait, since we are in a party, maybe it actually works. Jihan rapidly summoned his inventory, fully ready to throw down. Seeing Jujin spacing out, he aggressively tossed her a makeshift spear. Catch! I will tank the kobolds, and you just brutally poke them to death. She hesitated nervously. Is that really okay? Absolutely. 2 red-eyed kobolds gnashed their teeth, charging like absolute maniacs. They looked completely desperate to devour Jihan alive. Our guy just calmly summoned his power. Mana Pierce. Decked in thorny armor, he confidently shielded Yujin. Heck yeah, wreck them! She totally dumped her fear. Yujin fiercely gripped her spear, ready to trash the monsters, but one kobold suddenly drooled right at her, making her jump out of her skin. Clang! The sword just slipped from her trembling hands. She was paralyzed with terror, but Jihan was brutally blunt. Why even fight if you are this scared? Yujin was left completely speechless. My bad. He curiously dropped a wild question. Wanna just be an observer? She stubbornly refused. No, I have to fight, Jihan firmly clapped back. Why push yourself so hard? I am literally carrying you anyway. But for how long? He flinched, shocked by the fragile beauty's words. Yujin fell silent. What if she got dragged into this hellhole again? What would she even do? Suddenly, Jihan's mind started spinning out of control. After a frozen second, he reached out, tightly gripping Yujin's shoulders, and spoke up. Hey, class president. Her face turned tomato red, speechless facing this heartthrob. Just as she imagined a romance scene, he declared, just let me power level you. Yujin's eyes widened in confusion, totally clueless about what the heck he meant. Facing the beasts, Jihan loudly announced, all right, let's go. He focused, raising his hand to summon psychokinesis. Instantly, Jihan's magic crushed them one by one like bugs. Glowing ropes surged out, completely trapping and binding the brutal monster. Suddenly, it was slammed down in a freefall that looked painfully devastating. Jihan quickly barked orders. Prez, finish this goblin off. Without hesitation, she grabbed her weapon and stabbed the beast directly. The battlefield tension was absolute fire. Panting heavily after the insane clash, Yujin totally lost her steam. She hesitantly asked Jihan, did I do it? He cheerfully praised her. Heck yeah, you did. Yujin blinked in shock, then happily dropped the epic news. I leveled up. Jihan cheered as if he just struck gold. He totally knew this hardcore grinding would pay off. In the pitch-black abyss, they hyped each other up. Open the status window. Curiously, she said, I hit level 7. What about you, Jihan? He casually flexed. Around the 30-something mark. Seeing her shock at his insanely high level, he humbly brushed it off. Just grinding day and night. Then Jihan asked, wait, what is your intelligence stat? Hearing it was 21, he screamed, how is it that insanely high? Bursting with jealousy, he hated smart kids. Normal folks hover around 5 or 10. Even I am not that high. Suddenly, Jihan's brain clicked with a crazy, game-changing idea. He immediately called Yujin over. Out of absolutely nowhere, he handed her a mysterious book. Yujin stared, totally stunned. Mana Arrow? What even is this? Jihan tapped the cover and smirked. It is a skill book. Once you read it, you will lose your mind. Seeing the beauty hesitate, he urged her on. Just touch it. I looted this during my last farming run. Thank God I kept it instead of selling. Yujin gasped as she touched it. A glowing system screen suddenly popped up. It is asking if I want to learn it? Jihan cheered like a hyped coach. Heck yes. Hit accept. Yujin hesitated, nervously tapping the button while second-guessing herself. Really? Okay, I accept. Her entire body erupted in blinding light. Her hair wildly fluttered like a magical girl transformation. Jihan proudly watched the beauty's dazzling, overpowered aura from afar. Jackpot, I cannot believe this actually works. My skill set is basically hacking. I can buff her into an absolute menace. Yujin stood frozen, staring blankly as sparkling flowers danced from her pale hands. Panicking, she grabbed her head, completely lost in this crazy new reality. Who even am I? Jihan stared at the goofy girl with a dumbfounded grin, finding her totally hilarious. Her shock made sense. Learning a new skill literally forcefully downloads it straight into your brain, Yujin asked in total disbelief. Wait, am I a wizard now? Jihan paused. Basically, you are like a semi-wizard now. Maybe just a quarter-level wizard. He casually whipped out another mysterious skill book for her. Your intelligence is insanely high, so quickly learn this one too. Yujin grabbed the book, absorbing the glowing knowledge. In an absolute flash, she proudly announced, I learned it. Jihan flashed a hyped, proud smirk. Awesome job. He grabbed her shoulder and gave a serious warning. Listen closely to me. We can escape this hell if we totally wreck the floor boss. I will make you strong enough to crush the first floor boss, just in case you get dragged back here. Yujin's face burned crimson red, almost bursting into absolute tears of gratitude. Meanwhile, Jihan stayed super chill. It is no big deal. Let's just do it. Oh boy. Today is going to be insanely busy. Yujin had returned, way more badass than before, shouting at the top of her lungs. With boundless mana flowing, she swung her weapon, unleashing a relentless storm of devastating strikes. Jihan casually summoned his system interface, analyzing every single detail. Already level 15, huh? Low-level grinding is insanely fast. Yujin stood totally spaced out in the pitch-black void, surrounded by thick, billowing smoke. Surviving the fierce battle, she gasped heavily, collapsing to her knees before letting out a wildly satisfying scream. "Time out, let us take a breather." Jihan just stared, completely dumbfounded. "Sure, whatever." Seeing her totally drained, he sat down for some teenage therapy. "Completely out of mana, huh? How are you holding up?" Yujin looked oddly at peace. Exhausting, but insanely thrilling. Jihan froze, totally weirded out. Was this crazy girl actually enjoying a life-or-death struggle? She tilted her head, genuinely curious. "Do you log into these crazy zones every single day?" "Only sometimes," he admitted with absolute deadpan honesty. Yujin gazed at the dark scenery, whispering softly, "That sounds incredibly fun." Jihan flinched, waving his hands frantically. "Hell no, it is 0% fun." She confidently fired back. "Why not? You rake in a literal mountain of cash from this." Jihan choked on his words. "I mean, yeah, but am I actually having fun? Yes or no?" It was not boring or depressing, but was it a thrill ride? He honestly had no clue. Did he even enjoy this crazy hustle? A heavy, awkward silence suddenly swallowed the air as both teens fell deep into an existential crisis. Breaking the ice, Yujin confessed softly, "I just blindly follow whatever my strict parents demand of me." "Like what? Endless studying?" Jihan asked. His curiosity genuinely piqued. She closed her eyes, bitterly swallowing the harsh, joyless reality of her suffocating teenage life. "My family is broke, so my parents constantly preach about getting into an elite college to make bank." Jihan sighed in deep solidarity. "Man, every single household operates on that exact same toxic logic. We are not exactly starving, but my mom relentlessly forces me to grind for top-tier schools. Meanwhile, my actual academic skills are an absolute flaming dumpster fire. Honestly, owning a massive private villa totally screams filthy rich. It is not like they drop millions on elite private tutors anyway. My mom just threw me into a basic 500,001 cram school. Wait a second. Why on earth did my mom never hire a personal tutor for me? We are literally swimming in overflowing cash." Mid-existential crisis, Yujin roasted him mercilessly. "Dude, you are the most notorious gaming addict on campus. Your grades are trash because you literally never study." The quiet girl dropped absolute savage truth bombs, leaving Jihan bitterly fuming in utter defeat. "Fine, failing is entirely my fault. I am just a tragic gaming zombie drifting aimlessly through society every single night. Are you satisfied yet?" Her brutal, sarcastic jabs hit way too hard, sparking intense frustration. Yujin smirked triumphantly, hiding a sly, bashful giggle. But quickly, a heavy, brooding expression hijacked her teen face once more. "I was absolutely traumatized today, but honestly, I totally freaking loved it." Jihan violently jolted upright. "Are you completely losing your actual mind? Did that hyper-violent combat fry your brain?" Yujin let out a heavy sigh, her rebellious spark suddenly fizzling into deep gloom. "You just do not get it, Jihan. You really do not. Do you have any clue how agonizingly suffocating my daily life is? Day after miserable day, do you realize the soul-crushing grind required to maintain perfect grades? I bled over textbooks for years just to guarantee a prestigious university spot." Jihan, coasting through life, casually fired back. "Obviously, I totally understand the struggle. Do not look down on my trashy academic record right now. You forgot I ranked absolute top of our school last semester." Yujin instantly flipped her mood, gripping her glowing weapon and screaming. "You get legendary overpowered gear, plus you get to experience epic life-or-death survival events. Confess, you only hit rank 1 because you secretly dumped system points into your intelligence stat, right?" Jihan instantly broke into a cold sweat. He never leaked his system secret, yet her gamer intuition nailed it. She dropped her gaze in bitter defeat. "You are literally blessed by the universe. How could you possibly understand my pathetic struggles? You just breeze through reality like an edgy, carefree rebel. Whatever. It is a universal truth that nobody can ever truly decode another human soul anyway. So what is your actual point here? Are you finally admitting you are intensely jealous of my epic life?" Swallowing her immense pride, Yujin hesitantly surrendered to the brutal truth. "Damn right I am jealous. I crave this exact kind of reckless, unchained freedom so badly." She flinched, utterly caught off guard by Jihan's sudden dark tone. "Absolutely not. The adrenaline rush only feels euphoric during your very first chaotic run. But just moments ago, you literally almost died in here." Yujin skipped a heartbeat, utterly refusing to believe her own ringing ears. He sat calmly, dropping the harsh truth. "This brutal dimension is absolutely not a playground for your casual entertainment. I fell into this glitched matrix by pure accident. To survive the nightmare, I am forced to awaken unimaginable power. It is not like I hate the insane power trip, but this place is not a fantasy dreamscape. One single slip-up means immediate bloody death. You have no idea how many countless players have. Jihan abruptly froze, a terrifying revelation striking him like lightning. He shot Yujin a deeply horrified, unspeakable glare. Wait, does this mean other innocent victims are getting violently sucked into this dimension, exactly like you just did today? Jihan frantically tore at his hair in pure frustration, heavily startling the confused girl. What is going on? His gaze locked fiercely onto the dark horizon. This glitching crisis is way more catastrophic than I calculated. We need to evacuate right now. His panicked screams left Yujin totally paralyzed, her brain completely failing to process the sudden danger. Gripping her weapon with iron resolve, she trailed behind Jihan, mentally slapping herself awake. My reckless playtime is officially over. Suddenly, a monstrous, bloodthirsty wolf blocked their path, unleashing a deeply terrifying demonic snarl. Toxic saliva dripped violently from its massive fangs. Swallowing her paralyzing terror, Yujin charged into action. After completely obliterating the raging beast, she spun around toward Jihan. I am totally unharmed. I am seriously totally fine. Jihan scanned her up and down, obviously. He swaggered over to the dusted monster, looking around. Where is the epic loot? A hot second later, he stared at the pathetic drop. Just $1,000? She gripped the cash, totally shook. Is this actual cash? Jihan smirked, playing it ridiculously cool. What do you think? Bank verified it myself. It is 100% legit, so go crazy. Yujin stared, completely mind-blown. Why give this to me? Jihan pointed right at her like it was obvious. You literally flatlined the boss. I was just spectating. All right, the dungeon is totally cleared out, so let's. Jihan froze, his eyes locking onto a sudden threat. Class rep. Yujin gasped, cold sweat dripping down her pale face. I think that thing just respawned. His voice cracked with panic. Wait, what? She was trembling like a leaf. Right after I dropped the boss, I hit log out, and then Jihan hurled his magic staff straight into the shadows. Finding 0 red flags, he finally breathed and pushed forward into the dark. I need to double-check this glitch. This is definitely not following the standard rules. Back in the real world, the midnight hours dragged on. Jihan mashed the call button, but it kept ringing out. He was pacing like a maniac, muttering under his breath. Pick up the phone. Come on, just pick up. Anxiety was eating him alive as he yelled at the screen. Damn it, answer me. Just grab the phone already, girl. Finally, the dead silence broke. Hello? Jihan's face instantly lit up like fireworks. Thank God, I could literally kiss you. Her voice was a fragile whisper. Han Jihan. He rushed the mic, heart hammering. I am perfectly fine, but did you take any damage? Hearing her shaky, I am okay. Jihan let out a massive sigh, dropping his shoulders. He totally collapsed onto his mattress. Thank heavens, I was freaking out over here. Yujin hugged her pillow, a soft smile breaking through the trauma. Thanks for having my back. I literally just respawned in my bedroom. The shock was still riding her hard. All the memories just randomly snapped back. I fell asleep, and when my eyes fluttered open, I was just trapped in that hellscape. Jihan nodded slowly. Hey, surviving the run is all that matters. Suddenly, her tone shifted into something super fragile. Hey Jihan, listen. Pure terror leaked into her words. Could you crash at my place tonight? I am so freaked out. Jihan's face went atomic red, his jaw hitting the floor. He stammered out a weak defense. Wait, aren't your parents literally sleeping down the hall? Reality hit Yujin like a truck. Oh, right. Jihan exhaled a massive sigh of relief. See? Plus, the danger zone is fully cleared out, but the paranoia still gripped her tight. Her voice kept shaking. Are you absolutely sure? He went back to comfort mode. Yujin, I promise, you are totally safe. Stop stressing. But inside, his brain was scrambling. If only the system guide was here, I could get some hardcore hints. Yujin stayed curled up on her bed, letting Jihan's steady voice anchor her. Just chill out, okay? Seriously, take a deep breath. The panic finally started to melt away. Okay. Jihan dropped some gamer logic. You literally leveled up twice today. You are way too buff to get ganked now. Yujin did not sound convinced at all. I have absolutely zero clue. She frowned, suddenly curious. So, are you free tomorrow? Jihan's gamer heart instantly skipped a beat. Hell yes. Did you want to hang out or something? She bobbed her head eagerly. Yeah, I really do. Gratitude flooded her voice. Thanks for hard carrying me today. You were amazing. Have a good night. Jihan grinned like a massive dork. Sweet dreams to you too. Butterflies were doing flips in his stomach. Guess I will spot her on the morning bus. He stared blankly at the disconnected call screen, but a sudden ugly knot twisted in his gut. My spider sense is going crazy. Some major boss event is totally brewing. A fierce, rebellious fire ignited in his eyes. Pure, unyielding resolve. Time to head back in. A few intense moments later, Jihan had sneaked back into the creepy basement zone. He swept his magic staff forward, scanning for hidden traps. His mind was racing 1,000,000 miles an hour. I have swept the whole area. but there is absolutely zero glitch activity. Jihan slammed the brakes. Floor 5 was officially in the dust. Up next, Floor 6. Bring on the level 60 meat shields. He finally crawled back into the labyrinth for an epic all-night grind fest. A wicked idea sparked. Leveling up here was basically a cheat code. Could he hit level 50? He clicked his tongue with pure defiance. Only one way to find out. His shadow vanished past the dungeon doors. He froze. A massive, twisting labyrinth stretched out before him. Way down below, bubbling magma smoked with suffocating heat. His jaw literally hit the floor. His throat went instantly dry. Was this dungeon seriously flexing this hard right now? Lava? He half laughed, half cried. One slip meant instant game over in this totally trash map. Mid-rant, he spotted a tiny demon chilling on the path. That ugly mug looked super familiar. An imp! Dungeon data flashed through his brain. Just a basic fire dwarf. Definitely not enough to make him sweat. Just dodge its fiery magic attacks. That was the basic intel. He tensed up, hoping the system stats were dead on. The fiery creep spotted him, grinning like a maniac. It started charging up raw energy. 2 blazing fireballs shot forward. He just smirked. Nice try, but totally weak sauce. He raised his staff high. Mana arrow. Explosive blue energy erupted straight from the ground. The enemy fireballs were blasted back, and the demon ate his attack right in the face. Its pathetic body shattered into dust. He sighed. Poor chump did not even get to scream. He kept sprinting forward, wondering if floor 6 was just naturally this insanely easy. Using his staff like a radar, he vaulted over traps and dashed into the shadows. He finally paused to catch his breath. Panting hard, he scanned the empty cavern. What a total drag. But checking his system loot? His face instantly lit up. The loot was total trash. Suddenly, a colossal, walking volcano of raging lava blocked his path. His eyes practically sparkled with pure adrenaline. A literal fire golem? Wait, no. A magma golem, the big bad boss of the 6th floor labyrinth. Level 60. He scoffed at the crazy level gap. Time to wreck this oversized pebble. My level might be low, but my skills are absolutely broken. He sprinted and launched himself. Mid-air, he hit the brakes. What a total joke. He raised his glowing crystal staff. Too freaking easy. He spun his staff. Infinite mana arrow. A catastrophic explosion rocked the cavern. A barrage of epic skills shredded the golem health bar. He smirked at the smoking crater. He was practically humming with absolute arrogance. Man, it hurt being this ridiculously overpowered. He just hit a whole new tier of badass. He clenched his fists, plotting his next move. That epic infinite mana arrow combo? That was all he needed to dominate this entire map. Ping! The holy grail of system screens popped up. You have leveled up. He eagerly checked his loot, only to get instantly humbled. Level 40 drops were this trashy? Absolutely pathetic. He snatched up the coins raging hard, a boss monster dropping this absolute garbage. Go punch yourself, system. The loot from floors 1 to 6 had been totally lame today. His luck was completely cursed. Suddenly, a mischievous grin spread across his face. Wait, what if? Power leveling. Could he aggro the whole mob and nuke them? Ah, the legendary classic grinding method. Pure mob farming. He practically vibrated with hype, already tasting his ridiculously overpowered future. His villainous laughter echoed through the entire cavern. Now this was how true gamers leveled up. Riding the ultimate adrenaline wave, he unleashed pure chaos. The level up notifications practically broke the system. That sweet system chime fueled his arrogant trash talk. Level 60? Why are you guys so pathetic? If you cannot fly, just go home and cry. Then, he unleashed an absolutely devastating combo. Thoughts raced through his mind. 1 minute, 1 level up. The grind was totally unreal. Boom! Level 50 achieved. Seriously, where are the game masters? Nerf me already. I am about to rule this server. Only downside? My skill points are a total mess from power leveling. But who cares when the grind is this juicy? Jihan floated in midair, spitting absolute facts. Farming experience like a total boss. Number 1, mage incoming. Step aside, you meathead warriors. Oh wait, my mana tank is running on empty. Reality check. He quickly touched down. Let us be real. Flying chugs mana like crazy. Suddenly, a wild, rebellious thought sparked in Jihan's brain. What if he boosted his wisdom? Infinite mana regeneration meant flying and blasting spells non-stop. He would become an absolute spamming menace. Grounded losers would just cry about it. Who knew simply flying made him this incredibly overpowered? But enough of that villain origin story. Jihan realized he had totally lost track of time. 0 hour was approaching. Time to log out. Back in the real world, he stretched his aching joints with a heavy sigh. Please do not be late. Outside, the sky looked suspiciously chill. Yujin was zoning out until heavy footsteps broke her trance. Jihan sprinted up, panting like a dog. Hey, class president, have you been waiting forever? He literally froze. Behind Yujin's thick glasses, her eyes had massive, zombie-like dark circles. Jihan gulped hard. Dude, did you even sleep at all? She slammed the table with explosive teenage rage. I want to sleep, but one blink and bam, I am back in that freaking dungeon. Panicking, Jihan frantically waved his hands. Whoa, chill out. Take a deep breath and keep your loot, okay? Yujin instantly froze. She totally just lost her cool. Flustered, she snapped her head away. I am absolutely not mad. Seeing her defensive teenage angst, Jihan threw his hands up in defeat. Fine, whatever, but seriously, are you surviving this all-nighter? Her hands twitched in pure, caffeinated panic. Her shaky voice totally caught him off guard. I am practically dead, but fear is the ultimate caffeine. She forced a weak, pathetic smile. Do not worry, I pull all-nighters anyway. Jihan sweated nervously. Wait, do you just stay up studying? Yujin instantly dropped into lecture mode. Ever heard the golden rule? 4 hours of sleep guarantees top grades? I am already slacking with 5. That unhinged nerd logic literally gave him goosebumps. Is she a freaking mutant? No wonder she is the class president. And yet, my lazy gaming self easily stole rank 1 from this try-hard nerd. Wow, the guilt is actually crushing me. Shaking it off, Jihan cut straight to the chase. So, why the emergency meetup? Yujin let out a soul-crushing sigh. I need your help. Jihan scrunched his face in pure confusion. Help with what? Her bossy attitude completely vanished, leaving pure terror. Like I said, what if I fall asleep and get dragged back into the abyss? Jihan nodded slowly, absorbing her trauma. Fair point. Yujin nervously bit her lip, dropping an absolute bombshell. So, I was thinking, can I crash at your place? You live alone, right? Jihan's brain completely short-circuited. Did she just ask for a sleepover? How does she even know that? Only my teacher and Sun Il know my folks moved to America. And my bro would never snitch. Her answer was deadpan, the homeroom teacher told me. Jihan face-palmed hard. That old dude is such a massive gossip. Misreading his complete exasperation, Yujin crossed her arms, blushing fiercely. You better not try any weird, perverted teenage boy stuff on me. I am legit terrified right now. Jihan gave her a brutally deadpan stare. Trust me, that never even crossed my mind. But suddenly, a devious thought sparked. He leaned in dangerously close with a smirk. But hey, what if my primal instincts kick in at midnight? Yujin absolutely lost her mind. What? Are you plotting a crime right now? Jihan instantly regretted his joke, crying invisible tears. Wow, her brain is utterly broken. I thought she was a genius, but she is completely out of her mind. Or maybe that is just a normal girl's survival instinct? Fair enough, I guess. Snapping out of his thoughts, he leaned back with a cool smirk. Fine. You can crash at my place. While Yujin was still blushing furiously, she aggressively laid down the ground rules. Zero funny business, keep your hands to yourself. Jihan could not hold back his sarcastic teenage sass. If you are that paranoid, why practically beg for a sleepover in the first place? Yujin shyly dodged his intense gaze. That is not what I meant at all. Awkward silence filled the heavy air. Jihan let out a long sigh, changing the subject. Just make yourself at home tonight. But what about your folks? Yujin finally shattered the awkward silence. I told my mom I am crashing at a friend's. His face screamed total confusion. Doesn't your family force hardcore studying? She just flashed a sweet, mysterious smile. Yeah, but summer break is completely chill. They bantered back and forth like that. So, you grind like crazy during school, but totally slack off all summer? Yup. Then Jihan blurted out, looks like a highly logical system. He completely zoned out, his inner thoughts racing. Her family is super weird. Normal kids get tortured with summer classes, but they actually let her run completely wild? Suddenly, reality smacked Jihan hard. He practically leaped out of his seat. Wait, we haven't even ordered drinks yet. Grab me a coffee too, Yujin called out instantly. He threw a quick thumbs up before dashing straight toward the counter. Got it. Now entirely alone, a deep crimson spread across Yujin's cheeks. Jihan casually grabbed the drinks, but stepping back, something totally paralyzed his tracks. Yujin was drowning in a storm of overthinking, accidentally spilling her chaotic thoughts out loud. What if he actually wants to hook up tonight? I mean, I am down, but my chest is barely even developing yet. Plus, I am not exactly drop-dead gorgeous. Sure, guys supposedly have zero standards, but my nerves are still completely wrecked. Jihan cringed super hard, letting out a heavy, totally exhausted sigh. What kind of crazy delusions is this girl cooking up? He cleared his throat loudly to snap her right back to reality. The sudden noise made her jump out of her skin. He crossed his arms, glaring with pure teenage annoyance. Dude, do I look like some absolute creep? You literally asked for this. Caught red-handed, Yujin awkwardly mumbled. That is totally not it. She sucked in a massive breath, desperately trying to cool her burning face. Her violently pounding heart finally steadied. Gathering every ounce of rebellious courage, she locked eyes fiercely with Jihan. But the words that slipped out were absolute cringe. Okay, I am totally ready, Jihan. Let us just do it. His brain totally short-circuited at her weird vibe, but he just played it cool. All right, let us do this. She claimed she was totally prepared, but seeing this absolute madness firsthand was a completely mind-blowing shock for Yujin. Her eyes went wide as saucers, trying to process the insane cinematic landscape around them. Is this seriously a monster zone? Jihan swept his arm out like a totally dramatic host. Welcome to my very own personal world. He immediately dropped the lore, explaining how custom dungeons shift based on the creator's raw stats and vibes. This is a goblin spawn point. These ugly dudes run between level 10 and 20. Yujin slapped a hand over her mouth, totally amazed. That is insanely epic. Jihan acted chill but secretly loved the hype. Nah, it is nothing special. The Abyss crowd pulls this stunt on the daily. He suddenly pointed straight at her, dropping a massive truth bomb. The real issue here is actually you. Yujin froze like a glitching NPC. Wait, me? Jihan nodded with zero hesitation. Yeah, totally you. She nervously fidgeted, finally spilling her deepest thoughts. I think it is the Abyss. Since you practically dumped all this secret lore on me, he left her absolutely zero room to escape, demanding her ultimate endgame. So what is your grand master plan now? I hit it before, but things are way too crazy now. I am completely kissing my normal teenage life goodbye. Yujin stared wide-eyed at her friend, who had leveled up so dramatically in such record time. Jihan's voice radiated pure, unyielding resolve about his brutal new destiny. If this is my true awakening, then I am milking this power for cold, hard cash. Remember when that monster literally dropped fat stacks of loot? Yujin nodded, utterly shell-shocked. Yeah. He completely flexed his insane new bank account without missing a beat. I crunched the numbers, and I have already farmed around 100 million won. With that kind of crazy payout, school is basically a massive waste of my time. That god-tier number made a broke high schooler like Yujin literally drop her jaw. Dude, that is the ultimate dream life. But Jihan was still sweating bullets, terrified of ditching his safe little bubble. I do not know, man. Becoming a total freak compared to normal society is scary. She practically yelled, desperately trying to buff his courage with confidence she definitely faked. Literally everyone is a little weird. Just look at those insane K-pop idols. Jihan appreciated her hype man energy, but totally rejected her flawed logic. Those idols do not shoot magic lasers out of their hands. It is not that simple. I am literally a walking, breathing anomaly. That is why my brain is constantly spiraling. How the heck do I even live now? Can I ever just date a normal girl? How long until my parents bust me? Do I just keep faking this boring school life forever? Jihan rarely ever vented his teenage angst like this. Super pathetic, right? But since you just crossed the point of no return, you need a battle plan too. Yujin stared at the ground, whispering the ultimate existential question. How do we even live now? He pointed right at her. Exactly. How do we survive this madness? I seriously have zero clue yet. The moment those words hung in the air, both teens let out the most exhausted, dramatic sigh ever. But Jihan quickly slapped on a confident grin to boost their morale. Let us just aggressively tackle whatever comes next. But first things first, you know you gotta level up fast, right? Yujin bit her lip hard, nodding with sudden fiery determination. Having officially recruited his new party member, he instantly rolled out the master strategy. All right then, we are hardlocking the mage class. Her eyes went wide. Wait, why a mage? His answer? Pure sass. Because I am one, duh. Plus, you are like totally a genius, right? Usually, anyone with half a brain picks the mage class. Hearing this, Yujin hit him with the ultimate side-eye. He panicked, totally flustered. Whoa, what is up with that epic glare? Chit-chat over. Time for the ultimate training montage. Jihan crossed his arms, going full strict coach mode. Spam your skills until your tank is completely empty. Stay focused, you got that? Yujin gripped her Atlasis wand tightly. She barked back aggressively. Loud and clear. Mana arrow. Boom. 5 glowing magical bolts slammed straight into the swamp monster. Before the ugly beast could even blink, another deadly incantation echoed. Mana arrow. 0 time to dodge. A brutal barrage of magical bullets blasted the monster 10 feet backward. 2 flawless combo strikes sent that creep straight to the graveyard. Yujin beamed, totally hyped over her first legit kill. The thrill of battle sparked her inner rebel. She went on an absolute monster-slaying rampage. 10 hours later, bam. Her floating status pinged to level 20. Jihan played it totally cool on the outside, but internally, he was absolutely mind-blown. 5 hours per level? I should just drag her into the Grand Labyrinth. Still, he threw her a bone. Not bad, rookie. Yujin's ego was massively inflating now. At this crazy pace, think I can absolutely wreck the floor one boss? He shot her down instantly, not even close. You need level 30 minimum. Right now, that is just a straight-up suicide mission. Yujin pouted, instantly deflated, but she swallowed her rebellious pride and nodded. Catching her sudden emo vibe, Jihan quickly softened his harsh tone. Crushing low-tier trash mobs is super easy. But a boss? Totally different beast. You passed level 59, right? He dropped some hardcore pro gamer advice. Try dumping points into your intelligence stat. Yujin blinked, totally confused. Wait, seriously? Why? Jihan did not gatekeep his epic secrets. He gave her the ultimate crash course. Mana recovery speed is your absolute lifeline out here, because you will burn through it extremely fast. After his epic nerd rant, he smirked confidently. Make sense now? She nodded aggressively like a bobblehead. Yes, coach. Satisfied, he waved his hand sharply. All right then, now get your butt moving. Go massacre everything. She did not hesitate for a second, sprinting off like an absolute maniac. Sir, yes sir. The hardcore grinding montage flew by under the bright blue, pixel-perfect sky. Inside this hunting zone, the time ratio stretched completely to 1-to-1. Jihan played the perfect support role, giving the exhausted class president pep talk so she could keep fighting. Boom. Yujin hit level 24, unlocking infinite mana arrow, super mana, and flight. Hitting her absolute limit, she collapsed. Time out. I am literally dying over here. Jihan rushed over, totally concerned. We have been grinding for 20 hours straight. You surviving? Her eyes were literally spinning in dizzy spirals, but she acted tough. Totally fine, just super dizzy. Not wanting to be a toxic gamer tyrant, he made the call. Burning out completely wrecks your recovery rate anyway. Whatever, let us just call it quits for today. Besides, only 2 hours have passed out in the real world. Yujin gasped, totally mind-blown. Dude, do you literally do this every single day? Yujin cast a rebellious, judging side eye. He internally scoffed, what a total noob. A true hardcore gamer never even thinks about quitting. But out loud, he played it perfectly cool. Not really, I only grind for 10 hours. Before she could process that flex, he dropped a bomb. So, ready to go hunt a boss now? Yujin's eyes practically popped out of her skull. A boss? Jihan's eyes curved into a wicked, sadistic smile. He absolutely loved watching newbies suffer. Yep, a massive red demon boss spawns right here. Suddenly, a towering, nightmarish shadow loomed right behind her. Goosebumps exploded everywhere. Her worst nightmare was real. Meanwhile, Jihan brutally abandoned her. Anyway, best of luck. His savage betrayal shattered her teen soul. Wait, I have to solo this thing? Before dipping out, Jihan tossed a cheeky hint. Just use your new flight skill. Do not let your mana waste away. That pro tip flipped a switch in her brain, bringing back her gamer focus. Zero hesitation. She rocketed straight into the sky, ready to clash with the towering beast. Jihan watched the hilariously unbalanced David versus Goliath showdown and smirked proudly. Now, that is what I call epic gameplay. He was totally confident in her crazy growth rate. She was absolutely ready to vaporize that pathetic floor 1 boss now. After a brutal, sweaty day of hardcore grinding, Jihan exited the dungeon, but he looked super annoyed. Are you seriously just gonna log off here? Yujin sat cross-legged on the bed, staring at him in totally awkward, rebellious silence. After a tense beat, she finally snapped back. Look, it is totally not my fault. Their eyes locked in an intense, fiery, glaring contest. Neither of these stubborn teens was willing to back down. Breaking the heavy tension, Jihan smugly ruffled her hair like an annoying older brother. Well, whatever. Just admit it. I am crazy handsome, totally ripped, and a martial arts genius. But isn't this insanely risky? Yujin whined, refusing to back down even a single inch. Try putting yourself in my shoes for a second. She finally caved, taking a step back. Fine, erase whatever the heck you want. She watched Jihan's silhouette vanish behind the closing door. I am gonna grab the blankets. Yujin knit her brows, completely eaten up by anxiety. Soon, Jihan's heavy footsteps echoed back. He opened the door, spotting her hiding completely under the covers. Hey, class rep, you asleep yet? Yujin's muffled, awkward voice drifted from beneath the thick blanket fortress. Not yet. He pulled out his gear and announced, I am killing the lights then. Hearing zero objections, Jihan reached out and plunged the room into darkness. The bedroom was instantly swallowed by the pitch-black shadows. They laid in opposite corners, but sleep totally evaded them. Jihan's mind raced with chaotic late-night thoughts. Priority number 1 tomorrow. Call Sun In and get a grip on this mess. Hopefully, I can figure out what the heck is actually happening. Grinding that massage skill all day totally wrecked my energy. Exhausted, his heavy eyelids finally fluttered shut into dreamland. Who knows how much time passed. Suddenly, a violently trembling voice pierced his ear. Wake up, Jihan! Jolted awake, he fought to pry open his heavy eyes. Shockingly, Eugene was sprawled right on top of his chest, her eyes overflowing with tears. She sobbed desperately. Jihan, I am terrified. I am so freaking scared. Just now, Her bizarre panic sent a wave of frantic dread through Jihan. Hey, what is wrong? Talk to me, please. Why are you crying? Eugene's answer made his entire body freeze in pure shock. I died. I just died. I literally just died. Just a minute ago. Jihan fought to stay calm, quickly questioning the situation. What the heck are you saying? But those insane words echoed crystal clear in his ear. Just died. 60 seconds ago. I am terrified. So freaking scared. He reached out, wrapping her in a desperately needed safety blanket of hugs. It is okay. Come here. You are totally safe now. Just relax. Take a deep breath. We had a total blast hanging out earlier, remember? Jihan's smooth, grounding voice slowly worked its magic. Yujin's violently trembling hands began to loosen up. Her shattered nerves slowly pieced back together within his warm, protective embrace. A moment later, a flustered Yujin nervously whispered, "Let me go." She forcefully pushed herself up, retreating to her mattress with a heavy, exhausted sigh. Jihan softly probed, "Are you feeling any better?" Yujin gently wiped her tears away and nodded. "Yeah, can I get some water?" He swiftly summoned his inventory screen. He grabbed a bottle and handed it over. Yujin chugged half of it instantly, like a survivor crawling out of a blazing desert. Jihan tested the waters one more time. "You sure you are all right?" And he got a brutally honest reality check. "Nope, not okay at all." He felt slightly relieved, flashing a reassuring smile. "You sound way better, though," Yujin muttered, frantically trying to psychoanalyze herself. "I had to do it. Right. I need to keep my cool. Traumatic shadows viciously swarmed her mind again, ripping a violently agonizing scream from her throat. Jihan panicked, instantly jumping to his feet. Class rep! This absolute nightmare scenario threw him into total crisis mode. What do I do? What should I do? All right, gotta force her to calm down first. Jihan desperately yanked her into a tight, chest-crushing hug, but Yujin's psyche was completely spiraling into absolute madness. She could not anchor herself at all. How could she? Crap, her mind is completely glitching out right now. If that is the case, Jihan ignited his divine healing power. Activation, divine soul restoration art. Thank the heavens. Yujin's psychotic screaming finally faded out. Her trembling hands limply dropped from her tear-soaked face. He poured everything into soothing her. "See? You are totally safe now. No more danger." She sniffled, completely overwhelmed with embarrassing guilt. "I am so sorry. I feel slightly better." Jihan brushed off the apology, focused purely on deleting her lingering anxiety. "Good. Let me help you up." But she suddenly choked out a desperate, begging plea. "Wait, don't. Can you just hold me exactly like this? Just for one more second, please?" Without a single ounce of hesitation, he agreed and stayed locked in. "Yeah, totally fine." Jihan held that stiff, awkward, protective stance for a long moment. Shortly after, Yujin successfully crushed her violent tremors and slowly lifted her head from his chest. For the third time, his fiercely gentle question broke the silence. "You feeling better? Thank God." This time she fired back with total confirmation. "Yeah, I am actually okay now." Yujin froze, blinking in disbelief. "What was that?" He replied bluntly. "A recovery spell, plus a little mental detox." Finally, a relieved smile graced her lips. "Yeah, totally relaxing." Spotting her lingering tears, Jihan smoothly offered his handkerchief like a pro. As she grabbed it, his anxiety spiked. "Sorry to be annoying, but are you truly okay?" She dropped a totally unexpected bombshell. Her voice shook, but she forced the words out. The Floor 1 boss wasn't the Goblin King. It was a giant spider. I was totally powerless. My magic was completely useless. Reality hit Jihan hard. Her level was just too low. Crushing shame made him clench his fists. And I seriously bragged about protecting her? Damn it! Regret crashed over him like a tidal wave. I promised to help, but her stats are absolute garbage. If I knew, I would have power leveled her and stacked her with epic gear. He gritted his teeth, forcing out the words. "It wasn't just a dream, was it?" Yujin trembled, recalling the nightmare. "No, it shredded me to pieces before swallowing me alive. But weirdly, there was zero physical pain. I got eaten, but it did not hurt at all. Honestly, that made the whole thing even more maddening." Yujin forced a broken laugh as tears streamed down her panicked face. "What do I do now?" She never expected such an immediate, brutal answer. "Get stronger, level up, and that nightmare will never touch you again." The blunt advice froze her tears instantly. "I will protect you." Jihan swallowed those empty words. He could not play her babysitter forever. The ultimate cheat code? Teach her how to fight, so history never repeats itself. Meanwhile, in another dimension, a pale hand casually held up a glowing smartphone. "Found it!" A woman with blood-red lips let out a piercing, arrogant laugh. "So the Great Witch is actually struggling?" Loleno pouted, fiercely denying it. "Hey, my specialty is strictly combat. The rival would not let it slide so easily." "Wait, aren't you supposed to be the legendary Great Witch?" She snapped back. "Yeah, a murderous one. But honestly, this whole situation is giving me terrible vibes." The woman narrowed her eyes. "Oh really? How fascinating." Loleno urgently pressed the grim reality. This is way worse than expected. The danger level is completely off the charts. The admin finally showed a spark of twisted interest. Danger? She smoothly dropped a random, chilling stat. Did you know 25,000 people die in South Korea every month? Loleno glared, totally confused. I definitely skipped that trivia. What does that have to do with anything? The admin ignored her, listing off the grim reality. Accidents, nature, diseases, murder. Humans drop dead for completely random reasons. She flashed a mocking smile, treating the witch's anxiety like an absolute joke. So what if that number spikes by a mere 1,000? Do you honestly think anyone would even bat an eye? Nobody cares. Honestly, it is just a wild guess anyway. Koreans have insane mental fortitude. They will not just die that easily. Besides, it is basically extreme virtual reality. A near-death simulation does not actually kill you, right? Loleno slowly found herself agreeing with the admin's twisted logic. Way too much data to process. I never thought I would resort to this program. Just treat it like absolute cutting-edge tech. The admin glanced up, dropping a sudden curveball. You are acting pretty strange, though. Surprised, she fired back. What exactly do you mean? Tapping her smoking pipe, she finally spoke up. Do you not have literally zero connection to this chaotic mess? Even if these so-called dream collectors are roaming around, South Korea is just another territory. It is their own problem to handle. They are probably already making a move. Loleno stood her ground, her voice dead serious. I get it, but I have my own hidden motives here, even knowing the fatal flaw. The admin's smirk widened with absolute thrill. Really now? I am dying to hear this. But Loleno chuckled, flipping it into a ruthless negotiation. What is my payout? She clicked her tongue, pivoting instantly. Never mind. It is nothing. Probably not worth the hype anyway. She playfully snatched her phone right back. Suit yourself. And just like that, their shady little chat abruptly ended. Thanks for dropping by. Cut back to the pitch-black mob zone, staring down the only ominous gateway. Yujin threw her entire body weight onto her Atlasis wand. Jihan stood right beside her, asking the golden question. What is your current level? She gasped for breath, screaming out 36. He smirked with pure pride at her epic progress. You absolutely crushed it. Jihan dragged the class rep into his custom grand maze. Then it hit him this dungeon totally dead-ended right after floor 6. Probably because he never actually cleared past floor 6 himself. So Jihan couldn't spawn anything he hadn't survived. He checked his epic stats. My level is 51. Plus 95 unused stat points. 95. But I can totally solo wipe floor 6 without even spending them. All because I maxed out my intelligence. Thanks to my necklace, bracelet, wand, and earrings, my mana regen is completely broken. With all those buffs, my regen speed hit 345%. Jihan glanced at Yujin, thinking to himself, none of that matters right now. She just reached my old level, mastered flight, infinite mana arrows and a solid mana shield. That is definitely enough to completely bulldoze floor 1, not to mention that insane magic wand I just gave her. Plus, I just unlocked the ultimate tutor skill. If someone actually shows the right attitude, I can teach them literally anything with this absolute cheat. Jihan grinned, totally thrilled at the idea of bossing students around. Now I never have to buy those insanely overpriced skill books. I should force Sun to learn magic immediately. His current power basically made him the ultimate carry for anyone. He no longer needed to worry about getting sent back to spawn. Your level tripled, and I am letting you borrow my epic wand freely. Is that overpowered enough for you? Previously, Jihan only lent out the Agrixes wand because it was crazy expensive. But that floor 6 golem boss dropped insane loot. He would let the class rep keep the wand, then sell potions for a massive shopping spree. One potion sells for about 10 million. His inventory was currently holding 891 bottles. That cash was way more than enough to buy fresh god-tier gear. Yujin suddenly realized the terrifying value of what she was holding. Wait, isn't this thing insanely expensive? Jihan shrugged casually. This toy? Just 60 million won. That astronomical price tag made her stutter violently. 60 million? Hearing that out loud, even he felt slightly terrified of himself. Holy crap, am I really flexing 60 million like it is pocket change? But that is just how this crazy world works. Yujin felt totally crushed, holding a literal fortune. This thing is too expensive. It equals a luxury car. Jihan instantly shattered her anxiety with a single rebellious flex. Whatever, making that kind of cash is actually ridiculously easy. Yujin freaked out over his mind-blowing wealth. Is grinding in the abyss really that profitable? Jihan scratched his head, confused. For me, yeah, no idea about those extra NPCs though. Hearing her inner greed, she joked, should we just drop out and conquer the abyss? He jumped in sheer panic. This girl was losing her damn mind. He frantically stopped his reckless teammate. Hey, do not say crazy stuff like that. Do you even realize the lethal danger? Yujin nervously mumbled back. I know, right? I literally died in there once already. Jihan sternly gave her a harsh reality check. That was just a near-death simulation. You could actually get yourself permanently deleted. Meanwhile, he quietly judged his own massive hypocrisy. I only survive because I am a god-tier pro gamer. That is exactly why I grind so ridiculously hard. He really did not want his reckless flexes to lead Yujin down a fatal path. I somehow survived the abyss perfectly fine, but you are entirely different. Do you get it, class rep? Surprisingly, she fixated on a completely different, totally random detail. I actually have a real name, you know. Why do you keep calling me class rep? Jihan explained with dumbfounded innocence. Because you literally are the class rep. Yujin boldly demanded her rights. Call me by my real name now. He was not thrilled about changing his longtime gamer habits. Is that seriously necessary? Jihan choked back his complaints and faked agreement. With that forced treaty established, Jihan checked his phone. Seeing the clock hit exactly 8, he casually announced the stats to his teammate. We ground for exactly 10 hours. Yujin had completely lost her grip on reality. I thought it was way longer. Is that really it? Hearing that, his insane gamer ambition flared up. 10 hours in here equals just 1 hour outside. Since we are already here, should we just marathon a full 100 hours? Yujin immediately grimaced and shut him down hard. Let us take a break. You would think it ended there, but he stubbornly kept pushing. We absolutely do not do things halfway here. This is literally about my life. Are you joking? She was fiercely determined to survive, but this is totally enough to clear floor 1, right? That logic completely choked Jihan into silence. Yeah, but still, his gamer soul just refused to give up the grind. While we are still here, we should. Suddenly, a loud rumble echoed from Yujin's stomach, freezing them both. Jihan's face went completely blank, while her entire body burned red like a boiled lobster. He hesitantly spoke first, shattering that aggressively awkward silence. My bad? Yujin flipped from embarrassed to absolute fury, screaming at the top of her lungs. You must take responsibility. Jihan stuttered, frantically denying everything. How am I supposed to know about your empty stomach? Hearing that, she practically exploded with furious questions. How can you act so totally clueless? He just scratched his cheek and answered honestly. Beats me entirely. At that moment, Jihan finally questioned himself. Was it simply because of his ultimate gamer mindset? Come to think of it, he literally never felt hungry, just craving snacks. Jihan quickly fixed his massive screw-up. Alright, break time. Let us go grab some epic grub. Moments later, Yujin happily held a gigantic burger the exact size of her face. Her mouth worked overtime, demolishing crispy fries and golden chicken nuggets. Then she took a massive bite of that towering burger. Jihan froze completely, watching this unbelievable feast unfold, utterly forgetting to eat his own food. After a moment, he blankly judged her monstrous appetite. Yujin stuffed her face happily until she noticed Jihan staring intensely. She instantly flushed beet red with massive embarrassment, freezing completely like a paused video game. Yujin covered her totally awkward panic with a ridiculously high-pitched shriek. What on earth are you staring at? Is this your first time seeing a human eat? Jihan honestly expressed his sheer amazement. Absolutely not. I just never expected you to eat so aggressively. You practically devoured my share too. Being teased, her entire body burned with hot embarrassment. Hey, a girl was starving here. Yujin's defensive reaction made him absolutely bust out laughing. Haha, totally kidding. Just eat comfortably. Waiting until her stomach seemed fully satisfied, he finally asked, Are you completely full yet? She nodded while chewing her absolute last fry. Yeah, done. Hearing that, Jihan impatiently threw out his next big plan. Perfect. Then let us head right back out and grind. But Loliciano abruptly shut him down from out of nowhere. No need for that. Her ghostly, stealthy appearance practically made his heart stop beating. Could you please seriously stop playing these creepy ninja games? She let out a dramatic, totally exasperated sigh. Loliciano casually strolled right into the room, severely scolding him. Jihan, you are incredibly careless. I literally taught you that a true mage stays ready. At least throw up a basic magic barrier. He frustratingly argued back. Since when did I ever learn that crazy spell? She plopped heavily onto the soft bed, pressing him hard. So you only grind for cash, huh? How is your actual magic training going? Suddenly, an awkward crunching sound from across the room made both of them instinctively snap their heads over. Yujin stared highly suspiciously at the strange woman before her. Who on earth was this weird foreigner? Loliciano playfully winked, grandly announcing her own name. Loliciano Miss Chim, I might look totally young, but I am an actual adult, little class president. Hearing that title, a massive question instantly flashed inside Jihan's brain. Wait, how does she know she is the class president? Yujin's eyes practically popped out of her skull in pure shock. An adult? And my name definitely is not class president. But the witch honestly could not care less. Whatever, I am just gonna call you that now. With that said, Loliciano casually snatched a perfectly golden, crispy chicken nugget. She devoured the entire piece in one giant, satisfying bite, praising it wildly. Oh wow, delicious. This chicken is absolute, fiery perfection. Jihan sharply detected Liliciano's visibly sour, dangerous mood. Did you run into something super annoying today? She snapped back with vicious, bitter annoyance. You actually have the nerve to ask me that? While your poor teacher was busting her back working, her so-called student was slacking off, flirting with some random chick. Jihan muttered weakly, desperately trying to defend himself. I was not flirting at all, but Liliciano dropped a suddenly terrifying, icy question. Did anyone give you permission to speak? Leaving him completely crushed and utterly speechless. Sitting directly opposite, Yujin was frantically trying to whisper, wildly mouthing silent words. Who is she? Jihan awkwardly cleared his dry throat. Then he formally introduced the two incredibly awkward girls. This right here is my hardcore magic teacher, Liliciano Miss Chim, and this is Kim Yujin, the class president from my school. Liliciano looked totally unimpressed by the girl's mundane identity. I already knew that. Jihan flinched violently for the second time. You knew? Meanwhile, Yujin's brain finally processed those earlier words. Wait, a real mage? The woman arrogantly flaunted her true, terrifying power, a highly dangerous witch to be exact. Little girl, do you not think I am way cooler than some basic mage? Saying that, Liliciano threw a highly judgmental, razor-sharp glare sideways. Anyway, this class president is leaking some seriously heavy mana. I bet our dear Jihan took incredibly intimate, totally devoted care of her from A to Z, right? Hearing his terrifying teacher's deeply sinister tone, he thought, are you actually insane? Jihan trembled violently, desperately explaining, Miss, I swear there is a perfectly logical reason for all of this. She slowly raised a wickedly sharp metal fork, her eyes practically overflowing with homicidal threats. If your pathetic excuse annoys me, you will deeply regret being born when I bury this fork in your gut, understand? Only one thought crossed his mind. Holy crap. Cornered, Jihan spilled the entire crazy story, explaining exactly how this mess happened. Liliano took a slow, dramatic sip of water before declaring, Fine, I guess we have no choice. The invisible blade at his throat vanished, but of course, she was just baiting him for maximum drama. But why didn't you call me, you absolute idiot? Jihan hit the floor instantly, begging for mercy. I know I messed up. I'll eat dirt to repent. But Liliano's blazing fury was definitely not fading. If you had just called me after leaving the dungeon, you wouldn't have exposed the secret abyss to that normal kid. You absolutely brainless disciple. He immediately fired back with the most pathetically adorable puppy dog eyes imaginable. But if we ditch her, she'll get dragged right back into that hellhole. Plus, she literally just survived a near-death experience. The senior witch instantly snapped. Zip it! Jihan immediately shut his trap. Zipped. Deep down, Lolino knew she couldn't blast a kid with good intentions. She let out an exasperated sigh, reining in her fiery temper. Did you seriously forget how to summon me? I actually know the secret to stopping her from getting sucked back in. Jihan's eyes practically bugged out of his skull. Wait, for real? Lolino gave a sassy shrug, dropping the ultimate sarcasm. What, did you think witches were just cheap decorations? They really weren't kidding when they said ignorance is absolute bliss. She then pivoted her piercing gaze. Hey, Madam Class President. Yujin jumped out of her skin. Yes? What is your current level? Flushing bright red, she stammered. Level 36, ma'am. Lolino aggressively face-palmed, sensing an incoming disaster. You'll survive for now, but you need to power level immediately. Jihan panicked and tried to protest, but a brutal flick to his forehead instantly silenced him. Pointing a deadly finger right at his face, Lolino unleashed her absolute fury. Your reckless gamer attitude is a literal magnet for total disaster. Consider that a minor penalty. Catching Jihan's utterly terrified gaze, she dropped another heavy truth bomb. Brain functioning yet? With her pathetic mana pool, she's practically walking bait. Even the weakest trash mobs in the abyss would totally devour her. Her ice-cold, deliberate tone stabbed right into his guilty conscience. Jihan forgot already? How epically stupid your reckless stunts actually are. Jihan's voice wavered with pure panic as he waved his white flag. I super apologize. So, what's our game plan here? Lolino softened her deadly glare for the repenting idiot. Like I literally just said, the kid will survive this. Just equip an item that conceals mana. Problem solved. Hearing this cheat code, Jihan's previously doomed expression instantly lit up like a Christmas tree. Whoa, those overpowered artifacts actually exist? But in a split second, his fanboy excitement crashed into a deadpan glare. He threw a massive, almost tearful tantrum. Hey, why the heck did you hide this from me? You never dropped a single hint. Lolino stood paralyzed, totally overwhelmed by pure exhaustion and raging annoyance. Taking a massive breath, she broke down the brutal reality. Listen, Jihan, you are basically a mindless grinding bot, living 24/7 inside the abyss. Even now, you literally only care about aggressively farming gold and loot drops. Getting completely roasted with facts, he just offered a guilty, awkward chuckle. Yeah, fair point. But then the senior witch dropped some unexpected praise. Besides, your busted stats can easily solo almost any monster out there, unless they gank you in a massive guild. So why are you even stressing? This vicious emotional roller coaster gave Jahan severe whiplash. Wait, for real? He hyped himself up. Heck yeah, I am already at level 51. I definitely outleveled that loser Sun In by now. The only tiny flaw is my totally garbage physical strength. But hey, I'm a mage. Lolino aggressively rolled her eyes with a heavy groan. And this exact nonsense is why I absolutely despise spoiled, overpowered, bratty kids. But this time, he totally refused to take the unfair hit. Bro, what does my background even have to do with this? She ruthlessly exposed his insanely privileged lifestyle. Oh please, haven't you literally been spoon-fed every single luxury since the day you were born? You've never actually had to grind in real life to achieve your goals. Hit by a critical strike of truth, Jihan was left completely speechless and totally defenseless. Okay, yeah, you win this round. Having successfully humbled her cocky student, Lolino immediately pivoted her attention to the trembling girl. Hey, Madam President. Yujin snapped to attention like a terrified soldier. Yes, ma'am. The senior witch extended an open palm with absolute authority. First things first, let's sever your deadly connection to the Great Labyrinth. Step right up and expose that forehead. Dashing forward like a frightened squirrel, Yujin braced herself. The witch's petite hand instantly hovered over her forehead, igniting a blinding aura of vibrant purple mana. The magical override lasted mere seconds. Lolino swiftly withdrew her glowing hand and confidently declared, All done. You're completely immune to being dragged back into that hellscape. Jahan stared in sheer disbelief, utterly dumbfounded. Wait, it was seriously that easy? Staring at Yujin's ridiculously goofy, relieved expression, he just let out a breathless, whoa. That was super anticlimactic. Lolino P, there's a clean, there's a complexity, there's a slider, there's a casual flex. It looks incredibly basic, but executing this cleanly actually requires the absolute master tier skills of an elite mage or a supreme witch, not to mention the brutal grind required to actually master this specific spell. It's an advanced technique that forcibly transforms pure mental energy into a literal virtual reality projection. Jihan instantly connected the gaming dots. Oh, you mean like simulating a super realistic near-death experience, right? She didn't confirm or deny it. Getting shredded or killed in that space won't end your actual life, but the mental trauma will absolutely destroy your mind. Jihan immediately grasped the dark, twisted reality. So it's basically pure psychological torture? Wait, virtual reality? His gamer instincts kicked into overdrive. This sounded exactly like a hardcore virtual reality novel. Loleno just smirked at his theory. Didn't you realize grand magic bends reality itself? Anyway, I'm finally feeling somewhat relaxed. You better buy a hermit's necklace. It'll cost around 20 million won on the Abyss market. Jihan gave a submissive nod. Yes, ma'am, but internally, he screamed. So I'm the designated sugar daddy here? Whatever. I'm practically printing money these days anyway. Satisfied, Loleno dropped the good news. Now the kid can go back to a normal life. Yujin immediately panicked. Miss! She bowed at a perfect 90-degree angle, overflowing with gratitude. Thank you so much. Strangely, her intense bowing made the older girl look completely exhausted. Loleno ignored the gesture, turning away with a lazy wave. I'm taking a shower, then crashing. Clean this mess up and escort her home. Jihan flinched, barking a quick response. Watching that tiny figure vanish, Yujin couldn't hold back. Is she actually your master? He nodded casually. Yeah. She heavily doubted Loleno's real age. She looks like a kid. Is she seriously an adult? Jihan's thoughts went the total opposite direction. I bet she's way older than either of us could ever imagine. Yujin's eyes immediately lit up with starry expectations. If I become an abyss mage, will I stay forever young? That question completely short-circuited his brain. Ugh, I'm so insanely jealous. Jihan grimaced, popping her bubble. Dude, you're literally still in high school. Yujin stubbornly fired back. Shut up, you idiot. A true lady starts her skincare routine early. He stayed completely silent, terrified to argue. Jihan desperately tried to inject some reality. The abyss isn't a joke. Like she said, one slip-up, and you're dead meat. Yujin dropped the vanity talk, a shadow of dread crossing her face. I've been wondering, are terrifying people actually hunting you down out there? He delivered a brutal truth. Kidnappings in the abyss are a daily routine. She gasped in pure horror. What? An invisible weight crushed her chest, stealing the very breath from her lungs. Unbelievable. Jihan struck while the iron was hot, leaning in. Crazy, right? In the slums, they abduct players and trade them like cheap commodities. That's why it's a total death trap. She gave you a very serious warning, just like how you hated being dragged into that grand labyrinth, right? Seeing her terror, Jihan decided to slam the brakes on the horror stories. All right, enough trauma. Let me walk you home. Just wait until I secure that hermit's necklace. Oh, almost forgot. Take your magic wand home. His surprisingly gentle whisper made Eugen's cheeks explode in a furious blush. Got it? She was so flustered she started violently stuttering. Yeah, thanks. A massive question mark practically materialized over Jihan's head. Thanks for what? He couldn't help but mock her internally. Why is her face so red? Should I start calling her Miss Tomato? The sun was already blazing above the towering skyscrapers. Walking shoulder to shoulder, he suddenly heard a timid voice. Hey, Jihan. For some weird reason, she whispered it again. Seriously, thanks for saving me. He just chuckled, brushing it off. I told you not to sweat it. Eugen couldn't shake off the heavy guilt. But I owe you way too much now. I mean, look at this stupid staff. He totally agreed. Yeah, fair point. Honestly, that thing is an absolute eyesore. Their minds synced up perfectly, right? It looks super weird, like I'm going to some tragic cosplay convention. Jihan firmly grabbed the weapon. Hand it over. Carrying this is a terrible idea. Lugging this around just paints a giant target on your back for abyss. Creeps! Eugen nodded, feeling totally lost. Then, she murmured softly. Jihan. He answered absent-mindedly. Yeah? What's up? This thought had been haunting her mind forever, and she finally snapped. There's something I desperately need to tell you. Jihan's curiosity spiked. What is it? Stealing her nerves, Eugen prepared her confession. The truth is, Her next words completely shattered the romantic tension. I used to absolutely despise you. Her sudden burst of rebellious resentment left Jihan totally stunned. Wait, what? Why? She ruthlessly exposed her hidden teenage angst. Honestly, before all this crazy stuff, I didn't care about you at all, but you snagged the top spot this time. Jihan shot a cautious sideways glance at his classmate. Oh, about that. Eugen completely cut off his incoming pity speech. It hit me hard. How does a hardcore gaming addict actually ace the exams? The campus rumors claim you are filthy, rich, or hiding some elite private tutor. Or maybe you do not just game 24/7. Jihan threw her another careful look. Shockingly, a bright, totally relieved smile washed over her face. Eugen dodged his heavy gaze and kept venting. Honestly, my bad for judging you. You must have grinded insanely hard for that rank. Left speechless, Jihan just muttered, Really? The conversation flipped completely. The abyss is a total death trap, right? Yeah, and I should definitely steer clear of it? Spot on. Eugen finally spilled her darkest intrusive thoughts. But seriously, I keep wondering, what if I actually lived in that chaotic realm? Jihan frowned, instantly shutting down her reckless daydream. Just thinking about that is pure suicide. Eugen chuckled at her own ridiculous rebellion. Crazy, right? But honestly, the entire student body feels the exact same way. She dropped some heavy truth about our broken society. Nobody has real dreams anymore. We just accept this matrix and distract ourselves, because humanity is basically programmed to conform. That is exactly why everyone desperately craves getting isekai'd into a fantasy universe. Binging anime and movies is our only pathetic escape to feel a tiny shred of happiness. It feels incredibly good. Jihan stayed perfectly silent, playing the ultimate therapist. Why are you trashing yourself like this? He felt completely crushed but could not bring himself to scold her. You are impossible. The deep talk wrapped up right at her front gate. We made it to your place, Jihan announced. He played it cool, but she suddenly spun around, totally flustered. Hey, do you maybe want to hang out sometime, just the two of us? That sudden, ultra-rare girl invitation made Jihan's face burn like crazy. Meanwhile, Eugen died of embarrassment and bolted inside her house. Never mind, let us hang out over summer break. She vanished, leaving him standing there like a stunned idiot. Hey, wait, at least drop a hint about what we are doing. Jihan snapped out of it and headed back to his sanctuary. That unexpected date request had his teenage heart racing at max speed. A goofy, lovesick grin was permanently glued to his face. But the absolute second he saw Lolino's wildly provocative outfit, his romantic high instantly crashed. There is definitely a trap behind this scandalous look. If I comment on her fashion, this psycho mentor will bury me alive. Survival instinct activated. Ignore it completely. Despite his rebellious inner monologue, Jihan kept his mouth shut like a disciplined student. Teach. I need advice. Lolino barely even glanced over her shoulder. What now, kid? He poked his index fingers together, completely lost. If a girl randomly asks to hang out alone, what is the hidden meta-meaning? Lolino physically recoiled like she just took critical damage. You absolute dense cabbage. Do not tell me it is that cute class president. Jihan blinked in pure innocence. Yeah, why? Lolino rolled her eyes so hard she nearly saw her own brain, then dropped the hammer. It means she is completely head over heels for you. Jihan felt his entire reality shatter. Wait, hold up, say what? She sighed, repeating the painfully obvious truth for this clueless boy. The girl is massively crushing on you, dummy. Fireworks literally exploded inside Jihan's teenage soul. Holy crap, a girl actually likes me. Lolino watched her useless student float away on an imaginary pink cloud. This feels absolutely godlike. Lolino stared at him with maximum disgust. You are celebrating way too early, kid. Jihan desperately tried to explain this epic, euphoric rush. No, you do not get it. This is literally my first time having a fan club. Lolino rubbed her temples, feeling a massive headache incoming. Seriously? What the heck is that supposed to mean? Jihan blinked his giant anime eyes in total confusion. Huh? What did I miss? Then she dropped the absolute nuke that shattered his fragile ego. Are you just going to throw Kwon and Hwan in the trash? Jihan's jaw hit the floor in glorious stupidity. Wait, those top-tier girls like me too? You are totally messing with me. She facepalmed, completely losing her will to deal with this clown. Just go marry your video games and die alone. Jihan screamed until his lungs gave out at Lolino's fading savage silhouette. Teach, come back, Teach. Oh, dang it. She literally just rage quit and abandoned me. How savage is that? Defeated, he dramatically collapsed onto the sofa to heal his shattered pride, initiating the spiritual soul recovery skill. Fresh mana instantly surged through his veins, making him groan in pure satisfaction. That is the ultimate buff. Jihan flexed his hands with epic gamer confidence. If you master the grind, god-tier luck will definitely follow. Coasting through life on easy mode, I seriously need to focus and power level like a beast. Teach was absolutely right. The abyss is a total death trap. When the target is on your back, you only have yourself. Jihan locked in his ultimate life goal, to protect his crew, and keep his family safe. I need insane power. Just dropping my name should make those punks wet their pants. Hell yeah, I gotta be like that legendary mage, the one everyone keeps hyping up. Life or death. Meanwhile, Yujin was totally riding the high of her epic power move. She shook her head, blushing at her own wild boldness. I actually asked a guy out. Remembering Jihan's completely frozen, error 404 face, Yujin shook her head frantically. Trying to calm her violently racing heart, she took a breath, planning a hype shopping spree. But as she looked up, a massive, shadowy figure loomed at the door. Glaring with pure, malicious intent, the creep smirked, muttering, "What a drag. I seriously hate dealing with that psycho-killer witch." Yujin's survival instinct screamed, "Who the hell are you?" Jihan's afternoon warning echoed in her terrified mind. She went dead pale, but Hyungjin's massive hand instantly clamped over her face, as darkness devoured her consciousness. One name echoed in her fading mind, Jihan. He casually slung her unconscious body over his shoulder in broad daylight. A power this ridiculously strong. No way I am letting it go to waste. Deep in an underground hellscape, the insane heat was melting the very air. A blazing fire golem shrieked in pure, flaming agony. Just steps away, Jihan watched it turn to ash, smirking to himself. Dungeon grinding is seriously the ultimate cheat code for leveling up. A crazy 15-to-1 time dilation. All thanks to my maxed out skills, but grinding all damn day, just to crawl up 2 miserable levels? I am at level 53 now, hoarding 105 skill points. My mastery is spiking, but this slow progression is a total buzzkill. A veteran at this point, Jihan read the writing on the wall. Yep, I have officially hit the infamous leveling bottleneck. Whatever, as long as it is not the Blackstone gang, I can solo these mid-tier chumps. Actually, with hit-and-run tactics, I could probably wipe them all out. Jihan let out a dramatic sigh. Time to haul my ass up and secure the bag. Plus, this gig pays serious cash. 2 birds, 1 stone, getting swole and getting rich. Even if I puke from grinding, the grind never stops. It is all pure profit. Mid-pep talk, the system interface violently flashed neon red. Alert! A party member is under attack. Jihan froze instantly. A party member? Yujin's face violently crashed into his thoughts. His hunter intuition screamed at him. The class president is in danger. He desperately barked the command. Status window. Now, the screen displayed Yujin's abnormal sleep debuff. Jihan ground his teeth, his mind racing. Damn it, that Lolino plane was dead right. The abyss does not mess around. But she had no clue. Jihan forced his breathing to steady. I need a plan. Fast. Minimap. His eyes locked onto the glowing grid. Bingo. Found her. There was 0 time to waste. He threw his hand out, exit hunting zone. The virtual domain shattered instantly. Digital glass rained down into the void. He kicked the door open, sprinting out, teacher. But the small house answered with a heavy, dead silence. Panic flared in Jihan's chest. He checked every room. Where is she when things go south? He furiously dialed his phone, but only a dead dial tone mocked him. He was losing his damn mind. You told me to call for emergencies. Pick up. Fine, I will call Sun In. But a terrifying thought paralyzed him. Hold up. What if that zone is a literal death trap? If Sun In dies trying to play hero, 2 brutal choices warred in his head, solo rush or call for backup, his brain completely short-circuited. But the lone wolf instinct ruthlessly crushed the debate. He jammed his phone away. Screw it. I am soloing this entire damn map. Decision locked in. Time to unleash the arsenal. He equipped every single busted item from A to Z, mana regen, heavy armor, toxic bursts, the fire golem heart for absolute flame immunity, the demon belt for massive life steal, mana wands, magic arrows with 50% damage mitigation, pure damage boosters at 100%. Locked and loaded, he ripped open the minimap, target locked onto Eugen's coordinates. Uito, building 63. Gripping his weapon like a madman, he cast the spell. Flight, pure, unadulterated rage boiled in his veins. I do not care who you are, but you are absolutely dead meat. In a flash, he arrived at the monstrous skyscraper, piercing the damn clouds. He landed on the ledge without a sound. Perfect stealth, but scanning the empty rooftop, his paranoia violently spiked. The minimap says this is ground zero, so where the hell is the welcoming committee? He stared down the dizzying concrete abyss. Screw gravity. He plummeted into a freefall. The wind screamed past his ears. The ground rushed up like a bullet. Perfect timing. He touched down without a single scratch. Prowling the area, something felt bizarrely normal. Nobody cared about the crazy teen carrying a massive, magical stick. Whatever. Jihan furiously rebooted his map. Where is she now? An illusion barrier? Jihan muttered. If not, this mess just got way more twisted. Suddenly, a violent buzz made him jump out of his skin. Seriously? It was Sun In blowing up his phone. The second Jihan answered, his buddy's blazing voice nearly blew out the speaker. You absolute psycho. A literal chill ran down Jihan's spine, but he played it cool. Hey, I'm not dead yet, right? Sun In wasn't having his garbage. Where the hell are you hiding? Actually, scratch that. I already tracked you down. Building 63A? Dude, why are you lurking there? Jihan casually dodged the interrogation. Wow, why so toxic, bro? His friend saw right through the act. I know you're flying around like an absolute maniac. Jihan pulled the phone closer, smirking. Aw, are you calling because you're worried about me? The glaring silence practically screamed, yes. Do you even realize you're their primary target right now? I literally warned you. Do you have a death wish? No time for stupid banter, so Jihan dropped the bomb. Death wish, my ass. Listen, I'm kind of in a massive rush. Sun In was still raging, but the next word shut him up. The class president was kidnapped. Instant panic hit his voice. Wait, Kim Eugen? How did she? Jihan scrambled to cut the line. That's the gist of it. Got a blast. Suddenly, a highly toxic system alert flashed in his vision. Bloodlust detected. Instinctively, Jihan's eyes shot up toward the towering skyscraper. Seconds ticked by. Sun In heard his friend's voice drop to an eerie deadpan calm. I found her. He panicked, begging and warning him all at once. Hey, do not hang up. Are you really going to call terminated? Zero hesitation. Jihan muttered a quick curse. Damn it, I knew picking up was a rookie mistake, but realistically, ignoring his tracker of a friend would have caused way more drama. Regardless, his gamer instincts were screaming at him. Was this heavy aura oozing from that top floor? Jihan marched forward, letting his intuition take the wheel. Every single footstep radiated pure, unyielding defiance. The system gleefully confirmed his worst suspicions. You have entered a monster zone. Escape is impossible until the boss is defeated. Absolutely nothing was going to cap his blazing battle spirit now. He chanted the magic word, fly. Instantly, swirling emerald winds snatched Jihan off the concrete. He rocketed up into the sky, zeroing in on that thick, murderous energy. High up in a penthouse suite, Hyungjin watched the stunt, clicking his tongue in judgment. So that Brad is the famous gamer? He scoffed. He looks completely pathetic. Let's test that theory. He slowly raised a single hand. Countless, murky, corrupted mana threads erupted from his core, latching onto the rectangular boxes scattered across the floor. Slowly, an invisible, twisted force violently ripped the lids right off. Horrifying, dried-up skeletons slowly raised their heads. In a flash, oozing black sludge consumed their entire bony frames. They morphed into dozens of identical, stone-cold, ashen-faced young girls. Hyungjin smoothly pushed up his glasses, completely failing to hide his power-hungry glare. If I capture this punk, my rank will definitely skyrocket, right? Unable to wait, he barked a brutal command. Obliterate him! The monstrous girls blindly obeyed, shattering the glass walls and pouring out like a nightmare wave. The sudden ambush spiked Jihan's adrenaline. He scowled, eyes locking onto the threat. Just a few dozen meters above, a swarm of figures dive-bombed him like absolute kamikazes. Faced with this chaotic mob, Jihan instantly chanted his counterspell. Telekinesis! In a single blink, he warped right alongside the building, casually watching the faceless freaks freefall. Completely blindsided by his god-tier dodge, the entire mob slammed face-first into the concrete. The impact was deafening. Not wasting a second, Jihan whipped out his magic wand and unleashed a devastating follow-up. Endless spiral mana arrows. He stared fiercely into the explosive dust cloud and pulled up his mini-map. Dozens of furious red dots blinked back, confirming his hunch. Not bad. These goons aren't total scrubs after all. Targets locked! He mercilessly rained an absolute storm of mana arrows down on them. Amidst the chaos, he shot a glance up toward the penthouse, sensing something off. Jin was just standing there, sporting an arrogant smirk, mocking his little skirmish. Jihan's expression darkened instantly, running the mental math. That arrogant jerk is the final boss. Strategy update. He immediately shifted his target and initiated a double cast. The endless spiral mana arrows deployed. Hundreds of blinding light trails fired straight toward the enemy. From afar, two massive energy spheres orbited Jihan's body, relentlessly raining magical artillery on the opposition. He smoothly drifted backward, planning to take tactical cover, but out of absolute nowhere, a sinister, blood-red laser pierced right toward him. Zero warning. Absolute horror paralyzed Jihan as a wicked black tether skewered straight through his torso. It gnawed at him for seconds before violently ripping itself out. Jin burst into psychotic laughter. Tsk, tsk, tsk. Rule number 1, kid, never lose focus. Jihan snapped back to reality. He had closed the gap. When the hell did he move so fast? But his shock was brutally interrupted by a devastating roundhouse kick. Gravity took over as Jihan went into a helpless freefall, ironically mirroring those suicidal monster girls from earlier. His body violently crashed into the brutal concrete below, sending a massive shockwave of dust and rubble into the air. The catastrophic impact literally carved a massive crater right into the street. An agonizing minute passed before Jihan's trembling hand reached out of the rubble. Holy crap, that hurt. I thought I was meeting the Grim Reaper for sure. Man, this flimsy gamer body is absolute trash. But Jin ruthlessly trashed his skills. You're seriously weaker than I thought. How did a trash tier feeder survive this long? Suppressing his blazing fury, Jihan quickly checked his HP bar. He instinctively rubbed his stab wound and exhaled sharply. Thank God for this gamer body, no fatal damage. But holy crap, it still hurts like hell. Why isn't pain turned off? Jihan activated, observe, Puppet Master, level 88. Jin, that insane number made his heart drop. 88, this guy is totally overpowered. I didn't even see his attack coming. He either has godlike speed or some broken movement skill. Suddenly, Jin's arrogant voice echoed from above. Hey, gamer, word is, the Harem King has your back. You finally realizing you're messing with the big leagues? Think you're untouchable? Just begging to die, huh? Those mocking words ignited a blazing inferno inside Jihan's chest. Are you insulting me? Didn't anyone ever teach you basic manners when introducing yourself to strangers? This absolutely ridiculous question made the villain raise an eyebrow in pure shock. Wait, what? Manners? Wow, that is a first. Nobody brings up etiquette in the abyss. Besides, you think you're in any position to demand politeness? Jihan instantly sensed a lethal threat approaching. Heavy, metallic footsteps echoed behind him, sending chills down his spine. He spun around, instantly casting Mana Shield. This desperate reaction made Jin burst into maniacal laughter. You seriously think that pathetic trick is enough? Opening his stats window, he cast Observe again, finally exposing the true nature of these terrifying monsters. Jihan frantically searched his gaming knowledge. Were these those cheap, low-tier golems from last time? No, these were completely different. Their bodies were made of liquid metal. Please don't tell me they're like the Terminator. I am at a massive disadvantage. In that critical moment, Jihan suddenly remembered his mentor's golden rule. If the enemy outclasses you, stall the fight. Buy enough time to flip the script. Isn't your whole playstyle hit and run? Those words injected pure adrenaline into his veins. Hell yeah, she's right. I am a literal gamer. Jihan bravely deactivated his mana shield. He stood tall, staring down the golem army. All right then, time to find something to smash these guys. The golems completely surrounded him. Closing off every single escape route, his brain went into overdrive, calculating the perfect strategy to crush this mob. If they use the same control system as those Blackrock mages, I need to pinpoint the exact source of the magic. He glared at the guy floating arrogantly in the sky. Observe. Instantly, a glowing holographic window displayed a terrifying stat sheet. The numbers hit him like a physical blow. What an absolute monster. His intelligence stat is 170. Just then, Jin let out a mocking sneer. Hey, gamer! Refusing to back down, Jihan clapped right back. Why don't you use my real name, in Jin? That rebellious attitude made a vein pop on the villain's forehead. You little punk, how do you know my name? Jihan just flashed a cocky smirk, keeping his secrets locked up tight. This only pissed Jin off more. Adjusting his glasses, the villain regained his composure. Seems you know more than I thought. How fascinating. Regardless, headquarters has already formulated a plan to eliminate the Harem King. Do you grasp what that means? Playing the fool, Jihan shrugged. Nope, no clue. Hook. line, and sinker. Hyungjin flashed a sinister grin. His voice dripped with sadistic glee, savoring his ultimate revenge. It means your life ends right here, right now. Instantly, a terrifying barrage of pitch-black spikes bombarded the very ground where Jihan stood. Thick smoke exploded into the air, completely cloaking the absolute destruction. By some miracle, his gamer reflexes kicked in, deploying a barrier just before his health hit zero. Jihan whipped his head up. Through the dust, a squad of grotesque statue golems loomed above, wielding razor-sharp death traps. Cold sweat drenched his back. Damn it, I didn't even sense that attack. He struck from the blind spot. Left with no choice, Jihan called upon his familiar. Gnome! The earth spirit materialized out of thin air, slamming her tiny hands into the dirt. The earth shattered instantly. A massive sinkhole swallowed Jihan whole, dragging him into a desperate underground escape. Outraged by this sneaky play, the villain's face turned purple with pure fury. You think you can run from me? A tidal wave of pitch-black weaponry erupted from his hands, dive-bombing straight into the pit. Seeing the dark artillery raining down, Jihan frantically aimed his staff. Fireball technique. The roaring flames clashed with the darkness, triggering a catastrophic explosion above. Tumbling deeper underground, Jihan nervously glanced up at the collapsing tunnel. Did that do the trick? The crater was totally sealed by rubble, but suddenly, 3 menacing streaks of light pierced through the darkness. A deadly projectile tore through the bedrock, locking straight onto Jihan. Acting on pure instinct, he charged a blinding orb of energy and blasted it at the relentless weapon. Rasengan, the explosive impact hit dead center, successfully neutralizing the freakish attack. Breathing a heavy sigh of relief, Jihan quickly scrambled after Gnome. Phew, I definitely lost him. But the moment those words left his mind, the cavern walls violently collapsed behind him. Cursing his terrible luck, he whipped his head around. Great! This maniac is coming for round 2. Total despair washed over him. I literally dug 100 meters underground. Does that mean his attack range goes this insanely deep? I just pray my mana shield can tank this. But wait, his class revolves entirely around controlling puppets. If that is the case, I just need to take out the puppet master himself. At that exact moment, Gnome paused and looked back at him. So, what is the master plan? That question played right into his master plan. You bet. I'm taking him down. The rookie panicked at his bold claim. But Sunbae, that guy is a total monster. Can you actually win? Jihan didn't say a word. Instead, a wildly arrogant smirk crept across his face. A brief moment of silence passed. He finally dropped his absolute confidence. He might be tough, but hello? I'm the main character here. Meanwhile, up on the surface, a sadistic glint flashed in Hyungjin's eyes. Well, aren't you just full of cute little parlor tricks? He dropped back to the dirt. This exact kind of garbage is why summoners piss me off so much. After wiping out those pathetic dirt moles, the dark mage let out a sinister breath. He flicked his right wrist in a bizarre, twisted motion. Boom! A sphere of pitch-black energy erupted from his palm. Instantly, his massive stone golems melted down, spinning violently like a terrifying mud tornado. Just seconds later, their massive lower halves morphed entirely into wicked, razor-sharp inverted spikes. Then they started spinning around like absolute maniacs. Hyungjin's insane, rebellious master plan was revealed. He had turned his rocky minions into a psychotic squad of humanoid meat drills. While he was busy hyping up his own toxic genius, Hyungjin's eyes suddenly snapped to the side. Wait, what? The random pile of dirt near the crater was actually moving. As he stared in pure, unadulterated shock, a crude earth golem pulled itself together. One arrogant glance was all it took for him to recognize his new rocky problem. A basic earth golem. The second it stood up, it casually snatched a boulder and yeeted it straight at his fancy statues. Bam! Giving them zero time to react, the mud beast charged forward. Its stomps were so heavy, the ground literally shattered into dust. It unleashed a brutal, skull-crushing hook right into the closest enemy. Sure, the impact totally blew its own hand off, but the dirt instantly regenerated like absolute magic. Hyungjin's villainous instincts screamed at him. Whoever controlled this wasn't some weak scrub. This was primal, ancient golem magic. For the first time, he took Jihan seriously. This punk, he's a total freak of nature. The second those words left his mouth, boom, 5 massive new craters erupted from the dirt. Before he could even blink, they morphed into an absolute squad of muddy brawlers. Hyungjin choked on his own breath. More golems? The sheer number of these crawling freaks sent cold shivers down his spine. 10 of them. There were freaking 10. He just stood there, completely frozen, muttering into the tense silence. 10. He summoned 10 of them. Suddenly, his villainous voice began to shake, not with fear, but with a sick, twisted excitement. Just 10? Is that a total joke? I command 365 shadows of death. What the hell are 10 mud pies gonna do? As if on cue, one golem casually hoisted a massive boulder. With absolute zero hesitation, it launched the giant rock right at his arrogant face. He barely dodged an early grave. His dark instincts flared, summoning a demonic shield just in time. You brainless piles of dirt. Bubbling with pure, unfiltered rage, he snapped back with a devastating counterattack, slicing that cheeky golem cleanly in half. While he was at it, he brutally shredded the rest of the rocky squad. Wiping the floor with them, he finally let out a sick sigh of satisfaction. He glared down at the dusty rubble with absolute disgust. You stupid brat, slipping away like a little rat just to make these trash mobs. I seriously should have crushed his skull when I had the damn chance. But the cocky celebration ended fast. As the crushed golems began piecing themselves back together, all the arrogant color completely drained from his face. It was like the muddy dirt had a mind of its own. The shattered rocks magnetically clicked back into place. The terrifying monsters he had just destroyed were rising from their rocky graves like zombies. Absolute panic kicked in. He unleashed a totally savage combo, blasting a golem's face right into gravel, but literally 2 seconds later, boom, good as new, the dark mage absolutely lost his mind. A terrifying aura of dark magic exploded around him. You little punk! He let the chaotic dark energy unleash into the atmosphere, screaming at the very top of his lungs. Show yourself, you absolute coward! Wherever his dark light touched, clumps of pure, evil energy ripped right out of the earth. They swarmed together like dark locusts, fusing into an apocalyptic sphere of death right in front of him. The dark energy bomb grew so massively insane it eclipsed his entire body. With bloodshot eyes, he roared at the unkillable squad below. Just freaking die already. The sphere fired off hundreds of destructive death rays. It was an absolute bullet hell raining down on the golems. Despite taking extremely heavy damage, the massive dirt tanks just sluggishly raised their arms to block. And just like that, their massive bodies were completely blown into 100 smithereens. Shards flew everywhere. Then, the pitch-black auras violently stabbed deep into the earth. They morphed into hyper-aggressive dirt drills. Ripping into the soil, they started pumping some seriously toxic black magic into the core. Just a short while later, all those creepy, vein-like dark tentacles snapped right back into his floating orb of doom. Suddenly, the ruined ground started trembling. Withered, pitch-black fingers violently clawed their way out of the shattered dirt. The heavy dark magic literally formed into humanoid shapes, pulling demonic zombies from the earth one by one. Within mere heartbeats, these mindless abominations began stumbling forward, but Han Jihan didn't even care about his new dark army. He was totally obsessed with one thought. Did that brat actually manage to survive? His raging paranoia totally distracted him from his own floating death orb. Meanwhile, far from the chaotic danger, someone was definitely watching the whole dramatic show. Jihan thought he was in total stealth mode, completely ignoring the fact his spiky hair was totally sticking out. Chuckling to himself, he whispered his epic breakdown. Oh, bingo. Now it all makes absolute sense. Controlling that massive liquid metal death ball. That's this absolute loser's main ultimate skill. He stayed perfectly still, holding his breath so his galaxy brain could formulate a master plan. From what I've seen, his tracking radar absolutely sucks. I literally just trolled him with some mud boys, and this raging idiot already blew all his ultimate cooldowns. But still, Jihan had to give the edgy villain some serious credit. I really got to admit though, the guy packs a seriously heavy punch. He's not as totally busted as that psycho lady, but taking him down won't be a walk in the park. A wildly wicked grin spread across his face. But did you really think the main character was just gonna nap here? Getting way too hyped, Jihan accidentally yelled out loud. System window, open! He glared at his intelligence stat, completely hard stuck at 131. With a rebellious teen smirk, he furiously smashed the upgrade button. Dump absolutely every single point right into intel. Boom! The stat shattered right past the 200 mark. Instantly, a blinding, legendary aura erupted from Jihan's very body. The system went absolutely crazy, spamming golden notifications everywhere. Ding! Advanced Magic Mastery successfully unlocked. Intelligence has officially surpassed 100 points. Ding! Mana Control skill successfully unlocked. Intelligence threshold successfully achieved. With absolute rebellious swag, Jihan tapped the glowing confirm button. Instantly, 2 epic holographic screens flashed right before his eyes, proving it was time for the real boss fight to begin. That epic sight left him speechless for a split second. Talk about a total jackpot. Sweet. Time to wreck this greasy loser. Let us run it back. Endless spiral mana arrow. Awaken. His magic staff violently sucked in absolute pure energy. Feeling absolutely charged, Jihan chanted his skill. Mana surge. Flight. His small frame instantly skyrocketed upwards. Han Jihan was totally caught off guard by the sneak attack. He frantically cast a massive shield, sparking a colossal explosion. Staring into the massive cloud of smoke, Jihan wondered to himself. Hey, do not forget to subscribe. Did I win before things even got crazy? Suddenly, those creepy dark energy blobs started violently shaking. Reverting to their true forms, they shot into the sky, merging with Hyungjin's creepy umbrella to boost his dark power. His next move totally spooked Jihan. Those supercharged dark energy tentacles aggressively swarmed straight toward his body. Pure thrill ignited inside Jihan, half offense, half defense. He aggressively screamed to hype up the battlefield. Round 2, tough guy? He pointed his staff. Think I am just wildly charging in? Jihan took a breath and roared his ultimate skill. Endless spiral mana arrow. His lightning-fast reflexes barely dodged the enemy's surprise strike. The shattered dark energy rapidly stitched itself back together, keeping their epic tug-of-war locked in a deadly stalemate. Jihan blasted the frontline darkness with heavy mana, but it instantly regenerated like nothing happened. That sight made him crack a super arrogant smirk. At this rate, whoever has the bigger mana pool wins. I have got literally nothing but infinite mana to burn. My mana bar has not even dropped a single pixel. His soaring confidence made every single strike from Jihan hit way harder than ever before. The sky-high battle quickly became totally one-sided. The enemy warped his shield into a giant cone, launching his deadly weapon straight at Jihan without a word. Jihan flinched slightly, but instantly kicked his flight speed into overdrive. His cold eyes intentionally showed off a deep, calculating glare. Round 3? Guess you realized long-range attacks are totally useless. He flashed an inappropriately cheerful grin. I have got a fun little surprise for you. Spiral Energy Sphere. Jihan casually summoned his absolute trump card. He waited until it grew 20 times his size before unleashing the beast. Hyungjin absolutely panicked on the other side. The collision triggered a blast even more apocalyptic than the last one. The massive shockwave violently blasted Jihan backward. Suddenly, a creepy black claw brutally slashed through his protective aura. The ear-piercing screech left Jihan stunned for a second, right before realizing he was totally surrounded by enemy dark energy. Hidden in the thick white smoke on the other side, Hyungjin eagerly dashed forward to admire his genius trap. Too bad. Jihan was not scared at all. He coldly mocked him. Cannot believe this guy survived taking a Rasengan to the face. His arrogant smirk made Hyungjin freeze completely in sheer terror. Exactly as I planned. Absolute panic choked his voice. What did you plan? Jihan maintained his absolute boss energy. I know you are totally out of mana. That instant read made the enemy turn completely pale. And Jihan just used that fear to look down on him even more. Daddy knows best, son. My mentor once said she never saw a mage regenerate mana as fiercely as I do. Honestly, she hinted that normal dudes just do not have the infinite stamina to keep fighting endlessly like this. And that is exactly how I baited this idiot into draining his own mana pool. Realizing he got played, Hyungjin popped a massive blood vessel in pure rage. You little parasite. Jihan easily heard his quiet cursing. Oh, a parasite? I kinda like the sound of that. A second later, he aimed his staff with a deadly cold threat. Try not to let this parasite crush you, baby. Before the enemy could even react, Jihan rapidly unleashed his endless mana arrow. Hyungjin desperately squeezed out mana to defend, but instantly tanked a devastating combo attack. Dust and smoke violently exploded everywhere, but it still did not crush Hyungjin's stubborn will to fight back. Son of a bitch! Jihan cheerfully swung his staff, manipulating brutal wind arrows to box his enemy in from every single angle, until the bad guy finally realized his doomed reality. He got utterly stomped into the dirt before he could even scream. But as Jihan watched, blood suddenly dripped from his own mouth. Since when? Hyungjin's dark energy tentacle had secretly pierced straight through Jihan's stomach, leaving him completely confused and intensely questioning everything. Huh? Magic cancellation? Instead of rushing in to attack, the enemy just stood there watching Jihan's body violently tremble. Then he opened his mouth with unmatched, obnoxious arrogance. You are officially dead meat, boy. This wildly abnormal attitude made Hyungjin stare blankly, even with his smoking gun aimed directly at him. Wait, what? His brain aggressively went into overdrive, desperately searching for any fatal flaw after that insane sequence of events. My deception skill lets me forge liquid metal into an absolute instant strike. He actually tanked my ultimate hit, but somehow I am the one tasting defeat? Jihan spat straight fire while flexing his menacing aura. You totally cheap-shotted me earlier, bro. Did you seriously think I would drop my guard again? Choke on this unmatched brain-rot special attack. He trashed Hyungjin with peak street slang. A mere puddle daring to challenge the freaking ocean? Those words utterly paralyzed his mind. Worse, he was forced to witness Jihan dropping the most disrespectful booty-shaking dance ever. The moves were so wildly hypnotic that Hyungjin just stared. His blood pressure plummeted, turning his face sickly pale. Seconds passed. Hyungjin suddenly snapped back to reality, grinding his teeth in pure fury. This completely brain-dead punk. Just die already! His mind screamed to attack, but but his body locked up entirely. Violent tremors shook him as a delayed system warning flashed. I cannot move at all. Seeing that wildly punchable smirk, his mental state shattered into sheer panic. But why? No way that wildly unhinged dance was actually a spell. Hyungjin tried to speak, but Jihan was already airborne, blasting him with a relentless magic barrage. Blinding pain forced bitter memories to flash before Hyungjin. You are number one. This kid is a prodigy. You are exactly who our company needs. While plummeting freely toward the freezing ground, Jihan casually raised his hand and chanted, Telekinesis! With a simple flick, he hoisted Hyungjin's dead weight into the air. He coldly tore away the lingering dark aura. A wildly annoyed sigh escaped him. Holy crap, this physical body does not even feel human anymore. Glaring at the suspended Hyungjin, Jihan muttered with a heavy sigh. Is this trash still breathing? Or totally respawning? Let us observe. Vitals are stable. He just passed out. I honestly never want to cross the line and kill. Is this really the best move right now? His brain secretly cooked up a whole new strategy. I definitely need to beg the master for some binding spells back home. Or maybe some epic rune to seal enemy magic. I am still completely clueless about what happens when this freak wakes up. Jihan suddenly remembered a crucial detail, and all color drained from his face. Oh, freaking hell. He dramatically clutched his head, whining loudly into the open sky. I totally forgot to interrogate this loser about the class president. A profoundly exhausted sigh echoed through the air. So stupid. If I wake him up, I might just get wrecked again. Do I seriously have to search manually? Wait a second. I can just summon Gnome for some magical backup. Gnome! The very second he called, the tiny spirit instantly materialized. Hearing his desperate plea, help me track someone down, Gnome eagerly nodded without a single hesitation. Yes, master. The tiny girl slowly closed her eyes, channeling pure mana. Her tiny form suddenly erupted in a blinding, radiant glow. Through this fierce magic, Gnome instantly locked onto the exact coordinates. She pointed the way with absolute certainty. Right over there! Jihan just offered a highly focused, solid grunt of approval. He smoothly glided toward the abandoned building with the knocked-out Hyungjin, then savagely shattered the glass window with a brutal kick. Jihan left that trash floating uselessly outside, while he confidently stepped into the dark interior. Dozens of innocent victims lay entirely unconscious. Jihan scoffed in absolute disgust. Looks like this psycho kidnapped half the freaking city. Do not tell me this is the true face of the abyss. What sick, twisted fate awaits them? Remembering Sun In and his dire warnings, an explosive fury completely consumed Jihan. That twisted realm extracts pure life energy from innocent hostages, using them as mere disposable fuel. His rational mind slowly eroded into pure violence. He ground his teeth in absolute hatred, slowly turning his head back around. Where Hyungjin was literally cosplaying Sleeping Beauty while floating in midair. That highly peaceful, punchable face instantly cranked Jihan and his fury to the absolute max. A terrifying, ice-cold thought crossed his mind. Should I just execute this scum right now? Erasing one more piece of human garbage from this planet would be a massive favor to the entire world, right? Like a puppet completely possessed by demonic intent, Jihan completely lost his grip on reality. Toxic trash must be permanently eliminated. If I just leave this vile infection alive, it will slowly rot absolutely everything around it. Therefore, the absolute best option is. Thankfully, before Jihan could execute his wildly dark plan, a highly familiar voice shattered the silence. Hey, just let that loser go. Jihan instantly flinched, snapping his deadly hand back. He turned to see Sun In glaring at him with heavy tension. What the heck were you seriously about to do? Right as Jihan let out a wildly unconvincing, totally fake laugh. Oh, hey bro, you actually made it? Sun In instantly let his boiling frustration explode right out of his mouth. Made it? Are you literally insane right now? Before Sun In could unleash another brutal lecture, a literal savior grabbed his shoulder to pull him back. Whoa, chill out, bro. Seeing that wildly familiar face, Jihan could not even hide his massive wave of relief, Sejong, but as his eyes tracked a bit further out, and the smug grin melted off his face instantly, the math teacher dropped a totally uncalled-for diss track, plus a random background mob. Who knew the math guy belonged to the Heavenly Will clan? Upon meeting, Sejong cheerfully waved. Oh my gosh, it has been forever since we hung out. Jihan blinked, utterly flabbergasted. Hey Sejong, what are you doing here exactly? She threw a sideways glance. Her eyes practically screamed danger. Well, Sun In was freaking out and begged me to tag along, just in case the enemy mobs get too wild. Touched by this epic loyalty, Jihan actually bowed in absolute gratitude. Thanks guys, but you are in massive trouble now. See that? Sun In radiated absolute murder, turning him totally pale. Spot on! Honestly, I am terrified of the crossfire. She ditched him immediately with the others. I will go scout the perimeter first, leaving Jihan alone to face the boss. Sun In stepped up, practically growling. Any famous last words, punk? His rebellious pride shattered instantly, leaving only pathetic, teary-eyed panic. My bad, boss, I acted totally brainless. Yet Sun In stayed icy cold, launching the interrogation. You know exactly what you did, right? If you are still clueless, you are absolute trash. Got it? That terrifyingly slow drawl sent Jihan into a complete mental breakdown. Roast me all you want. I messed up. You warned me not to troll, but I recklessly rushed the boss. Haha. Then his best friend loudly sighed. Damn it. Why cannot I just tie this absolute meathead to a pole? Jihan practically shrieked in sheer panic. Team up? Sun In completely lost his mind in blazing fury, unleashing his raging thoughts. Do you have any idea how terrified I was? Do you know how insanely dangerous that twisted labyrinth is? Jihan's brain completely lagged, dropping the dumbest reply ever. You seem a bit stressed, bro? Immediately facing a deadly glare. Got a problem with that? He instantly bowed down like a totally pathetic minion. Nope, sir, keep venting. Meanwhile, his mind was racing at light speed. Man, I literally rushed here just to save the class rep, but how do I extinguish this raging fire? Sun In is way too stubborn. After surviving an epic roasting session, Sun In violently cleared his throat. Let me ask you one dead serious question. Are you seriously planning to keep diving into the abyss? Jihan paused, choosing his next words carefully. Honestly, it depends on the vibe. The answer made Sun In frown intensely. Why though? Then came the raw, unfiltered truth. My friends and family, what if something completely terrible happens to them? That heavy emotional bomb left Sun In locked in an intense staring contest with Jihan. Finally, he let out a massively defeated sigh. If your mind is absolutely set, then I guess we have zero choices left. Let us crush the current problem first. We will hash this out later, understand? This is life or death. The suffocating tension made Jihan nod solemnly. Deal. And just like that, backing up with the Heavenly Will clan, he easily rescued all the kidnapped victims. Jihan's obnoxiously loud scream for the class president finally snapped Yujin out of her deep trance. Jihan? Since she blacked out completely, she had zero clue about the kidnapping drama. He spent a solid minute explaining the absolute chaos. Once the massive mess was fully handled, the crew agreed the class president would crash at the Heavenly Will clan headquarters temporarily. As for her kidnapped parents, she totally mind-wiped them to keep up her fake cover story effortlessly. Before bouncing, they dropped a basic protective ward against enemy creeps. Basically, a magical burglar alarm, just in case the mobs aggro again. Meanwhile, Jihan marched straight back to Sun In. Looking totally exhausted, Sun In broke the ice. I absolutely hate this, but we literally have no other choice. Feeling his bro's heavy guilt, Jihan patted his shoulder. Hey, it is not your fault. Stop beating yourself up over it. Shockingly, that completely failed to make Sun In feel even slightly better. Look, as your best friend, I am telling you this is pure madness. Absolute madness. Do you get it? This place is not some magical theme park of dreams and rainbows. But Jihan's wildly reckless mindset, I obviously know that. Do you honestly think I was blind when the class president got snatched right in front of me? That sheer audacity left Sun In completely, utterly speechless. You. Before exploding, he violently shook his head to chill out. Then, dropping an intensely dark warning. Fine. Since I am already in way too deep, do not expect me to back off now. So, what is your master plan? Let us just assume you are joining the guild. Knowing your chaotic style, you are going to execute this completely differently, right? Sun In's sharp intuition made Jihan dramatically gasp. Wow, I am shocked you actually figured that out. Before another word dropped, Sun In loudly sighed about grinding mob zones and wrecking everything. Honestly though, doing that keeps the random encounter rate super low. But reality hits hard. He instantly saw right through the hidden message. You mean the DPK, right? The moment he nodded yes, Jihan smirked with wild confidence. I already formulated the perfect countermeasure. Sun In blinked in pure shock. Wait, what plan? He unleashed his master strategy. I will absolutely fortify my entire house. With my massive gaming cash, I will buy endless skill books. Total absolute defense. That ridiculous idea made Sun In lean in. He dropped a massive bombshell. Jihan, join the Heavenly Clan. The sudden deadly serious tone gave him chills. What the actual heck? Are you crazy? He totally lost his volume control. Wait, I can actually join your legendary clan? That totally clueless question made Sun In sigh. Why not? Our faction mainly focuses on direct bloodline members, but we absolutely do not ignore powerful outsiders at all. If we did that, our lineage would face a catastrophic genetic decline. Shin serves as the main bloodline, but we have 3 massive sub-branches. Wu and Un. You surely know the ancient legends, right? Jihan smirked knowingly and nodded his head. Obviously. Every single Korean kid grew up hearing those epic ancient Dan Gun legends. Seeing his deeply serious face, Sun In casually drops some massive clan lore. It is all about the ancient bloodline. Therefore, direct descendants of those families possess absolute natural mastery over wind, clouds, and rain. That single sentence totally ignited the ultimate gamer brain. That is freaking awesome. But Sun In just sighed heavily at his massive geek out. Honestly, in this ultra-modern era, those ancient arts are practically useless in real combat. So, naturally, we actively recruit powerful outsiders. We formally call them our external associates. Jihan processed the epic lore, then deadpanned. Wait, so I am just a contract worker? Sun In tried his absolute hardest to sound professional. Think of it as a full-time corporate gig, not just mercenary work, like those massive family conglomerates. The main bloodline controls the board, while outsiders get hired as chief executive officers. That is the core principle. That is exactly why I want you in. You will complete faction quests, but you gain our ultimate absolute protection. Jihan smirked with a teasing vibe. Oh, are you going to be my bodyguard? Sun In suddenly recalled a very scary promise. A terrifying chill ran straight down his spine. Duh! If you get yourself killed out there, your mom will literally end my entire existence. Despite the harsh words, Jihan felt the genuine brotherhood. He smiled softly. Is that so? Time to get back to the main quest. So, how do I actually join? Sun In smirked, instantly pulling out a mysterious document. Boom! The employment contract. Jihan stared blankly at the perfectly printed paper. The epic fantasy illusion was shattering. He completely froze in absolute disbelief. Hey, Sun In, his dumbfounded expression caused total confusion. What? Jihan finally voiced his massive disappointment. Is this how legendary clans operate? Sun In tilted his head, completely clueless. Yeah? What is the problem? Jihan mourned his absolute loss of epic fantasy tropes. Wait, what about the dramatic blood oaths? The dark and mysterious initiation rituals? Sun In let out an incredibly exhausted sigh. Dude, what century do you live in? Nobody does that cringy stuff anymore. Jihan blushed furiously, absolutely utterly devastated. Seriously? No blood rituals? Sun In suddenly remembered one absolutely crucial detail. By the way, there is zero heavy responsibility here. If you ever want to quit the faction, you just resign. It is a free job market. Jihan skimmed the paperwork and scoffed hard. So it is literally just a standard corporate 9-to-5 grind? Sun In nodded like it was the most obvious thing ever. Obviously, you are not part of our ancient sacred bloodline, remember? Well, there is one other epic way to join. His dramatic pause completely hooked Jihan in. What is it? Then, Sun In dropped the absolute ultimate bombshell, political marriage. Jihan completely froze at that insane proposal. Listening to his friend speak 30% truth and 70% absolute nonsense, you could totally marry a noble from the Shin family, or Bong, or Un. Actually, Lady Seydu would be the perfect match for you. That serious matchmaking completely shattered Jihan's sanity. Are you seriously suggesting a literal arranged marriage alliance? But Sun In completely ignored his screaming and kept strategizing. Yeah, that totally works. But even then, the background checks are incredibly insane. Plus, you must swear countless binding magical oaths. Upon hearing that, magical binding oaths? Sun In nodded deadpan. Obviously, Jihan turned as pale as a literal ghost. No freaking way. Getting back on track, Sun In aggressively pushed the document forward. At least just sign the damn thing already. Reluctantly scanning the corporate contract, Jihan discovered one absolutely hilarious clause. His lips automatically read that insane sentence out loud. 5-day work week, 8 hours total, lunch break excluded. Student part-timers work 3 hours post-school. Jihan was absolutely flabbergasted by the intense corporate madness. What the actual heck is this? A literal corporate job? But his eyes caught the ultimate golden word. Wait, there is a salary. Sun In simply shrugged with absolute calm. Well, yeah, it is a formal employment contract. But with your massive gamer wealth, does a basic monthly salary even matter? That brutal truth hit like a critical strike. Jihan could not even counter that logic. He just sat there, completely utterly stunned. Sun In casually dropped a few more massive bombshells into the conversation. One huge catch though, any epic loot you grind out belongs to the sect. They will pay top dollar, obviously. Jihan mentally logged the rules and smirked, no sweat. His signature hit the paper, sparking a weirdly thrilling rush. Finders keepers, right? The system flashed 2 epic choices before locking everything in. Join Heavenly Will Sect, yes or no? He dramatically sighed, instantly piquing Sun In's curiosity. What gives? Jihan rubbed his neck awkwardly. A wild prompt just asked me to join the guild. Sun In barely blinked at the crazy revelation. Must be a magical binding contract. Magic triggers upon signing. Doubts instantly vanished from Jihan's mind. Oh, really? He smashed the yes button, welcoming a bizarre surge of raw power. As the magical high faded, Sun In grinned, taking the paper. Congrats, you are officially a sect disciple. Jihan practically vibrated with rebellious hype. So we are officially roomies now, huh? Seriously though, where is my welcome loot? I totally expected some crazy system buff for joining this squad. That gamer logic instantly nuked Sun In's good mood into utter cringe. This is not a video game guild, you idiot. Jihan shot back a violently innocent, dumbfounded stare. Wait, it is not? Securing the bag made Jihan totally ignore his friend's salty attitude. Anyway, moving on. Contract locked. Time for orientation. Let us cover our turf and the legendary founders. You absolutely need to know this lore. That deadly serious tone made Jihan flinch hard. What? Before scrambling to keep up with his suddenly intense bestie. Right, just like that, Jihan joined the Heavenly Will Sect. The whole crazy ordeal felt insanely rushed. Finding a rare moment of peace, he popped open his status window, only to suffer massive emotional damage. High schooler / Heavenly Will Sect peon, that humiliating title absolutely obliterated his teenage ego. What the hell? I am a mystical disciple. Why am I labeled a total scrub? Are you freaking kidding me? He was ready to rage quit when a furious voice snapped. Stop daydreaming and focus up, idiot. That death glare instantly muted his trash-talking teenage rebellion. My bad, bro. Even seeing Jihan's sheer terror, Sun In's grumpy, tough-love attitude did not soften one bit. Whatever, dude. Just pay attention. What is our sect's core rule? Jihan fired back instantly. Protect the innocent. That flawless answer earned a relieved sigh. So you actually do listen. Let me be crystal clear. Heaven's Will is a shadow syndicate secretly defending humanity for countless generations. Our history is soaked in brutal civil wars and external clashes. That bloody chaos eventually shattered the entire sect. Through that massive lore dump, Jihan only caught one ominous phrase. The Dan clan? That unexpected question froze Sun incompletely. He finally breathed. They broke off. They are vastly overpowered compared to us, for dark reasons. The biggest reason? They execute completely inhumane, twisted operations. Those chilling words caught Jihan completely off guard. Inhumane? The vibe turned terrifyingly dark as his voice dropped to a whisper. Paths that normal humans absolutely reject. Meaning pure immoral savagery. Panic widened Jihan's eyes. You mean? He dreaded the answer, but Sun In dropped the hammer. They harvest god-tier power through unspeakable atrocities. Jihan stood there, totally paralyzed by the horrific revelation. Is that even physically possible? Sun In kept pushing the soul-crushing lore. Hell yes it is. Why would it not be? They operate with zero rules or limits. But the sickest joke? The Dan clan shares our exact noble goal. That twisted paradox sent ice down Jihan's spine. Do not tell me. To protect everyone? Swallowing his bitter disgust, Sun In faced the nightmare. Bingo. Protect humanity, by literally any sadistic means necessary. That is their twisted dogma. Honestly, let me drop some real history on you. They sparked this psychotic ideology back during World War II. The air suffocated them as sheer tension choked his voice. Rooted deep in the Japanese occupation, seeing his bro tracking the dark history, he slapped the whiteboard hard. Spot on. Post-era, multiple rogue factions fused together, forging the monstrous Dan clan. They eventually clawed their way into the legendary 9 sects, and one of their first tactical strikes was, the deadly pause made Jihan sweat. Spit it out. What? Sun In finally unleashed the absolute bombshell, dominating the top Japanese abyss guilds, turning them into living, breathing, farming resources. Pure, unfiltered horror completely hijacked Jihan's face. The game had truly changed. Expecting that exact dumbfounded look from his friend, he just sighed heavily. Then, he dropped another massive truth bomb right on his dizzy head. It was not that the top abyss guilds totally ignored the sudden Korean takeover. I mean, there was a ton of bloody bad blood and dirty money involved. That is exactly why Japan has 0 massive abyss factions left today. They were totally wiped out, leaving the Dan clan to pull the strings from the shadows. This insane lore dump practically blue-screened Jihan's poor brain. Way too much crazy history for one teenage guy to handle. But Sun In's hardcore history lesson was actually wildly addictive. At the end of the day, the Dan clan shares our ultimate endgame. Their brutal methods were the only real difference here. This totally forced him to blurt out a burning question. Why the heck did not the Dan clan just crush the Heavenly Will Guild? His buddy's response was chillingly simple. They literally cannot do it, desperately needing to protect their sacred bloodline. All his previous boredom instantly vanished into pure, unadulterated shock. Wait, why does that even matter right now? Realizing his friend was not freaking out enough, Sun In casually delivered another brutal verbal smackdown. The legendary Dan clan sword belongs strictly to the main family branch. If you lack the Heavenly Will bloodline, that weapon is absolutely useless. That epic revelation totally fried Jihan's remaining brain cells. Snapping completely back to harsh reality, he gripped his dizzy, spinning head. Dude, my fragile brain is totally fried right now. What the heck is even a Dan clan sword? He complained. Sighing helplessly at his totally clueless friend, Sun In dropped a very soft, honest truth. Literally anyone breathing inside the abyss knows this basic fact, leaving the poor guy even more completely dumbfounded. What the heck? Seriously? Catching that quiet, deadpan confirmation from his buddy, Jihan awkwardly ducked his head in total defeat. My bad. Luckily, Sun In was actually chilling out today and tossed him a totally merciful, highly forgiving lifeline. Do not sweat it, man. The legendary Dan sword is the literal first divine weapon our founding ancestors ever wielded. It is incredibly famous, widely known everywhere as the almighty sovereign monarch blade. This world-shattering lore, dropped so incredibly casually by his friend, violently jump-started his slacking, exhausted brain back into high gear. Okay, things were getting dead serious now. Was this dude possessed by some lore-dumping ghost today? He was explaining things with crazy, terrifying detail. After a heavy, tense silence, Jihan awkwardly mumbled, "So an insane weapon like that actually gets passed down?" Even getting a rock-solid, deadpan nod in response, he just could not mask his extreme, lingering suspicions. Dude, absolutely zero cap. Sun In glared fiercely, confirming it was 100% authentic god-tier loot. The vibe turned hilariously weird. Jihan was totally losing his mind over this insane flex, while his buddy just flashed a cool, arrogant smirk. But instantly, Sun In snapped right back into dead serious mode to drop the real heavy bomb. Yeah, it is a magnificent divine treasure, but it carries brutal, bloodline-bound curses that make wielding it a complete, absolute nightmare. Jihan was totally blown away. Seriously? Before he could dive any deeper into this wild topic, his friend ruthlessly cut him off to continue the history lesson. Thanks to that incredible power, our guild is trusted to handle the dirty work for absolutely everyone. Our main gig is periodically wiping out the utterly delusional psychopaths lurking inside the abyss. Catching on fast to this twisted reality, he excitedly pitched in. Like hunting down rogue, evil villains in those epic cinematic movies? Sun In gave him a firm, grim nod of absolute confirmation. Spot on. Except these creeps are not your basic comic book villains. They are straight-up bloodthirsty lunatics on a rampage. Cold sweat instantly drenched Jihan's back. Bro, I was literally just asking for a friend. Wait, by cleaning up, do you actually mean? His buddy ruthlessly finished that horrifying, lingering thought. Obviously, we eliminate them completely. Jihan shrieked in absolute, soul-crushing terror. Holy freaking crap! Then came the harsh reality check from his friend. Sadly, there is zero alternative. If we fail, there will be countless innocent victims. Whatever tiny ounce of courage Jihan had left totally evaporated into thin air. Wow. Okay then. Completely ignoring his friend's utter mental breakdown, Sun In just sighed and pushed forward with his intense lecture. It is because human laws literally cannot touch these freaks. Even with basic trash-tier magic, normal cops would get totally slaughtered trying to arrest them. I mean, how exactly do regular human detectives bust an insane killer hiding inside a mystical, invisible illusion barrier? So, our guild essentially acts as the brutal underground police force. Listening like a scared little kid, Jihan could not suppress his massive curiosity anymore. Wait, so what about the Dan clan then? Professor Sun In just could not catch a break today. Look, even with our absolute power, policing the entire Korean peninsula alone is literally impossible. Honestly, just think of it as magical pest control. We exterminate them regularly, but those annoying roaches always respawn eventually. And do not even get me started on the toxic, backstabbing political drama. While his buddy paused to catch a quick breath, Jihan muttered under his breath, "Man, that sounds like an absolute logistical nightmare." But the very next ominous warning totally chilled his bones. Once you mix pure power with greedy politics, everything goes to hell in a handbasket. The sheer weight of that truth froze Jihan solid for a beat. Bro, exactly how long is this terrifying lecture gonna take? Hands firmly planted on his hips, he struck a boss pose, pondering deeply before dropping the final hammer. Probably a solid month. Since your brain is basically incredibly smooth right now, I have to literally spoon-feed you the hardcore survival basics. Right after this, you are starting intense combat training with Sejong. Hearing that downright terrifying, familiar name drop so casually, a freezing chill violently shot straight down Jihan's spine. Bro, can I please just run away right now? Staring deeply into his friend's absolutely terrified, begging eyes, Sun In simply smirked. Mastering close combat is your absolute ticket to surviving. Stay a pathetic weakling, and you are basically asking to die, kiddo. That sickeningly sweet death threat totally pushed him over the edge. You absolute freaking dog, he roared in pure teen rebellion. Completely unfazed by the sudden insult, his buddy let out an exhausted sigh. Then, he firmly clapped Jihan on the shoulder. Hang in there. If you actually want to survive the hellish abyss, leveling up your power is literally not optional. Since your combat level is currently total trash, you gotta grind like a literal madman. That sudden blast of harsh, genuine care instantly made him bow his head. Thanks, bro. Sometime later, sitting alone in her quiet bedroom, Yujin's eyes went incredibly wide in pure, absolute shock. Who actually knew Sun In's family secretly ruled the abyss? Finding a fellow teenage rebel, Jihan instantly sparked up a dramatic, soul-bearing chat. Honestly, who expected that total dork to hide such epic secrets? Aren't you his best bro, Jihan? That just makes the betrayal hit harder. That quick chat blew Eugene's mind. The guy actually had a valid point. Silence crashed down heavily. Jihan broke the awkward ice, asking if she felt comfortable. She replied with surprising cheer. Yeah, just grinding through these crazy school textbooks. But seriously, what am I even doing trapped inside this chaotic abyss? Her gloomy tone made him laugh. What the heck are you saying? You gotta study to crush college exams, right? Eugene's reply was painfully flat. Finding the right words, he dropped a reality bomb. Listen, unless you are ready to bleed, just stick to college. This brutal truth only made Eugene more depressed. You are already committed, huh? Wow. Her stubborn vibe seriously annoyed him. Do you even know why people get addicted to gaming? Caught off guard, Eugene froze before whispering, because it is insanely fun. He nodded, then hit her with facts. That is the hook, but the real reason goes way deeper. Hearing this profound gaming philosophy left her totally clueless. What is it? Then he dropped an epic line. To experience the absolute impossible, Eugene's normal brain just could not grasp such deep, rebellious nerd logic. So Jihan boldly explained. Humans crave the thrill of battle, crafting epic gear and pulling off insanely legendary feats. Games make us gods. Don't you agree? That is why we are all utterly obsessed. Seeing her lost expression, he sighed and pushed his epic theory. That is exactly what drew you into this dangerous abyss. People love playing, but not everyone becomes a hardcore pro, right? After his dramatic speech, Eugene mumbled, You mean face brutal reality, right? He nodded. The room's gravity intensified until her heavy sigh shattered the agonizing silence. Eugene slumped back, exhausted. You are completely right. I theoretically understand your harsh teenage logic. Jihan ruthlessly pressed the attack. But in reality, giving up is impossibly hard, isn't it? His calm yet crushing words gave her a massive headache. Exhaling deeply, she felt this intense debate finally ending. He slowly stood up. Try your hardest to escape, before doing something completely reckless. Before he could dramatically exit, Eugene's sudden shout stopped him. What about you? Jihan turned back, utterly confused, but gathered courage to confess his dark truth. Me? I have no clue if this is okay, but my brain is completely fried. Time skipped. Suddenly, Sejong burst into hysterical laughter from the shadows. Did something about you actually change? This ruthless trolling darkened Jihan's face. He never expected someone to switch personalities so fast. Despite his obvious annoyance, she laughed until she cried. Seriously, how are you this hilariously clueless? Anyway, congrats on joining our legendary martial arts clan. Slacker Brain Jihan! That mockingly fancy nickname stabbed him like a poisoned dagger. He furiously screamed, Slacker Brain my foot! Thanks, but absolutely no thanks. Sejong mercilessly kept teasing. But you literally bear the Slacker Disciple title. His soul took critical damage, silently cursing his gossiping friend Sun In. Then, her chaotic aura suddenly turned dead serious. I heard a rumor. Did you say your brain was totally fried? This sudden intense shift made Jihan awkwardly hesitate. But then he laughed like an absolute idiot. How did you uncover that epic secret? His goofy face just made Sejong sigh. The surveillance system. Instantly, Jihan's face burned crimson with sheer embarrassment. Say what? That completely violates my personal freedom. His dramatic teenage outrage made her chuckle, as if human rights matter inside the perilous abyss. This gamer mindset is a literal skill, right? That question plunged Jihan into deep thought. He unconsciously muttered, When I saw the class president in that labyrinth, she was freaking out. Isn't panic the normal human reaction? Instantly, the heavy gloom shifted directly onto Sejong. As she explained, a hidden sorrow shadowed her eyes. Normally, yes. In that terrifying situation, nobody could ever stay calm. But calling it a fried brain is overly dramatic. Hearing his senior's judgment, Jihan could not hide his nervous anxiety. My bad, I really should not have said that. Unlike most hot-headed teens, Sejong gently mentored her junior. Right, you shouldn't. Your brain isn't broken. You are just evolving into something vastly stronger. You can conquer this dread. That potential guarantees it becomes pure instinct eventually. And that proves your true power awakened. Those profound words instantly shattered Jihan's gloomy thoughts, fueling his newfound power. I hope so, he muttered defensively, making her smile with relief. Sadly, that wholesome vibe died a second later as his teenage angst aggressively returned. I don't know, this skill is to blame. Suddenly, Jihan spiraled deep into his own overthinking zone. My mental fortitude didn't grow through hard-earned experience. It just forcefully exploded thanks to this crazy system skill. That's genuinely terrifying. changing without even realizing it. His frustratingly clueless expression forced Seishan to release a massively exhausted sigh. Fighting cures a messy mind. Pick up your blade. That single ruthless command made Jihan's entire body instantly freeze. Can I skip this? Her epic knuckle strike to his head caused zero physical damage but maximum humiliation, making our rebellious teen cry. It still hurts like hell. Knowing escape was impossible, Jihan aggressively summoned his inventory blade, yet his hyped-up fighting spirit immediately deflated. Seeing her monstrously huge sword, he panicked. Isn't the gap insane? Mine's only 80% of your massive 1.2 meters. Sejan calmly countered. So what? Real enemies don't care about fairness. Jihan's frail body violently trembled. But this is just practice. In that dramatic flash, she spoke with blinding wisdom. You learned everything through skill books, right? Then nothing beats surviving an actual, brutal combat scenario. Didn't I already warn you? You lack raw battle experience. Sejan grinned wildly, ruthlessly swinging her massive blade toward her junior. So, let's play. The explosive sneak attack forced Jihan to desperately block. This frantic parry actually earned him a rare, genuine compliment. Not completely terrible. While he tragically sobbed for mercy, "Somebody save me," Sejan gleefully continued her relentless assault. Isn't this harsh training exactly what saves your life? And just like that, their chaotic, deadly dance continued endlessly. After a long, agonizing while, sensing something critically wrong, she suddenly dashed backward to create distance. Is that your absolute maximum speed? Honest to a fault, Jihan obediently nodded yes. Then came the terrifying follow-up. What if you apply buffs? Maintaining his perfectly clueless teen aura, he muttered. Even then, I only double my speed. Sehon froze silently, then coldly shook her head. You desperately need physical conditioning first. Jihan stood completely dumbfounded. I totally lacked that awareness. But watching her excitedly charge forward, yelling, "First, more swordsmanship," he finally snapped back to reality. Dripping cold sweat, he realized this was just the prologue to absolute hellish training. Cue his agonizing screams echoing everywhere. Night fell upon a looming skyscraper. A shadowy figure stood silently in a penthouse, glaring at the chaotic city below. The corporate head sneered with pure villainous disgust. Humans are truly pathetic creatures. The mysterious guy lounging behind him casually munched on snacks. Right? But are they alone? Any possessible creature acts exactly like that. Jian coldly mocked the corporate head, including yourself. That struck a nerve, making him flinch and whip around defensively. Me? At least I'm significantly smarter than average trash, don't you see it? That arrogant tone made him chuckle and sit up. Who knows? If you're supposedly a genius, you should have blocked me from arriving here. A dangerously sinister voice echoed through the shadows. I explicitly warned you. Touch that target, and I will brutally rip you apart. Immediately, Jian unleashed a terrifying, bloodthirsty aura to assert dominance. Yet, destroying his dramatic expectations, the corporate head simply burst into maniacal laughter. Then he smoothly raised his hands in surrender. Calm down, Harem King. I haven't laid a single finger on it. That triggered an explosive eruption of blistering rage from Jian. What? Who exactly are you fooling? The opponent's exaggerated fury was just a hilarious joke to him. Don't tell me I can't even utilize self-defense when attacked? Should I just stand still like a punching bag? If that's the case, I have absolutely nothing more to say. But our syndicate never initiated the strike. It viciously ambushed us twice. Honestly, letting it keep breathing is generous enough, right? Reluctantly swallowing his immense frustration for the bigger picture, Jian sighed. If it attacked first, my hands are tied. But remember your boundaries. No killing, and keep it completely away from the core conflict. Perfectly grasping the underlying threat, the corporate head nodded casually and smoothly continued. Do I even have another choice? But containing that reckless kid is insanely hard if he keeps attacking. Frustrated, Jian turned to leave, dropping one chilling ultimate warning. Then brutally suppress him, just ensure his heart keeps beating. Don't act like you're too incompetent to handle that. The room plunged into heavy silence, leaving the boss glaring out the window. His hand smoothly traced the glass as a deeply exhausted sigh escaped his lips. It's still not enough. I must ascend far beyond clueless fools like him. Otherwise, my godhood awakening fails. Meanwhile, after surviving an endless training montage, Jihan finally executed a slick, spinning sword strike toward his tyrannical master. Tragically, Sehon effortlessly deflected it like absolute trash. The devastating impact sent violent shockwaves tearing through his entire trembling body. Refusing to surrender, Jihan aggressively gritted his teeth, secretly chanting inside his chaotic mind. Double strike! Even with his secret system buffs, Sejan swatted his attack away like a totally annoying bug. A smug, wicked smirk flashed across her lips. She actually thought he had leveled up, but in Jihan's frustrated eyes, It was a completely soul-crushing defeat. Oh man. I totally baited her for a sneak attack. Yet she instantly parried that death blow with pure, monstrous reflexes. Pure teenage angst flared up as he scratched his messy hair. Seriously? How does getting wrecked even help me? Instead of spilling the truth, Sehun fired back. You honestly think this is totally useless? She stood completely silent, letting the salty teen vent his frustration. You totally saw my ultra-fast thrusts coming. You didn't even read my attack patterns. You literally blocked every single strike with raw instinct alone. Then this boss lady dropped the most arrogant, punchable quote ever. I am just naturally better. Plus, you already know I have been grinding physical training since childhood. It is basic logic. And actually unlocking the real power of this hardcore training entirely depends on your own physical stats. Staring at his totally clueless noob expression, Sejong heavily sighed and aimed her deadly blade right at Jihan. Even if you want to run away, you need solid combat skills. That brutal reality check instantly triggered his totally rebellious mood. Out of nowhere, Sejong started a masterclass lecture. To keep it simple, think about actual boxing. Imagine two fighters. One grinds boxing skills, the other is a total amateur. Who dominates the ring? The smart-mouthed teen instantly fired back. The trained guy, she knew he grasped the absolute basics. She confidently pushed further. Exactly. Now, if both faced a terrifyingly professional heavy hitter, who realistically survives longer inside the blood-stained ring? That heavy curveball question made Jihan freeze up. The trained guy, obviously. His absolutely awkward panic gave Sejong a triumphant rush to mentor her junior. Bullseye. That is the massive gap in real battle experience. Wait, do you not possess a system sword skill? Is your proficiency literally hard stuck? Shocked that someone finally asked the real questions, he nervously stuttered. Yeah, totally. My stats are constantly skyrocketing. Actually, no. It is actually leveling up at an insanely broken speed. His racing mind drifted into the pure system interface. My legendary swordsmanship. It is so ridiculously overpowered that it already hit level 24, but his space-out moment shattered instantly as Sejong barked out. Listen up. Brutal close combat training massively buffs your split-second reaction times. It is absolutely mandatory. That weird gaming logic made Jihan repeat himself like a broken record. Split-second reactions? Seeing his utterly clueless teen face, she boldly stepped forward and snatched his weapon. Hand over the blade. Imagine I am gripping the steel exactly like this, and you have to desperately dodge. This hardcore physical tutorial sparked his wild teen curiosity. Okay, and then what? But when this boss dropped a rapid-fire pop quiz, which direction is my killer strike coming from? Left, right, or straight down the middle? Jihan completely blue-screened. They bounced the intense energy back and forth. Sehun confidently smirked. You know, predicting that entirely depends on reading my muscle movements, right? Yeah, I guess so. So basically, you need a critical microsecond to analyze my lethal attack angle. Makes logical sense, right? Yeah, totally. Having gathered all her intellectual ammo, she aggressively leveled the blade at his chest. But what if your body already memorized this exact battle sequence? The absolute truth struck Jihan like lightning. I totally get it now. Having hardcore combat trauma means my brain processes survival paths way faster during life-or-death crises. His hyped-up, geeky excitement made the tough senior burst out laughing. Exactly. You nailed it perfectly. That is exactly why brutal physical grinding matters. I literally warned you about this before. Burn these painful movements right into your muscle memory. Pure battle experience transforms into your most overpowered weapon. Got it, kid? Having such a fiercely loyal and badass senior looking out for him, Jihan totally leveled up his own blazing self-confidence. Crystal clear, boss. But the moment Sejong flashed a demon-like grin and commanded, "All right, back to the brutal death camp." He dramatically whined and screamed like a dying teen. Yet honestly, his heart was totally pumping with thrill. And just like that epic montage, I finally possessed the power to rescue our precious class president. But sadly, this cursed system known as the Great Labyrinth Era kept aggressively expanding. It was dragging countless innocent souls right into its terrifying dungeons. You guessed it, this epic survival nightmare was nowhere near its final boss stage. Who even knows how many hours evaporated? Jihan was fiercely brooding, his eyebrows violently locked in pure concentration. How do I insanely power up right now? Do I hunt for ultra-rare loot? Or just blindly grind EXP to massively boost my raw skills? When his overheated teenage brain completely crashed, he instantly pinged his personal cheat code. There is way too much chaotic game logic to process. Hey Glom, this mystical little spirit totally knew all the server secrets, ready to instantly drop some lore. Jihan blankly stared at this magical entity, silently analyzing the stats. Glom could literally be instantly summoned whenever he wanted, yet his summoning skill tree was totally paralyzed at level 1. Intense gamer curiosity peaked as he accidentally blurted out, "Yo, Glom, What massive quest do I actually need to complete to level up this spirit summoning skill? Wait, never mind. You probably do not even comprehend human gamer slang. But plot twist, Glom casually dropped the ultimate cheat code. Master, you literally just have to physically train, and the skill levels up. Jihan violently flinched, staring at his cute companion in utter shock, before cautiously whispering his pure confusion. Wait, you actually understood my absolute nonsense? Witnessing her totally serious, mountain-shaking nod of absolute confirmation. Yeah, I obviously know. The baffled teen could only force out an incredibly awkward, nervous laugh to save his own face. Oh, seriously? My bad for not catching on. I totally should have asked way sooner. I totally roasted myself. Man, I am beyond clueless right now. Just to be absolutely sure, he finally asked. Wait, to level up my spirit summoning, I just gotta grind it, only to get the most innocent nod from Little Gnome. Yep, for the next 5 minutes, Jihan would shoot a question, and she would answer back. But how exactly do I train? By doing it differently. Yeah, different training, but how? Practice the 4 elemental summoning. His eyes were totally full of hardcore suspicion. You mean totally different from summoning you? She gave a super confident nod. Yes, way different. Gnome looked so sweet, but Jihan was literally screaming inside. What the heck is 4 elemental summoning? So confusing. Suddenly, he remembered his ultimate trump card. The skill window! He frantically opened it to check the stats. Active lowest grade 4 elemental summoning, level 99. That active tag totally froze him in his tracks. After a massive brain freeze, he slammed the system screen shut. Boom! Jihan stayed right there and dropped straight into meditation. Lowest grade 4 elemental summoning. The ground literally started shaking. Wild energy exploded out of Jihan, slamming into the earth like an absolute boss. Seconds later, a massive shockwave blasted outward from him. Then, a system alert popped up. Conditions met. Lowest grade 4 elemental summoning upgraded to low grade 4 elemental summoning. Jihan was absolutely stunned for a hot second. Oh, I get it now. Breaking through limits or leveling up? I gotta actually experience the grind myself. No totally cheap shortcuts. No idea how much time actually passed. Jihan snapped out of it, absolutely shook by what was right beside him. I finally figured this out. But wait, Gnome was literally glowing like $100 flashlight. He totally freaked out. What the heck? Before the system alert even popped, conditions met. The spirit gnome is evolving. Her tiny body began a massive, crazy transformation. Her hands, her hair, everything morphed into a total high school teen. That totally new look left Jihan frozen like a statue. His brain was literally screaming in massive panic. Did she evolve, or just hit a crazy growth spurt? Meanwhile, Gnome finished her epic glow-up and took a massive breath. She was totally ready to scream in pure joy. This feels insanely awesome. Jihan awkwardly stared, totally confused. Really? Before he knew it, she tackled him in a massive hug. I grew up. It is all thanks to you, Jihan. Thank you. Our boy Jihan had zero experience with girls, so his face literally turned tomato red. Hey Gnome, my bad for ruining the vibe, but can you let go? You are getting way too close. Seeing him totally freak out, she instantly jumped back. Yep. Jihan finally caught his breath and cooled down. Skill window. The stats had completely changed. Active low-grade 4 elemental summoning, level 1. Jihan gasped in total awe. It actually leveled up from the absolute bottom. His super nerd brain started doing insane math. Low-grade summoning? So Gnome literally became Noi? Based on my total noob knowledge, spirit names completely change after they evolve. Lowest grade Gnome, low-grade Noi. Mid-grade Noi Anon, high-grade Noi, and then, the epic summoning king. That king tier must be insanely overpowered. Before his brain could explode, Jihan noticed her super expectant puppy eyes. He broke into a totally happy smile. He gave her a totally gentle head pat. Let us keep grinding, Gnome. His smile beamed when she instantly agreed. Once the epic hype died down, our boy went right back into full nerd mode. My summoning skill totally leveled up on its own. But what about the other skills? Should I just keep hardcore farming inside the dungeon? Suddenly, a massive brainwave hit Jihan like a truck. His eyes popped wide open. He frantically mashed the buttons on the floating holographic screen. Oh, snap. Speaking of which, I totally have a completely untouched skill right here. The ultimate active crafting skill popped up. He double-tapped the screen like a pro, pulling up another slick blueprint window. Recipe number 1, clay monster fluid. Mid-grade level. Jihan started muttering under his breath. Crafting, huh? He totally zoned out in deep thought. There is enchanting magic out there. I absolutely gotta use it to craft epic magical weapons and totally awesome gear. He dreamed big, but a second later, he totally sighed like a loser. Man, this sounds cool on paper, but will this epic plan actually work in reality? Jihan shut the screen down, his rebel brain plotting way ahead. The real issue is totally usability, no matter what crazy stuff I craft right now. Grinding solo in the dungeon for sick cash and massive experience totally beats just leveling crafting. Suddenly, his total genius brain cooked up an idea that made him gasp. Hold up, why not totally combine all of this? I will spam every single skill and hoard all the experience points while I grind. And to pull that off, he clenched his fists, fiercely grinding his teeth with total rebel determination. I need an Autobot. Man, a normal dude simply cannot keep up with an absolute beast like Goku. But I have zero choices left if I really want to get stronger. A human Autobot. That is exactly what I gotta do right now. Sometime later, Jihan stepped right into a crazy, dark virtual space. Massive, chaotic sound waves from his epic skills totally echoed everywhere. His badass grind session with Gnome went insanely smooth. System alerts totally lost their minds. Ding! You just scored 354,461 experience points. Another 12,451 points. Eventually, Jihan raised his hand to make a grand, highly dramatic statement. Good old Gnome completely got the vibe, instantly manifesting a solid chunk of earth with her raw elemental magic. Snatching it up, he barked a command. Craft! A furious high-speed carving combo followed, birthing an indescribably lumpy mud doll. Time to abuse dual casting with mana arrows, spamming craft on cooldown. This is the ultimate auto-farming cheat mode, baby. Summoning Gnome does not eat up dual cast since it is basic magic. Throw in psychokinesis, and snatching sweet loot becomes a breeze. Haste, Iron Skin, Giant Strength, gotta mix up my magic arsenal. Jihan aggressively channeled every drop of his inner energy, deadlocking his eyes forward. With his totally overpowered prep phase officially complete, he wildly swung his staff, unleashing absolute hell. Lightning arrows and fireballs exploded everywhere. Moments later, as the explosive onslaught faded away, thick white smoke aggressively swallowed the battlefield. The massive wall shattered, exposing the gooey Slime King trembling inside. Meaning, before the monster could even blink, Jihan ruthlessly bonked it right on the head. The poor boss got folded without leaving epic last words. He just dramatically sighed with absolute boredom. Floor 4 is way too easy to satisfy my rebellious soul. Still, bagging 3 whole levels rocks. Jihan casually spun around and walked away, his exhausted gamer soul practically leaving his mortal body. My current level is now 56. Grinding my face against these dungeons is skyrocketing my stats like absolute crazy, and that is not all. Staring at the glowing system window floating right before him, he excitedly hyped himself up. Mana arrows at level 78. Fireball and lightning arrows hit 34. Low-tier spirit summoning sits at 12, while crafting bumped up to 16. Psychokinesis reached 23, and haste incredibly hit 42. Iron Skin also powerfully spiked up to 42, and giant strength maxed at 42. Honestly, not too shabby. A sudden, rebellious thought sparked inside Jihan's head. Even though I haven't heavily relied on my mana reserves or life-draining skills, I can literally feel my combat magic getting terrifyingly stronger. The sheer boredom of it all made him sigh heavily. But it is still not nearly enough. Dark, heavy thoughts ruthlessly tormented Jihan's brutally exhausted teenage soul. Back then, I completely failed to block that psycho puppet master's insane attack. If not for Gamer's Mind, I would be dead. Adrenaline made him scream. All right, should I just totally reboot this entire mess? Meanwhile, somewhere completely else, the chaotic emotional council inside Jihan smashed the hype button, boosting their host's crazy spirit. It is grinding time. We need to get ridiculously stronger. Way faster. Back in the incredibly boring real world, a towering skyscraper heavily guarded a dark secret, right beneath the ridiculously massive main lobby. The crystal of ambition ominously floated in midair. Suddenly, the absolute top dog paid a sinister visit. The company president maintained a chillingly unreadable face, his piercing gaze totally locked onto the glowing artifact. Deep within Seoul's 63-story monolith, an evil megacorporation secretly operated a massive 2-kilometer underground base, hiding its tyrannical core. Its edgy name? The Crystal of Ambition. A menacing silhouette flickered from the pitch-black shadows. Do you have some kind of serious problem, Mr. President? Dim, dramatic lighting ominously illuminated half of Fandai's smirking face. You really should not have forced me to personally hunt you down, right, you utterly lifeless soul? Suddenly, Fandai completely lost it and burst into wildly sarcastic laughter. What an absolutely cringy edgelord name. Just thinking about it literally gives me massive goosebumps. Despite hearing that brutal teenage mockery, the president terrifyingly maintained his absolute stone-cold composure. That is quite enough of your childish jokes. Do you honestly think your own title is actually cool? Fandai tilted his head, visibly annoyed by the old man's arrogant attitude. What exactly are you trying to imply? You are acting ridiculously off your guard today. The president slowly curled his lip into a deeply sinister smirk. Do you still have any rebellious intention of using your past alias? If so, I would be absolutely thrilled to address you by it. The Lone Demon Lord. Fondai kept his face completely deadpan, refusing to show even a single ounce of absolute fear. Yeah, exactly. Consider it my dark generosity. I sincerely hope you never forget my terrifyingly chaotic origins. The president slowly tilted his head toward Fandai's shadowy figure. So, what exactly did you violently barge in here for? Staring dead into the president's eyes, his gaze turned dangerously sharp. Because all preparations are complete. The game has infected the globe, forcing chaotic imagination into reality. Hearing Fandai's aggressively confident declaration, a terrifyingly sinister smile finally cracked across the president's normally stoic face. Sounds incredibly thrilling. By sheer coincidence, my end of the dark bargain is wrapped up too. Then we just boot up the chaos. So when do we begin? Fandai demanded. Very soon. The president's chilling expression did not twitch at all. I will whip up a devastatingly chaotic dystopia right before your eyes. Fandai remained completely deadpan, flashing a highly rebellious, deeply contemptuous smirk. Yeah, obviously it is. Cut to an average bedroom, where Jihan's totally shocked voice dramatically echoed across the walls. Wait, you seriously want me to take a break today? Sunil casually dropped the ultimate truth bomb. Yeah, dude, just chill out. Jihan completely froze, absolutely refusing to believe his own gamer ears. Didn't you say the heavens had a quest for me? Not yet, bro. Not until you get much stronger. Jihan blinked in pure shock. Wait, you didn't know I leveled up? Sunil stared. When the heck did this punk level up? Sunil slowly pulled out a chair and sat down with a sigh. Raw level isn't everything, man. Jihan nodded in agreement, totally accepting that hard truth. Have you even checked my current level? Jihan's eyes went completely wide. Yeah, 42. Sunil spoke softly. And you are currently 56. You literally just grind all day. Jihan's eyes wavered slightly. Yeah, that's literally all I do lately. I am just a machine, violently smashing monsters to level up. I seriously feel like I need to hit at least level 100. 100? How long will that take? Utter confusion washed over Jihan's face, his eyes darting around for a good excuse. I'm honestly not too sure. Right now, I'm grinding in a normal time zone, so at this current pace, it will probably take a year. If I enter the Grand Labyrinth, it would be way faster. But who knows? Sunil frowned. I really don't recommend doing that. Messing with heavy time dilation is super dangerous. Only go in there when it is absolutely necessary. Otherwise, your actual real-world lifespan is going to drain away. I know, that's exactly why I haven't gone back in lately, but it really makes me wonder. Sun-Il looked puzzled. Wonder about what? Jihan poured out his deep, hidden frustrations. There are way too many overpowered freaks in this world. If time is multiplied by 10, I could spend 10 whole years training inside the illusion barrier while only a single year passes out here. Wouldn't doing that be totally worth it to get stronger? At least that is what I was thinking. You know, if I just keep constantly farming inside the massive labyrinth, Sunil let out a very long, heavy sigh. Then in 10 years, you would easily reach level 200. Most likely, yeah, Jihan immediately replied. Wouldn't that put you on the exact same level as Hwan Sungan? Sunil's voice was rock solid. No, you would be even higher than him. Jihan's eyes blazed. So that is a good thing, right? If you only care about pure survival and safety, then yes. But the real issue is your lifestyle. It means you still have your own actual life to enjoy. Think about how everyone around you would react to that. Plus, you aren't even part of an official Abyss clan. Hearing this hard truth, Jihan had to accept it. Spot on. He rubbed the back of his head, looking deep in thought. Then I'll just balance both. Sunil's face immediately flashed with serious concern. Don't be too reckless, idiot. Still, he offered some genuine bro advice. You can slow down physical aging with training, but 10 years is still a massive toll. Jihan nodded, understood loud and clear. Suddenly, Jihan hesitated before dropping a random question. Hey, did you come over here just to warn me, or are you actually taking a real break? Sunil answered without a single ounce of hesitation. Yeah. Hearing that, Jihan couldn't help but wonder. Why so sudden? With my insane physical stats, I can literally skip an entire year of studying without even breaking a sweat. However, unlike Jihan's playful, joking attitude, Sunil looked dead serious as he started to explain the harsh reality. You really shouldn't just obsess over grinding dungeons together. Otherwise, your brain is going to completely overload and fry. And that isn't just a physical problem, it is a heavy mental burden too. Jihan was absolutely stunned by his best friend's warning. Do you seriously think a mental breakdown could actually happen to me? But dude, I literally have the gamer's mind passive skill. Sunil instantly shot that logic down. That ability is definitely amazing, but who really knows its limits? Things don't just happen randomly. There is a reason people invent terms like burnout. Deep within Jihan's eyes, a genuine sense of confusion flickered. I guess you are right. He instantly spiraled into a chaotic mess of thoughts. I've been grinding like crazy lately, counting all that warped dungeon time. It might actually add up to a full year. Sunil grabbed the chair back and slowly stood up. So, think carefully about it, okay? Jihan looked up, watching his friend's every move. Wait, what about you? Don't worry about your big bro. I'm gonna handle some personal business. Jihan's face twisted in sheer annoyance when Sunil benched him. What the heck? Where to? You're going on an adventure and leaving me home? Seeing his reaction, Sunil instantly teased Jihan. Why don't you just go back home? Or call the class president to chat for fun. This area is completely safe for us now. There is nothing left to worry about. They're throwing your initiation bash tonight, so don't bail. Hearing this, Jihan scoffed. Wait, I get a welcome party only after surviving the actual hazing? The heavy door slammed shut. Total exhaustion washed over Jihan's face. Break time later, he muttered. He dragged his heavy feet down that endless, soul-crushing road. Sun In's mocking voice kept echoing inside his head. Why don't you just go home, or cry to the class rep? Jihan stared at his phone, hesitating before hitting dial. Let us see if she picks up. The dial tone echoed briefly. Someone snatched the line on the other end. He quickly broke the ice. Hey there, class prez. Did you make it home safe? A sweet voice answered through the speaker. Yeah, I did. Sungil actually dropped me off. Jihan blinked, totally caught off guard by that. Oh, really? That is bizarre. I did not know that Meathead had it in him. Anyway, I just called to verify you survived. I am taking today off. Yujin froze, stunned. You are resting? Jihan kicked a pebble down the street, totally bored. Yeah, just wandering around like a stray. No dungeon grinding today. She sounded deeply suspicious. Seriously? But dungeons are your whole life, so you are completely free right now? Guess so. I might just hit up a cyber cafe out of sheer boredom. Yujin immediately seized the opening. Then, wanna hang out? Jihan's eyes went wide with pure shock. Only if it is no bother to you. Wait, are you not super busy? Even during summer vacation, I thought you would be buried in textbooks. Her sweet tone instantly morphed into absolute rage. Dude, I was literally kidnapped 3 days ago. Do you honestly think I can focus on studying right now? Jihan instantly softened his voice, terrified she might actually bite his head off. Right, fair point. My bad. So, where should we meet up? Could you just come over to my place? Jihan raised an eyebrow. Are you sure about that? Yeah, but what will you tell your parents? Whatever, I am on my way. Meanwhile, Xian strolled gracefully, her sharp eyes scanning the streets with icy calm. Today was her rare, precious day off. Escaping her brutal daily training, she enjoyed a peaceful walk. Normally buried under the Yonhun clan's endless missions, she just wanted to watch the clouds and soak in the freedom today. Suddenly, Shiyun spotted a struggling old woman. Luckily, 2 little kids ran up to help her carry the heavy bags. That wholesome little scene reflected in her sharp eyes, bringing a rare, genuine smile to her usually serious face. But then, her boots suddenly skidded to a halt. A very familiar silhouette caught her attention. It was Jihan's back. Instinct took over, and Xion immediately gave chase. Her pace quickened with every step. She moved faster, almost sprinting, before abruptly slamming the brakes. She ducked behind a massive pillar, spying on him like a ninja. Wait, why was she even doing this today? Why am I stalking him? Seeing Jihan move again, she panicked, darting out from her cover to secretly tail him once more. Her steps were completely silent. Soon, they reached a towering apartment complex. Jihan casually pressed the doorbell, standing on the porch, waiting for someone to let him in. He stared intently at the heavy metal door, totally confused. Why is this girl not answering the intercom? Suddenly, a frantic crashing sound from inside made him jump out of his skin. The door violently swung open. Yujin stood there, a jacket thrown on haphazardly. You made it! Jihan blinked in shock. She was panting heavily. Did you literally sprint down the stairs the second I rang? Hey now, chill out, take a deep breath before you pass out. Yujin hastily fixed her jacket. I am fine. Then, her trembling hands reached out, desperately wrapping around his sturdy arm. She practically collapsed against him. Jihan's eyes practically bugged out of his head. Her hands were shaking violently now. Jihan frowned, totally conflicted. Was leaving her alone at home a terrible mistake? He sighed softly. Give me your hand. Come on, let me see it. She held out her trembling palm. Jihan gently grasped it, his gaze warming up. Soul healing art! Activate! He slowly, methodically massaged her joints. The intense shaking miraculously stopped. Yujin stared at him, completely mind-blown. What in the world is this? Jihan smirked playfully. It is a healing spell. It can cure practically any ailment. Her face flushed with bewildered awe. Almost anything, just like the magic you used before. His chest swelled with relief. You feeling better now? Thank heavens for that. Seeing her calm down brought him massive relief. He finally spoke up. So, is this panic attack the real reason you called me over? You could have just told me you were freaking out over the phone. Why beat around the bush? Yujin stayed dead silent, her gaze locked onto him as she absorbed his words. Seriously, how long have you been shaking like this? Yujin turned away, looking utterly embarrassed. I had no idea your crazy powers could actually cure psychological trauma, too. She pivoted back, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. Stretching her arms high, she tilted her head with a soft smile. Honestly, I feel a 1,000,000 times better now. Jihan's expression instantly turned dead serious. The abyss is nothing like our normal world. He ran a frustrated hand through his hair. Hold up. This definitely isn't the place for this kind of talk. Yujin's voice trembled. Let's get out of here. He caved to her request. Later, at a quiet cafe, Yujin broke the silence. To be honest, I've been a total wreck since yesterday. Yesterday? Jihan echoed, completely lost. Yujin's face darkened with shadows. My entire body just started violently shaking. Pure terror took over. Listening to her heart-wrenching confession, Jihan connected the dots. Had the trauma finally shattered her limits? This was an absolute nightmare. Absolute dread dripped from every single word she spoke. I thought I could just tough it out. I lied to my folks, said I was burning up with a fever. Then I hid under the covers, shivering like a coward. Pretty pathetic, right? Jihan let out a heavy sigh. Beyond pathetic. His tone shifted, dead serious. Why didn't you call me? She stared at the floor, unable to meet his intense gaze. Like I said, I didn't think you could actually fix a shattered mind. I honestly thought I could just walk it off. He ground his teeth together. Her trauma was on a whole different level from Hwan Sung-ah and Kwon Shinjun. Those girls belonged to the abyss, but she was just a normal girl. Yujin pressed her trembling hands against the table. Can I ask you a huge favor? She gathered every ounce of courage to lock eyes with him. Could you help me release this fear sometimes? Would that be okay? He just let out another long sigh. She flinched, assuming he was going to reject her, but his next words caught her completely off guard. Are you an idiot? Jihan aggressively ruffled his own hair, clearly flustered. Why the hell would I say no? You need to tell me when things go south. I mean, who else is going to protect you besides me? Hearing that, her cheeks flared crimson. She ducked her head to hide her face. Thank you. Jihan quickly averted his eyes. It is just part of the job. A shy, fluttering smile refused to leave her face. But still, seriously, thank you. He let out a dramatic, tired breath. They sat across from each other, gripping their coffee cups like lifelines. Suddenly, the liquid in her cup trembled as she spoke. Hey, Jihan, I have been thinking. From this moment on, a normal, boring life is completely over for me. Jihan's eyes instantly narrowed. What do you mean? Yujin's voice wavered with lingering dread. That absolute bloodbath last night. I really think I broke down because I was weak and terrified. Jihan stared straight into her soul. Do you seriously believe that? She shrank back, terrified. Could I be wrong? Let me rephrase that. I had a total panic attack, and I spent hours agonizing over exactly why my mind snapped. Then, the brutal truth hit me. It is because the illusion of safety is gone. That nightmare could drag me back straight to hell at any second. That is all I could think about. How long until this paralyzing fear finally eats me alive? Jihan's fierce gaze softened, finally understanding her shattered world. She offered a bitter, fragile smile. Her eyes carried a tragic, gentle warmth. The trauma was a monstrous shadow, reducing her to absolute nothingness. Trying to play pretend is exhausting. Going back to a stupid high school life, cramming for college exams, grinding away at a 9-to-5 corporate desk. I simply cannot fake that normal reality anymore. Do you know what my future looks like now? Imagine your hands convulsing so violently you cannot breathe. And the only way to silence the screaming in your head is to swallow down handfuls of pills. It is an absolute living hell. There is no normal future left for me. Jihan watched her with heavy, anxious eyes. Had the abyss truly broken her spirit? She laid her completely shattered soul bare right on the table. I cannot outrun this nightmare, which means there is only one option left. I have to completely crush it. Golden sunlight pierced through the cafe windows. Yujin laid her pride aside. Please, train me. Jihan stared at her, analyzing her fierce resolve. Finally, he let out a massive sigh of defeat, but the rebellious teen attitude remained, like I even had a choice in the matter, huh? Yet his voice carried an undeniable warmth. I have got your back. A brilliant, relieved smile exploded across her face. Even though the lingering dread still haunted her, she hesitated before pushing further. But seriously, what is actually going on inside your head? Jihan did not skip a single beat. I am going to become unimaginably strong. Yujin blinked, confused. Stronger? Jihan laid out the brutal truth. Think about the abyss. Absolute power is the only law there, right? Reality crashed down on Yujin, where humans blindly slaughter each other. He nodded grimly. Exactly. A suffocating tension filled the air. She spoke with a warrior's gravity. I have been analyzing every survival scenario for that death game, and I realize there is only one path forward for me. I have to awaken my own power. Outside, the world remained blissfully ignorant. Fluffy clouds drifted past the cafe window like nothing was wrong. Jihan leaned in fiercely. You are completely safe now. The Sanin Guild is going to shield you. Yujin practically screamed, trembling violently. I know that. My logical brain totally gets the facts, but my deeply scarred instincts are screaming something else entirely. I am not an idiot. His eyes went wide, absolutely stunned. Yujin wears her rebellious heart on her sleeve. Sure, I get ridiculously strong. But my parents? They're prime targets. Her voice burned with defiance. The guild shields our turf. But playing blind? Not my style. We are safe today, but tomorrow, my whole family is practically sitting ducks. Jihan stared, totally mind-blown. His brain worked in overdrive. She actually mapped out this entire insane survival game. Wow, I never worried about my folks. Her fists trembled. I need absolute power to protect my bloodline. Jihan broke the tension. Isn't that twisted logic? Leveling up just drags you deeper into the abyss's deadly jaws. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. But this rebel girl wasn't backing down. Then I choose to become a living weapon. Did you sleep through history class entirely? Her fierce gaze locked onto him. To secure peace, you must prepare for absolute warfare. Jihan froze, utterly speechless. Her raw intensity sent literal shivers down his spine. Scratching his head, he totally surrendered. Fine, you win. I yield. Her tough act vanished into pure, bubbly excitement. Are you serious? He awkwardly chuckled. Like I had a choice? Dark thoughts consumed his brain. Stare into the abyss. And that creepy void stares right back. The old saying was terrifyingly true. He stared at the floor, the abyss. Now I get this hidden realm's edgy name. Once it hooks you, there is zero escape. Shaking off the gloom, he dropped some quick survival tips. Just keep that rebellious spark alive, okay? This place eats kids for breakfast. She blushed hard at his sudden sweet warning. I will grind until I am invincible. Sitting together. The heavy tension completely evaporated. He flashed a goofy grin. Awesome. Let us stick to the plan. Suddenly, a glaring system alert dropped. Hostile energy detected. He read the prompt and sprang straight up. His inner dialogue panicked. Am I shrinking? His freak-out totally spooked our tough girl. What is it, Jihan? He ground his teeth. Murderous aura flooded the room. An enemy ambush? I thought the Heavenly Guild's barrier made this place a safe zone. An overpowered boss monster? Pure, unadulterated terror warped Jihan's face. Wait, no! Even our rebel queen gasped. A fiery redhead with a killer silhouette casually blocked their table. Shinjun glared, totally annoyed by his loud screaming. Kwon Shinjun? She leaned in close. It has been way too long, Han Jihan. Homeboy was absolutely petrified of her. Too long! Her deadly side-eye could literally melt steel. Terrifying boss energy leaked from her pores. Thought you were too busy to dial a phone. He waved his hands frantically, sweating actual bullets. I was grinding. Shin-Young instantly locked eyes with Yujin. She sighed, dropping the ultimate accusation. Busy playing the playboy with an innocent schoolgirl, huh? Jihan flushed a brilliant red. He violently flinched in shock. A playboy? What kind of crazy talk is that? Another sharp voice snapped Shin-Jung's deadly focus. Kwon! Shin-Jung? Yujin shouted. Her rebel mask completely shattered. You are trapped in the abyss too? The redhead totally ignored the question. It has been a while, Class Prez. That absolute mockery made her flinch. Her fierce vibe instantly crashed. Why does everyone keep calling me that? The redhead delivered an emotional critical hit. Isn't that literally your title? Jihan's terror meter completely broke. His vocal cords violently vibrated. Hey, Shinjung. This is a prank, right? Just dark humor? That joke needs a massive warning label. Can we please just act like normal teenagers? Shinjung tilted her head. She was totally clueless. What is wrong? The duo started whispering right in front of her face. Yujin shared her thoughts. Hey Jihan, this might be awkward, but I think she is acting totally bizarre. Jihan instantly agreed. Bingo. Suddenly, Shinjung interrupted their secret chatter. Is there a problem? Did I do something wrong? Jihan fired back instantly. You sure did. She looked down, pondering, then proudly declared. But I thought I nailed the model student vibe. Both yelled back. Who said that? Real schoolgirls throw hands and pull hair. Nobody talks like a grandma, Yujin added. What gave you that crazy idea? Wait, is class rep her actual name? Unbelievable. That realization hit her like absolute lightning. Shinjung finally realized her mistake. So her name isn't class rep? Oh man, Jihan cringed hard at Shin Young's ridiculous reaction. Your reaction would break the internet, she then scolded the boy. Hey Jihan, keep your voice down. He nodded, trying to chill out. My bad. Sorry, Shin Jung finally asked the real question. What's your actual name? Eugene smiled softly and replied, I am Kim Yujin. She leaned closer to the desk. Now I remember. Hearing that, Jihan turned pale. His inner monologue started screaming. This crazy girl. She was totally shocked when we first met, too. I pray she remembers her name, Shinjun calmly stated. Well then, class rep Kim Yujin. Yujin frowned slightly. Just use my first name, Shinjun quickly adjusted. All right, Kim Yujin. Yujin's sweat dropped harder. Do you really need my full legal name? Shinjun tried again. Yujin. Jihan stood nearby, snickering. This is like a literal sitcom. Shinjun glared, dropping a massive bombshell. Why date this total playboy? Yujin froze completely. Jihan shrieked in pure agony. I've never even had a girlfriend. Why call me a playboy? She fired back ruthlessly. You don't date, but you still kiss girls constantly. Jihan flushed red, his voice trembling. Since when did I? Suddenly, a system alert popped up. The alert made him sweat bullets. Gender change risk skyrocketing. Yujin's voice terrified him absolutely. Murderous aura exploded. Yujin crushed the desk. So, you just go around kissing girls, Jihan? Jihan's jaw dropped at her terrifying display. Has she gone completely insane? Yujin's fist shattered the wooden desk. So you're that kind of sleazy kisser, huh? Jihan reached out, desperately trying to defuse the bomb. What are you saying? Why do your eyes look like a raging superhero? She smiled menacingly. Excuse me? He frantically tried to explain himself. Just listen to me first. Yujin stayed frighteningly calm. I'm listening. She looked tame, but Jihan's mind screamed otherwise. This girl is an absolute monster, way scarier than that punk in Hyungjin. He scratched his head, remembering the past. I've never kissed anyone, just a tiny lip bump. I didn't even start it, the teacher just pecked me. Yujin immediately glanced over. Hey, Shinjung, is he telling the truth? She closed her eyes, confirming. Yes. The girl initiated it. Both girls turned toward Jihan. Total playboy, Shinjung added. He's a master flirt. Jihan screamed internally. Why frame an innocent guy like me? Shinjung leaned in to whisper with Yujin. What were you guys discussing? Jihan turned blue. Since when did you two become besties? She pulled up a chair, eyes flashing with sudden realization. So, you are staring into the dark temptations of the abyss. My deepest condolences. Yujin spoke formally, her gaze locking onto Shinjong with fierce determination. But, can you actually look into the abyss? A razor-sharp boundary materialized. The ultimate divide between brown and blue. The abyss, sometimes known as the hidden world behind our own. And experiencing this crazy phenomenon is described exactly like that. She lowered her head again, a heavy seriousness cloaking her features. Staring into the abyss, Jihan locked eyes with Shinjong. A chilling thought echoed in his mind. When you gaze long into the abyss gazes right back into you. I literally said the exact same thing, but I never expected Shinjong to share that dark mindset. Then, Yujin broke the silence. I get it now. Because my eyes have already witnessed the abyss. Shinjong closed her eyes, delivering the harsh truth. You can never ignore it, nor erase it from your memory again. You have zero choices left but to fight it head-on. Since destiny forced your hand, I fully support your epic decision. Madam Class President, I am insanely proud of you. Her cheeks flushed with absolute joy. That is incredibly awesome. Jihan froze like a glitching NPC. Holy crap. Yujin pressed a hand against her pounding heart. I knew I was right. Thank you for revealing the absolute truth to me, Shinjong. She replied with absolute ice-cold calmness. I merely stated the facts. Because this guy Jihan could not give decent advice to save his life. He just blindly stumbled into the abyss. Hearing this brutal roast, he could only cry internally. Yes, ma'am. Being a total noob is apparently a massive crime here. Shinjong ruthlessly cut Jihan off. Did not Heaven's Will tell you the exact same thing when they swore to protect your life? Yujin caught the hint and hummed softly. She stared straight into her soul. They definitely have their own hidden agenda. But hey, what kind of crazy power did you actually awaken, class president? Jihan immediately jumped in like a proud mentor. I totally triggered her awakening process, so Shinjong violently sliced through his sentence. Absolute disdain swimming in her eyes. You? Han Jihan? Then her power must be an absolute uncoordinated mess. Jihan took massive emotional damage. How can you even say that? She slowly, methodically dismantled his ego. Sure, you might be some terrifyingly overpowered combat mage now, but isn't that entirely due to your cheat-like gamer ability? Normally, true mages bleed and sweat researching their own magic, or they grind their skills by purchasing ancient spellbooks. I heard those are literally the foundational steps. Hearing this devastating logic, Jihan's rebellious teenage angst flared up. So you are basically calling mages a bunch of supernatural scientists? Shinjong completely deadpanned the final blow. Natural science. Yeah, you could definitely look at it that way. Taking that blunt hit to his pride, he rolled his eyes hard. Are mages seriously always like this? Shortly after, the three of them sat in complete awkward silence. She suddenly connected the dots. Okay, I get the crisis at hand. But why are you two secretly hanging out together? Is this a secret date? Hitting his ultimate trigger warning, Jihan's face burned crimson as he leaped up. I literally just said it is not a date. We are just strategizing here. Besides, today is officially my designated rest day. Xinjiang's stoic mask cracked with genuine surprise. A rest day? Even you take those? Hearing that ridiculous question, his brain completely short-circuited. You take them too. His salty, rebellious thoughts swirled furiously. What the heck is her deal? But out loud, he just muttered defensively. Is this some kind of stamina management? She shot it down instantly. It is just an optimal training methodology. After absolutely brutal grind sessions, a recovery day is mandatory. Jihan nodded in fierce gamer agreement. Then Xinjiang locked onto him. So? You are off duty today, exactly like me. Jihan cluelessly agreed, making a smug smile creep onto her face. Perfect. He blinked, utterly confused by this sudden plot twist. Wait, what is perfect? Without missing a beat, Xinjiang stared them down and dropped a bombshell. Let us all ditch this place and go somewhere chaotic. Both of their eyes practically popped out of their skulls. Their shocked screams pierced the heavens. What? Cut to an insanely crowded, hyperactive amusement park. Suddenly, Jihan's face completely paralyzed, burning bright red. His brain screamed, Wait, what is this? I thought she was pure ice. Why is this so soft? What is this crazy girl doing? Turns out, she had violently locked onto his arm. Walking like this is highly inefficient, isn't it? Hearing her cold logic, he screamed with a tomato-red face. Then stop doing it, you psycho. Xinjiang's face remained utterly blank. But my data says couples always walk together like this. Jihan's soul left his body. Why the hell do couples torture themselves with this awkward friction? She stated her undeniable teenage logic. A boy and a girl enter an amusement park seeking thrilling entertainment. Does not that mathematically equal a couple? He aggressively rejected reality. Did you read some trashy romance webtoon and lose your actual mind? Don't you know people come here to actually have fun? And since when were we a couple? Shinsung smirked. Maybe not yet, but that doesn't mean we won't be. Just consider this payback for that old debt. Jihan looked away, dodging her gaze. I didn't ask for anything. Are you saying you'll do whatever I want? Don't tell me you want to take this to the next level? She hesitated, then nodded. Just go for it. He flinched. Wait, seriously? Suddenly, Yujin's furious shout made them jump. What did you just say, you absolute flirt? She stormed over, aggressively linking her arm through his other side. Jihan blinked at the sudden skinship. Class rep? Where exactly are we going? Just like that, an epic battle over one guy unfolded right on the street. Yujin quickly made excuses. Shinsung was doing it, so He looked totally clueless. Why are you copying her? She answered with brutal honesty. I don't know. I just felt like I had to. But his grumpy response pierced her heart. Let go of me. Shinsung smirked triumphantly. Class rep, looks like I win this round. Jihan glared at her. You let go too. Shinsung just clicked her tongue. He turned pale, awkwardly fixing his shirt. What is up with this crazy turf war between you two? Are you messing with me? He then turned to Shinsung. Look, we only came here because you begged. What ride do you want to conquer? Her face was deadpan. I want to ride everything. Jihan let out a heavy sigh. I'm down for fun, but I hope this isn't a waste of time. Shinsung offered a soft smile. Anticipation sparkled deep in her eyes. That's exactly why we're doing this. This is my very first time. That caught him off guard. Come to think of it, she was born and raised in the abyss. She never got to experience a normal amusement park. Snapping out of it, Jihan scratched his neck and sighed. Fine, I'll play along. Today is my day off anyway. Plus, the class rep needs to chill out too. He stepped forward, spinning around. His vibe completely shifted. All right. Today, the great Jihan will serve you two ladies from A to Z. Let the chaos begin. Sunset painted the sky. Shinsung's bunny ears stood out against the fading light. Do normal humans always do things like this? Jihan flashed a goofy, teasing grin. 100%. She looked visibly awkward, holding ice cream while flicking her bunny ears. Do I seriously have to wear these ridiculous things? Hearing that, he decided to totally scam her. Everyone wears them their first time here, but she wasn't amused at all. I guess I have no choice. Internally, Jihan was dying of laughter. He totally made that up. Jihan stretched his arms, feeling oddly refreshed. Hey, today was actually pretty epic, right? Yujin's mood had completely turned around. She nodded with a radiant smile. Yeah, it was super fun. Shinsung smiled softly. I agree. Hearing the girls actually getting along, he grinned widely. The sun was dipping below the horizon. We should head back now. It's getting dark. Let us go. The streets were packed as the trio walked side by side. Shinsung broke the silence. I'm so lucky I could visit a place like this. That cryptic comment sparked his curiosity. What do you mean by that? She kept her eyes straight ahead. Every district in Seoul is controlled by different factions, driven by countless conflicting interests. He gave her a side eye. So, you guys are basically the magic mafia? Big deal. Sensing his sarcasm, Shinsung's tone grew deadly serious as she explained. Because of the recent Mekong incident, the Dan clan made their move. Now, every other faction is on high alert. Warring clans formed a temporary truce. That is the only reason we survived, wandering around today without getting ambushed. A chill ran down Jihan's spine. Seriously? She remained terrifyingly calm. Even if we hide our magical aura, their hounds will always track us down. Yujin's voice trembled slightly. So, the abyss is really that much of a nightmare? Shinsung nodded without a second of hesitation. Absolutely. Statistics show that over half the people who witness the abyss get completely swallowed by it. Jihan jumped in. Basically, they get wiped out. She didn't deny it. He spun toward Yujin. Class rep, you hear that? Her face darkened with fear. I hear it. But Yujin stared back, her eyes burning with sheer determination. But I'm still jumping in. Jihan flashed a totally helpless grin. It was time for a crazy proposal, so we gotta just bam, out of nowhere. A neon system prompt crashed the party. It boldly flashed. Keep grinding your skills or completely fail. His face totally blanked out in pure shock. Shinsung suddenly lunged forward. She grabbed his hand for dear life, but his other hand snatched Eugene. A massive vortex swallowed all three of them. The system ominously chimed in. You have entered a nightmare dungeon. Pitch black blindness hit them hard. Boom, welcome to Hell's basement. First-timer Shinsung completely freaked out. A freaking maze! She tried ditching Jihan's hand. Do not let go, he bellowed. The sheer volume actually made poor Yujin tear up. Jihan practically punched the system interface. Shinsung, literally do not let go of me, he screamed. Form party, he commanded the system. A glaring invite popped right up for her. I just click accept? She asked, totally clueless. He quickly nodded. Ding, Shinsung has joined the squad. They finally dropped their awkward hand-holding. Okay, you can let go already. Shinsung scoped the scary place out. Is this the legendary Grand Labyrinth? Jihan snapped back. Bingo. But getting sucked in while awake is crazy. The class rep only entered while dreaming. Jihan raised his glowing hand, ready to blast his way out. Monster zone escape, but the system brutally blocked him. Error. Escape impossible. He instantly lost his cool. Damn it. Shinsung blinked, totally lost. We're trapped? Jihan frustratedly grabbed his hair. I've styled on this dungeon before. My high level should guarantee an exit, but this is completely glitched. It finally clicked for her. So we got randomly kidnapped and locked in with some freaky admin seal? This is a totally rigged death trap. He stroked his chin like a detective. The real question, were we the actual targets? She caught his drift immediately. Jihan went full nerd mode. The class rep said this crazy maze randomly abducts innocent people for fun. Our teacher luckily patched the class rep's glitch, but my account is way too unique for that. Basically, my bad luck dragged you guys into this mess. Shinsung sighed heavily. We need way more intel. Jihan gloomily nodded. How did you dip out before? She asked. He smirked. Easy. I just speedran and annihilated the floor 1 boss. But this time feels super sketchy. Shinsung scanned the gloomy walls. Who even coded this massive illusion barrier? Son, suspected those greedy corporate suits were behind it, he murmured. But it's just a crazy theory. Shinsung visualized those shady corporate villains. If the corporation is involved, we are massively screwed. Yujin nervously crashed their brainstorming session. Shouldn't we figure out how to survive first? Jihan sighed like a tired dad. No kidding, but how do we actually pull off a jailbreak? Massive regret punched him in the gut. Son of a glitch. If I actually studied magic instead of slacking, I could hack my way out of this garbage. Suddenly, an edgy voice echoed out. I totally told you to whip it out. The trio froze like deer in headlights. The bickering echoed down the hall. It's literally an empty ring, bro. Then say it's an empty ring, you idiot. Whatever, loser. Stop yelling at me. The gang completely panicked. There were actually other players creeping around this dungeon. Through the pitch-black corridor, a third voice groaned. Chill out, you massive idiots. Stop throwing hands. Smelling trouble, Jihan whispered to the void. Open inventory. His digital stash materialized, and he instantly geared up for war. He tossed Yujin a sparkling magic staff. He gripped his own epic blade, while Shinsung jumped into protective mother bear mode. Creeping out of the shadows, a menacing squad approached. Their heavy, dramatic breathing echoed through the dead, silent death trap. Alex and his 4-man crew glared out from the darkness. Looks like we got fresh meat right here, Alex smirked. Jihan completely blanked out at the sight of them. What the heck? He muttered. This party setup was absolutely bizarre. He analyzed the threat. 3 brute warriors and 1 creepy spellcaster. On the flip side, Serene smirked at Alex. Total noobs. Look at them rocking, literally 0 armor. Seeing their totally relaxed, arrogant vibe in a death maze, Jihan's mind raced. These punks were acting way too comfortable. Did they actually farm this cursed dungeon? But how the heck did they get in? A crazy theory about Yujin flashed through his brain. The class rep got yanked in via her dreams. Are these dudes literally sleepwalking as a party? Shinsung muttered in pure confusion. Jihan pieced the absolute madness together. Calling us noobs without gear? These freaks are actually grinding levels while catching Zs. Just like my insane gamer stats. But suddenly, a completely arrogant voice shattered the silence. Hey, brats. This dude seriously looked like the oldest boomer here. Rocking a blinding neon green shirt, the guy flashed a cocky smirk. Call me loose facts, he sneered, tilting his chin like a boss. When did you noobs hit the dungeon? Jihan flinched hard at the ancient gaming slang. He thought to himself, wait, isn't that retro lingo for mobbing monsters? Alex mocked him from the side. Who even uses that prehistoric boomer vocabulary anymore? Loosefax scratched his head, sweating. Damn, you kids are absolutely brutal. Meanwhile, Jihan, Yujin, and Sinjung literally huddled together like terrified little kittens. Alex side-eyed the trio, brutally judging them. They screamed total noobs. Just ignore them. They'll have to survive on their own somehow. First time seeing newbies? Suddenly, he whipped around toward the dark abyss, his eyes shooting wide open in absolute pure panic. The whole squad instantly locked eyes on the pitch-black tunnel. Loosefax scratched his chin. Is there some mega event today? I've literally never seen this zone crawling with so many random players. A massive blue-clad mob charged forward with shields, roaring like madmen. Viking gods protect us, crush them all. Loosefax panicked, dropping his jaw. Holy crap, it's those absolute toxic tryhards from the Ryu Viking Guild. We are totally screwed. But plot twist. The mob completely bypassed Jihan's crew, screaming orders. Junghyun, hold the flank. Saren, let's brawl. Jihan blinked, totally bewildered. But as their true target clicked, his eyes went dead cold. They're going to slaughter us! Yujin trembled, grabbing his arm. Jihan, what is happening? He quickly jumped in to play the hero. Relax, I got you. Suddenly, Sinjung's face morphed into pure evil. Look at these toxic little kids, she muttered. Mind if I just wipe them all out? Jihan's sweat dropped, forcing a pathetic, hollow laugh. This chick is an absolute psychotic menace, Jihan whispered nervously. Let's just grab popcorn and watch. I think I get the plot now. Boom! Loosefax suddenly spawned a ridiculously massive greatsword. The giant blade gleamed with deadly aura as he charged headfirst, screaming at the top of his lungs. He unleashed a devastating thunderstrike straight down the middle. Bam! A Ryu Viking tryhard collapsed instantly right in front of everyone's shocked faces. But the enemy boss, Mac, wasn't having it and instantly triggered his brutal counterattack mode. Gripping a savage battle axe, Mac led the suicidal charge with pure, unadulterated rage burning in his eyes. But mid-sprint, bam! A massive wooden wall totally roadblocked his epic attack. Clutch move! Jihan had literally manifested a gigantic wooden shield just in time. Then, stepping out from the Ryu Viking shadows, a mysterious cloaked figure appeared. Hidden face, creepy glowing glasses dude looked like a final boss. Right on cue, Junghyun dramatically hoisted his epic wooden staff to the heavens and roared, "Oh, legendary winds of the frigid north. Freeze these fools with your icy wrath." Instantly, a blinding storm of glittering Arctic frost materialized right in front of him. Mac and his goons literally glitched out, completely paralyzed and staring dumbly at the magical winter wonderland blowing up their faces. Without missing a single beat, Saren aggressively dashed forward, swinging a heavy-duty hammer. Seeing her suicidal rush, the enemy duo flashed a sinister, mocking smirk. Smash! Her mighty hammer forcefully rebounded off their magical barrier. Alex screamed from the sidelines in absolute panic. Yo, Saren, frost spells are completely useless against these sweaty tryhards. Switch up your skills, right now. Jihan rapidly scanned the chaotic battlefield. Saren completely lost her balance. Absolute terror washed over her pale face. In mere seconds, a massive mob of Ryu Viking heavy hitters swarmed her, locking her inside a deadly ring of swords and giant hammers. The toxic squad snickered at her epic fail. Mac practically flexed, raising his brutal hammer with a totally psychotic, villainous grin. By the time you switch gears, you're dead meat. But suddenly, a lone hand shot out, completely blocking the fatal strike. Jihan had officially entered the chat. With maximum main character energy, he whispered. Bind, bind, bind! Magic ropes instantly immobilized the entire mob. The cocky gamers completely lost their minds, shrieking in absolute panic. Let us go! Shoving his hands in his pockets, Jihan let out a heavy sigh, dripping with absolute boss-level intimidation. Shut it. I have a few questions for you punks first. He casually dropped into a squat, literally forcing a therapy session on his prisoners. As they spilled their secrets, Jihan's face went dead serious. His big brain went to work. Okay, lore dump time. Fact 1. These aggressive edgelords literally have infinite respawns, no matter how many times I zero their HP. To these weirdos, this crazy battlefield is literally just some special shared lucid dream zone. Total mind trip, Jihan calculated fiercely. So they also grind levels and flex status screens like me? But plot twist, they're permanently hard-locked into a single scrub class. Wild. Fact 3. Partying up in this realm guarantees you respawn at the exact same checkpoint when you hit the sack. Absolutely insane. His gamer brain was piecing together the broken mechanics of this universe. Fact 4. Drop a player in PK, and their body just chills there before the respawn timer hits. Anyone can literally rob them blind. This system is basically begging us to go full toxic and massacre each other. Freaking brutal. Hitting the next realization, the color violently drained from Jihan's face. Fact 5. If you warp back to base, you're globally banned from the dungeon for the day. Gotta wait till tomorrow's nap time to log back in. Holy mother of cooldowns. I am literally speechless. Moving on to some random filler info. Fact 6. Any overpowered skills you unlock here, stay here, 0 real-life buffs. Plus, my absolute best cheat skill for stalking player names and levels, completely nerfed in this zone. What a ripoff. Guess that balances the meta. Meanwhile, the tied-up Ryu Viking goons were literally screaming until their lungs gave out, even trussed up like turkeys. They kept acting super tough and insanely toxic. Untie us right now, you glitching hacker, or else. I'll completely wreck your life. Jihan side-eyed them, totally unimpressed. Damn, these tryhards really talk a big game. Suddenly, a pathetic, whiny voice shattered the tension. Hey boss, if your little lore dump is over, can you unbind us now? Pretty please? Jihan slowly shifted his gaze downward. Saren hit him with those giant, ridiculously desperate puppy dog eyes. Please? A warm rush of energy flooded Jihan's chest. In a flash, the glowing bindings vanished completely. Shocked by their sudden freedom, the punks watched Jihan grab his iron pipe. They instantly showed their true, toxic colors. Hey, you little street rat! Your face is permanently engraved on our hit list, punk. Oh, is that right? Jihan smirked, casually snapping his fingers. Bind! The thugs instantly turned ghost white. Tears streamed down their faces. He flashed a wickedly arrogant grin. Still acting tough, huh? His eyes narrowed with dark menace. Did you absolute clowns really think trash-talking me would earn your freedom? Veins angrily popped on his forehead. His voice dropped into a deadly, threatening growl. Next time you start running your mouths, you better think 7 times before you speak. His face twisted into an absolutely demonic, terrifying smile. He mercilessly kept piling on the pure psychological terror. Plus, getting utterly wrecked in this dimension hurts just as bad as reality, right? His razor-sharp glare completely paralyzed them with primal fear. How about I beat you absolute tryhards until you foam at the mouth, wrapped up tight like helpless little burritos? The punks felt absolutely sick to their stomachs. Jihan's voice echoed through the gloomy dungeon, sounding straight out of a horror movie. Pure, unadulterated torment. I will beat you half to death, then fully heal your HP just to restart the slaughter from scratch. Yujin nervously leaned in and whispered to Shindong. If being a total psycho was a ranked match, he would be Grandmaster. Jihan smirked innocently. Come on, I am just teaching them basic manners. But these brain-dead mobs still had not learned their lesson. They kept screaming like crying babies. Let us go right now, or we will utterly destroy you. Jihan just closed his eyes and sighed heavily. What a bunch of clueless, rebellious edgelords. Still resting one arm on his knee, he casually raised his other hand. A blinding, godly light exploded across the dark space. Their jaws hit the floor in sheer terror. Wait, is he a pay-to-win whale? Jihan flashed a warm, deadly smile. So, prefer to shut up now, or face the consequences? The thugs immediately started begging for their lives. We are so incredibly sorry, almighty boss. With a smooth flick of his wrist, a glowing magical item materialized like street magic. Taking the hint, the punks bolted for their lives, vanishing into the shadows. Suddenly, an incredibly curious voice broke the silence. Are you some kind of pro gamer? Sung Chan stared at him, his eyes burning with intense curiosity. Seriously, what level are you right now? Jihan awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Hard to say, honestly. Then, a sudden thought hit him. By the way, how long have you guys been grinding in this massive labyrinth? The guy hesitated for a brief moment. Honestly, I am not entirely sure. Probably around 1 full month. Jihan blinked in pure shock. And what level are you? Level 12, the guy replied meekly. Jihan's face completely froze. What an absolute noob. And this guy actually called me a rookie? Feigning total innocence, he asked. So, have you guys managed to solo the kobold boss yet? The guy threw his hands up in defeat. Not a chance. We are still dying to his overpowered royal guards. Alex suddenly popped up from behind. Yo, Sung-chan, why are you leaking our guild secrets to a random? Listening to their ridiculous banter, Jihan heavily facepalmed. Sung-chan quickly leaned in and whispered, I thought he might carry us with some pro tips. Just look at his overwhelming aura. Alex aggressively snapped back. Have some gamer pride, man. Will your stupid pride help us clear this impossible dungeon raid? Jihan completely tuned out their bickering, deep in thought, so they really have been trapped here for an entire month. All that endless grinding. Just to hit level 12? That pacing is absolute garbage. But then again, I did have Sun Il hard carrying my early levels. Jihan slowly shook his head. Is this how the Grand Labyrinth harvests human mental energy? Dragging innocent players in and violently draining their life force while they remain trapped inside this nightmare. Still, Jihan pondered, maybe it is a win-win situation. They do get a pretty sick virtual reality game out of it. Oh, another party has arrived. He stroked his chin as a darker theory surfaced. An artificial deity born from stolen mental energy. There is a reason this dark magic is strictly forbidden. His thoughts were interrupted by a nervous cough. Hey, sorry to be a beggar on day one, but... Sung Chan awkwardly shuffled his feet. Could you please carry us through this raid? Jihan cursed loudly in his mind. Oh, hell no. Am I a babysitter now? He instantly activated his best dodge maneuver. Sorry, guys, but my party is actually rushing a private quest line right now. The noob stammered. Oh no. I completely understand, man, and just like that, the two parties split ways. Catch you on the flip side. We are going to log out for a bit. Shindong shot him a calculating side-eye. So, what is the master plan now? Jihan cracked his knuckles with absolute confidence. We slaughter the floor 1 dungeon boss, obviously. Once the epic loot drops, we have a much darker mystery to solve. Jihan's playful gaze turned terrifyingly serious. Those hopeless newbies have absolutely zero clue. They do not realize the fatal danger they are actually facing. Yujin blinked innocently. What is so dangerously serious about this, Jihan? He quickly pointed out the chilling glitch. We entered this dimension in broad daylight. Look at their ages. What normal adult falls into a deep sleep in the middle of the afternoon? The terrifying realization finally hit Shindong like a truck. You mean, their souls were violently dragged into this server? Jihan nodded grimly, confirming his darkest theory. My thoughts exactly. Jihan's voice dropped dead serious. Someone is hacking the Grand Labyrinth's illusion barrier. Shindong felt the creeping dread. This is bad, Jihan muttered. It is just a theory. But what? His eyes went ice cold. If we game over in here, we might actually die for real. Shindong knit her brows, processing the nightmare. Then she spoke. Wait, has not it always been this way? We are literally immortal game characters. But those guys, they are just your average squishy players, right? What happens if they get wiped out? Jihan flashed back to their spawn point. Look, a rival squad just dropped, Shindong scowled. You might be totally off base. Jihan crossed his arms, playing it cool. Maybe. But we cannot just ignore the fatal red flags. That is the real issue here, he smirked. The shady admins running this circus finally slipped up. Jihan pitched a plan. Since they were flying blind, they needed to pause the player killing and just watch. Whatever, Shindong shrugged. Boom. One apocalyptic hook to the beast's jaw sent it flying into oblivion. She casually strolled back, cracking her knuckles. Too weak. Jihan could only force a pathetic, sweat-dropping smile. It is just floor 1. We need floor 6 to test your insane limits. Shindong tilted her head. What is down there? Magic-wielding freaks, Jihan shuddered, recalling his past trauma. The boss is a literal fire golem. It is built like a tank. Most players would get absolutely crushed. Shindong blinked. A fire golem? She smirked with zero fear. If it is fire-based, I will crush it. Jihan stared, mind blown. Her divine martial arts? Dollar signs flashed in Jihan's eyes. He stroked his chin like a supervillain. Fire immunity. Jackpot. That is insanely overpowered. I definitely need to loot some of her sect's secret manuals. Then, a wild thought hit him. Between this warrior babe and the legendary Seihan, who hits harder and lasts longer? He furiously shook his head. Nope. Focus, man. Now is not the time for fantasy matchups. They pressed deeper into the creeping shadows. They steamrolled through the remaining floor 1 bosses like it was a total joke. Jihan stroked his chin again. No system pop-ups at all. This grinding is completely useless. Shindong glanced over her shoulder. We need a massive sequence break to escape this place. Jihan chewed his lip, grinding his gears. True, but how do we glitch out? She casually suggested shattering the spatial barrier. Jihan's sweat dropped, totally lost. I have literally zero skills for that. Shindong did not even blink. It is embarrassingly easy. Jihan's jaw hit the floor. Are you kidding me? Her gaze turned lethal. Just punch a hole in the fabric of reality. She stood perfectly still, but then a blinding crimson aura exploded from her core. Razor-sharp spatial cracks webbed across the empty air. But seconds later, the cracks dissolved into dead silence. Shindong frowned, her confidence wavering. This firewall is insane. It did not even scratch the surface. Jihan stepped up with extreme main character energy. Step aside, rookie. Let the pro handle this glitch. He gripped his iron rod, strutting forward like a boss. Shindung played the tutorial guide. The mechanics are super basic. Just channel your raw energy into the void. Jihan locked eyes with the invisible wall. Got it. He shut his eyes, taking a deep, dramatic breath to center his core. As he exhaled, reality itself warped. The air around him began pulsing with an eerie neon blue hue. A split second later, boom. His entire body erupted in a blinding, legendary blue aura. Ding! A system window flashed. New skill unlocked. Barrier break. Jihan swiped the holographic screen. The stats rolled in. Active skill. Burns pure mana to shatter boundaries. Scaling entirely off his intelligence stat. Digital cracks spiderwebbed across the void. Jihan stared intensely. But then, the glitch fizzled out into nothingness. He scratched his head awkwardly. Welp, epic fail. But Shindung was amazed. Your magic output is absolutely insane. Way higher than mine. Jihan played it cool. I just dumped points into my mana pool. He quickly dodged the praise. Anyway, the wall is still standing. What is the next play? She dropped a truth bomb. You just need to level up. Shindung analyzed the math. One more power spike, and you will totally shatter this server. Jihan blinked. For real? Hope sparked in his eyes. So, I just need to push past my limits? Buzzed! A loud static screech made them jump. Massive, floating screens hijacked their vision. Smirking down at them was a slick, blue-haired admin. Jihan turned pale, completely speechless. A true dragon descending? Yujin froze completely. Barrio? You actually know him? Class rep? Yujin's jaw dropped entirely. That is Barrio, Yujin blurted out. A major system NPC from the Grand Labyrinth era. A low-tier incubus designed for game guides. Jihan scoffed. Knowing the freaks behind this trash game, it tracks. Barrio smirked through the glowing screen. Welcome, challengers, to the Grand Labyrinth era. We are throwing a special event today. Enjoy infinite respawns. The hologram winked. This exclusive zone is a dreamscape. He broke down the twisted rules. 10 minutes here equals 1 minute outside. Go crazy and enjoy the carnage, then drop the ultimate bomb. Survive for 100 hours. Or clear floor 10. To escape this nightmare labyrinth. Plus, an epic jackpot for beating floor 10. Barrio leaned in. You keep your crazy powers in the real world. Jihan was utterly stunned. Now then, Barrio announced. Let the games begin. Good luck. The screen died, leaving them totally dumbfounded. Did you see that? Jihan asked. Yeah, Yujin muttered. You too, Sindong? Yep, Jihan groaned. Are the devs seriously brain dead? Suddenly, a heavy thud echoed below. Someone beat us to the boss? Jihan blinked. What now? Wait for respawns? Jihan sighed heavily. Yujin chimed in. Let us push forward. They both agreed instantly. Jihan kept pondering while walking. If death equals infinite respawns, then I do not have to babysit anyone, he smirked devilishly. Floor 10A? I will utterly obliterate it. Jihan unleashed his blazing soul ignition. Bosses dropped like flies. His strikes grew flawlessly lethal. Sindong watched in absolute awe, just as I suspected. His speed is pure insanity. Yujin stared awkwardly. Sindong, are you totally used to this bloodbath? Sindong shrugged calmly. All the time. Seriously? The two girls huddled in a corner together, while Jihan gleefully butchered every monster around them. Never mind. Just slightly shell-shocked. Sindong shouted over the loud noise. Better adapt fast to the abyss. Jihan floated effortlessly. He smirked down at them. Wow, instant besties. Is it just a girl thing? Suddenly, an eerie shadow loomed deep inside the dark tunnel ahead. Jihan, watch out! Yujin screamed. He just calmly glided forward. I will check it out. The tunnel was pitch black. Jihan crept forward slowly. His eyes widened in pure rage. Two frightened girls were cornered by armed punks. The poor victims shrieked in terror. Get the hell away! The thug snickered menacingly. Check out this prime meat. Squealing like a little piglet. Hey now, relax. We never said we would hurt you. Just tying you up for fun. They laughed like total creeps. Though if our hands slip and ruin your clothes. Oops. The blonde girl shook like a fragile leaf. The trash mobs chuckled wickedly. Why choose pain over pleasure? Jihan's aura exploded as he swooped in. Murderous intent flared in his eyes. You pathetic, edgy scumbags. He launched forward like a blazing lightning bolt. Before they could blink, bam, they went flying. The rest of the gang turned ghost white. Jihan tore through them effortlessly, roasting them with brutal strikes. Absolute bottom-tier noobs. Think this is a circus act? His trash talk rained down like machine gun fire. The tied-up girls stared in completely stunned silence. Acting like raging animals at your age? You want to play plumber that badly? Let me unclog your thick skulls. Left, right, in, out. Have you had enough yet? Jihan glared at the bruised punks. Veins throbbed fiercely across his furious forehead. "Wake up, losers! Barely even touched you." His eyes flashed with pure shock. "Ding!" The system suddenly chimed in. "You just scored 41,690 experience points." Jihan scoffed at the knocked-out scrubs, like they could answer in that coma. He crouched down, his voice dripping with absolute sarcasm. "You punks are weak, yet you still tried to play the boss?" Suddenly, a battered thug groaning on the dirt spat out a furious curse. "Screw you, man," instantly catching Jihan's sharp attention. "I will remember your ugly mug." Unbothered, Jihan swung his legendary wand, Atlasis. Bam! One ruthless strike shut the hater up forever. A glowing panel popped up. "You have snagged 63,590 experience points." He stood over his defeated foes, his gaze totally ice cold. Jihan scratched his head, thinking his brain must be seriously lagging right now. He turned around and realized the girl he just rescued was still hopelessly hogtied on the rough dirt floor. He squatted down, checking on her gently. "Are you holding up okay? Honestly, I should not have let you witness that brutal beatdown just now." COA panicked, shrinking back in pure fear. "Stay away from me." Seeing her completely freaked out, his voice softened. "Hey, chill out. You are completely safe now. I am literally here to help." But COA was still giving him major side-eye. She thrashed around wildly. "No way." Right on cue, Shin Sung sprinted into the chaotic scene, carrying Eugene like a football. SAOA flinched. Her eyes went wide, totally clueless about what kind of crazy action movie she just stepped into. Jihan turned back, flashing a bright grin. "About time you showed up." Shin Sung quickly dropped Eugene. She sharply asked Jihan, "You seriously wiped them out?" He just shrugged it off. "Yeah, light work." She scanned the absolute wreck of a battlefield around them and smirked. "Gotta admit, that is a pretty clean sweep." Meanwhile, Eugene was seeing double, totally dizzy. "I will literally never get used to this hardcore gore," Shin Sung replied coldly. "Better adapt fast, if you actually want to survive the abyss." Eugene groaned bitterly. "Yeah, guess so. Trust me." Shin Sung strictly warned. "You will witness way more savage stuff later. Soon, dropping bodies will feel like absolutely nothing at all." Then she pivoted, looking entirely confused. "Anyway, Jihan." He blinked, totally lost. "What is up?" She crossed her arms, demanding precise answers. "Did you actually brief the newbie about all the crazy abyss rules yet?" Jihan slowly shook his head. "Nope, not yet, but I will eventually." While Eugene was still seeing spinning stars, Jihan sighed. "Let us pause the lecture. Can you come over here and untie her? She is definitely going to freak out if a dude keeps handling her bindings." She instantly agreed. "Leave it to me." Shin Sung crouched, casually chopping the air. Slash, slash. The thick rope's binding Seo, completely shattered into tiny pieces. Jihan's jaw dropped, screaming out, "That was insanely epic. What kind of broken cheat code is that?" Shin Sung raised her palm, explaining calmly. "It is called Hand Blade. Focus your aura into your hand, turning it literally as sharp as a steel sword." Jihan's eyes gleamed with pure hype, his voice bursting with excitement. "Too badass, you gotta teach me later." Shin Sung smirked freely. "Whenever you demand it, I will deliver." Suddenly, COA finally spoke up, making both Shin Sung and Jihan snap their attention to her. COA bowed her head, her voice totally shaking. "Thank you so much for saving me." Jihan rubbed his neck awkwardly. "No sweat, things almost got super ugly. Are you hurt anywhere?" Shivering, COA stood up, still looking utterly traumatized. "I am perfectly fine. I have heard rumors about this nightmare constantly, but..." Hearing this massive detail, Jihan and Shin Sung completely froze in pure shock. He narrowed his eyes, confused. "Wait, where exactly are these rumors coming from?" COA hesitated. "It is blowing up on the DMC forums lately." "You guys seriously did not know?" Jihan's brain went into overdrive. "DMC? That has got to stand for the Great Labyrinth." He pondered deeply, staring intensely at COA standing just a few feet away. "Wait, not just that. This girl is shockingly chill right now, totally miles apart from our overly dramatic class president, unable to hide his absolute utter confusion." Jihan's inner detective clicked. "Do these players have a broken passive mental buff similar to my gamer's mind? If they do, this Great Labyrinth is straight up hacking their brains. Inside this twisted Great Labyrinth, the damage is absolutely real. You feel every single strike normally. Sure, a game over here does not mean real-life death, but experiencing literal agony while happily slaughtering each other like total psychopaths? That makes zero sense." That completely blew Jihan's mind, driving him crazy. Even out in the real world, folks dodge minor fights just to avoid a tiny bruise. Pain is literally nature's warning alarm to trigger fear. Yet in this absolute madhouse, these lunatics are tearing each other apart for fun like a game. A dark chill ran down Jihan's spine. This place is seriously cursed. Breaking his thoughts, Seo A stepped closer, her eyes shining with desperate hope. If possible, please let me join your party right now. My entire squad got totally wiped out. He jumped, caught completely off guard. Whoa, just chill. They will definitely respawn back immediately. I heard this whole thing is a special event, so they will pop back up soon. COA interrupted quickly. She stammered nervously. You mean from that creepy broadcast earlier? But I have zero clue where their respawn point is. Plus, I am absolutely terrified of running into those sick green goblins again. Jihan rubbed his temples, totally conflicted. Kicking her to the curb now felt super wrong, and since this newbie was spitting straight facts, making this whole situation deeply awkward. A sudden hum echoed. Golden light exploded behind him. He glanced back, only to see an entire squad that had just respawned. Jihan's mind raced. So they respawn exactly where they died? He turned to Seo. Ah, they are back, so we are heading out. She nodded quietly. Got it. She happily dashed toward her teammates. Flickering torchlight cast long, dramatic shadows down the grim corridor. Something is seriously off, Jihan muttered, full of doubt. Shindong frowned. Off how? This entire twisted game. Jihan shot back, while Yujin murmured in total confusion. What is so weird about it? Jihan analyzed the trap aloud. I know they are leeching our life force, but why use such an insanely bizarre method? Yujin panicked. Bizarre method? He locked eyes with them. Kidnapping is basically a daily routine in the abyss, yet they drag fully conscious players into this brutal maze just to slaughter each other? Does that make any sense? Shindong suddenly cut in. Nobody can just harvest over 100 humans like mere resources. Jihan blinked, completely lost. Wait, why not? Her gaze sharpened. Because the Dan clan would hunt them down, no matter where they hide or what they do. Jihan froze in shock. The atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing. Shindong stared intensely. The Dan clan stems from the Heavenly Will Sect. Jihan nodded slowly. Yeah, I know that. She pressed on, deadpan. And where does the Heavenly Will Sect originate? He hesitated. From Lord Hwanung. Shindong lowered her gaze, eyes full of heavy thoughts. Divine bloodlines actually exist in this world. Did you know that? Jihan raised an eyebrow, totally skeptical. No, what is their deal? Her voice stayed perfectly flat. Korea has Dangun and Hwanung. China has goddess Nuwa, the Yellow Emperor, and the primordial deity. Japan has Amaterasu and Izanagi. His eyes widened. The gears turned in his head before he guessed. So Norse mythology has Odin? Shindong nodded smoothly but with a dark edge. Roughly. But here is the terrifying catch. They might not be the benevolent gods we imagine. Seriously? Jihan whispered. She spun around, her voice dropping into an eerie, slow whisper. Back to my point, both sects are direct descendants of Hwanung. That grants them a very specific, broken ability. What ability? He gasped. Shindong did not miss a single beat. Her words hit like bricks. If a supernatural force ever targets over 100 Koreans, an absolute alarm triggers for both sects instantly. It ignores illusion barriers. It pierces through alternate dimensions. Absolutely nothing can block this radar. They will track you to the ends of the earth. It is their ultimate secret art, known as the guardian deity of Korea. The guardian deity? Jihan staggered back. His mind was blown, thinking to himself, does an overpowered cheat code like that actually exist? Shindong spoke with absolute certainty but remained tense. Exactly. The Abyss loves kidnapping humans for fuel, but they cannot be reckless about it. If they get too bold, the Dan clan instantly teleports in and wipes them from existence. That is insane, Jihan yelled. She kept calculating. That is why we must hurry. These people were summoned here fully conscious. Now, they have awakened actual superpowers. They are not mere civilians anymore. They are officially linked to the Abyss. Dread washed over her face as she laid out the theory. And if they actually clear the 10th floor, Jihan gulped hard. Then what? They become eternal property of the Abyss, Shindong declared. Her voice trembled with urgency. Yes, if that happens, the Dan clan is powerless against the creators of this great labyrinth era. The enemy will vanish without a single trace. Jihan clenched his fists, his tone rock solid. Just as I suspected, they are using this filthy loophole to dodge the radar. This entire dungeon is just bait to trap us. Shindong nodded grimly. Spot on. And I bet my life this is not the only one. Jihan gritted his teeth in total agreement. You are absolutely right. We have crossed paths with plenty of players already, but countless others are trapped in different sectors of this massive maze. This game went viral globally, meaning the entire planet is logged in right now. Millions of players worldwide are caught in this nightmare. It blew up in the Chinese market especially, drawing in 20 million players from China alone. These developers are literally printing money. The growth is unnatural, Jihan scoffed. What kind of shady megacorporation even launched this great labyrinth era anyway? Shindong stared into the dark, her eyes full of heavy contemplation. I bet an underground abyss syndicate is behind this. Everyone suspects the company, but the evidence is zero. Jihan swallowed hard. The company? They really are our worst enemies. Let us wipe out the 10th floor first, Jihan declared boldly. Shindong nodded in agreement. That is priority number 1. Or maybe, if Jihan levels up enough to solo shatter this great labyrinth era, even better, he smirked seriously. To pull that off, I need to jump at least 10 levels. Jihan pointed forward to assign roles. Shindong, carry the class rep. Roger that, she replied flatly. Yujin blushed furiously. Seriously, again? Shindong scooped her up easily. Time to fly, Jihan shouted. Blinding blue aura erupted around his entire body. They blasted down the grim tunnel, leaving only fading echoes behind. Let us just keep this insane momentum going. Jihan casually clapped bosses on absolutely every floor, snagging epic loot. Floor 2 Giant Spider got wiped, dropping strong anti-venom. Floor 3 King Lihan got wiped, yielding the royal shield. Floor 4 King Slime got wrecked, coughing up healing slime. Floor 5 Chief Ak got smashed, dropping brutal power gloves. Floor 6 Fire Golem got crushed, giving up a flaming core. He urged Xinyoung to take these power gloves and this blazing core right now. That core seriously boosts fire attributes. She instantly shot back. You got it, slipping the heavy gloves onto her hands and snapping the blazing core around her neck. The trio finally reached the end of the creepy tunnel. Jihan muttered with obvious tension, "This is honestly my first time entering this crazy place." He cautiously stepped into the unknown. A massive landscape suddenly opened up before them, a gigantic lake shimmering with deep blue water. Jihan looked completely baffled and clueless, needing answers immediately. An absolutely gigantic underwater realm stretched out, featuring sapphire waves and massive towering pillars piercing the ceiling. He literally gasped out loud, a massive freaking lake. Yujin was completely stunned by the insane view. Jihan groaned helplessly. How are we supposed to reach the next stage from here? That lava trap was wild enough, but this massive underground ocean is pure ridiculousness. Nobody would ever believe this. Xinjiang asked with deadly seriousness, "So what is our play here?" He replied, sounding anxious and super skeptical. "I am honestly not sure. We gotta smash the boss to advance floors. But right now we have zero solid plans. The squad somehow needs to flush that monster out. But what if the path is entirely underwater?" Jihan suddenly reacted, like a lightning bolt of realization struck him. "Hold up," Xinjiang questioned. "What? Did you figure out a strategy?" He explained with desperate hope. Usually in games with environments like this, mobs drop support items, things to help us breathe underwater or something similar. We gotta try that. Hearing this, Xinjiang simply smirked, confidently stating, "Then let me just go grab one." Jihan completely freaked out. She fearlessly dove straight in, making absolutely massive splashes. He stared in pure disbelief, aggressively muttering under his breath, "This crazy girl." Jihan frowned hard, stressing out, "You should warn me before jumping into battle so I can prepare. Plus, floor 70 monsters are level 70. They are not weak little runts." Xinjiang gloriously broke the water surface, gripping a massive monster fish she just wrestled. Jihan was utterly paralyzed with shock. Yujin stood nearby watching with absolute pure awe. Xinjiang casually swam back, slamming the giant beast onto the solid ground. She stated softly but packed with supreme confidence, "I finally caught one. It is seriously insanely strong." Jihan let out an incredibly exhausted sigh. He thought, utterly amazed yet baffled, "I feel so awkward. Does this reckless girl not care about normal limits at all?" Jihan felt extremely embarrassed, avoiding her intense gaze completely. Still, he asked curiously, "Hey, I know you reached level 45, but these freaks are at least level 70. You seriously need to be careful. I know you are a veteran fighter, but why act so recklessly?" Jihan recalled meeting Xinjiang initially, feeling slightly suspicious about how insanely fast she leveled up compared to back then. Sun Yi too. How did those two level up so absurdly fast without any special powers like me? Yet their rapid growth is honestly terrifying. She turned around, calmly stating, "Their physical strength definitely exceeds mine by a lot, but ultimately it is just a dumb puppet running on basic artificial intelligence, nothing more. Against true authentic strength, it is absolutely nothing." He mumbled back in pure shock. Getting cocky like that gets you killed. Xinjiang lifted the massive beast, hyped up. "Let us stop yapping and appraise this huge fish already." Jihan quickly replied, "Loud and clear, boss," he mumbled, observing closely. A highly detailed status window popped up. Savage Aqua Fiend level 71. Strength, dexterity both absolutely maxed at 100 water resistance. Massively boosted power while swimming. It is ridiculously strong. Normally a level 71 max stats hover around 355. But this freak is higher. Not just insane vitality, but its dexterity-based attacks are wildly lethal. Even if all those old shadow thugs teamed up at once, they could never ever kill this thing. He looked right at Shinjung, declaring, "It is definitely tough, but let us slaughter it now." She nodded briefly, yes. Shinjung raised her fist, palm blazing with intense glowing energy, charging up an absolutely devastating ultimate strike. She unleashed a brutally savage punch right into the monster fish. Witnessing this pure chaos, Yujin immediately hid behind Jihan, desperately clutching his arm. To Jihan, that whole situation was not even scary. Suddenly, a weird system text mocking him about needing calcium popped up, totally freezing him in his tracks. Jihan saw Shindung totally snap. A blazing red aura of pure teenage rage erupted around her. "You make me work like a dog while you flirt with some other chick?" Jihan's face instantly burned beet red. He completely panicked, screaming out, "Hey! What do you mean by flirting?" Shindung glared daggers at the two of them, snapping furiously. "You annoying class rep. Are you planning to cling to him forever?" He froze. A million question marks popped into his head. What a crazy nickname. Yujin blushed deeply. She nervously mumbled, "Sorry, I was just so scared." Jihan was totally clueless. What was she apologizing for? Why say sorry to this crazy girl? Is Shindung the boss here? Does she rule the house or something? He shifted his focus, his eyes widening with intense curiosity. "Whatever. Look at this loot. A shiny marble?" Jihan picked up the soaking wet drop, groaning loudly. "Why is it always so wet when nobody asked for it? Seriously, is this absolutely necessary?" He pocketed the cash and held up the mysterious pearl. "What exactly is this?" he wondered. Jihan stared intensely at the glowing orb and whispered, "Observe." Suddenly, a holographic system window popped up. "Breathing pearl. Normal grade item from Floor 7 aquatic monsters. Grants underwater breathing for a maximum of 24 hours. He smirked, totally thrilled. "Just as I thought." Yujin turned to him, extremely curious. "What are you thinking about, Jihan?" He declared with absolute confidence. "This magical orb will help us survive underwater way longer." She gasped in pure awe. "That is seriously like a cheat code." Jihan stored the epic item away, speaking with a dramatic, thoughtful tone. "It is not exactly like the movies, but..." He suddenly pulled something out from his spatial inventory. Yujin asked, her eyes full of curiosity. "What exactly are you sticking in there?" Jihan shot back smoothly. "Whatever needs to be stuck." He offered a fresh towel straight from his inventory to Shindung. She slowly turned around. Her eyes flashed with surprise. Shindung asked, her voice faltering just a tiny bit. "Is that for me?" Jihan asked with genuine concern. "You need to dry off too, right?" She frantically waved her hands. "No way, I do not need it. This is perfectly fine." Suddenly, water began evaporating straight off Shindung's body. She closed her eyes as thick, misty steam violently swirled all around her. He thought to himself, completely dumbfounded. Can she really dry off just by vaporizing the water? Yujin watched the insane display, totally amazed and full of questions. "Can everyone in the abyss do that crazy trick?" Jihan replied bluntly. "Absolutely not." She chuckled softly, her voice dripping with absolute admiration. "Shindung is seriously built different." He continued speaking, sounding completely casual, like it was nothing special. "There are way weirder tricks out there." Hearing this, Yujin lowered her head slightly, her voice noticeably dropping in confidence. "Maybe I should just go back to being a nerd and studying?" Jihan instantly shrugged it off. "I already told you that." Shindung shot a piercing glare right at him. Her commanding voice echoed loudly. "Put that stupid towel away." Jihan instantly surrendered. "Yes, ma'am. Now, it is time for us to farm." She blinked, asking in utter confusion. "Farm?" He spoke slowly, dragging out his words. With a deadpan tone, he explained, "It means we go grinding for epic loot. We need more pearls to survive down here forever. We are gonna grind until we can breathe underwater for a full 24 hours straight." Shindung perfectly understood the mission, but suddenly, Yujin's stomach growled loudly, making the whole squad freeze. She felt incredibly embarrassed, her eyes wide with absolute horror. She frantically stammered, "Wait, this is..." Eugene's face turned bright red as she screamed, "It is not what you guys are thinking. Not at all." Shindung calmly chimed in. Her voice was totally chill. "To be fair, we have been trapped in here for a really long time." Jihan nodded in strong agreement. She is absolutely right. It has been like 6 hours already, right? She continued smoothly. Keeping her perfectly even tone, she agreed. "Exactly. Factoring in all the fun we had at the park, starving right now is completely normal." Yujin blushed furiously, clutching her red face while whining softly. "So embarrassing." Watching her squish her completely flustered face, Jihan immediately whispered his command. "Inventory open!" His trusty glowing dimensional box materialized. Jihan leaned down. Rummaging quickly, he grabbed 3 magically wrapped pastries, grinning. he joked. They do not call bread the staff of life for nothing. Better than trash stamina potions. Yujin accepted the snack, crying. Meanwhile, Shin-young squinted hard, deep in thought. She suddenly blurted out, "Wait, do guys actually like girls like that?" He sighed softly. "Shin-young, why are you stressing over that?" Jihan handed her a pastry, casually adding, "Just eat up." Shin-young stared at him for a second, then nodded. Fine. She snatched the magical carb. Before taking a massive bite, she froze completely, staring at Jihan, looking completely paranoid. "Wait, is this stuff super rare?" He just smiled back, totally relaxed. "It is fine." She leaned closer. Teasing anxiously, "I am perfectly fine. But eating premium items might literally destroy your stomach." Jihan rushed to explain. "System inventory's freeze time, nothing ever spoils," Shin-young gasped loudly. "That is overpowered." Jihan nodded, remembering his shock. "I know, right? Discovering that cheat code absolutely blew my mind." He yanked out more supplies, tossing them over. "Here, chug some milk too." Jihan scanned the area, muttering, "Floor 7 spawns mutant tuna. What is the boss going to be?" Shin-young went full detective mode, probably an aquatic monster. He facepalmed hard. "No kidding, Sherlock, I meant which specific species?" She tapped her chin thoughtfully. "I am not completely sure. Maybe a legendary kelpie?" Jihan asked curiously, "What is a kelpie?" Shin-young shifted into nerd mode. "A mythical demonic water horse. It sprints across waves and dives deep. Extremely lethal, totally controlling lower-tier water spirits. It will blast us with highly pressurized water magic." His eyes popped out of his skull. "Wait, I totally know what that is. I literally read about it in a crazy webtoon once. They are real beasts from Northern Europe. But some insane magical intervention keeps them completely invisible to normal humans." Jihan muttered suspiciously. "Is that actually the dungeon boss?" Yujin imagined a gigantic glowing-eyed octopus. She asked, "Jihan, what if it is Kraken?" He flinched visibly. "Sweating bullets. Those freaky tentacle monsters are everywhere in anime. We would absolutely get wrecked." Jihan stroked his chin, eyes narrowing intensely. "Hold on. If my level is high enough, could I literally smash it?" Suddenly realizing something, he shouted, "Wait a second!" Status window open. A glowing holographic interface dramatically popped into existence. Han Jihan, the gamer level 59, rocking the amateur zombie hunter title, with monstrous intelligence at 236.3 and vitality hitting exactly 50. He aggressively pointed at the blue screen. "If my stats are already this completely busted, just 10 more levels and my intelligence hits 300. Shin-young tilted her head like a confused puppy. "Exactly how broken is a 300 stat?" Jihan chuckled softly. "Imagine me being 30% more overpowered now." Calculating instantly, she asked, "Is that your maximum? Then you could totally shatter this grand labyrinth barrier. We can escape now?" Jihan's gaze turned serious. Lowering his voice, "Calculate that later. Back to the boss. Can we actually butcher Kraken? Hunting level 70 monsters alone is absolute suicide." Hearing this, Yujin panicked. "Is that fire golem not strong?" He shook his head, completely shooting the idea down. Jihan laid out the brutal facts. "Class president, we are literally underwater. Do you seriously think we can just casually flex and hit crazy combat poses while drowning? Lasting longer underwater doesn't instantly make you a total pro." Remembering Shin-jung's epic monster hunting, he sighed. It hurt his pride. But honestly, Shin-jung had way more combat experience than they did. She casually explained, "Every elite guild actively runs brutal underwater assault drills." Jihan's eyes bulged in absolute shock. "Wait, seriously? Every single one?" Shin-jung nodded instantly. "Yep." He swallowed hard, groaning in absolute defeat. Jihan imagined his own impending nightmare. "So the Heavenly Sect will totally torture me underwater too?" Shin-jung asked. "So how do we hunt now? Besides me, you guys would completely suck at underwater combat, right?" He let out a heavy, dramatic sigh. Closing his eyes, he smirked and whispered, "Bait." She narrowed her eyes, completely skeptical. "Fishing? Maybe for normal creatures, but these are artificial monsters with set patterns. Will fishing actually work?" Jihan chuckled confidently. "Oh, they'll totally bite." Shin-young accepted his wild plan but still asked nervously, "Will they actually take the bait?" He replied with zero hesitation, "Absolutely." Yu-jin stared at him, her quiet voice overflowing with pure trust. "We got this, Jihan." He stood before several dirt-planted spears, explaining with supreme arrogance. "This is classic fishing. In modern teen slang, we call it dropping the ultimate bait." Pulling out a stick, Jihan chanted one single command, "Create." Brilliant blue energy engulfed the spear, sucking floating debris into a violent vortex. While Shin-jung and Yu-jin watched in sheer disbelief, Jihan casually explained his epic logic. "I'll use this rock spear to demonstrate. It is tough as steel, but if I magically reinforce it and just chuck it." He breathed deeply, flexing his massive arm muscles. Giant's Might, Heavenly Sect Outer Martial Arts. Holding the fully upgraded weapon, Jihan smirked inwardly. I am so overpowered right now, I could solo the entire map. He shouted to his stunned squad, incoming! The spear launched at terrifying speed, violently tearing through space. The calm water shattered with a tiny splash. But seconds later, a massive underwater explosion erupted, sending a colossal geyser rocketing into the sky. Jihan grinned like an absolute maniac, seeing his wild plan work flawlessly. I totally knew it. Pump it with too much mana, and it literally explodes everything. Right on cue, the system chimed loudly. New skill generated through specific epic combat actions. Magic spear throw skill successfully created. You can now infuse intense magic into a javelin and launch it. A fresh skill window instantly popped up. Spear throw. Creates an energy spear that violently detonates upon impact. Damage scales with intelligence and magic attack, plus it grants 20% armor penetration. Jihan's face lit up with pure joy. Hell yeah, a dope new skill. Grabbing another stick, he hurled it toward the lake's center, roaring with absolute main character energy. Magic spear throw. The colossal water pillar erupted again, violently launching helpless fish into the dramatic sky. Jihan immediately snapped his head back. Shinjun! Catching his total drift, she dashed forward. On it! Shinjun rocketed toward the airborne monsters. Her fists, wrapped in slick red and silver armor, unleashed devastating punches coated in explosive orange aura. Shinjun landed flawless combos on the tuna monsters, floating helplessly mid-air. With zero chance to fight back, they ate the brutal hits and crash-landed hard into the dirt. In that flash, Yujin stood tall, gripping the Atlasis wand. Infinite mana spiral arrow, massive waves of terrifying energy blasted toward the stunned fish flopping around. The epic move roasted them into scorched tuna before they vaporized entirely into digital dust. Loot dropped everywhere, coins, basic health potions, and breathing pearls rolling across the dirt. Jihan flashed a cocky protagonist grin at his squad. See? Literally child's play, right? Shinjung smiled in pure satisfaction, genuinely impressed. That was crazy effective. You are seriously way better at this trolling tactic than me, he replied with absolute swagger. Obviously. Jihan didn't miss a single beat. All right, team, let's keep farming this glitch. And just like that, the trio locked into perfect synergy. Jihan spammed sticks into the lake, blasting poor water monsters into the sky with explosive geysers. Shinjung relentlessly kicked and punched them, while Yujin used the Atlasis wand for epic finishing blows. But the ugly merman totally shattered Jihan's fairy tale fantasy. Oh my god! Those are mermaids? My dreams are literally ruined. Suddenly, a shiny notification box popped right up. You have leveled up! Jihan instantly forgot his ruined fantasy and hollered with joy. I leveled up, let's go! After grinding nonstop for 4 brutal hours, the crazy results were finally in. Flashing a super proud grin, he reviewed the glowing stats. Class President is level 38, Shinjung is 53, and I hit 64. We are so overpowered. My level is insanely high now. Can't believe we spiked this much in just 4 hours. Shinjung wasn't surprised. Your strength is literally a bugged anomaly. I didn't expect your stamina to skyrocket this much either. Jihan smirked playfully. Yeah, every girl tells me that. Seeing Shinjung dump her hard-earned stat points into health and strength, he frowned with genuine confusion. Why not invest a little into mana? Her magic skills totally needed mana too, right? But whatever, she knew her own overpowered build way better than he did. She definitely had some hidden master plan. Jihan then turned to check on Yujin. What about you, class president? Her voice was slightly flustered but overflowing with pure excitement. I am good. My mana went up so much. The trio discussed their broken stat distributions. Jihan asked, You pumped up your intelligence stat too, right? Shinjung gave a firm, confident nod. He kept over-analyzing. Mana recovery rate is totally crucial too. Shinjung replied calmly. Yeah, especially since clearing this will literally take 10 agonizing hours. Hearing this, Jihan pumped up, proudly raising a breathing pearl high. Let's swallow these and start an epic underwater brawl for a change. The girls nodded fiercely. Let's go. With absolute zero hesitation, he dramatically opened his mouth and swallowed the magical pearl. A holographic system window shattered the air. Breathing orb activated. Underwater survival granted for 30 minutes. Jihan scowled, swallowing hard. Man, that thing dissolved before I could even chew it. He glanced up. Didn't Shindung say 10 o'clock? Beside him, Shindung and Yujin triggered their own system alerts. Jihan did a quick visual sweep. Are you guys ready? The two girls nodded in perfect sync. Yes, born ready. Taking the absolute lead, he stepped toward the shimmering liquid. All right, let's go. The trio plunged into the terrifying azure depths. Instantly, Jihan's eyes snapped wide open in shock. The water completely bypassed his skin. It felt like wearing an invisible space helmet. He spun around, amazed. So this whole dimension actually runs on pure video game logic? Jihan muttered, utterly fascinated. Shindung just rolled her eyes with zero chill. Who cares about the lore? Just focus on surviving the raid. Hey nerd, Shindung asked. Where exactly is the boss hiding? Jihan stared down into the pitch-black abyss. Usually, in hardcore dungeons like this, the big bad is always waiting at the absolute bottom. Think it is a massive kraken? That would be epic. Only one way to find out. With reckless teenage adrenaline, the trio agreed. Let us go wreck it. Ethereal sunlight pierced the surface, painting the aquatic void in neon colors. Jihan, Shindung, and Yujin sank deeper like phantoms gliding through water. Suddenly, Yujin lost her aquatic rhythm. Panic seized her as she flailed wildly, sending violent ripples. Jihan whipped around instantly. Catching her breath, she gave a shaky thumbs up. Jihan refocused his gaze on the trench below. For a deep-sea nightmare zone, it is ridiculously bright. Is this just another flashy RPG graphic setting? The reckless trio finally touched down on the oceanic bedrock. A jagged, sinister landscape stretched out before them. The watery shadows aggressively closed in. Jihan tilted his head up. We must be at least 300 meters deep. Stupidly deep, Shindung muttered, looking around. Her eyes scanned the murky gloom. Looks like bottom feeders are prowling here, Jihan. He gave a sharp, definitive nod. Boom! Exploding from a pitch-black trench, a colossal monstrosity ambushed them. Its pincers were the size of axes, with tentacles whipping like thick ropes. Shindung cracked her knuckles, glaring like a legendary blade. I will handle them. Jihan intercepted her smoothly. Chill out, I will solo this entire mob. He summoned his Atlantean wand from inventory, eyes calculating. In an underwater meta, pure mana builds absolutely rule. With unapologetic swagger, Jihan swung his artifact, roaring. Endless Formosa mana strike. Colossal beams of arcane devastation slammed into the beast, exploding underwater. Shindung froze mid-stance, totally gobsmacked by the insane damage output. Holy crap, a literal one-shot team wipe. Jihan shrugged, dripping with main character energy. Please. Trash mobs stand no chance against top-tier gear. Gripping his glowing weapon, Jihan locked sights on the abyss. Next victim, Shindung nodded. Fired up and ready to brawl. Hell yeah. The vanguard marched deeper into the hostile ocean. It was a massacre! Jihan spammed spells from his Atlantean wand, while Shindung demolished mutated sea giants with raw energy blasts. Suddenly, Jihan threw his hand up, eyes practically glowing. Level up, but right then Shindung felt a spike. Hold up! She screamed. The other two whipped around, total confusion hitting them. What is it? She stood paralyzed, staring into the void. She choked out. An absolutely monstrous aura radiates below. The dungeon boss, Jihan whispered. He gripped his Atlantean wand, his radar sweeping the shadows. Yujin was physically shaking, knuckles white around her Atlantean wand. Noticing her panic, Jihan threw a reassuring grin. Class president, do not sweat it, just camp backward and spam skills, Yujin mumbled, desperately trying to psych herself up. Got it. Seeing her resolve harden, Jihan faced the darkness, his voice dropping low. All right, you oversized freak. Why do you not show your face, baby? Two blazing red eyes ignited. The Grand Epoch Labyrinth, Floor 7 boss, the giant turtle revealed itself. Dwarfed by the walking mountain, Jihan physically recoiled in shock. His jaw dropped, screaming loud, "That is ridiculously massive." Jihan gripped his Atlantean wand tightly. His gaze turned deadly cold as he shouted, "Observe!" The holographic stat window flashed. Hybrid Terror Turtle Seoli, level 75. Age, 100. Hit points, 150. Passive traits include absolute defense, accelerated regen, and aquatic dominance. Scanning the terrifying boss stats on the glowing screen, he turned, urgency in his voice. Watch out for its water breath and rapid regen. Stay sharp, Xinjiang. Her eyes gleamed like deadly blades. Got it, she smirked, ready for action. Class rep, fall back now. Yujin hesitated but nodded. Okay. She quickly scrambled behind them, finding a safe spot to watch the chaos unfold. Xinjiang stomped the ground, launching herself into the air. Surfing a swirling water spout, she closed in on the giant beast. Bam! A critical hit landed perfectly. Jihan's eyes blazed. Giant's might, iron skin, supreme haste, heavenly mind arts. Brilliant blue aura erupted around him, illuminating the entire battlefield with raw power. He stepped onto thin air, flight. Hovering above a massive stone pillar, Jihan unleashed his commanding voice. Arise, lesser golem creation. A rocky behemoth materialized. He smirked at its imposing form. Dropping 230 mana really makes a difference. Smash it, my golem. Xinjiang waited for the perfect opening. Then, with explosive speed, she delivered a devastating uppercut straight to its jaw. She vaulted onto the monster's massive head, keeping her balance. But wait, What was that hidden beneath? The golem charged forward, raining heavy blows upon the beast's shell. It pummeled mercilessly. Jihan extended his hand, his voice echoing with absolute authority. Spiral mana sphere, a swirling orb of pure energy materialized in his palm, radiating a blinding, brilliant azure light. He roared with a fierce grin. Perfect! Step 1, pin it down, golem! With a swift motion, Jihan hurled the glowing sphere at the trapped monster. Boom! The blast sent shockwaves everywhere, churning the water and shattering rocks. As the mist cleared, the beast was down. But Jihan clicked his tongue. Damn it, the shell is still intact and my golem is completely wrecked. It barely took a scratch. The monster snapped its eyes open and unhinged its massive jaws. Jihan gasped. A golden flash of danger sense pierced his mind. Oh crap, he muttered. Water breath. A devastating, tornado-like torrent of pressurized water erupted straight toward him. The giant turtle inhaled massively, drawing in the surrounding ocean. Panic flared in Jihan's eyes. Super Mana Shield, a radiant protective barrier burst forth, just as the beast unleashed its ultimate aquatic cannon. The crushing water blasted him directly. He braced inside his energy sphere against the overwhelming catastrophic pressure. Cracks spiderwebbed across his shield. The sheer force was tearing it apart. His mana points plummeted rapidly. Red warning alarms flashed in his vision. His protective sphere glowed crimson as energy bled away. Suspended in the turbulent waters, he anxiously checked his rapidly dropping stats. He thought, holy crap, that burned 30% of my mana. Still, tanking that proves my mana stats are insane. Suddenly, Yujin's panicked voice echoed from behind. Jihan, are you all right? He glanced back with a confident smirk. Barely a mosquito bite. Stay back a bit further. She nodded. Then, his eyes widened seeing Shinjun charging the beast. That crazy girl, he grinned. Shinjun slammed a meteoric punch into the turtle's shell. Cracks shattered across its armor. Awesome job, Shinjun. Jihan's eyes sparkled with predatory glee. The flesh underneath is finally exposed. He raised the Staff of Atlantis high. Endless mana arrows. A barrage of lethal blue energy pierced the giant turtle. The colossal beast froze entirely. It was completely and utterly annihilated. Its charred body smoked in defeat. Ping! The sweet system sound chimed. Level up, level up. He read the glorious golden text. Jihan's eyes lit up with absolute thrill. 2 levels at once? Gotta love that sweet boss experience. He eagerly tapped his system interface. Let's see what we got. Bursting into laughter, he cheered. Level 67, 80 stat points to spend. Heck yes, I approve. Time for the best part, the loot. Shinjun cringed. You sound like a total creep. He fired back. What gamer doesn't love looting? His eyes went wide at the shiny drops. Appraise, giant turtle shield, unbreakable shell, plus 10% magic resistance, Poseidon's gauntlets, plus 20% rare skill power, 10 strength, 10 agility, and 10 health, and underwater breathing. Also, the turtle cleaver, inflicts bleeding, plus 30 strength, and 10 health. These are totally busted. Jihan drooled over the epic gear. Shinjun muttered, must be some rare boss drops. He geeked out. The gauntlets give 3 stats, and the sword boosts strength and health. Seriously? She gasped. Jihan tossed the items to her. Here, you take the gauntlets. She blinked in surprise. What about the class rep? Yujin smiled softly. Me? I'm totally fine. While they were busy chatting, a sudden system chime interrupted them. Glowing holographic screens popped up. You have conquered the 7th floor of the dungeon. Proceed to the next floor. Warning. Exit locked until floor 10 is cleared. Shinjun stared at the ominous text. So, are we going deeper? Jihan shook his head firmly. Nope. Let's bounce. How long have we been stuck here anyway? She sighed softly. About 13 hours. Your soul regeneration buff kept us from collapsing, but it's been ages. Hearing that, he made the call. Yeah, let's log out of here. I've farmed enough stats for today anyway. Status window open. A sleek panel appeared. He smirked, dumping everything into intelligence. His stats skyrocketed to 323. Just then, another familiar system notification dinged loudly. Mana surpassed 300. Ultimate magic unlocked. Reserved only for born mages. Plus 50% magic damage and half the mana cost. Scanning the system alerts, Jihan burst out laughing. 50% more power and half the drain? I can spam magic all day now. Shinjun stared at him, completely dumbfounded. She whispered, totally insane. Is this the gamer's true power? He teased her right back. Shinjun scoffed. Why do you sound like an old lady? Blushing furiously, she screamed to shut up. Jihan muttered, his voice dropping low. That is enough power to escape. He raised the Atlas's staff and roared. Shatter the barrier! Glowing cracks appeared above him. He turned and yelled. Get over here and grab on! Shinjun grabbed Yujin and clung to Jihan's arm. The fractures multiplied. Space shattered like glass. Break! They teleported instantly, freezing in an awkward pose amid a crowded street. Jihan quickly lowered his arm, finally realizing the absolute truth. We actually escaped. Shindung blushed, helping Yujin up. How much time passed? Jihan checked his phone. 5:32 p.m. He paused and replied, about 90 minutes. Looks like that burial guy told the actual truth. Shindung explained the illusion. Since we shattered the fake barrier, everyone trapped inside got kicked out too. They are totally safe now. Jihan nodded. He realized they were still holding those flashy Atlasis wands, drawing crazy stares. Hide the wands, class rep, stop stroking it, Yujin whispered okay. They opened their system panels and stashed the gear. Jihan decided, I should probably call them. Shindung nodded seriously. Good call, inform the Heavenly Will Sect since you are a member. What about you? I will report to the Nine Souls Sect, she replied, freezing in place. Her eyes darkened, processing the chaotic battle and the looming storm ahead. Shindung sighed. First, let us bail out of here. Way too crowded here, Jihan whispered. Exactly. A taxi dropped the trio off and sped away. He led the charge, strolling toward his familiar neighborhood. Mid-sentence. Jihan lagged for 5 solid seconds. Wait a minute. We could have called from the cab, right? Shindung shot him a startled look. You have not called yet? She deadpanned. I already called. He gasped in pure shock. Since freaking when? Entering a cafe, she explained. I use telepathy. That is a skill? It is super basic. Damn, I am such a noob. His phone started buzzing like crazy. Hold up, getting a call. Sun In blasted through the speaker. Did you party hard? Jihan snapped instantly. Party my ass. It was a total nightmare. Sun In dug for gossip. What happened, bro? Got mugged. Jihan sighed and gave a quick recap. While Yujin bought drinks, Sun In screamed in pure rage. Are you out of your mind? Jihan groaned helplessly. You think so too? He demanded with zero hesitation. Where are you? Tell me right now. Jihan panicked. Chill out, boss. We are grabbing coffee near my place. Jihan quickly added, Class Rep and Shindung are here too. Sun In barked one command and hung up. Coming right over now. Staring at the dead screen, he mentally screamed, Holy crap! This dude is way too reckless. He never acted like this before. Jihan pocketed his phone gloomily. I seriously need to learn telepathy. Shindung nodded in full agreement across the table. Absolutely. It is a total game changer. He completely shifted gears to the main crisis. But hey, where do you think this mess is actually heading? She tilted her head, thoroughly confused. Meaning what? Jihan rubbed his chin, hesitating slightly. This epic labyrinth. Will it keep kidnapping random people for much longer? Shindung closed her eyes, analyzing deeply. No, not for much longer. But one thing was dead certain. He perked up, totally hooked. What is it? Her eyes snapped open, dropping the absolute heaviest tone imaginable. If the 10 Factions company is actually pulling these strings, then they are officially dead meat. But then, Kindung hesitated. However, Jihan leaned in like a massive nerd sitting in class. However, her next words dropped like a horror movie bomb. We have zero clue if we can actually stop a god from being born. His pupils dilated in pure shock. Wait, you mean a god spawns anyway, even if we completely wipe them out? Jindung nodded stone cold. Exactly. Plus, even if this ultimate being drops, they might still get totally erased. Jihan looked absolutely clueless. How does that even make sense? Lowering her head, she muttered the terrifying truth. Nobody knows if this deity is righteous, evil, or just flat-out psycho. She coldly calculated the odds. Them acting as our guardian angel? Yeah, massive question mark. And even a literal god cannot solo the Danthi clan, since they rank among the legendary 9 gates. He was completely mind-blown. Are you for real? Major disappointment hit Jihan hard. Bro, I thought gods were supposed to be completely invincible. She blinked, totally shattering the heavy tension. Yep. Dropping the god title does not equal ultimate power. His brain was officially short-circuiting. But why though? Jindung casually dropped another insane lore bomb, because other gods exist out there. Jihan just sat there glitching out. After lagging for a solid minute, he finally mumbled. Yeah, I think I get the picture. She gave him the most sarcastic slow clap. Fast learner. Suddenly, Yujin, who was playing statue all day, frantically crashed the chat. Hold up. I am so totally lost right now. She machine-gunned her questions like crazy. What the heck are you nerds even talking about? A god? Being spawned in? What does any of this mean? He muttered, feeling super awkward. Bro, is dropping this massive lore on her actually okay? Zindung kept her total boss energy, glaring at his hesitation. What gives? Is this some VIP secret I am not allowed to know? Jihan sighed in defeat, spilling the tea. Look, here is the whole crazy deal. Her face went on a wild roller coaster. From chill, to hyped, to absolute nightmare mode. Yujin was practically vibrating out of her skin. Wait, the abyss is actually like that? Jihan flashed the most painful, forced smile ever. Pretty much. We got magic, literal monsters, and freaking gods. Ingdung hit her with the exact same grimace. Tossed demons into that mix too. Yujin saw her bright teen life just vanish into complete darkness. Holy crap! He crossed his arms, flipping back to serious mode. Whatever, let us jump back to the actual crisis here. A literal god is about to spawn in. But why the heck are they forcing this to happen? Pure disgust flashed across her face. Who even knows at this point? The chairman of that shady company was never human to begin with. Jihan stated the super obvious. That creep is definitely cooking up some twisted master plan. Zindung kept slicing through the facts. Spot on. But the million-dollar question is, can his little scheme actually overpower the Danthi clan? His eyes went wide with pure fanboy awe. Dang, your brain is already 10 steps ahead? She shot him the most tired, done with life glare ever. Anyone with 2 brain cells could figure that out. Zindung kept her cool tone rolling. Honestly though, I bet that company is going to crash and burn real soon. Jihan hit her with the classic nerd question. Why is that? She pulled out the ultimate dummy-proof example. Picture a massive elephant. Now picture a tiny frog facing it down. If they throw hands, who wins? And just to be clear, this is a basic street frog. No hidden toxic superpowers or anything. His brain started running the combat simulation. A frog squaring up against a freaking elephant. Jihan finally swallowed his pride and sighed. Well, unless an epic miracle drops. Zindung totally rejected that hope. Miracles are literally called miracles because they have 0 chance of happening. He felt a sharp critical hit to his soul. Where did this girl even learn a line like that? Jihan opened his mouth to ask another question. So then. But a booming shout from behind completely shut him down. Jihan. He instantly jumped up, playing the perfect host. Yo, you finally made it. The dude just slammed into his seat, instantly raging. You think you are so smart, huh? Spill the entire story right now. What the heck were you rambling about on the phone? Jihan froze with his hand stuck mid-introduction. Bro, at least pretend you noticed the 2 girls sitting right here first. Sunin finally glanced over, slamming his hands down to stand back up. Kwon Zindung, the heck are you doing here? She dropped the absolute truth bomb. I tagged along because I literally had a date planned with him today. Sunin looked like his soul left his body. Me? Sunin whipped his head back, interrogating his bro. Why are you out here flirting with some girl at the park instead of hanging with me? Jihan shrank back in pure terror. Why the heck would 2 dudes hit up an amusement park together anyway? Zindung just sat there, casually tossing gasoline right onto the fire. I had a day off too, so I brought Jihan here for a fun date. Seriously, does the guy need to beg for your permission just to breathe? Oh great, first disciple of the Heavenly Will Gate? Sunin and Zindung glared at each other, with literal lightning bolts clashing between their eyes. Jihan slumped over, totally defeated while trapped in the middle. Seriously, what is the actual psychological damage with these 2? Yujin stood beside them trembling. The sheer pressure was absolutely terrifying. Sun In glared across the table with burning intensity. He smirked with absolute disdain. Humph. You are just some average Nature Soul Sect disciple. Shin Young merely raised an eyebrow. Who cares? She totally hit him where it hurts. Besides, even as the Heavenly Will Sect's top disciple, you are still way too green. Think you can crush me now? Jihan has been power leveling me all day long. Sun In slammed the table furiously and stood up. Are you completely done talking? Shin Young did not flinch. I seriously do not get why you 2 are making such a massive scene. Both of them turned around instantly and let out a heavy sigh. He dragged his chair back down. Seriously, what is even the point? So spill it. What exactly happened here? Jihan hated that accusatory tone. You are acting like I messed everything up. I am totally innocent here. Sun In immediately fired back without any hesitation. Innocent my foot! He gritted his teeth in pure frustration. What the heck did I even do wrong? I just touched it and caught aggro. How is that my fault? After a few solid minutes of messing around, the entire vibe at Jihan's table turned dead serious. First things first, we absolutely need to get facts straight. All right. Sun In rubbed his chin to process the absolute madness. So you guys got totally dragged into the Great Labyrinth. And there were regular civilians stuck inside too? He gave a firm nod. Yeah. His expression instantly darkened into a heavy scowl. But since it was so sneaky and indirect, no wonder even the surveillance team missed it entirely. Our absolute first priority is dealing with the class president's massive situation right now. Yujin met his intense gaze with a brave nod. A proud smile flashed across Sun In's face. You have definitely toughened up. I sent my guys to her house. With some basic hypnosis, we can easily pretend she is just over at my place studying. At that exact moment, his voice dropped back into deadly serious territory. Hey, are you absolutely sure about diving into this insane world? You know literally nothing about it. Yujin answered with 0 hesitation. I know enough now. They completely filled me in on the whole crazy truth. Sun In stayed dead silent for a second before letting out a massive, heavy sigh. He turned to his buddy with genuine worry. Jihan, I seriously doubt this is the right move. The main character nodded slowly. Yeah, I totally feel the same way. Sun In still could not resist throwing some epic shade. Then why are you acting so insanely irresponsible? Jihan flashed a totally helpless smirk. What else can I do? We are already knee-deep in this mess. The real nightmare kicked off when Yujin crashed into the Great Labyrinth. Honestly, if she never crossed paths with him, she would have just brushed off the whole epic ordeal as a wild dream, just like everyone else. Exactly. It was not entirely Jihan's fault, but his reckless meddling totally dragged her into this brutal chaos. Jihan knew that for a fact. That was exactly why he went all out to protect Yujin. Anyway, I will do literally anything I can to help her out. Sun In shot him a complex glare, his mind racing with endless calculations. I guess so. Finally, he totally caved in and turned his head away. Fine, whatever. I totally get it. Sun In immediately shifted into serious tactician mode. From this moment on, we will throw the absolute full protection of our sect over her, and we will seriously consider recruiting her as an official disciple. Jihan flashed a massively enthusiastic thumbs up. Sun In looked absolutely horrified. He coldly rejected that wildly unnatural fake praise. Stop trying to kiss up to me. Sun In quickly composed his dramatic expression and stared straight across the table. Listen up, class president. Starting right now, you are officially part of our crazy family. Or in other words, a proud member of the Heavenly Will Sect. Yujin's eyes sparkled with absolute joy. Heck yes, that seriously sounds absolutely amazing. Shin Yong suddenly crashed straight into the conversation. Hey, you could totally join my sect instead. The Nature Soul sect is always thrilled to welcome awesome witches and mages. She awkwardly waved her hands in total panic, trying to decline. Seriously, it is totally fine. Shin Young, at least over at Sun In's place, Jihan is there. The main character's eyes went insanely wide in absolute confusion. Wait, why am I suddenly getting dragged into this? Yujin's face exploded into the color of a ripe tomato. No, it is nothing. While he was still standing there totally clueless, a heavy hand grabbed his shoulder. Jihan. Sun In was literally practically biting his own lip until it bled from pure rage. Seriously, where the heck were you two secretly fooling around for the last 16 minutes? His entire body instinctively shrank back in pure, unfiltered terror. Have you completely lost your absolute mind? Sun In fiercely grabbed his collar, interrogating him exactly like a raging wife catching a cheating husband. You have been shamelessly flirting everywhere, right? You absolute jerk. Jihan got choked until his face turned absolutely crimson. I swear I did not. Yujin instantly activated her ultimate gossiping bystander mode. Ooh, what is the juicy drama? His face turned totally pale as he desperately scrambled for a defense. It is literally nothing. Jihan quickly fixed his totally wrecked collar and awkwardly shuffled sideways. So we are completely crashing at your place, right? Sun In gave a super firm, decisive nod. Yeah, you better hope so. His voice cut through the cafe's tense silence. Gotta update the clan. As his final words hung heavy in the air. Scene shift! The ambition crystal pulsed. The executive smirked. Stop pretending you're the good guy. Fan Dai stood dead ahead, half his face swallowed by shadows. Quoting a movie, he smirked. Spot on. Fan Dai crossed his arms. Look at Shakespeare over here. The executive deadpanned. Yeah, I'm built from 10,000 souls. 10,000 minds, Fan Dai whispered, yet only pure greed survived. Total freak. Who even are you? Wish we met sooner. The executive laughed like a total maniac. Met sooner? Idiot. Nothing changes. I hated this rotten world, so I fused with my variants. Get it? Fan Dai didn't even flinch. And? I could have handed your past self world-ending power. He casually pocketed his hands. Save that cringe for the internet forums. The executive scoffed with pure disgust. You still can't even scratch the 9 gates. Fan Dai just shrugged it off. Fair point. He stared deeply into the glowing crystal. Where's the rest of the crew? Fan Dai looked completely bored. Overseas missions. America's an easy target. Zero ancient history to protect their turf. South Africa is practically ours now. We siphoned their energy dry. Gotta hustle to eat, right? They better produce results with those absolute powers. Koreans? They're obsessed with grinding levels. The executive nodded. True facts. They live for the level up. Fan Dai flipped his report. Minus the gamer anomaly, thousands just hit level 50. His voice dropped ominously. Because this whole country was corrupted by greedy suits and politicians. Fan Dai smirked. Oh really? The executive gladly spilled the toxic tea. Yep, they literally call it Hell Korea, a brutal rat race where losers hit rock bottom. The system literally treats humans like farmable resources. That's why they crave power, pure escapism. Get strong or get crushed by a rotting society. Total jungle law. Fan Dai rubbed his chin. Sounds exactly like the Abyss. Maybe, he shrugged. Fan Dai looked up sharply. Prep is basically done. Then let the games begin, the executive declared. Hold up, what's our starting numbers? The executive tapped his chin. Let's drop 5,000 into Korea. His tone was ice cold. Korea gets the lowest drop, but highest quality. China gets 100,000. America, 30,000. Japan, 20,000. France, 15,000. UK gets 10,000. Fan Dai smirked. Plus a million scattered globally? The executive grinned. Roughly. We're officially a global megacorp. Pure arrogance radiated from Fan Dai. Globalization is the future. He glared at the pulsing crystal. Perfect. Time to show the world a real Korean wave, starting right here. The executive's eyes burned with absolute madness. The 9 gates are dead. Welcome to the 10 gates. Fan Dai laughed wildly. Hell yeah. Execute the plan. He stalked forward like an apex predator. His palm slammed against the crystal. His mask instantly shattered into pieces, revealing absolute nothingness beneath. His body collapsed like a puppet with cut strings, but his insane laughter echoed. Gasping for air between psychotic cackles, this is absolute madness. A brand new chaotic world is born. Their laughter bled into the endless void. Hard cut. An ancient towering gateway suddenly appeared. Yujin nudged the heavy doors. My bad. Sunin marched ahead. Move your feet. Why so shy? Jihan's sweat dropped internally. I always knew. He glanced back at the girls. The class rep is literally a saint. But me, total trash. Sunin waved them off like a boss. Wait in my room, nerds. Jihan, you know the way, right? Jihan puffed his chest. Obviously. Sunin rolled his eyes. Then get lost already. Sunin turned on his heel. Shin Young, you're with me. She flinched, then nodded sharply. Copy that. Jihan anxiously tugged his sleeve. Dude, why so hostile? He fired back without hesitation. She is an outsider. Jihan stood frozen, totally stunned by the cold disrespect. Watching them walk away, Jihan pointed down the hall. This way, class rep. Yujin was still processing the awkwardness. Right. She hurried to catch up. The two of them trailed right into Sunin's chaotic room. Yujin sat stiffly on the bed. We are just waiting here? He nodded while rummaging around. Yeah. She shyly reached out, taking the water bottle he offered. Oh, thanks. Jihan slumped into a chair, flashing a bright, forced smile. Things never go as planned, huh? A simple hangout turned into total absolute chaos. Yujin completely agreed. Is the abyss always this insane? He groaned with pure agony. It has been 4 months since I discovered this madness. Honestly, I have not had a single peaceful day, she nodded, totally speechless. Yeah. Suddenly, Jihan remembered something important. Hey, class rep, why not just live a normal life? Yujin immediately snapped back. No way! Realizing she yelled, she quickly softened her tone to explain. With everything happening right now, a normal life is completely impossible for me. He hesitated, unsure. I guess so. Yujin pushed her point further. Just think about it. No matter where I go, I could be attacked at any second. Jihan could not argue with that grim logic. Yeah, you are totally right. She stared down at the water bottle, eyes shadowed. So I have to fight for myself, whether I want to or not. He stayed quiet, then raised his voice to lighten the mood. Well, if you say so, let us go conquer some dungeons together. Yujin beamed, her face glowing with pure gratitude. I would absolutely love that. Thanks a ton. Jihan, he playfully winked at her. Hey, no need to thank me. Suddenly, a bizarre blue light erupted around her. Jihan trembled as the class rep turned deathly pale. A new system alert flashed. Killing intent detected. Jihan reacted instantly. He cast a dispel, but the blinding light swallowed her whole, then shot away. She screamed his name in absolute terror. Class rep, he panicked. In a single heartbeat, Yujin vanished right before his eyes. Cold sweat drenched him as he gritted his teeth. Damn it, is the company pulling strings again? A deafening roar shattered his thoughts. Now what the hell is happening? Yihan shoved doors wide. Class rep, outside, a massive dimensional tear violently ripped across the sky before slamming shut. The sunset returned to normal. Jihan stared in sheer disbelief. She just vanished. And now this crazy sky rift? What on earth is happening? Honestly, I am completely and utterly clueless. I am totally powerless here. This is not just about leveling up anymore. I lack crucial system knowledge. If only I had studied abyss magic instead of slacking off. I would not be standing here like an idiot while she gets taken. His own stupidity fueled his raging fury. While he cursed himself, Sunin sprinted over from a distance. Jihan, what happened? The main sect barrier just violently shook. Jihan forced his voice steady. The class rep vanished. Sunin flinched in absolute shock. What? Jihan's face darkened with sheer murderous intent. A bizarre aura exploded from her body. Then, she just disappeared. If the sect barrier trembled, that was exactly when it happened. Sun In cut him off sharply. Spatial teleportation. Only the 9 great sects possess the power to cast that. Jihan fired back. But I bet even those bastards have no clue about this. Sun In looked completely confused. What do you mean? Jihan immediately activated his system skill. Minimap! He glared intensely at the glowing holographic display. The class rep and I are in a party. I know exactly where she is. Sun In stared in sheer awe. So, where's she at? Jihan's eyes went dead cold. Gangnam Station, he declared. I'm saving the prez. Sun In immediately blocked his path. Are you completely insane? That's straight up suicide. A massive shouting match exploded. Get off me! Hell no! What can one solo player even do raiding their main base? Haven't you heard the freaky rumors about you turning into a warlock? Use your brain. If I got snatched, you wouldn't even blink. Backed into a corner, Sun In was totally speechless. He stubbornly shook his head. Jihan smirked in victory. Exactly. You've got your priorities, but the prez doesn't mean squat to you. Same here. I only care about my crew. Are you seriously tight enough with the prez to throw your life away? I'd die for you, but not for her. Jihan cringed so hard. Dude, too blunt. What is this, a BL comic? Sun In stood his ground. So drop it. I'm stopping you. Jihan scoffed. Chill out. I'm not rushing their tower without a plan. Sun In blinked. Then what? Jihan finally laid out his master plan. I'm calling in the big guns. Now that I've doxed their main guild, some heavy hitters will definitely want that intel, right? Sun In's jaw finally dropped. Hold up. Are you actually? Jihan grinned. Bingo. Patch me through to the nerves.The sec. Tell them the targets are camping at Gangnam Station. They're the absolute bosses behind the Grand Labyrinth. Plus, I'm tagging in Mr. Huan. Dragging Miss Thao into this raid feels messy, so I'll just drop her a warning text. His mind raced. The teach was completely innocent here. She only taught him magic as a favor. Dragging her into this death trap? Unforgivable. But old man Huan, he owed him big time. He'd totally join the party for a safe run. The dude already wiped half their guild. Move it, bro, he shouted. Clenching his phone, his thoughts locked onto Yujin alone. Hang in there, Prez. Your rescue party is assembling. Meanwhile, at Huan Sungon's sinister hideout, his piercing gaze locked onto the girl. Outstanding work, he praised with a dark grin. Sung-ah literally levitated. Pitch-black aura exploded from her core. She winced, overwhelmed by the vicious, toxic energy. Ignoring her obvious agony, the psycho just kept clapping. Perfect. He stared into the abyss overhead, the dark dimension, the endless void, absolute hell. This raw power bleeds from there. Our universe has 3 planes: heaven, earth, and the underworld. The underworld means hell, while heaven equals paradise. Lightness ascends, heaviness sinks. The dark karma humans call evil carries immense weight. It all plummets right into the underworld. Meanwhile, pure and radiant vibes float up to heaven. Earth is just the mortal lobby, stuck right between these 2 massive servers. But plot twist, heaven and hell just mirror Earth. They're basically gigantic, illusionary firewalls. Gods camp in heaven, demons in hell. Originating from Earth makes them completely immortal. As long as Earth stands, those realms remain eternal. Therefore, the mana raging inside you is absolutely infinite. But taming that beast is brutal. Focus. Don't lose focus. Fight the crushing pressure of this artificial celestial zone. In the abyss, your potential is limitless with enough talent and grinding. He barked, try harder if you want to stay by Jihan's side. She meekly submitted. Yes. Father. Suddenly, his burner phone buzzed aggressively. The master villain was instantly pulled from his dark lecture. It was the main character himself. Yo, Mr. Huan, I need some extreme emergency backup. Sungon raised an eyebrow. My backup? Jihan immediately spilled the frantic details. Yeah. Here's the crazy situation. Sungon caught the drift instantly. I'm in. Hold your position. Panicking that he was ditching her, Sung-ah cried out, Wait, Dad. He gave it to her straight. Jihan just requested my squad. She desperately pleaded, Let me join the raid, Dad. He coldly shot back. No, defeated. She nodded. Landing softly, she watched his dramatic exit. I'll return. She obediently bowed, unleashing his menacing mana. He raised one hand and crushed the air. Boom, the earth completely shattered. Cut to Lolino. She practically dropped her phone in shock. Wait, the Prez got snatched again? Is that girl cursed by the system or what? Is she a drama magnet or something? So, what's your epic rescue strat, kid? You aren't planning a blind solo raid, right? Did you ping the Black Demon for backup? Alright. Cool. My schedule's totally blocked anyway. Catch you later. Ah, Houghton, eavesdropping nearby, smirked. You look seriously stressed out. Lolino practically jumped. Well, obviously, that brat is my absolute favorite disciple. It is what it is. Ah, Houghton tilted her head, totally clueless. It is what it is? What does that even mean? Lolino kept an utterly cool face. I will message the harem king. Everyone at Jihan's school knows the rumors about him. She actually hit send. Boom, done. Next stop, Japan. Meanwhile, with Jihan, Sun In wondered who else could back them up. Jihan just shrugged awkwardly. They are currently busy. Massive red flags instantly popped up for Sun In. Dude, are you seriously going? The Dan clan is involved. It is game over. But Jihan made an ironclad choice. I am absolutely going. At my current level, my mana pool literally rivals Lowly's. Sun In's jaw practically hit the floor. Wait, what? Knowing his buddy was completely clueless, Jihan smirked. I dumped every single stat point straight into intelligence. Because of that, my mana just broke 300. Sun In was stunned by this dirty play. You absolute freaking cheater. Jihan just grinned. He feared absolutely no one. Sure, I lack combat arts and deep mana theory. But in a pinch, I can absolutely blast them to pieces. So I am totally crashing this raid. But Sun In knew their enemies too well. The Dan clan is going to hate this. They absolutely despise outsiders crashing their turf. They might literally attack you on sight. Jihan blinked in genuine surprise. Even if I flex my Heavenly Will Sect status, Sun In hesitated slightly. Well, then maybe they will not touch you. Nobody wants the nightmare of messing with our crazy sect. Jihan burst out laughing. Then it is totally settled. I am crashing this party. Sun In facepalmed in pure defeat. Fine, whatever. Let us go. But your boy is coming with you. Jihan's eyes instantly lit up. Hell yes. With you here, we are totally unstoppable. Sun In dropped the jokes and got dead serious. It is just you and me this time. We do not need to drag our sect into this mess. Besides, the Dan clan will probably mop up everything anyway. Jihan looked genuinely shocked again. Are they seriously that overpowered? Sun In sighed at his friend's massive ignorance. They are one of the 9 great factions. We are talking global tier, bro. The epic truth finally clicked in Jihan's head. Damn, that is insanely hardcore. With the battle plan officially set, Sun In pointed out the glaring issue. How are we even getting there? The chaotic bickering immediately resumed. Flying. We literally cannot fly, you idiot. Wrong. Now you guys totally can. First, let me invite you both to the party. A glaring system interface popped up right before Sun In. What the heck? Jihan smirked proudly. I just discovered my gamer ability applies to party members too. And so? Before Sun In could even process it, Jihan interrupted. You can straight up absorb skill books now. Just learn whatever the hell you want. Sun In felt actual, bone-chilling fear. Holy crap. Is there any limit to your insane hacks? Jihan completely ignored him. He turned to the girl. You too, Shinjun. Sun In's brain short-circuited again. Wait. So I can learn crazy skills too? Jihan chuckled smugly. Yep, but later. We have epic business first. Both Sun In and Shinjun raised their hands together, receiving their shiny new abilities through Jihan's epic guidance. Perfect. Let us roll. Meanwhile, in a much darker realm, Fandai praised the terrifying entity before him. Fascinating. Why would a god like you ever be born? The crystal of ambition opened its eye. It whispered softly. Out of absolute necessity. Fandai frowned, missing the profound point. Necessity? Hold on. What kind of deity are you exactly? The crystal pitied his ignorance. The same kind as you, demon lord of chaos. What is the true purpose of your pathetic existence? A fragment of Pongu? A fallen king? Fandai's arrogant face instantly darkened into shadows. Ah, I see. A god amongst gods. The crystal maintained its absolute chilling composure. Omniscient, yet tragically not omnipotent. Fandai's expression shifted into a cold, apathetic void. Naturally. Other deities flex that exact same power level. You simply cannot be all-knowing and all-powerful simultaneously. That is a total paradox. The icy crystal simply absorbed this absolute truth. This hits totally different in this specific Earth dimension. A being packing creator god levels of absolute power just spawned. We are all mere children of the absolute creator. Fandai shoved his hands deep into his pockets, playing the ultimate wise guy. Yeah, I know. I already figured out that whole massive plot twist. Every deity gets that we are his divine offspring. So what is your actual reason for even existing? The cosmic crystal vibrated at the baffling question. I literally just told you. My core reason mirrors yours entirely. I spawned out of absolute necessity. Fandai aggressively scratched his head, completely unsatisfied. Look here, you literally just admitted it. I totally crashed and burned with the 72 demon lords in actual hell. How do you expect my brain to process something like? Fandai suddenly froze. Wait a second. You are exactly like me. The two cosmic beings stared blankly at each other, silently confirming this absolute mind-bender. Then Fandui absolutely lost his mind laughing. This is a total freak of nature, an absolute legendary masterpiece, haha. Did the ultimate clairvoyant seriously miss this insane twist? And what about the legendary Hadal Argon? Hold up, where is our glorious creator hiding anyway? The ambitious crystal pulsed calmly. Everyone is currently streaming this exact world. However, this specific server has unique rules. I assumed you logged in here because you already knew that. Chaos Demon Lord Fandai. Fandai smirked at the flawless response, busting out laughing. Spot on. An epic harem king alternate dimension is waiting right here. So what is your ultimate master plan? What should I even call you? The ambitious crystal glitched at the question. Do you seriously not realize that supreme deities cannot name themselves? Fondue totally rejected that vibe, maybe for some randomly spawned god. But you were crafted. No way the big boss CEO forgot to drop a username during your entire coding process. The ambitious cosmic matter flared up brilliantly. It slowly morphed, constructing a crazy human form with half its face completely blacked out. He slowly floated down with massive presence. Headquarters, the absolute god of endless patches, massive compensation, and pure entertainment. That is my title. Fandai ate up the dramatic intro, clapping like a total fanboy. He casually spun around to dip. Haha, solid stuff. I am out of here. I am totally hyped to team up with you later. Headquarters. His edgy silhouette melted into the pitch-black shadows, leaving behind a seriously chaotic, spine-chilling cackle. Ha ha ha. Leaving the almighty headquarters standing completely solo, he darkly muttered two fatal words. System override. Instantly, the entire zone basically nuked itself. Blinding white shockwaves completely vaporized the grid. Meanwhile, Jihan's squad was rocketing through the sky to rescue their kidnapped class president. Jihan suddenly spotted the insane cosmic anomaly. Right there. The absolute nightmare is finally kicking off. They ripped through the clouds before locking onto a sketchy drop zone. Let us crash down there for a second. Jihan totally banked hard, diving like a complete meteor. What in the actual world is that flex? Sun In's eyes immediately locked onto the massive threat. Those are core disciples of the legendary Dan clan. The infamous Ha Hoi Death Squad. This was literally Jihan's first time facing these absolute freaks. They look incredibly busted. But for veteran Sun In, this was just another chaotic Tuesday. If we check the official Abyss power scaling, every single one of those goons is sitting at a solid Class B. Jihan's sweat dropped, echoing the insane stat. Class B? Sun In casually pointed right at Shinjun. Shinjun here is merely a Class C martial arts rookie. The duo started brutally comparing everyone's power levels like gamers. Our unhinged instructor, Hwan Sung-gon, he is rocking a legendary triple S class. And what about that crazy pint-sized girl? She is just Class S. The sheer power gap was absolutely brain-melting. Jihan was screaming internally. Are you kidding me? Does she not literally summon literal hellspawn demons for fun? Their rebellious banter echoed wildly across the massive concrete skyline. There are easily a solid 100 triple S class monsters roaming the globe. Is that like a massive flex or completely pathetic? Massive. Think of them as the top 100 mega corporations on Earth. Wait, so those triple S boomers carry the exact same weight as global monopolies? Dude, you literally watched Instructor Hwan completely delete an entire corporation last week. Shinjun, who had been completely silenced until now, finally snapped. The supreme heir of the Heavenly Will is totally dropping facts, Jihan. He is so incredibly overpowered that absolutely no solo guild could ever. No one could ever touch him. Jihan raised a totally valid, rebellious question. Then what about the legendary 9 sects? Shinjun looked dead serious. The 9 sects could literally erase the blood demon Hwan Sung-gon. Their absolute firepower is totally unmatched, but that specific Ha Hoi Death Squad, they are just completely disposable pawns of the mighty Dan clan, yet they still outscale me entirely. Jihan was sweating bullets at this insane power scaling. Seriously? I totally underestimated the Dan clan's crazy potential. Shinjun narrowed his eyes. Those massive titans will definitely. Her words hit Jihan like a truck. Were these the goons the company used before? She did not sugarcoat it. They were totally flexing their massive army right now. Jihan blinked, completely caught off guard. So, no VIP spots for us this time? But whatever, we are still crashing this party, right? Suddenly, Sung-gon stepped out from the shadows. If you actually want to save class rep Kim Joo-jin, you have to get your hands dirty, Jihan. The squad spotted him and instantly cheered for Master Hwan. Jihan's face lit up, absolutely hyped to see Sung-gon join the raid. You actually made it! Sung-gon gave his classic tough guy nod, hiding a total softie inside. Yeah, well, you begged for backup, did you not? But listen up, busting Kim Joo-jin out of here is going to be a total nightmare. Jihan gulped, sweating bullets. Wait, seriously? Sung-gon cut straight to the chase. The Dan clan does not exactly do mercy. He pointed toward the chaos. Jihan followed his gaze, and his jaw dropped. Floating right there was a massive blood-red orb. It was the Hwan Hung Eye, one of the legendary supreme artifacts of the Dan clan. Jihan shivered. He had never seen anything so terrifyingly overpowered. Suddenly, the demonic eye blasted a blinding, absolute pillar of pure light. Where the beam hit, a bottomless void opened. Jihan peeked over the deadly edge. Holy crap, that is crazy deep. Trembling, he looked at Sungon. Look, I know this is just an illusion barrier world, but is this not totally against the rules? Rules? What rules? It is a virtual space, after all. But Sungon narrowed his eyes, sensing bad vibes. Still, the company's total silence right now is super sketchy. Sure, fighting back is useless against that, but it is deeply creepy that they are not even trying to put up a fight. Jihan locked in, scanning the battlefield with max focus. Wait a second. Every single guy we have seen so far belongs to the Dan clan. They are all rank B fighters. I wonder what their exact levels are. Ugh, it is way too far to read their stats. Sun In totally agreed. It is freaky. We are blasting them, and they do not even care. Maybe the company bailed? No, Sungon snapped. Not a chance. Even if someone tipped them off about this raid, there is zero chance the clan did not scout the area first. Finally, Xinjun chimed in. The Black Demon is right. The Dan clan is way too pro for such a sloppy ambush. Jihan panicked. Then the class rep. He instantly popped open his minimap. Xinjun leaned over his shoulder, biting her lip. Is she still on the radar? Jihan let out a breath. Yeah, she is right inside that massive death laser's impact zone. But her HP is totally full. Sun In rubbed his chin. Did they hack a subspace inside the illusion barrier? But the Dan clan would definitely detect a glitch like that. This whole raid is totally whack. Sun In's wild theory just made Jihan's brain hurt even more. You are telling me it is completely insane. How on earth is the company tanking hits like that? Suddenly, a crazy thought struck Jihan like a lightning bolt. Hold up, can you actually spawn a hidden dimension inside the illusion barrier? Sun In squinted, totally lost. Bro, no way. That is literally impossible. Jihan aggressively leaned in. Why the heck not? Sun In sighed and started breaking down the absolute nerdy mechanics of barrier crafting. Listen, we do not even spawn the illusion barriers ourselves. Gaia does it. Only Grand Mages have the insane mana to bend reality into pocket dimensions. There are literally only 20 of those overpowered monsters on this entire planet, and honestly, it looks like they totally did it. Jihan scoffed, thinking that was complete garbage. So you are saying the company is too weak to pull that off? Dropping some major lore, Sun In schooled the squad. Rumor has it that 18 of those Grand Mages are locked into contracts with the 9 great factions. The last 2 are total rogues, doing freelance work. Though, there could definitely be hidden Grand Mages I do not know about. Jihan chewed on those words. That is just basic forum data. But what if the company secretly bagged a Grand Mage for this fight? Sun In started sweating bullets. This wild theory was crashing entirely out of his comfort zone. If that is true, then launching a massive strike like that is completely useless. They can just camp safely inside their pocket dimension. You would literally have to shatter their dimension to win. But dude, do you really think the company could afford a legendary Grand Mage? Jihan stared intensely at the apocalyptic lightning raining from the heavens. Absolutely. To spawn a nightmare like the Great Labyrinth, they would 100% need that kind of firepower. Sun In and Xinjun exchanged a super confused look before their heads snapped in the exact same direction. Sungon swaggered over, his heavy footsteps breaking the tension. I actually think the kid is onto something. The tough veteran tilted his chin toward the terrifying Huanheng Eye. Check that out. The demonic crimson eye was violently shaking. Lethal black lightning started tearing through the sky right above it. Sungon kept his cool, dropping the ultimate bomb. That right there is a spatial destruction artifact. Jihan felt his heart skip a beat. He had never seen such a glitch in the Matrix before. Are they seriously going to nuke the company's base with that cheat item? High above, aggressive, glass-like cracks began to violently shatter the sky. Boom! It shattered completely. That weird eyeball thing? Just chilling in midair. A glowing system window popped up. Bloodlust detected! Sungon immediately blocked Jihan. Bro, watch your back. Jihan spun toward the class. Their bodies were glitching out. Even Jihan felt it. The cracked sky detonated, swallowing the squad in blinding white light. Jihan blinked in confusion. Mr. Hone vanished. Damn it, I should have partied up with him first. He touched the space around them. Looked like smooth marble, but felt super rough. Could he smash it? A sudden noise spooked him. Sun In shook his head. No shot, bro. It is totally unbreakable. Must be from the spatial tier. Jihan panicked. How do we bail? Oh snap, the company struck first. The glowing screen flashed. Match prepping. Then came the final alert. Game start. The squad froze at the pop-up. Creepy floating chips suddenly swarmed them out of nowhere. That eyeball thing locked onto them. Jihan gasped. What the actual heck is that? Xinjun cut in. That place felt like a spirit zone. Jihan tilted his head. A spirit what? Do you even know the 3 realms? Jihan looked totally clueless. Xinjun instantly roasted him. Seriously, dude? You really need to level up your basic brain cells. Jihan just shrugged it off. Whatever, nerd. Explain the three realms. Going full professor mode, Shin broke it down. The heavenly realm, the earthly realm, and the underworld. Heaven is paradise, earth is our turf. The underworld is hell. But plot twist, good and bad guys do not automatically go to heaven or hell when they die. Jihan was mind blown. Oh, for real? He shut up and listened. The spirit realm is like a bootleg heaven. It is packed with aura, the ultimate grinding spot for divine players. The catch? Spawning one is crazy hard. Sun In sarcastically chimed in. Bro, just throw enough cash at it, and boom, instant magic. Jihan smirked. Classic pay-to-win mechanics. Sun In shrugged. Capitalism rules everything, my dude. Wait a sec. If that was a spirit zone, does that mean a god just spawned? The two boys exchanged a heavy look. Did not you say god spawns are totally random? Yeah, exactly. But clearly, this mess is the new god's fault. Them and that shady company. Wait, where's the class president? Deep inside the chaotic abyss, lightning slashed the dark void like crazy. A literal T-Rex and nightmare demons were throwing down. A brutal, non-stop monster brawl. Jihan shivered from above. Yeah, we are totally screwed. Sun In nodded gravely. Then it hit him like a truck. What the heck? Where did old man Hoa go? Wait, Sungon jumped into the pit? Deep inside, a hand tapped the invisible wall. It was Bora, testing the waters. So cute. Yonin just stood there, deadpan. Is that so? Bora squinted like a detective. Yep, totally unbreakable. It is not even about being hard. The system literally set its durability to infinity. Yonin analyzed the data. So, it is an absolute barrier. A secondary spatial lock is also active. Brute force is a massive no-go here. In just stood there, her brain running pure math. Bora rolled her eyes hard. Ugh, you are such a buzzkill. This is why I hate partying up with you. Yonin's system finally dinged. Mathematical scan 100% complete. God spawn confirmed. This area is now restricted by divine admin rules. Bora scoffed like an angry teen. Wow, fascinating. You are literally unbearable. Yonin replied like a robot. Is that so? Bora's blood pressure spiked. Are those the only words in your dictionary? Whatever, talk to the hand. Little did Bora know, a monster was mutating right behind her. By the time she turned around, boom. A colossal beast swung a massive blade at her. Too bad, it could not even graze her hair. She blocked that titanic strike with one single finger. Flex! So, what is the play here? Yonin spit out straight gamer logic. Spatial settings are identical to an RPG dungeon. Attack sequence, we must follow the divine raid mechanics to smash the core. Bora smirked, totally pumped to game. Heck yeah. So basically, this giant death pit is just one giant boss raid, right? Let us go. In a flash, she completely vaporized that monster. Bora shot Xeon in a side-eye. Can our squad actually level up from this? Let us crush these small fries first, then we will straight up obliterate that god. It is not our first time god-slaying, right? So, what is the master plan? Xeonin is fully loaded. She calculated the reverse rules perfectly. We can body that god after wiping out 3,200 monsters. Bora smirked proudly. Too easy. Let us slaughter them all. Bloodlust activated. Meanwhile, Jihan was stuck on the roof. Mandatory quest. Defeat the enemies. Everyone around you is hostile. Kill count required. 0 out of 100. Reward. Boss spawn. Jihan stared at the system window, absolutely dead inside. You guys seeing this garbage? How do we even accept this? Assume this whole illusion barrier is just a massive gaming mob zone. Xinjiang is probably stressing out over these glitches. Exactly. Some newly spawned god definitely created this mess. Sun In hypothesized. That freak probably built a spirit realm and set this trap beforehand. Jihan got the quest. He peeked over the edge to scout the absolute chaos below. I gotta butcher 100 mobs? Does that include those laughing mask syndicate bozos too? Man, I am not vibing with this at all, sensing the bad odds. Sun In totally deflected. So, let us skip fighting them and ditch to the other side. Suddenly, a loud commotion below grabbed their attention. What the heck? Yo, look over there, those guys. Another squad was throwing down directly with the syndicate. Jihan gasped, getting major deja vu. Those guys. Sun In noticed his shock. You know them? Flashing back to past drama, he started spilling the tea to Sun In. I ran into those punks in the Great Labyrinth. But the more Jihan thought, the weirder it got. Something major changed. They were never this crazy overpowered before. Sun In analyzed the absolute carnage. Trashing the syndicate like that, they gotta be A rank. Hearing that just scrambled Jihan's brain further. By my standards, A ranks should be level 100 plus. But last time, those noobs were barely level 15. Sun In finally got it. Oh snap, there has to be a cheat code. some insane reason they are this utterly broken. Ignoring those overpowered freaks for a second, Sun In snapped his head toward Jihan. So what is our play here? He hesitated, then dropped the strategy. I am clueless. Let us just watch. Oh wait, there might be a way to find Master Seo known. Sun In instantly barked. What is it? Jihan calmly explained the long-distance mechanic. Hold up. He dramatically triggered the summoning system. Party invite sent to Master Seo known. Elsewhere, the syndicate goons were getting utterly clapped, smacked right in their masked faces. Fax laughed, roasting their pathetic cowardice. Those masks are their main bodies. Smash those masks. Haha, this slaughter is wild. I am totally digging this special event quest. Plus, the EXP is insane. Serene clapped back with her savage sass. They are swarming from everywhere. Shut your trap and focus on Benny. Mid-rampage, a shadowy figure ambushed Serene, making her whip around. A savage blade slashed across her gut. Agony spiked, but Serene shook it off, instantly yeeting the attacker 8 meters away. Jung Hoon saw the bloody gash and panic cast a healing spell, patching her up instantly, but Fax yelled out, "We are breaking through the flank now." The whole squad roared in sync. Roger that. Approved. The brawl was a pure, chaotic deadlock. After an insane slugfest, they all collapsed, gasping for air like dying fish. Pant, pant, we escaped! Alex scanned the area, totally confused. Why aren't they chasing us? Serene dropped her tactical guess. Looks like they aggroed that way instead. Fax pumped himself up and shouted, "That was tough as hell, but our level ups are off the charts, right?" She frantically checked her system stats. Hell yeah, we jumped like 10 levels. Young Hoon's jaw literally dropped to the floor. Whoa, that is a massive boost. Serene smirked back. Absolutely busted, right? He caught his breath and added, anyway, looks like our absolute mission is just smashing those things to pieces. Can we even handle this? Saren simply pointed away. Look right there. We are not alone. A massive, brutal brawl was already going down over there. Battle cries echoed everywhere. Deafening thunder furiously roared across the chaotic sky. Nobody was backing down. Fax flashed a wild, rebellious grin. Wow, backup has arrived, sweet. He fearlessly led the charge into madness. Come on, let us keep pushing. Meanwhile, in another crazy dimension, Bora scoffed at humanity. Mortals are so pathetic. Hearing this, Bora shot a sharp, deadly glare straight toward Xeon In. What is it? She explained coldly. We cannot break rules, we exploit them. She aggressively scratched her head in pure frustration. These blasted gods are so annoying. Then we just slaughter every single player here, Xeon In replied with deadpan calmness. Exactly. They are clearly weakening our forces from inside this wretched domain. We must drastically upgrade our strategy. The illusionary army just dropped 2 whole ranks. Bora flashed a twisted, sinister smirk. From B rank down to D rank? That stings. She did not hesitate, instantly launching the next dark phase. Bora eagerly agreed. Yeah, wipe them out. We will slaughter everyone until that filthy god finally shows his pathetic face. Xeon In stared ahead with dead eyes. Begin! Instantly, a blindingly intense light exploded, swallowing the entire battlefield. The illusionary grunts swarmed together. Then, they grotesquely merged into a colossal, terrifying mountain of pure darkness. But some rebellious freaks broke away. One monster opened its massive jaw, blasting a devastating inferno. The swarm vanished into ash, throwing the rest into absolute panic. They scattered wildly for their lives. Staring at the massive gaping hole in the barrier, Jihan and his crew gasped in pure shock. The glowing fracture kept aggressively tearing open. Once the breach was finally wide enough, Sungan confidently swaggered right inside. Man, this place is incredibly sneaky. Jihan was bursting with wild curiosity. Where did you hide to pull off such an epic entrance? Sungan replied coolly, but his cocky arrogance was completely undeniable. This twisted domain was built by a newborn god. That punk actually banished me. I was planning my epic comeback when your party invite pulled me back in. Sungan casually scanned the chaotic area. My powers originate directly from the underworld, giving me total authority to mess with other dimensions. I might not effortlessly hop across realities, but I can damn well punch a brutal hole through dimensions using sheer brute force. Jihan stood completely frozen, totally speechless. So unbelievably overpowered. Then, Sungan suddenly turned to the guy standing right beside him. Hey, Sun In, you could completely wreck this situation with your sword technique. Why just stand there looking pretty? Sun In dropped his gaze, chilling flashbacks flashing rapidly across his mind. My sword activation conditions are extremely complex. These guys already belong to the Abyss, making my power totally useless here. Jihan snapped his head back in total disbelief. Wait, they literally belong to the Abyss? Sun In flashed a fake, polite smile. This is a spirit realm. Jihan nodded cluelessly. Okay, so what? Having no choice, he explained clearly. Only their spirits connect directly to the grand labyrinth barrier. Up until this moment, they were just completely ordinary humans. He paused dramatically, letting the heavy truth sink in before continuing. But since that labyrinth creator ascended into a literal god, they can use those fantasy powers in reality. Jihan froze completely. They got superpowers? So they are not just basic, weak humans anymore. This is truly troublesome. While panicking, Sungan casually asked, "So what is your master plan, Jihan?" His brain was still lagging, but he instinctively snapped his head around. Huh? Sungan immediately continued his arrogant point. Your main objective is rescuing the class president, right? That girl has probably already spawned inside here. Dragging her out honestly should be a walk in the park. Jihan hesitated nervously. Finally, he dropped the brutal truth. Yeah, however, I want to completely sever her terrifying connection to that mysterious god. Sungan replied with absolute indifference. That is super easy. Because divine gods never actually choose pathetic mortals. Mortals choose the divine, reject the god, and shatter the chain. His jaw hit the floor. Was tossing a deity really this ridiculously easy? Jihan shot a glance back. Catching his drift, Sun In flashed a knowing grin. Fueled by his bro's hype, Jihan puffed out his chest and made the call. We grab the prez and ditch this joint. I am absolutely not fighting some oversized god. But the epic bromance lasted barely 60 seconds before the relentless trolling began. Jihan deadpanned. Not backing my play? Sun In's sweat dropped, nodding like a bobblehead. Oh, totally got your back, man. A heavy voice cut through the barrier. With the Dan clan stepping up, this mess is basically over. Sung Won sighed. You knuckleheads done? Let's find the prez. Jihan snapped to attention. Yes, sir. The elder wasted zero time. Drop a pin on her location. Jihan muttered a quick command, ripping open the glowing system interface. Minimap engaged! He scanned the holographic grid. She shifted from the original drop zone. Over there! Roughly 3 kilometers out, Sung Won immediately flared his immense aura. Gravity abandoned them as their feet left the dirt. Move out! But the boomer teacher paused, ripping a dark void into thin air with a casual flick of his wrist. A sleek metallic disc drifted out. Hoverboards, he smirked. Pump your key into them to sync your neural link. Either of you punks ever ride one of these beauties? Sun In shook his head. Nope, but I will totally wing it. Meanwhile, Shinjun looked cocky as hell. Easy work. Jihan rolled his eyes hard. Stop capping, bro. Ignoring the teen drama, Sung Won blasted into the sky. Try to keep up. Cut to the class president. Staring down point-blank destruction, Yujin kept her cool and triggered a blink step. Boots hitting the rubble, she instantly vaulted forward, taking to the sky. A massive watery claw swiped at her, but she violently banked sideways. Gripping the Atlasis wand, she unleashed hell, spiral mana arrow, blasting the monstrous entity into absolute ribbons. Trying to catch her breath midair, a deafening roar shattered her peace. Searing flames gnawed at her back, but an emergency mana shield flared up. The barrier bought her just enough milliseconds to fall back, barely dodging pure incineration. But the system's merciless alarm instantly killed her vibe. Warning, mana levels critical, dropping below 30%. Ignoring the flashing red alerts, she pushed her flight magic higher. Finally hitting a safe altitude, she choked out a desperate gasp of relief. If it was not for Jihan's training, I would be actual toast. A wave of profound gratitude washed over her. Staying up high makes me immune to that giant freak. Without flight magic, I would be down there coughing up blood. The rest of the squad is completely cracked though, especially that boomer from the dungeon raid. Her chest heaved violently as she tried to slow her racing heart. Okay, what is my next play? Suddenly, a familiar voice crept up right behind her neck. Whatever you want, Prez. She shrieked, nearly jumping out of her skin. Seeing her about to suffer a heart attack, Jihan frantically waved his hands. Whoa, chill, it is just me. But the sight of him completely shattered her tough facade. Her lips trembled pitifully as thick tears welled up. Jihan. Suspended in the endless sky, time literally froze as they locked eyes in absolute silence. Overcome with insane relief, she rocketed toward him, sobbing his name. Jihan. Bonk. A comically brutal collision echoed through the air. He slammed face first into her active mana shield. Flailing her arms in pure panic, she frantically dropped the barrier. Oh my gosh, my bad. Her teary eyes sparked with absolute trust. You actually came to save me. Flashing a heart-melting hero smirk, Jihan nodded. Obviously. I dragged you into this chaotic mess in the very first place. Cue the heavy shoujo sparkles. Her heart did triple backflips as she mentally screenshotted this perfect moment. Jihan. But the spicy romance was violently derailed by Sun In's obnoxiously loud cackle. You-oo. Look at our boy playing knight in shining armor. Annoyed, Jihan snapped his head back, glaring absolute daggers. He shot Shinjun a desperate look. She bluntly scoffed, why the hell ask me? Sun In snickered with flawless comedic timing. Because you are literally blazing right now, dude. Squinting through the thick smoke, Sun In suddenly realized the lethal heat. Wait, is that a pure fire aura? Switch off that blazing oven, please. Shinjun barked. Zip it, loser. Seeing the peanut gallery, Yujin's face flushed crimson. Wait, the teacher is here too? She shot the blushing Yujin a hardcore judgmental glare. Typical class president nonsense. Jihan looked totally clueless. Hey, Shinjun, what the heck did the class president even do? That just fueled her raging fire. You too, Yerk. You girl crazy simp. Jihan jumped up completely triggered, protesting. What the heck did I do? Sun In sensed the spicy drama escalating and smoothly cut in, throwing some epic shade. All right, cool it. Save this cringy, extremely dramatic teen romance soap opera for your private room, you two lovebirds. Jihan flushed completely red, fiercely snapping back. What kind of toxic garbage are you spilling, you weakling? Romance my foot. Shinjun was not backing down either. Blushing fiercely, she immediately defended her pride. What nonsense are you blabbering? Yujin felt her soul absolutely plunge into a deep abyss. Watching her two friends act like this totally shattered her heart into pieces. Meanwhile, Sungwon jumped right into the savage trolling. Aren't you just ridiculously lucky, kid? Keep up that winning streak, boy. Honestly, I am absolutely thrilled for my own daughter's sake. His face burned hotter than a blazing sun. Teach, it is totally not like that. But why the heck did you suddenly bring up Sung-ah? The guy questioned, completely and utterly confused. Are you seriously still sweating those small details? Sun In signaled to end the epic roasting session. He calmly dropped the massive reality check. Come on, guys, shouldn't we figure out how to escape this hellhole first? The entire squad instantly fell into a dead silence. Everyone desperately brainstormed a solid escape strategy. Yujin watched from a distance, her mind completely starstruck. Even in this chaotic mess, they stay ridiculously cool. Too overpowered. She gazed at each person. Her mind echoed those absolutely heartwarming names. Jihan, Sun In, Shinjun. Yujin felt this massive wave of ultimate pride swelling from her very soul. You guys are insanely strong. Snapping her out of those deep feels was the brutally tense conversation. Sungwon dropped the ice-cold truth. I can break out of here, but you kids definitely cannot. Jihan totally refused to believe his ears. Freaking out, he demanded a straight answer. Huh? Seriously? The man instantly admitted it while pitching a brutally honest solution. Yeah, because you kids are fundamentally trapped inside here. Once you are locked in, zero chance of escaping unless you somehow conquer the system. To shatter this binding dimension, you either play entirely by its twisted rules, or you become overwhelmingly overpowered enough to just physically smash it apart yourself. Sun In suddenly brought up some extremely vital facts. Normally, these crazy pocket dimensions have specific hardcore rules programmed by their original creator. Jihan finally voiced the wild theory he had been secretly brewing. Obviously, we could completely ignore the rules if our stats were god tier, but that is insanely tough because a literal deity forged this space, and gods are universally overpowered. He seriously pondered, his voice dropping into a chilling tone. Basically, yeah. Sun In noticed his bro looking incredibly depressed and immediately tried to diffuse the tension. But do not freaking panic about it. Jihan, completely ignoring his friend's chill advice, was hell-bent on destroying this massive disadvantage. How the heck am I not supposed to panic? Suddenly, Sun In pointed dramatically toward another direction. The person he mentioned is basically safe now. We successfully rescued the class president, right? Sun In highlighted the ultimate objective while plotting a secure route. Just sit back and watch the show. Dan Hee-moon will annihilate the corporation and that fake god they manufactured. Sung-won gripped his student's shoulder like an iron vice, delivering a hardcore warning. No, it is way too early to rely on him. Sun In. The kid's face stayed emotionless despite the agonizing pain surging through him. Crap, it hurts. Teach! The man stayed absolutely glued in place. Just freeze. I am shielding this entire squad with my raw power. Jihan instantly realized the surrounding atmosphere had turned incredibly deadly. He stared up at the massive barrier above, his mind racing with pure anxiety. Since when the heck did this pop up? Suddenly, a bone-chilling voice echoed from the shadows, making the whole squad jump. Do those who constantly struggle actually receive their proper reward? That bizarre shadow stepped closer, radiating a blindingly sinister aura. The corporate boss finally emerged, dropping incredibly deep, philosophical truth bombs that pierced their very souls. Are we eternally compensated for our brutal sacrifices and tragic losses? Right where the twin barriers collided, an agonizingly harsh grinding noise ripped through the air. The guy actually bowed with ridiculously terrifying politeness. It is an absolute pleasure to meet you. For the very first time, and also for our legendary reunion. Sungwon, welcome to my divine territory. Jihan's battle instincts screamed danger. This freaky aura. Wait! He instantly triggered his observation skill. The endless question marks on the status window threw Jihan's mind into absolute, terrifying chaos. There is zero freaking data on this guy. He actually ascended to godhood. Seung-won could not hide his sheer panic. Chairman, did you seriously turn yourself into a literal god? How is that even physically possible? He glanced at his teacher, pure dread spiking as he watched the man's energy rapidly drain away. Without wasting a single breath, Jihan wildly dashed forward to save him. Burning soul spiritual recovery arts. His lost energy instantly recharged, surging back stronger. The corporation smoothly addressed Seung-gon's earlier challenge. You understand true divinity. Therefore, you know this is entirely possible. He pinpointed the glitch, then completely froze. You were never actually human, were you? No. Wait a second. The villain did not hesitate, instantly dropping the ultimate plot twist. Exactly. A deity is not born from a single soul. Gods are forged from countless human minds crashing together. Tell me, how does that differ from a corporation? A literal syndicate of human souls. The enterprise itself operates exactly like a god. That logic dropped like a nuclear bomb. Jihan's mind raced in utter panic, desperately channeling his entire Starlink system. Wait, so the chairman and the company were already divine? Every past clue slammed into place. The corporation was a literal god standing right there. Blinding divine aura exploded around him. Seung-gon clenched his fists tight, glaring relentlessly. So, what exact flavor of god are you? The corporation ignored the bait, echoing with a terrifyingly deep voice. Let me repeat my previous question. Do the tryhards of this world actually get their fair reward? Are our brutal sacrifices and losses ever truly repaid? The cold answer is no. Is that right, Seung-gon? Jihan stood frozen, watching the absolute monster. Seung-gon gave a bitter, exhausted nod. So that is your whole twisted point. Obviously. Every kid knows reality does not hand out participation trophies for hard work. He stared down the squad. Jihan, Seung-gon, Sun In, and Shindung watched intently, while Yujin looked absolutely terrified. The entity grumbled with intense frustration. It is totally absurd. This garbage reality is packed with completely irrational nonsense. The only reason this world survives, somehow evolving and marginally upgrading despite the chaotic mess, is purely fueled by the willpower of decent people. But how much longer must they bleed and sacrifice? Seung-gon interrupted with a glacial stare. Why even bring up that depressing garbage? The corporation flashed an incredibly villainous smirk. He was dropping the ultimate spoiler alert. You will figure it out soon enough. All of you will. Sun In stepped up with absolute rebel swagger. Figure what out? Dan Shimun will totally wreck you before then. He chuckled with god-tier arrogance. Sure, divinities can perish, but right now, even Dan Shimun cannot scratch me. Shindung stepped forward, narrowing her eyes suspiciously. And what is your ridiculous cheat code? The corporation replied with terrifying, absolute ego. Simply because every single mortal desperately desires me. Jihan and Yujin stood wide-eyed, completely lost by this cryptic nonsense. Jihan glanced sideways. Seeing the older three nodding in serious silence only scrambled his brain further. What kind of edgy philosophical bull is he spouting? How do they actually understand this guy? The corporation kept rambling, sounding like a dramatic cult leader. The supreme corporation, the absolute deity of revolution, the lord of reward and pure, unfiltered pleasure. That is my title and the source of my divine hack. As long as humans crave a system reboot, demand epic loot drops for their grind, while mortals seek blissful oasis escapes from their brutal, toxic reality, I will remain completely indestructible. His ego speech literally triggered a massive power buff. A blinding, holy energy wave violently erupted from his body, aggressively vaporizing the surrounding shadows. Shindung snapped her head toward the squad, her voice cracking with intense panic. We need to bail right now, Jihan. We absolutely cannot handle his boss mechanics in this domain. He threw a stressed glance at Yujin. But the class president is stuck. Jihan panicked internally. Her server link is still trapped in that colossal labyrinth. Suddenly, a crazy idea clicked. Jihan rapidly connected the dots. A deity of revolution, reward, and pleasure. Plus, he spawned the grand labyrinth just to farm massive influence. It was absolutely all or nothing. He screamed with epic rebel energy. Hold up, corporation. I have some words for you. Jihan was sweating bullets under that blinding divine pressure. The entity stared him down, finally recognizing his player tag. Jihan, the gamer. The legendary harem king strictly ordered me not to touch you. That guy is an absolute monster, even to a god like me. All right, spill it. He exhaled a heavy breath, breaking the tension. Revolution, reward, and pure pleasure. You claimed those are both your name and your divine domains, right? Honestly, Jihan was sweating bullets under his crew's starry-eyed stares. Dudes, stop staring. You're making me totally anxious. Clearing his throat, he dropped the joke. So, you basically grant mortal wishes? The corporate deity gave a deadpan, authoritative nod. Precisely. That is my entire reason for existing. Jihan crossed his arms, flipping the script. Then why the heck did you attack us in the first place? The god's voice dropped to a freezing absolute zero. You insects attempted to disrupt a deity's grand design. I simply swatted you away. Cue the dramatic finger point. Jihan went full rebel mode. Objection! Your logic is totally flawed, man. The cosmic suit paused, then gestured. Elaborate. Jihan cranked up the teenage angst. Why shouldn't we get a massive reward for literally fighting for our lives? Newsflash. Buddy, we never wanted to crash your divine party. We have zero interest in messing with your holy corporate agenda. His squad exchanged heavily confused glances. What was he cooking? Jihan dramatically shifted his finger toward Yujin. His voice rang with main character energy. Our only quest was saving Yujin. She got dragged into this nightmare labyrinth against her will, and she absolutely hates fighting. So tell me, almighty boss man, does rescuing one innocent gamer girl actually ruin your divine master plan? The corporate god locked his terrifying gaze onto Yujin, making her shiver like a leaf in a blizzard. Silence stretched. Then, a slow nod. I understand. Your logic is surprisingly flawless, player Jihan. Instantly, the suffocating divine pressure began to vanish. The blinding light completely faded away. The divine CEO delivered his final, absolute verdict. You shall be richly rewarded for your sheer audacity. A swirling magical portal ripped open right in front of the stunned crew. Yujin blinked. Wait, what is this? The deity gave his closing statement. His voice boomed like thunder. From this second forward, Yujin is permanently disconnected from the Great Labyrinth. And just like that, the god logged out. Poof. Gone. Jihan and Yujin stood there, jaws literally hitting the floor. The entire five-man party was completely shell-shocked. What the heck just happened? Chapter 152. The squad was frozen like glitching NPCs. A massive, swirling black hole pulsed right in front of them. Sunin whipped around, his eyes wide with pure panic. Holy crap, I seriously thought we were about to have a server-crashing epic boss fight. Jihan's tense face finally relaxed. Dude, me too. My head is still spinning. He scratched his neck. Are gods actually this chill all the time? Jihan let out a breathless laugh. Bro, I have no clue. It's not like I casually hang out with divine beings on the weekend. I've only ever read the lore. What about you, Mr. Sungon? The veteran gamer pushed up his glasses, totally unfazed. I've encountered exactly 3 gods in my playthroughs, but this scenario? Completely unprecedented. I've always had to fight for my life. Jihan leaned in, hanging on to every single word the mentor dropped. I knew it! Jihan snapped his fingers. So that corporate dude was just a weird anomaly? Sungon let out a long, heavy sigh. It was the tired sound of a max-level player dealing with newbies. Actually, it might just be the absolute rules of the game. What I mean is, he evolved from a mere mortal chairman. That guy literally became the living embodiment of a corporation. He even admitted it himself. When deities interact with mortal minds, their behavioral codes become absolute programming. You cannot hack it. Unlike us chaotic humans, cosmic beings do not just change their minds based on greedy desires or sudden ego trips. Sunin leaned back, mind blown. Wait, so you're saying that's exactly why he let us walk away scotangent-free? The veteran nodded slowly. Bingo. Revolution, reward, and pleasure. Those 3 core mechanics dictate his every move. By successfully appealing to those traits, our rebel actions perfectly aligned with his system. Suddenly, Shindung's cool, deep voice cut through the chatter. So, what is your next play, Jihan? Hearing that, Jihan hesitated for a split second. His sharp eyes scanned the chaotic, brutal war zone still raging violently below them. His shoulders started to tremble, and then, a cocky, rebellious smirk exploded across his face. We are going home, baby! Instantly, a holographic system prompt flared to life. Do you wish to log out? Yes or no? Jihan stared at the glowing text, pausing dramatically. Sunin immediately chimed in. Bro, the prompt popped up for us too. Zindung crossed his arms, maintaining his icy aesthetic. Yeah, I got the logout screen too. Yujin's sweet, relieved voice echoed next. Me too, Jihan. We actually did it. Pure, unadulterated joy washed over the young hero's face. He tilted his head toward their veteran mentor. All right, team, let's bounce. With the entire squad finally on the exact same page, Jihan raised his hand and confidently smashed that glowing yes button. A final golden system notification lit up the sky. Thank you for playing in the Great Labyrinth. We hope to see you in the next update. Thick liquid ripples surrounded the squad. Boom, system totally disconnected. They chilled on a skyscraper roof. Jihan strolled forward, scanning the crazy view. He faced the crew, eyes glowing with epic main character energy. Awesome, let us bounce. Meanwhile, Bora and Xeon stood frozen on a massive junk pile. System alert just dropped. A freaking boss monster crashed the party. Get ready. Your literal life is totally on the line. She lazily messed up her own hair, letting out a heavy sigh of pure teenage boredom. Looks like we are done. So annoying. She glared at the glowing orb zooming closer. Glitch check complete. A literal god spawned. Hearing Xion In, Bora looked up at the godly silhouette. I came myself to reward your flawless mission. Clear. Agent Jin Bora and hormone killers Xion In. Your NPC soldiers wiped, but you scored big time. Mad respect. Congratulations. But Bora honestly could not care less about this divine dude's speech. She turned to Xion In. What is he yapping about? Hey god, quit acting like a total clown. You are just a fake plastic god. Guess you downloaded a godhood tutorial or something. But newsflash, you have zero chance of winning. He paused, then smirked. I am the corporation. The revolution god. Rewards and total pleasure. Nice to meet you, Bora scoffed from below, utterly weirded out. Revolution, rewards, and pleasure? That combo is completely cringe. Makes absolutely zero sense. Whatever. Since you showed your ugly mug, get ready to get wrecked. From a black void, she yanked out an iron sword. The corporation stared at the blade, eyes flashing with hardcore shock. The seven-branch sword? The legendary blade gifted, from the ancient Korean kingdoms to the old Japanese emperor. The Dan clan actually snagged it? Its power levels are insanely cracked. Hearing his nerdy facts, Bora flashed a wicked smirk. I know, right? Your divine eyes can read the origin code and data of literally everything. Clairvoyance, super impressive. So you really leveled up into a god. The corporation chilled out, deadpanning. I might be an artificial god, but a god is a god. I might be a noob, but my divine powers are fully syncing up. A rebellious grin stretched across her face. Duh, I know. Bora dashed forward like an absolute missile. Which is exactly why I am deleting you right now. Gripping her sword tight, Bora dropped a brutal overhead strike straight at his skull. The blade smashed his head, but dealt zero damage. She gasped, her eyes popping wide open in pure shock. What the heck? His poker face did not flinch. Jin Bora, your energy totally busted past everyone's wild expectations. Even with that epic strike, the corporation did not have a single scratch on him. The sword kept grinding away, trying to chew through his hit points. Jin Bora started hardcore panicking. Her brain raced through the cheat codes. Was the seven-branch sword's true power totally locked away? No way. It was Xion In, staring intensely upward. Her eyes rapidly scanned the battle stats, booting up her telepathic comms. She urgently pinged her mind. He did not just parry your crazy attack. His auto-regen matches your DPS exactly. Xion In relayed the crazy glitch. His healing factor is completely different from legacy gods. Jin Bora furiously bit her lip, brainstorming a patch for this mess. How does a newborn plastic god have such overpowered stats? Suddenly, the corporation grabbed her blade. A massive explosion triggered, blasting them both. Jin Bora was totally sent flying. She barely stuck the superhero landing, but she was badly bloodied and gasping for air. The corporation watched the chaos, sighing in a deadpan tone. You dodged a critical hit. Classic Dan clan moves. Jin Bora ground her teeth, spitting toxic insults. You are just a stupid fake god, he replied calmly. Yet you cannot even scratch this god's health bar. She readied her sword, glaring up with pure murder in her eyes. How the hell are you this broken? The corporation smugly explained. Because my server is not just limited to South Korea, Jin Bora was not giving up, relentlessly grilling him. Wait, what? You just spawned in? No way. His voice hit them cold. Your little clan failed completely. You missed my entire godhood ascension. Your doom was sealed from the start. Xion In stayed chill, calculating everything. But pure rage boiled inside her. Our current stats cannot crush this corporate god. Over 130 million followers, Jin Bora felt totally suffocated. This insane reality just broke her mind. That many cultists? It was supposed to be a stupid game. Just pure entertainment, not some twisted religion. Regret gnawed at Jin Bora's soul. Our calculations were completely trash. The corporate god wasted zero time, unleashing absolute devastation. Your epic sword is cool and all, but it caps at 1 million cultists. Did you seriously think that Toy could shatter a true revolution? A god of rewards and pure pleasure, your pathetic effort gets 0 stars. Panicking, Jin Bora desperately popped her ultimate skill. She hoisted her blade high, sparking a massive shield of light. But sadly, the barrier shattered like cheap glass. Brutal shockwaves ripped through Jin Bora's body. She screamed in absolute agony. Every vicious slash drained her health points. Then, an insane glitch happened. Her body glowed, totally shocking the corporate god. Jin Bora awakened her hidden beast mode. Evolving into an absolute supreme entity, she screamed for her teammate. Xion In caught the vibe instantly. System analysis complete. Escape route unlocked. Xion In spawned a blazing crimson orb, dumping all her mana into the legendary eye. It shot into the sky. Reaching max altitude, it exploded into 100 glittering shards. The boss scoffed, analyzing the empty space. They ran away. Even I cannot mess with this ancient god's turf. The corporate god radiated insane holy light, his massive ego skyrocketing. Nobody can block my path now. Let the glorious revolution begin. Fast forward a bit. A bright, mocking moon hung in the sky. Our boy Jihan and his squad finally spawned back in reality. Master Huan had already logged off. Old ghosts were put to rest. The epic quest was totally cleared. My debt is officially paid. Xin Young warped back to her clan to drop the mission report, leaving just Jihan's trio of misfits strolling back to their home base. I am so freaking dead. All this stress is gonna make me go bald. But lurking right by his house, Jinbora was camping his spawn point. Jihan totally freaked out. Yo, is this chick from your guild? Sun In shook his head hard. Nope. Never seen her in my life. The mystery girl strutted right up to them, just doing a quick vibe check. You must be Sun In, the top dog disciple. Han Jihan, the legendary gamer, and Kim Dojin, the total normie. Am I right?